Family, who would have thought? I opened my eyes to find myself as the big fox face in the water, having crossed over to become the Nine Tails. Just a second ago, I was a 30-year-old corporate slave, and now I wake up in Naruto's childhood. Little Naruto was being bullied, and I leaked a bit of chakra to save the day. That night, I took him for special training and even ran into the third Hokage. This plot is explosive, just wait and see how I take off. Let me start from the beginning. Just a moment ago, I was a 30-year-old corporate slave, having just finished watching the finale of Boruto, which made me so angry that I nearly had a heart attack, cursing, "What a load of crap. How could my Naruto be so weak?" Then everything went black, and I was gone. When I woke up, it was the scene I just described. With the memories of 2 lifetimes merging, I took off right where I was. I not only crossed over, but I became the Nine Tails in the flesh. And it was during Naruto's childhood. Family, who understands, this overwhelming fortune has finally come to me. Kishimoto knows nothing about Hokage. Just watch how your Nine Tails, take off. I quickly peeked through the seal to see what my little landlord was like. I saw little Naruto sitting all alone on a swing in the park, and that little back view broke my heart. Then, not far away, a scene of school bullying unfolded. 3 little punks surrounded a girl, who seemed to be Hinata from the Hyuga clan, cursing her as a white-eyed monster. My temper flared up immediately, but Naruto was quicker than me. He stood up and pointed at those little brats. "Shut up. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, and I'm going to be Hokage." Oh, that line was so cringy, I loved it. Then this kid started forming hand seals, and after a long with a bang, smoke dissipated, revealing 2 mini versions of Naruto on the ground. I was dumbfounded in the seal. Was the shadow clone just lonely? The 3 little bullies burst into laughter, rushing over to yank Naruto's scarf, knocking him down into the snow and stomping on the scarf. Let me tell you, I was about to explode inside Naruto, roaring roar. "Naruto, get up and fight them. What good am I to you?" But he couldn't hear me. Watching my landlord getting bullied to death, I couldn't hold back anymore and leaked a tiny bit of chakra. Just a tiny bit. Naruto's eyes instantly transformed into fox eyes. Those little brats were so scared they nearly peed their pants, pointing at Naruto and screaming, "B-bro, look at his eyes. He's a monster. Run." They scrambled away. When Naruto got up, he was still dazed. Where did they go? I just felt so powerful. Then he touched his swollen face and said, "Ouch, that hurts." Hinata looked at Naruto's awkward heroics, her face turning red, and she quietly said, "Thank you." Naruto, being the show-off he is, waved his hand. "No big deal. If they hadn't run fast, I would have scared myself when I got mad." After saying that, he swaggered off, leaving Hinata holding the dirty scarf, feeling warm inside. Watching the scene melted my heart. This is youth. I decided right then and there, from today on, the Nine Tails will focus on nurturing. This kid is too weak. He can't even fight 3 at once. He needs to train. That night, after Naruto finished his instant noodles, he went to sleep. I directly pulled him into the spiritual space. "Here I come, little brother." My voice echoed in the sewer. In his spiritual space. Little Naruto looked at me, the giant fox in the cage, with a confused expression. I got straight to the point. "That's right, I'm the monster they talk about, the Nine Tails. My name is Kurama by seniority. You can call me Grandpa." But instead of being scared, he grinned widely. "Great. So I'm not alone. Goodness, this kid is so starved for love." My heart softened, but I had to act tough. "Do you want to get strong? Look at you now, you can't even protect a girl. How are you going to be Hokage?" When Naruto heard this, he immediately perked up like had been injected with adrenaline. "I want to get strong. I will definitely protect her. That's the spirit. Your biggest advantage is your abundant chakra, and me." I proudly flicked my tail. Then this kid innocently asked, "What? Labrador?" I was instantly furious, my tail smashing against the seal, getting shocked by the 4th broken seal until I was charred inside and out, smoke puffing from my mouth. "Damn it, idiot. It's chakra. Calm down. Calm down, I can't argue with a little kid." I yelled, "What's wrong? Speak up." Naruto sincerely replied, "Kurama, thank you." Damn, that left me speechless. "All right, I'm going to look after this kid. Don't worry, they'll always watch over you until the day you become Hokage." I gave him a strict order. "Starting tomorrow, you better wake up early. We're going to train on the go." The next day, the sun was already shining, and this kid was still cocooned in bed. I couldn't take it anymore and directly roared in his head, using that tone a mother uses to wake her kid. "Naruto, did you forget what you said yesterday? You don't want that little girl to get bullied again, do you? Who dares to touch her?" Naruto shot up as if he'd been electrified, quickly dressed, and ran out the door. For an entire winter, I was like a devil coach, forcing him to run and train. I even played songs in his head like "Run Forward," facing the cold eyes and ridicule. And this kid would respond, "It's almost worn out." Unbelievable. When spring arrived, I immediately commanded him to go out into the wild for survival training. We couldn't keep eating that dreadful instant noodles. As it turned out, by the river, he encountered someone. Inuzuka Kiba, with his little puppy Akamaru. Naruto, in his social butterfly way, directly shared half of the fish he had just caught with Kiba. The two kids and a dog gathered around the campfire, enjoying the fish. Just one fish, and Naruto made a new friend. I saw this wouldn't do, just being able to roast fish wasn't enough. I had to introduce him to some northeastern barbecue. So, I made a list for Naruto, instructing him to buy seasonings and tools, preparing for a long-term training camp in the forest. This kid was also action-oriented the next day. He carried a pile of things into the woods. Under my guidance as a Cloud Player 247, he set up in a frame shelter and a campfire, making it look quite decent. That evening, while Naruto was roasting fish, an old man strolled by. Naruto, being friendly, said, "Hey there, old buddy. Who are you?" I took a closer look. Good grief. Wasn't this the third Hokage? What's with the disguise as a passerby? The third, also a seasoned actor, clutched his stomach and said he was hungry. Naruto handed over the fish. Seeing this, I thought, hey, race my chance. I quickly started giving Naruto a lesson in his head. Naruto, a learning opportunity has arrived. Do as I say. Naruto, being clever, boasted to the third about wanting to be Hokage while following my script. Old man, you look like a retired ninja. Let me treat you to some fish, and you can teach me a jutsu, okay? The third, smiling, asked, what do you want to learn? Naruto immediately picked up the words I taught him, his eyes reddening, his voice cracking with emotion. I want to learn the shadow clone technique. I have no friends, but if I had a clone, I could play with it, and I wouldn't be so lonely. Let me tell you, this psychological tactic was simply brilliant. The third Hokage's expression changed on the spot after hearing that. He must have been thinking, how does this kid know the name of this brank ninjutsu? There must be something behind this. So he quickly changed the subject. He started complaining to me, saying how he'd been busy all day and finally could eat something warm. I tell you, this old fox, his mind was racing with calculations while he pretended to be a kind old grandpa. Then he shifted the conversation and asked me, by the way, why is this little brat running out here alone in the wilderness to eat grilled fish? I was clear in my heart, but I had to play my part well, so I immediately acted like a disheartened youth. I said, I ran out of money, Grandpa. I don't even know where my pocket money for next month is. I can't even afford instant noodles, and I still need to exercise. That stuff doesn't fill me up at all. I didn't mention at all about the money being deducted, just waiting to see how he would respond. Sure enough, the third Hokage's eyes flashed with a hint of gloom upon hearing this. He was definitely thinking of Danzo, that old schemer. Let me tell you, in Konoha, the only person who could do such a thing without evidence, besides Danzo, was no one else. He cleared his throat and immediately brought the topic back. Is that so? Still sticking to your training? Not bad, not bad. How about this? In exchange for this fish, they'll teach you a ninjutsu. Consider it your meal money. I had to go along with it, immediately putting on a starry-eyed expression. Really? You're so kind, Grandpa. Here, take this one too. As I spoke, I handed him another piece of deliciously grilled fish. The third Hokage was so happy, he took it and started munching. But the nine tails in my mind wasn't idle. It directly sent me a voice message. Kid, this old man is up to something. The shadow clone technique is a brank ninjutsu from the ceiling book. If he's so easily teaching it to you, he's definitely testing you. Make up a story according to what I say. Good heavens, the Nine Tails was writing the script for me on the spot. While watching the third generation gnawing on fish, I began my heartfelt narration. Grandpa, actually, I didn't learn this for any other reason. It's just that I heard other kids in the village say that their older brother can use shadow clones and create two brothers to play with him. Their admiring eyes. I can never forget. I thought if I could also learn it, wouldn't it mean I could make friends too? Even if not, at least I could play with myself and would never be lonely again. After I finished speaking, the third Hokage clearly sighed in relief. It seemed he believed me, thinking I was just a love-starved child without any ulterior motives. He nodded and said, all right, pay attention now. Then he started explaining the theory of shadow clones. Let me tell you, he was so perfunctory about it, his mind wasn't even on me. He was probably preoccupied with how to go back and settle accounts with Danzo. As for me, I was even funnier. I wasn't listening at all. The Nine Tails had almost flipped through all those hundreds of episodes in my mind, understanding the theoretical knowledge better than anyone else. I just lacked the practical experience. The third was explaining how chakra was distributed, and the hand seals were just one, simple as can be. For a chakra entity like the Nine Tails, as long as you know the process, it should be a matter of minutes, right? Yet here I was pretending to be clueless like a serious elementary school student. Even the Nine Tails couldn't stand it anymore, roaring in my mind. Hey, don't just stand there like a wooden post. Say something. Get with the program. I instinctively replied, right. I'll smash you with a cannon. What's that about? You have to nod. Nod gently, do you understand? With a little pause. You'll need it for school later. Ah, yes, yes, yes. I quickly changed my words. After finishing the third generation, he asked me, did you remember? The nine tails shouted in my head. Remembered. I said to the third Hokage, remember. The third Hokage saw that I had some reaction, but he couldn't be bothered to care whether I had actually learned it or not, so he got up and left. He must have been thinking, I've taught you, whether you can learn it or not is your own business. As soon as he left, the nine tails immediately urged me, hurry up, give it a try. Just after the third Hokage walked out, he returned to the Hokage building and shouted, someone, go get Danzo for me. Meanwhile, I had already started my first practical training. The nine tails was directing from the side. Chakra, refine, then divide. Do you understand how to divide? I crossed my hands to form a cross seal and shouted, shadow clone technique. With a bang, two little things appeared beside me. They were mini versions of Naruto about the size of my fists. I have to say, they were quite adorable. On the other side, in the Hokage office, the atmosphere had dropped to freezing point. Danzo hadn't arrived yet, but his sarcastic voice floated in, Hizashi, what do you want? As soon as he walked in, the third Hokage slammed the documents on the table, clearly furious. Danzo, I warn you, don't even think about doing anything to the Jinchuriki. Don't force me to take action. That old man Danzo, with a skin thicker than a city wall, pretended to be clueless. Oh, what have you discovered? He was confident that the third Hokage had no evidence. The third Hokage was so angry he nearly had a heart attack, surely cursing in his heart. The fact that nothing was discovered only proves it was you, but he could only stubbornly repeat, don't worry about what I've discovered. Just stay away from him. Danzo laid his cards on the table. The Jinchuriki should be handed over to me. Hizashi, you are getting old. I can turn him into the sharpest blade of the village. Not a chance. I am the Hokage. The third Hokage's attitude was also very firm. The two old men argued about the village's issues in the office for quite a while, and in the end, Danzo saw it was hopeless and left with a parting shot. You'll regret this. As soon as he returned to his root base, he immediately ordered, cancel the media control over Naruto. Reassign personnel to strengthen the surveillance of the Uchiha clan. Who understands this old man? If one plan fails, he comes up with another. If he can't deal with me, he turns to the Uchiha, always playing dirty. The next day, I got up early. Under the supervision of the Nine Tails, I finally made some progress in my shadow clone training. I clapped my hands, shadow clone technique. With a bang, the smoke dissipated, and I created two clones, one normal and the other looking weak and malnourished. The Nine Tails was speechless. I didn't interfere with you at all. You're just too useless. Split your chakra evenly. Can't you understand human language? You gave too much. It's hard to control, I muttered softly. Still blaming me? Go, climb that tree. Practice chakra control. Climb a tree? This was the first time I heard that this could be a training method. And I was amazed. You can do it like this? So magical. I found a big tree and prepared to rush up. The Nine Tails leisurely reminded me. Aren't you going to find a mat to tie to your back? I was stunned for a moment. Huh? It could be like this? The brain is a good thing. I hope you have one too. The Nine Tails really has a sharp tongue. I shouted furiously, you stinky fox, you can't insult me. Without considering the consequences, I charged the tree trunk, but after running less than 2 meters, I fell down with a loud thud. The nine-tailed fox was rolling on the ground, laughing in my head. Is this it? Is this it? I have no choice but to lay some grass under the tree and practice over and over again. This broken body, due to the seal, has a huge amount of chakra, but my control is just terrible. I trained until the sun went down, still stubbornly trying. Even the Nine Tails couldn't bear to watch anymore. How about we practice shadow clone jutsu first? It's safer that way. No, I have to climb up today. My stubbornness is kicking in. The Nine Tails thought for a moment and gave me an idea. Why not create more clones to practice together? Can't you make one normal clone and one weak one? Let the normal clone practice climbing the tree with you, and you'll gain experience twice as fast. My head buzzed for a moment. Can be done like this? Shadow clone jutsu. I quickly made another clone, canceled the weak one, and waved the normal shadow clone. Let's go together. The two of us stomped on the tree trunk. And hey, I have to say, it felt much better this time. We climbed up several meters in a flash. But that was it. The third step slipped, and we both watched as we fell down. Bam! Bam! My clone and I landed on a pile of grass. With a bang, the shadow clone disappeared. The next second, a wave of fatigue and pain surged back into my body, and I couldn't help but shout, "Oh damn! Oh, why does it hurt so much?" I was dumbfounded and asked the Nine Tails, "Didn't you say what comes back is experience? Why is there a double pain package?" The Ninetales would try to hold back laughter and said, "By the way, did you put some grass under your shadow clone?" I was left with a big question mark at that time. You didn't mention that even shadow clones have to touch the ground. Damn it, you nine-tailed fox. You hillbilly. Don't blame everything on me. The nine-tailed fox is still being stubborn. You better think quickly. Did the experience of climbing trees come back too? Don't shake your head and let all the water in. I felt it for a moment, and it seems like there really is a bit more sensation. Although it hurts, it really seems to be effective. I got fired up. Let's do it a few more times. TSK, TSK, TSK. Although my brain isn't functioning well, my body is really resilient. 9 tails. I will tear that mouth apart sooner or later. Just like that, I stubbornly pushed myself for an entire night, exhausted like a dead dog, swaying as I walked home. People on the street looked at me like I was a monster, and not a single one asked me anything. The next day, I finally managed to stabilize and create 2 normal shadow clones. I bought seeds and farming tools, preparing to clear some land. I kept hauling things back and forth when 2 little ghosts started to fixate on me. "Shikamaru, look at that person. Hasn't he walked past us 4 times? Said a chubby kid as he stuffed chips into his mouth, crunching away. "That's right, Choji. He's carrying farming tools. What on earth is he trying to do?" Analyzed another kid who looked lazy but had sharp eyes. The 2 of them became curious and stealthily followed me. Ninetales immediately noticed, "Kid, there are 2 little ghosts tailing us." I looked back and saw nothing. "Don't look for it anymore. Do you think my perception is that good?" The nine-tailed fox was quite pleased and then said with a sly smile, "These 2 little ghosts are sneaky. Let's keep them around as friends." Friends? When I heard that word, my eyes lit up. Really? How do we do that? Good friends. I'll teach you a brand new version of making friends. It's guaranteed to work. The nine-tailed fox smiled wickedly. "Just go up and ask them one question. What are you looking at?" "What does that mean?" I didn't understand. "Just ask it. This method of mine is super effective. Go for it, Naruto." I was taken aback by his tricks, put down my things, and shouted at the bushes where they were hiding. "Hey, you 2 come out." Shikamaru and Choji slowly walked out, and Shikamaru explained, "We were just a bit curious. No harm intended." I cleared my throat and, following the script of the Ninetales, struck a cool pose. "What are you looking at?" Shikamaru and Choji exchanged glances, both confused. Choji explained again, "We just want to know why you bought so many things." In my mind, the Ninetales had just 2 words. "Keep going." I could only grit my teeth and intensified my tone. "I'm asking you guys, what are you staring at?" Now, Shikamaru and Choji looked at me as if I were a lunatic. The Ninetales was still urging, "Keep going. Be more arrogant." I was so annoyed by him that I just lost it and shouted, "What the hell are you looking at?" Now I had lit the fuse. That little chubby guy, CHG, exploded on the spot and pushed Shikamaru aside, saying, "I can't take it anymore. What are you going to do about it?" "Shikamaru, beat him up." There was no turning back. Shikamaru also looked dissatisfied. CHG threw a punch right in my face, slapping me hard and making my head buzz. I was stunned, thinking, wasn't this supposed to be about making friends? The Ninetales in my head was laughing crazily, waving its claws to cheer me on. "Naruto, go get him. Show him what's up. Show him." I was pinned to the ground by the 2 of them and got beaten up. I got anxious and shouted, "Shadow clone jutsu." 3 shadow clones popped up, and the situation instantly reversed, turning into 4 against 2. That kid Shikamaru is really quick-witted. He immediately shouted, "Don't hit the clones, hit the real one." Choji, relying on his bulk, withstood the punches from the 2 clones and pounced on me like a hungry tiger, pinning me down. Let me tell you, his weight is as steady as a mountain. The 2 shadow clones couldn't budge him at all. I was being beaten by him while he was on top of me. And in a moment of desperation, I gritted my teeth and said, "Multiple shadow clone technique." Sure enough, for more appeared. The scene was complete chaos, with Ding CI riding on me and hitting me, while my shadow clone surrounded the 2 of them and fought back. The Ninetales was having a blast in the mental space, watching the show and fanning the flames. Yes, beat them up. Just ask them what they're staring at. I got a bit carried away and shouted out, "What are you looking at?" Goodness, let me tell you, my shout completely broke that little chubby guy's defense. He was still holding on and beating up 2 people. His eyes were already swollen, but he hadn't shed a tear. But when I asked him that, he burst into tears with a wah. It was really like turning on a faucet. He cried while swinging his fists at me, sobbing, "Well, you still ask? I told you to ask." To ask. Family, who understands, the situation instantly spiraled out of control. That little chubby guy named Dinksy was blindly punching with his eyes closed, and his friend Shikamaru, beside him, was probably infected by the atmosphere. Also burst out crying with a wah. And goodness, he cried even louder than Dinksy. As for me, I was getting hit by both of them, and it hurt. So I cried too. The entire forest was filled with our three-person surround sound of emotional breakdown. It was simply the preschool version of a meltdown in Konoha. The old man inside me was almost laughing crazily, mocking me in my head. Haha, just one sentence and you made them cry. The louder you cry, the better I feel. After we three cried for a while and our voices were hoarse, I wiped my face, still not satisfied, and stubbornly said, come on, what exactly are you looking at? The nine tails in my head was speechless, saying I was trying to provoke the second Shinobi World War. As soon as Dinksy heard this, he exploded. You still ask? You want to fight, huh? That momentum completely showed no sign of him being the one who had just taken the worst beating. Shikamaru wiped his nose and said confidently, we're just curious. We've explained several times. You keep asking what we're looking at, so we just looked. Hey, my temper. The old man inside me immediately handed me a line. Get lost. You can't look. Without thinking, I shouted it out. As a result, those two were also stubborn. Dinksy just sat on the ground, pulling Shikamaru along. Let's see what you do about it. Shikamaru, let's look together. The two of them stared at me like two door gods, their eyes wide open, fixated on me. It became a stalemate. What to do now? At this critical moment, it had to be my old man. He gave me advice. Tell them, if they want to stay here, they have to work together, plant fields, catch fish, and cook. I thought about it, and it made sense. So I immediately relayed the message. If you want to stay, you have to work. Plant fields, catch fish, and cook. Can you do it? Don't you all have to go home for dinner? As soon as I finished speaking, Dinksy shouted, then let's do it together. Shikamaru was about to say that this wasn't right, but he didn't even have time to open his mouth. He could only quickly add, there has to be a reward. And if there's something at home, we might not be able to come. No problem. My old man in my head hammered down the decision. Naruto, from today on, these two are your friends. I was completely stunned at that moment. Who am I? Where am I? What's going on? I beat them up so badly that even their mothers wouldn't recognize them. And now we're friends? Isn't this way of making friends a bit too hardcore? But I felt a little excited inside and smiled at the two of them. All right, then we're friends. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. This is Choji Akimichi and Shikamaru Nara. Just like that, the three of us went from fighting to getting acquainted, and we even agreed to have a farm experience here together. We were just crying and complaining a moment ago, and now we've started laughing and teasing each other about how hard we hit. Choji even praised my shadow clone technique, so of course I had to boast. That's a must. I'm going to be Hokage. As soon as I finished speaking, there was a rustling in the grass nearby, and a little white dog popped out, followed by a young guy. As soon as the guy approached, he acted very familiar. Hey there, I'm Kiba Inuzuka. Huh, why are all your faces messed up? Guys, this dude really has no sense of the situation. Before he could finish his sentence, Shikamaru and Choji squeezed him from both sides, and I had already formed a hand sign. Choji grabbed his arm and asked in a low voice, what are you looking at? Kiba was dumbfounded. Huh? I just got here and saw a bunch of Narutos beating you two. Shikamaru's mind was working fast, and he instantly found a new point of attack. What are you barking at, dog? Choji understood immediately and threw a punch at him while shouting. Right. What are you barking at, dog? I quickly joined in, and we started repeating, what are you barking at, dog? What are you barking at, dog? Whoa, surprise attack. Kiba was completely caught off guard, and the four of us and the dog rolled into a ball. That little puppy, Akimeru, probably experienced the darkest moment of his dog life, getting pushed aside in just a couple of moves, and could only bark from the sidelines as our battlefield DJ. As soon as Kiba picked up the dog and was about to run, I used my shadow clone jutsu. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of me surrounded him, making it impossible for him to escape. My uncle's voice popped into my head. You can't hide the intent to stab someone in your eyes. I immediately told the clones to tone down their killing intent, then stepped forward and waved my hand. Go for it. Beat them all up. I told you. My shadow clones might be malfunctioning. As soon as I said that, they got fired up, unable to distinguish between friend and foe, attacking whoever they could, and the scene quickly spiraled out of control. Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba were left dumbfounded. Even Akimeru was barking at me. You're really a dog. In the end, after 2 fierce battles, I achieved a glorious victory with a record of 1 against 3.5. There's nothing I can do. I'm the only one who knows ninjutsu, and I have the Nine Tails power bank, making me invincible at the same level. After the fight, Shikamaru was the first to react, looking at me with admiration, probably imagining an epic drama of 800 episodes, thinking I was a master strategist. He immediately bowed down and said, Boss. From now on, you're our boss. Choji and Kiba followed suit and called me boss. I winced in pain, just about to say something, when my uncle chimed in. How can a Hokage not have subordinates? Hey, my uncle is truly my uncle. I immediately straightened my chest and said, of course, I'm going to be Hokage. Under my uncle's guidance, the four of us even held a cringy, fist-bumping ceremony. He even gave our ragtag group a name, Naruto Academy. Although it was embarrassing at that moment, looking at these new friends, I felt warm inside. My uncle even secretly transferred some chakra to help them with their swelling. That after-sales service was incredible. From then on, our secret base was officially opened. Shikamaru was in charge of planning, while Choji and I did the heavy lifting, chopping down trees to build a small cabin, and Kiba was responsible for taking hits and being a filler. A few days later, Ino and Sakura also came over. When the two girls saw us farming and building houses, they curiously joined in. My uncle started giving me a lecture again. Look, among all these people, you're the only one who knows ninjutsu. You have to help them improve. It's your responsibility as the future Hokage. Once he put that big hat on me, I was instantly fired up. In front of everyone, I created 10 shadow clones, went up the mountain to pick mushrooms, down to the river to catch fish, and one even did parkour in the trees, showing off to everyone. Now everyone was stunned. Shikamaru immediately held a rally, saying that since I was so strong, they couldn't fall behind and needed to start training. Just as I was feeling proud and making a delicious fish soup to prepare for dinner, someone suddenly appeared behind me. You're Naruto, right? I'm Shino Aburame. I saw you gathering in the forest and followed you. Didn't you notice me? I was completely stunned. I didn't even realize someone had touched me from behind. And my uncle didn't give me a heads up. In a moment of impulse, my cursed way of making friends activated automatically. I immediately split off shadow clones to surround the person and blurted out that classic line. What are you looking at? And what happened? The person wasn't interested in playing physics at all. With a flick of their sleeve, a swarm of bugs came rushing at me. My shadow clone screamed and turned into clouds of white smoke. The memories of being gnawed by countless bugs instantly returned to my main body, and let me tell you, that feeling was overwhelming. I rolled my eyes and fainted from disgust. Good grief, my uncle's way of making friends finally backfired. When I woke up, the nine-tailed fox in my head was going crazy, yelling, "You idiot! How could you try anything with him? Just talk to someone like Shino directly." I could only awkwardly get up and explain to Shino that I was testing his strength. To be honest, this guy was quite nice and even joined our Naruto teachings. Now that we had a complete team, our base was looking more and more decent. While everyone was eating, I curiously asked them about their family ninjutsu. They all said they were too young and their families wouldn't let them learn. I was the only one who, by cooking for retired old folks, managed to learn a ninjutsu, and I felt quite proud of that. But then my uncle heard this and assigned me a new task, saying climbing trees was just a beginner's tutorial. The next project was to walk on water. I was dumbfounded. Can you really stand on the surface of the water? Not only that, my uncle's tone was filled with malice. I had to stand on the water surface, hold a spear, and maintain balance while trying to spear fish darting around in the water. The difficulty? You can imagine it for yourself. I was stunned to hear that. This is not cultivation at all. It's simply risking one's life. But I have to admit, that kid Naruto really is obedient. When he says to do it, he does it. In no time at all, he made a dozen simple harpoons, and then with the shadow clone technique activated, wow, there were over a dozen Narutos, each with a harpoon, charging bravely towards the water surface. I have to tell you, the scene was simply unbelievable. The Ninetales was nearby acting as a technical advisor, shouting to gather chakra at the feet, create repulsion. And what happened? Splash, crash. One after another, dozens of Naruto fell into the water like dumplings. Fishing? I think it was more like feeding the fish. While we were passionately building infrastructure, constructing houses, and planting flowers, having a great time, the higher-ups in Konoha were not so harmonious. The third Hokage sat in his office, looking at the documents sent by the Umbu, feeling overwhelmed. They were all about the rock ninjas making small moves at the border. If he wanted to fight, there was no one. If he didn't T-fight, it felt frustrating. The three ninjas were also not around. Remote commanding felt like a joke. The old man was in distress. But he didn't know that just after he ordered the border ninjas to handle it themselves, Danzo's people made a deadly move. On the other side, the third Tsuchikage was even bolder, directly hiring the Akatsuki as foreign aid, and both sides were fighting back and forth. The third Hokage was having a headache and wanted to change the document to lighten his mood. But he ended up seeing the issue of the new student division at the Ninja Academy. He pondered for a moment and directly told the Umbugo, "Call Irika to me." Meanwhile, in another dark corner of Konoha, Danzo was listening to his subordinates report on their work. Lord Danzo, public opinion has already risen, and now everyone in the village is saying that the Uchiha security department enforces the law too harshly. Very good. Danzo's old face was hidden in the shadows. Muttering to himself, keep adding fuel to the fire. I want all the ninja clans to come complain to me. His little schemes surfaced. He was increasingly angry about not having a share in the fourth succession, the third's reluctance to let go of power, and taking the blame for the Nine-Tails incident. He thought that once he became Hokage, everything would be different. The Uchiha were a bunch of lunatics. It was time to deal with them. Below, the Root members were like brainwashed, fervently shouting, everything for Lord Danzo. The scene shifted to the Uchiha clan. The clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, was a man who had seen the battlefield. He was having a heart-to-heart talk with his eldest son, Itachi. To put it bluntly, it was a form of manipulation, asking if he was busy with missions, how his strength was, all subtly urging him to level up quickly. Fugaku had big ambitions. Naming his second son Sasuke after the third's father was written all over his face. The Uchiha had been cornered in the village for almost 4 years now, and he was anxious, relying on Itachi and Shursui, the two geniuses, to bring them back to the center of Konoha. Since Shursui was not biological, he didn't feel as handy to use, so all his bets were on Itachi. His plan was simple. Let Itachi quickly become a Chunin, then a Jonin, ideally joining the Umbu, so the Uchiha would have a voice in the village. Meanwhile, the third wasn't idle either. Irika had already arrived at the Hokage's office. Lord Third, is there a task for me? Irika was very respectful. He was also a pitiful person. His parents had perished in the Nine-Tails incident, and he had relied on clowning to attract attention since childhood, feeling extremely lonely. The third directly handed over Naruto's enrollment information and began to impart heartfelt advice. Irika, this child is very much like you, lacking parental love, being ostracized by the villagers, and only able to prove his existence through pranks. After much consideration, you are the most suitable person to be his teacher. Irika was stunned, but my parents died in the Nine-Tails incident. He felt a deep conflict. On one hand was the shadow of his past. On the other was the revenge for his father. How could he take on this job? I'm sure you can do it. The third decisively stated, you both have similar experiences. Only you can understand him and accept him. Go. Take the information and study it well. What else could Irika say? He could only grit his teeth and take the thick stack of information, accepting the order and leaving. Back at our camp, Sakura suddenly mentioned, I passed the enrollment test yesterday. You guys are going to ninja school too, right? Shikamaru had a troubled expression, but still nodded. As a result, when Naruto heard this, he was stunned. What? You have to take an exam to go to school? The Nine-Tails in his head immediately mocked him. Of course. Do you think being Hokage is easy? If you can't even understand confidential documents and arrange missions properly, wouldn't you just be a decoration? By then, Hinata would run off with someone else. No way. When Naruto heard that Hinata would run off with someone else, he got anxious. I must become Hokage. I'll make it happen. All right, you have ambition. The Nine-Tails chuckled. Come on, fist bump. I'll show you something good. Naruto foolishly extended his fist for a bump. The next second, wow, the Nine-Tails directly plugged a USB into his brain, packaging all the math and science from elementary school to high school, along with a set of 5-year mock exams, hardcore enlightenment. Naruto was instantly dumbfounded. What sine, cosine? Tangent values all went crazy. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. What the heck? Naruto fainted. We hurriedly scrambled to wake him up. The first thing this kid said when he came to us, School is too hard. The Nine-Tails was also dumbfounded, muttering to himself, what the hell did I do? Took too big a step. No, I need to find something positive to motivate him. That night, Naruto lay in bed, and the Nine-Tails sent over a prepared motivational gift pack. It was all those movies about protagonists falling off cliffs to find secret manuals, and the underdogs rising to become kings. Back then, Konoha had no such entertainment, and Naruto was instantly hooked. Guess what happened next? After watching, he didn't learn any motivation, but directly realized the protagonist's rise all depends on gambling. To succeed, you must first be able to lose. The next day, this kid changed completely, heading straight to the Konoha casino, but just as he reached the entrance, he was kicked out. Kid, get lost. All right, Naruto was quite sensible, thinking that protagonists must endure in the early stages. He turned around and found Shikamaru lying on the grass, soaking up the sun, insisting on dragging him into a bet. Shikamaru was quite annoyed, but to shut him up, he said, fine, let us bet on money. Let us bet on how tall Sakura is, how many bags of chips Choji has, how many kinds of flowers Ino's family has, and how many bugs Shino has on him. When Naruto heard this, he thought it was very fair and even emphasized that he didn't have much money. What happened next? Shikamaru was very sly. He already knew how tall Sakura was, and how many bags of chips Choji had, because he bought most of them. Naruto lost 2 rounds in a row, and his wallet was almost empty. Damn it. You cheated. Naruto was furious. You bet and lose gracefully, Shikamaru said calmly. Pay up. Gritting his teeth, Naruto took out the money. But he was unconvinced and directly got fired up. Come on. Let us bet on one last thing. How many bugs does Shino have on him? I'm betting all my money for next month. Shikamaru looked at his unyielding expression, feeling motivated too. All right. Your money for next month. I'm counting on it. A large group of us set off to find Shino. After locating him in the forest, we explained our purpose. Shino pushed up his sunglasses, glanced at the answers they had written, and calmly said, both of you are wrong. What? Shikamaru actually got it wrong? We were all shocked. If you had asked earlier, Shikamaru's answer would have been closer, Shino said slowly. Shikamaru was still analyzing. I calculated it based on your scouting range and the density of the bugs. Before he could finish, his family had no idea what he was talking about. Suddenly, Shino's whole being seemed to glitch, and in an instant he shattered. He broke into a swarm of bugs. The dark mass swarmed around like a chaotic scene from a driving test, leaving us all dumbfounded. Ah, bugs, bugs. Naruto screamed in fright, and the girls screamed and huddled together, their legs going weak. The scene was like the arrival of Cthulhu, utterly sanity-shattering. The 9 tails in my head was laughing madly. It's a bug clone. This kid learns pretty fast. After a while, the real Shino leisurely walked out from behind a large tree, waved his hand, and the swarm of bugs instantly dove back into his body. We watched the scene, not daring to make a sound, filled with fear. Naruto was the first to back down, forcing a smile on his face, speaking in a gentle tone. Shino, having so many bugs on you isn't good for your health, right? The 9 tails was still stirring up trouble in his mind. Naruto, I like your rebellious side. Keep going. I roared in my heart. Did you not see how many bugs he has hidden on him? If I punch him, I bet it's all bugs. Shino sincerely apologized to us. But after this close encounter with nature, we fully understood that this guy was definitely not someone to mess with. From then on, Shino's presence practically skyrocketed. I tell you, for us now, the first thing we do upon entering a room is scan the area to confirm where Shino is, afraid that if we aren't careful, we might end up in close contact with a bunch of bugs. The psychological trauma from that is cleaner than my wallet. Seeing our cowardly appearance, Shino seriously asked, were you just estimating the number of my bugs? Naruto, with his mouth wide open, replied, of course. What if we find out you're not even human, but just bugs from head to toe? Only he would dare to say that. Shikamaru was already brainstorming beside him, looking serious as he said, bug clones. We didn't even notice your technique is just too advanced. His expression was as if he wanted to mark this kid as a key point. What about Choji? He was all about emotional stability, quietly pulling out chips and crunching away, turning his frustration into appetite. Shino was honest, saying he didn't have enough chakra. Unlike Naruto, who could create dozens of shadow clones, he could barely sustain this one bug clone. As soon as he said that, all eyes turned to Naruto, their gazes seeming to say, why is your chakra bar so long? Naruto was still there grinning. Hee, am I really that awesome? The 9 tails in my head suddenly erupted. What is so impressive? It's all thanks to me, your granddaddy. Your speed is as slow as a turtle. Hurry up and add some extra training. All right, the 9 tails personal trainer is online 24 hours and the training plan updates whenever it wants. This incident is over, but its after effects are huge. Our group of friends is all pumped up, thinking about what new ninja techniques to learn when we meet again to reclaim our pride. As for Naruto, he ate all the barbecue, spent all his money, and rolled back to the camp to continue practicing his water walking and tree climbing. The 9 tails saw that the time was ripe and directly started a lesson in my head. Kid, you've practiced the water walking enough. It's time to increase the intensity. Go find me a big log and make a backpack. From now on, carry everything for me. Hearing this, Naruto exploded. What the heck? What's the use of carrying this thing? The 9 tails voice was like a demon's whisper, coaxing him. Just imagine, you want to punch that guy Shino, right? Just as you raise your fist, his bugs will buzz and hit your face. Scared, aren't you? Naruto swallowed hard, nodding like a little chick pecking at rice. But the 9 tails changed the subject. If your speed is pushed to the limit, you can bang your fist into his face, Duong kick him in the stomach, and he won't even have time to react. After hitting him, you can casually pat his shoulder and say, your bugs are nothing special. How about that? Doesn't that sound awesome? I tell you, Naruto instantly had a picture in his mind. Shino was beaten up, his face bruised, and his sunglasses askew, while he just stood beside him acting cool. It was so damn satisfying. I want to bear weight. Double the length of the wood. Naruto's fighting spirit was instantly ignited to the height of Mount Everest. Without hesitation, Naruto, as if he had activated a cheat, used a carpentry saw to get a log thicker than Chuji, tied it up with rope as a backpack. Then, with a bang, he created dozens of shadow clones, some splashing in the water, some climbing trees, while his real body was doing push-ups and frog jumps right next to them, training vigorously. The scene by the river was filled with the sounds of splashes. And in the woods, there were thuds. Bang! The sound of wood hitting the ground and shadow clones disappearing. It was like the opening theme of a passionate anime. At the same time, things were also chaotic at home. Shikamaru came home and told his dad he wanted to learn ninjutsu, leaving his father Nara completely bewildered. Over at the third Hokage's place, he looked at the report from the Umbu and said that Naruto's strange training method had surprisingly sparked a competitive trend among his classmates. And the old man took a satisfied puff of his cigarette, looking pleased as punch. The scene shifted to the second largest clan in Konoha, the Hyuga clan. The clan leader, Hayashi Hyuga, was filling out an enrollment application for his precious daughter Hinata. Oh dear! The look of melancholy on his face was like that of a father thinking his cabbage was about to be trampled by a pig. After filling out the form, he suddenly thought of Naruto, and it made him uneasy, so he immediately called Hinata over. As a result, this guy, out of jealousy, had his expression management completely crash. His face contorted to the point it was almost as fierce as the Nine Tails, scaring Hinata to the point where tears were about to fall. Seeing this, Hayashi realized he had lost his composure and quickly cleared his throat, but as soon as he spoke, his concerned words turned into a checkup. Have you been studying well these days? Hinata obediently nodded and said she had. Hayashi then hinted, you haven't been in contact with that person recently, right? That person? Hinata looked confused. Hayashi, seeing his daughter didn't react, quickly laughed it off. Aha, what am I saying? All right, the weather is really nice today. However, Hinata, with her head down, quietly said, Father, are you talking about Naruto-kun? No, I didn't say that. Hayashi's defenses crumbled right there, and his internal weather forecast went from cloudy to blizzard. How could you think of him? Hinata earnestly explained, because Niji and Ai and his friends, father never calls that person. So I thought it must be Uzumaki Naruto-kun. Her voice was soft and a bit firm. Hayashi felt a pang in his heart, like he had drunk a vat of old vinegar. But he had to maintain the facade of the clan leader, snorting coldly. In a few days, the ninja school will start, and you will go to school. Niji will be there too. You will make many new friends. As for that Naruto you mentioned, not worth remembering. He said it wasn't worth remembering, but inside he was so jealous he was about to smoke. Family members, who understands? His daughter actually called another boy's name with such a sweet voice, while she still called him father. That sense of distance. Hayashi's inner world was already starting to hail. Hinata, unaware of her father's internal storm, was overjoyed at the thought of going to school, her eyes squinting into crescent moons, and then mustered the courage to ask the question that could cause her father a heart attack. Then, Father, will Naruto-kun also go to school? Crash! A thunderclap struck right on Hayashi's head. He froze, his eyes vacant, as if his soul had left his body. His mind was filled with the infinite loop of Hinata's question. Will Naruto-kun also go to school? Let me tell you, his CPU was instantly fried. Hinata thought her voice was too soft, and she was happily thinking, in a few days, I will be able to see Naruto-kun. Her little face was so bright it could bloom flowers. Hayashi finally managed to thaw from his frozen state, and when he saw his daughter's happy expression, his last line of defense crumbled. But he was still the Hyuga clan leader, professionally trained. So even though his heart was crumbling, he had to appear graceful. He decided to stab her heart in another way. He said, that poor orphan, he might not even know how to enroll. Hinata, Naruto might not be able to be your classmate. What a pity. Hayashi began to PUA her, analyzing that Naruto, being an orphan, would definitely not be able to go to school. Thinking this, a ray of sunlight finally shone into his icy world. Hinata panicked when she heard this. Father, please help Naruto-kun. Could you send someone to help him with his enrollment procedures? He had a special identity, and as a father, he was powerless. Hayashi pretended to be confused, secretly delighted, and sent the dazed Hinata away. Once Hinata left, the ninja he had sent out with the list returned, conveniently bringing back this year's new student list. Hayashi took it and looked at it. Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka. Hey, this year is quite lively. He flipped through the pages, but then his hand stopped. Uzumaki Naruto. What? Hayashi exploded on the spot. The third Hokage actually let him enroll too? No way. I need to go find a third Hokage and ask for clarification. He was so angry, he was shaking all over. That was the Nine Tails? In the same school as my daughter? Absolutely not. But this old man was still calm, not rushing in directly, but instead sent someone to notify the Nara family that he wanted to pay a visit. When he arrived at Shikamaru's house, he got straight to the point and explained the situation, trying to gauge the third Hokage's stance through Shikaku. What kind of person was Shikaku? The top brain in Konoha. He leisurely analyzed. Since you can see the list, it means this is a decision made after deep consideration by the Hokage, and this matter is already settled. Moreover, recently Shikamaru has become good friends with Naruto. With just a few words, Hayashi was left powerless. He knew this matter was hopeless. On the way home, he grew angrier as he thought, my daughter, how could she care so much about that kid? No way, when school starts, I need to have Niji take good care of him. On the other side, Kakashi, who was secretly observing Naruto's training. Let me tell you, the mental impact he felt these past few days was greater than doing an S-rank mission. The amount of chakra Naruto had was simply like there was no cost, unleashing multiple shadow clones in dozens without even blinking. Kakashi's Sharingan under his eye patch was about to roll into white eyes, his mind racing. Yes, just a kid. Is this reasonable? Is this fair? The Nine Tails, feeling Kakashi's intense resentment, was quite pleased. So you think it's a 50-50 chance, huh? Cool, mate. Let us see how Naruto fares. Heart stabbing. I'm a professional at this. Days passed like this, and finally, it was the night before school started. The third Hokage called Kakashi to his office and told him, go inform Naruto that school starts tomorrow, and don't be late. From today onward, your surveillance task is lifted. Kakashi received the order with tears in his eyes. It wasn't hardship, it was jealousy that made him feel like his liver was hurting. He instantly appeared beside Naruto, startling him to the point where he almost threw a punch. Naruto, you're going to ninja school tomorrow, Kakashi said succinctly. The Nine Tails in my mind translated synchronously. This guy is Hatake Kakashi, Konoha's #1 technician, who has been secretly watching you grow since you were a baby. Naruto understood as soon as he heard it. Monitoring, what a nice way to put it. But he still followed the Nine-Tail script and started to act, staring at Kakashi with his bright blue eyes. So, the one who's been watching me all along is you? Why didn't you show up? Watching me get bullied. Watching me celebrate my birthday alone. After this round of soul-searching questions, Kakashi was left speechless. In the end, Naruto extended his fist and gave a signature fist bump. At the moment their fists connected, the Nine Tails activated its black technology, and in an instant, packed Naruto's parents' last words. The grievances Naruto had suffered throughout his life, and the truth of the Nine Tails incident into a tear-jerking big package, directly shoving it into Kakashi's brain through chakra. Kakashi instantly disappeared, feeling dazed. He arrived at the memorial stone, and the memories given by the Nine Tails surged like a tide. The last words of teacher Minato and Kushina to baby Naruto, along with images of Naruto drinking expired milk, being ostracized, and celebrating his birthday alone, intertwined together. Kakashi, this child is named Uzumaki Naruto. The third Hokage's words echoed in his ears. Get lost, monster. The villagers' curses were also incredibly clear. He had always thought he was just carrying out a mission, but only at this moment did he realize how wrong he had been. That night, Kakashi stood in front of the memorial stone, tears flowing like a dam had burst, all night long. The next morning, Naruto stood in front of the mirror, full of energy and looking very pleased with himself. Hee, I just got told I could start school yesterday. When I see Shikamaru and the others later, I'm sure I'll give them a big scare. He cheerfully walked out the door, completely unaware that Kakashi, who hadn't slept all night, was silently watching him from a nearby rooftop. On the way, the Nine Tails continued to chatter in his head. Kid, there are quite a few new students this year. If you want to become Hokage, you'll have at least hundreds of competitors. Are you scared? Naruto's legs started to tremble, but he stubbornly replied, I'm not scared. The Nine Tails laughed uncontrollably. When they reached the school entrance, the Nine Tails began to complain again. This school name is no good. If it were called Konoha Jonin Fast Track Class, you would graduate in a few months. Naruto took it seriously. Really? Of course. I'll show you a movie tonight, and it's about a chef in a fast track class. By the way, the Nine Tails changed the subject. You're 5 years old now. Can you read? I was speechless at that moment. Come on, if I could read, why would I even bother going to school? All right, after school, buy 2 books. What books? One is a dictionary. What about the other one? How to use a dictionary? Ha ha ha. Damn it. Are you kidding me? I just arrived at the school gate and I felt really emo. Looking at everyone being dropped off by their parents with big bags, I felt so lonely and a little down. Then my buddy, Julama, started cheering me up in my head, saying that while their parents have left, He can always be there for me. Honestly, it warmed my heart a bit. But then this old fox switched his tone. Don't be sad. That girl from the Hyuga family you saved before is also starting school. Take a look. I suddenly became alert. Is that true? Goodness. This Ninetales keeps mumbling about Hinata in my ear every day like brainwashing. They were just an ordinary friend, but now it feels like there's some important NPC. I can see through his little thoughts. He just wants to pair us up. Fine, I stepped into the ninja school. And there was a teacher on duty at the entrance, looking quite normal, not staring at me like a monster like the others in the village. I stared back at him, and the atmosphere felt a bit awkward. I thought I couldn't lose my momentum, so I directly unleashed the social skill my uncle taught me. What are you looking at? I guess that teacher must have considered me a fool in their heart. But they are professional and managed to hold back their laughter, calmly pointing to a path. The freshmen should gather at the playground and wait for the Hokage to speak. I walked to the playground with my hands in my pockets, striding confidently as if I didn't know anyone. Kurama was still lecturing me in my head. Remember, when making friends, first assess whether you can take them on. If you can, use the techniques I taught you. If not, use the ones you used on Shino. Got it? Just 2 sets? Is that enough? You think this is a pancake roll, and I'm going to give you another set? Master these 2 sets first. When I got to the playground, wow, it was packed with little kids. Ino and the others shouted at me from afar. Naruto, over here. I hummed the little tune Kurama taught me and swaggered through the crowd. Well, my entrance stirred up a hornet's nest. Everyone around was whispering. Who is that? Why is he walking so arrogantly? Seems like that fox monster. Damn, has this kid never faced the harsh realities of society? How infuriating. So many girls are looking at him. I need to find a chance to beat him up. Count me in. Count me in too. Great. On the first day of school, I've already become the enemy of the whole school. Shikamaru quickly pulled me aside. Be careful. They're looking at you with strange eyes. I grinned, showing my big white teeth. It's nothing. After school, I'm planning to make some friends with them. As soon as Shikamaru heard my tone, he understood instantly and didn't say anything more. I quietly asked Giolama, where is Hinata? She's behind you, you silly boy. I turned around and locked eyes with Hinata. At that moment, there was a sea of people between us, but she was all I could see. I walked straight through the crowd to her side, and despite having a lot to say, all that came out was her name, Hinata. She replied, Naruto. Then we just stood there, staring at each other, the air almost solidifying around us. Kurama in my head was practically laughing hysterically, saying that I had to get a copy of Hot Paradise for some lessons. Just then, the teacher started calling the roll. Hyuga Hinata. The teacher shouted. No response. The teacher called again. Is Hyuga Hinata here? Just as the teacher was about to mark her as late, a voice that sounded like a mosquito came through. Here. As if afraid the teacher couldn't hear, she mustered up her courage and shouted, here. With that shout, all eyes in the room turned towards her. Hinata's little face turned bright red. Seeing her shy expression made me think one thing. This world is worth it. But the kids around us had really loose lips. What a person, even that fox spirit, is distracted. Look at her white eyes. She looks like a monster. A white-eyed monster and a fox spirit monster. Hey, they really are a match. I was so angry that my blood boiled, and I complained internally to the Ninetales. Have these little punks never been beaten? Just because of a roll call, they're bullying a girl like this? If I make a move, don't stop me. The Ninetales was excited. Go for it. If you win, I'll teach you real skills. All right, Naruto Uzumaki. Here I go. I shouted with all my might, startling everyone around me. Oh, so this arrogant little brat is named Naruto Uzumaki. His name sounds like ramen. Ha. Remember, just beat up this Naruto Uzumaki. Got it, passing it down? After the roll call, the third Hokage took the stage. I took a closer look and thought, wow, isn't that the retired old man from a couple of days ago? I couldn't help but shout out, Nanny? Retired old man, you are actually the third Hokage. The third Hokage's face twitched on stage. He must have been thinking that just a couple of days ago, I was calling him grandpa, and today I'm calling him old man. But to maintain his image, he pretended not to recognize me. I was completely taken aback, everyone. I was shaking my head in disbelief about Kurama. He's actually the Hokage? That old man whom I called bro, and said he didn't have many jutsu. Kurama remained calm. Didn't I tell you? You forgot the shadow clone, jutsu you learned from him? My head went numb. That old man is really sneaky. At such an old age, he still deceives a 5-year-old. How despicable. Kurama said quietly. Yeah. So tell me, where did your jutsu come from? Well, my uncle is a cunning fox, and I'm still young. Ha, you little fox. The third Hokage began his standard speech. Something about leaves dancing and fire being eternal, a whole set of it. Kurama directly pointed out. Did you see that? He could probably talk about this for a lifetime. You want to be Hokage, right? First, memorize this speech. It's the standard answer. Remember, the easiest way to become someone is to imitate them. This is an information gap attack. I get it. I quickly asked, if I beat them up later, would that conflict with this will of fire to protect my companions? Llama replied immediately, of course it's fine. You're not a ninja. They have to hit you first. That's called self-defense, perfectly reasonable. After the speech, we were divided into classes. I was placed in the same class as Hinata, and I was so happy. But a few chatty guys in the class were unhappy again. What bad luck being in the same class as two monsters. Who asked that girl? Acting all high and mighty, rolling her eyes at everyone. I'll make her regret it after class. On the other side, Sakura and Ino completely ignored me. The two were almost about to fight over who could sit next to Sasuke. That guy, Sasuke, wow, he was surrounded by girls, looking cool on the surface, but that smile he couldn't suppress had already given him away. Poor Shino, playing the cyber invisibility card. I bet if the teacher didn't call his name, no one would know he was in the class. Back in the classroom, our homeroom teacher, Irika, asked everyone to introduce themselves. He started with a brief introduction, then began calling on students at random. Names like TJ Taro and Hanazawa Kana were pretty catchy. When it was my turn, I marched up to the podium. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I love ramen and hate instant noodles that take 3 minutes to cook. My dream is to become Hokage. Below, there was a murmur. Can you become Hokage just because you're allowed? He doesn't even like cilantro. Beat him up. Yeah, just because of that, beat him up. Wow, not liking cilantro has become a mortal sin. Shikamaru went up and simply said, I'm Nara Shikamaru. I hate trouble, then returned to sleep. This threw off the rhythm, and the introductions that followed were faster and faster, with Sasuke just stating his name and finishing. Finally, Irika announced, that's it for today. Everyone can clean up and then go home. As soon as the teacher left, someone blocked the door and directly called my name. Hey, Uzumaki Naruto, why are you so full of yourself? You don't even like cilantro. I was overjoyed just when I was worried about having no reason. They came right to my door. I waved at them. Classmates sigh, Naruto, 1T bead around the bush. If you want to fight, see you on the playground. Just you few? Who else? Let's go. Whoever doesn't go is a coward. When we got to the playground, it was just a few of us from our class. And I thought it was a bit few. I originally wanted to wait for other classes to finish. I shouted to Shikamaru and the others, don't get involved. As a result, they didn't even think about joining in. They were directly pulled by Sakura and Ino, sitting far away, eating CHG's chips while watching the show. Seeing me alone, those guys gained some courage. Why are you so arrogant? Everyone, let's go together and take him down. Oh, come on. A group of them charged over, yelling. So you think there are a lot of you? Shadow clone, Jutsu. With a bang, the entire playground was instantly filled with my shadow clones. Those classmates were dumbfounded on the spot. All of them froze. I won't hold back. I'll just go in and give a good beating. This must be an illusion. Everyone, fight back. Someone shouted loudly. Bang. The first shadow clone was shattered, turning into a puff of smoke. Then came bang, bang, bang. The smoke thickened, completely blocking their line of sight. It was chaotic in the smoke. I blew up too. Hey, be careful behind you. Damn, he's pulling my pants down. Sorry. Ouch. Who am I? Spit, spit, who spat? And even in my mouth. Suddenly someone discovered new territory. There's no smoke below. I'll slide in. Goodness. My shadow clone tactic is amazing. Well, with encircling and attacking, using others as a knife, one person taking on a group, it turned into a tactical crush. By the time Irika-sensei and the others arrived, the battle was already over. Everyone was flattened by me. I acted like a winner, even pretentiously helping a classmate up and brushing off the dirt. Be careful next time when you walk. Don't fall again. The guy was crying, snot running down his face. Irika-sensei was furious. What happened? Fighting on the first day. So many people ganging up on one who hasn't even fought back. And you, Naruto? I raised my hands and said, Teacher, I'm the victim here. Besides, intelligence is the most important thing for a ninja. They dared to act without even knowing my strength. They deserve it. Irika-sensei was so angry that the veins on his forehead were popping, and he shouted at me, Naruto. That voice was like a lion's roar, and the shadow clone I left behind was instantly blown away by his shout. I had already slipped away, and to avoid being discovered, I didn't even bring Hinata with me. As I ran, I said to Kurama, I haven't said goodbye to Hinata yet. Kurama replied, you should worry about yourself first. There are people from the Hyuga family watching you at the school gate. I can feel that resentment, even in the classroom. I don't really care. Let them hate. By the way, Julama, what about the kung fu you mentioned? We'll talk about it tonight. For now, let's go harvest the vegetables at the camp. When we got back to the camp, Shikamaru and the others also arrived, and everyone helped with the harvest. Looking at the bountiful yield, I wave my hand. Everyone, take some home for your parents to try, and the rest will sell to our dear classmates tomorrow. Sakura seemed a bit worried. Will they buy it? Every time I think of those classmates I knocked down, I can't help but laugh. Don't worry, they'll buy it. Kurama is also smirking in my mind. After all, you put in so much effort if they don't buy it. Isn't that a bit disrespectful? Early the next morning, as soon as the sun rose, Shikamaru and the others came to find me. Hey bro, we're here. I greeted them. Today we're going to make some money. Will it really go that smoothly? Of course. I'm full of confidence. First, I'll give each teacher a little something, then share some with every classmate. I'm even worried there won't be enough to go around. Why wouldn't they buy it? Not buying it would mean looking down on us. Let's head to school first. So guess what happened? Let me tell you, Naruto isn't going to school. He's going to expand the market. When we arrived at school, as soon as the inventory was revealed, we immediately started assigning tasks. Come on, everyone take a bag of vegetables. Quickly, throw a bag on each teacher's desk. Wow, those little brothers just got recruited yesterday, and today they became a ground promotion team. A group of us stormed into the teacher's office, and as soon as the door opened, Naruto's loud voice rang out. Good morning, teachers. These are organic vegetables we grew ourselves, just a small token of respect to help everyone cool down. Irika-sensei turned pale and pointed at Naruto, saying, Naruto, what are you up to this time? Naruto grinned and cheekily replied, teachers work hard. It's easy to get heaty, so eat more vegetables. It's good for your health. Get out. Hurry up and get out. Irika-sensei's roar nearly shook the ceiling. All right, mission accomplished, brothers, retreat. Naruto called out, and with a whoosh, he and his followers ran off. Back in the classroom, most people had arrived. Without saying a word, Naruto jumped onto the podium, acting like a mountain king. Ahem. Yesterday we got to know each other a bit. Now, is there anyone who doesn't know me? The little kids below dared not speak, their eyes full of drama. Seeing their awkward expressions, Naruto laughed. Hey, we're all classmates, right? If you don't like me, I don't like you either. How about we have another fight? Just to make me happy? He shifted his tone, smiling innocently. From today on, you all automatically join my Naruto group. If anyone has different opinions, feel free to speak up. I love to educate people. You know what? There was indeed a stubborn kid. A little boy stood up and shouted, what kind of trash is this Naruto group? Who wants to join? After shouting, he felt quite proud, but when he looked around, wow, no one supported him, and the atmosphere became extremely awkward. This guy was quick on his feet, and he immediately made up for himself. Uchiha Sasuke is in our class. If you can get him to join, I'll be convinced. Family, who understands? This is the skill of shifting the blame, truly a standout in the workplace of 2025. As a result, Naruto silenced him with one sentence. Wasn't he standing with my Naruto group yesterday? Are you blind? After saying that, he turned to shout at Sasuke. Sasuke, isn't that right? Sasuke was still a cold little brat back then, not understanding any of this, looking completely confused. Naruto immediately took a step forward, rested his arm on Sasuke's shoulder, and announced to the whole class, see? One of us. I told you he's with us. No need for further discussion. And just like that, the tool, Sasuke, was kidnapped by Sakura and Ino, as if the two girls had just won the lottery. On Naruto's side, he sat at a table with Hinata, her little face blushing, her fingers almost digging a hole in the table, quietly calling out, Naruto-kun. Oh, before we dive into Naruto's chaos, let me tell you about Kakashi's side, which was quite a roller coaster. Right after Naruto entered the school, Kakashi had just finished his nanny duties and was preparing to go back to the Umbu to slack off. Suddenly, the third Hokage summoned him with a jutsu. The old man pulled out a scroll from a pile of documents, took a puff of smoke, and with a deep gaze said, Kakashi, there's a mission in the land of snow. Remember, staying alive is the priority, just do your best. Kakashi was still thinking about Naruto, but the third waved his hand. It's fine, that kid has grown up, he won't starve. All right, since the leader spoke. Kakashi set off in the afternoon. He casually found a boat at the port, paid, and boarded smoothly. By night, Kakashi lay in the cabin, lulled by the sound of the waves, and soon fell asleep. Let me tell you, here's the key part. He dreamed. What did he dream about? The gift package DLC left by the Nine Tails. Wow, that was several terabytes of study materials. Kurama really understands men. Kakashi was laughing so creepily under the covers that his mask was almost slipping off. Upon arriving in the land of snow, Kakashi quickly found his mission target, Princess Fuka and her old butler, Santai. Kakashi revealed his identity. Konoha Ninja, Hatake Kakashi, here to provide support. Princess Fuka looked miserable. Her father had just been killed by her uncle, and she was being hunted completely dazed. The old butler Santai looked at Kakashi and felt a pang of anxiety. Why did they send a young kid? He looks barely an adult. Is he reliable? Did Konoha send him here to get killed? He cautiously asked, can you really take the princess away? Kakashi glanced at the helpless-looking Princess Fuka, who seemed like a little kitten, and suddenly thought of Rin. He looked at his right hand, which was stained with blood that could never be washed away. No, absolutely not. The tragedy cannot repeat itself. His heart raced, and he decisively said, don't worry, I can take her away, no problem. I guarantee it with my life. A flicker of hatred ignited in Princess Fuka's eyes. Ninja, can you help me kill them? Kakashi asked about the enemy's strength, but the old butler knew nothing. Only that they had samurai, no ninjas. Kakashi understood that if he went to confront the entire Snow Ninja village alone, it would be pure suicide. He could only tell Princess Fuka, it may not be possible right now, but I promise, in the future, I will come back and defeat Fuka's uncle. Looking at Kakashi's determined gaze, Princess Fuka decided to go with him. Everything was ready, and Kakashi took Princess Fuka's hand, stepping onto the path of escape. However, they hadn't gone far when suddenly, a person jumped out of the snow pile. A snow ninja jonin, Wolf Fong, Avalanche. Oh, a Konoha ninja? You dare come alone? You look down on us snow ninjas, huh? As soon as he finished speaking, another female ninja, Blowing Snow, and a chubby guy, Rainy Snow, appeared, and the three of them immediately formed a pocket formation. Princess Fuka, hold on tight to me, Kakashi shouted, picking her up. Using Shadow Clone Jutsu, he created two more of himself, with three Kakashis carrying three Princess Fukas, running in different directions. The other side wasn't stupid either. They split forces to encircle them, throwing kunai everywhere. The female ninja called Blowing Snow quickly formed several hand seals. Ice Release, Snowstorm. Wow, the ice kunai flew around like it had aimbot, and could even turn corners. One shadow clone was blown up. Kakashi realized this wouldn't work. They had too many people and reinforcements, and he couldn't afford to drag it out. He focused on the slowest moving chubby guy, Rainy Snow, preparing to use him as a breakthrough point. But before he could move, Avalanche finished his hand seals and shouted, Ice Release, One-Horn Beluga. My goodness. A unicorn whale made of ice burst out of the snow and came crashing down towards the two Kakashis with a thud, covering such a wide area that there was no way to dodge it. Just as it happened, Kakashi quickly placed Little Snow on the ground, and his Sharingan activated in an instant. He performed 5 hand seals and unleashed his original jutsu. Lightning Release, Chidori. The sharp, piercing cry of a bird echoed through the sky as Kakashi transformed into a bolt of lightning, piercing straight through the giant white whale. The shadow clone quickly carried Little Snow and continued to run, while Kakashi's main body prepared to hold the rear. Wolf Fong looked on, intrigued, but he remained calm, ready to summon another one. Just as he began to form hand seals, he noticed that the Kakashi opposite him was forming the same seals at the same speed. Both of them shouted simultaneously, Ice Release, One-Horned White Whale. The two gigantic ice whales collided violently in midair, exploding into a storm of ice and snow. Wolf Fong was stunned and exclaimed, You are the copy ninja of Konoha.Chakra Kakashi? Seeing this, Blowing Snow immediately trapped Kakashi in an ice prison, preparing to catch him like a turtle in a jar. Inside the ice prison, Kakashi calmly formed hand seals, ready to surprise them with Chidori the moment they broke through. As the ice prison shattered, Kakashi's Chidori burst forth with the force of thunder. But guess what? They were wearing armor. A set of chakra armor absorbed the energy of Chidori. Kakashi saw that he couldn't fight, so he quickly threw a smoke bomb and used a few body flicker techniques to chase after his shadow clone. As he ran, he combined ninjutsu, creating waterfalls and earth moves, finally using Chidori to trigger an avalanche at the mountain peak, causing a massive snow slide. Trying to block us with an avalanche? The 3 snow ninjas quickly erected 3 ice walls. Kakashi saw this and decided to up the ante. Earth Release, Earth Flow River. The mudslide mixed with the avalanche completely obliterated the ice walls, burying the 3 snow ninjas instantly. Kakashi's chakra was running low, so he hurriedly carried Little Snow towards the harbor. On the way, Little Snow glanced at Kakashi's profile and couldn't help but give him a kiss. Wow, that kiss seemed to give Kakashi a buff, making him run even faster. They finally reached the harbor, where the boat had already started to depart. Kakashi dashed across the water's surface towards the boat. The snow ninjas behind him caught up, using chakra skis to gain speed. Just as Kakashi boarded the ship, Blowing Snow's Yin chased after him, aiming to cut the sail. Kakashi fully activated his Sharingan, wielding a kunai, and clinked away on the deck, blocking all the ice kunai that came at him. The chubby rain, mixed with snow, tried to take advantage of the situation to board the ship, but was sent back into the sea by Kakashi's water release, Water Dragon Bullet. In the end, Wolf Fong used his ultimate move, Ice Release, breaking Dragon and Fierce Tiger, summoning an ice tiger that roared towards Kakashi. Kakashi could only grit his teeth and use Water Release, Water Barrier to defend. He managed to block it, but due to his chakra being depleted, he fell into the sea with a splash. The icy seawater enveloped him, and his consciousness began to blur. Is this it? Am I going to die here? Suddenly, a jolt in his mind. The Ninetales was activated. A familiar and domineering voice echoed. This is the reward for your hard work, Kakashi. What? Reward for hard work. In the next moment, red-tailed beast chakra surged from within Kakashi. How do I have chakra again? The snow ninjas, seeing that Kakashi was about to board the ship, were delighted, when suddenly the sea erupted. Kakashi, who had fallen into the sea, burst out of the water. His hand speed, honed over 18 years, exploding in an instant. Water release. Multiple water dragon bullets. Water release. Great waterfall technique. Water release. Water surge wave. I tell you, that scene, with dozens of water dragons swirling with towering waves, bombarded the snow ninjas like it was a one-man show. The three snow ninjas were dumbfounded, thinking, if you have this ability, why didn't you use it earlier? After pretending for so long and still can't win, who are you showing off to? Kakashi's maneuvers sent them crashing back to the shore, battered by the waves like a few salted fish. Then, with a handsome water body flicker, he returned to the boat and smiled slightly at the worried little snow princess on the deck. I'm back. Little Snow immediately jumped into his arms. Kakashi, holding the beauty, thought to himself that the study materials from the Ninetales finally had a place to be useful. All right, Kakashi is enjoying both love and career success. Let us switch back to Naruto. He was so bored in school. Finally, enduring until the end of class, a classmate stood up to provoke him. Vortex Naruto. Don't be arrogant. My brother is in 3rd grade, and I'll have him teach you a lesson. Naruto laughed upon hearing this. Why didn't you say so earlier? I would VE taken him down too. Without further ado, he took that kid to the 3rd grade. Finding his brother, he directly challenged him to a fight in the school's back alley. As soon as the opponent made a move, Naruto poofed into smoke. The next second, dozens of Narutos rushed out from the corner, howling as they pounced. That scene was simply inhumane, a single person surrounded and kicked. After the fight, Naruto collected money from each one. Anyone who fought just now, pay me $1,000 each, or I'll fight you every time I see you. After collecting the money, Naruto put on a friendly business smile. This money will count as your deposit. I'm a serious vegetable seller now, grown outside the village. All natural and pollution-free. From now on, everyone has to bring me some vegetables home, got it? This counts as joining the club. If anyone bullies you in the future, just mention my name, and I sell vegetables fairly. Thus, Naruto's vegetable business became a huge hit in the school. The whole school knew that a cocky new 1st grader had beaten the 3rd graders. Hinata Niji also heard about it. Originally, his family head wanted him to find a chance to teach Naruto a lesson, but he was too lazy to move. However, now everyone in the school who wanted to form factions regarded defeating Naruto as their ultimate goal. So, every class break, someone would come to challenge Naruto, and he accepted them all. Strangely, these classmates paid to get beaten up. Although it hurt like hell at the time, by the next class, their injuries healed, and they felt stronger. Thus, a bizarre cycle was born. To get the chance to challenge Naruto, they had to help him sell vegetables. After selling the vegetables and earning money, they paid Naruto to take a beating, then became stronger. Everyone surprisingly enjoyed this process. I tell you, these people have really lost it. The whole school is almost becoming my exclusive vegetable garden. But I have to say, there are always a few clueless ones who are unhappy with the situation. They can't beat me, so they set their sights on Hinata. All day long, they make snide remarks, calling her a Byakugan monster and saying her eyes are scary, even putting on a show, claiming that enemies would be so disturbed by her eyes that they die. Does anyone understand? Those little losers are always chattering away. Their voices aren't loud, but are extremely insulting. At that moment, I really want to give each of them a good slap, but Hinata grabbed my arm. Goodness. The Ninetales inside me was almost going crazy. He directly spoke in my mind. Kid, you can protect her for a moment, but can you protect her for a lifetime? Does she really want to hide behind you forever? This question left me speechless. The Ninetales is quite the strategist. He immediately said to stop complaining and let me show you to a movie. I was still holding Hinata's hand when whoosh. A film of It Man was directly inserted into our minds. I'm telling you, it felt like opening a VR experience in my brain, crystal clear, every move engraved in our DNA. After one class, Hinata entered a state of enlightenment. Her eyes were closed, but her mind had already mastered Wing Chun. I was just puzzled why Hinata was learning Wing Chun, and I only remembered one phrase, because I'm bad. The Nine Tails even showed me a passage from the Analects, but I ended up misunderstanding it. He said, "Do not impose on others what you do not want." And I thought, doesn't that mean the opposite? If you desire something, then impose it on others? Right now, I really want to beat them up, especially want to sell them vegetables. The Nine Tails was silent at that moment, probably reflecting on his teaching methods. I felt like his CPU was about to overheat from my peculiar thought process. As soon as the class bell rang, Hinata opened her eyes, and her aura was completely different. In the most timid tone, she said the most badass thing. "I want to take on 10. The Nine Tails was roaring in my head. "Hurry, hurry. Call over those loudmouths. I can't wait to see the show." I called those 3 to the backyard, and they were quite arrogant, saying I couldn't make a move, and whoever did was a little dog. But as soon as we got there, Hinata stood there and said, "You guys, come at me together." The 3 of them were stunned. This wasn't the script. They were supposed to be begging for mercy, right? But they still charged in bravely. Let me tell you, the scene was incredible. Hinata started with a Wing Chun stance, asking for a hand, blocking hands, and intercepting legs. Her movements were fluid. The one on the left got a direct punch to the face, and then she knocked him away with an Iron Mountain lean. The one in the middle was hit with a series of strikes up close, drooling everywhere, and ended up curled on the ground like a shrimp. The last one tried to use his height advantage, but Hinata charged in, intercepted his leg, and then delivered a series of punches to his abdomen, gently waking up his dormant spirit by tapping his head. Wow, it was so clean and neat that I almost couldn't watch. But the Nine Tails in my head was howling with joy, saying Hinata was still too kind and didn't even knock out a tooth. Who understands? This fox has a bit of a violent tendency in her. Coincidentally, Hinata's genius cousin, Niji Hyuga, also came to watch the excitement. He initially wanted to see Hinata make a fool of herself, but ended up being completely stunned, his jaw almost dropping. He must have been thinking, is this really my useless cousin? Is this soft fist technique? The main family kept such a move hidden? Once Hinata finished, the surrounding classmates were so scared that they scattered in a hurry. Hinata saw Niji and politely called him Niji and I. Niji's expression was like he had seen a ghost. His worldview probably collapsed. I went up to handle the aftermath and told the 3 who were knocked down, "You fell on your own, got it?" The 3 nodded vigorously, and one clever one even said the last one was knocked out by the other 2 because he didn't eat cilantro. I casually made them each pay me $1,000, telling them to come to me after school to get some vegetables to take home. Once this incident happened, rumors exploded in the school. There were all sorts of versions, saying I single-handedly challenged a whole class and that I bribed teachers to beat up classmates. Hinata's side was even more outrageous, claiming she could take out opponents with just one glare, her Byakugan being invincible. The 3rd Hokage watched the whole live broadcast in the Hokage building with a crystal ball, and he was also stunned. He thought I was causing trouble, but it turned out Hinata was the hidden big boss. He wondered when the Hyuga family developed such amazing taijutsu and that they could use it without even activating the Byakugan. He definitely needed to ask about this. After school in the afternoon, I brought a big group of clients back to the camp and held a vegetable pyramid scheme meeting. I told them, my strength all comes from eating my vegetables. Shino even acted as my spokesperson on the spot, using bugs to spell out that they could really get stronger. And the effect was outstanding. Wow. With a pyramid scheme model, developing downlines, and a membership system, I managed to dazzle these elementary school students. Shikamaru was dumbfounded by the side, probably thinking about how to apply this trick to their family pharmacy. Having made our first pot of gold, we at Team Naruto decided to have a team-building event and treat ourselves to a nice meal. The girls went to buy meat while we boys went fishing and digging holes. The Nine Tails even personally guided me to make a beggar's chicken, grandiosely named Chicken Mud Too Beautiful. Just when we were bustling with excitement over here, the Hyuga family was brewing some undercurrents. Niji, filled with anger, rushed to find his uncle, Hinata's father, Hayashi Hyuga, wanting some answers. But before he could say 2 words, the 3rd Hokage strolled in as well. I'll tell you, those 2 old men were just talking past each other. Hizashi said, "Hinata, your gentle fist is really well hidden." Hizashi thought that Niji had injured someone and directly said, "If someone gets hurt, we'll cover the medical expenses, but how to punish them is our family's business, not for you Hokage to manage." The 3rd Hokage got angry, thinking, "I'm talking about Hinata. Why are you bringing up Niji?" He slammed the table and said, "Stop pretending. I'm talking about the new set of boxing techniques Hinata used this morning." As soon as he said this, the whole place fell silent. Hizashi was stunned, and everyone from the Hyuga clan was confused, except for Niji, who knew something big was about to happen. Hizashi had no choice but to call Hinata and Niji over for a practice match, wanted to put on a show for the third Hokage. But the two of them ended up playing around like it was a game, and the third Hokage exploded right there. "Are you treating me like a fool?" Now it couldn't be hidden anymore. Hizashi pulled Hinata aside to ask, and Hinata demonstrated the Wing Chun style, cleverly claiming it was her own development. Hizashi was shocked on the spot. "My daughter is a genius?" Niji finally understood. It wasn't he that the main family was hiding secrets, but that he was blind and had been teaching a genius without realizing it. He probably thought to himself, "I'm the real clown." Just like that, our Naruto club's influence grew stronger. Every first grader, one by one, faced beatings if they didn't buy vegetables after school. The whole school was filled with a strange yet harmonious atmosphere of exercising, planting vegetables, selling vegetables, getting beaten, and getting stronger. Anyway, after a few days, our Naruto club unified the school. If you can't beat them, join them. Everyone understands this logic. I'll tell you, that Ninetales guy had quite the sense of ceremony, insisting we have a uniform. Each person got a white cloak with two big characters on the back. Justice. Goodness, it was peak Shinibu. This news even reached the third Hokage, and he probably thought, "Oh, just kids playing house. How could they turn the tables?" In the end, we didn't turn the tables. We directly turned the entire school's learning atmosphere upside down. First graders were constantly pestering third graders with questions, to the point where the older students began to doubt their lives. Who understands this scene? It was simply beautiful. We had copies of the real questions from the Chunin exam, classified and analyzed better than the standard answers. As for me, I'm even more heavyweight. In class, I directly use multiple shadow clones, occupying all the seats in one class by myself, effectively taking up the equivalent of 10 classes in one session, focusing on efficiency. I haven't stopped my weight training after class either, and recently, I even learned a new skill called inch punch. This thing has become quite legendary, with people saying that as long as my fist touches you, I can send you flying. Anyway, the guy I sent flying 5 or 6 meters believes it. Afterward, he said he was glad he wore protective gear, or else he felt he might have to accept his fate. Just as I was getting carried away, something happened. Our Naruto group started noticing that some people in the village had strange looks in their eyes. Kurama reminded me that the chakra seeds I distributed might have enhanced their perception. Then one day, Kurama suddenly shouted in my head, "Naruto, that vegetable seller doesn't even sense your killing intent." I was immediately alarmed, thinking it was impossible, absolutely impossible. I jump around the village every day. Which vendor doesn't hate me to the bone? I went straight up to him and said, "Hey uncle, are you new here?" To my surprise, he smiled at me. He actually smiled at me. This is more outrageous than seeing a pig climb a tree. I immediately concluded, spy, 1000% spy. Without saying a word, I called for backup and summoned the Uchiha from the security department. At first, those Uchiha didn't believe me, looking at me with expressions like, "What trouble is this brat trying to stir up again?" I got anxious and shouted, "No one understands how much these people in Konoha hate me more than I do." His smile is the biggest flaw. The Uchiha captain was probably impressed by my logic, stood there in a daze for a while, and decided to give it a try. Guess what happened next? It was spot on. That guy didn't even know the captain of the security department. He was caught on the spot. Afterward, the captain even came over to thank me. I tell you, in my entire life, it was the first time I was thanked by someone, and that feeling, wow, it was amazing. I immediately decided that I would take on the task of catching spies. Just like that, the whole school got involved, except for a few people. Like that bushy-browed Lee. This guy is a pure taijutsu enthusiast, and he was originally practicing happily, but when he saw our whole group acting like villains, he got completely thrown off. He went to challenge the top student of his grade, the Hyuga Niji. As a result, Niji, being a true schemer, diverted the trouble and sold me out. He tricked Lee into thinking, "You should fight that first-year Naruto, he's a genius. If you beat him, you'll be awesome." Lee actually believed him and came to find me. The moment we met, he said, "I heard you're a genius. I want to challenge you." I heard genius and thought, oh, now I'm wide awake. I laid my cards on the table. That's right, I am. Before the fight, I took off my weights. I knocked my wrists twice, my legs twice, and let my vest drop with a clang that cracked the ground. Lee's eyes nearly popped out. He must have been thinking, is this really a first year? I immediately used a shadow clone jutsu, and the whole area was filled with me. The fight was so intense that it was like the heavens were dark and the sun was obscured. In the end, we were both exhausted, panting heavily. But I could tell from his eyes that he acknowledged me. I also admired him. For a pure taijutsu guy, he could keep up with me like this. We exchanged a fist bump, and wow. ISNT that more thrilling than anything? I accepted Lee as a friend, and the Ninetales secretly gave him a boost, saying that after a good sleep, he could learn some techniques like the snake hand and drunken fist. I don't know, and I don't dare to ask. Then I continued my spy-catching mission. I was really on fire. The Konoha interrogation department was working like 007, and they were about to collectively resign. The Uchiha were green with envy. All their achievements were being snatched away by a kid. The village was buzzing, saying that the Uchiha security department was worse than a child. They couldn't hold their heads up anymore and started to work overtime like crazy. This matter eventually reached the third Hokage, who summoned the Uchiha clan leader for a stern questioning. In the end, the result was that the Konoha security level was maxed out and the entire city went on lockdown. The spy-catching incident came to a temporary halt, and the Ninetales was getting bored again. He insisted that I go stir up trouble, saying that last time Lee challenged me, it was Niji who was instigating from behind. I thought, that makes sense. Let us go after him. As soon as the bell rang, I stood up on the desk and called out, "Brothers of the Naruto class. In 10 minutes, I want all the information on Hyuga Niji." The scene, wow. Hinata next to me turned pale, and later when she saw the information, oh, it was that cousin who bullied her. Now I had even more reason to fight. Hinata also reminded me that Niji is a genius and might learn something just by watching Wing Chun once. I made a bet with Hinata, saying, "Don't worry, I'm a genius." Then I bolted toward the second grade. Let me tell you, it was spectacular. I was running ahead, Hinata was chasing me, our class was chasing Hinata, and then everyone in the school joined in, thinking a marathon was starting. When I blocked Niji's path, that guy still had a deadpan face as if everything was under his control, saying something about fate being predetermined. Bah, today, I'm going to show you what it means to defy fate. As soon as I finished speaking, without giving him a chance to respond, I clapped my hands. Suddenly, the multi-shadow clone technique was unleashed, and in an instant, I overwhelmed him with a flood of clones. The entire backyard was filled with me, densely packed, and anyone with a fear of crowded spaces would be intimidated. Ningxi's lifeless face finally showed a hint of change. The veins around his eyes bulged, and he rolled his eyes, scanning the area like a 360-degree panoramic camera. However, he was even more confused because, in his perspective, all my dozens of clones had identical chakra flow, making it impossible for him to tell which one was the real deal. I let out a chuckle and shouted, "Go." The two clones on the left and right launched an attack. Let me tell you, that guy Niji is really something. His movements are like a dance, weaving through the crowd without getting touched at all. I was shocked. Who among my family understands? His positioning is just too smooth. As I saw the human wave tactic about to fail, my two clones on the outside quickly crouched down, and with both hands lifted, the clone behind them stepped on their hands and flew out, playing the human catapult. Niji felt the pressure now. Every palm strike he delivered was charged with chakra, and it hurt like crazy when it hit my clones. My clones disappeared like dumplings being boiled, but he himself remained composed, almost like a martial arts master. The big fox in my head couldn't stand it anymore and directly spoke up, "Idiot, that's the Byakugan, one of the 3 great dojutsu, capable of seeing through chakra with a 360-degree view. Don't play technical games with him. His gentle fist is for close combat. Just grab his thigh and lock his arms. Use ground techniques to entangle him." As soon as I heard it, it made sense. I immediately changed my tactics and shouted at all the clones, "Charge! Stop fighting and grab him! Lock him down!" The scene took a dramatic turn. A group of us pounced like hungry wolves, not seeking to harm the enemy, but only to hold him down. Niji was probably seeing this kind of situation for the first time. He suddenly struck a pose and shouted, "You have already entered my attack range. 8 trigrams, 32 palms." Damn, that was so cool and so fast. I saw his figure flicker, and in an instant, he unleashed 2 palms, then another flicker for palms, another flicker, 8 palms, 16 palms, a series of moves as fierce as a tiger. My clone was exploding into white smoke like cutting wheat, and I could still hear the sound of "ouch, that hurts," echoing. By the time he finished his smooth little combo with 32 palms, Niji was clearly a bit out of breath. He stood in the smoke, probably thinking his moves were incredibly impressive and that he had already won. But when the smoke cleared, my main body was standing there, just fine, wearing a smirk on my face, as if to say, "Do you think you're funny?" I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. I said, "Dude, you're doing great. Just don't count next time." "Are you really helping me count?" How considerate. He looked down and turned pale, while he was focused on delivering those 32 palm strikes. My clones had already latched onto his ankles like moles. The other two clones had jumped on him and locked his arms. TSK, TSK, TSK. The 8 trigrams 32 palm is really terrifying. As I spoke, I sent the other clones to give him a good beating. Niji was restrained and couldn't fight back at all. He could only endure the hits. He probably passed out without even figuring out why my shadow clones could take a beating so easily, all of them crying out in pain, while he himself was genuinely hurt. Later, it spread throughout the school that although Niji lost, he didn't make a sound the whole time. His bones were really tough. When Niji woke up in the classroom and heard his classmates' flattery, his expression was worse than if he had eaten shit. He must have been roaring inside. I passed out. What the hell do you mean? I didn't say anything. After that incident, my status in school skyrocketed. I directly announced the establishment of a Naruto Sect. From then on, if anyone had a conflict, instead of arguing, they could come to me. They could hit my shadow clones. And whoever broke, more would be in the right. I tell you, I was born to be a disciplinary committee member. Not long after, a big event happened in the village. The Uchiha clan, with their red-eyed police, were struggling to catch spies, and their efficiency was lower than mine. Then some parents started getting devious ideas, asking their kids, who were my Naruto Sect followers, to seek my help. Well, that spread quickly, and soon the whole village was coming to me, this child laborer. The big fox in my head directly refused and told me, the working person has a working spirit, but working for free is impossible. Listen to me. We should focus on knowledge payment. It has to cost money. As soon as I heard this, I thought, right? So I started charging and set a clear price for being a spy. This stirred up a hornet's nest. And a bunch of people went to complain to the old man from the 3rd generation, saying that I, a little kid, was monopolizing and disrupting the market order. The old man had no choice but to come talk to me. He directly sent a doppelganger to the school to confront me. But with over a dozen copies of me in class, he couldn't tell which one was the real me. In the end, frustrated, he exploded one of my doppelgangers that was attending class, calling me in for a remote summons. At that time, I was wearing a cloak that said justice and patrolling the streets with the Uchiha clan. Suddenly, I got a call from Grandpa Hokage to have tea. On the way, the big fox held a pre-battle mobilization meeting for me, teaching me how to stretch my limits and catch a wolf with empty hands. As soon as I entered the Hokage's office, I started a psychological battle with him, where whoever spoke first would be the loser. The old man pretended to ignore me while reviewing documents, so I feigned a stomach ache and said I needed to use the restroom. When he saw I was about to leave, he quickly called me back, saying he wanted to give me a reward. I ignored him completely and just slammed the door shut as I walked out. I was really panicking outside the door, thinking, damn, my money is still inside. In the end, I had no choice but to muster up my courage and push the door open again. The two of us exchanged a smile, and the awkwardness was so thick it could be measured in square footage. Grandpa, Naruto. We both spoke at the same time, then simultaneously said, you go first. Great. Now, it was even more awkward. In the end, it was the 3rd Hokage who couldn't hold back first. He asked me what reward I wanted. We started haggling like vendors in a market. When it came to money, he wanted a package deal, while I wanted to calculate it separately. As for benefits, I wanted to rank ninjutsu as welfare for my followers, and he wanted to seize the opportunity to hold a commendation ceremony and count the favor as his own. When it came to positions, I wanted to get our graduating students from the Naruto Sect into the security department, and he was evasive. This old fox was as shrewd as a monkey. We went back and forth, spitting words at each other, and finally, we reached an agreement. The previous spy's compensation would be settled. He would teach ninjutsu privately without any formalities, and most importantly, he agreed to give me a batch of temporary positions in the security department for the key members of the Naruto Sect. Although they would be paid with D-rank mission funds, at least they would have some formal positions. The old man was pleased with this small amount of money. He resolved a big problem and conveniently threw some sand into the Uchiha security department. His calculations were more precise than anyone else's. I was happily working on my blueprint for a business empire, completely unaware that a figure, weary and sorrowful, had walked into the Hokage building. It was Itachi. He had failed his mission, watching helplessly as his teammates were killed by a mysterious man in a mask. Those partners he once went on missions with and bickered with were gone just like that. In that moment, the world of this genius cracked for the first time. And let me tell you, this crack had long been seeded. This kid was different from others since he was little. While other kids played in the mud, his father, Fugako Uchiha, took him to witness the Ninja World War. Goodness, the scene was one of carnage, with bodies everywhere and rivers of blood. You tell me, how could a little kid not have psychological issues after seeing this? On the battlefield, he actually encountered something. He saw an enemy ninja nearly dying of thirst, and kindly offered him some water. The moment that guy recovered and saw his forehead protector, he didn't hesitate to attack him. Itachi reacted quickly and took care of the guy, but from that moment on, he was bewildered. What was this all about? War, life? Meaning, these questions swirled in his mind. Later, to understand, he even went to ask the village's eccentric scientist, Orochimaru. Orochimaru's response was shocking. Life has no meaning unless you can achieve immortality. Hearing this, little Itachi's worldview collapsed. He felt that living was pointless and almost threw himself off a cliff. In the end, his survival instinct pulled him back, and he realized, oh, it turns out no one wants to die. It wasn't until his mother became pregnant with Sasuke, watching her belly grow day by day, that he felt he had found an anchor in life, protecting his family and the soon-to-arrive brother. But what happened? Just a few days into this good life, the Nine Tails incident erupted. Our Uchiha clan, clearly on the front line, evacuating the crowd and fighting hard, ended up being treated as the prime suspects by the higher-ups simply because the Sharingan could control the Nine Tails. And the entire clan was pushed to the outskirts of the village. Who understands this? This was an unjust blame we had to bear. Therefore, the death of his teammate was like a needle that popped, burst all the accumulated pain, confusion, and the feeling of betrayal by the world inside him. Holding the still baby Sasuke, tears fell like beads from a broken string. It was at that moment that the sadness and anger in his eyes manifested into a double Tomo Sharingan. Looking at his innocent brother in his arms, he felt a mix of emotions and softly asked, Sasuke, one day, will you also have eyes like this? These eyes were bought with the lives of comrades, the sorrowful eyes that saw through this damn world. Deep down, he hoped that Sasuke would never have to experience these things. So guess what happened? I had just lost my teammate, painfully awake in my eyes, and went home looking for some comfort. And my father? The first thing he said was, my son is amazing, opening the Sharingan at 8. Our Uchiha clan's reputation in the village will rise again. No wonder you are my child. At that moment, I was filled with rage. Come on, my teammate just died. This pain was something I earned with my life. And in your eyes, I'm just a tool for the clan's reputation. I suppressed my anger and for the first time lied to my father, forcing a smile and saying, yes, Dad, I will keep working hard. In that moment, I realized that a ninja might just be a creature that has to hide all their true emotions. Just as I was about to head out for a new mission, my clingy little brother Sasuke ran over and hugged my leg, saying, big brother, you promised to teach me ninjutsu today? That Uzumaki Naruto in our class is super amazing. I could only pat his head and apologize. At that moment, my life mentor, Uchiha Shursui, came over and said he needed me for a secret mission, a thorough cleaning of spies in the village. On the other side, that amazing Uzumaki Naruto was wandering the streets with a group of classmates. They said they were helping to catch spies, but was actually just a funded eating and drinking spree. This kid was out there gorging himself while using shadow clones to attend class. And, as a result, he had a dozen clones in class, yet his grades were still at the bottom. What a mess. Then, the wheels of fate began to turn, and Shursui and I bumped into Naruto at the street corner. This kid was practically a social butterfly. Seeing us in Uchiha clan attire, he came over all friendly. Hey, you're Uchiha, right? I'm Uzumaki Naruto, a special consultant for the security department. Want to grab a bite? It's on me. At that moment, the Nine Tails in Naruto's mind was urging him on. Quick, take them down. Especially that one called Itachi. The last genius who used shadow clones for school was him. So hang out with him more. So, we actually sat down and started a snack diplomacy. Naruto was showing off various snacks while complaining to us that the teachers at school used him as a positive example, saying, look at Uchiha Itachi. He managed his studies with just one shadow clone. And then look at you, Uzumaki Naruto, who can't even get up with a dozen clones. Naruto innocently asked me, Itachi, how did you graduate so quickly? Do you have any secrets? What could I say? I could only respond. I didn't really study much. The Nine Tails in Naruto's head was laughing maniacally. Huh, did you see that? This is a genius. Seeing us being greeted respectfully by passersby while he was being pointed at made Naruto feel a bit down. And he said, I really want to be recognized by everyone too. But the next moment, he pumped his fist and shouted with enthusiasm. So I must become Hokage, so that everyone will recognize me. I looked at his serious face and couldn't help but give him a lesson. No, buddy, your logic is reversed. It's not that becoming Hokage is impressive. It's that everyone thinks you're impressive, and that's why you can become Hokage. Shursui chimed in, talking about mutual understanding and world peace. But then Naruto, with his unique way of thinking, directly retorted, understanding my foot. Sometimes it's really satisfying to just be a map cannon, just like this store. If one snack doesn't taste good, I assume everything they sell is terrible, and when I complain, it's really gratifying. His words left me speechless. I suddenly thought of our Uchiha clan. Weren't we treated like a map cannon by the village's higher-ups? Because of a few people's abilities, our entire family's loyalty was denied. Naruto may have a lot of twisted reasoning, but it seems there's a bit of truth in it. Watching us both in a daze from what he said, Naruto got even more fired up, raising his fist and declaring, "Anyway, I not only want to become Hokage in the future, but I also want to change this world. Let me tell you, the most explosive part is yet to come." The moment the three of us fist bumped, Naruto's nine tails directly opened to super VIP access, swooping in and delivering a package of future scripts and dirt on the higher-ups of Konoha straight into Mai and Shirsue's heads. Good lord, the amount of information was so overwhelming that my CPU almost burned out. After the mission ended, while I was still digesting the shocking news in my mind, I heard Naruto mischievously say, "By the way, Itachi, your brother Sasuke is quite popular at school. He's got 2 girlfriends on either side." I thought to myself, well done. Sasuke, you're better than your brother. Then Shirsuke, still fanning the flames, asked me how things were going with that girl named Izumi. I immediately blushed and stammered that we were just ordinary friends. Meanwhile, Naruto was still chatting with the Nine Tails. He asked the Nine Tails why I, a mere genin, had a presence like the third Hokage. The Nine Tails explained, "Because you both view problems from the perspective of the entire village. That's the Hokage mindset." Then they started rambling, with the Nine Tails boasting that he could take down all 8-tailed beasts with just his mouth, and Naruto insisted on asking for details. The Nine Tails began to tease him. "You don't get it. When you train your chakra to the extreme, even farting could be an S-rank jutsu." Naruto, somewhat confused, asked, "What if I have a stomachache?" The Nine Tails exploded. "Get lost." While Naruto was joking around with the Nine Tails, Kakashi suddenly woke up from a nightmare. In his dream, he had once again pierced Rin's chest with Raikiri. He rushed to the sink, sweating profusely, washing his blood-stained right hand over and over again, as if he could never get it clean. He washed until dawn. Let me tell you, Kakashi was in a really bad state, having nightmares every night filled with slow-motion replays of Raikiri piercing Rin's chest, and when he woke up, he would run to wash his hands as if they were truly stained with blood. As soon as day broke, he dressed like a zombie and went to stand in front of the memorial stone. Anyone who understands knows that whenever he stands in front of that stone, his soul immediately transcends back to the past. But he didn't know that today, next to the memorial stone, 2 people were already hiding in the bushes, waiting for him. Good grief, Danzo had long been eyeing Kakashi's Sharingan. Why? Because he wanted to target the Uchiha clan, but was afraid to directly touch his own people, fearing trouble. And he wasn't sure if the ruthless Uchiha, with double Sharingan, could be defeated by his subordinates. So Kakashi, as an outsider, became the best KPI. Today's mission was a trap set by Danzo, specifically sending 2 elite subordinates to ambush him halfway and gouge out Kakashi's eyes. Unbeknownst to Kakashi, who was still in the dark, he slipped into the umbu, claiming he had a mission, and was directly summoned to the Hokage's office. Upon seeing him, the third Hokage handed him a scroll. "There's intel on Orochimaru's old hideout. Go check it out." Why did the third send him? Let me tell you, this is interesting. 3 years ago, when Orochimaru defected, Kakashi chased after him, but was scared into inaction by a single glance from Orochimaru. Even though Orochimaru was almost out of chakra at that time, perhaps the third thought, you have to get back up where you fell, face your inner demons. Plus, last time Kakashi was close to catching Orochimaru, he was probably the only one in the village with relevant work experience. After reading the mission, the third Hokage told him, "There have been a lot of spies in the village lately, and the rock ninja are causing trouble at the borders. There's really no one else, so you're the only one for this mission. If you run into Orochimaru, send a signal. If not, just handle it yourself, and come back alive." To put it simply, the difficulty of this mission ranged from B rank to S rank, purely depending on luck. Kakashi, being straightforward, accepted it immediately. As soon as he stepped out of the village, Danzo's 2 subordinates followed closely behind, holding a note from the root. And the guards at the entrance didn't dare to make a sound. Poor Kakashi thought he was going to execute a secret mission, completely unaware that 2 teammates were behind him, ready to give him an eye care exercise. While Kakashi was heading into a den of danger, our Prince Naruto was having a rather unique experience. The ninja school was on break, and the students either went home to practice ninjutsu or interned at the Uchiha Police Department. You heard that right. The police department opened up, and under the third's persuasion, Fugaku began recruiting promising outsiders and even set up internship groups with Jounin mentoring Genin. Naruto, taking advantage of the learning opportunity provided by the third. Stuffed all his friends who had bought groceries into the program, calling it resource sharing. You might ask why the proud Uchiha would teach others? This is the Nine Tails grand scheme. To regain their voice, they first needed to win hearts. And these kids are the future direction of public opinion. The Nine Tails wanted to spread its chakra infrastructure throughout the village. I tell you, it really makes me cry. This kid Naruto, under the pretense of helping the police department catch spies, was actually using public funds to eat, drink, and have fun. His theory was that only those without malicious intent are true spies. And so he used this excuse to experience all the entertainment venues in Konoha. Today, he stood at the entrance of the women's bathhouse, looking righteous as he told the Nine Tails, "Kurama, I feel it. There's a huge evil intent inside." The Nine Tails rolled its eyes in the mental space. You can sense a damn thing. Stop trying to add drama to yourself. You just want to go in and have some fun. Learning. This is for learning. Naruto insisted, scampering to a small corner, and with a bang, performed the transformation jutsu. I tell you, that scene was simply at the level of mental pollution. An incredibly ugly, fat woman appeared out of nowhere, her face covered in freckles. With armpit hair longer than mine, wearing a tight purple dress, and stomping and wearing wooden clogs. As soon as she entered, a loud scream was heard. Ah, a ghost! Followed by the sound of various bottles and jars smashing, and a big sister's furious shout. "He's a boy. Kill that little brat." Naruto, sporting a head full of bumps and a bruised face, escaped from the bathhouse and hid in a corner on the roof, feeling withdrawn. The Nine Tails was there, wildly criticizing him. "I'm not saying you, but with your aesthetic, turning into such an ugly big lady. Being able to survive to this age in this chaotic world is a miracle in itself. If people doubt you, who will they believe? I just wanted to learn about the female body structure." Naruto felt wronged like a 200-pound child. The Nine Tails suggested, "You can practice with Hinata." "No. The looks those people in her family give me are all disdainful. As if they want to skin me alive. It's terrifying." Naruto trembled in fear. "And just read books. By the ones with illustrations." The Nine Tails coaxed him. Naruto was taken aback. "Kaibai, how do you understand this so well? Aren't you a tail beast? I'm the best in the world. No one understands knowledge better than me." The Nine Tails struck a pose, completely arrogant. Then, it knowledgeably bumped fists with Naruto, passing on some knowledge. "Yash, transformation jutsu." Naruto shouted again. This time the beauty he transformed into was quite decent, but too stiff like a mannequin. The Nine Tails told him to jump a couple of times. Good grief, the movements were so rigid, like a marionette. The Nine Tails sighed. Sure enough, what you learn from pictures is only static, not dynamic enough. Then it directly stuffed Naruto's mind with the 2025's most popular water obstacle course variety show, Ultimate Brave Charge. Naruto looked at it and instantly understood. Ah, I get it. So when running, it actually moves. This stirred up a hornet's nest. Naruto immediately used the Shadow Clone Jutsu, creating hundreds of Narutos scattered throughout Konoha, starting to practice transformation jutsu like crazy, imitating the movements of passersby. This left the spies lurking in the village utterly confused. Who understands this? Are those Uchiha brats sick? Why are they on heightened alert again? Damn, why has the same person flashed in front of me 3 times in one day? What kind of new surveillance method is this? I heard Konoha has set up an elite training program, pouring all resources into a single kid, forcing him to train intensively with shadow clones. How cruel. We need to hurry and send this intel back. Is there a chance that kid is transformed by those guys from the security department? It's totally possible. Those guys are capable of anything. These spies were now on high alert, seeing everyone as a potential Uchiha undercover agent. The third Hokage, watching from the Hokage building with a crystal ball, couldn't help but laugh, thinking that although Naruto was causing trouble, he was indirectly helping the village conduct a counter-espionage drill, and even filtering out a batch of observant ninjas. Just as Naruto was causing chaos in Konoha, an urgent report landed on the third's desk. When the third opened it, his eyes widened. The power of the Nine Tails has appeared again. The report stated that a team of genin nearly got wiped out during a mission. But one genin suddenly exploded with power at the brink of death, emitting the Nine Tails chakra and directly counter-killed the enemy. Upon checking, the third realized that this child was also an excellent graduate from Naruto's camp, constantly being forced by Naruto to buy groceries, and had even ranked high in shadow clone numbers. The third instantly understood. So that's it. Naruto had already been secretly using the Nine Tails chakra to heal his classmates during their sparring. He thought this was the power left for Naruto by the Minato couple. capable of saving a companion's life in critical moments. This was a huge deal. He immediately called Nara-Shikaku to discuss countermeasures. Meanwhile, in the Uchiha clan's territory, Fugaku wanted to teach his youngest son Sasuke ninjutsu, hoping he would stop rolling around at home all day. By the lakeside, Fugaku took a deep breath to demonstrate his strength. Fire style, grand fireball jutsu. A fireball the size of a house immediately evaporated a layer of the lake's surface. It was Sasuke's turn. Our second pillar held it in for a long time, his face turning red. And then he spat out a small flame the size of a coconut, which then went out. Fugaku's smile instantly froze, and he shook his head in disappointment as he walked away, leaving Sasuke alone, feeling disheveled in the wind, feeling wronged. Why? Has Dad never said Yuri, truly my child? Meanwhile, in Danzo's underground base, he also received the report about the Nine Tails power. He was infuriated, grunting with anger. After all his efforts to acquire Hashirama cells, he couldn't even control his own arm, and that brat Naruto was already able to use the Nine Tails power. He touched his nearly blind Sharingan and looked at the disobedient arm. His resolve to seize Kakashi's Sharingan only strengthened. With that eye, he could balance the powers of Yin and Yang release, control the Nine Tails, and use wood release. At that point, Danzo would truly be the Hokage. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh maniacally in the basement. Ha ha, Danzo am the Hokage. His subordinates followed suit, shouting, Danzo is the true Hokage. Amidst this chaos, Kakashi, moving swiftly, finally arrived at the location marked on the mission intel. It was an inconspicuous cave entrance, but Kakashi knew that below it was Orochimaru's former lair. After scanning the area and confirming there were no traps, he swiftly slipped inside. Behind him, a root ninja silently followed him in, while another set up an ambush outside the cave. Let me tell you, as soon as Kakashi stepped inside, he hadn't even had the chance to see what it looked like in there, when suddenly, boom, there was a huge blast. The entire entrance shook 3 times. That bastard Orochimaru, even when fleeing, didn't forget to set up a trap at the door, aiming to harm others without benefiting himself. Kakashi reacted incredibly quickly, jumping back in an instant, completely unharmed. Before the smoke had even cleared, he noticed someone had followed him in. Taking a closer look, oh, isn't that an old acquaintance? Uchiha? Kakashi asked tentatively. The guy on the opposite side had no choice but to step out from the shadows, awkwardly smiling. Long time no see, Kakashi and I was puzzled at the time. The third Hokage clearly said he didn't send any support. So how did someone from Root show up? And let me tell you, this guy named Uchiha had an aura of killing intent about him that he couldn't hide. Just like an end-of-year summary written by AI in 2025, it looked fake at a glance. Kakashi was clear in his mind that this was most likely a scheme set up by that old man Danzo. However, he maintained a calm facade and pretended to be pleased about the support, thinking to himself, isn't this guy good at wood release? This could make scouting much easier. He smiled and said, you're just in time, you've been a great help. Is Lord Danzo interested in this place too? Uchiha was at a loss for words, stammering out an excuse. He was afraid that if something happened to Kakashi, it would be hard to explain. But in his heart, he thought, I can't just say I'm here to take you down, can I? Kakashi didn't bother to expose him and directly suggested, all right, let's work together. We'll share any findings. How about that? Uchiha hesitated for a moment, thinking that Kakashi had personally killed his teammate Lin, and cooperating with him gave him chills. But there was no other option. So he steeled himself and agreed. The two walked deeper into the base, which was empty and desolate. Orochimaru had fled in a hurry, leaving nothing behind. As they walked, Kakashi remarked, looks like the only trap is right at the entrance. Uchiha added, probably didn't have time to clean up. After circling around, Uchiha couldn't help but ask, what was this place used for? Kakashi replied casually, probably human experiments. The moment those words left his mouth, they hit Uchiha hard. He himself was a product of Orochimaru's experiments and instantly recalled the dark days spent submerged in a tank. While he was lost in thought, Kakashi began his plan to sway him. Your wood release is really convenient, Kakashi said as he watched Uchiha use wood to create a key to open the door. Wood release has significant meaning for Konoha. You should serve the entire village instead of staying in a dark place like Root. Didn't old Danzo ever think of slicing you up for research? This statement triggered Uchiha's PTSD. It was Lord Danzo who saved me. How could he be a bad person? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he tightened his grip on the kunai he had prepared, suddenly lunging at Kakashi from behind. I dodged. Kakashi seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, sidestepping with ease. He had intentionally said those things to give Uchiha the chance to strike. Uchiha, what do you want to do? Without saying a word, Jia threw shurikens and began forming hand seals. Would release, spike. Several sharp wooden spikes shot up from the ground, directly hitting Kakashi. Are you serious? Kakashi, injured, lifted his eye mask, and his 3-tomo Sharingan activated in an instant. Jia shuddered at the pressure of the Sharingan and instinctively turned his head away, unable to meet Kakashi's gaze. That single opening allowed Kakashi to use body flicker technique to create distance, his voice echoing in the empty base. Since you want to kill me, then I want T-hole back. Would release, would prison technique. Jia shouted, binding Kakashi tightly with wood. However, the next second, with a bang, the bound Kakashi exploded into a cloud of smoke. Shadow clone. His real self had already silently moved behind Jia, pressing a cold kunai against his neck. Why do you want my life? Kakashi asked coldly. It's a mission. Cold sweat dripped down Jia's back. Nonsense. What mission in Konoha involves taking out your own people? Kakashi was speechless. You're really funny. Weren't you the one who killed your teammate, after all? Just as he finished speaking, Jia's body suddenly transformed into a piece of wood. Wood clone. Goodness, this kid has really gotten stronger. Kakashi was holding back the whole time, not intending to go all out, and while blocking, he advised, stop it, Jia. The mission ISNT everything. But Jia had already been brainwashed, not listening at all, and he began to engage Kakashi in close combat with his knife skills. Let me tell you, the scene looked like a primary school student fighting a champion fighter. Kakashi couldn't even be bothered to dodge. When Jia realized hand-to-hand combat wasn't working, he resorted to sneak attacks with wood release, which Kakashi couldn't replicate. For ninjas, the mission is everything. Weren't you like that before? Jia successfully landed another sneak attack, regaining his confidence. Then why did you kill Lin? Jia finally shouted that name. Thud. Kakashi's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, this kid really doesn't understand. He is stepping on Kakashi's landmine and dancing like crazy. Kakashi froze. His mind flooded with the image of that rainy day when his right hand pierced through Lin's chest, that warm sensation gradually turning cold. It was because of the mission that I killed her, right? Jia saw him zone out and immediately used another wood prison technique to confine him again. Chidori. Coming back to his senses, Kakashi was completely enraged. Lightning flashed, and he broke free from the wooden prison. The piercing sound of birds echoed his suppressed anger. I won't allow you to bring up Lin's name. Kakashi had truly broken down, tears streaming down his face as he raised Chidori. His voice choked with emotion. I never wanted to kill Lin. With a sobbing tone, he unleashed Chidori, breaking through all defenses and knocking Jia to the ground. Kakashi pinned Jia down, but cried like a child. It was my failure to protect her. That's why Lin died. Just as the two were locked in a stare, the atmosphere thick with tension, suddenly, a massive white, phosphorus snake burrowed up from the ground. It opened its gaping maw and swallowed Jia whole. Jia! Without thinking, Kakashi's Sharingan instantly locked onto the target. Raikiri! A more dazzling flash of lightning erupted, and with one strike, Kakashi slashed open the snake's belly, rescuing Jia and slicing the creature in half. But the snake's blood was problematic. It evaporated into toxic gas upon contact with air. Kakashi pushed Jia away, but he inhaled too much of the toxic gas, and everything went black as he fainted. When Jia woke up, he saw Kakashi, who had saved him but had also fallen unconscious due to the poison. He was completely stunned. I came to kill him, but he saved me twice? Lord Danzo had ordered him to retrieve the Sharingan. He ultimately created a fake Sharingan using wood release, placed it in a gross solution, and left a note for Kakashi before returning to report. When Kakashi woke up and saw the note, his heart sank. Oh no, Jia is in danger. If he returns to Root after failing the mission, that old man Danzo won't let him off the hook. Without a second thought, Kakashi dragged his exhausted body and rushed back to Konoha, heading straight for the Hokage's office. Third Hokage, Danzo wants to kill me. His subordinate Jia disobeyed orders to save me, and now he definitely won't survive if he goes back. Please save him. After listening, the third Hokage fell silent for a moment, picked up a pen, and said to the Umbu beside him, Yuin, take my orders and summon Lord Danzo. This is the Hokage's command. Meanwhile, Jia returned to Root and handed the fake Sharingan to Danzo. The old fox Danzo saw through the ruse at a glance and exploded. You dare to deceive me. You come back after abandoning your mission. What meaning does a mission to kill your comrades even have? Jia was at his breaking point and retorted. Danzo, furious, activated his Sharingan, using a Jinjutsu to knock Jia out, and told the others nearby, take him away and intensify the curse seal. Just then, the third Hokage and Kakashi stormed to the entrance of the Root base. Danzo, come out. The third Hokage was truly resolute this time. Danzo walked out with a dark expression, and the third Hokage got straight to the point. I can overlook Kakashi's matter, but you must hand over that would release ninja. You know better than I do how important would release is to the village. The two exchanged sharp words, and in the end, the third Hokage used Danzo's previous misdeeds as leverage, which reluctantly made Danzo agree to transfer Tenzo to the Hokage's direct umbu. Tenzo was thus rescued and deeply bowed to Danzo. After all, it was a matter of life-saving and nurturing grace. The next day, Tenzo reported to the unfamiliar umbu. And surprisingly, Kakashi was there early, not late for once. Tenzo, over here. Kakashi waved at him happily. From today on, you'll be called Tenzo. Tenzo, no. Tenzo looked at Kakashi's smiling face and nodded. Yes, I am Tenzo. Please take care of me. As he entered, he felt that the atmosphere in the umbu was off. Everyone wore masks, but the curious gazes were almost burning through him. Let me tell you, the umbu group chat must have exploded. Shocking. Cold-blooded Kakashi is furious for love. It's a hit, Tenzo thought to himself, feeling uneasy about the way everyone was looking at him. Meanwhile, on the other side of Konoha in the Uchiha estate, Itachi had also been feeling a bit off lately. He kept having vivid dreams where it seemed like he received spoilers about his life. The massacre, Shirsue's death, Danzo stealing his eyes, his own defection. He knew all the plots. Let me tell you, this is like opening the heavenly eye. The more he thought about it, the more it felt wrong. Why would Shirsue, so strong with his Konoha.Chakra, wait for death? You died, and let me open the Manjiki Sharingan, but I ended up using it all on women? This doesn't make sense. Itachi thought of a bold move, a maneuver that could go down in history. He found Shirsue and quietly said, Shirsue, don't waste your strongest Jinjutsu, Konoha.Chakra. Let us directly give Danzo a thought implant that says I love Uchiha. Uchiha loves me. Let us turn him into one of us. Shirsue also received part of the memories and was stunned upon hearing this. Wow, it can be played like this? Just then, Fugaku called Itachi over with a serious face and said, Itachi, you are now a CH-nin. I hope you join the umbu to provide intelligence for the clan. I tell you, as soon as Fugaku finished speaking, that kid Itachi didn't even blink, standing at attention right away. Yes. Father, I wanted to join the umbu for a long time. Please arrange it quickly. Goodness, this enthusiasm left Fugaku stunned, thinking to himself, when did my son become so ambitious? But he didn't think too much about it. Upon hearing it was for the family, he beamed with joy and waved his hand, telling Itachi to go back and rest. As a result, the next day, this matter reached the third Hokage. The third, holding his pipe, called over Danzo, the old schemer. One of them managed the Hokage's direct umbu, and the other managed the route, so they needed to discuss this. The third got straight to the point. Danzo, the Uchiha clan wants Itachi to join the umbu. That kid just became a chunin and is only 11 years old. What do you think? Danzo's mind was racing with calculations. What was he thinking? This kid has a dark heart. He's fit for dirty work. If something unexpected happened during a mission, wouldn't that Sharingan belong to me? It would be best to wait until he develops further, and then the three Tomo could die. Heh. But he spoke in a grand manner. Hizashi, I can agree to Uchiha Itachi's application. I'm telling you, he can agree to 4 words. And the implication is that he has to add more money. The third Hokage is someone who is extremely perceptive and understands immediately. He knows that Itachi, this kid, is close to Shirsue and can inherit the will of fire. He's a good seed and can't let Danzo ruin him. So the third Hokage directly decided, I'm fine with this. Let's keep this kid with me for now. When Danzo heard this, his face darkened, as he didn't get what he wanted, but there was nothing he could do, so he left with a belly full of anger. On the way, he was still mumbling, my right eye is almost blind. Itachi, you need to grow up quickly. He was calculating, thinking that as long as Itachi was alive, he could be a spy. If Itachi died, he could take his eyes. Either way, it wouldn't be a loss. And so, 11-year-old Uchiha Itachi became the youngest member of the umbu in history. Once in the umbu, Itachi was so busy that he barely had time to breathe. He finally found an opportunity to meet Shirsue at the waterfall in the back mountain. Why the waterfall? Because the sound of the water was loud enough to cover their conversation. He was quite clever. Itachi started with a bombshell. Shirsue, have you activated your Manjiki Sharingan? Shirsue was stunned, thinking to himself, I haven't told anyone about this. How did you know? Itachi, with a calm expression, began his performance. I dreamed about it. I saw the future. Who would understand this reasoning? It was too abstract. But surprisingly, Shirsue believed him and even said he had a similar dream. where he saw himself dying soon. Seeing that he had hooked sure sway, Itachi quickly added, "Sure sway. Is your Mangeki technique called Konoha.Chakra? Can it change people's thoughts? I need you to use this on Danzo when the opportunity arises." Itachi told him that in the future, Danzo would steal his eyes, and then he would personally annihilate the entire clan. Only Konoha.Chakra could change all of this. Then came a barrage of information, like how the stone tablet of the Southie Shrine was fake, that there were eternal Mangeki Sharingan and Rinnegan above the Mangeki, how to evolve, and that it required Senju cells, all spilled out. Shursui was left in a daze, but after looking into Itachi's serious eyes, he nodded heavily. To avoid suspicion, the two of them intentionally took a few extra rounds outside before heading home. When Itachi returned, his little brother Sasuke, who was quite clingy, came running over. "Brother, teach me shuriken throwing." Itachi looked at his silly little brother, feeling a mix of emotions. Thinking about how radical Sasuke would be after the clan's annihilation, his heart ached. But he replied, "Sure, I'll teach you when I have time." But in his heart, he silently said, "Forgive me, Sasuke. Promise me, never activate your Sharingan." The next morning, before dawn, Sasuke, like a wound-up toy, rushed into Itachi's room in his pajamas, yelling to practice shuriken throwing. Itachi had conspired with Shursui the day before, exhausted mentally and physically, and could barely keep his eyes open. So guess what happened? Itachi created a shadow clone and said, "You go keep him company. I need to catch up on sleep." Then he covered himself with a blanket and went back to sleep. This operation is simply a model for contemporary youth. Poor Sasuke, unaware of anything, excitedly followed his yawning brother out. Upon arriving at the training ground, the shadow clone of Itachi, wanting a quick resolution, showcased a marvelous aerial shuriken technique, with ricochets and reflections that made Sasuke's eyes nearly pop out, and he immediately wanted to learn it. "Brother, I want to learn that." The shadow clone of Itachi felt bitter. The original's command was to be perfunctory, so he couldn't teach that. Thus, he cleverly deceived Sasuke. Lightly poked his forehead with his finger, saying, "Forgive me, Sasuke." Then he started teaching him how to make the kunai disappear in his hand, a trick to entertain children. Sasuke was having a great time when suddenly a light bulb went off in his head. He thought, "Hey, my brother hasn't carried me on his back for a long time." He climbed onto Itachi's back and, imitating his brother, poked the back of Itachi's head with his little finger. "Forgive me, brother." Bang! Itachi exploded. Sasuke fell to the ground, looking at a pile of clothes and a ninja tool pouch, completely dumbfounded. A heartbreaking scream echoed throughout the little forest. "Brother!" Meanwhile, Itachi, nestled in his blanket at home, stirred slightly, a wicked smile creeping onto his lips. "Hee. Forgive me, Sasuke." At the same time, in another small forest on the other side of the village, Inuzuka Kiba was frantically training with his puppy, Akamaru. This guy was quite stimulated by Naruto and secretly practiced every day in the little forest, muttering 999. 1000. "Akamaru, you need to step up. We can't lose to that underachiever." While practicing, the two began a magical dialogue. Kiba complained that Akamaru didn't dare to fight last time, and Akamaru barked back. Kiba continued, "I heard that dog from other clans can talk. Why can't you?" When Akamaru heard this, he became displeased. "Woof. Woof. That guy has a girlfriend." Kiba was instantly thrown off. "Huh? He has a girlfriend? You didn't have to remind me." "I'm not. I have you." Akamaru nuzzled him understandingly. Kiba suddenly had a brilliant idea. "Akamaru, do you have any sisters? Introduce one to me." "Naruto has shadow clones, so I'll create APAC dog tactic. I don't believe we can't beat him." "Akamaru woof? Are you serious?" "Deal. 2 big bones." Kiba decisively decided to have Akamaru find a mate quickly. He wanted to secretly expand his ninja dog team, focusing on surprise attacks. Now let's talk about the Hyuga clan, a well-established noble family that always boasts about their Byakugan. One day, the main family S. Hinata and the branch family S. Genius Niji were sparring. Niji started with a series of fierce 8 trigrams palm strikes. However, Hinata didn't confront him head-on and used a set of moves that no one had seen before. With a small hand gesture, she made a circle, and guess what? All the force that Niji directed was completely deflected, sending him spinning like a top. And he ended up throwing himself out. Niji lay on the ground, his mind filled with questions. Who am I? Where am I? How did I fly out? The elders were also stunned and quickly asked Hinata what kind of technique that was. Hinata blushed and quietly said, "It's Tai Chi." The elder with poor hearing misheard. "Too urgent? Oh, you haven't named it yet? That's great. I'll come up with one." The whole place fell silent. This was a large-scale case of elderly auditory hallucination. Hinata quickly repeated, "It's Tai Chi. Tai Chi fist Tai Chi." Several elders hurriedly tried to smooth things over, pretending to understand, and began to act. Later, they found out that Hinata's move was inspired by Naruto's practice of tree climbing and water walking, using chakra to cover her hands, which could defend against the gentle fist chakra points, while also using Tai Chi's principle of yielding to neutralize force. It focused on extreme pulling, playing the game of using force against force. Neji, standing by, felt completely emo, as if his worldview had collapsed. The title of genius and the hard practice of the gentle fist seemed like a joke in front of Hinata's Tai Chi dad. Neji shouted in his heart, "Why am I from the branch family?" Hyuga Hayashi and the elder were overjoyed, thinking, the Hyuga clan is going to rise. "What Uchiha, what sends you from now on? The #1 taijutsu family in Konoha will be us." In the end, the elder saw both kids. One was so shy he almost wanted to burrow into the ground, and the other looked so exhausted he was on the verge of tears, so he waved his hand to dismiss everyone. They dispersed, but I tell you, this matter is not over. The elder shot a glance at my dad, Hyuga Hayashi, and took him into a small dark room. Goodness. As soon as the door closed and the tea was served, he started putting my dad through the ringer. He took a sip of tea and leisurely began to speak. His words were truly an art of language. "You see," he said, "your Hinata has a good talent, but just look at Neji. His gentle fist techniques flow like clouds and water, especially that Byakugan. He doesn't even need to form hand seals, he just activates it. It's like he has a Sharingan plus membership, naturally exuding an aura of greatness." My dad's proud smile froze on the spot, and his CPU was almost overheating. He sensed something was off. Isn't this just a blatant compliment to Ning's CI, while subtly putting me down? He's saying my basic skills and soft punches are lacking. My dad quickly tried to cover up his words. "Elder, you are right. Hinata needs to practice her gentle fist more. I will definitely supervise her strictly." He said this without missing a beat, trying to counter the old man's words. Who understand the family dynamics? These old men are about to throw their abacus beads in my face. The reason for this big fuss today is just because I'm a girl. Want to be the head of the family? Having the bloodline of the main family is not enough. Talent, strength, character, and even your life plan all have to be scrutinized by them under a magnifying glass. My gentle fist isn't good enough, but that's not the point. The point is their outdated rules, the division of the main and branch families, the rigid class structure, and the older generation insisting on molding the younger generation into one mold. The elder acted as if he hadn't heard my dad's words and continued to talk to himself. Neji's gentle fist is really quite good, what a pity. He's from the branch family. Hinata's new boxing techniques are also decent. It would be even better if she could develop some new moves. Once this was said, my dad felt more assured. Oh, so after all this time, they still acknowledge our family status. But we need to show some real skills and develop new techniques to shut these old guys up. My dad immediately climbed the ladder. Of course. But developing techniques is quite difficult. I'll have Hinata come to consult you then, and you mustn't refuse. The elder laughed upon hearing this. No problem. Bring her on. I'll have my kids train with her. It sounds nice, but it's actually just a way for him to find an excuse after the earlier argument over names. As the two were flattering each other, the elder suddenly changed his expression, looking as serious as if he were about to announce the fourth great ninja war. He caught on to something important. Did Hinata just mention a guy from the Uzumaki clan? Who was that person? What is their relationship? My father felt a jolt in his heart, but his face remained as steady as an old dog. Oh, Naruto Uzumaki, a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Everyone in the village calls him the Nine-Tails Fox. Currently, he is a classmate of our Hinata. As for who Naruto's father is, the third Hokage has issued a gag order. As a professional ninja, he says he doesn't know, so he really doesn't know. Who is the elder? He's old and wise. He squinted his eyes and analyzed. A classmate? A girl who usually gets shy and blushes when talking to someone. Can she discuss training with a male classmate? Discuss it to the point of developing new tactics? Daytime, think carefully about the expression Hinata had when she mentioned that guy. Her heart probably has already run away with him. You should focus more on cultivating Neji, the elder said earnestly. As for Hinata, let us not invest too much for now. What if she gives up the family for an outsider? My dad was taken aback and was just about to refute when the elder suddenly changed the subject and started to express concern for my dad's health. Hey, how have you been feeling lately? I'm doing pretty well. Why? My dad was completely confused. We're talking about my daughter. So why did it suddenly switch to health tips? You should pay more attention to resting these days. Drink plenty of water and eat more vegetables. And take care of your health. The future of the family depends on you. The elder even patted my dad's shoulder specially. My dad is even more confused, thinking that the elder dislikes Naruto and quickly agrees. Elder, you're talking about that kid Naruto, right? I can't stand him either, hanging around my doorstep every day, wearing a cloak that says justice on the back. What does that little brat know about justice? No. The elder interrupts him. I mean, Hinata is a girl after all. Do you understand? What's wrong with being a girl? She's a girl. What if she falls in love with someone who's not from the Hyuga family and wants to get married in the future? My dad was petrified on the spot. Get married? My precious daughter is still so young. Which scoundrel is she supposed to marry? No way. I'm going to kill him right now. He even looked at the elder with resentment. What a heart-wrenching topic to bring up during such a nice moment of showing off my daughter. Seeing that my dad still hadn't come around, the elder had to make it clear, lowering his voice and using a highly persuasive tone to say, what I mean is, you take good care of your health, put in some effort. What if, I'm saying what if? You have another little one. Good heavens, I was taken aback. Here we are, pushing for second child. My dad's eyes lit up at that moment, and his thoughts instantly shifted from anger at the bastard who wanted to marry my daughter to the excitement of soon having a son. He excitedly shook the hand of the elder. Okay, I will. Thank you for the reminder. In his mind, he was already envisioning, I, Hyuga Hayashi, will soon have a son. With talent that crushes me and strength that overwhelms the Uchiha, he will surely lead the Hyuga to become the #1 family in Konoha. He will make the Hyuga great again. Meanwhile, over with Naruto, this kid was lounging in his spiritual world, using Kurama's tail as a lazy sofa, and it was quite comfortable. Kurama, bored out of his mind, started testing Naruto's skills. Hey, Naruto, have you learned the ninjutsu the third Hokage taught you? That stuff is too hard. I can't even remember the hand signs. What about the transformation jutsu I taught you? Naruto grinned. I got a good grasp on that. Before, I transformed into a classmate to mess with the teacher, but now I've realized I can just transform into the teacher to mess with my classmates. Much more efficient. Kurama was momentarily stunned, finally managing to utter, what the hell? You really are a genius. Seeing that this brat was hopeless, he decided to change the subject. All right, your camp needs to be expanded. Winter is coming, so you need to get it done quickly. Got it. I'll leave it to Shikamaru, Naruto replied casually. Mentioning winter suddenly made him a bit sentimental, but he thought, this winter might be the happiest winter I have ever had. Kurama perked up. Oh, didn't you just meet Hinata last winter? Why weren't you happy then? Hey, don't say that. I'm saying this winter will be even happier. Haha, your language arts class wasn't for nothing. Kurama continued to tease him. Of course, I can look up words now. What is the point of looking up words? I even know Martian script. Am I proud of it? Kurama cleared his throat and began his lesson. Listen carefully, you study, so that others can understand what you're saying. You practice ninjutsu, so that those who don't want to listen to you will sit down quietly and listen to you, got it? Naruto's eyes lit up. Got it. It's about beating them until they're willing to listen to me, right? Exactly. That's the art, Kurama said with a proud expression. Glad to see Naruto was teachable. He then asked, Naruto, why do ninjas exist? To become Hokage and gain everyone's recognition. Naruto answered firmly. That's right, Kurama encouraged. Did you know there's an orphanage in Konoha? Huh, I'm an orphan too. Why haven't I been there? You're different. Didn't you always have breakfast on the table when you were little? And later you even had money. How do you know? Oh, you were probably sleeping at that time. Kurama suddenly softened his tone, lowering his voice by an octave. Back then, I liked to sleep. Now I like you. This little rascal, even more. Huh, Kurama, say that again. I didn't hear you. Now I like you even more. Naruto burst into tears, hugging Kurama's fluffy tail and pouring out his heart. Wah. Kurama, I like you too. Just as the two were feeling moved, Kurama casually remarked, Naruto, your snot is on my fur. The air went silent. Naruto silently let go of the tail and wiped his nose, while Kurama disdainfully picked him up, offering him a clean tail to sit on. All right, Kurama said, next year, go help those kids at the orphanage. Our vegetable processing plant will depend on them. After giving the instructions, Kurama yawned. Okay, go play with your classmates. Don't just train every day. As soon as Naruto heard this, he became energized. Oh, I'm going to tell them new stories. And by the way, he directly left the spiritual space, wandering through the streets, grabbing classmates, and cheerfully delivering the message. Naruto's orders. Those in the 2nd grade and above, besides the body flicker technique, must learn one new ninjutsu. Pass this on to every classmate you see. If you can't learn it, don't cry out in pain when you get hit. The classmates were stunned, then quickly ran to inform everyone. No joke, if they didn't relay it properly and Naruto ended up fighting a group, they would be too embarrassed to lose. After assigning the tasks, Naruto felt satisfied and started planning his next move. Right, find Shikamaru. Shikamaru was daydreaming at home when he suddenly heard Naruto's loud voice. Shikamaru, I'm here to play. He felt a headache coming on, thinking, this troublemaker is back again. Once Naruto shared his idea of recruiting orphans, expanding the scale, and finding a backing, Shikamaru, while complaining about the hassle, was already thinking fast. This is easy. Let us take a few classmates to the orphanage to promote it. Our classmates can handle buying vegetables, and we can subcontract the production of military rations to them to let them earn some money. Sound good, Shikamaru? What do you think? My vision is pretty good, right? Naruto proudly asked for praise. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. Isn't it just that your strength has improved too quickly, and your classmates can't keep up, so you want to drag everyone along to keep training and continue beating us? The two decided that since they hadn't gathered everyone in a while, they would throw a party. Great. Naruto agreed immediately, but then added, I have a request. What? Can you go to Hinata's house and bring her out too? Naruto said a bit shyly. Ha ha ha, sure. I'll arrange it. Shikamaru waved his hand, calling for the camp to assemble. I'll find Choji. You find Ino, and let them split up to find people. So everyone gathered at the entrance of the Hyuga family. Looking at the serious gate, Shikamaru felt a bit intimidated and directly pushed Sakura and Ino out. It's up to you. Girls are easier to talk to. Naruto quietly scoffed beside them. As a result, Sakura and Ino went in and quickly came out. That wasn't so hard, Naruto muttered. Then why didn't you go yourself? Sakura shot back. Kiba looked at the number of people and asked, Are we still missing someone? Sasuke. Sakura and Ino said in unison. Ah, I remembered. Also Shino. Naruto slapped his forehead. Far away in the forest training, Shino suddenly shivered. Weird, it feels like I've been forgotten again. After everyone discussed, they split into two groups. Sakura, Ino, and Kiba went to find Sasuke, while Naruto, Shikamaru, and Choji went to find Shino. Ino, let us go. Sakura just tried to pull Ino along. Ino dashed off in a 100-meter sprint, turning back to shout. Big forehead, you can walk slowly. I want to see Sasuke first. You. Sakura stomped her feet in anger and hurried to catch up, thinking to herself, Tisich, Sasuke wouldn't like someone so loud. By the time you get there, your hair will be a mess. I have to maintain my image. Kiba watched the two from behind, feeling more exhausted than training. Sakura and Ino rushed into the Uchiha clan, nervous since it was their first time. The two encouraged each other at Sasuke's door before they dared to knock. When the door opened, Sasuke's mother, Makoto-Uchiha, was thrilled to see two girls at the door looking for her son and quickly called for Sasuke to come out. When Sasuke stepped out and saw Sakura and Ino, he tried to appear cool. What's the matter? Inside, he was panicking. Oh no, two girls came to my doorstep. There is no way to wash this clean. Sakura and Ino didn't care about each other. As soon as they saw Sasuke, their eyes turned into hearts. Each of them directly wrapped their arms around Sasuke's. Get away, Ino pig. Sasuke is going with me. No way, wide forehead. Sasuke will come with me. Sasuke was stuck in the middle, his face flushed, and he was screaming internally. Mom, let me explain. It's not what you think. I tell you, Sasuke's mom, Makoto-Uchiha, was watching this scene through the crack in the door and was almost laughing her head off. She thought to herself, oh, my son is really impressive. So young and already has two girls vying for him. This talent is much better than his dad and brother. Parents really are double standard. If her husband dared to do this, she would have pulled out a knife. But when it's her son, she just thinks, where's my money? Is there enough money for the kid to spend? Anyway, the Uchiha elders are gossiping like crazy. A bunch of people surrounded there chattering endlessly. I tell you, our clan leader is really something. His eldest son Itachi graduated from 1st grade, and now he has opened a Sharingan, straight to CH Nin. ISNT that right. Itachi is the most talented kid I've ever seen. Yes, but the clan leader's youngest son. Hey, he is also quite talented, just in 1st grade, and has already brought back 2 little girls. Ha 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 ha. Who understands? Seeing them makes me want to have kids. Must put in the effort tonight. I tell you, the clan leader's kids are just different. Every move is broadcast live by countless Sharingan, and some even directly use Genjutsu for a cloud share. Saving the hassle of typing descriptions, super convenient. On the other side, Naruto and his little gang have already dashed into the small woods. I thought Shino was playing his disappearing act again, but then Shikamaru, with his sharp mind, analyzed the bug density and said the place with the most bugs must be Shino's lair. Good gracious, it was like they had GPS in no time. They caught him. Shino was originally pretty cool, but when he saw Naruto and the others holding bags of ingredients, his little heart instantly broke down. He probably thought, They actually remembered me. Shikamaru and the others looked at the bugs flying around in the sky and suddenly shivered, thinking that if one day they really forgot Shino, would they have to experience Naruto's bug face mass treatment? These little brats were having a blast in the village's outer forest. It was quite enjoyable. Naruto, this straight guy, finally got the chance to chat alone with Hinata, and they were really close together. Hinata, is that guy Niji still bullying you? Just say the word, and I'll help you take him down. Hinata's little face instantly turned red, and she stammered, "No, it's okay. Naruto, you're too close." As she spoke, she felt like she was going to faint again. I'm really speechless. When we were kids, holding hand was no big deal. But why is she still so shy now that she has grown up? It's just too cute to be allowed. Naruto didn't care about that, saying loudly, "It's okay. Anyway, when school starts, I'll have to beat him up. I heard an educator say that kids should be disciplined. If you don't hit them, they won't amount to anything." The nine tails in my head was almost laughing crazily. I was talking about parents hitting their kids. What are you planning to do? But hitting him is good. That Niji kid really needs a lesson. The other guys nearby were also chatting in a group. Shikamaru started complaining first. "I've been so bored these days I could grow hair. My dad works overtime every day and doesn't have time to teach me ninjutsu." Choji silently took out a bag of chips, took a bite, and then said, "My family's ninjutsu relies on fat. I can't not eat. I learned a part of the expansion technique, and I can make my hands and feet bigger and really strong. Oh, by the way, I told my dad about Naruto's training method of climbing trees and walking on water, and he praised it as awesome." Shikamaru chimed in. "My dad said it's good too, but when I told him Naruto practiced with dozens of shadow clones, my dad was completely dumbfounded." Kiba also joined in. "My sister also said that the multi-shadow clone technique is a forbidden technique. Using up all your chakra can be deadly. And the impact of memory transfer is something ordinary people can't handle. I really didn't expect someone to use this to train. Hey, but I learned it too. You too? Can you do it like Naruto?" Choji was shocked. How come everyone is so competitive? Kiba's face turned red. No, I can only make one. After practicing, my whole body hurts like it's falling apart. I really don't know how Naruto can handle it. He suddenly changed the subject and said whimsically, "Hey, you guys think, if I raise a ninja dog as big as Akamaru, would my combat power surpass Naruto?" Shikamaru looked at him like he was an idiot. "You want to surpass Naruto right now? Those two dogs might not even be enough for him to use as toothpicks." Huh? Kiba looked down and saw Akamaru trembling in his arms, starting to whimper, scared by the thought. Kiba wasn't giving up. He pointed at Sasuke, surrounded by Sakura and Ino. Then surpassing him should be fine, right? Maybe, but he is still an Uchiha, and he is really good with shuriken. Shikamaru analyzed, and besides, his brother is a pure weirdo genius who graduated in first grade. Kiba got anxious. So what if he is a genius? I'll find a companion for Akamaru, and I don't believe I can't beat them. If I raise two dogs, I won't be a single dog anymore. Right? Good gracious. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. Who understands this logic, thinking finding a companion for a dog can cure your single dog syndrome? Shikamaru quickly changed the topic and started talking about food with Choji. Over on Sasuke's side, caught in the middle of two love-struck brains. He saw that the boys were ignoring him and directly gave up. Just destroy it. Hurry up. Just as these kids were happily having their team building, the spies lurking in Konoha had quietly started to withdraw. A storm was brewing in the dark. On the other side, in the Hokage building, the third Hokage, that old man, was quite cunning. He called Kai over, saying it was a simple task. Although he said it was simple, it was actually a trap. The mission was to exchange intelligence scrolls with the Land of the Forest Bunraku group. Kai took 2 Nin and 1 Genin with him. The third Hokage was calculating in his heart. You want to join the Umbu, right? Let you go on a mission with the Umbu, and you'll know your own worth. In fact, behind this mission, Danzo had already reached an agreement with the third Hokage, believing the other side would play tricks. So he directly sent Kakashi and Itachi to follow secretly. Danzo's exact words were, "As long as they dare to betray, kill them all. Not one left." I tell you, this is Konoha's attitude. Don't be fooled by their usual friendliness. If you dare to play tricks, don't blame me for being ruthless. Itachi and Kakashi were watching Kai's team set off in the shadows. That guy Kai, as if he was on adrenaline, shouted "Burn, youth!" and dashed out. His speed was incredible. The 2 Nin behind were desperately chasing, while that old man Maru Hoshi, known as the Eternal Genin, was leaning on a fake leg, slowly complaining. "At my age, how can I still burn?" Itachi watched this scene from the tree, knowing full well. He had long known the other side would betray, and then it would be a quick cleanup on their side, without even blinking. He pretended not to know and asked Kakashi, They seem unaware of the truth of the mission, right? Kakashi coolly replied. Only the higher-ups and you and I know about this. I tell you, the contrast is stark. Halfway through, Kai's team actually brazenly started a fire to cook, making it feel like they were camping in the wild. Once Nin was worried. Captain, isn't starting a fire, so blatantly exposing our position? Kai had an expression that showed he had seen through everything. It's better if the enemy comes. Our mission is to identify friend from foe. Itachi and Kakashi watched them eating happily from the tree, silently taking out their soldier pills to munch on. Kakashi sighed. In a way, this is the Umbu. They're eating hot meals in the sunlight, while we're in the shadows eating dry rations. Itachi thought to himself, what's this? I know the higher-ups in Konoha are even more sinister than the Umbu. When they arrived at the exchange location, sure enough, something went wrong. The scroll handed over by the Banraka group was suspicious at a glance. That red edge, wasn't it an explosive tag? He kicked the scroll into the air, and with a boom, it exploded. The group of people from the Acheron clan was exposed, and they immediately jumped onto the hillside, turning the tables. It was Konoha who made the first move. These people were quite naive. As soon as they finished speaking, Kakashi and Itachi appeared from the shadows. I'll handle this. You all go ahead, Kakashi said to Guy. The Acheron clan still wanted to play the numbers game, collectively forming hand seals. Earth release. Rock collapse. Well, a half-mountain's worth of stones came crashing down. Kakashi remained calm, activated his Sharingan, and clapped his hands. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Let me tell you, that scene was something else. A gigantic earthen wall engraved with 4 dog heads rose from the ground, directly blocking all the falling rocks. It was simply a dog-head version of Hokage Rock. I couldn't hold back, shouting, 8th gate, 5th gate, domain open. He transformed into a bolt of green lightning, charging up the falling rocks and pummeling anyone he caught. Kakashi also pulled out Raikiri, while Itachi skillfully threw shuriken from the side, clean and efficient. I was puzzled. With such a level of skill on the other side, where did they get the courage to betray Konoha? Even we Uchiha didn't dare to think like that. The battle ended quickly. Guy knocked everyone out, but the Umbu's mission was to eliminate them all. Itachi was quite professional, going up to finish them off one by one. Blood splattering everywhere. Guy exploded on the spot. Hey, what are you doing? Kakashi stopped him, coldly saying, it's the mission. This is the task we've been given. Guy looked at the 2 masked figures, covered in blood, standing in the sunlight, yet seeming like they came from hell, finally understanding why he couldn't join the Umbu. He was too naive. He couldn't bear this kind of darkness. On the way back to the village, Itachi and Kakashi finally had a chance to talk privately. Itachi, being clever, started probing. Captain, your Sharingan wasn't activated by yourself, was it? You're an Uchiha, yet you have Uchiha power. Which side do you really belong to? This question was too sharp, probing both the Sharingan and allegiances. Kakashi thought of Obito and said, this I was entrusted to me by a friend. He told me. Not to sacrifice my comrades. What about your clan and family? Itachi pressed on. Kakashi fell silent. This kid was hitting the sore spots. He thought of his father and finally said, if it can save them, then do it with all your might. The pain of loss is something only he knows. After saying this, Kakashi left, his good mood completely ruined by this kid. Meanwhile, Itachi got the answer he wanted. That night, at the Uchiha shrine, Fugaku held a family meeting. The clansmen were filled with resentment, all cursing the village for being unfair to the Uchiha. Fugaku had Itachi stand up to share the situation in the Umbu. Itachi stood up, and his presence was anything but that of an 11-year-old child. As soon as he spoke, the entire room fell silent. I know everyone is suffering. The higher-ups suspect us of being behind the Nine-Tails incident, pushing us into the corners of the village. They have forgotten the contributions of the Uchiha and the slander we've endured. Why? Because of their own insignificance. They fear our strength. These few sentences instantly ignited the emotions of all the clansmen. It was too damn right. Just when everyone thought he was going to call for a rebellion, Itachi changed his tone. So, why can't the future Hokage of Konoha involve the Uchiha? Everyone was stunned. Itachi then threw out his shocking plan. My captain today is Kakashi Hitaki. He has Obito's Sharingan and is the disciple of the 4th Hokage. He is one of us Uchiha. Why don't we support him for the Hokage position? Goodness, his mind was spinning too fast. Kakashi's strength and experience might not be enough now, but we can help him. Let him teach Sasuke. Let him build good relations with the Hyuga. As long as we can elevate him, in the future, there will definitely be a place for us Uchiha in the upper echelons of Konoha. Also, Those misunderstandings in the village, we can't correct them with Jinjutsu. Let them know that during the Nine Tails incident, it was the Uchiha who protected the civilians. Even if this matter is brought to light, we will have our justification. Sasuke should build a good relationship with Naruto, and even consider a marriage alliance. We should form marriage alliances with other clans. The more friends we have, the fewer enemies we will have. Finally, the higher-ups need us now because only the Sharingan and Wood Release can control the Nine Tails. We must not create chaos ourselves. As long as we maintain stability, the future will surely be bright for us. After Itachi's series of punches, the entire Nana shrine was silent. A few seconds later, it erupted into a roar like a tidal wave. Everyone was completely brainwashed by this 11-year-old child. The future belongs to the Uchiha. The future belongs to the Uchiha. The future belongs to Uchiha. Fugako looked at his son, feeling an immense pride. He felt he could retire early as the clan leader. But he knew Itachi was still young and shouldn't bear too much. After the meeting ended, Shursui approached. Looking shocked as he asked Itachi, "Itachi, how did you come up with this?" Itachi replied casually, "Kakashi inspired me." He said his eyes were entrusted to him by a friend. Shursui instantly understood. Obito's Sharingan? Yes, Itachi nodded. Obito entrusted his eyes and ideals to Kakashi. You also once entrusted your eyes to me. Shursui recalled his memories of death and exclaimed, "My left eye. It really is like that." Itachi continued, "In my history, I entrusted my eyes to Sasuke, along with my will to protect Konoha. I have to say, it sounds quite irresponsible to pass on things you can't handle to others, but sometimes this trick really works wonders." At that moment, Shursui was stunned. He never expected that Itachi would bet everything on Sasuke, that little brat who always followed behind, shouting Nissan. I continued to tell him. However, my little scheme was later disrupted by someone. In the end, it was Uchiha's savior. Guess who? It was that Naruto Uzumaki. I gave him your eye, and that kid really didn't let us down. Upon hearing this, Shursui also sighed. Naruto, huh? The son of the fourth Hokage. He must be extraordinary. I nodded, thinking to myself that it was not just unusual, it was simply ridiculous. Then I thought about myself. Now I had entrusted the entire future of the Uchiha clan to Kakashi. As for Sasuke's marriage, well, I couldn't handle that, so I definitely needed my dad to talk to him when I got home. I wouldn't get involved. That was a responsibility I was passing on. Anyway, Sasuke is now Kakashi's apprentice, so he's officially part of the Hokage lineage. Even if Orochimaru wanted to interfere, my eyes are not to be underestimated. I just hope my brother can graduate smoothly without carrying all those messy issues. The grievances of the previous generation should be resolved by them. You just focus on growing up quickly, whichever girl in the village you like. We'll handle the proposal for you. At that time, I didn't know that there were many girls in the village who liked Sasuke, but they were just not as brave as Sakura and Ino. I watched my dad over there, spitting as he discussed with the clansmen about how to explain the Nine Tails incident to the villagers, whether to relax the enforcement standards of the security department, and how to manage the new lower-ranked ninjas, a bunch of trivial matters. My gaze swept over, and suddenly it froze on that broken stone tablet behind my dad. My mind buzzed, and the Sharingan instantly activated. It's something left behind by the Otsutsuki, but I remember that this stone tablet had been tampered with. Who was it? Damn, I just remembered that carnivorous plant, Kagaya Black. In an instant, my three-tomo was spinning like a whirlwind, and the anger surged up in me. Shursui was startled beside me, probably wondering when I activated my three-tomo. I quickly composed myself, closed my eyes, and made a shushing gesture to him, meaning we would talk later. Shursui could only hold back his questions, but the way he looked at me was like staring at a monster, probably pondering how many secrets I was hiding. When my dad and the others finally finished their meeting and most of the people had left, he called out to me. He thought that since I raised Sasuke, since he was little and he was so attached to me, he wanted me to talk to Sasuke about the marriage arrangement. Just as he opened his mouth, "Itachi, you just said..." I interrupted him directly, "Dad, about Sasuke's marriage. I'm counting on you." After saying that, I took off running, not giving him a chance to respond. As I ran, I thought, who understands the family? The feeling of passing the buck is just too exhilarating. My mom was watching my husband, who was puffing up in anger, and my son, who was running around quickly, and she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, I didn't expect the weasel to have this side to him. She must have been very pleased, as she used to think I was too mature for my age. But now I finally had a bit of a mischievous child vibe. My dad was so angry that his mustache curled up, probably thinking, did this kid just refuse me? Just a moment ago, he praised me saying, no wonder he's my son, and now he's putting on this act? But he had no choice. Sasuke was still young. So this matter had to be set aside for now. However, he must be scheming in his heart, thinking that in the future, I should definitely go and talk to Sasuke myself. And he wants to record the whole thing with a Sharingan to watch over and over. My mom looked at him and suddenly remembered that she hadn't told him that Sasuke already has 2 little girlfriends. I ran home in one breath, looking at Sasuke sleeping like a little pig on the bed, and silently thought, "Forgive me, Sasuke. I didn't mean to let you down. I just really didn't want to experience that kind of pain again." Then I comfortably went back to my room to sleep. These days, that kid Naruto has been pretending to look for spies on the street, and the Nine Tails told him that he felt the villagers' malice towards him had decreased. This kid didn't really understand the situation. Anyway, he just went to school, came home, fought, trained, and occasionally caught a couple of unlucky ones thanks to his talent. In fact, the real spies had already changed their tactics. Konoha was now like a sieve, with the Umbu and task teams busy as ever. On the Uchiha side, the next morning, a major action was initiated. My father Fugaku gathered all the newcomers who had just joined the police force and launched a training program for them. To put it simply, it was about delegating power. From now on, when encountering troublemakers, the new Genin, under the supervision of the captain, could take action directly. Everything from detention, imprisonment, to violent suppression was all arranged for those who repeatedly failed to reform, in addition to following the rules. They would also be locked in a small dark room to listen to 12 hours of public security regulations on a loop, focusing on mental torture. Especially when someone asked sharp questions like where the Uchiha were during the Nine Tails disturbance, they would directly use Jinjutsu to simulate the situation at the time. With the lines already set, the Konoha police force always adheres to the orders of Lord Danzo during wartime, protecting the safety of every non-combatant. These newly graduated young people, once they had power, got really carried away. If they saw someone causing trouble while drunk, they would just go up and give them a big shove, waking them up first, then pressing their face against the ground, the wall, or the drainage ditch and rubbing it wildly. When the captain arrived, he would just scold a couple of times, and the person would be taken away. If they dared to complain, they would get a Genjutsu treatment, asking why they were causing trouble. And if they still resisted, they would be taken away under the pretext of deliberately disrupting the village's harmony for assistance in the investigation. These kids had gained experience from being beaten by Naruto and the others. Going head-to-head? Was that what ninjas did? They had to beat you and then pretend to be the victim. No, wait. How could the working class call it pretending? This was called a work injury. They had to apply for paid leave. After this series of moves, the troublemakers in the village immediately became obedient. On the other side, this big pot of trouble reached Danzo's ears, and the old man was furious. Huh? That Uchiha dared to say this. I only acted upon the orders of Hiruzen. How can this be blamed on me? He immediately ordered. They must not be allowed to say this anymore. Throw all the spy clues we have to the police force, and let them get busy. The implication was, aren't you Uchiha free? Get to work. Work yourselves to death. But the changes in the Uchiha didn't stop there. The clan members began to venture out of their compound, shopping, and even helping old ladies cross the street. In no time, the Uchiha's reputation among the villagers soared. My father Fugaku hasn't been idle either. He has been going door to door to recruit from other clans, promising that those who come as Jonin will directly receive captain positions. With his sincerity, a few clans actually agreed. The toughest nut to crack was the Hyuga clan. My father consulted me, and I reminded him of 4 words, Hyuga, Hayashi. Fugaku immediately understood. Hayashi's death was a thorn in the Hyuga's heart and also a testament to the 3rd Hokage's incompetence. So, my father visited Hyuga Hizashi overnight, and they hit it off. The logic was simple. The village's upper management is unreliable, so our 2 clans must join forces and not let the village manipulate us anymore. After executing these 2 moves, the 3rd move was even more brilliant, opening a casino. With the Uchiha Sharingan and the Hyuga's Byakugan keeping watch, who would dare to cheat here? This is pure physical cheating. The money earned would perfectly subsidize the salaries of the security department, creating a perfect loop. The Uchiha have finally figured out the business model. If the village won't grant us status, then we'll buy it back with money. On the other hand, Danzo was becoming increasingly uneasy. The Uchiha were engaging in public relations and business, making such big moves without any concealment. What were they trying to do? The more he thought about it, the more unsettled he became, especially since his Sharingan was nearly blind and in desperate need of replenishment, causing his greed and hatred toward the Uchiha to reach a boiling point. He believed I still had some value. So, he secretly sent someone to contact me, hoping to extract some information. As soon as I received the news, wow, The opportunity has finally arrived. I immediately summoned a crow to find Sure Sway. Hey buddy, hurry up. It's about to start. Lord Danzo, please wait a moment. I may not be your person, but you will soon become one of us. At that time, Sure Sway had just received a mission outside the village. The Mist Village had recently been making small moves at the border, so the third Hokage sent him to intimidate them. To put it bluntly, it was just flexing muscles. The Uchiha clan now is not what it used to be. You have to show enough strength to earn respect. Sure Sway was at the border, waiting for the Mist people to come over. The leader on the opposite side was a well-known figure named Ao, who had stolen a Byakugan from the Hyuga clan during the Third Great Ninja War. In the forest, a pair of Manjiki Sharingan was quietly waiting for prey to come. Ao rushed straight into Sure Sway's encirclement. Sure Sway couldn't be bothered with fancy tricks, so he used a long-range Jinjutsu to take down two of the lackeys first. Realizing something was wrong, Ao quickly activated his Byakugan, and upon closer inspection, he saw the chakra on the opposite side. It was Sure Sway of the body flicker technique. He immediately panicked, shouting, "Run! It's Sure Sway of the body flicker technique. Abandon the mission. Retreat. Want to escape? No way." Sure Sway thought, since it had come to this, playing with Jinjutsu was pointless and wouldn't showcase his skills. If he was going to play, he would play big, directly using a nuclear bomb to swat mosquitoes. Susanoo, a faint blue chakra erupted from Sure Sway's body, instantly forming a half-formed Susanoo. With his Susanoo activated, Sure Sway used body flicker to appear right in front of Ao, smiling and saying, "I haven't even tried yet, and you want to run?" He controlled the arm of Susanoo, intentionally missing a bit, afraid that a single slap would kill them all. That hit caused the ground to shatter like a mirror, and all the birds in the forest flew away in fright. By the time Sure Sway's team arrived, the battle was already over. Ao and his team were all lying on the ground, and the Byakugan that the Hyuga clan had been longing for had fallen into Sure Sway's hands. The team members were dumbfounded and frantically praised him. "Captain is awesome. Truly Sure Sway of the body flicker technique." Sure Sway pretended to sigh. "Oh, don't say that. I'm still not familiar with this new ability. Making such a big noise and taking so long to solve the problem is really embarrassing for the Uchiha. I need to train hard when I get back." The team members were thinking a million things. Is this what you call embarrassing? How are we supposed to live? This isn't human anymore. This is a god. Sure Sway was feeling good inside, carrying the spoils and heading back. He was also planning that bringing back this Byakugan could either be used to negotiate with the Hyuga clan or as a favor, which would bring huge benefits to the Uchiha. If all else fails, he could even arrange a betrothal for Sasuke. That Hinata from the Hyuga clan seemed to have someone already, but what if she has another daughter? Starting from childhood, Sasuke, this is your new wedding gift from your brother Sure Sway. Once Sure Sway returned to Konoha, he received my intel and knew he was going to take action against Danzo. He hurriedly wrote up a report to hand to the third Hokage, and the report was written in a rather ostentatious manner, mentioning how he wasn't familiar with it, and by accident he had wiped them all out. The third Hokage was left clicking his tongue in disbelief. On Danzo's side, he had already set up an ambush at the agreed location with a large number of root members. This guy is so cowardly. He feels unsafe without dozens of people surrounding him. After meeting with Sure Sway, the plan began. Sure Sway changed into my dark attire, taking on my appearance. As for me, I followed behind him, activating my Sharingan, ready to call out each of those ambushing little Kurami. Is that all? Still trying to ambush me? Do they think I'm blind? Sure Sway, impersonating me, swaggered up to Danzo. "Lord Danzo, I'm here." Danzo got straight to the point. "The Uchiha have been quite active lately. What exactly are you up to?" Sure Sway began to act, delivering our rehearsed lines, talking about how the security department was understaffed, the clan was financially struggling, needing to support war orphans, and thus decided to venture into business, also wanting to collaborate with other clans to combat spies. In short, it was one word: tragic. Danzo, that old fox, certainly didn't believe it all, but he wanted to test my attitude, while he was fully focused on listening to Sure Sway's grievances. I had already pulled all the root members around us into a Jinjutsu. After Sure Sway finished, Danzo suddenly changed his tone. "Itachi, you should recognize Uchiha Sure Sway, right? His eyes are the same kaleidoscopic Sharingan as Madara's." Wow, news travels fast. But what Danzo doesn't know is that no one understands Sure Sway better than I do. I have completed the control and gave Sure Sway a signal. "It's now." Sure Sway's eyes turned, and the kaleidoscope opened. The strongest illusion, Kodo Amatsukami, directly implanting a new program into your brain's backend. After the illusion was cast, Sure Sway immediately closed his Sharingan and calmly replied, "That is indeed the Manjiki Sharingan. However, According to family records, using it too much can cause blindness. Danzo's mind had already been rewritten, and he believed it without a doubt, saying oh as he patted my shoulder and said, "Continue to monitor the Uchiha. Report any findings promptly. Please, Itachi." "Yes." Shursui replied and left in a flash, looking cool. Danzo stood still, his thoughts slowly beginning to change, even feeling that perhaps he had pushed the Uchiha too hard, and it might be time to give some compensation. I met with the water stop in the dark, and this operation was perfect. The future predicament of the Uchiha clan is finally about to pass. My dad, Fugaku, got the Byakugan back from the Hyuga clan and started to worry again. The arrangement for Sasuke's marriage was still unresolved, and now another one comes up? He looked at the Byakugan and probably started calculating in his mind. For the family, for the honor of the Uchiha, sacrifice is just sacrifice. After all, Sasuke doesn't like those two right now, so let's arrange another one for him. What if it's another girl? He was contemplating going to the Hyuga family to propose, but was worried that the next child from the Hyuga family might be a boy, making things difficult, and he was conflicted. In the end, he decided to use the Byakugan as a bargaining chip, hoping the Hyuga family would give a little more profit at the gambling table. This deal would be a huge win for them. Before I knew it, another school season had arrived. The third Hokage was once again on stage reciting his ever-unchanging speech about the will of fire. I was sitting in a tree watching and couldn't help but complain to the Nine Tails. This old man says the same thing every year. I'm more annoyed than he is. The Nine Tails laughed in my mind. Of course. You don't know. I've told you before. He does this every year. This silly kid actually believed it and had to come watch the new student's entrance ceremony. The Nine Tails spat on the third speech in my inner world and cursed. Shameless. I was shocked. What are you doing in my world? Your world? Without me, you don't have a damn world. The Nine Tails said confidently. I've never liked him anyway. So what if I spat? Is it a crime? But this is in my heart. I feel like I've been tainted. When the Nine Tails saw my aggrieved expression, he immediately started his emotional master performance, seriously trying to persuade me. Come on, Naruto, let me teach you a trick. This is called Cyber Detox, a high-level therapy. It can effectively clear mental garbage. Follow my lead, huff, spit. What? Come give it a try. I guarantee you'll feel much better afterward. I will learn with skepticism. Huff you. How about that? Hey, I must say, it feels much better. I feel like I've been CPU'd, but I also think what he said makes a lot of sense. The Nine Tails looked at me, pleased that I took the bait, and hummed. All right, what's so interesting about a boring school opening ceremony? Let's go. Once we returned to the base, the Nine Tails began checking my homework. You remember all the hand signs, right? I nodded sheepishly. It should be fine now. Then I can practice ninjutsu. The Nine Tails was even more excited than I was, finally able to teach me real techniques. I had previously given the ninjutsu I got from the third Hokage to the older students to practice, and I kept one of the third signature techniques for myself, the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. But this thing was too complicated. I had to throw the shuriken first and then form the hand seals, and my hand speed couldn't keep up. By the time I finished forming the seals, the shuriken had already disappeared. The Nine Tails started pushing me hard. We're going to practice this for the whole day. You're almost in second grade, and you still can't get the shuriken right. You're dragging behind. Can't you help your uncle save some face? I looked at his big fox face and thought, with such a big face, how did you grow up like that? Roar. Go practice. I hurried to the edge of the cliff and pulled out a shuriken from my ninja tool pouch. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. I shouted, completed the hand signs, but nothing happened. The Nine Tails was speechless. Are you stupid? Shouldn't you throw the shuriken first? Oh, right, I forgot. I quickly took out another one and threw it with all my might. The Nine Tails continued. Naruto, this technique mainly relies on wrist strength. Of course, all those flashy throwing techniques are unnecessary. Just remember one thing. In the face of absolute firepower, all techniques are just flashy. When I heard this, I thought, all right, the old man is right. I rolled up my sleeves and got ready to go. But let me tell you, just as I threw the shuriken, I hadn't even finished the hand signs and bam, the shuriken was stuck in the wall. The speed of my hand signs was like trying to play a 5G game on a 2G network, completely unable to keep up. The Nine Tails couldn't bear to watch any longer and gave me a terrible idea. All right, you should practice the hand signs first. This way, create 50 shadow clones. Sit in a row and just practice this hand sign. Whichever clone can complete it in 4 seconds can go home. Good heavens, when I heard this, wasn't it just the legendary working class mode? The Nine Tails, this heartless boss, didn't even pretend. But what could I do? I had to do it. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. 50 of me, fresh out of the oven. I shouted at the top of my lungs. Brothers, to get off work early, roll up. Guess what? Those guys were even more excited than me, howling and starting practice. Not long after, one of the shadow clones succeeded, vanished with a bang, and the memory rushed back into my brain. I was stunned, my mind filled with a strong desire to get off work, yet I was still standing there. Who understands this feeling of my own CPU? The Ninetales saw that I was frozen and quickly changed the subject. What are you staring at? Let the remaining 49 workers continue practicing throwing. You, the real body, right now, immediately practice the complete ninja technique. Fine. I picked up the shuriken, mustered all my strength to throw it, and my hand signs were so fast they were almost sparking. Shuriken shadow, clone technique. Let me tell you, that scene was incredible. One shuriken flew out and instantly split into dozens in midair. It was overwhelming. There were clanging sounds everywhere, and the rock walls and trees were all turned into sieves. I was dumbfounded, staring at all this, and after a while I shouted into my mind, Kai-bai, I did it. I did it. Ha ha. This power, this range. Who needs accuracy? Just cover the area with firepower. The Ninetales grunted with satisfaction. Kid, this is just the beginning. Do you want to upgrade this Italian cannon? Yes, yes. Yes. Wind release. Before you throw it, use wind release to accelerate the shuriken. Make it spin like a fan, then use shadow clones to replicate it. What do you think? Is it feasible? When I heard this, the idea was brilliant, but I couldn't use wind release. The Ninetales said, no problem. Simplified version. You don't need to know the technique. Just blow on it to make it spin. I held my breath. A huff. I blew out of breath. The Ninetales fell silent for a moment and finally said, forget it. I'll go ask your school's seniors for advice later. Now, keep summoning clones. Practice. No one eats until this technique is mastered. Multiple shadow clone technique. 50 Naruto workers went online again to motivate them. I even promised a feast for the one who performed the best. Who understands this? One unfortunate clone got so anxious that it even snatched a little bird's nest and threw it away. Just make use of what's at hand. By the time the sun set, I recalled the last shadow clone, and one thought remained in my mind. I want a feast. I must fulfill my promise to myself. The scene shifts, and guess what? While I was still struggling to practice, the Rock Ninja village was in an uproar. Their spies reported that the seasoned infiltrator who had been lurking in Konoha for years had actually been exposed by a second-grade kid. The third, Tsuchikage Inoki, was stunned when he saw the intel. What is going on? If this kid grows up, wouldn't the entire intelligence network be transparent in front of him? The old man slammed the table. We must eliminate him at all costs. So they set their sights on our school's outdoor survival test, dispatching a luxurious assassination package, 3 jonin and 9 shunin, just to take down a second-grade student. I was still in the dark, setting up a Naruto leaderboard at school. It was the Ninetales' idea, letting all the students target defeating me. Whoever defeated the most of my shadow clones after school would be the coolest kid in school. That day after school, a senior who had just learned a C-rank ninja technique came to challenge me. I went through dozens of taijutsu exchanges with him, then started summoning shadow clones to 3-8. The senior couldn't handle it, blasted away my clones with a wind release, great breakthrough, and surrendered. Just as he left, another one stepped up. Good heavens, they were going for a wheel battle to exhaust me. Seeing this situation, I couldn't be bothered to act anymore, so I shouted to everyone, all right, you all come at me together. Multiple shadow clone technique. When the smoke cleared, everyone was dumbfounded. Now, 3 Narutos stood beside each student, smiling at them. The next day, the outdoor survival test officially began. Teacher Irika said that if we found the scroll hidden in the forest within 2 days, it would count as complete, and whoever took the special scroll from the highest mountain would be first. Without saying a word, I unloaded the weight to Teacher Irika and dashed into the forest. My goal, first place. That cocky guy Sasuke was the same. We rushed toward that mountain one after the other. Meanwhile, those rock ninjas had already dug traps in the mountain like moles, evading the teacher's inspections, just waiting for us to take the bait. By nightfall, I had just made a fire and was preparing to sleep when the Ninetales directly sounded the air raid alarm in my head. Naruto, wake up. Damn, such strong malice. I jolted awake. What is wrong, Kai-bai? 3 jonin and 9 shunin. A total of 12 people have surrounded the mountain. I don't know if they're coming for you or for Sasuke. Damn, my hair stood on end. My first reaction was, it's over. They must be coming for Sasuke. They definitely want a Sharingan. Those bastards. Do they want to reenact the Hyuga family's tragedy in front of me? No way. I must save Sasuke. Multiple shadow clone technique. I created a bunch of clones. Transformation jutsu. All the clones instantly transformed into Sasuke's appearance. Find Sasuke. Quickly. Scatter. One clone got lucky and found Sasuke right away. I rushed over to explain the situation, and that kid Sasuke was quick-witted, but he didn't know they weren't here to capture him. They were here to knife me. He even suggested, if they want to capture me, then I'll turn into your appearance, and you can use shadow clones, and we can escape together. Just then, the Ninetales directly came online and took command. Naruto, listen to me. The enemy still doesn't know we've discovered them. This is our chance. Now, you turn to Sasuke. I quickly complied. Listen carefully. Our tactic is to create a diversion. Send a team of shadow clones to forcefully break through towards the village to attract their main force. Then send another team to harass from behind the mountain. We will slip out from most dangerous mountain pass. I was stunned, but at this moment, I had to trust the Ninetales. I poured all my chakra into it, multiple shadow clone technique. With a bang, I was everywhere. Then I commanded, everyone, transform into Sasuke. Sasuke was instantly dumbfounded, watching hundreds of himself scatter away, and his expression was just like an old person on the subway, looking at a phone. JPG. The plan began. The breakout team at the front of the mountain quickly encountered the enemy. The sensing ninja from the rock ninja side immediately noticed and was stunned, yelling to his teammates, report. Target spotted. But the numbers don't match. It's all solid chakra reactions, all shadow clones. Didn't the intel say it was just a second-year kid? You call this a second year? Goodness, what kind of second year is this? Did that bunch of idiots in the intel department write the report with their feet? Let me tell you, the leader of the rock ninja on the other side exploded on the spot, shouting that the intel was wrong and to kill him. Then poof, poof, poof. Several Earth clone clones were created, charging towards my shadow clones. To be honest, I created such a huge spectacle because I didn't understand what team combat meant. My mind was filled with scenes from shows where gangsters fought in groups, thinking the more people, the more impressive it would be. As a result, it turned out well, accidentally draining the enemy's chakra a bit. I have dozens of Sasuke clones just emerging from the forest, and the group in front has their eyes all turned red. Without saying a word, they draw their swords and charge in. Let me tell you, it was like chopping vegetables for them. They didn't even consider leaving any survivors. They probably guessed that all of us were shadow clones and came in swinging, one sword strike for each clone. Whoosh, my neck went cold. Everything went dark. And then ding, the memory of one clone being cut down transmitted back to my original body. Then came ding, 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 ding. It felt like I'd stepped into a blacksmith shop with all the images of my clones being cleanly and swiftly killed by those two on the other side. Who understands, in just a few seconds I died over 20 times. The cold sensation of the knife slicing through my throat was so real. Kurama was still in my head, comforting me not to be afraid, saying this was a necessary path for growth. Damn it, I was almost numb from dying. I trembled and told Sasuke, brother, they are really coming for you. My clones didn't even get a word out before they were wiped out. As a result, my clones responsible for breaking through didn't fare any better. Just a couple of steps into the back mountain, I saw the other side shoot a signal flare into the sky. The implication was clear. Stop pretending. Everyone surround them and act fast. One rock ninja was cutting down my clones while mocking. Konoha really is full of talent. Even a kid who hasn't graduated can use shadow clones. But today, I'm going to crush a genius. As soon as the signal flare lit up, Konoha village exploded into chaos. The third Hokage was yanked out of bed in the middle of the night, barely opening his eyes, and the village went straight into level 1 combat readiness. The Umbu rushed out, and all the Jonin were urgently assembled. Let me tell you, that old man Danzo surprisingly didn't go crazy this time. He hit the nail on the head, saying that since the other side was so urgent, they were definitely coming for the students, directly sending the Uchiha and Hyuga clans to let their own people take revenge. The third Hokage agreed, all right, let's do it. On the other side, my clones running towards the cliff were also discovered. The sensing ninja on the opposing side was dumbfounded. Captain, they're running on the wall. A vertical wall. Second-year students from Konoha can climb walls. They had no idea this was just the beginning. With enemies surrounding me from all directions, I only had 2 Chunin left to watch over me. I made up my mind and told Sasuke we have to take them down, or we won't be able to escape. Saying that, I pulled out all my shurikens. Kurama even mocked my shuriken skills, telling me to give them to Sasuke. But I refused. Let me tell you, the look Sasuke gave me at that moment was like he was looking at a fool. I took a deep breath and blew hard on the blades of the shurikens with my chakra. I have to say, it actually made them spin at high speed, buzzing loudly. Then, I gathered all my strength and threw the 2 rapidly spinning shurikens into the air, immediately following up with a clap of my hands. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Goodness, The two shurikens exploded in midair into hundreds of them. It was like a torrential rain, each one carrying the slicing effect of wind release, swarming over those two chunin along with the trees and stones. The scene was simply overwhelming, nothing left standing. Sasuke beside me had his mouth agape, probably thinking how this underdog could be so fierce. After throwing all my shurikens, I grabbed him and ran. Let's go. Why are you just standing there? We had just run a short distance when I dispatched more shadow clones to scatter as bait. However, before we could get far, I received the memory of my clones being killed, and Kurama immediately alerted me. They're catching up. They're very fast. I turned around and saw that those rock ninjas were using some kind of lightweight technique, running faster than rabbits on the treetops. They were chasing while cutting down my shadow clones, and after getting tired of that, they also copied me, spitting out several rock clones to help. Just at this critical moment, Irika-sensei finally arrived with the umbu. He spotted me, and Sasuke, I was still in Sasuke's form, at a glance and shouted, "Sasuke!" The umbu were quite cautious and didn't rush in directly. I quickly dispelled my transformation, and Irika-sensei finally breathed a sigh of relief. I was about to take credit, saying that if it weren't for me, his students would have been gone by now. But then the rock ninja caught up to us and immediately used a doton. Yellow spring swamp technique, trying to turn the ground beneath our feet into a swamp. Irika-sensei reacted quickly, scooping us both up and jumping back, leaving the battlefield to the umbu. But the umbu were outnumbered and were being pushed back by the enemy's swamp and earth spears. Two rock ninjas took advantage of the chaos and broke away from the battlefield, heading straight for us. Irika-sensei couldn't run fast with us in his arms, so he turned around and pushed us forward. "You two go. I'll hold them off." Family, who understands? My mind was buzzing. Why was he willing to sacrifice himself for us? One rock ninja stayed to confront Irika-sensei, while the other continued to pursue us. That guy used a doton, earth flow wall, to block our way, and as I just made a shadow clone, he instantly eliminated it with a doton, earth spear, just when I thought I was about to be caught. He used his trick again, casting another yellow spring swamp. Sasuke and I teamed up and threw a wave of shuriken, but he easily blocked them with a wall of earth. He grinned maliciously as he appeared right in front of me, swinging his sword down. Just then, whoosh, 3 shuriken flew in. The rock ninja disdainfully tilted his head to dodge, but guess what? The flying shuriken was suddenly yanked back by an invisible wire. Turning around and wrapping around him, it turned out to be Uchiha Shursui and Hyuga Hizashi leading the charge. The rock ninja reacted quickly, diving into the swamp with a doton, trying to use the heart decapitation technique from below to drag me down and drown me. Shursui flicked his wrist, and the wire promptly pulled me and Sasuke out of the swamp. Hizashi activated his Byakugan and struck down with a palm, using the gentle fist. The rock ninja took the brunt of the residual force while still on the ground. Although he didn't die, he was severely injured. Knowing he couldn't escape, he poured all his remaining energy into a massive doton, mountain earth technique, trying to crush us all to death. I was completely stunned at that moment. I saw the head of the Hyuga clan not retreating, but advancing, instantly returning to our midst, jumping up from the spot, and executing a 360-degree defense with the Bagua palm. Returned to heaven. He forcefully withstood the 2 earthen walls that were as tall as small mountains. The rock ninja, having exhausted his chakra, drilled out from the ground and fired the last signal flare indicating mission failure before fainting. In the distance, the main force of the rock ninja saw the signal, their eyes turning red, directly activating the dragon as a favor, no dragon hard creation mode, abandoning the entanglement with the umbu and charging toward me like they were risking their lives. Teacher Irika had just been rescued, and when he saw me wanting to go up and fight, he angrily punched me and then slapped me again. "You are their target. We are risking our lives to save you. Do you understand?" I was stunned by the blows. Was this the feeling of being cared for? Before I could finish feeling moved, that group of crazed rock ninjas had already arrived. The situation on Shursue's side was even more explosive. He directly dropped the act. Susanoo, a greenish-blue giant, dozens of meters tall, rose up from the ground, wielding a spiral sword, like a god descending to earth. With one strike of the Yata mirror, he shattered the rock ninja's earthen wall. The Hyuga clan also launched a series of Bagua air palm surprise attacks. But those rock ninjas were single-minded, charging out of the encirclement on a dirt dragon, heading straight for me. They trapped me and Teacher Irika in a deep pit using the earthquake core, then tried to bury us alive with rock collapse. Let me tell you, at that moment, rocks were crashing down, and Kurama in my mind said, Kid, lie still. I'll take over from here. In the next second, a burst of red chakra exploded from my body, instantly forming the two tails cloak. Kurama directly took control of my body, and with a flick of my two tails, I sent all the falling boulders flying and casually pulled the stunned teacher Irika out. Let me tell you, that was not a fight at all. It was a massacre. Kurama was controlling me, charging into the rock ninjas on all fours like a beast. What earth-style defense? It was like paper in front of his claws. 1J Nin activated a hardening technique, and Kurama directly unleashed four tails, smashing him down like crazy. In the end, feeling that they were too slow to deal with, he even formed a small-tailed beast bomb in my mouth, and boom. The world went silent. In the distance, Hayashi was wide-eyed, his jaw almost dropping, probably thinking, my daughter really has good taste. This son-in-law is amazing. Shursui also expressed his feelings, saying no wonder Itachi entrusted everything to me. Those rock ninjas could never have imagined that their target, whom they had been chasing for so long, was actually a hidden big shot. After the fight, Kurama returned my body to me, and I immediately collapsed from exhaustion. Teacher Irika rushed over and hugged me. You saved my life, truly worthy of being my good student. Kurama was still transmitting in his mind. It was me who saved you. No need to thank me. When I opened my eyes again, I had already been carried back to the village by Teacher Irika. He was so happy to see me awake and insisted on treating me to ramen. Naruto, the teacher is treating you to ramen. You saved my life, you know. That's great. I want 2 bowls. 3 bowls will be fine. The way Teacher Irika looks at me now is filled with pride. He must think that I am indeed his most outstanding student. Let me tell you, I was completely satisfied after this bowl of ramen. It felt like my life was complete. The boss, the hand-pulled noodle uncle, looked at me like I was his own son. After all, a customer like me, who can eat so much and his sweet-talking is hard to find even with a lantern, after eating and drinking to my heart's content. Let me tell you, the last time I took down the Rock Shinobi, it caused quite a stir in the entire ninja world. Goodness, the Rock Village has almost become a joke in the ninja world, with a dozen elite ninjas coming to assassinate a kid like me, only to end up getting wrapped up like dumplings by me. They've lost face big time. Now the Rock ninjas on their borders are all huddled up like quails, not daring to make a peep in their own country. In our village, the discussion was heated, and everyone was guessing who those guys were really after. Some said it was Hinata, others said it was Uchiha, and there were even those who thought they were just here for intelligence gathering, only to be run into by us kids. Anyway, there were all kinds of opinions, and it got so noisy that the 3rd Hokage got annoyed and handed the matter over to Danzo to handle the public opinion. That old guy is the best at doing this. Later, the guys from the interrogation department also did well, prying open the mouths of the 2 Chunin they captured. Who understands what family is? The truth is simply outrageous. The first on their assassination list was me, just because I was too accurate in catching spies. I pissed them off, and what happened? Sending a head over 1,000 miles. It's a small gift, but carries deep feelings. This matter was also completely settled. Naruto Uzumaki can perfectly control the 9 tails chakra. How cool is that? However, after the fight, I reflected and realized that I lacked a one-hit kill move. So after school, I dragged Hinata to the little grove every day. No, I'm into the training ground to study new techniques. I saw Hinata's 8 trigrams palm, heavenly spin, and it was simply amazing. I thought, can I create a mini version of that, directly held in my palm and thrown out? I put in a lot of effort here, and wow, I directly triggered Sasuke. He's there every day, questioning his life, feeling that his strength is pathetic, always being overshadowed by his brother's reputation. Whenever people see him, they say, oh, isn't that Itachi's little brother? Why is he so weak? He doesn't say it out loud, but inside, he's holding back a lot of frustration, just wanting to hear a compliment from his dad, Fugaku. But what's funny, you know, Uncle Fugaku is actually very satisfied with him behind the scenes, but not because of his strength. It's because he has good relationships with girls. He is always mumbling. No wonder he's my son, even before awakening the Sharingan. He has so many girls liking him. That's way better than Itachi. Let me tell you, you can't even begin to understand the thought process of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke doesn't know this, so he trains like crazy, injuring himself all over. Yet he still can't catch up to me and his brother. He goes to ask Itachi, only to be filled with a motivational speech about how his effort isn't even on the same level as talent, which drives him even crazier. Every day after school, he takes 2 little fans to the training ground to train hard. The Hinata family situation is even more interesting. Uncle Hizashi sees that his eldest daughter is completely mine now, so he just lies flat and gives up. Now his goal is to train another little darling. As for Hinata, He considers her an investment made early on with me. After all, who would he want to curry favor with the future Hokage who can control the Nine Tails? We're just having some small troubles here. But there are undercurrents stirring among the village's higher-ups. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans have teamed up to take over the security department. And Uncle Fugaku is even starting to consider revealing his Mangeki Sharingan to have a showdown with the third Hokage. He has instructed his clan members that from now on, if anyone in the village tries to give me trouble with their shops, just invite the owner to the security department for some tea. Let me tell you, this sense of security is absolutely reassuring. As for my Naruto Academy, it is growing larger and larger, almost becoming the second student council in a ninja school. We are focusing on professional specialization. Those who want to be teachers can join the tutoring group. Those who want to be fighters can go for the Naruto rankings. And those who want to learn management can practice at the orphanage. Whatever it is, sealing techniques, jinjutsu, taijutsu, as long as you have contribution points, you can exchange for anything. Our motto is, everyone has books to read, everyone has skills to practice. Days pass like this until Shikamaru learns their family's shadow imitation technique and insists on challenging me. Naruto, come on, my secret technique won't lose to yours, he says with confidence. The 9 llamas in my head are about to laugh themselves crazy. Does this kid have some misunderstanding about his own intelligence? In the face of absolute power, all the flashy stuff is worthless. I laughed at that moment. Great. Shikamaru, I love your spirit of stubbornness, even when you know you're going to lose. We agreed that I wouldn't use shadow clones. Kurama was watching like it was a show, curious to see what this genius boy could come up with. Well, Shikamaru, I was grinning wickedly while shedding my heavy load. Actually, when Shikacho can team up, I have no objections. You said it. Shikamaru replied ambiguously, and I didn't pay much attention at the time. The battle began, and I charged him with a punch, but he swiftly jumped back, creating a great distance between us. Then, wow, he threw a bunch of shuriken into the sky, each with a little parachute attached. It was like an airdrop, slowly descending. I was completely stunned at that moment, asking Kurama in my mind, what is going on? Shouldn't the kunai be thrown at my face? Kurama reminded me, be careful. He has a plan for every step. As soon as he finished speaking, Shikamaru started forming hand seals, shadow imitation technique. His shadow suddenly darted towards me, and I quickly jumped back, just as his shadow was about to reach its maximum distance. As a result, the shadows of the kunai with parachutes fell right down and connected with his shadow. Does anyone understand? His attack range instantly skyrocketed, and he caught my shadow in one go. Shadow imitation technique, success. Shikamaru looked at me proudly, walking toward me step by step, and I could only follow him step by step. Oh no, Kurama started making sarcastic remarks again, saying someone who wants to be Hokage is this weak? If this were an enemy, you would have died 800 times already. Go away. I did it on purpose, I retorted stubbornly. Nonsense. Stop pretending. Kurama mimicked Stephen Chow's tone, saying if you want help, just say it. If you say you want it, I 1T refuse you. If you say you don't want it, I 1T force it on you. Kurama, you're so annoying. Just as we were bickering, Shikamaru had already controlled me to walk in front of a big tree. When I saw the situation, my heart sank. No way, Shikamaru. He completely ignored me and headbutted the air. He hit the air, but I slammed my head against the tree solidly with a loud thud, causing me so much pain that tears almost came out. Oh, so it's not a shadow clone? Shikamaru said in the tone I usually use to mock them. I didn't expect your strength to be this lacking. The classmates around me saw that I was controlled and instantly got excited. A bold girl even ran over directly, taking advantage of my inability to move, and gave me a quick peck on the cheek before blushing and running away. Hinata, next to me, was almost in tears, quietly muttering, how could she do this? How could she? I endured the pain. No, I couldn't be so passive anymore. I started to exert myself frantically, my veins bulging all over my body, my face turning red from the effort. Shikamaru felt he was about to lose control and increased his chakra output. Just then, Ino also made her move, using the mind transfer technique on me. As soon as she entered my mental space, she was met face to face with the terrifying fox face of Kurama and was immediately scared back with a loud roar. Seeing the situation was dire, Shikamaru quickly called for backup. CHG, go. CHG, having just finished his last chip, reluctantly stood up and used the partial expansion technique on me, swinging a gigantic palm in my direction. Naruto, Kurama, Sasuke, Hinata, and even Lee were all shouting for me. Everyone hoped I could create a miracle. At that critical moment, I finally broke free from the shadow imitation technique. I dodged CHG's giant palm in a flash, instantly switching from defense to offense. Ha ha, come again. I put my hands on my hips, pointed my thumb at myself, and shouted at Ino, CHG, and Shikamaru, come at me together. The crowd erupted. Oh, Naruto, Naruto. Seeing that Ino's technique was ineffective against me, Shikamaru simply gave up. CHG looked at me and suddenly yelled, Naruto, what are you staring at? Wow, this feels like a dream come true. I immediately responded, what are you going to do about it? Shikamaru chimed in, try staring again. I'll try it. Multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, I created dozens of shadow clones, surrounding them completely. Before Shikamaru could form hand seals, I unleashed my self-created ultimate technique. Look at my ninjutsu, transformation technique. With a loud bang, the smoke cleared, and I gave them a big surprise. Harem technique, comic convention world. Let me tell you, that scene was absolutely unbelievable. All the shadow clones transformed into various characters, like beast-eared girls, girls in black and white stockings with long legs, and even night queens and sorceresses. A large group of girls crowded around Shikamaru and Choji, sweetly saying, Master, please punish me. This. Shikamaru and Choji were completely stunned, nosebleeds gushing, and they were instantly defeated. Kiba next to them was so envious his eyes were turning red. Shino took off his sunglasses, and Lee and Niji were even more intense, with Niji activating his Byakugan to enjoy the view from all angles, completely forgetting to wipe his nosebleed. Sasuke was saying it was boring, but his eyes couldn't look away at all. In the Hokage building, the third Hokage was watching the crystal ball, already lying in a pool of blood. After I dispelled the jutsu, the entire training ground looked like a crime scene, with bodies lying all around. I walked up to Hinata, took her hand, and said, I have another move. Can I show it to you alone sometime? As soon as she heard this, her face turned as red as an apple, and she quietly said okay, then suddenly fainted. No way. I hadn't even used my reverse harem technique yet. How did she faint? After that incident, my harem technique was classified as a forbidden technique for classmates. But that didn't stop me. I developed a seduction technique called Seaside Charm, Professional Teacher, Neighbor Sister. In the end, all transformation-based seduction techniques were banned, and everyone was finally able to spar normally. However, this incident ignited everyone's creative passion, and they started crazily modifying their jutsu. Shino's bugs could turn into shuriken. Choji began practicing advanced water walking, and Kiba decided to raise a few more dogs at home. Then, Shikamaru came looking for me again. It was at dusk, and he started by betting me that as long as I could take one of his attacks head-on, he would admit defeat and give me 2 months' worth of pocket money. As soon as I heard it, I thought something was off. The lessons from last time were still fresh in my mind. There must be a trap. What if you lose? I asked warily. If I lose, you will be number 1 on the Naruto list, and don't ask for anything else. I was still hesitating when he added, you can use shadow clones. As many as you want, but you can only attack after I've finished this move. The moment I heard I could use shadow clones, I instantly forgot the last time I was tricked. Alright, I agree. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. I filled the area with hundreds of clones, surrounding Shikamaru completely. Shikamaru looked at so many clones and began to laugh excitedly. As the sky grew darker, he finally waited for night to fall. First, he used the shadow imitation technique to control one of my shadow clones, then took out a silk scarf to blindfold that clone's eyes. Next, he threw a specially made kunai flash bomb into the sky. With a bang, it exploded in midair, and a blinding bright light instantly blinded everyone's eyes. Before me was nothing but white. I couldn't see anything. Family, who understands this? This is physical blindness. Just when everyone was plunged into darkness, Shikamaru began to form hand seals. Niji was the only one unaffected. He could see clearly with his Byakugan. What Shikamaru was forming was actually just the seal for the most basic transformation jutsu. In this pitch-black darkness, what was he planning to do? I'm telling you, he's going to ramp it up. Shikamaru is such a sly guy. He never intended to fight Naruto seriously. He wants to directly attack Naruto's biggest weakness. This kid is fearless of everything, but terrified of ghosts. Wow, I finally understand. This whole setup was planned by Shikamaru. First, he scheduled a challenge for the evening, then dragged it out until dark, just to wait for the worst lighting when people are most likely to let their imaginations run wild. That flashbang earlier wasn't thrown randomly. It was to temporarily blind you, so when your vision returned, the shock would be at its peak. And the most crucial piece of the puzzle is the Naruto shadow clone in front of him, blindfolded. I leaned in for a closer look and nearly lost my dinner. The thing he transformed into was covered in rotten flesh, with bugs crawling all over it, a big hole in its chest where you could see its innards clearly, and its mouth stretched all the way to its ears. My God, it looked like a special effects actor who just wrapped up filming a zombie movie. The surrounding shadow clones all screamed and scattered in a panic. Then, in front of everyone, Shikamaru slowly pulled off the blindfold from that unfortunate shadow clone. The shadow clone was still dazed, feeling something sticky and jumping stick to its face. When it opened its eyes, bam, a rotten face was right in front of it, and its pupils instantly shook. "Ah, don't come near me." Shikamaru leaned in with a sinister delight, and seeing Naruto scared and closing his eyes, he deliberately whispered in a normal voice right in his ear, "Naruto, I'm back." Naruto trembled and opened his eyes, only to see that horrifying face. At that moment, I felt the shadow clone's soul freeze. Then Shikamaru, in a hoarse voice that sounded like he was dying, said, "It hurts so much, Naruto. Feel the pain." And then he directly embraced that shadow clone with his rib-exposing chest. Bang! You guess what happened to that shadow clone? It wasn't blown up. It was literally scared to death. This stirred up a hornet's nest. The memories of that shadow clone, filled with extreme fear, instantly transmitted back to Naruto's real body and all the other hidden shadow clones. Family, who understands? That feeling was like Naruto instantaneously opened hundreds of live streams, having a first-person 360-degree immersive experience of being scared by a ghost. Every angle of terror was remembered vividly. Naruto's real body couldn't hold on for even 0.1 seconds before his CPU overheated, his eyes rolled back, and he foamed at the mouth, crashing on the spot. The surrounding shadow clones exploded like firecrackers. Bang, bang, bang. All blew up. Kurama couldn't watch anymore in Naruto's mental world and quickly split some chakra to help him stabilize his mind, complaining, "What's wrong with this kid? Why does he still believe this?" But Shikamaru was too devious. The bugs were a bit disgusting. Saying that, he started to help Naruto share the mental shock, practically performing a cyber exorcism. Outside, everyone was dumbfounded. Wow, Shikamaru is too strong. Is this called strong? This is dirty. Dirty as in heart. This is intelligence crushing, understand? In the ninja world, as long as you can win, that's enough. Everyone's gaze toward Shikamaru changed. This guy absolutely cannot be provoked. Who knows if he will come to your house at night to pull some tricks under your bed? Hinata was heartbroken, quickly holding the unconscious Naruto in her arms. And while it was dark, secretly kissed his face, her cheeks as red as an apple. When everyone sent Naruto back home, Kurama wasn't idle. It thought this weakness must be overcome based on the idea that to defeat magic, one must first understand the spirit of magic. So it stayed up all night in Naruto's mental world, giving him a crash course. From strange tales from a Chinese studio to Journey to the West. From zombie films to vampire legends. And finally packaged a complete collection of great demon subduing techniques and poured it into Naruto's sleeping mind. After this wave of knowledge payment, Naruto will probably ask ghosts if they want to sign up for a membership next time he sees one. A few days later, Naruto recovered and then made a big move in his Naruto Academy, establishing a ninja technique development department. This department doesn't do anything else but brainstorm. If anyone has a good idea, they write it into a proposal, then directly publish a mission, paying Chunin and Jonin to help realize it. This was the first time such a thing happened in the ninja school. Student organizations doing research. Even the third Hokage thought it was just kids playing house. But the kids were enthusiastic. After all, who doesn't want to be the coolest one in school? The development department was divided into 3 parts: Taijutsu, Ninjutsu, and Genjutsu. The Taijutsu department directly brought in Lee as a consultant, changing the old methods of brutal training to focus on scientific training, balancing hardness and softness. The Ninjutsu department was lively, with a group of people brainstorming flashy operations. They were thinking of combining wind release with earth release to create a sandstorm, or combining water release with lightning release to make an electromagnetic water cannon. And some even wanted to combine explosive tags with earth release to create a self-propelled bomb. Once they matured their ideas, they wrote reports and waited for Jonin to take their orders. The Genjutsu department was the funniest because everyone's Genjutsu skills were poor, so they couldn't rely on strong attacks. However, they discovered a clever use. During meetings, they could directly use Genjutsu to visualize their ideas for everyone to see. The communication efficiency was off the charts. This was practically the earliest PPT in the ninja world. One guy had a particularly unique way of thinking, pondering every day how to use Genjutsu to create a harem technique with tactile feedback. His vision was indeed a bit limited. At first, the Jonin and Chunin taking on the missions were quite pleased, thinking this job was just paid babysitting with kids. However, it didn't take long for the students' research to deepen, and the topics they proposed became increasingly tricky. Report, Jonin. We want to study the impact of the water dragon bullet's form on its power. Will it change if we replace the dragon with a dog? Can we ride an Earth release horse? What is the speed? The Jonin gradually realized that making money wasn't as easy as it seemed. While the kids in Konoha were enthusiastically innovating, the outside world's surveillance on Konoha was becoming more frequent. After Iwagakure suffered a huge loss, all countries felt that Konoha was unfathomable, so they sent a lot of merchants disguised as spies to infiltrate. As soon as these guys entered Konoha, they were dazzled by this glamorous world. The safest casino in the world, cheap and abundant military rations, delicious barbecue hot pot that brought tears to your eyes, and various membership discount events. They were almost enchanted. Who still remembered they came to gather intelligence? What excited them the most was that there were bookstores openly selling books on ninja technique development. The titles were more impressive than the last. From Genin to Jonin in just 1 year. Reikage, detailed explanation of lightning release armor. Secret technique. Manual for training the 100 Ghost Knight. March. These merchants had no idea, thinking they had struck gold. They treated these Naruto Academy's fictional novels and comics as top secret manuals, buying them like crazy, and after returning to their village, they proudly reported to their leaders. Amidst this prosperity and hidden currents, a major event occurred. The security department suddenly heightened its vigilance. The wife of the Hyuga family head, Hyuga Hizashi, was about to give birth. Outside Konoha Hospital's delivery room, the elders of the Hyuga clan all gathered, each of them waiting like it was a lottery draw. Hizashi was so nervous that his palms were sweating. He just hoped this second child would behave and not be like Hinata, whose heart was almost running off with Naruto. Uchiha Fugaku also came, patting Hizashi on the shoulder to congratulate him. Hizashi was extremely annoyed but forced a smile. Another one interested in my kid. Huh. No one knew how long they waited. And suddenly, wah, a baby cried. Rizu rushed to the nurse's side in one step, forgetting to roll his eyes, and nervously asked, "How is it? Boy or girl? Where's my wife?" "It's a girl. Both mother and daughter are safe." "That's great. I have a daughter now." Rizu was so happy that his mouth stretched from ear to ear, completely forgetting about family heirs and sons. He now felt, so what if it's a daughter? "My daughter is the best in the world." Holding the newborn baby, he announced to everyone loudly, "I declare that this child's name is Hinata Hanabi." Time flew by, and another group of trainees graduated. Let me tell you, this year's graduates are completely a different species. After a year of training in the arts of sound and the ninja technique development department, these kids' practical abilities and tactical skills are stronger than last year's Chunin. But those Jonin in charge don't realize that, still looking at them with old eyes. As a result, during the graduation assessment the next day, several training grounds witnessed the same scene. The students wouldn't even engage in one-on-one battles. They came at you with a meticulously planned combination attack. One would handle long-range harassment and probing, another would set traps, while the third would go on the offensive. Illusions, ninjutsu, traps, substitution techniques, transformation techniques. All sorts of dirty tricks emerged endlessly, working together seamlessly. One Jonin teacher was confused and was taken down by 3 students using strategy. A shuriken was even pressed against his waist, and he still hadn't realized how he lost. He looked at the 3 grinning little devils in front of him and probably thought to himself, "Are today's kids this cunning?" Meanwhile, the secret manuals brought back by the merchants stirred quite a wave in the ninja world. Orochimaru from the Akatsuki organization looked through a few and exclaimed how interesting they were, becoming very interested in the mastermind behind it all. Kakuzu saw this and thought, "Isn't this faster than robbing for money?" He immediately began writing his autobiography, "The Years I Passionately Faced the First Hokage." Naruto also got the idea of writing a book to make money so he could take Hinata out for good food. During the last gathering, he noticed that while Hinata looked demure, she could eat grilled meat more fiercely than anyone else. He felt that if he didn't make more money, he might really not be able to support her. Then the Ninetales said something that woke him up. "Can't you focus? Does Hinata want to see you write a book? She wants to train with you to get stronger." Naruto thought about it and realized, right? Strength is the fundamental truth. He instantly remembered the amazing heavenly spin technique from Hinata Hyuga a few days ago, which had the power to drill a hole through a large rock and shatter it. "I was just thinking if this technique of reversing the situation could be taught to Hinata, wouldn't that be amazing?" But let me tell you, the old fox Kurama had a twist in his mind and came up with a terrible idea. He said, "Stop thinking about that all-around 360-degree windmill it's too advanced. And Hinata probably can't handle it. Let's do a youthful version. Just let the chakra spin around her waist, like a hula hoop, to practice control. When something happens, she can just enlarge the hoop and throw it out, a high-speed spinning chakra hoop. Wow, that would be like a mobile fan. Anyone who comes would get blown away. As soon as I heard this, I thought it was great. ISNT this just creating an opportunity for me to get close to Hinata. The Hyuga family was quite cooperative too. As soon as Hisashi heard that I was developing a new jutsu, he immediately lent Hinata to me without a second thought. Probably secretly pleased, not wanting his daughter to miss out on new techniques. Over the years, I've been rolling with my buddies from the Naruto Academy, and we've practically gone crazy at the entire ninja school. We got some money, so we directly hired Jonin to conduct extracurricular classes, with dozens of us attending together. The scene was incredible, especially when we called out and criticized those Uchiha guys. They brought their Sharingan over, and let me tell you, it was like a scanner. Just take it. All your taijutsu and ninjutsu are copied. Then they turned around and taught the students right in front of us, which infuriated Danzo so much that he complained to the third Hokage, saying the Uchiha were really going broke, taking on any task. What a disgrace. But the most annoying part wasn't that. It was them bragging every day about their Sasuke, making him sound like a living bodhisattva, talking about how he loves animals and helps old ladies cross the street. Who understands, right? That sour face of Sasuke-s. And you tell me he likes sweets and cooking? The cakes he makes are so bad, even dogs wouldn't eat them. It got to the point where even Sasuke was embarrassed, being chased by a bunch of clan members wanting to set him up on dates. He was almost dying of annoyance. After a few years of this, finally, the graduation exam arrived. Let me tell you, when I got my forehead protector that day, Irika-sensei had red eyes, probably out of excitement, or maybe he was just glad to finally send off this great deity of mine. All the teachers in the school came to applaud me. After all, in these 5 years, which one hadn't been tormented by my shadow clone army? Just when I was feeling good about it, Kurama suddenly spoke in my head. Naruto, let me show you something fun. Then, bam, I got a new memory in my head. Goodness, it was another version of me from a parallel universe. Tricked by a teacher named Mizuki into stealing the Book of Seals. I sensed it. And sure enough, this Mizuki in our class had a strong aura of malice. Kurama encouraged me. Hey, are you just gonna let this go? Don't you want to get some revenge? I thought, of course, I had to arrange something. After school, I directly blocked Mizuki, putting on a dramatic act, crying and pleading. Mizuki-sensei, I want to become Hokage, but my skills aren't enough. You are my most admired teacher. You must have a way to help me, right? You wouldn't want my dreams to be shattered, would you? Mizuki took the bait, mysteriously telling me that there's a Book of Seals in the Hokage building, and if I wanted to become Hokage, I had to learn it. He would help me distract the guards at night, so I could steal it. Just as I left, I immediately slid into the Hokage office and told the third Hokage everything. When the old man heard this, he laughed and said, All right, Naruto, you've even gained experience in catching spies, so let us turn the tables and see who's behind this. That night, everything went according to plan. I successfully got the scroll and ran to the designated location. Mizuki took the scroll and turned to run, mumbling about Orochimaru. I thought to myself, finally, you revealed your backing. Just as he ran a few steps, a cold voice rang out. Is it Orochimaru? Mizuki turned around, his face going blank. Suddenly, the Book of Seals in his hand poofed and transformed into a person, Itachi, dressed in Umbu uniform, looking incredibly cool. Itachi looked at Mizuki's ghostly face, probably speechless, and took him down with a single Sharingan Jinjutsu. The next day, I went to register, and just as I exited the building, I noticed a small kid following me. That disguise technique was practically insulting my intelligence. I turned around. Hey, kid, why are you following me? The kid pointed at my justice cloak, his eyes shining. Your cloak is so cool. Hearing this, I got excited. Of course, I'm the future Hokage. But then the kid wouldn't back down. I'm the future Hokage. I want to duel you. I went up and threw a punch, and the fight was over. He was still unconvinced and brought up his background. I'm the grandson of the third Hokage, Konohamaru Sarutobi. I was taken aback. He thought I was scared and became even more arrogant. In the end, I punched him again right in the same spot. Remember this, I'm Uchiha Sasuke. After saying that, I ran off. It was really thrilling. In the afternoon, we were divided into classes. In class 7, me, Sasuke, and Sakura. I was furious at that moment. Why was that? I wasn't in the same class as Hinata. Teacher Irika smiled and said, Once you become Hokage, you can change it. Fine, just wait. Our class's leading Jonin was late for a long time. After much difficulty, he finally arrived, with white hair and wearing a mask. He lazily said, "My name is Kakashi Hitaki, and my future dream is to become Hokage." I was taken aback at that moment. Hey, another competitor for the job? All right. You're the teacher, huh? Don't blame me for turning up the intensity. I immediately formed the hand signs and used the harem jutsu, 100 beauties. 100 fashionable magazine cover girls surrounded him right away. Let me tell you, that scene could have burned out the Sharingan. Kakashi's nosebleed gushed out like a fire hydrant exploding, and he just took off in the air. We finally managed to recover. We continued with our self-introductions. I said, "I will be the future Hokage." Sakura said, "I want to be a female ninja like Tsunade." But when it got to Sasuke, the atmosphere changed. He said his future aspiration was to assist the Hokage. Kakashi and I were both stunned. What the heck? Assist? Later we found out this was the new policy of the Uchiha clan, fully supporting Kakashi to become Hokage, and Sasuke had been brainwashed by his family. Kakashi finally announced, "Tomorrow morning at 6, gather at Training Ground 7 for a survival test. Also, don't eat breakfast or you'll throw up." After saying that, he just disappeared. Our graduating class had a dinner gathering last night to discuss our respective team leaders. Wow. Upon analysis, Class 10 has Asuma, the son of the third Hokage. Class 8 has his girlfriend, Kurenai Yuhi. And our Class 7 has Kakashi, the trusted subordinate of the third Hokage. They've arranged us troublemakers quite clearly. The next morning, I brought breakfast over. Sasuke and Sakura teased me, but when I took the food out, they ended up eating more eagerly than anyone else. We waited almost until noon for Kakashi to show up. He took out 2 bells and said, "Whoever gets a bell passes, the rest go back to the Ninja Academy." The 3 of us, just like we were hearing the teacher say we had a spring outing tomorrow, calmly responded with "Oh." 3 O's left Kakashi speechless. He was probably thinking that his time in the Umbu had made him unable to keep up with the kids' rhythm now. However, each of us had our own thoughts. I looked at Sasuke, who had his cool guy face on, and he was definitely thinking, "Is this it? This is who I'll be assisting in the future? Hiding a Sharingan under that mask to avoid showing it to me?" And Sakura, don't get me started. Her love-struck brain was practically overflowing, her mind filled with thoughts of quickly finishing this to go on a date with Sasuke-kun, while Ino had already been mentally expelled from her friend group. The most ridiculous was Naruto. While Kakashi was conducting this life and death test, he was already planning his date route with Hinata in his mind, considering everything from Ichiraku ramen to hot springs, even worrying if Hinata would use her Byakugan to spy on him. Who understands this family? This thought process is all about pre-deployment. Seeing the 3 of us with our own schemes, Kakashi cleared his throat and started to make some serious threats, saying that only the victors would eat and the losers would go back to school and watch us eat. We responded with another 3 synchronized O's, leaving him silent again. He must have been questioning his life choices at that moment. All right, bring out the determination to kill me. Now the mission begins. The moment he finished speaking, Sasuke and Sakura vanished in an instant, leaving Naruto standing there dumbfounded. I thought to myself, what's this kid doing? Kakashi was puzzled too and even pulled out his little yellow book, Make Out Paradise, to watch the show. Then Naruto grinned and shouted, "I'm going for it," as if he wanted everyone to know, and then he charged straight ahead. Well, Kakashi didn't even blink. He kicked out his leg following the sound. The result was a substitution jutsu. Boom! A piece of wood with an explosive tag attached. Let me tell you, this thing is called the explosive substitution jutsu, a new technique developed by the ninja arts department. With a loud bang, it was something else. This explosion snapped Kakashi back to reality. He knew he couldn't slack off anymore. With his Sharingan activated, he was ready to get serious. Meanwhile, we coordinated perfectly. Naruto hid to prepare his big move, while Sasuke went first, throwing shurikens high into the air, even using wires for trajectory changes with sharp angles. Sakura assisted from the side, casting an illusion that made the shurikens appear to multiply several times. Although this simple illusion had no effect on Kakashi's Sharingan. As soon as he knocked down the shurikens with a kunai, Naruto's big move was unleashed. With one wind-style shuriken in each hand, he quickly formed seals and shouted, "Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique." In the blink of an eye, the 2 shurikens multiplied into hundreds. But that wasn't all. Sasuke's fire style, Fireball Jutsu, followed right after. The wind fueled the flames. Let me tell you, the scene looked like a rain of fire, overwhelming, saturated attacks, you know what I mean? Kakashi was stunned, surely thinking, these brats really want me dead. In a hurry, he created a earth barrier, but it couldn't hold up and was instantly buried. When the attack ended, smoke billowed up, and Sakura, being very professional, used water style, water bullet technique to extinguish the fire. We three gathered around to take a look, and there wasn't even a splinter of wood left. It wasn't a substitution technique. Where'd he go? The three of us were searching when Kakashi suddenly popped up behind us, asking if we were looking for him. It startled us. I told you, the one we blew up earlier was not the real body at all. The real body was just now shopping in the commercial street with Fenghua and Xiaoxue. And he only rushed back after receiving the news that his clone was taken out. As soon as he returned, he started lecturing us about not letting our guard down. And he charged straight at Sakura first, trying to take out the weakest one. But Sakura reacted quickly, using water release, water barrier to block him. That wasn't all. She threw an explosive tag into the water. Boom! It splashed water all over Kakashi. Immediately after, Sasuke's lightning release, Earthwalk came. The electricity traveled through the water, turning the area into a thunder zone. Kakashi was shocked on the spot and couldn't move at all. Just when we thought we had one, there was a bang, and another shadow clone appeared. Goodness, this old fox. Naruto saw this and said, "More people, huh?" Multiple shadow, clone, jutsu. In an instant, hundreds of Narutos filled the entire training ground. The scene was enough to trigger anyone's claustrophobia. Then, the Naruto army surrounded Kakashi. Let me tell you, Naruto's boxing style was structured and methodical, with both offense and defense integrated. Kakashi was astonished, learning secretly with his Sharingan while pretending not to acknowledge it, thinking to himself, "This exquisite boxing technique is now mine." But it was all a feint. The real killer move was yet to come. Naruto directed his shadow clones to set up earth flow walls from four corners, creating a box that trapped Kakashi inside. Then Sakura filled it with water using water release, waterfall technique. Finally, Sasuke prepared a big move, lightning release, Earthwalk, pressing his hand on the ground for a long time, and unleashed a flurry of electricity into the water. I thought he must be fried to a crisp now, right? But guess what? Inside, there was another bang, and it was just a wooden clone. Kakashi finally stopped pretending. He originally planned to defeat us simply, but it always ended up being him getting beaten. All right, I'll get serious now. He was surrounded by lightning, which was the lightning release, active cells. His speed was so fast that we couldn't see him at all. In the blink of an eye, he kicked Sakura unconscious, just as Sasuke was about to counterattack. Kakashi used a Jinjutsu to immobilize him, and Naruto couldn't even help in time before Kakashi kicked Sasuke down too. In the end, only Naruto was left. Kakashi went all out, summoning 8 ninja dogs that searched for Naruto like a carpet bombing, and then rushed in with lightning cutter in hand, piercing through any trees in his way. The Nine Tails in Naruto's mind was getting anxious. "Kid, think of something." Naruto suddenly had an idea and used the forbidden technique, seduction technique. He transformed into a stunning beauty. Guess what happened? Kakashi didn't even blink and immediately dispersed the lightning cutter, slamming the remaining lightning onto Naruto. With a scream, Naruto was turned into a frizzy-haired mess, and before he passed out, he mumbled, "Why didn't tea at work?" Kakashi snorted coldly, embodying a seasoned veteran. Having seen the vast ocean, how could one still care about a drop of water? The Nine Tails beside him felt deeply moved, exclaiming that having once seen the ocean, it was hard to regard any water lightly. When the three of us woke up, Kakashi announced, "You passed." To be honest, if he hadn't gotten serious and taken us all out in an instant, we would have been skeptical of him. Next came the test of bonds. 2 portions of food for 3 people. Sakura immediately picked up a bite and fed it to Sasuke, while Naruto opened another box and started eating by himself. Kakashi watched from the side, probably choking on this dog food. What was even more heart-wrenching was that Hinata came with lunch to find Naruto. Goodness. The 2 couples were sweet-talking each other, and Kakashi, the single dog, couldn't take it anymore. He dropped a line about meeting for a mission at 8 tomorrow, and with a body flicker technique, he ran off to find his Fenghua and Xiaoxue. On the other side, Naruto was bragging to Hinata about how he killed Kakashi twice, leaving Hinata dumbfounded, believing every word. The next day, it was finally time for the mission. Naruto was so excited that he specially changed into a cosplay outfit of the 4th Hokage, with the word justice written on the back of his cloak. When Kakashi arrived and saw his outfit, he was momentarily dazed, thinking that the 3rd Hokage had leaked Naruto's background. As a result, Naruto was confused, and Kakashi had to awkwardly shift the topic and start announcing the mission. Due to the strength of graduates in recent years, the village required that they must complete 6 months of D-rank missions. When Naruto heard it involved chores like fetching water, chopping wood, and farming, he immediately became unhappy. Kakashi shot back. Isn't someone always talking about being Hokage? Are you going to give up on such trivial matters? I'll do it. Naruto turned to Sakura and Sasuke and said, let's finish this quickly. Then, let me tell you, the absurdity began. The three of them simultaneously formed seals. Using shadow clone jutsu, each of them created 2 shadow clones, going all out, operating on 3 fronts to tackle 3 tasks at the same time. Kakashi was dumbfounded, thinking, is this how shadow clones can be used now? Even scarier was their method of doing the tasks. Fetching water? They directly used water release to fill the water tank. Watering the vegetable garden at the same time. Chopping wood? Wind release for cutting and water release for shaping. They didn't even need an axe. Weeding? Sasuke used fire release, while Sakura and Naruto used water release to extinguish the flames next to him. Perfectly coordinated. Kakashi probably spent the whole time inwardly raging. You guys are using ninjutsu for farm work. Have you considered my feelings as your teacher? After finishing the tasks, Naruto headed straight for his Naruto teaching camp. Let me tell you, that place has now become a small organization. Naruto first went to the ninjutsu development department, where these kids were now mainly working on a type of disposable ninjutsu scrolls that could be used as long as chakra was infused, with the village purchasing them in bulk. It's simply the Konoha military-industrial complex. But that was just the surface. Secretly, the Nine Tails had Naruto establish a ninjutsu development deception bureau, also known as the Konoha Cultural and Creative Group. It specialized in publishing all sorts of ridiculous training manuals, like Rock Giant beats Susanoo, Lightning Release turns in a horse, and I Conquer the Ninja World, Magnet Release and Iron Giant crushes Nine Tails. Whatever was absurd, they wrote it. And the core was to make you want to practice after seeing it. And once you practiced, you'd go crazy. Making money? No shame in that. Naruto checked the latest manuscripts and gave some guidance. You wrote this too realistically. Not enough excitement. It should make them feel, I can do it too. Otherwise, how can we call a deception bureau? If you keep being this realistic, I'll send you to the Umbu, scaring those kids into quickly going back to revise. Besides cultural creation, the core project of Naruto's teaching, the Konoha Jinchuriki sale plan, was officially launched. In simple terms, it meant allowing other ninjas to exchange points to obtain a portion of Naruto's chakra, equivalent to giving everyone a Nine Tails cheat. These days, Naruto started a big promotion on the camp bulletin board. Only when everyone's hearts are connected will the bond grow stronger, and I will become richer. The Nine Tails looked at this announcement, feeling uneasy, probably thinking, if the 4th Hokage finds out his son is selling money with the will of fire, Kurama, won't he take the blame for this? Now, Naruto finishes his tasks at lightning speed every day and then goes to develop his Naruto teaching business. More and more ninjas accepted the Nine Tails chakra, and Konoha's overall combat power was skyrocketing. The Naruto teaching program now offered a one-stop service from training orphans to graduation distribution, and it even started to join the medical talent cultivation system. Let me tell you, this medical system isn't something anyone can just enter. The barriers are ridiculously high. You have to go through all the medical books within 3 years, pass exams, and only then can you practice on those unfortunate souls who have been injured. Minor injuries? Feel free to experiment. Major injuries? Sure, the teacher will stand by and watch you struggle. Anyway, Lord Naruto believes in learning through practice. And there's even a ninjutsu development bureau inside. If you want to come up with some new tricks, you're always welcome. Innovation is a priority. Externally, Naruto also has a ninjutsu development deception bureau, which is quite something. While making money, we can also throw smoke bombs and confuse the ninjas from other villages, making them drool over our new techniques in Konoha. Well, we've already made a good profit here. During that time, the 3rd Hokage was really happy. Watching the task completion rate soar, Konoha's international standing rise, with all the local lords lining up to place orders. That was all easy money, and our Team 7, in such an environment, was struggling to do various odd jobs. Kakashi also started teaching us some serious stuff, like tracking, enemy reconnaissance, and tactical cooperation. But to be honest, we, the Naruto group, were already tired of basic training like tree climbing and water walking, and it was even the weighted version. Kakashi saw this and thought, all right, let's ramp up the intensity. So we did weighted rock climbing and practiced pressure resistance under waterfalls, pushing us to our limits. After about half a year, the 3 of us had become quite proficient. Until that day, when we received an epic mission. The 3 of us were as nervous as if we were about to fight the final boss. I was hiding in the dark, lowering my voice as I spoke into the walkie-talkie. Sakura, confirm again the target is that one, right? Sakura's voice came through with certainty. Confirmed. Based on its size and color. It's definitely it. I quickly asked Sasuke on the other end. Sasuke, is your perimeter secure? Don't let it get away. Sasuke's cool voice replied. No problem. It's about to move. Hurry up. Okay, let's move. I silently counted to 3, and the 3 of us instantly pounced from 3 different directions. Outside, there were 3 shadow clones blocking our way back. The scene was incredible. After a fierce battle, we finally succeeded. Got you. It was not easy. Mission accomplished. The fat, oily cat of the daimyo's wife has finally been caught by us. Looking at it being mistreated in the daimyo's wife's arms, I truly felt sympathy for its cat life. After completing the mission in the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage and Irika-sensei were accompanying the daimyo's wife. As I looked at that fat cat, I suddenly couldn't hold back my feelings. I hurriedly called out to the 9 tails in my heart, with an attitude that was nothing short of flattering. Lord 9 Tails, my dear lord, if you have any gas, let out quickly. Look, I've been doing D-rank missions for half a year now. Weeding, taking care of kids, helping old ladies buy groceries, and now I'm even catching cats. Who understands the struggles, family? I really can't take it anymore. You have to help me think of a way. Let me tell you, I'm not the same reckless kid I used to be. I know that the mission in the Land of Waves is the real turning point, and I need the 9 Tails to give me a push. Upon hearing this, the 9 Tails chuckled, his lazy voice tinged with a hint of amusement. Oh, so you can't take it anymore? All right, seeing you so pitiful, I'll help you get a B-rank mission, but don't mess it up. When I heard this, my eyes lit up. B-rank. Awesome. Do you know what a B-rank mission means? The 9 Tails started to test me. It means there might be bloodshed, and you'll have to fight against enemy ninjas, right? That's right. Naruto, are you afraid of killing for the first time? To be honest, I felt nothing. But I had heard others say that you might be scared, or you might feel excited. But I know that if I want to be Hokage, I absolutely can't be timid. Anyone who dares to harm my comrades must step over my dead body. The 9 Tails suddenly threw me a curveball. Must they step over? Can't they just walk around? Huh. Lord, just as I was getting fired up, you doused my flames with one sentence. Impulsiveness doesn't solve problems, kid. If you can think this way when you're calm, then you're a qualified ninja. Yes, you're right, Lord. But was I just being really foolish? Ha ha ha, you were pretty foolish. But I like it. I fancy you. Just as I was bantering with the 9 Tails, the 3rd Hokage flipped through the mission scroll and leisurely said to Kakashi, Kakashi, your team's next missions include helping the elderly with kids, running errands to the neighboring village, and digging sweet potatoes. The 9 Tails roared in my heart. Now's the time. Naruto, go cause some trouble. I suddenly became dramatic and exploded on the spot. I don't want to. Why should I? Another boring task like this. I'm done. The 3rd Hokage glanced at me, but didn't respond. I immediately turned to Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, we want to take on harder missions. I was frantically giving Sasuke and Sakura signals. Sakura understood right away, mainly because the money from D-rank missions wasn't even enough to buy new lipstick. That's right, Kakashi-sensei. We're ready. It's time to challenge higher difficulty missions. Sasuke coolly chimed in. Eliminating mountain bandits or something would be fine. The 9 Tails in my heart was ranting. Eliminate what? If you eliminate mountain bandits, who will take on escort missions in the future, you're ruining our own livelihood, you know? I replied, oh, I see. It's about sustainable exploitation, right? Get lost. Don't learn nonsense. I don't care. I'm going to keep playing tricks on the 3rd Hokage, Grandpa-3rd. If you don't give me a high difficulty task today, I will. I will. The old fox of the 3rd Hokage isn't falling for this. No way. Rules are rules, and your classmates are all doing D-rank missions. Seeing the situation, 9 Tails directly ordered, Naruto, stop talking and just use forbidden jutsu. I understood immediately. My hand began to form seals, and my expression changed. Grandpa-3rd, you forced my hand. The 3rd's eyes lit up, and he even seemed a bit excited. He deliberately added fuel to the fire. I said no, so it's no. All right, everyone saw that. I shouted loudly, multi-shadow clone jutsu, harem jutsu, workplace temptation. With a bang, the entire office was instantly filled with hundreds of hot-looking women in business attire. Sasuke, Sakura, and I were petrified at that moment. Goodness, Naruto, how dare you do this in the Hokage's office? Threatening the Hokage? Are you out of your mind? Grandpa-3rd, just agree with me, one shadow clone was shaking the 3rd's arm wildly. Grandpa-3rd, look over here, another one bent down, her cleavage deep and endless. The 3rd pretended to be calm. I said no. Before he could finish his sentence, poof, the old man couldn't take it anymore, and blood spurted from his nose like a dam breaking. He fell back in his chair, with a look of satisfaction as if he had no regrets in death. Lord Third, Irika-sensei, was almost scared to tears. I suddenly released the ninjutsu, put my hands on my hips, and announced, "Haha, did you see that? I've defeated the third Hokage. This task, you must give it to us, whether you want to or not." The third Hokage, recovering from his shock, wiped his nosebleed and blushed. "If this gets out, Naruto, you're finished. Then I want a high-level mission." I bit back. Kakashi saw the situation and realized that if he didn't mediate, things would get worse. So he quickly stepped in. "Lord Third, I also recommend my team for higher difficulty missions." Irika quickly chimed in. "Yes, Lord Third, Naruto and the others are really strong. They can give it a try." With a way out, the third Hokage cleared his throat. "Ahem, this technique is well developed, but don't develop it anymore. All right, since you all say so, I'll give you a C-rank mission to protect someone." When the client came in, I was stunned. An old drunkard, disheveled and shabby, pushed the door open, saw us, and frowned. "What is going on here? Why did you send a bunch of kids? Are you really ninjas? Hey, I have a bad temper. Am I supposed to tolerate him now? Who does he think he's looking down on?" The nine tails in my heart shouted, "Get him! Let him know what it means to be a genin from Konoha." Without saying a word, I threw a kunai right at his face, and everyone present was shocked. In the next second, I instantly appeared in front of him, grabbing the still-flying kunai with one hand, the sharp tip just a millimeter away from his eye. I leaned close to his ear and whispered in a voice only we could hear, "Old man, what's wrong with being young? In this world of martial arts, only speed can't be broken. Don't underestimate us, genin from Konoha." Then, I instantly changed my expression, retracted the kunai, scratched my head and chuckled. "Hee uncle, did I scare you? I just wanted to show our strength, nothing more." This move directly startled the old man awake from his drunken state, and he didn't dare to complain anymore. Kakashi timely pulled me back and scolded, "Naruto, stand down. Don't be rude to the client." The old man finally regained his composure and stammered an introduction. I'm a bridge builder, Tazuna. During my time building a bridge in a land of waves, you must protect me with your lives." Kakashi turned to the third Hokage. "We accept the mission." Once we left the village, I was incredibly excited. Brothers, it's our first time going far. As soon as Sakura heard me mention Hinata, she immediately got energized and grabbed Sasuke's hand. "Sasuke, let's go this way to protect Mr. Tazuna." Sasuke acted reluctant verbally, but his body was honest, and he couldn't suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth while being pulled along. Tazuna looked at us love-struck fools and was speechless, probably feeling even more uncertain inside. Little did he know, this mission was going to be quite complicated. Not long after leaving the village, the Nine Tails reminded me. Here they come, two weaklings. I was already on high alert, and sure enough, as we passed a strange puddle of water, Kakashi, Sasuke, and I exchanged glances, and we all understood. We were curious about what tricks they were planning. I signaled with my eyes. Sure enough, as soon as we walked past, those two guys, the demon brothers, jumped out of the water, and with a clang, they tried to tear Kakashi apart. The first one, they were even counting. The next one charged at me. I was overjoyed. Is that it? I immediately used the exploding shadow clone technique, and with a bang, I transformed into a big piece of wood. Sasuke reacted quickly, throwing shuriken and kunai to pin their chains tightly to the wood. When those two brothers saw the explosive tags stuck to the wood, their faces turned green, and with a boom, they were nearly blown away by my shadow clone technique. I created over a dozen shadow clones and charged at them, and Sasuke and Sakura did the same, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks on those two unfortunate souls, tying them to a tree in no time, and we didn't even break a sweat. Sakura, being the top student, immediately pointed out the issue. "Kakashi-sensei, these two are Chunin, right? This is already beyond the scope of a C-rank mission." Kakashi walked out from the woods and looked at Tazuna. "Mr. Tazuna, care to explain?" Tazuna then confessed that he was being chased by a wealthy merchant named Gato, and since he couldn't afford a B-rank mission, he lied. Kakashi's face darkened upon hearing this. He didn't even want to leave the village. I mean, he was looking to spend time with that little flower every day, and now he had a perfect excuse to go back. Mission aborted. We returned to the village, Kakashi said coldly. "No way. I was the first to stand up. This kind of mission is just right for us." Sasuke added, "It would be too embarrassing to go back now." Sakura, for Sasuke's sake, was even more fired up. "Kakashi-sensei, this is our first high-difficulty mission. If we just give up like this, it will be a stain on our lives." Kakashi invoked the third Hokage's authority. "The Hokage has issued an order. No reckless bravado." The Nine Tails was laughing in my heart. The stronger this kid gets, the more cowardly he becomes. I was furious upon hearing this, pointing at Kakashi and shouting, Kakashi-sensei, are you trying to become Hokage too? Afraid that I'll grow stronger by completing this mission, deliberately suppressing me? How dirty of you. Kakashi looked innocent. I wouldn't resort to such tactics against you. That only made me angrier. I shouted out all my grievances from the past 6 months. I train hard every day. I work my butt off on missions. I just don't want to go back to digging sweet potatoes. My future, aside from becoming Hokage, is nothing. Now, the mission must continue. Kakashi looked at me in silence, and it seemed like he saw the shadows of Obito and the fourth Hokage in his eyes. All right, he sighed, but I won't give up on becoming Hokage either. Huh? Sensei, don't joke around. With that sleepy look of yours every day, you want to compete with me for Hokage? The Nine-Tails added a jab. You better not die of a heart attack at night. Just as we were about to turn against each other over the Hokage position, the Nine-Tails suddenly shouted in my heart, Naruto, enemies incoming. And this time there are quite a few. Both Kakashi and I changed our expressions simultaneously. Whoosh! Several ninjas suddenly jumped out around us, all wearing the headbands of the Rock Village. They were staring at me intently, and the leader grinned menacingly. Finally, we've been waiting for you, kid. Tazuna's legs went weak. Why are there so many people after my life? Kakashi lifted his mask, and his Sharingan opened instantly. You all protect yourselves and the client. Don't worry, I will not let my comrades be killed. The leader's eye shrank when he saw that eye. That eye. Could it be you or the copy ninja Kakashi? Oh, you've heard of my name? The Konoha ninja who has copied over 1,000 jutsu. I didn't expect it to be you leading the team. This is going to be a tough one, brothers. Let us finish this quickly. I tell you, as soon as that leading guy finished speaking, he flung the explosive kunai in his hand like it was free. The way he did it made it clear that he wanted to use the explosion to break our formation and find an opportunity to take Naruto out. His little buddies were also quite in sync, quickly surrounding us from both sides, throwing shurikens, and using ninjutsu, launching a combo attack right at our faces. What happened next? Goodness, Teacher Kakashi didn't even raise an eyebrow, moving forward instead of retreating. He casually deflected the flying bombs with his kunai, clinking and clanging a few times, intercepting them mid-air. You thought that was the end? He caught them effortlessly, flicked his wrist, and with even faster speed, sent them right back to where they came from. That leading guy was still busy forming seals, preparing to unleash a big move. When he looked up, he found his delivery had been sent back to him, and his face turned green. I bet he was roaring inside. What the hell is this? Sure enough, it's the copy ninja. He can even replicate the stuff thrown at him, right? While he was awkwardly dodging, Naruto went off with a bang. Facing the flanking attack, this kid simply closed his eyes, clapped his hands together, and used the shadow clone technique. With a loud bang, hundreds of Narutos instantly filled the entire area, leaving the 4 lackeys across from us stunned. Naruto stood there with his hands on his hips, and hundreds of mouths shouted simultaneously, It's reversed! It's reversed! Now you are the ones surrounded by us. The momentum was like a dream back to when Chu Yunfei bombarded Pingen County. Sakura was much smarter. Taking advantage of the smoke bomb effect from the shadow clones, she pulled Old Man Tazuna and hid behind a tree, knowing that going up would just be a burden. But who understands? Her eyes were like they had GPS, locking onto Sasuke among the hundreds of Narutos in a second. Her eyes filled with little stars. Sasuke-kun looks really cool when he is serious. On the other side, Sasuke indeed looked cool. Facing the flying shurikens, he curled his lip, his face practically screaming trash. He casually tossed out a shuriken, which hit the first projectile with a clang, accurately altering its trajectory, then knocked the second one away. The whole operation was smooth and graceful. With the sea of people on Naruto's side, how could we lose? He chuckled lightly and charged in, his hands moving so fast they left after images. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A gigantic fireball shot out, instantly clearing the area and obstructing the enemy's line of sight. Just then, Teacher Kakashi also made his move. With a flash of lightning, the crackling sound of electricity pierced the ears. Lightning cutter. His speed surged instantly, and the leading guy's eyes widened like saucers. He probably didn't even have time to react before Kakashi's hand had already pierced through his heart. I told you, I could take care of this kind of trash in an instant. The guy spat out blood, using his last ounce of strength to ask, Then why did you run away just now? After finishing, his head tilted, and he went to collect his lunchbox. Kakashi gently closed his eyes for him, saying, To test my students. Goodness, I was shocked at the time. You mean you're here conducting a midterm exam? On the other side of the battlefield, Naruto, as hundreds of shadow clones were already engaged in a brawl with the remaining enemies, punches landing with a thud. But you think this is the end? This is just the prelude. After Sasuke forced the enemies back with a fireball, he pulled out a big item from his arm scroll, a wind demon shuriken. That thing expanded to nearly a meter wide, looking like a giant windmill. Their cooperation was seamless. Sasuke threw the wind demon shuriken into the sky, and Naruto formed a seal, shouting, "Wind demon shuriken, shadow, clone technique." Oh my, that big windmill in the sky instantly multiplied from 1 to 10, then from 10 to 100, raining down like hail. Boom, boom, boom. The ground was directly smashed into a sieve. And those rock ninjas didn't even have time to scream before being turned into dumpling filling. Honestly, this move is too money intensive. Only a rich kid like Sasuke can afford it. Naruto still has to save up to support his wife. After the battle ended, the Nine Tails in Naruto's heart complained. The power is indeed great, but it lacks flavor. Not shocking at all. Naruto agreed. Yeah, it ended too cleanly. Not like the rock ninja style. Even Sasuke felt it was a bit wasteful. These guys were too fragile. Kakashi was quite satisfied, ready to go back and have a good talk with the third Hokage. These rock ninjas were too arrogant. Once we cleaned up the battlefield, Kakashi turned to Tizuna. Old man, now that no one is bothering us, it seems not only the rain ninjas but also the rock ninjas want to kill you. You must have a bounty on your head in the black market, right? Tizuna, upon hearing this, nearly fell to his knees. No, please don't give up on the mission. I beg you, once the bridge is completed, I will definitely pay you back. I feel like I could die at any moment. Kakashi didn't speak, just looked at Naruto. Naruto had just learned the Umbu's burial technique and was excited. Waving his hand, the mission continues. Only then did Tizuna breathe a sigh of relief, and he became much more obedient. We sat in a small shabby boat, slowly making our way to the land of waves amid the fog. Naruto looked at the unfinished cross-sea bridge, joking with the Nine Tails in his heart. Kaibai, this bridge is huge, bigger than you. The Nine Tails scoffed. One spit would take it out. Naruto immediately flattered. Yes, your spit is the strongest. This little tease made him very happy. As the boat approached the shore, Kakashi finally couldn't hold back any longer and asked Tizuna seriously, "Old man, you must tell the truth before we land. Who wants to kill you? Why? Otherwise, we might terminate the mission as soon as we land." Tizuna sighed, knowing he couldn't hide it any longer. "My life is targeted by a super rich man named Kato." Naruto looked confused. Kato? Who is that? What does he do? On the surface, he is the owner of a shipping company, but behind the scenes, he smuggles and deals drugs, controlling everything with money and violence. A year ago, he set his sights on the land of waves, monopolizing all maritime transport and controlling the lifeblood of our entire country. Now, the only thing he fears is that this bridge will be completed. Sakura understood immediately. So you, the master bridge builder, have become a thorn in his side. Sasuke also reacted. Those previous ninjas were all sent by Kato. Kakashi asked, "Since the opponent is so dangerous, why did you hide the truth and deceive us with a C-rank mission?" The old man had a bitter expression. "The land of waves is too poor. I can't afford the money for a B-rank mission. Once the bridge is finished, even if you take my head to exchange for a bounty, I would accept it." Saying this, he started to play the sympathy card. "If you leave, I definitely won't survive the night. My poor granddaughter will cry to death, and my daughter will hate you leaf ninjas to death. Damn, this moral coercion is really something." Naruto, listening to it, was annoyed and said ominously, "Old man, I take revenge on the spot, if they dare to hate me." Sakura and Sasuke next to him also let out eerie laughs. Dazna looked at Kakashi for help, but Kakashi turned to admire the scenery instead. The old man's attitude did a complete 180, immediately backing down. "I'm sorry. Once the bridge is built, please kill me and treat everyone to a feast." Naruto finally smiled. "Don't worry, old man. We'll continue the mission." Just as we were pulling the old man to the limit, in the land of waves, Kato was furious with another person. That person was carrying a huge beheading sword, wrapped in bandages, and was the leader of the demon brothers, Zabuza Momochi. "Useless. Can't even deal with an old man," Kato roared. Zabuza irritably swung the beheading sword in front of Kato, the tip almost poking his nose. "Shut up, you're so annoying. This time, I'll take care of it myself." Kato shivered in fear. Is it really okay? I heard the opponent has a very strong ninja. Who do you think I am?" Zabuza's gaze was as cold as his sword. "I am the one known as the demon of the hidden mist, Zabuza Momochi." We had just disembarked and hadn't even steadied ourselves when Kakashi suddenly changed his expression. "Everyone, get back." Before he finished speaking, a massive shadow whistled through the air. and with a loud thud, a beheading sword wider than a door was nailed into the tree trunk in front of us. Immediately after, a figure appeared, standing firmly on the sword's back. It was Zabuza. Kakashi stepped forward, shielding us behind him, and casually greeted, "Oh, isn't this the rogue ninja from the mist, Zabuza Momochi?" As he spoke, he quietly gestured for us to run. Naruto, not understanding the situation, shouted in his heart to the Nine Tails, "Hey, this is a famous ninja. Did you feel it coming and not tell me?" The Nine Tails lazily replied, "Isn't this just a good opportunity for you practice? Practice my foot. This is nothing compared to those guys earlier. They're on the same level." The Nine Tails was confused by that term. They're half a caddy of stinky fish and rotten shrimp, while this one is 8 tails of Kobe beef. So that means it's delicious. Hurry up, take it down, just don't kill him. Kakashi stopped being overly confident and directly lifted his forehead protector, revealing his crimson Sharingan. Zabuza's voice held a hint of excitement. "The Sharingan, Kakashi, it really is you. I didn't expect to witness the legendary Sharingan so soon." Sasuke was filled with pride and immediately began to explain on the spot. The Sharingan can see through all illusions, physical techniques, and ninjutsu. Zabuza interjected, "That's right. But what's even scarier is that it can copy." His information manual clearly states, "The man who can copy thousands of ninjutsu." The Nine Tails was nearly frantic in Naruto's mind. These two really know how to brag. They've been boosting each other's egos for ages. Are we going to fight or not? Kakashi shouted to us, "Form a protective formation around Mr. Tazuna. Don't get involved." Naruto was fired up again. "What are you talking about, Kakashi-sensei? I'm going to be Hokage." He immediately performed the shadow clone technique, and hundreds of Narutos rushed forward shouting. Zabuza looked at the rushing shadow clones and disdainfully snorted, "Brat, you really overestimate yourself." He simply swung the beheading sword, and the shadow clones fell like wheat being cut down. He then jumped onto the water's surface. Hands forming seals, ninjutsu, mist concealment technique. Instantly, thick fog rose, and the entire world turned into a white expanse. Zabuza's figure completely vanished. "He gone," Kakashi said. "He'll come and kill me first." Just then, they heard the cries of Naruto's shadow clones nearby. Goodness, the slapping sound was loud. The memories relayed back from the shadow clones were all about not even seeing the figure before being cut down. Kakashi's tone grew serious. "This is the silent killing technique. By the time you notice, you're already in another world." This made Sakura and Naruto's hair stand on end. The cold memories of being stabbed, bisected, and having their throats cut kept flooding in. Naruto couldn't take it anymore and dispelled all the shadow clones. It was too suffocating. The fog grew thicker, and the three of us stood back to back around Tazuna, so tense that we could hear our heartbeats clearly. Suddenly, Zabuza's voice echoed from all directions. Like surround sound, 8 vital points, throat, spine, lungs, liver, heart. So which one should I choose? The pressure was driving us insane. Sasuke's body began to tremble uncontrollably. He even thought about pulling out a kunai to end it all. "Sasuke, don't worry," Kakashi shouted, unleashing his chakra, instantly dispersing the surrounding fog. "I will never let my comrades die in front of me." But just then, Zabuza's figure appeared like a ghost behind the three of us. Was it really so? He raised his beheading sword. "It's over." With a dull thud, Zabuza, in disbelief, looked down at a kunai lodged in his heart. It was Kakashi. But the next second, Zabuza exploded into a puddle of water. A water clone. The real Zabuza appeared behind Kakashi and cut him in half with one strike. But what shot out wasn't blood. It was also a splash of water. It was also a water clone. A double reversal. Kakashi had already copied his ninjutsu. "Don't move." A cold kunai was pressed against Zabuza's neck. "It's over." Kakashi returned Zabuza's earlier words verbatim. We were all stunned, and I couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, teacher, you're just too amazing." But Zabuza just chuckled and said, "You really don't understand. This trick won't take me down." Before he finished speaking, another Zabuza appeared behind Kakashi and kicked him into the water. Oh no! Kakashi fell into the water and instantly felt as if the water was as heavy as cement. Water style, water prison technique. Zabuza used one hand to maintain the water sphere trapping Kakashi, while with the other hand, he formed hand seals and created a water clone. "You little brats, let me show you what a real ninja is." The water clone charged at us with a sword, but Naruto felt confident without the mist anymore. Multiple shadow clone technique. Upon seeing this, Zabuza formed hand seals with one hand. Mist concealment technique. This move again? Sasuke took the shuriken that Naruto handed him, and Naruto blew on it, wind style. The shuriken spun rapidly, dispersing the thick mist like a small fan. Immediately after, Both of them formed hand seals at the same time, shuriken shadow clone technique. Goodness, that shuriken, now imbued with wind blades, multiplied in the air and shot towards Zabuza like a torrential rain. Zabuza was forced to release the water prison and form hand seals with both hands. Water style, water barrier. A wall of water rose from the ground. But at that moment, he noticed that the countless shurikens started disappearing like pixels. It's an illusion. It was Sakura. She tricked Zabuza with her genjutsu. Kakashi seized the opportunity to escape. You little brats. Zabuza was completely enraged. Kakashi's voice came through. You all run. Naruto, filled with enthusiasm, shouted, I'm going to be the future Hokage. How naive. Zabuza sneered. When I was your age, my hands were already stained with blood. The graduation exam of the Hidden Mist Village was to make students kill each other. And I, before even obtaining my ninja qualification, killed over 100 candidates by myself. This sent chills down our spines. Zabuza's aura completely changed as he jumped to a distance, his hands rapidly forming seals, moving so fast that only afterimages remained. But even more terrifying was that Kakashi was copying his every move with the same speed, flawlessly. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. They both shouted simultaneously, and two gigantic water dragons rose from the water, roaring as they collided, creating enormous waves. Zabuza's eyes widened in disbelief. What is going on? How can he launch ninjutsu at the same time as me? He began to retreat, and Kakashi retreated as well. He ran in circles, and Kakashi ran in circles too. He raised his hand, and Kakashi raised his hand as well. Their movements were perfectly synchronized. I can see through all your moves, Kakashi's voice echoed ominously. Zabuza was startled. Could it be that he can even hear my thoughts? Kakashi seemed to know what he was thinking and said coolly, I not only know more than you, but I also do it faster. What do you have to win against me? Damn it, Zabuza was incredibly unwilling. But what good is that unwillingness? Let me tell you, Kakashi wasn't giving him any chance at all. The two of them, like looking in a mirror, formed hand seals simultaneously and shouted in unison. You can't win against me. You monkey. The next second, the water in front of Kakashi exploded, and he countered with an identical water style. Great waterfall technique, sending Zabuza back into the water. Zabuza was in the water, but his mind was elsewhere, completely dumbfounded, questioning life. What? How can my ninjutsu be used against me? Sakura and Naruto were left speechless, exclaiming how amazing Kakashi-sensei was. Then Sasuke started his family glory time again. That's because my family Sharingan is powerful. Okay? Let me tell you, Naruto's mouth never stopped, directly confronting Kakashi with the Sharingan. Does your family have that title? If you call it, will it respond? Besides, do you even have a Sharingan now? How about we swap? I'll give you the Nine-Tails-Chakra. Sasuke's little face turned bright red, probably swearing in his heart. Even if I starve to death, jump off this cliff. I will never swap with you. Just as Kakashi was about to finish off Zabuza with a bunch of kunai, a dramatic scene unfolded. A few needles shot out, directly knocking Zabuza down. A guy wearing a mist umbu mask jumped down from the tree, acting like a pro. Kakashi checked his pulse, and yep, dead as a doornail. What happened next? The nine tails in my head spoke up. Naruto, this guy's playing dead. That masked guy is his accomplice. But Kakashi-sensei confirmed it. However, since the nine tails spoke, it must be true. Naruto, being an honest kid, ran over and transferred the nine tails chakra to the corpse. Wow, really playing the role of a warm-hearted enemy. Huh. The masked guy, known as Haku, even politely bowed. Thank you so much. I've been waiting for the chance to kill Zabuza. Seeing how cooperative this guy was, Naruto even handed over a kunai. Why don't you stab him a couple more times? Let off some steam. He even suggested, let's find a place to bury him. It's my first high-level mission. Gotta leave a memorial. Haku's gentle face was about to crack, quickly picking up Zabuza and running. No need. I need to take the body back for a report. Goodbye. Little did he know, Zabuza's mind was already looping the VIP brainwashing package that the Nine Tails sent. Watching those two leave, my heart was as clear as a mirror. This is Haku. With Zabuza's feelings, TSK, I'm crying. Kakashi was still sighing at such a young age, already in the umbu, just like Itachi back in the day. After a while, he slapped his thigh. Wait a minute. Umbu usually dispose of the bodies on site. Why take them away? I think I made a mistake. Sasuke hurried over to support him. Teacher, you must be overusing the Sharingan. You're tired. The nine-tailed fox in my head is laughing so hard it's about to crow. Don't worry. That big gift I gave him is enough for him to digest for a while, so he won't be coming for a short time. All right. The group first arrived at Uncle Zana's house to rest. Kakashi immediately collapsed from exhaustion, and Zana introduced his daughter Tsunami and grandson Inari before going to cook. The three of us, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, finally have some time to enjoy the seaside of the land of waves. Kurama is still in my head being all poetic, reciting, "The ocean, oh, you are all water. The frog, oh, you have 4 legs. I can't stand it anymore. You recite quite well. But don't recite next time." This really got him worked up, and he started frantically quoting, "The bright moon rises over the sea. And even though we are thousands of miles apart, we feel as if we are neighbors. May we all live long and share the beauty of the moon. Even if we are 1,000 miles apart. How about that? I'm just asking you, how about that?" I watched this guy looking so smug in the spiritual world and quietly withdrew, too lazy to pay attention to him. It's the seaside after all. What kid doesn't play in the water? Naruto came up and immediately threw a wind release. Great breakthrough right in my face. Sakura reacted quickly and blocked it with a water release, water barrier. Sasuke was even more ruthless, directly targeting the water surface under Naruto's feet with a lightning release. Body flicker. Sasuke, you can't handle this. Why don't you use fire release instead? Naruto was zapped and screamed. I just want to use lightning release. What's wrong with that? Sasuke was so arrogant. Fine, you forced my hand. Naruto got angry and used the multiple shadow clone technique. Wow, the beach was suddenly filled with countless Narutos. Go get him. Sasuke was surrounded and could only withstand the onslaught with taijutsu and fire release. But the most impressive move was yet to come. Several shadow clones secretly dived underwater, circled behind Sasuke, formed a tiger seal, and shouted in unison, "Konoha, fluid technique secret art. 1,000 years of pain." Sasuke's scream echoed through the sky, and Sakura screamed in shock beside him. I watched helplessly as Sasuke sank down, completely drained of strength. Who understands the pain of the family? The pride of the Uchiha. The future of the clan was silenced just like that. Sakura looked at the weak Sasuke, her maternal instincts bursting forth. "Sasuke-kun, I'll help you." She must have been overjoyed inside. Naruto noticed and thought he might have gone a bit too far. How was Kakashi-sensei supposed to write the mission report now? He hurried to the spiritual space to find Kurama. "Hey, help me heal Sasuke." Kurama chuckled. "I can heal him, but first ask Sakura if she's willing." When Naruto told Sakura, she exploded. "What do you know? You have Hinata, what about me? I'm just a commoner. How can I compare to those girls from noble families?" She yelled like a little lion. "Did you know? Sasuke's family sets up blind dates for him every week. From older sisters in their teens to little sisters of 4 or 5. I finally had a chance to take care of him, and you won't help me." Hearing this, Naruto thought, this is easy. His brain short-circuited. Help. Help. I'll help you. I'll go break Sasuke's leg right now, so you can take care of him for life. With that, he rushed into the room like a cannonball. Sakura was stunned and hurried after him, shouting, "No, that's not right. Don't." As soon as he entered the room, they found Sasuke already leaning against the door, eavesdropping, with a very complicated expression. Naruto looked at him, not surprised at all. "You know everything now, right?" Sasuke sighed, starting his moment of showing off. "So what if I know? Family arrangements. I have no choice." I spit. I wanted to punch him right then. That guy's just too proud. Naruto directly exposed him. "Bull. You act like you don't care, but you care more than anyone. I am Uchiha. What can I do?" "All right, Sasuke, you'll regret this," Naruto said. There was no further conversation that night. The next day at the Kato base, Zabuza woke up from his sleep, feeling like his mind was filled with many strange yet incredibly lofty ideas. Something about the establishment of the Naruto Academy, something about the Ninja Technique Development Bureau, slogans about fighting for tomorrow, and a bunch of concepts that were ahead of their time. He was in a daze. Isn't this the environment I've always dreamed of? Finally, a giant cool fox face appeared in his mind, exuding an overwhelming aura. "I like you very much. Don't be ungrateful. Work well in the shadows. And when the time comes, Naruto will find you." Zabuza, the legendary demon, was thus deceived and became an external tool for Kurama. Meanwhile, Naruto used the Nine-Tails Chakra to heal Sasuke's injuries. The first thing Sasuke did upon his full revival was to run to Kakashi. "Teacher, teach me your Raikiri." Kakashi thought for a moment and agreed. It was indeed time to properly teach these kids. "All right, all 3 of you come over. Can you climb trees?" The 3 of us looked at him with a dumbfounded expression. "Climbing trees? Isn't that something we played out in 2nd grade?" Kakashi tentatively asked, "What about walking on water?" Naruto immediately mocked. "Kakashi-sensei, are you stupid? Have you overused your Sharingan and hurt your brain? Don't worry, we won't tell anyone." Kakashi felt numb. It seemed like he was out of touch with the times. "All right, Alright, I'll teach you A-rank ninjutsu directly. Sasuke, you want to learn Chidori and Sakura? What do you want to learn? Sakura answered without hesitation. I want to learn Jinjutsu. She probably thought about how to use Jinjutsu to create some personalized tricks for Sasuke. Naruto said, wind release. Forget about my wind release, he said, extending his hand, and a high-speed rotating blue chakra sphere formed in his palm. I haven't even learned this ninjutsu yet. Kakashi's eyes nearly popped out, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg, staring at the sphere, completely stunned. Where did you learn this? He thought it was the fourth Hokage manifesting. Naruto pretended nonchalantly. Oh, this? I saw Hinata's dad use a technique called 8 trigrams palm, heavenly return before. I thought it would be cool to shrink that thing down and use it in my hand to hit people. So I studied it with Hinata for a few years until we came up with this prototype. Kakashi was overwhelmed with excitement. A genius. No wonder he was his son. He suppressed his excitement and created a more perfect version. The technique you mentioned is called Rasengan. When Naruto saw it, he was amazed. Kakashi's sphere was much more stable than his. He brought his sphere closer, and instantly it was dispersed by Kakashi's. How do you know my heavenly return? Naruto shouted, not willing to accept it. This is called Rasengan. Kakashi felt his dignity as a jonin was being challenged. This was an unfinished ninjutsu invented by the fourth Hokage. How could you, a kid, possibly invent it yourself? Unfinished? Can you teach me? Naruto's eyes lit up, thinking that if he learned it, he could teach Hinata, and she would definitely be thrilled. Kakashi demonstrated the process of chakra transitioning from ordered to disordered, and Naruto understood only partially, but it didn't matter. He had a cheat. Multiple shadow, clone, jutsu. The next moment, wherever he looked, there were Naruto everywhere. Brothers, let's practice. Once we get it right, I'll take you fishing. Great. Hundreds of Narutos were fooled by the big promise he made and started enthusiastically forming spheres. Kurama was still in my head acting as a life coach, frantically advising, if you think this is enough, you have no ambition. Think of Hinata. What if one day the Hokage can't protect the village? Who will protect her? You need to step it up now. Strive. Naruto was a bit annoyed by the nagging. I know, okay. Stop being so long-winded. Kurama smirked ominously. Oh, is it a rebellious phase? Keep that attitude. Naruto shivered in fear and quickly smiled. I'll practice hard. While Naruto was in overdrive mode, Kakashi found Sakura. Sakura, since your water release is so good, why do you want to learn Jinjutsu? Sakura couldn't tell the truth. So she made up a grand reason, to better assist Naruto and Sasuke. Well, that makes a lot of sense, Kakashi believed her, lifted his mask. Then you can experience it yourself. Magical. Hell viewing technique. This was a Jinjutsu that allowed one to see their deepest fears. As a result, after Sakura fell under the Jinjutsu, instead of being scared, she became so angry that her whole body trembled, her fists cracking. Kakashi quickly released the Jinjutsu. Sakura's eyes were red, and she yelled Sasuke, before charging toward him and punching him on the head. Die. Sasuke was stunned. What did I do? What do you mean? What did you do? Sakura went up and punched him again. I'm sorry. Sasuke, although he didn't know why, instinctively apologized for survival. Let me tell you, that Jinjutsu from Kakashi made Sakura see Sasuke surrounded by a bunch of stunning beauties, laughing back at her, calling her an ugly freak. Who could stand that? Sakura hasn't broken his legs yet, which is already a sign of her deep love. After crying for a while, Sakura rushed into Sasuke's arms, and for the first time, Sasuke held her so gently. No matter what happens, I will protect you. You? Upon hearing that word, Sakura became unhappy again, blushed, and ran away. Sasuke was completely bewildered and found Kakashi with a head full of question marks. Teacher, what exactly did you teach her? Kakashi felt quite helpless, thinking this batch of students is really hard to handle. Well, at least Sasuke seems normal. But you're just in time. I'm quite bored. This technique, Chidori. Oh wait, hold on, Kakashi-sensei. Sakura, what's wrong with her? I tell you, when Sasuke said this, Kakashi almost thought his internet connection was cut off. You two haven't moved on yet? I'm a bit worried about her. What exactly happened? Goodness, the longtime iceberg finally knows how to care for someone. Kakashi also felt helpless. I taught her the Jinjutsu, let her experience the effects, and she just exploded. I don't get it either. Sasuke instantly understood upon hearing this. Without saying a word, he quickly created a shadow clone. His real body told the clone, I'm counting on you, and then disappeared in a flash to find Sakura and show her affection, leaving the shadow clone calmly looking at Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, let's continue. You were just saying what happened to that bird? Kakashi was stunned at that moment. Are the current genin this good at playing? Are they even using shadow clones for dating? Forget it, let us teach. Kakashi looked at the shadow clone, sighed in his heart. This generation of young people cares about nothing but romance. He cleared his throat. All right, what I'm teaching you today is my original I-rank ninjutsu, Chidori. Come, watch closely. The hand seals are like this. Kakashi slowed down the motion. Lightning crackled in his hand, and the sound, let me tell you, was like 1,000 sparrows holding a concert in your ear. Incredibly cool. Sasuke's shadow clone was mesmerized. The essence of this technique is to activate the body with lightning release, channel all the chakra into one hand, and then charge forward, creating an extremely destructive thrust. Even a C-rank Earth-style wall can't stop it. Sasuke, who has a quick mind, raised his hand and asked on the spot, "What if we encounter a water-style wall? Then don't use it. Otherwise, you'll end up electrocuting yourself," Kakashi added. But this technique has a fatal flaw. It's too fast, and your vision will blur. Without the Sharingan, if the enemy trips you up a bit, you'll directly crash into a trap. Upon hearing this, the shadow clone felt a pang in its heart, but then proposed an idea that even stunned Kakashi. "Teacher, isn't this just a chakra nature transformation? Why does it have to be a thrust? If I change its form, like making it extend by dozens of meters, wouldn't that be better? If I make it a ranged attack, like Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique, wouldn't it be safer?" Kakashi was shocked. Why didn't I think of that? He looked at Sasuke, feeling that each of the 3 students he taught had creative ideas. He was just about to say that this idea was good when Sasuke's shadow clone pulled out a book from its bag and shoved it at him. On the transformation of ninjutsu and nature transformation, 3rd edition. "Teacher, you take a look first. I'm going to practice." After saying that, it ran off to practice. Kakashi held the book, dumbfounded. Are kids now this competitive? Carrying theoretical texts around for research? Meanwhile, Sasuke's real body finally caught up with Sakura and began awkwardly trying to comfort her. "I learned everything from the teacher. Don't worry. I promise I will never become the way you fear." Upon hearing this, Sakura felt a little pleased inside, but still huffed. But at least she was somewhat appeased. She threw out, "I'm going to find Kakashi-sensei to learn ninjutsu. You better reflect on yourself," and turned to leave. Sasuke was left alone, confused in the wind. What exactly do I need to reflect on? Women are really troublesome. Just then, Sakura, not far away, heard the crackling sound of Chidori in the forest. Her first reaction was enemies. "Sasuke." She rushed back. "Sasuke, Kakashi-sensei is using Chidori. Hurry, there are enemies." At that moment, Sasuke's mind buzzed as the memories from the shadow clone came flooding back. He instantly understood the deadly destructive power of Chidori and the dangers of practicing it. He forced himself to remain calm and began to act. "Don't panic. The teacher's voice is so loud. It might be a trap. I'll go support him. You go find Naruto, and we'll split up." Sakura thought that made sense and hurriedly ran off. Only then did Sasuke breathe a sigh of relief and quickly run towards Kakashi, as this matter needed to be coordinated. When he found Kakashi, he discovered Kakashi was engrossed in reading that book. Sasuke quickly approached. "Kakashi-sensei, this book is exclusively for our Naruto teaching staff and can't be bought outside. If you like it, it's a gift." Upon hearing this, Kakashi thought, "Hey, this kid has something to ask me." So he decided not to be polite. Sure. By the way, when Sakura comes over, just say you're practicing a new technique. Make sure not to let anything slip." "Okay, go practice." Kakashi accepted the book, feeling quite happy. Sasuke then officially began his practice. He formed the hand seals, gathered chakra, Chidori. The violent power almost made him lose grip, and he felt like he was dragging a ball of lightning across the ground. "Run. Charge towards that tree." Kakashi guided from the side. Sasuke suddenly accelerated, and the scenery around him blurred in an instant. He felt he was moving faster than a person should, aiming at the big tree 100 meters away. He raised his arm with all his strength, and with a bang, the entire tree was pierced through, leaving a charred center. The tree creaked and began to tilt. Sasuke was still dazed, and Kakashi shouted urgently, "Run! The tree is going to fall." Only then did Sasuke react and jumped away just in time. The big tree crashed down. Looking at his masterpiece, Sasuke got excited, gripped Chidori, and charged again, hacking away at the fallen trunk until he turned a large tree into firewood. Then, let me tell you, the most impressive move came next. He walked up to Kakashi and started unloading weights one by one, from his arms, legs, ankles, and finally lifted his shirt to reveal a row hidden in his waist. He carefully placed those weights on the ground, afraid of making a sound. Kakashi was about to say, "Is this necessary?" But when he looked down, he saw that the ground where the weights had been placed had already sunk. His eyes nearly popped out as he thought, "Are these lead blocks? Are kids training like this now?" I didn't work this hard, even when I became A.J. Nin. Seeing Kakashi's shocked expression, Sasuke felt a tremendous sense of satisfaction. This is exactly the expression I wanted to see. Invisible showing off is the most lethal. Kakashi waved his hand, creating 2 shadow clones, one to find Sakura and one to find Naruto, saying, "I'll watch you here." Then he lowered his head to continue reading. On the other side, when Sakura found Naruto, she was shocked. The training ground was full of pits and fallen trees, looking as if it had been bombarded. She thought, what kind of monstrous ninjutsu did Kakashi-sensei teach Naruto? Naruto was still puffing and practicing the Rasengan. Kakashi's shadow clone came over and took Sakura away for individual tutoring. The other shadow clone looked at Naruto, who was quite pleased. "See, my teacher cares about me." The Ninetales directly exclaimed at his heart, "Nonsense. He's just jealous of your chakra." Upon hearing this, Naruto got fired up and used the shadow clone jutsu towards Kakashi's shadow clone. Kakashi's eyes instantly went blank. The Ninetales couldn't watch any longer. All right, I'll lend you some power. Don't embarrass yourself." In a flash, crimson chakra erupted from Naruto, and a tail grew out from his back, transforming him into the Ninetales' cloak. He excitedly shouted, "Shadow clone jutsu!" Hundreds of Naruto clones, glowing red, started forming Rasengan simultaneously. The efficiency was astonishing. With a bang, Kakashi's shadow clone nearby was so startled by the scene that it dispelled. Kakashi, the real one, was enjoying the beauty of inheritance when suddenly he received a memory and went emo. Who understands family? I'm still reading the textbooks my students gave me for research, and my students are already playing with the power of the Ninetales in such high-level situations. This class really can't be taken lightly. I have to step up too. Kakashi made up his mind, tore apart that precious book, and shouted, "Shadow clone jutsu." He created a dozen clones and said, "Each of you take a few pages and show me. We must develop a new ninjutsu today." At that moment, a faint red light also emanated from Kakashi. Hey, that kid Naruto is quite thoughtful. He even knows to airdrop an energy pack. With plenty of chakra, Kakashi's research spirit was fully ignited. Relying on the copying ability of his Sharingan and years of experience, he quickly grasped the essence of the book. He was going to develop the long-range attack proposed by Sasuke. Chidori, White Fang. He named it after his father's blade, and a short dagger made entirely of lightning appeared in his hand. Grow longer. White Fang. Kakashi increased his chakra output, and the short dagger instantly surged in size. With a casual swing, the surrounding trees and rocks were all severed, the cuts still smoldering. A few days later, the Great Bridge was about to be completed. Zabuza had also recovered and was preparing to go to the bridge for a final showdown with Haku. On the way, Haku sensed the changes in Zabuza. His gaze no longer looked at him as a tool, but as a comrade. In fact, Zabuza had been brainwashed daily by Naruto's verbal jutsu and had begun to reflect on his life. At that moment, Kato's radio crackled again. "Zabuza, what are you doing? I'm not a philanthropist." Zabuza, irritated by the voice, directly crushed the radio and said to Haku, "From now on, call me Zabuza the Poor. Kato is no more." On the bridge, Kakashi stood ready with Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto, having overtrained, was left at home sleeping. Seeing that Zabuza wasn't responding, Kato directly sent a group of subordinates. Go to the village and capture everyone as hostages. These thugs excitedly charged into the village, only to run into a just-awoken Naruto. Looking at the dozens of people rushing at him, Naruto smirked. "Is this all you've got?" The Ninetales mocked. "Here we go again. You're pretending again. I'm used to it." Naruto formed hand seals. Shadow, clone jutsu. Hundreds of Narutos charged forward, and the scene was nothing short of a dimensional crush, extremely unethical in combat. Some clones surrounded a thug with 3 people, and the middle one suddenly transformed into a naked beauty. "Big brother, I'm so scared." The thug's eyes went wide, saliva dripping everywhere. The 2 Naruto clones next to him smirked, and each launched a Rasengan at him. Some clones were even more ruthless, directly using a reverse harem technique to conjure a 600-pound chubby girl who hugged the thug tightly and shouted in a rough voice, "I've got you now. I want to marry you." The thug looked at the large, fleshy face coming in for a kiss and completely broke down. "Don't come near me. Someone kill me, woo-woo. Let me die. I told you, that guy was so scared he almost wet himself. Luckily, I threw a spiral sphere at him and saved him. Otherwise, he would have been done for. I left those sons of bitches to the villagers and told them to handle it themselves. I guess these guys will have a hard time walking on their feet for the rest of their lives. As for me, I quickly rushed towards the big bridge. I haven't arrived yet, but that familiar fog of the underworld has already risen. Goodness, if we don't take care of this guy soon, he really will show up. Kakashi-sensei and the others are already trapped in the mist, huddled back to back in a circle, tense as can be. Zabuza's raspy voice can be heard from all directions, as if he's playing surround sound, saying things like, "Kakashi, you're still the same? Huh? Where's that little blonde brat of yours?" Guess what happened next? Sasuke didn't hold back. He created a new technique, Chidori, flow, without even needing Kakashi to copy it. With a zap, that lightning shot out like a fishing net, and Zabuza's water clones exploded on the spot, like they were short-circuiting. Zabuza himself and that masked guy also revealed themselves. Sasuke, acting all high and mighty, pointed at the masked white-hair guy and said, "That guy is mine. I can't stand pretentious little brats like him." At that moment, I wanted to retort, "Aren't you being pretentious yourself?" Goodness, the two of them clashed with kunai. It was a dazzling display. But before long, that guy, known as Haku, showed off some amazing skills. Does anyone understand? That guy actually formed hand seals with one hand. One hand. Even Kakashi was stunned, thinking, what kind of godly operation is this? Immediately after, the water next to Sasuke suddenly shot up into the air, transforming into countless ice needles, raining down like a torrential storm of pear blossoms. Sasuke reacted quickly, using body flicker to dodge, while still being defiant. It's nothing special. But then Haku unleashed a big move. Secret technique, crystal ice mirrors. With a crash, the water's surface froze into countless mirrors, trapping Sasuke inside. 360 degrees with no blind spots, making it impossible to escape. Haku's figure appeared in every mirror, and Sasuke was truly surrounded this time. But Sasuke immediately started taunting, shouting at Haku, "Do you know what the biggest flaw of someone like you is? You're too pretentious. I learned in my first lesson at school, intelligence. Understand? You don't even know my strength, and you're messing around, thinking your speed is faster than mine." As he spoke, he unleashed another Chidori with a crackle, stabbing at one of the mirrors. With a loud bang, the mirror shattered. He actually broke free using the brute force of Chidori. Let me tell you, the most explosive moment has arrived. I saw the prey trying to escape and panicked. All the shadows in the mirrors attacked at the same time. Countless Senbon shot toward Sasuke's back. Just as Sasuke was about to be pierced like a sieve, Sakura let out a scream and charged forward. She used her body as a shield for Sasuke. In that instant, Sasuke's CPU was overheating. His mind was filled with images of Sakura. The Sakura who followed him around every day, calling him handsome. The Sakura who competed with him out of jealousy. The Sakura who cried in his arms. And finally, the Sakura lying in a pool of blood, her body pierced with Senbon. Her gaze seemed to say, "I've given you my life, Sasuke." With a thud, Sasuke felt his heart stop. "Sakura," he shouted with all his heart, his eyes instantly turning red. Let me tell you, blood red. And there were 2 Tomo added. The double Tomo Sharingan awakened directly. As a result, just as he was about to hold Sakura and enact a tragic farewell, he suddenly felt something was off. Release. Damn, it was an illusion. Everything was an illusion. Sakura was completely fine. When she charged in, she had already formed hand seals and directly cast a water barrier, blocking most of the Senbon. This was all arranged by me and Kakashi, just to give him a little shock to awaken his eyes. I told Kakashi at the time, "Trust me, I'll set him up, and I'll do it perfectly." Uchiha, they're all the same. They say they don't care, but they actually care deeply, and they're all about that Sundra life. Just look, it worked out. Double Tomo. Sasuke's expression at that moment was a mix of anger and emotion. He rushed up and hugged Sakura tightly, and Sakura's face turned bright red. Just then, I made my dazzling entrance. I didn't arrive late, did I? With a wind release, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, I smashed by ice mirrors to smithereens. Old man Dazna was beside me, feeling heartbroken, my hard-earned bridge. When Kakashi saw I had arrived, he immediately slacked off. "I'll leave Zabuza to you." Without saying a word, I first released the weight I was carrying and threw it to the ground. Boom, 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 with several loud bangs. The reinforced concrete bridge was cracked in several places. Kakashi and Sasuke looked dumbfounded. Their eyes seemed to say, "Is this guy training in armor every day?" I directly created hundreds of shadow clones, each with a Rasengan in hand. The scene was something else. Just ask if you're scared. Zabuza's face turned green at that moment, and he quickly created a water clone to block, but my shadow clones surged forward and took him down instantly. After shedding all my burdens, I felt light as a swallow. Looking at Zabuza, I created a few hundred more shadow clones and shouted at him, "This is the Naruto ranking. Let's see how many you can take down." I directly activated the and the speed was incredible, leaving after images. When Zabuza tried to scare me, he hit back and missed to play dirty, but unfortunately for him, I hit him with a wind release technique that nearly took him out. Thankfully, he was tough, surviving like a coin, standing upright. He then trapped Sasuke and Sakura in an even more powerful magic mirror ice crystal. But now, Sasuke was different. With his double Manjikyu Sharingan, he could see White's movements in slow motion. Sakura managed to escape while he covered her, and he fought White alone, skillfully blocking all of White's shurikens with his kunai. In the end, he unleashed a Chidori, striking down and shattering all the mirrors. White was left stunned by this violent method, panting and feeling like he had become a burden to Zabuza. In his desperation, White began to tell his story, saying that he was just Zabuza's tool, and his dream was to fulfill Zabuza's dream, willing to kill his own spirit for it. As he spoke, he and his water clone created a super doubled version of the magic mirror ice. Kurama was shocked. What? A water clone combined with the magic mirror ice? Is this kid really that strong? As soon as I saw Sasuke being locked up again, I couldn't hold back. I rushed in to save him. Sasuke scolded me. Fool, what are you doing here? I laughed and said, you're the fool. I'm here to save you. Bai watched us, sighed, and said that for the sake of important people, he would become a true ninja. Then countless shuriken flew towards us. I immediately created dozens of shadow clones wearing the Nine-Tails cloak, and together we used wind release. Great breakthrough. A 360-degree, all-around wind attack. Those shuriken were like headless flies in the wind, clattering to the ground. Then, each clone had a Rasengan in hand, and every step I took counted as my loss. We smashed that mirror to pieces. Bai also got hit by a Rasengan and fell from a mirror, fainting. I rushed up and pulled off his mask. What the heck? ISNT this the beautiful big sister I met in the woods before. She even encouraged me. Turns out she s the enemy, just as I was in shock. Zabuza, filled with hatred, struck at me from the mist with a blade. I immediately used my harem technique. All my shadow clones transformed into the white appearance. Zabuza exclaimed in surprise, and with one slash, he cut one of the whites in half. That was a shadow clone, but Zabuza didn't know that. He looked at the resentful eyes of the white clone and was stunned, thinking he had just killed the most important person. While he was dazed, all my shadow clones that had turned into the white form were rubbing together their Rasengan, saying in a mournful tone, Lord Zabuza, I'm sorry. Then they rushed at him all at once. Zabuza was directly knocked down. At that moment, Kurama directly provided him with a live broadcast of an alternate timeline, which was the history that would have happened. Bai used her body to block Kakashi's Raikiri to save him, dying right in front of him. Let me tell you, Zabuza completely broke down on the spot, and when he woke up, he cried like a 200-pound child. Coincidentally, Bai also woke up, looked at the sobbing Zabuza, and shouted, Lord Zabuza, I'm here. You're not dead. I thought you were dead. I lost. Tears streamed down Zabuza's face as he hugged Bai and declared, I'm joining this little brat-s Naruto faction now. Sasuke was still there wondering when my harem technique became so powerful that it could even include Jinjutsu attacks. Kakashi glanced lazily at the blushing Sakura next to him. Wow, it turned out that Sakura had just given me a Jinjutsu buff, making Zabuza feel like he really killed Bai. Kakashi's expression at that moment seemed to say, all right, so you're the one who has been keeping me company through the long nights these past few years. Just as he finished speaking, I tell you, a strange clapping sound suddenly came from the bridge, and then a short guy, along with a large group of wandering warriors, strolled over. That guy was called Kato, the ultimate client for this mission. As he walked, he kept chattering. Oh dear, what a waste, claiming to be the Mist-s ghost. And this is the result? Sorry. Zabuza, plans have changed. I'm now asking you to die. You know how expensive it is to hire ninjas, right? It's better to have you runaway ninjas fight against Konoha-s dogs, both sides getting hurt, and I don't have to spend a dime. It's simply a money-saving trick. Wow, this operation left me dumbfounded. Zabuza's face turned dark, and he glanced at that ragtag group, sneering. You think this bunch of worthless trash can kill me? Then he thought about it. Well, it might work, since the mission was canceled anyway. I was supposed to go find him, and now he is coming to me, which conveniently saves me from gaining the reputation of having killed the employer. Just as the tension was escalating, Naruto spoke up. He first had the Nine-Tails give Zabuza and buy a bit of Chakra VIP, and their visible injuries healed right before our eyes. Then Naruto, like a gang boss, turned to Kakashi-sensei and said, Kakashi-sensei, I want to recruit these two. Is it okay if they carry the title of Konoha-s non-staff members? Kakashi-sensei had to look like an old man on the subway, checking his phone. Huh? Recruit? But after thinking about it, it seemed not impossible. He replied, just don't cause trouble for the village. Naruto then turned to give Zabuza and buy a welcome package, which was that Ninetales branded power bank. Zabuza was quite agreeable, immediately stating, I abandon the mission. Ninjas shouldn't be used as tools. He looked at Bai, feeling that this life of fighting and killing really had no future, waved his hand. Bai, let's go. Let us make some money. Bai still had that gentle demeanor, sweetly replying, yes, Lord Zabuza. But just as Zabuza was about to show off some more, he suddenly turned to Naruto and shouted, Brat, lend me a kunai. I told you. The whole place fell silent. Naruto was stunned, but still made a kunai in front of him. Meaning, are you sure you want to borrow a kunai? Zabuza glanced at the kunai and immediately changed his tune. Boss, can I borrow your kunai for a moment? Sasuke and Sakura were almost in shock. Was this still the same Zabuza who had been so arrogant just moments ago? Naruto, equally confused, handed over the kunai and casually asked, why don't you use that huge sword of yours that's as big as a door? Just that one sentence made Zabuza freeze up, his CPU overheating. His mind buzzed. That's right. My hand is fine, isn't it? I remember the last time I fought Kato. I used my mouth to hold the kunai because my hand was injured. Am I being made a fool of? No way. Absolutely not. The scene was so awkward it could be cut into 3 rooms and a hall. Luckily, he had Haku by his side, who quickly took the kunai and forcefully explained, Zabuza-sama borrowed it for me. He probably thinks my 1,000 books aren't fast enough. Thank you, Zabuza-sama. Thank you, Naruto. Family. Who understands? This explanation was ridiculously forced, but at least it provided an escape route. Zabuza felt incredibly grateful. Haku, you are the light of my life. Putting on a facade of indifference, he quietly picked up the huge sword beside him. The two had just formed a seal and were about to unleash their water clones when Kato couldn't take it anymore. Are you done chatting? We have in numbers. Charge and kill them. Naruto couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. Competing in numbers with me? Does he have some misunderstanding about the shadow clone technique? He immediately turned to Kakashi and said, Kakashi-sensei, you've been watching for a while. Why don't you take care of these little monsters? Saying this, he didn't give Kakashi any time to react and unleashed a surge of chakra. Kakashi instantly felt invigorated. His chakra bar was filled to the max. Goodness, I'm AJ Neen now relying on my student for support? This feeling is amazing. Kakashi erupted with unprecedented enthusiasm, clapping his hands. Shadow clone technique. Boom, boom, boom. The bridge was instantly filled with Kakashi clones, each of them forming different seals. Water style, Great Waterfall. Earth style, Yellow Spring Swamp. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire. Lightning style, Chidori White Fang. I tell you, at that moment, the whole bridge looked like a ninjutsu buffet had opened up with colorful blackness. Various types of ninjutsu raining down on the faces of those people from CAD like they were free. Just as Zabuza and Haku were about to rush forward to take a head, they found there was no place to step, all covered by ninjutsu. The group of wandering samurai on the opposite side was completely stunned. Damn, it's a ninja. They can unleash waves. Mom, is this the copy ninja of Konoha? Help! Old man Dazna watched in shock, finally understanding why hiring ninjas was so expensive. He thought to himself, if I had this money, the land of waves would have been unified by now, and that fool Cad is still thinking about saving money? The old man decided on the spot that in the future, he would never underreport mission ranks again, and he would have to pay more. Within seconds, the battle ended. There was no one left around Cad. Zabuza was embarrassed to death. I hadn't even submitted my letter of intent, and everyone was gone. Fortunately, Cad was still alive. Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, activated his Sharingan, and Cad fainted instantly. Zabuza's face turned green. I don't need your help. What he was thinking was, how did you know I wanted to take that head? In the end, Cad was tied up by Haku, and Zabuza suggested, why not keep him as an ATM, and once we get the money, we can kill him? Naruto firmly rejected. We are legitimate ninjas. We'll leave him to the villagers to deal with. Then Naruto had a private meeting with Zabuza, outlining his future career path. He suggested he go develop in the land of snow, where there's a snow ninja village, and find a way to take it over as a base. By the way, he also outsourced Konoha's vegetable and bestseller business to him, making him the general agent for the land of snow. Of course, Naruto took a large cut from Cad's money, calling it a membership fee and mental distress compensation for the mission. Before leaving, Naruto patted Dazna on the shoulder. Old man, Don't underestimate ninjas next time. By the way, I have a batch of vegetables and books. High quality at a low price. Come to Konoha to discuss cooperation when you have time. Just like that, the mission in the Land of Waves was successfully completed, and our Team 7 set off on the way home. However, what we didn't know was that just a few days after we left Konoha, the village had changed. In Danzo's office, his subordinates were reporting, "Lord Danzo, your strategy is simply brilliant. Spies from various countries report that our cultural invasion plan has been a great success." Another subordinate reported, "Lord, Naruto Uzumaki has left Konoha and headed to the Land of Waves." Upon hearing this, Danzo's eyes lit up. Has he finally left? Notify Hiruzen. I want to see him. In the third Hokage's office, the third Hokage was still dealing with documents when a voice came before the person arrived. Hiruzen. The third Hokage leisurely finished the documents he was working on, put down his pen, and just as Danzo pushed the door in, the timing was more precise than a clocking in. The third Hokage looked at him without saying a word. Danzo couldn't hold back any longer and got straight to the point. Hiruzen, I want that ninjutsu development deception bureau that Naruto is running. The third Hokage was shocked. What? That's Naruto's project. How can I give it to you? Hiruzen, you know very well that this thing can only reach its maximum power in my hands. Your approach is child's play. In the entire ninja world, no one is more suitable than me to take charge of this department. Danzo was incredibly confident. The third Hokage heard this and thought, hey, the initiative has come. He slowly took out his pipe, lit it, took a deep puff, and exuded calmness. Danzo saw the third Hokage's attitude and became anxious. He knew this matter couldn't be delayed. Once Naruto returned, he would have no chance. He thought furiously. Back then, I hesitated for a moment, and the Hokage was gone. This opportunity I must seize. This is the key for me to become the true shadow of the ninja world. The third Hokage was still puffing smoke, and Danzo grew more anxious, stepping forward and slamming the table. He's just a child. He should be spending time training. I can turn this department into an invisible dagger, stabbing into the hearts of all ninja villages. Trust me, Hiruzen. The third Hokage remained unmoved, and Danzo finally erupted, emotionally leaning on the third Hokage's desk. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Today you must give it to me. I have waited so many years. I won't be Hokage not to prove anything, but just to tell my teacher, the second Hokage, after I die, that I, Shimura Danzo, can also be the protector of Konoha. This left the third Hokage stunned. He had never seen Danzo so agitated. The third Hokage calmly replied, Danzo, you are not suitable to be Hokage. But Danzo was already reckless. What about now? Give it to me. I just want a department where I can fully unleash my abilities. My plan has already succeeded. I can turn other countries into Konoha's testing grounds, becoming lambs for the slaughter. The third Hokage still hesitated a bit, but there are no buts. Danzo began to frantically showcase his KPIs. Do you know? The civilians and some ninjas from other countries have already bought into my strategic deception. They have shifted their strategic focus from military confrontation to cultural output. I have also signed the hottest actress, Fujike's Yuki, and I want her to become a sensation throughout the ninja world. I have several scripts ready. Filming them will be the best form of cultural invasion. I'm also slipping in private content in various books and comics, exposing the dark sides of various countries. Do you know how well they sell? They have been reprinted 5 times. Hearing that they have been reprinted 5 times, the third Hokage couldn't help but react. His eyes filled with dollar signs. What? How much money is that? Danzo saw an opportunity and continued to add, I've already gained the support of the overwhelming majority of votes from the Deception Bureau. I basically have control. I came to you just because I didn't want to act against that child Naruto. He has indeed done well. The third Hokage could hardly believe his ears. Danzo was actually praising Naruto? Fine, giving it to you isn't impossible. The third Hokage finally relented, but you want to get a share of the profits. You can only take the fixed dividend of the director. Can you accept that? Danzo sneered internally, Tisk, I could easily make more money with Root. But he readily replied, at least 1%. The third Hokage was satisfied. Fine, I'll talk to Naruto about this when he returns. You can start working in the meantime. The treatment of Konoha ninjas will depend on you. Ha ha! Danzo laughed heartily and turned to leave. Hiruzen, this will be the most correct thing you do in this position. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing. He walked to the door, leaving the third Hokage with a back view that I previously used Root's name to acquire many cinemas in various countries for the next phase of layout. I'll send you the details later. Remember to approve the funds. A thunderbolt struck the third Hokage. How dare he? Danzo, I am a Hokage. I regret it. Outside the office, Danzo's triumphant laughter echoed. Ha ha ha. What are you regretting? The third Hokage truly regretted these days. Not only was the money gone, but how was he going to explain this to Naruto? Kid, you should focus on your training. Let Grandpa handle these trivial matters for you. This is no different from stealing a child's New Year's money. He looked for Danzo every day, but Danzo played hide and seek with him. And in the end, the third Hokage gave up. When we returned to the village, the third Hokage knew right away. He didn't wait for Naruto, but instead waited for me, Kakashi. The third Hokage directly dumped this mess onto me. Kakashi, this is how things are. The task of persuading Naruto to agree is handed over to you, and I'll count it as an A-rank mission. So make sure to complete it. When I left the Hokage office, my mind was a complete mess. The dark side of the ninja world, Danzo, is going to take over my student's department? When did my student become so impressive? What am I supposed to do now? What is my mission? As soon as Naruto returned to the village, he headed straight for his training camp. Kakashi's ninja dog, Pakin, found him by following the scent. By the time I arrived, looking at the large and well-organized camp, I was stunned. If this keeps developing for a few more years, what will be left for the third Hokage? I found Naruto and got straight to the point. Naruto, the third Hokage told me about the Ninja Technique Development Bureau. You know about it, right? Oh, that matter? I know. Naruto grinned widely, looking particularly happy. I was momentarily taken aback, but it was fine this way. It saved me from feeling awkward. I quickly went along with it. Ah, it's good that you know. It's even better if you understand. Naruto nodded. I understand very much. What he was probably thinking was, since Grandpa Third has made so much money, he wants to use some of it for welfare, right? That's a good thing. I looked at his sunny smile, just like Teacher Fourth. So I asked him to introduce me to Naruto's teaching. Wow, I was shocked after hearing it. From the Konoha planting base to now supporting 2/3 of the village's soldier food production, then to helping students at the Ninja Academy with career planning, and finally to the Ninjutsu Development Department that can turn E-rank ninjutsu into forbidden techniques, I felt like I had wasted the past few years. In the end, Naruto brought me to the entrance of the Ninjutsu Development Bureau, which now has a sign for the Konoha Cultural and Creative Group. Once inside, Naruto took me to his new office, and the chairs had all been replaced with executive chairs. He sat down and started complaining. Let me tell you, Kakashi-sensei, I always felt that the people here were particularly stupid and didn't understand what strategic deception was. But recently, the performance has really been high. I don't know who made some good suggestions, but it's really great. As soon as I heard it, I understood that Danzo was putting all his talents as Hokage into this. No wonder he insisted on this department. I thought to say a good word for Danzo. Lord Danzo is indeed quite suitable for this department. At that moment, Naruto and the Nine Tails were stunned. Naruto stared at me hard. Kakashi-sensei, who are you talking about? Lord Danzo, right? I hadn't realized it yet. Didn't he take over the Deception Bureau? You agreed too. That's great. What? When did I agree? Well, I was looking for you. Didn't you say you already knew? Knew what? The third Hokage asked me to tell you that as long as you hand over the Deception Bureau, the money you can earn in the future will keep increasing. Naruto exploded, shouting outside, Tobirama, where are you? A chubby guy ran in. Boss, I'm here. Let me ask you, is this under Danzo's responsibility? Yes, boss. A few days ago, Lord Danzo took full control, only taking a 10 share, and the performance increased fivefold. This was unanimously voted on by the Deception Council. Naruto was completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? He asked, what about the questions I posed before? How many did Danzo get right? Oh, those tough questions? Out of 30, Lord Danzo got 28 right. Damn. At that time, I heard Naruto explain to me that if you answer more than 20 questions correctly on that set of questions, you're a psychopath, and if you get more than 25 right, you're a serial killer. Danzo got 28 right? That's just 2 questions away from being a psychopathic killer. The Nine Tails in Naruto's heart said, this old guy is indeed suited for this. Besides, aren't the people here still your people? Fujiotaro was still excitedly reporting. Boss, look at this financial report. And we are preparing to vigorously develop the film and television industry. The hottest actresses have already been signed. I was struck by a thought, feeling that this sounded familiar. What you mentioned, is it called Fujiyama Snowy Painting? TJ Taro's eyes lit up. Lord Janine, you also follow celebrities? That's right. Miss Fujiyama Snowy Painting has already been signed by Lord Danzo and is preparing several movies. My mind went blank. Fuji Wind and Snow Painting. Isn't that the Snow Country's wind flower, Little Snow Princess? Back then, when I rescued her, I specifically asked the third Hokage to take good care of her. Is this how the third Hokage takes care of her? Handing over the person I like to a guy who answered 28 weird questions to make a movie? My house has collapsed. Who understands? My house has collapsed. Anger rose from my heart, and malice surged within. I straightened my face and said to Naruto, Naruto, I think this matter should be considered carefully. Danzo might not be suitable to manage this department. But then Naruto, after listening to the performance report and being shocked by those 28 questions, discussed it with the Nine Tails and surprisingly thought Danzo was quite suitable. Kakashi-sensei, I know you're doing this for my sake, but since Naruto has made the decision, I can't let such talent go to waste. Since the third Hokage has said so, then it's settled. TJ Taro, you must help me keep an eye on the money. Don't worry, boss. Just wait for the money to come in. I stood there in a daze, my eyes vacant, and only one thought remained in my mind. Xiaoshu. After I completed my task, I rushed directly to the third Hokage to question him, and the third Hokage simply said, Don't worry, Danzo will ensure her safety. What I'm most worried about is this. Now I can only pray that Danzo will be a bit nicer to Koyuki. The third Hokage also mentioned that many Jonin have gone to help with the movie, all to return before the Chunin exams to protect Konoha. Protecting Konoha? Looking at Naruto, that little money lover, I only now realize that protecting Konoha is actually so costly. Being Hokage is really not easy. Wait, the key point is that the Chunin exams are about to take place? I don't know if this news was intentionally leaked by the third, but it seems like we can start preparing for the Chunin exams now. I see. May I ask if Danzo is still in Konoha? No, Danzo has to go to many places for the main theme of the movie, so you can rest assured. The third thinks that Danzo is going out to smear other countries, to scout all the terrains of each nation, and they must all be bad people. Only within a land of fire are there warm-hearted and helpful people. Kakashi had to helplessly accept the reality and left, while the third began another day of serious work. When did Jiraiya come back? Jiraiya is also one of the third's disciples, alongside Tsunade and Orochimaru, known as the legendary Three Ninjas. However, after the Third Great Ninja War, Orochimaru was discovered conducting human experiments and defected. Jiraiya went to bring Orochimaru back, while also traveling to find students and searching for the prophesied child mentioned by the Great Sage Frog. Tsunade left Konoha to heal after the deaths of her lover and brother, and thus, the legendary Three Ninjas gradually became a legend. Now, it's definitely not as simple for Jiraiya to return to Konoha. Itachi, yes, Lord Third, go to the Konoha bathhouse and call Jiraiya over. Is it the legendary Three Ninja, Lord Jiraiya? Yes, go ahead. Itachi replied and left. Will Lord Jiraiya's return to Konoha have any impact on the Uchiha and Konoha? I hope the status quo remains. At the Konoha bathhouse, on the rooftop, Jiraiya was recording life, recording beauty. Life is not easy now, and most of the money from the Konoha Cultural and Creative Group has been taken away. However, my path is different from theirs, and I still have a group of loyal readers. Now is a good time to gather materials in Konoha and see who is leading this Konoha Cultural and Creative Group. After seeing Jiraiya, Itachi didn't approach directly, but activated his Sharingan, the three tomo spinning rapidly in his eyes. Jiraiya felt his surroundings suddenly shift and saw the third Hokage's figure. Jiraiya, you've returned and didn't even say a word. Come to my office. Using Jinjutsu to convey information, only the Uchiha can do this. Umbu? Jiraiya felt a bit unfamiliar. Has Konoha's Umbu become so efficient in notifying matters? It's ridiculous to turn text into video. Itachi didn't have to use this method, but Jiraiya was on the women's bathhouse. What if someone fell? The Uchiha's reputation cannot be ruined here. Jiraiya directly entered the third's office through the window. Haha, I didn't expect to be found out so quickly after just returning. I told those gatekeepers not to notify you, but I didn't expect you to know so soon. The third silently lowered his Hokage hat. How could he say such a thing out loud? He pretended to be low-key in front of Jiraiya, feeling guilty and starting to smoke. Did you come back for something? Jiraiya's expression became serious. Recently, I heard that Konoha is going to hold the Chunin exams, and I received news that many countries are very interested in this Chunin exam. I'm worried about Konoha, so I came back to check. Is that so? The current Konoha security department is led by the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, with other families jointly guarding Konoha. I don't believe anyone can cause destruction during the Chunin exams. Jiraiya wasn't angry. After all, this old man in front of him was his teacher, so he considered it an extra layer of protection and hoped his information was wrong. I will arrange for strengthened guards. You will be in Konoha during this time, so stay away from the women's bathhouse. Don't think I don't know what you want to do. Teacher, my book sales have dropped again. I'm just gathering materials. Also, who is in charge of the Konoha Cultural and Creative Group? They're not giving me a way to survive. This department is led by Danzo, but he is not in the village right now. He is busy with other tasks. You can go take a look. It's quite good. Great. I'll check it out when I have time. Teacher, I'm leaving. Jiraiya left the third's office, originally thinking that he could rely on his title as one of the legendary 3 ninjas to get the Konoha Cultural and Creative Group to help him publish a new book. But unexpectedly, it was that man in control. Life is becoming more difficult. Jiraiya returned this time because he had indeed received information related to Orochimaru. The exercises between countries have become closer, specifically targeting this Chunin exam. It's actually quite absurd how things have developed to this point. The bounties issued by the Rock Shinobi have been there without anyone fulfilling them, and it seems many people have fallen. The black market people know what money can be made and what cannot. After the last surprise attack on Konoha, the Rock Shinobi maintained a facade of peace with Konoha while secretly making small moves. However, this just happened to allow the third to train his troops, so he tacitly agreed. After the failed coup in the Mist Village of the Land of Water, they began to pay attention to the development of shinobi villages. After Konoha's cultural invasion, the Land of Water saw so many bizarre abilities and began to protect and develop the bloodline limit families. This operation has driven those who experienced that history almost mad. The Mist Village's strength has plummeted, and facing the Chunin exams is a good opportunity to see the strength of ninjas from other countries. The Cloud Village of the Land of Lightning is not participating at all, as spies had long since received news that the Konoha Security Department had been replaced by the Hyuga clan. If they went to Konoha, they might not even know where they would be buried, but they have sent many spies to pay attention to this Chunin exam. Finally, there is the Sand Village of the Land of Wind, which, as an ally of Konoha, is quite normal to co-host the Chunin exams. Lastly, there is Orochimaru's plan. Chapter 117. Uchiha Sasuke, wishing everyone a happy new year. After so many years as master and disciple, I'm preparing to give my teacher a perfect funeral. But he is still quite healthy, so I need to help him out. This is also for my own selfish reasons. After reading many books, my interest in the Sharingan has grown. Konoha's first family opened Sharingan. At 5, I can copy thousands of jutsu. There are many similar books, all of which are internal supplies exclusive to Konoha, not allowed to be taken out of the village. They were written by various families to help their companions understand themselves better. Toby had managed to get many of these to Orochimaru, providing many new ideas that inspired him. For the Sharingan, he has been planning for many years, teaming up with Konoha's allies, the Sand Village, along with Konoha's old rivals, the Rock Village, the side player Mist Village, and the Sound Village he established in the Land of Rice. I believe that having so many people give my teacher a perfect funeral should be quite a grand scale. Orochimaru acted as a glue to gather various shinobi villages together to conspire this plan for Konoha's collapse. There is no secret in this world. Jiraiya caught wind of something and came to Konoha early. In the past few days, Jiraiya has already visited the Konoha Cultural and Creative Group and even participated in that bizarre psychological test, only answering 4 questions correctly. After seeing the results, he left dejectedly, beginning to doubt himself. I can't believe I feel out of place because I'm not perverted enough. Then he went to gather materials. The 7th squad has been doing D-rank missions these days, whether it's weeding, fetching water, harvesting vegetables, helping to babysit, looking for pets, etc. Kakashi had already told them that there might be a Chunin exam coming up, preparing to have them all participate in the exam. This strength is still at the level of a genin, which is simply a waste of talent. It's not a time of war, otherwise, I would have been promoted to Chunin long ago. When Naruto is wandering around the village, he sees several foreigners. After arriving at the camp, he starts giving orders, telling everyone to treat foreigners like friends. If they dare to cause trouble, just take care of them. This is how Naruto greets people. They can't tell whose territory it is and dare to poke around. They're just fools. Treating fools should be like treating classmates. If it's time for class, then it's time for class. By the way, let us promote some vegetables and books. Everyone knows what's to be sold and what shouldn't be sold. This set of orders makes all the younger brothers recall the first lesson of school. Boss Naruto is giving us a class again. And the last class was just last time. Boss Naruto can take on everyone alone, and this gives us a beating. This year, Chunin exam has Boss Naruto. If we run into someone, just take care of them. This is for those who are preparing to participate in the Chunin exam this year. Taking the exam with Naruto feels oddly reassuring. Maybe Naruto's shadow clones are more than the participants. So just relax. Sai, if I don't pass this year, I might be laughed at for another 3 years. I must pass this year. Just thinking about 3 years of waiting while classmates are all Chunin, and I'm still a Genin, Some have even become jonin. It's really frustrating. I would be bullied to death. They don't harm people, but they annoy people. Currently, Konoha's Jinin basically graduate with Chunin strength, but what they lack is experience. Such things can only be accumulated slowly through experience. The main difference lies in the way of thinking and stance. Becoming a Chunin means you can become a branch of Konoha. It might not be as thick as a Jonin, but it can still support your own legendary story. Naruto is currently being asked by the Konoha Guard Department to catch a spy with a B-rank mission reward. As long as Naruto doesn't take D-rank missions, everything else is fine. Kurama, can you sense any malice now? A lot. None of these foreigners are reassuring. What are you going to do? What else is there to ask? Naruto exited the shadow clone space and formed seals in a corner. Transformation Jutsu. He transformed into Sasuke's appearance. It feels safer to do things this way. He casually pointed to a foreigner on the street. That one over there. The person looked around and pointed to himself. Are you calling me? Of course, I am Uchiha Sasuke. Look at your sneaky eyes. What are you staring at? It's my first time in Konoha. I'm surprised at how prosperous it is. In fact, just seeing Sasuke's face makes him extremely annoyed. Damn, how can this Uchiha clan be so bothersome? How many people have come to check in this time? There are even people who 1T look me in the eye. It's really annoying. Just wait for me. Naruto didn't expect the first person to be so polite, making it a bit difficult to act. However, such small matters are nothing to Naruto. You don't need to be so cautious. If you're unhappy, you can say it out loud. Remember, I'm Uchiha Sasuke. I will keep an eye on you. With Naruto being so considerate of Sasuke, the Uchiha clan's reputation will surely grow and spread throughout the ninja world. The other party secretly noted in their heart, is this kid so arrogant? Uchiha Sasuke, huh? I remembered you. Then he switched to another foreigner and continued with the same method. Naruto didn't dare to use the multi-shadow clone jutsu. It would be bad if the guards noticed. You little brat, how dare you bump into me? What happened? Following the voice, Naruto looked over. Konohamaru was being lifted by someone, and there was a girl next to him. Kurama recognized them at a glance. It's Kankuro and Temari, so Gaara must be nearby. Who's so arrogant? Hey, let him go. Who are you? Kankuro looked at Naruto, looking like someone who had never been hit. I am Uchiha Sasuke. Do you know who you're holding? Naruto directly revealed it upon seeing the other party's curious expression. He is the grandson of the third Hokage. Huh. The little brat in your hands is the grandson of the third Hokage? Who isn't? I'm the son of the fourth Kazekage. Who is afraid of who? So what? Konohamaru used the forbidden technique. Hearing this, Konohamaru got excited. This is the forbidden technique developed by Boss Naruto in the Ninja Academy. Seduction Jutsu. With a bang, it transformed into a naked, beautiful woman leaning against Kankuro, brother. Please, let me go, okay? With a pair of watery big eyes and a pair of snowy white bunny ears close to Kankuro. Kankuro's nosebleed sprayed out, and he immediately let go. What a shameful guy. A light remark was casually said, causing a wave of fear to rise from the depths of Kankuro and Temari's hearts. The nosebleed was scared back. Gaara looked in Naruto's direction. What's your name? I don't change my name or my surname. I am Uchiha Sasuke. Do you know Uchiha? You probably don't, so let me introduce myself today. Gaara looked at Temari and Kankuro. Let us go. This person is Uchiha. Huh? I remember him. Chapter 118. Setting a small goal. Shikaku, is it? I'm feeling a bit itchy. Kurama's words in the spiritual space made Naruto curious. Did he mean an acquaintance? His uncle is not that kind of fox. Pretending to be aloof, the real proud and aloof one is the Nine Tails. Anyway, having already made some strong statements, it's time to find a next target. Kurama secretly started planning in the spiritual space. First, smoothly pass the first exam, then chat with Orochimaru in the second exam. Now Itachi hasn't defected due to the extermination of the clan, and he didn't leave any psychological shadow on Orochimaru after joining the Akatsuki. I also don't know if Orochimaru will still be interested in Sasuke. Then secure a spot for the preliminaries and see how strong the other little strong ones are now. There's a month before the third exam, so just settle things with Jiraiya. After all, the seduction jutsu has already made some progress. It's impossible not to deal with him. By the way, get the sealing key. By then, I could be free from this cage. Oh, the taste of freedom. Haha. Lastly, for the third exam, put on a grand show and help the third Hokage save face. If he can't save face himself, I'll help him save face. Almost forgot. I need that Shikaku guy to give me a little bit of chakra. The first step of the plan. Itachi hasn't exterminated the clan or defected, and he hasn't met Orochimaru. I really don't know if he'll be interested in Sasuke. What if he doesn't come? Kurama is also worried about whether Orochimaru will send the master off in the end. Everything has been arranged properly. Gaara and the others just arrived in Konoha today, and there's about a week until the Konoha Chunin exam starts. Naruto, who transformed into Sasuke, is still greeting all the foreigners. What are you looking at? Some villagers, upon hearing this tone of voice, have already guessed that this is their boss, but they don't dare to say it. Seeing Naruto indulged in making friends, Kurama kindly reminded him, if your transformation is seen through now, it won't end well. Just do it a few times. That sand ninja, just now, was enough. That makes sense. I feel like Sasuke needs more friends, and I'm just trying to help out. Naruto found a corner and came out as the righteous Naruto. After seeing Naruto finish his prank, Kurama started assigning tasks to him. Naruto, go arrange things now. Find me a few ninjas from the Sound Village. First, set a small goal and find a way to chat with Orochimaru. However, we need to check if there are any people from the Sound Ninja Village in the Land of Rice. If there are, it proves that Orochimaru is still that respectful Orochimaru. As for why the third Hokage had to be sent away, it no longer matters. If there's no reason, we create one. If there's no way, we find a way. If people come, there will be a way to persuade them. What hidden Sound Village? None of the 5 great nations ninja villages have that name. The current Naruto is an excellent student. Sound Hidden Village. The Nine Tails repeated it once. Feeling like this kid might have come back to life. He really needs a beating, huh? Shadow Village? Huh. You bastard, it's a village of music. Do you understand? Singing and dancing, Ran. The forehead protector has a music symbol on it. Damn, how stupid. Earlier, they said Naruto's IQ had improved. Maybe my standards were too low. Idiots are indeed entertaining, but also quite annoying. Ah, you should have said that earlier. If you had mentioned this, I would have known right away. Without saying a word, Naruto returned to the camp because his uncle's expression clearly showed that he didn't want to hear him speak again. The Naruto teaching camp serves as the main base, where Naruto trained in the early days. Now, it is divided into various preparatory roles based on different graduation types. The Security Department Reserve, Konoha Hospital Reserve, Sealing Class Reserve, and Combat Unit Reserve. Basically, it can be said to be a small version of Konoha, protecting the production and manufacturing of military rations. No one has managed to destroy this place from within Konoha yet. Originally, those watering the fields, training in tree, climbing, fighting, and watching fights all left. Even a chef making lunch went out to find people. This is the power of the Naruto teaching. Before long, someone came over, Boss Naruto. We found a few foreigners with forehead protectors that have this music symbol. They seem to look down on us. No problem. We'll look down on them too. The Nine Tails felt a bit moved. Finally, they stopped fighting. This kid has such a good temper. I taught him that. This is self-defense. Naruto continued. To see if I beat them up or not. It's best to let them keep it up. That way, their psychological shadow will be even bigger. Did I teach him math just so he could calculate psychological shadows like this? What the hell is this calculation? This is scheming. After understanding the Nine Tails meaning, Naruto turned to his little brother and said, forget it. On our turf, how big can their psychological shadow be? Now you arrange it. Find a few Uchiha from the security department and say these guys spit everywhere, curse, and flirt with Uchiha Sasuke's girlfriend. Make up 3 more reasons. Let us see how you perform. Boss, didn't you just say to let them keep it up? And this reason seems a bit far-fetched, right? What can we do with this reason? I don't want them to be more arrogant than me on my turf. If I wait a few days to hit them, I might not be able to help myself. This reason doesn't even need your belief. Just say Naruto is handling it. Give it some attention. I don't know the outcome. They are professionals. They are familiar with this. This whole operation got the Nine Tails more and more excited. When I was a kid, I used even more absurd reasons to catch spies. I could take people away. Now this is enough for a conviction. After all, they are professionals. Seeing the confused look on his little brother's face, Naruto added, just don't ask too much. Anyway, I don't know the outcome. It won't hurt to try. Once he heard that his boss was just playing around, the little brother immediately understood. Just follow the instructions. No need to think too much about it. When the results come out, just provide feedback and enjoy the show. As for whether there's any risk to themselves, that's a joke. Now, the Konoha Security Department has Nara in command. The Uchiha and Hyuga are closely cooperating, and other clans are developing together. Basically, everyone is part of the security department. If there's no mission, they hang around the security department. If there is, they go out on duty, which doesn't affect making money. Plus, the benefits and treatment are surprisingly high. The level of alertness is unimaginable. The number of jonin who can be called to stand up is several times that of the troublemakers. Soon, the message was conveyed. The Uchiha began to act. They were very friendly towards the foreigners, with Byakugan and Sharingan working together. I just saw that Chunin enter the dessert shop with his left foot first. Let us go. We have a reason. Wait, let them spend their money first, then we'll go after them. After all, the Uchiha have truly experienced that time and think more comprehensively. They're already familiar with this kind of routine, and they can also gain the appreciative gaze of the Hyuga nearby. Although being watched with Byakugan is uncomfortable, it's still enjoyable. As the instigator, Naruto stayed in the camp, slowly drinking tea. Life is so wonderful, yet they are so irritable. Kurama, is there malicious intent? Yes. A lot. Then I'm much more comfortable. Chapter 119. I really like Lord Danzo more and more. These foreigners were invited over by the security department with various reasons to have tea. Inside the security department, several members of the interrogation unit were interrogating the foreigners preparing to participate in the Chunin exam. They had never seen anyone so stubborn. You're not going to say anything, huh? I don't even know what is wrong with me. I just came to participate in the Chunin exam. I didn't expect you Konoha to be so overbearing. You didn't even ask. Is there a need to ask? Noted down. The other party refuses to cooperate. Their attitude is extremely unfriendly, and they are very arrogant, even daring to retort the interrogation unit members. It's simply an insult to Konoha. Let us imprison them for 10 years. No, 20 years. After looking at the time, it's been 1 minute. Have you noted it down? Next. Today, let us finish the process for these people and lock them all up. Huh? I didn't I said, ask me again. The door was slammed shut, leaving the foreigner in the room. At this moment, someone threw in a few novels and comics from outside. Don't shout. We'll switch people and reinterrogate you later. Looking at the books thrown in, 3 years as a Chunin, 5 years as a Jonin, which talks about the experiences of the Chunin exam, made him want to go home after reading it. The death rate is extremely high. How shadows are formed tricks people from effort to giving up. The world of the rich paints a beautiful picture. Not being a ninja isn't so bad. Ninjutsu Encyclopedia is a comprehensive collection of ninjutsu names, including the 4th Hokage's ninjutsu names. Such long names were created for this book. The wonderful uses of lightning release. Illustrated edition is stimulating. Naruto didn't expect the security department to do this, forcibly brainwashing them. However, if you investigate this order carefully, you will find it's a command from our Konoha's shadow, issued by Lord Danzo. The shadows of the ninja world and ninja security are no different. Now, Lord Danzo, who is in charge of the Deception Bureau, has already proposed a new method to deal with foreign spies, collaborating with the Konoha Security Department and Konoha Cultural and Creative Group. The plan targeting spies has been very successful. Basically, all spies caught after being captured fell into the trap. They can't do without reading. Now we are still following Lord Danzo's arrangement to give these little kids preparing for the exam a lesson, observing them with Byakugan. Once they seem hooked, we'll let them go. Those who don't take the bait will be switched out for another batch of books. If that doesn't work, they'll be locked up for a while, adding some stimulating herbs to help them find the illustrated version to release themselves. After all, if there are no conditions, we create conditions. People from the Hyuga family started spreading a saying, I can see through their fate. Those who don't know would think this is a joke. But those who understand can only say that Lord Danzo is amazing. When this situation reached Naruto's ears, the Nine Tails also knew. Unexpectedly, Lord Danzo was doing so well. I really like Lord Danzo more and more. Only a pervert could think of such an operation as drugging food. Lord Danzo is truly doing a great job. Unexpectedly, things outside of Konoha are so orderly. Kaibai suddenly thought of something. Does this guy know Orochimaru's plan? So he slipped away early and took many Konoha ninjas with him? As expected of you, Danzo Shimura. That being said, Kabuto should be the spy left in the village by Danzo, activated by him. This guy is also a spy for Orochimaru. If we can find him, we can make contact. However, we shouldn't act rashly before figuring out his strength. This guy is also quite cunning. Kaibai briefly analyzed the situation and clarified that Orochimaru still needed to send off the 3rd Hokage, and it seemed that the configuration had been strengthened a bit. Facing the pressure from the security department, it must be quite overwhelming, huh? During the exam, the CH Nin, J Nin, and the security department are all my people. How are you going to play with me? Kaibai even started envisioning a confrontation with Orochimaru. To persuade Orochimaru properly, we need to have a strong enough trump card. Anyway, we've already started to stir things up, so there's no harm in stirring a bit more. Naruto, let's include those J Nin leading the teams in this. Not for any other reason, but because they are from the same village, it's better not to separate them. We'll arrange for them to come out together later. Got it. Naruto felt the gap between himself and Danzo due to his own lack of abnormality, and handing over the Deception Bureau was the right decision. Otherwise, if such a thing were ordered by Naruto, the future Hokage, wouldn't Hinata punch him to death? Then foreigners began to enter in batches to drink tea, directly thrown a few books, and openly told them that this was the answer to the upcoming exam, and if they wanted to see it, pay more. 5-year CH NIN exam. 3-year J NIN exam. New edition analyzing the CH NIN exam from the perspective of the question setter entering the CH NIN exam, things that happened during the CH NIN exam. Illustrated edition anyway. With a cultural and creative group around, the update speed of such books is basically like a daily change. Once the creativity starts flowing, the speed of publishing is almost like it has reproductive capabilities. After all, those participating in the CH NIN exam are all genin, who do not have the strong will, big picture view, team combat experience, and interrogation training that CH NIN and J NIN possess. The success rate of such things is increasing, leading them to almost not want to leave, just staying with the security department to read books. Later, the security department had no choice but to agree to sell them for money. They could only earn money with tears in their eyes. It's a bit of a pity. If Danzo had joined the Deception Bureau earlier, he could have earned money sooner, right? Looking back at the previous CH NIN exams, it feels like I've lost billions. The Sand Ninja, led by Gaara, was not afraid at all, while the Hyuga with Byakugan did not dare to touch such tough opponents. Knowing it's hard to chew but still going to send them is just madness, so they directly skipped the Sand Ninja and found themselves a reason. After all, they are allies. Someone collected intelligence on the Sand Ninja's team. The J NIN leading them, Maki, is powerful. The 3 team members are all children of the 4th Kazekage, clearly a backup for the Wind Shadow. Although the ages of the 3 vary, why are they still in the same class? But the most important information has been learned. Being able to send all 3 children to Konoha for the CH NIN exam shows how much the Sand Ninja values this exam. When the intelligence reached the 3rd Hokage, he just smiled slightly. The 4th Kazekage only wanted to observe the CH NIN exam. It's not a big deal. He just wants to see how the children perform in the exam. It's very normal. The 3rd Hokage, being older, did not consider any dangers. Just thinking that the 4th Kazekage came to Konoha specifically to watch the battle for his children is a great opportunity to strengthen Konoha's prestige. If Konoha's genin can defeat his children, they might be overjoyed. As the days passed, with the joint efforts of Naruto and the various departments, the CH NIN exam was finally about to begin. Chapter 120. At that time, I was still too conservative. In the morning, after Team 7 gathered, they went to participate in the exam. As soon as Naruto entered, he saw that Lee had been knocked down to the ground by the gate-guarding duo, Shinjutsu and Tetsu. The two had transformed into their childhood forms, guarding the door of classroom 301 behind them. This is our kindness to you. The CH NIN exam is a major hurdle. There are quite a few who give up being a ninja because of this exam. There are also those who are so despondent that they can't lift their spirits. We see many of those. J-Heinin, but it's not at the captain level. If the mission fails, it's the captain's responsibility, not a child's to bear. Thinking carefully, Naruto came to Lee's side, pretending to care, and whispered in his ear, "Do you have a mission?" Lee supported Naruto's arm and drew Aik on it with one hand, understanding that this was a mission. Sasuke saw how arrogant these two were and was about to rush in when Naruto stopped him. "Uchiha Sasuke, why don't we just give up?" Some people present had been tricked by Naruto, and Naruto had turned into Sasuke's troublemaker. There were also those who had been tricked by the security department. The reason was that they had glanced at Sasuke's girlfriend, a reason used by the Hyuga. Just one name almost made the people present fight. The eyes of those looking at Sasuke were filled with killing intent. Sasuke, however, was indifferent, saying, "Naruto, with me here, you don't have to be afraid." Seeing the people around him trembling with anger, Sasuke thought they were scared and loudly proclaimed, "You guys are afraid just hearing the name Uchiha." Huh? Looking around, he felt that there wasn't a single strong one among them. A bunch of trash? Sasuke thought about how his brother awakened the Sharingan and directly became 8J NIN in the Umbu. With his own double Tomo, how could he not crush the CH NIN exam? After awakening the Sharingan, even Kakashi was beneath him. Uchiha Sasuke now sees everyone as trash. Shinjutsu and Tetsu originally wanted to scare these genin, but they didn't expect Uchiha to be so bold. Kaibai said to Naruto, "It seems like you've been a bit restrained lately." Indeed, looking at the arrogant Sasuke, Naruto felt that his transformation technique still needed practice. He hadn't captured that aura. Everyone participating in the exam was holding back. Who told them they were ninjas? This is Konoha's territory, and they had tea. Otherwise, they would have long gone up to confront him. A person from Takigakure couldn't help but say, "Damn it. Don't think just because your family is in the Konoha security department, you can act arrogantly. Sasuke was displeased when he heard this. Am I acting arrogantly? He activated his double Tomo Sharingan and disdainfully said, I'm just stating facts. His red pupils scanned the crowd, examining everyone present, especially Naruto's cowardly appearance. Sasuke secretly laughed. Saving me, what does it matter? In the future, won't he still be crushed by my double Tomo? There are still many Genin in Konoha who haven't advanced to CH Nin. The others in Naruto's group enjoyed watching their leader being bullied. After all, it wasn't this Uchiha who was unlucky. It was their leader who was eating shit. No matter how they watched, they were still eating, but having received professional training. They absolutely couldn't laugh. Sasuke looked at the door guarded by the gate-guarding duo, and the room number changed from 301 to 201. It turned out it wasn't on the third floor, but the second floor. It seems they were all just acting before. Sasuke realized they were all students graduated from Konoha Ninja Academy, and they should all be quite strong. How could so many people gather here? Don't play tricks like Jinjutsu. You guys can't even see through a simple Jinjutsu, yet you still dream of becoming CH Nin. If you don't have that strength, just do D-rank missions comfortably. Looking at the people around, they're all from the same school. Who doesn't know who? Especially Hinata Niji, who stands out so much. Can't he even see such a small illusion with his Byakugan? He might as well have his eyes dug out and given away. When Kamizuki Izumi and Steel heard Sasuke's words, they realized they couldn't continue their act. Although the task was completed quickly, it felt uncomfortable. Looking at the arrogant double Tomo Sharingan, they were also afraid they couldn't win. They didn't expect to be discovered. This was indeed the second floor. The two of them immediately dispelled their transformation technique. They originally just wanted to test your abilities, but since it has come to this, you can go up. Naruto's smile was almost impossible to hide. Those people up there should have some strength, and he was looking forward to it. The Ninetales was also looking forward to it. And the main reason Naruto didn't stop him was that the Ninetales was fishing. A fish named Orochimaru, or rather a longworm. This is called luring the snake out of its hole. Once everyone realized they were blocked by the illusion, they began to walk towards the correct classroom. At that moment, Naruto asked Lee, aren't you supposed to graduate a year early? Why are you still a genin? You should have participated in the Chunin exams by now. Is Niji still a genin? Although they graduated a year early, they chose to participate in the Chunin exams a year later. The first reason is you, Uzumaki Naruto. I want to compete with you in the Chunin exams. The second reason is that I learned the 8 gates technique, and this forbidden technique is really suitable for me. So I delayed for a year. Ha ha ha. I told you you're a genius. Niji watched his teammates chatting enthusiastically with others. As if that Lee who was always looking for him to duel was gradually drifting away, and he was just Naruto's substitute. Uzumaki Naruto, I have seen through your fate. Imagining the scene after he defeats Naruto, Niji couldn't help but smile. Tian watched her two teammates with a helpless expression. What was going on? I'm a girl. Isn't anyone going to talk to me? A ninja who is too normal to fit into the world. Tian. Sakura followed Sasuke, observing the gazes of those around her. Silently stepping back half a step. In her heart, she prayed, I hope Ino doesn't get too close. Otherwise, I might get involved. The current Sasuke was no longer the Sasuke from back then, but Naruto would always be her leader. She looked forward to when Naruto could bring Sasuke back. Generally, for someone like Sasuke, beating him up would be enough. Naruto, having been sick for a long time, became a good doctor. His grandfather would beat him up because he was so arrogant. He learned the method and applied it to treat his classmates, and the results were surprisingly good. After a group of people entered the real room, 301, the Ninetales was already laughing. Many were familiar faces. Several people had been tricked by Naruto before. Everyone was a bit uncontrollable with excitement when they saw Sasuke walking in. A genin who had participated in the Chunin exams for many years stood up. So you are Sasuke? Chapter 121. Why does this idiot look like a spy? Sasuke looked at the uncle who came up and looked down on him even more. How could someone at such an age still be a genin? What's wrong? I am Uchiha Sasuke. Do you have an opinion? Stay out of it. The man flinched upon seeing the double Tomo Sharingan. Sasuke, with his double Tomo, looked down on everyone present. Is there anyone else? There were about 100 people in the classroom, and it was so quiet that one could hear their heartbeat. Kabuto was quietly taking notes. This is the feeling. Lord Orochimaru would definitely be very interested. After all, he had recommended many books about Sharingan to Orochimaru, all about how invincible they were. But in reality, where are such people? The arrogant attitude, the disdainful gaze, especially those captivating eyes, made one want to possess them. Sasuke found a place to sit down, turned off his Sharingan to take a break. Acting fierce was exhausting. Shikamaru saw Sasuke being so reckless. And since Naruto didn't manage him, he didn't want to go up and greet Naruto. As for Sasuke, they weren't familiar. Ino, seeing Sasuke, couldn't care less and rushed over to skillfully dominate Sasuke. Sasuke, you're so slow. Just thinking about seeing Sasuke, she had been eagerly waiting. Stay away from Sasuke. Ino. Sakura immediately hugged Sasuke from the other side and refused to give in. Seeing the two women competing for attention, Shikamaru, who was in the same class as Ino, had to step in. Women and exams were really troublesome. Choji was still eating chips and handed some to Naruto. While eating chips, Naruto asked Choji, "Have you seen Hinata?" At that moment, the dog barked woof. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Really, it's rare for everyone to be here. It was Kiba, Shino, and Hinata. The upperclassmen of Naruto's teaching class watched as the leaders of the Naruto teaching gathered together. This Chunin exam was going to be interesting. Hinata. Naruto rushed over to Hinata. Hinata looked at Naruto with shy eyes, and Naruto-kun. At this moment, Kabuto hurriedly came up to introduce his little card to the Konoha family. "I am Kabuto, a bit older than you, so call me Senpai." Senpai? Sakura looked at the amiable senpai in front of her, feeling an indescribable weirdness. His age and speech didn't quite match. Tentatively asking, "Is this your second time participating in the Chunin exams?" "No, this is my 7th time. This Chunin exam is held twice a year. This is the 4th year." At this, everyone looked at Kabuto with suspicion. Is this person stupid? Can't he pass? Is he a Konoha genin? Senpai Kabuto is really amazing. He can keep participating after failing so many times. How do his companions see him? Is there a fool beside him? Is the Chunin exam really that difficult? It's really troublesome. Naruto was still thinking if a strategy came out, wouldn't it be a huge profit? He didn't know that Danzo had already made it. Kabuto then took out his little card. "So for my juniors, I'll provide a bit of help. This is my ninja knowledge card, which converts information into marks using chakra and then burns it onto the card." As he spoke, he began to show off. This looked like a blank card. Without my own chakra, you can't see the content. Everyone was quietly talking among themselves, and no one paid attention to him. Others had already collected this kind of information and placed it in the camp. So what was there to show off? What is it worth? Naruto and Sasuke had no interest in this at all. One was the leader of Naruto's teaching, and the other was the son of the security department. Do they need to be so careful with these genin? Sasuke slowly asked, "Do you know who we are? Do we need your little information?" Naruto also felt that this person was suspicious. What kind of senpai hasn't Naruto fought against before? Coming here and not calling him leader. Can't even distinguish between rank? He looked at Sasuke and asked this person, "Kabuto senpai, do you know him? Shouldn't have seen him. Why do I feel like he is a spy?" Upon hearing this, Kabuto was scared. These Uchiha brats. They're all dogs, right? How do they guess so accurately? As a professional spy who had been lurking in Konoha for many years, at worst, he could rely on Danzo's arrangements to cover for him, and there would definitely be no problem. This can't be said carelessly. I've been in Konoha for many years too. You have to be responsible for what you say. When Sasuke heard this, responsible? Haha, Naruto, look at this idiot. Naruto began to laugh at Kabuto's naive words. Sakura timely explained, "The Uchiha family is responsible for catching spies. Our Naruto teaching is responsible for finding spies. We can directly arrange for you to go to prison. Is that responsible enough? Do you want a single room? I can arrange it. Are you from Konoha? Why do I feel like I haven't beaten you before?" The three of us made it clear to Do one sentence each. Who in Konoha doesn't know the vegetable-selling boss? This person is very suspicious. But since he can participate in the exam, he must have a J-Nin's recommendation, right? Do whispered beside them, "I'm someone close to Danzo." Upon hearing this name, the three of them gasped. Their tactical posture leaned back. The name Danzo is now widely circulated within the Naruto faction. He is a freak among freaks. He answered 28 questions correctly and even pointed out the mistakes in the questions. It's truly remarkable to have grown so much under Danzo. We should give him some face. Sasuke asked Naruto, "Shall we take a look?" "Let's see." He started looking at Do's information card, and the more he looked, the less interesting it became. Only a few people had some value. He didn't understand why so many people in Konoha couldn't become Nin every year, and they were even worse than these foreigners. Naruto believed that with his Nine Tails cloak, Rasengan shadow clone technique, and Shuriken shadow clone technique, he was already invincible. Sasuke also thought that his Sharingan could see through all Jinjutsu and Taijutsu, and with his Chidori speed, he had already broken the limits of his body. He was simply invincible. His brilliant smile couldn't hide his pride. How could he be so strong? Sakura felt particularly at ease now, with the two of them around. Invincible. She had also developed a ninjutsu that used genjutsu to activate forbidden techniques and had trained it, but she hadn't named it yet. However, she definitely wanted to find an opportunity to let Sasuke use it first. At that time, she could ask Sasuke to name it. Oh my, just thinking about it made her shy. The foreigners looked at Sasuke with strange eyes, wondering why this kid was so arrogant. Is there no one to manage him? Meanwhile, the people from Konoha looked at the arrogant Sasuke, the corners of their mouths starting to rise slightly. They believed that Naruto definitely had a backup plan. The more arrogant Sasuke was, the happier they became, and the more they looked forward to it. Naruto was currently too busy to care about others. He hadn't seen Hinata for a long time, and she was actually shy. He needed to let her adapt well. He decided to put Sasuke's matters aside for now. After all, it was during the exam, and even if he wanted to beat the kid, he had to go home to do it. Chapter 122. Exam. We sleep on the desk. Although Naruto and Sasuke didn't care, it didn't mean others didn't. There were quite a few participants from various countries in the CH-nin exam. Besides Konoha, there were also Sunagakure, Amigakure, Kusagakure, and Takagakure. Shikamaru studied the situation and found that it really didn't require much brainpower. Besides the Sunagakure's 4th generation class, he had also reviewed the information on Gaara from Sunagakure. B-rank missions were completed without a scratch. This would truly test their real strength. What was so impressive about completing a B-rank mission? Others didn't need to care much. Everyone was mentally prepared. The remaining Konoha ninjas were all their own people. But this though was different. He was a freak from Danzo's side. Shikamaru looked at the 7th squad, which had already become a thorn in the eyes of all countries, and thought better of it. His plan seemed unnecessary. Being smart, but not being able to use it. What was the point of such strong arrogance? Everyone waited for a long time, and finally, the examiners appeared. The person coming in was the scar-faced chief examiner, the former head of the interrogation department who worked overtime every day, Marino Ibiki. His unique aura intimidated everyone, and that feeling of being stared at surged to their heads. I am the chief examiner for the CH-nin exam. The first exam, Marino Ibiki. He glanced at Sasuke and Naruto and shouted loudly in their direction. In this exam, without the examiner's permission, no private battles are allowed, and even with the examiner's permission, you are not allowed to take actions that could lead to the opponent's death. Anyone who dares to defy me will be immediately disqualified. Do you understand? This was specifically directed at Naruto and Sasuke, 2 guys who couldn't be provoked. The Ninetales said in the mental space, Naruto, you can't use your shadow clones, shurikens, or Rasengan, right? Sakura looked at Sasuke, implying, what about your Chidori? The two had the same expression, TSK. Ibiki saw that everyone had quieted down. So, let us begin the first exam of the CH-nin selection. Submit your application forms and the numbered tags. Sit in order according to your numbers. Then I will distribute the questionnaires and pens. Upon hearing questionnaire, Naruto was dumbfounded. Is there still an exam? I'm not good at that. He could only follow the arrangement, submit his application, and sit down in order. The Ninetales was really looking forward to this scene. Hinata was sitting next to him. Ibiki did a good job, truly an elite, the intelligence was well done. Ibiki knocked on the blackboard. In the first exam, there are several very important rules. After this, I will not answer any of your questions, so listen carefully. First, the first rule is that all of you start with 10 points. The written test has 10 questions, each worth 1 point, and then a deduction system. For each wrong answer, 1 point is deducted. Whether you pass or fail is calculated based on the total score of the 3 team members. The second rule is that during the exam, cheating or similar behaviors, once discovered by the invigilator, will result in a deduction of 2 points for that behavior. Naruto was stunned upon hearing this. What? Is it still an exam if you can't cheat? Oomph. Those who are shamefully cheating might have to drop out of the exam without even grading. Anyone who shamelessly cheats is just asking for their own demise. Remember this. As soon as Naruto heard this, he got fired up. Who are you calling shameful? Are you looking down on us? Naruto's order is that no cheating is allowed. If you can't do it, just leave it blank. If you're disqualified for cheating, that's just embarrassing. It also brings disgrace to Konoha. Have you all forgotten how you studied back then? I don't believe there's any question that can stump us. I also don't believe that for knowledge for books. If you haven't learned it, you should work hard and not embarrass yourselves. The difficulties that can block our path to becoming CH-nin are always ourselves. Okay, Shikamaru stood up loudly to support. What Naruto said is right. This deduction system means more mistakes for more actions, fewer mistakes for fewer actions, and no mistakes for not doing anything. After hearing this, Shikamaru felt it was wrong. Naruto had grasped the key point, so he immediately agreed. Choji, though he didn't understand, also stood up to loudly support. Konoha's people were exceptionally united. Who do they look down on? Though it sounded impressive and diligent, weren't these people clearly sick? This was obviously a test of intelligence-gathering ability. Konoha's people were really naive. Huh? In fact, as soon as Shikamaru voiced his support, the Naruto faction had already realized that their leader was giving them their first lesson. It was intelligence. Such an obvious answer had already been posted right in their ears. It was no wonder it was Naruto. With Shikamaru's support, the Naruto faction further confirmed that as long as they followed their leader's arrangements, there would be no problems. Watching Naruto leak answers, Ibiki also knew that he had encountered passionate and serious people. This trick wouldn't work. If one person in your team scores 0, then all team members will be disqualified. The last question will be given after 45 minutes. The exam duration is 1 hour. The examiners began to distribute the papers. And as soon as he got the paper, Naruto immediately wrote down his name. After so many years of studying, although he wasn't good at it, he wasn't completely clueless. He glanced through the questions. Why do they seem a bit easy? Code words, simple projectile motion questions, force analysis plus geometry, chemistry. Is this it? The CH9 exam is testing this kind of crap? If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have been afraid at all. These are all questions provided by the old man, and they are quite simple. You can just apply the formulas to get the answers. Brush, 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 Naruto started writing. When others in the Naruto class saw the exam paper, they felt like the teacher who set the questions must not have seen much of the world. Is it really that easy to set questions without using your brain? One by one, they began to look down on these poor questions. Even Shikamaru felt like the question setter must be crazy. Who could possibly be tested on such questions? Looking around at the foreigners, scratching their heads, and blushing. It seemed like the questions were actually quite difficult. After 5 minutes, they finished writing their answers and started to lay their heads on the desks to sleep, which was very Shikamaru-like. Others followed suit, with the slowest taking less than 15 minutes to finish, and still needing 30 minutes for the last question. So everyone started to lay down. The foreigners looked at the Konoha group, also with a look of disdain. That little brat left the questions you couldn't answer blank. How many did that leave unanswered? In one classroom, Konoha accounted for almost half the people, and those who didn't lay down also started to do so after finishing their answers. Team spirit. Sleeping. Even Ibiki looked at the scene somewhat helplessly, knowing you guys are impressive. Alright, Chapter 123. This exam is really difficult. At this moment, Ino felt bored and sensed Sasuke's direction, placing her hand on her forehead. Mind transfer technique. Sasuke, I'm coming to find you. Ino. The two began to chat across dimensions. Sakura saw Sasuke sleeping soundly and felt sleepy too, not even realizing she had been robbed. Besides the people from Konoha, others also wanted to cheat using their own methods, but the Konoha folks answered so quickly, finishing and then laying down to sleep, leaving no room for tricks. Either that or they were too far away, and their cheating methods needed an upgrade. A pencil suddenly flew over and landed directly on a Rain Ninja's desk. 5 instances of cheating. You are eliminated. Hey, do you have evidence of our cheating? Haha. A kick sent him crashing against the wall. We were specially selected as elites for this exam. We are CH9. We are the evidence. Looking at the person knocked to the ground, you are eliminated, and your teammates are eliminated too. This is why the CH9 exam requires teams. Because CH9 represents the backbone, every decision will guide the fate of the team. The Naruto class didn't say they could all do it, but after all these years, they all knew the importance of teamwork. One by one, people were eliminated, and they didn't understand how those sleeping could sleep so soundly. The sleepers were also annoyed, thinking a bunch of fools couldn't even handle these poor questions. Cheating? How embarrassing. And they were disturbing my sleep. Gaara directly made a regular eye out of sand. Is this ninjutsu absurd? Sand-eye? Kanjiro S was even more absurd. How could more people not be discovered? Probably not enough for 5 times. The 3 graduates could already match up against J-Nin, and maybe someone stronger could defeat them. Finally, the last question arrived. It had been so long since everyone had this feeling of sleeping so well. It felt great to sleep at school. So here comes the last question. I call it the rule of despair. Watching the Konoha folks gradually wake up, Ibiki felt that they still gave him some face. You have to choose whether to answer question 10. If you choose not to, the candidates will be directly given a score of 0. That means they're unqualified, and the 2 teammates will also be eliminated. If you choose to answer but get it wrong, then the answerer will forever be deprived of the qualification to participate in the CH9 exam. Ibiki watched the fearful expressions on everyone's faces, enjoying their fear. There's actually such a rule. How outrageous. Forever deprived of CH9 exam qualifications? Senior Do was so lucky not to have encountered this person even once. How outrageous. How could there be such a rule? Naruto was still sleeping, and Hinata gently nudged Naruto to wake him up. Naruto. Hearing Hinata's voice, Naruto woke up. And by this time, Ibiki had finished speaking. Naruto, who hadn't heard anything, looked bewildered. The 10th question is out. Finally out. Hurry up after we finish. Let us go eat something good. Do you have time? Ibiki, seeing Naruto still discussing lunch, asked angrily, Stop talking nonsense. Are you going to choose to answer or not? Those who give up can just leave. Naruto was clueless. Answer, answer, answer. Sakura, Sasuke, hurry up. Why are you dragging your feet on this poor question? A bit cranky from waking up, Naruto impatiently urged Sasuke and Sakura. Can't you let people finish earlier if they didn't sleep well? The two were speechless, thinking there was no way to make such a hasty decision. But it seemed like there was nothing wrong with what he said. This poor question is nothing. Ibiki didn't care how the Konoha folks were thinking. He was wondering why those foreigners weren't leaving. There were too many people left. All thanks to that guy Naruto. Finally, looking at how many people couldn't leave, their helpless expressions actually looked quite pitiful. Congratulations. You have successfully passed the first round of the Nin exam. Seeing this, Naruto thought, Bell's game? Do the Konoha-Nin really lack creativity? Originally, the Ninetales was quite looking forward to this exam, but after seeing Naruto's performance, it also felt bored. The basics were too solid, with 18 layers underground. The other people in the Naruto class were heavily caught in the competition. As soon as this written exam paper came out, they were constantly looked down upon. The first 9 questions had already fulfilled the exam's purpose, which was to test your information-gathering abilities. First of all, the key points of this exam had already been hinted at in the initial rules. The 3-person unit was also to apply pressure on you. Damn, Naruto is amazing. Really, the boss is amazing. Although Naruto didn't know what had happened, he was still quite happy, waking up from a nap to find he had finished the exam. However, the exam content wasn't something you lower-ranked ninjas could answer correctly. Most people in the room would realize that, for the score, they could only cheat. We specially arranged for several ninjas to write the correct answers. The foreigners wailed, This question is too difficult. I didn't expect there would be people arranged to write the answers. The answers are right beside me? Right. This question is really difficult. This kind of sarcasm was clearly from the Naruto class. I'm so hungry. What should we eat for lunch? I can't do this question. After sleeping for just over half an hour, can it be a bit simpler? Watching the lower-ranked ninjas complain, Ibiki had already accepted it. After all, these are his own people. Whatever they say is fine. He can't provoke them casually. This exam was premised on cheating. You all know the importance of information. Sometimes, information can be more valuable than life. On missions and battlefields, it's something that needs to be fought for with your life. Ibiki directly showed everyone the scars from his torture. Sasuke could see the stories behind those scars. So tragic. Burns, screwdriver injuries, scars from being tortured. Information obtained from being discovered by enemies or third parties is not necessarily true information. I hope you remember one thing. Collecting this false information can bring fatal blows to your teammates and village. In this sense, letting you cheat is to help you gather information, eliminating those with poor abilities. It's that simple. If information is the fundamental ability you need to master, then the 10th question is the true significance of this exam. I don't need to say more. This will definitely be a choice that torments your hearts. Those who cannot decide will drag their teammates down with them. Those who choose to answer incorrectly will forever be deprived of the right to participate in the exam. This is actually a very risky question. In other words, it's like making you a chunin. When facing a confidential mission, you don't know the enemy's numbers, the location of documents, traps, and mechanisms, etc. Will you accept such a mission? Will you save your own life at the cost of exposing your comrades to danger? The answer is no. At such times, being able to show courage to your comrades and having the ability to break through difficulties is a qualification that a chunin needs as a team leader. If, by any chance, you're not even willing to gamble with your life, relying on next year or an uncertain future, wavering inside and giving up opportunities, such weak-willed waste does not deserve to become a chunin. Those who chose 10 questions will also face future challenges head-on. Congratulations to you all. You have already broken through the entrance. The first round of the chunin exam is over. Upon hearing that the exam was over, the examination hall erupted in excitement. Following their leader was exhilarating. Naruto is awesome. I almost gave up just now, okay? If I wasn't afraid of being beaten by the boss, I would have given up long ago, sob. Yes, I was also struggling inside. I didn't expect the chunin exam to be this difficult. A group of foreigners painfully passed the exam while enduring the harassment from Konoha.'s genin. Why are the Konoha people like this? They've all passed, and still say the questions are hard. Haven't they seen anyone answer questions seriously? They even say that little brat is impressive. What has he done? He has just been sleeping. Okay. Chapter 124. Target Uchiha. Naruto looked proud, looking at the group and loudly said, "Everything is under control." Nonsense. It's just luck, okay? Sasuke said disdainfully, "You big idiot, this is purely good luck. Tisich, if Hinata hadn't called you, would you have woken up?" Kiba was also mocking Naruto. Even Akamaru didn't forget to add a remark, "Woof. Kiba, why are you barking like a dog?" Kiba immediately took Akamaru off his head and covered his mouth. Akamaru said, "You're amazing." Akamaru looked at Kiba with resentful eyes, thinking if he had known he could pass by lying down, he wouldn't have answered the question seriously. Naruto looked at Shikamaru and thought, "My intelligence isn't much worse than yours." Fool. The group of foreigners looked at Naruto's arrogant demeanor. Damn it, what's this little brat being so arrogant for? He will have it rough later. Facing the threat, Naruto was unafraid. "I'm teamed up with Uchiha Sasuke. Do you understand? Uchiha, you genin are no match for him alone. Do you know?" Watching Naruto say such things with a calm face, even Kurama didn't know what to say. All these years of moving towards the right path, every time taking a wrong turn, perhaps he has never walked the right path. Would Sasuke be happy with him doing this in front of him? Didn't you see him looking at people without even using his eyes? What if he gets defeated? Isn't there me? Kurama, don't you dislike the Uchiha? Why are you speaking for him now? I'm doing this for your own good. I can't be a jerk every day. Although I do dislike the Uchiha, don't do it in front of him. That's too low level. The process isn't important. Didn't you see Sasuke enjoying this feeling now? Sasuke is now with his arms crossed, eyes closed, giving everyone a cold shoulder. The angle of his mouth has already betrayed him. Sasuke, this guy, you really know him well. Of course, I have the most experience in tricking him. Kurama looked at Naruto's proud expression and was speechless. Suddenly, the window shattered and a big sister with a fishing net broke in. Looking at so many people, she complained to Ibiki, "You have too many people left. If something unexpected happens, I can't help it." She shot a provocative glance, meaning if you're capable, why don't you go? Just this one look shows the interrogation department's control over human nature. I am the examiner for the second round, Mitarashi Anko. The next starting location is not here. Everyone follow me. I will reduce the number of participants by more than half. Everyone followed Anko to a training ground in Konoha, where there were signs prohibiting entry everywhere. This is the venue for your second exam, the 44th training ground, also known as the Forest of Death. You will experience it soon. How exciting. Kurama showed an excited expression. Orochimaru should be among this group of people. That special malice is something Kurama senses very clearly. Is Kurama also looking forward to the second exam? You'll see what I'm looking forward to soon. What? Keeping a secret again. At this time, Anko took out a stack of papers and said, "Let us sign this first. Otherwise, it will become my responsibility." With an excited look, it doesn't seem like a good thing. One for each person, a consent form. This is a death warrant. If you die, Konoha bears no responsibility. And the final interpretation rights belong to Konoha. If you disagree, you can come and fight in the Land of Fire. That's basically the meaning. Now let me explain. The 44 training ground is a circular area surrounded by 44 locked entrances, with rivers, forests, and a tower in the middle. About 10 kilometers from the tower to the entrance. There will be some kind of outdoor survival project in this area, which is the scroll battle where anything can happen. The Heaven and Earth Scrolls. Through the 32 teams from the first exam, 16 teams will take the Heaven Scroll, and the other 16 teams will take the Earth Scroll. One scroll per team. Simply put, it's a mutual snatching. Teams that take both the Heaven and Earth Scrolls will go to the center tower together with 3 people. The second exam lasts for 120 hours, giving you a full 5 days to compete. So in the wild, being able to survive physically is also a test for you. There are plenty of ingredients inside. DU timely added, and there are man-eating beasts, toxic insects, and poisonous plants everywhere. So it's not certain who will eat whom. Cabra more chips? Shikamaru suddenly asked. Can we give up midway? Actually, I want to give up right now. It's really troublesome. According to the rules, giving up midway is strictly prohibited. Upon hearing this, Shikamaru said, I knew it. It's really troublesome. By the way, the conditions for elimination are as follows. First, any team that cannot bring all 3 members with the Heaven and Earth Scrolls to the tower within the specified time. Second, teams that lose members or members cannot act. And then an additional rule, The content of the scrolls must not be viewed before reaching the tower. If you become a Chunin, there will be opportunities to access super confidential documents. This is to see if you are trustworthy. That is all for the explanation. The 3 consent forms and scrolls can be exchanged at that little house over there. She pointed to the temporary little wooden house for the Chunin by the side of the exam site. Then decide which entrance you want to go to. Everyone set off together. Lastly, a reminder. Don't die. Finally, after hearing her finish speaking, Naruto rushed to the little wooden house, took the scroll, signed it. And Sakura and Sasuke quickly followed. Each small team was unclear about the type of scroll and who held it. This is what Ibiki said. Information to gamble with your life. In the Chunin exam, everyone is an enemy except for your own team. Just this consent form scared everyone. The boss won't be too harsh, right? What do you understand? Don't you know the meaning of this consent form? Given the boss's personality, you might want to give us a lesson again. Just don't make it too painful. MHM, foreigners are quite excited about this. Haha. Uchiha, finally got a chance. I've had my eye on that Sharingan for a long time. It might become my trophy. Such things happen often with many foreigners. The arrogant Uchiha. I will definitely make you pay. There are no members of the Konoha Guard here. 5 days. If I can't find you, then hee. Everyone wants to take down Sasuke. There's no helping it. He's just so infuriating. The Nine Tails senses the increasing malice and number of people around. This Chunin exam might be even more thrilling. Orochimaru is also getting excited, releasing a particularly small snake from his feet, which disappears into the grass. Everyone exchanged their consent forms for scrolls and got their entrance numbers. All of them gathered at the designated entrance with the Chunin, and after 30 minutes, they set off together. Once everyone arrived at their respective entrances, the second exam finally began. Chapter 125, Mission Focus, Build a Home, Konoha number 44 Training Ground, Death Forest. Entrance número 16. Naruto and the others finally entered. This forest is indeed quite primitive, with dense trees and dark thickets. After entering, Naruto rushed inside for a while. This should be the spot. The 3 stopped to discuss some strategies, wondering if anyone had used tricks to follow them. The area forms a circle, meaning the further in they go towards the tower's center, the stronger the enemies will be. If they get there early, they can wait for the prey to come to them. Naruto continued, saying that the outer range is too large, making it difficult to search, which would waste a lot of physical and mental energy, and they still have to hold out for 5 days. Boss, just bring the Heaven Scroll. It didn't say we have to last 5 days. Haha, I see multi-shadow clone technique. Instantly, over 200 clones were created, and he shouted loudly at them. Make sure to scout the enemy's positions nearby. Disperse. In short, gather the scrolls first, then look for powerful enemies. After saying this to Sasuke and Sakura, Naruto continued forward. The dispersed shadow clones also transformed into Sasuke's likeness, believing that those interested in Sasuke would definitely come over. A little snake followed behind, and Orochimaru learned of Sasuke's location, chasing after him as soon as he entered the Death Forest. Suddenly, a memory was transmitted back, and Naruto stopped. Turn in a direction. Is it this way? What's wrong, Naruto? Ah, a shadow clone was killed. It seems to be an enemy. They're coming this way. Just right. Let's go meet them. Sasuke was also quite excited, and Sakura had no choice but to follow. None of the 3 had sensing abilities, which was really frustrating. Naruto decided that when he got back, he would definitely have the Talent Development Department and the Ninjutsu Development Department come up with a sensing method, whether training or ninjutsu. Anything would do. Aside from using shadow clones to probe, there were no other tricks. He didn't feel it before when he was with Hinata, but now was really troublesome. Finally, they encountered each other. Sasuke looked at the 3 opponents and said to Naruto, leave those 3 to me. Don't steal my kills. Sure, but you have to give me the next one. Sasuke thought for a moment and felt that was acceptable. The 3 from Takigakure saw Naruto and the others being so unconcerned about them. They picked up their weapons and charged in for close combat. Sasuke looked disdainful. Sharingan. With the Sharingan activated, Sasuke became even more arrogant. Come on, let me show you the power of the Sharingan. The opponent's speed was average. Sasuke took out a shuriken and threw it experimentally. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 shurikens flew out from 3 directions, aimed directly at the 3. This level 1T do. They easily dodged with a slight tilt of their heads. Sasuke smirked, pulling the wire in his hand lightly, and the shuriken flew back from behind. Seeing the wire tightening in Sasuke's hand, shining with a silver light. What? They saw the shuriken returning and hurriedly deflected it with their kunai. All 3 were paralyzed by electricity. Sasuke had already used lightning release chakra through the wire to conduct the electricity over. So weak, daring to charge over without any intel. I regret making a move. If the next enemies are even a bit stronger than you, I feel like I've missed an opportunity. Sasuke also looked at Naruto with a provocative glance, implying, I'm strong, right? Next time, don't steal my kills. They're all mine. Naruto directly told Sasuke this, also letting those three hear it. They collected scrolls from them. All of them were heaven scrolls. You say you rushed over with the same scrolls as ours. Are you stupid? I really don't know how you passed the last exam. While Naruto and the others experienced their first battle, Shikamaru and the others had already dodged an attack from the Sand Ninja. Other foreigners were also looking for Uchiha. The shadow clones Naruto sent out were going further and further, deliberately leaving traces to attract more people. Shikamaru, along with Ino and Choji, relied on their high IQ, special secret techniques, and years of training under Naruto, learning outdoor survival skills from Kiba and Shino. Moreover, Ino had already developed her sensing ability early on. Shikamaru's shadow became faster and more solid, and Choji's expansion technique became stronger. The three of them coordinated extremely well. They could basically run away from anyone they couldn't defeat, and those they couldn't escape from could be outsmarted. Utilizing the natural environment was Shikamaru's strong suit. Thus, the three also planned to find a team from the outskirts, observe the scrolls' positions, and let Ino directly use her mind-body switch technique to control them, sending the scrolls over and running away without needing to fight. Hinata was accompanied by Kiba and Shino. The three were sensing experts, able to clearly understand things within at least a kilometer radius. Kiba was good at tracking targets, Shino at large-scale searching, and Hinata could observe temporarily with her Byakugan. They also knew a lot about the habits of outdoor poisonous insects, making them quite good at trapping enemies. Kiba was familiar with wild food, and Hinata was still a big eater. The three of them could basically be said to be undefeated. On Niji's side, Lee was so excited he was boiling over, having long wanted to engage in a real heated battle. Seeing Lee sprinting quickly towards the central tower in a straight line, Niji couldn't help but say, Lee, you don't have to rush so fast. Niji, aren't you excited? Of course, I am excited, but at times like this, one should endure that feeling and complete the mission instead. Truly worthy of Niji. Lee's long admiration for Niji made Niji feel appreciated. And as for the other Konoha ninjas, Niji's Byakugan could already see through their fates. As for the other members of Naruto's team, some were preparing to rush ahead to set traps. Others were thinking of ways to steal scrolls at night, and some are planning to guard the water source with special drugs. Every team has its own characteristics, and when they saw Sasuke running around alone, they didn't disturb him. Konoha ninjas do not betray Konoha ninjas. This made the shadow clones feel something was off after being out for so long without encountering any enemies. We are making such a big commotion, drumbeats shaking the heavens. Thunder descending, it's so annoying. I don't know why we're playing idiom chain games for fun. Why is there no one? The Konoha people also felt annoyed. If you bring an enemy over, that's fine, just don't interfere with my trap setting. Few foreigners wanted to find Sasuke. If they encountered him, it would be convenient, but if they ran around in this area, it would be very easy to become someone else's prey. After a few shadow clones ran far and transmitted memories back to Naruto, he also learned that everyone was controlling a section of the water source, and some had already prepared their shelters for the night. Survival cannot just focus on fighting for scrolls. Without the most basic necessities like water, fire, shelter, and food, if someone hides and attacks you while you haven't eaten for a few days, you won't have the strength to defend yourself. Naruto immediately adjusted his strategic focus, prioritizing survival by rebuilding a temporary living space that at least provided water and shelter. Fire could be made using fire techniques, but water was vital for survival, and shelter offered opportunities for rest to maintain everyone's strength. After spending a while on the morning exam and filling out forms, it was almost noon, the time when the need for water was greatest. Let's go dominate this river and find a place upstream to set up a home. Chapter 126 Duty Arriving at the upstream river. The water source was always the most dangerous place in the forest because you never know what animals might come to drink. They could be your food, or you could be theirs. However, it was better to find a dry spot a little further away, without branches overhead, as ninjas or beasts might sometimes launch surprise attacks from above. Naruto chose a dry tree hollow as their temporary camp. Setting up the camp was relatively simple since they only needed to survive for 5 days. As long as they maintained basic health, had a good resting spot, and could eat cooked food to avoid getting sick, that was good enough. They also had to worry about ambushes from other ninjas, so traps were necessary too. The three quickly divided their tasks. Naruto was in charge of building the shelter, Sasuke was responsible for setting up traps, and Sakura was in charge of gathering firewood. preparing firewood, then going fishing or hunting or gathering edible mushrooms was something they often did together over the years. Although smoke could attract enemies, they just needed to eliminate them. The three were skilled and soon completed their tasks, preparing to head to the river. When they reached the riverbank, Naruto and Sakura wanted to go into the water to catch fish, only to see Sasuke forming hand seals. Lightning release, earth walk. The river suddenly bubbled with many small bubbles, churning up as if the water was boiling. Sasuke is so impressive. They saw fish flipping their white bellies, floating on the surface of the water. Sakura hurried over to collect them, threading them onto a branch. So many fish. I didn't expect a fish here to grow so big. Is there no natural predator in the forest? It seems there shouldn't be any fierce beasts in the river, but one must be cautious of those who might use the river. Next, they searched the forest for edible and inedible mushrooms and gathered them all. Sasuke watched as Naruto frantically picked mushrooms without a care, worried that they might end up with nothing to eat later. Naruto, what are you doing? Those are poisonous mushrooms. Keep the edible ones for eating. The inedible ones can be used. Used? Sakura pondered how mushrooms could be used. They returned to the camp, looking at the bonfire they had set up. Naruto and Sakura glanced at Sasuke, their eyes conveying the message. We need you now, so go ahead. Sasuke had no choice but to form hand seals, fire release, great fireball technique. The bonfire was ignited, and Sakura and Naruto started grilling, while Sasuke felt a bit lonely standing by. Why does using ninjutsu by the river feel so exhilarating, but by the bonfire I feel like a tool, even less than a white? Maybe it's because Sakura's praise is missing? It's not enough. Perhaps there's an expectation here. For the first time, Sasuke began to learn about himself. Seeing Sasuke's downcast expression, Naruto said, Sasuke, do you want to put some mushroom poison on your ninja tools? Sasuke's eyes lit up. So that's how it is. He found some hallucinogenic mushrooms, crushed them, extracted the juice, and applied it to his ninja tools. After the three of them had eaten and drunk enough, Naruto grilled some poisonous mushrooms. Sasuke was confused by this. What are you doing? Didn't we just eat enough? Overstuffed, he wanted to find something to do. So, he focused on grilling the poisonous mushrooms, using very careful seasoning and achieving perfect grilling. Don't eat it. You know the consequences. I think these skewers of poisonous mushrooms are grilled very well. They look delicious. Am I already poisoned? Yes, just one more look, and you'll die from the poison. Hit. Naruto placed the grilled mushrooms in a shaded spot, looking like a reserved food stash. Time quickly passed to the first night. The three took turns keeping watch, starting with Sakura, then Naruto, and finally Sasuke. The last moments before dawn required heightened vigilance, and it was also when people were most tired. The task of spotting enemies was left to Sasuke, who possessed the Sharingan. At that moment, a team had been waiting there for a long time. They had discovered the three when they arrived and were waiting to attack while the three were resting. Having taken military food pills, they waited for the right moment. The three took turns resting and finally waited until it was Sasuke's watch. Get up, it's time to work. He woke his companions, and the three looked at Sasuke guarding the tree hollow, where Sakura was sleeping soundly, and Naruto had just finished his watch. The three secretly observed Sasuke from a distance. Do you see that? That's the Uchiha brat. Haha, he has a pair of Sharingan. I really want to experience the power of the Sharingan. Once I get his eyes, you'll know. Let's grab it first, and then figure out how to share. The two formed hand seals, earth release, earth submersion. They slowly sank into the ground. The remaining skilled shuriken thrower threw 3 shuriken toward Sasuke's direction to attract his attention. Sasuke appeared to be dazed, but was actually honing his perception ability until whoosh. The enemy threw the 3 shuriken. The sound of slicing air. It's shuriken. Sharingan. He swiftly drew his shuriken and threw it out. His shuriken collided with the first one at an unusual speed, sending the latter 2 flying away. With the Sharingan, Sasuke's strength had significantly increased. His enhanced dynamic vision allowed him to counter the enemy's surprise attack, while Sasuke was focusing on observing the distant enemy. The one who had submerged underground emerged from the ground and grabbed Sasuke's foot, pulling him down into the earth, leaving only his head above ground. TCH, I thought it would be more troublesome. Uchiha? Such a big reputation. Haha. Yeah. Seeing Sasuke's unwilling expression made him very pleased. But what about the other one? Why is it taking so long to deal with the 2 sleeping people? Such uselessness. But is it really that simple? The Sasuke on the ground suddenly burst apart. Shadow clone. That's right. Sasuke, with his double Tomo Sharingan activated, emerged from the tree hollow, holding their companion. Sasuke had only used 1 shadow clone to keep watch. The real place that needed protection was still the tree hollow. He let go, and the enemy crashed to the ground, kicking up dust. Sasuke looked at the remaining two. Forming a cross with his hands, multiple shadow clone technique. He created 6 shadow clones, making it 3 against 1. Is this how you attack me? 6 shadow clones were not too much for this. Lightning release, spiderweb. The 6 of them unleashed a massive electric spiderweb, trapping the remaining 2 in place. After they were stunned, he directly used earth release, heart decapitation technique, leaving 2 heads stuck in the ground. The person who had been knocked out by Sasuke was tied up like a bug, with the 3 of them together in a display. As dawn broke, Naruto opened his eyes to see Sasuke guarding nearby. What the hell are you doing? Sasuke opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. He felt it was better to guard Naruto and let Sakura sleep alone. So he just let his shadow clone keep watch while he watched from the tree hole, which was why he wasn't ambushed. How should this be described? Chapter 127, awkwardly written. The next day, at dawn, the 3 of them finished resting and began to scavenge for spoils. These 3 were clearly well prepared, armed with ninja tools and discarding the food pills, and they had obtained the Book of Earth. Now, all that was left was to enter the central tower within the time limit to complete the second exam. However, what they needed to do now was cause some trouble, taking advantage of the validity period of the life and death agreement. How could they let the experts go without making a move? As usual, the multi-shadow clone jutsu. After Naruto finished using the ninjutsu, he looked at Sakura and Sasuke, feeling that going out alone to find people might be too little ninjutsu. Help me out, give those 2 some chakra. After Kurama opened his big mouth, Sakura and Sasuke's bodies were enveloped in the fox cloak. Naruto chuckled, go for it. The 2 had no choice but to form seals and use the multi-shadow clone jutsu. Alright, 3-man teams. Let's aim to explore half an area in a day. After saying that, they scattered. It was clear that the efficiency of the 3-man team was very high, and soon they encountered many people, all of whom were Konoha ninjas, coming up to greet them. Sasuke, I saw someone using your appearance as bait yesterday, but I didn't dare to say hello. When Sasuke heard this, he felt quite impressive. Someone had used his likeness in another area, and no one dared to attack. They must have been scared. That person really looked like Sasuke, but it was just him, so he didn't come out. Boss, have you gathered all your scrolls? Not yet. Naruto's guilty expression made Sasuke feel something was off. Although it was a shadow clone, it showed a hint of unnaturalness, and this unnaturalness was unfolding in various places. Meanwhile, on the side of the original body, Naruto was still unaware that the situation had been exposed when Kurama suddenly roared. Are they coming? Kurama clearly sensed a strong malice, which obviously wasn't something a low-ranked ninja could possess. Logically, they should have arrived yesterday. What happened? While Kurama pondered, he sent out chakra. Suddenly, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke were cloaked in the fox's chakra. Enemies? When? How did they directly use the fox cloak? Stop talking. Quickly form the formation. The 3 immediately sensed a strong malice. Come out. I've already discovered you. Orochimaru looked at the chakra from Kurama on the 3 of them, and wasn't he particularly surprised? Naruto had been selling vegetables for so many years. How could Kabuto not know? Seeing this scene in person was truly shocking. He never expected Naruto to achieve something even the 4th Hokage couldn't. Orochimaru was genuinely emotional. The Nine Tails had killed the 4th Hokage back then, and he never expected to be tamed by his son. When Naruto heard him mention the 4th Hokage, his spirit was highly focused. Naruto, strike first. The opponent is the legendary Sannin. Kurama wanted to change the topic. Damn it, Orochimaru was talking about the 4th Hokage. Naruto was still easily misled. What was the legendary Sannin? The 3rd Hokage had 3 disciples, known as the Sannin, and this one was the deadliest. When Naruto heard this, he felt that this Orochimaru had a deep background. You're Orochimaru, right? I'm going to be Hokage in the future. Haha, how interesting that you know me. Orochimaru chatted with a child, mainly because Naruto's Nine Tails chakra was too immense, forming a tangible cloak of chakra that could be shared with his companions. Most importantly, it seemed like it could continue to grow tails. In a short time, Orochimaru had analyzed a lot of intelligence, and this Jinchuriki seemed to be a good container. Orochimaru, the legendary Sannin, the disciple of the 3rd Hokage? Exactly, seeing that the younger generation of Konoha knew about his deeds, and that he was the child of the 4th Hokage, made Orochimaru feel very pleased. What are you here for? Haha. Orochimaru pulled out the Book of Earth from behind, extended his long tongue, wrapped it around the scroll, and put it in his mouth. Don't eat it, don't eat it. Orochimaru was even happier to hear this. finally swallowing the entire scroll. Yours is the book of heaven, but mine is the book of earth. The three exchanged glances. Why was this adult so unwilling to listen? Sakura had no choice but to silently pull out the loot. Suma-mason, actually, we already have the book of earth. Orochimaru looked at the book of earth in their hands and felt embarrassed. He had just swallowed something awkward. It was embarrassing. He released all his killing intent and raged. In an instant, the three felt their bodies being torn apart. A piercing pain surged from their hearts. Their pupils widened and mouths agape. Thump! They could feel their own heartbeats. Had they already died? It seemed like only when dying could they feel this clearly. I think my breath is gone. Eyes? Can't move. Finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, they collapsed to the ground, propping themselves up with their hands. Can't move anymore, right? Just by releasing killing intent, Naruto and the others were rendered immobile, as if they had died in an instant. One could imagine how powerful a true expert was. Was pure killing intent this strong? No wonder it was Orochimaru. Naruto was still stubbornly trying to stand up. Still trying to act tough. Orochimaru slowly pulled out 3 kunai. Don't worry, it will be over in an instant. The 3 kunai were thrown over. Naruto regained his composure and stood up from the ground. Damn it, I'm gonna be Hokage. How could I be scared to death? Kurama controlled the chakra, and with a simple flick of his tail, he sent the 3 kunai flying away. Orochimaru didn't understand. They were so scared they couldn't move. Yet they could still control their chakra to knock away my kunai. Naruto's words seemed to be filled with power, and Sasuke and Sakura gradually stood up as well. No wonder. Orochimaru didn't continue speaking and directly lay down on the ground, transforming into a snake and charging over. Kurama understood that Orochimaru was a good person. He had already left Konoha, but still obeyed the 3rd Hokage's order, not to mention the Jinchuriki. However, they still needed to fight. Naruto and Sasuke both executed a Rasengan and a Chidori. One used the fox cloak to push the Rasengan, while the other lunged forward directly. Orochimaru felt that it was better to dodge this combination. With a snake-like movement, he evaded the attack and continued to charge forward. Sakura had already prepared. Water style, water wall. The water gathered in front of her, forming a wall to block Orochimaru's attack route, while he was thinking of circling around from the side. But he found that the person was gone. Above, Naruto took Sakura and jumped up into the trees. Sakura threw out 3 shurikens, and Naruto also formed seals for the shuriken shadow clone technique. This was the signature ninjutsu of the 3rd Hokage. Chapter 128. Orochimaru, who gives gifts to whom? The shuriken shadow clones fell from above, moving faster, quickly covering the area where Orochimaru was located. Boom, boom, boom. After a few seconds, the dust on the ground settled. Orochimaru's body turned into a pile of yellow mud. Earth clone. Orochimaru's real body had already stealthily moved underground toward Sasuke's direction. Sasuke stepped on the trees, jumping directly onto the trunk with a few leaps, observing the ground with a Sharingan. He took out an explosive tag and kunai, throwing them toward the ground. Boom! A large pit was blown into the ground. Orochimaru had already stealthily arrived behind him. Sasuke's skin prickled with goosebumps. In a moment of panic, he turned to block, but was kicked away by Orochimaru. Naruto and Sakura rushed over to help Sasuke up. The 3 were clearly being overpowered by Orochimaru. Even with the 9 Tails chakra, it was still not enough to shake this S-rank rogue ninja, Orochimaru the Cold. The 9 Tails watched their efforts, easily toying with them as if they were inexperienced, and in terms of speed and power, Orochimaru clearly wasn't using any ninjutsu. Now, the 3 were barely able to keep up. Naruto, leave it to me. Kurama, can you come out? Just like before, your 2 companions should quickly get away from here. The 9 Tails was ready to use even more massive chakra, flowing more chakra to Naruto through the gaps in the 4th Hokage's seal. Sasuke, Sakura, you need to run soon. I'll handle this. Naruto, what are you going to do? Sasuke shouted excitedly at Naruto, as if he felt he was about to lose this friend. Sakura, feeling reluctant, said, Naruto, wait. Although she knew she might not be able to help much here, she really wanted to assist Naruto, but facing the enemy in front of them. Seeing that the 2 didn't run immediately, Naruto, feeling touched, said, I'm going to unleash all of the 9 Tails power soon. You might get hurt, so run. Run. The 9 Tails formed seals in the spiritual space, gathering massive chakra, which flowed into Naruto's body through the gaps. Sasuke felt that evil chakra enveloping Naruto and quickly pulled Sakura back. Facing the rampaging 9 Tails, he couldn't control it with just his Sharingan. Orochimaru watched the interesting scene. curious to see the power of the Jinchuriki. Naruto's blood surged, transforming directly into the Four-Tails Demon Fox Cloak. The concentration of the Nine-Tails Chakra increased, merging with the blood in his body, the red-black chakra covering him, and Naruto's blue eyes turned into hollow white. The Nine-Tails was also increasing the output of chakra. The Four-Tails couldn't stop Orochimaru at all, and Naruto was no longer the Naruto of his childhood. He could now handle more chakra. The number of tails increased to 6. Bones gradually began to form, a spine protruding from the back of his head, and his size doubled. If he continued to change, he might break the seal, which would not be beneficial for the Nine-Tails plans. The Nine-Tails thought it was quite simple to leave this cowardly Orochimaru behind, as there were many in the Konoha security department. And Orochimaru didn't dare to expose himself at the risk of being killed. He mustn't be held up. Now the Nine-Tails controlled Naruto's body and charged forward. Six-Tails Demon Fox Cloak, a massive black-red body with a spine sticking out, rushed towards Orochimaru. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is really interesting, so very interesting. Orochimaru didn't stop, wanting to test the current Jinchuriki's abilities. Multiple Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. The earth in front of Orochimaru formed into 5 earth flow walls. The Nine-Tails didn't care about this trash ninjutsu, and neither did Orochimaru. It charged straight through, smashing one with a bang, and continued to break 3 in a row. This distance is enough. He plunged his hands down, chakra attacking from underground. Claws burst through the ground. Orochimaru's pupils widened in an instant, quickly jumping up. Just at that moment, the Nine-Tails condensed a small, tailed beast bomb. He shot 3 toward the airborne Orochimaru, watching how he would dodge. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3-tailed beast bombs surged from the ground. Orochimaru smiled. Soft body modification. He elongated his body, twisting to dodge the first shot. Orochimaru's neck stretched long, and another Orochimaru emerged from his mouth. He discarded his previous body. This is Orochimaru's unique substitution technique, the snake-shedding substitute. The previous body was hit by the other 2 shots, but it didn't matter. It turned into a shed snake skin-like thing. These 3-tailed beast bombs directly blasted away everything in their path, shattering tree trunks and disappearing into the sky. At the edge of the death forest, the Chunin responsible for monitoring immediately noticed this situation. Akamichi also sensed something and quickly reported to the 3rd Hokage. Meanwhile, the Nine-Tails watched Orochimaru being forced into using the snake-shedding substitute, which consumed a lot of chakra. Naruto had already fallen unconscious. So now it was just Orochimaru and the Nine-Tails present, and Orochimaru knew that the commotion had already attracted Konoha's attention. He had to finish this quickly. After all, his gifts can be given to anyone, and this Jinchuriki is quite fun. Orochimaru stretched his neck and dashed toward the Nine-Tails at high speed, biting down on the Nine-Tails' neck. The Nine-Tails remained unfazed, asking, "Why are you biting me?" Seeing Orochimaru not releasing his bite, the Nine-Tails said, "Orochimaru, I actually admire you. This is my chakra." Orochimaru quickly retracted his neck. The Nine-Tails also split off one tail, transforming it into a hand that extended towards Orochimaru. "Do you want to know all the truths of this world? I am a Nine-Tails who has lived since the Sage of 6 Paths. Come accept it. You will understand." Orochimaru found this very interesting, his smile growing wider. Here he was, an S-rank rogue ninja, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, being tempted by Nine-Tails. The solidified chakra of the Nine-Tails didn't carry any malice that Orochimaru could perceive. "The truth, huh? How do you know I've been searching for it?" Orochimaru secretly took out a scroll, quickly opening it and forming seals with his hands. The Nine-Tails also timely placed chakra onto the scroll, and after Orochimaru finished the seals, he said, "Seal." The Nine-Tails chakra slowly merged into the scroll. This method of sealing the Nine-Tails chakra wouldn't last long, but Orochimaru was cautious. "You look really ugly in women's clothing." The Nine-Tails finished speaking and turned to run toward Sasuke. Orochimaru was still using a disguised identity. His true form had never been seen by Naruto and the others. This plan had failed. He hadn't expected that there would be a Jinchuriki and the Nine-Tails protecting Sasuke. Watching the fleeing Jinchuriki, Orochimaru felt amused. He had actually been persuaded by a tailed beast and even obtained its chakra. A rogue ninja had taken the village's most important strategic weapon. Orochimaru felt an indescribable feeling. Konoha knew he was a rogue ninja. Who could remember that? Unexpectedly, a group of kids and a tailed beast could fight a battle and even be gifted in the end, without even giving away his own gift. How ironic. Sensing ninjas approaching, Orochimaru dove underground, erasing his traces. With these Chunin, they couldn't possibly find Orochimaru's whereabouts. After Orochimaru left, several Chunin arrived at the scene, beginning to gather intelligence. Chapter 129. No one dared to continue being arrogant. Sasuke quickly ran towards the tower with Sakura, while the Nine-Tails was also rapidly chasing after them. To move swiftly, the Nine-Tails reverted back to the Four-Tails form. If he were to reduce his tails further, Naruto was already unconscious and unable to control his actions. The Nine-Tails soon caught up with Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke looked back and saw the Four-Tails Naruto quickly stopping. "Naruto, how are you?" The Nine-Tails approached, retracting its chakra, and Naruto collapsed to the ground. Looking at the unconscious Naruto, Sasuke didn't know what else to say, assuming they had won. He lifted Naruto onto his back, preparing to find a safe place to rest until Naruto woke up. Going out now would just be looking for trouble. Sakura and Sasuke were taking care of Naruto, who had just gone berserk and fainted, but it didn't last long, and he quickly recovered. "Kurama, how's the situation?" "Don't worry, just focus on your exams. Trust in my methods." Naruto opened his eyes. "Sasuke, Sakura." He pushed himself up with his hands. "Naruto, Boss Naruto, I'm fine, but I hope you can keep this a secret. There shouldn't be any other issues with the Chunin exam. Let's continue with the exam." Sasuke and Sakura exchanged glances. Although they didn't know what had happened, they were still very worried about Naruto's safety. Sasuke almost activated his Sharingan. Hearing Naruto say this, they had no choice but to agree. After so many years of trust, even if it was a joke, Naruto never joked about serious matters. They could only find time to ask later. For now, they should prepare for the upcoming exam. The Chunin who entered the exam hall to look for clues found very little. They didn't see any corpses or anything like that, so they could only arrange to continue the exam. However, the third Hokage had more documents, and he was certain of one thing. Orochimaru had returned. Jiraiya was right. From the report of Anko, the occasional pain from the cursed seal, the events happening in the exam hall, and Jiraiya's intelligence, all pointed to one thing. Orochimaru had come back. It was still unclear what his purpose was for this return, but if the threat was significant, the third Hokage would have to make the hard decision to eliminate his favorite disciple. A hint of ruthless determination flashed in the third Hokage's eyes, and the aura of the legendary ninja exploded, making the Umbu guarding outside the door feel a chill. This matter was ordered to be kept confidential by the third Hokage. The Chunin exams in Konoha would proceed as usual. The exam hall was mostly filled with the future of Konoha, and they couldn't cause panic among the other clans of Konoha. This year, most of the children from Konoha's clans were in the exam hall. If it got out, there would be chaos. He picked up a pen, dipped it in ink, and wrote a manuscript to be delivered to the Konoha Guard. The third Hokage ordered the Konoha Guard to protect Exam Hall 44, stating that Anko, a Jonin, was unwell and needed assistance. The Umbu took out the third Hokage's manuscript from his pocket and handed it to a captain of the guard. "All right, but how can a single Jonin who is unwell require our help? There must be something else going on. Please report to the third Hokage. We will look for the Shursui team. Any issues will be easier to handle." After saying this, the Umbu disappeared in an instant, and the captain began to gather his troops, sending someone to notify the Shursui team. Even if Orochimaru could get out, it would take some effort. Deep in the Forest of Death, Naruto was getting ready with Sasuke and Sakura to return to their camp. According to Kurama, Orochimaru shouldn't come back, and the three of them were jumping through the forest while chatting. "Why did Orochimaru target us?" Sasuke suddenly asked. "Need I say? You're so arrogant, flaunting your Sharingan. I think he came for you, and your guard seems to invite people for tea at random, so I suspect Orochimaru has been invited." Sakura added. "Sasuke, during our fight earlier, it seemed he was always targeting you. I feel like Boss Naruto is right." "I didn't. How could such a powerful ninja need the Sharingan?" Sasuke retorted. "After all, Orochimaru is an S-rank rogue ninja. Who doesn't know that? Does Orochimaru's strength need my two-tomo Sharingan?" Sasuke felt that his eyes were not worthy. For the first time, he felt disdain for his own eyes, as that person was a powerful ninja who could freeze him in place with just his killing intent. "Maybe it's because you're too punchable, arrogant Sasuke. Damn Naruto, you're right. I was just worried. You almost got killed and still let us run away. I was so moved. Give me back my feelings." Sasuke lunged to grab Naruto by the neck, but Naruto dodged, looking disdainful and mocking. "I was just worried that I would crush you guys. What if I hurt you by accident? I can't control myself." Sakura had also felt that power before and asked, how could that power be so strong? "When the Nine-Tails chakra was on me, I felt so powerful. Of course, I want all the people of Konoha to use my Nine-Tails chakra. I don't believe they recognize me." How much chakra do you have? Sakura had never seen Naruto run out of chakra in all these years. Probably, maybe, I don't know, I might never run out. Suddenly asked, Naruto couldn't answer. Sakura looked at Sasuke, and Sasuke shook his head. Suddenly, the three fell silent, and the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Naruto had killed the conversation. For so many years, nourished by the Nine Tails chakra, combined with his own physique, it seemed that his chakra was growing larger and larger, which is why the Nine Tails always emphasized that Naruto should practice chakra control and learn to solidify chakra with Hinata, etc. Control has a certain degree. The more chakra you can control, the more refined it is, which allows you to maximize the power without wasting any chakra. Back at the camp, the three of them immediately saw that the poisonous mushrooms they had left behind had been eaten. Which idiot dares to eat anything? The obvious footprints on the ground looked like they belonged to a beast. Indeed, no person would be that foolish. I originally wanted to catch a few enemies to let them try it. Naruto felt a bit regretful. Weren't there 3 enemies earlier? Sasuke caught 3 trash ninjas. But now they VE all escaped, and Naruto still says this. That was my fault. By the way, why didn't you wake me up right away? Naruto looked at Sasuke, then at Sakura. These 2 wouldn't have done anything behind my back at night, would they? My watch time counts. I don't need you guys for such trash. TCH, let us look for traces. It definitely left some signs after eating the poisonous mushrooms. It was easy to find the traces, and they finally discovered a wild boar that looked weak and was gasping on the ground. Found it. It stinks. Those mushrooms must have ingredients that cause fainting, diarrhea, and even hallucinations. Sakura looked at the wild boar that was defecating in its sleep and felt she no longer wanted to eat it. Chapter 130. Foreigners feel confused. Sasuke directly took out some wire and hung the wild boar up, and Sakura used water release to wash it. Based on the previous amount of mushrooms and the size of the wild boar, the conclusion was, it's fine. Once the wild boar wakes up, they can give it a quick end, and then they can prepare for a barbecue. Now, most teams had stopped to rest and regroup. How to conserve energy in the wild without being discovered by enemies was a skill. Naruto had encountered several teams before, so he made a few shadow clones to call them over. Everyone being able to participate in the exam together was also a fate, since fate had brought them here. Why not have a meal together? We gathered all our scrolls and even killed a wild boar. Let us have a barbecue together. As more and more people gathered, some teams also brought their own food. Boss Naruto, we caught a bear. Not bad, not bad. Put it aside for now. We'll roast it later. Remember to eat more later. Got it. Boss, we caught a lot of fish. Boss, we picked wild vegetables and fruits. Boss, we have. As more and more people gathered, there were also some uninvited guests. Naruto invited everyone one by one, and the food they brought increased. Some teams hadn't even gotten their scrolls yet, but they participated in the exam to gain experience. Those who had participated in the Chunin exam twice never thought it could become so harmonious. The barbecue party officially began, with everyone lighting dozens of bonfires to grill food, exchanging and tasting each other's dishes. Some even managed to trade their culinary skills for scrolls. Under the surface of the barbecue party, there were hidden currents. Everyone judged each other's strength based on the food obtained by each team, the cleanliness of their clothes, their mental state, and their relaxed attitude. This information was helpful for targeting in the future, as the Naruto faction was like a warm family where everyone got along harmoniously. Those who had extra scrolls were generally left alone. It was foolish to pick a soft target. The understanding among the Naruto members was quite profound. This harmonious way of handling scrolls left the foreign onlookers dumbfounded. Damn, they are cheating. With so many people from Konoha gathered together, how can we snatch the scrolls? After the exam, I will have our Jonin lodge a protest against Konoha. Exactly. With so many people already, they're even gathering together for a barbecue, completely disregarding the forest of death. While they are enjoying barbecue, we can only munch on military rations. These Konoha Genin are way too united. What do we do to separate them? We just need one more Earth Scroll, and they have already traded for several Earth Scrolls. Keep an eye on them and wait for an opportunity to strike. In another part of the forest, Gaara's Sand Ninja team, originally expecting a massacre, found that they hadn't encountered anyone at all. Kankuro, carrying his crow, was getting frustrated looking for enemies and complained about how he couldn't find anyone. Where did all the people go? Aren't there a lot of Konoha ninjas? He then shouted loudly to the surroundings. Humph, a bunch of cowards, scared and hiding. Temari felt fortunate. She hadn't expected to see such a weak side of Konoha in the Chunin exam. It should make the plan go more smoothly. If the Genin are like this, then the higher-ups in Konoha are likely the same. Konoha is really regressing. Haha, of course. Gaara also wanted to kill a few valuable targets to prove his existence, But hearing his two companions getting increasingly annoying, he snapped, "Shut up. Keep talking and I'll kill you." The two stiffened, sweat pouring down. After the barbecue party ended, everyone scattered quickly. The foreign ninjas, who were watching with keen interest, had also found their prey and followed along. "Don't run away, just stay here." The speaker stopped and turned to look at the distant forest. The foreigners were taken aback. Had they been discovered already? They didn't expect to be found so quickly. 3 people jumped down from above. They were also participants in the barbecue party. The foreigners had just said that Konoha was united, and now they were about to fight? This was exciting. "You interacted with us a lot before. I noticed it seems you want our scrolls." "Ha ha. Isn't that what you came for?" "Cut the crap. Wind release. Great breakthrough." A fierce wind erupted from his mouth, sweeping towards the foreigners, uprooting branches and stones, even showing signs of tearing up the turf. They didn't expect a genin could unleash such powerful C-rank ninjutsu. Watching the Konoha ninjas fight, they felt secretly pleased. That's more like it. But then their expressions changed as they thought. "You call this a genin?" Although it was all C-rank ninjutsu, they could even use combination techniques, along with explosive tags, lightning shurikens, body flicker technique, shadow clone technique, and weapon techniques. Both sides were evenly matched. Substitutions, clones, shadow clones, none were the real bodies. Taijutsu, ninjutsu, shurikens, no one got hurt. The destructive power of these evenly matched genin was even stronger than that of chunin. Maybe they were a bit intimidating? Time to retreat. Just as they thought about leaving, a voice suddenly came from beside them. "What's wrong? Don't want to watch anymore? We're all taught by the same master. It's normal not to break the jutsu." Those watching the spectacle had been squatting by the side for quite a while and didn't expect this international friend to want to leave halfway. It seemed they looked down on Konoha. When the 3 foreigners turned to see their smiling expressions, their hearts sank. "You, don't come over here." After Naruto disbanded the barbecue party, the Sound Ninja Trio also arrived. Dosu observed for a while and felt that something seemed off. Lord Orochimaru had said to wait until Sasuke woke up before making a move, but why were they still awake? King guessed. Could it be that Lord Orochimaru hasn't acted yet? Calculating the time, it's been a while. Maybe doesn't have a good opportunity to act? That was unlikely. Sakan, however, didn't care about whether they were awake or not. He just wanted to kill Sasuke and that woman too. The 3 jumped down from the trees, and Sakan looked at Naruto and the others, saying, "Hey, Uchiha Sasuke, come out and die." Looking at the girl among the 3 opponents, Naruto glanced at Sasuke and said, "Are you interested in that girl in their team? Or does she like you? Otherwise, you shouldn't have so much resentment." Sakura's heart tightened at Naruto's words, her big watery eyes looking at Sasuke. "I don't. Hey, you over there. Just to be clear, I want to fall for any girl in your team." The Sound Ninja Trio was confused what was going on, but Ken felt like he might have lost something and stepped forward, saying, "What is wrong with me? Why wouldn't you like me?" Sakura stepped up, scoffing. "Sasuke wouldn't like you." Without saying another word, she formed hand seals and released a Jinjutsu on the 3. Hell viewing technique. The 3 were completely stunned. What was happening? Their minds filled with images of Sasuke and Sakura walking together at sunset, making promises under the cherry blossom trees, confiding feelings on rooftops under the moonlight, cuddling in an empty park, and sharing knowing smiles in a crowd, supporting each other through training. What the hell is this? Chapter 131. Don't misunderstand. After the trio was shocked by the sudden Jinjutsu, Kin, who actually also played with Jinjutsu, released it. Release. He also freed his 2 companions from the Jinjutsu. Sakura proudly said to them, "Now you know, right? Sasuke won like anyone else." Naruto and Sasuke were also taken aback by Sakura's antics. "You learned Jinjutsu just for this?" The 3 were suddenly force-fed dog food and were getting increasingly angry. Dosu, however, remained composed. "Don't misunderstand. We just simply want to kill Sasuke." Team 7 looked at the sincerity on the other side and suddenly realized, so that is how it is. Sasuke also stepped forward and Sakura backed up to cheer for him. "Sasuke, be careful." Naruto grabbed Sasuke. "Didn't you say you'd leave the next one to me? What are you doing? Trying to steal my enemy?" The Sound Ninja Trio was puzzled. Were they even ninjas? What was going on? TCH, they want to kill me. Am I not allowed to take revenge? Sasuke turned to look at Naruto, wanting an explanation. Revenge? Get back here. These 3 are mine. I, Uzumaki Naruto, never hold grudges. Sasuke felt a chill in his heart, recalling the fear of being controlled in the past. Then, I'll leave it to you. Don't kill them. Don't worry. I'm very measured in my actions. Naruto stepped forward, looking at the Sound Trio, thanking them for being able to communicate for so long, and then unleashed his greatest sincerity, Demon Fox Cloak. As Naruto's sky-blue eyes transformed into the evil vertical slit of a fox, the Sound Ninja trio felt that something seemed a bit off. Chakra quickly enveloped the body, and a tail formed from chakra emerged from behind. Naruto's fingernails grew long, and he lay on the ground, looking at the three people. The feeling of being targeted by a beast, it was too real. Naruto began to run on all fours, planning to first test with taijutsu and then finish them off with ninjutsu. With the fox cloak, he was unafraid of difficulties. Earth style, earth flow wall. Bang! Naruto smashed through it. Tosu, rolling up his sleeves, intended to use his unique ninja tools to execute a ninjutsu attack on Naruto and charge towards him. Naruto dismissed him with a wave of his hand, and a massive claw made of chakra swept across. The claw, thicker than a person, forced Tosu to block, and he was immediately knocked aside. So weak, Naruto dispelled the fox cloak. You all rely on taijutsu, right? Then let us play. Shadow, clone, jutsu. Suddenly, there were Naruto's figures everywhere on the ground and in the trees. Let me see your strength. Everyone go. Come on. Naruto had been in brawls since he was young. Tosu slapped the ground, sending a shockwave that caused the shadow clones to explode one by one. Sakura watched Naruto's attack and began analyzing the abilities of the three. It seemed they could use unique ninja tools to create damaging sound wave attacks. Was a secret technique from the Sound Ninja village? The white-haired one with the particularly long sleeves had a device with a hole on his arm. Destroying it should stop him from using that ninjutsu. The short-haired man had similar equipment on his cuffs. And as for the woman, she used her hairpin as a hidden weapon, which caused confusion among several shadow clones nearby, likely a type of genjutsu. After hearing Sakura's analysis and combining it with information from his shadow clones, Naruto realized she was right. Shadow clone jutsu. Knowing their weaknesses made it much easier to fight. Before long, he had taken care of all of them. Naruto dispelled the shadow clones and looked at the defeated trio, saying to Sakura, Sakura, why don't you heal them? Oh, but I'm not very skilled yet. Sakura also knew medical ninjutsu. As a top student, she had also minored in it at school, but she had mixed it up while studying with Sasuke. It's fine. Don't worry. Just heal them boldly. Naruto didn't care about the lives of these three, but the Sound Ninjas were looking for the Kyuubi, so he could always use Kyuubi chakra to heal them. Sakura first healed the woman, a faint smile on her face. She gathered a ball of green light in her hand. The glow of yang released chakra. After placing it on the golden hammer, it feels worse than being beaten by Naruto. I can't take it anymore. With a gasp, she fainted. Sakura apologized, saying she had finished healing, but her treatment was a bit intense. I'll control it better. She then went on to treat the other two, their screams quieter than the woman's. But that wasn't because they could take a beating better, right? After all, they had been treated. Sasuke went up and smacked each of them twice to wake them up quickly. Shikamaru and the others noticed the battle and rushed over, just in time to see Sasuke smacking them. After Sasuke finished, they still didn't wake up, so Sakura took over, smacking each of them again. Do girls hit this hard? Sakura was also testing her medical results. Wake up quickly. It would be so embarrassing if you don't wake up soon. It hurts so much. The three gradually woke up, looking at the smiling Konoha ninjas. We'll give you our scrolls, just don't kill us. The golden hammer couldn't take the beating and immediately begged for mercy. Lord Orochimaru swore to us to kill him. How can we complete this mission? He also said he would take action, but these three looked like they were on vacation. Their faces greasy and their clothes carrying a barbecue smell. Naruto thought that a killer should be prepared to be killed, but he couldn't stand the tears of the girl. Oh, where did that arrogant demeanor go? Keep it up. The golden hammer was dumbfounded. How could he keep that up in this state? We were wrong. Woo-woo. We were wrong. This is all because of Lord Orochimaru's misinformation. Sasuke looked at the crying golden hammer and wanted to ask, tell me, what did you go wrong? The golden hammer looked at Sasuke, thinking, is this guy the devil? How can he think of such a question? We shouldn't have said we wanted to kill you, and you can like me. And it was him who said he wanted to kill this woman, and you, Sasuke. It has nothing to do with me. The golden hammer pointed at the nearby sack. This statement left everyone speechless. Sakura thought that this girl actually dared to attempt to seduce Sasuke with her looks. Sack was completely dumbfounded. I was betrayed by my own teammate. Ino was also shocked. Sasuke had quickly taken a liking to a girl from another village. What does she have that I don't? Looking at the foreigner in front of them, everyone felt it was hard to deal with. They only took the scrolls. Although they all had the scrolls, you still got eliminated by us. As a slight punishment, they buried them just like the last three. When Naruto left, he left behind 3 heads. Shikamaru looked at the scroll in Sakura's hand and started to think. They said there were many scrolls, right? Truly. One is not afraid of thieves stealing, but rather afraid of thieves remembering. Chapter 132. Shikamaru's strategy. I feel so bad. Although Shikamaru was clever, he thought of over 300 strategies and found the success rate still quite low. He never directly used his reputation to grab the advantage. He discussed his thoughts with Ino and Choji. Isn't this a bit wrong? Choji had finished all his chips, and his IQ suddenly shot up. What if Sakura doesn't he agree? Sakura was the one managing the scrolls, and moreover, she and Ino had a tense relationship due to Sasuke. What can Sakura do with that big forehead? With my looks, Sasuke will definitely make her hand over the scrolls. Wahahaha. The more he looked, the less reliable these two seemed. Suddenly, Shikamaru felt someone approaching. Ino sensed it too. Quick, hide. The three crouched in the grass to observe who was coming. If it's an enemy, we might have to act. The visitor was Hinata Niji, the top rookie from the last session, who was out looking for targets while also searching for Lee. He had felt someone was here and came over to take a look, not expecting it to be these three. Come out, might be a cook ISNT blind. Ino, feeling confident, thought, watch my beauty strategy. She stepped out, looking delicate before Niji. It's the top rookie from the last session, Hinata Niji. I didn't expect to meet you here. Shikamaru scoffed, watching Ino's exaggerated performance, wondering how she managed to get close to Sasuke. Was it because she was foolish? Choji stepped out, ready to protect the two at any moment. Facing such a flamboyant Ino, Niji felt troubled. I'm not interested in weaklings. You can leave. Shikamaru's head was filled with question marks. Am I considered a weakling with my high IQ? Although not strong, saying that made him feel a bit uncomfortable. Niji had already turned his back to Shikamaru and the others, saying, weak is weak. High IQ is useless. All right, you're strong. You're awesome, fine. The three felt really bad being called weak, but life had to go on. Soon, they ran into Kiba's team. Meanwhile, Naruto, who had made the forest his home, was having more fun than these three in the forest. With all map drones, sent warnings, and Byakugan reconnaissance, they could achieve comprehensive and thorough surveillance, allowing them to live comfortably in the jungle, finding fruits, mushrooms, wild beasts, and enemies. Whatever they wanted to eat, they just went and got it, and if there were enemies, they'd just go around. Woof. Akamaru was the first to greet. Have you gathered all the scrolls? He is the soul of the team and took the lead in greeting. We're still missing the Book of Earth. What about you guys? We got a step ahead on that. He shook the two scrolls in his hand. At this moment, Shikamaru came up with a plan. It might take some effort to trick Naruto, but it would be easy to trick Hinata. First, make Hinata worry, then bind the scrolls to Naruto's true feelings. And the scrolls would likely be in hand. It's somewhat similar to the current diamond scam, tying diamonds to love and then getting people to spend money. Hinata, I just saw Naruto and the others, and he was with a foreign girl doing. Hinata's face turned red all at once, and tears began to well up in her eyes. She must have understood something. Hinata's heart raced, and Shikamaru regretted saying it, realizing girls mature faster. He looked at Ino, signaling her to add to the story. Ino understood and quickly helped cover up by saying that Naruto was actually fighting that girl. Don't get the wrong idea. Only then did Hinata relax, but Shikamaru added, Naruto is fighting pretty hard. His face is all swollen. In reality, it was Sakura and Sasuke who did the fighting, but Shikamaru just wanted to deceive, plan for a scroll. Moreover, according to Naruto, this was the last lesson. Hinata, after entering the forest of death, Naruto and the others have begun to unleash their inner darkness. After all, they've become ninjas, so you need to be careful he doesn't change his heart. This is perfect. Naruto has a scroll and seems to want to go straight to the tower to complete his mission without even planning to find you. If you encounter them on the way and you ask him for the scroll, if he doesn't give it to you, he must have changed his heart. Hinata was quietly thinking, feeling shy. But what if Sakura and Sasuke disagree? If they can't compare to you, then Naruto has definitely changed his heart. Shikamaru directly Yue Hinata, giving Ya and Shino a look, meaning they'd better not meddle. Nara Shikamaru has 100 ways to deal with them. The threatening look from Shikamaru was clearly conveyed to Ya, Shino, and Akamaru. These three weren't good people either and secretly rejoiced. The celebration of single dogs began. Hey, Hinata, don't think too much. We want to help you too. If Naruto has really changed his heart, you need to protect yourself. Exactly. Hinata, if he dares to bully you, I'll send bugs to bite him there. As long as he dares to sleep, I'll. The more Shino thought about it, the happier he became. And he even thought about making Naruto into Naruto. While Naruto hasn't gone far, you guys should hurry and chase after him. Woof. Okay, you sniff the air, this way. Let's go. He jumped onto a tree trunk and chased off into the distance, with Shino and Hinata following behind, though Hinata still felt a bit anxious. The three of Shikamaru watch team 10 go far away, and their plan was already half successful. Now, they just needed to keep close to them. Naruto and the others were still searching for valuable targets in the forest, which was honestly quite difficult, as they were mostly facing their own people. Gaara and the others were rushing straight to the tower, running into an unlucky guy who grabbed a scroll and completed the task. Only this group from Konoha treated the exam like a game. A bark from Akamaru made Naruto turn back. Huh, it's Akamaru. Hinata must be here too. Hinata. Naruto happily responded and ran back. You looked at Shino, are we forgotten? You're not wrong, Shino said, feeling quite happy that at least he wasn't the only one forgotten. Naruto looked at Hinata and asked, Hinata, are you okay? Did you get hurt? Have you eaten well? Are you tired? Do you want me to hunt 2 wild boars for you to roast? Hinata was so shy with Naruto's questions that she felt embarrassed. One was enough. What about Akamaru in them? It seems we are the them. That's right. Woof woof. Akamaru barked happily. You quickly covered Akamaru's mouth. What are you barking for? Without needing translation, they knew what he wanted to say. Akamaru had become more mischievous since he got a partner. Hinata looked at Naruto's obviously concerned expression and suddenly felt unable to speak. She had doubted Naruto just because of Shikamaru's words, which was really inappropriate. Hinata, do you have something to say? Hinata was self-reflecting, feeling bad for believing Shikamaru's nonsense. She looked like she was about to cry. Chapter 133, Blind Thinking? Using face instead of reputation, you saw that the plan seemed to be falling apart, and quickly added, Did you guys fight a team with a girl and get the scroll? Looking at Hinata, who was about to interrupt him, she felt guilty, but thinking of Shikamaru's words made her guilt disappear, and she eagerly watched the two talk. Her little mouth was about to open, but didn't interrupt them. Yeah, we did. Hinata's scrolls were still incomplete. Naruto would definitely help her pass the exam, right? It's just one scroll. What do you guys lack? You thought for a moment. The Earth Scroll, does the boss have it? Naruto didn't speak, but looked at Sakura, meaning to hurry up and get the scroll. Sakura immediately pulled out the scroll and handed it to Hinata. The moment Hinata received the scroll, she felt like a bad woman and started crying. How could I doubt Naruto? How could I do this? Shikamaru and the others, who were far away, saw Hinata crying and were dumbfounded. If they went out now and confessed this matter, their fate would surely be dire, thinking of the 3 heads on the ground earlier. They might end up with some dirt on their own heads. Quick, think of a way. Ino, our lives depend on you now. Now only Ino could save their fate. Ino also knew how dangerous the situation was. Hinata, don't cry. Naruto is just giving you a scroll. What's it to cry about? Has he given you any gifts over the years? No, not all. Then that's it. He hasn't given you anything. So why are you crying? It's just a task for the second part of the Chunin exam. You're the princess of a Hyuga clan. Hinata stopped crying, and the people around her were happy to see her finally stop crying, especially Naruto, whose heart was about to melt, especially the Nine Tails. How could you let such a girl cry like that? I don't even know why I'm crying. Of course, she must be touched. Do you remember any gifts you've given her over the years? Naruto thought about it and indeed couldn't recall anything, and realizing this made him feel guilty. Hinata actually cherished the gifts he had given. He hugged Hinata tightly, holding her hands and saying, Hinata, after the exam, how about we go on a date? Hey, a date? Naruto wants to go on a date with me? Hinata's heart suddenly filled with joy. After so many years of training, although they had been on outings, they had never had a proper date. Hinata nodded heavily, and then buried her head in Naruto's embrace. The Nine Tails looked at this scene, extremely happy. You kid are doing well, not wasting all my years of teaching. What have you taught? You're still single, aren't you? What's wrong with having a theoretical basis? Back in the day, you were just a kid when I helped you. You didn't even know it. Hurry and take care of Hinata. Almost let it slip. Back then, watching your dad and mom together was a bit nauseating, but now seeing you have Hinata by your side makes me happy. This reflects the modern feelings about a daughter finding a boyfriend and a son finding a girlfriend, something I, as an old man, have experienced. Shikamaru, looking at the result of the two, should be relieved that Ino succeeded. Although they really wanted to be together, the two teams still separated, and Hinata happily bid farewell to Naruto, saying they would meet again at the central tower. At this moment, Shikamaru finally spoke up, comforting Hinata by saying how much Naruto cares about her and how good he is to her, and then successfully used his lack of scrolls as an excuse to obtain one. This time, by using his brain, he managed to get the scroll smoothly, and the outcome was good. Next time, he decided not to think too much and just rely on his reputation. Thinking too much almost got him into trouble. On Naruto's side, although there was a small episode, after seeing Hinata, he found Sasuke and Sakura much more pleasant to look at. Nearby, Lee had been wandering aimlessly for a while when he heard a cry for help, and he rushed over immediately. Help! A beautiful, red-haired girl was calling for help, with a giant python chasing after her. With a Konoha whirlwind, Lee kicked the snake in the head, stunning it, and successfully rescued Karen. Looking at this girl, Lee felt she was somewhat cute. I am the Azure Beast of Konoha. Rock Lee. You're so cute. Will you be my girlfriend? Initially grateful, Karen felt that facing a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes confessing was a bit much. Seeing Lee wanting to continue his confession, she couldn't help but shout even louder help, just in time for Naruto and the others to hear. The three of them wondered if someone was calling for help. Who would use such a clumsy method to lure enemies in the forest of death? Clearly no one would. Kurama could guess with a toe. Vortex Karen, a tricky character. Naruto, she's your clanswoman. Let Sasuke go. Remember to arrange for her to return to Konoha quietly. She is of the pure Vortex bloodline. Sasuke, go check it out. If there's a trap, call us, and we'll come to rescue you. Naruto immediately sent Sasuke out. Sakura was worried it might be a trap, and, seeing Naruto's mischievous smile, felt there must be some conspiracy. She thought it would be better not to go along. Every time Naruto smiled, it meant Sasuke would be in trouble. Looking at Naruto's eager expression, she really didn't know what would happen. Sasuke also felt something was off, but due to the cries for help, he used a few body flicker jutsus and rushed over. Lee. Yes, Sasuke saw Karen crying like a flower in the rain in front of Lee. I didn't expect there to be someone like you in Konoha. I didn't Lee was somewhat at a loss for words. Karen saw a handsome guy coming over and immediately rushed into Sasuke's arms, rubbing against him. He's so handsome. This chakra feels so warm. It turns out that girls also look at faces when facing their rescuers. Sasuke had built up immunity to girls, so it didn't matter to him. He was used to it. Lee, seeing how easily Sasuke won the girl's heart, thought Uchiha Sasuke. I want to challenge you. Oh, Sasuke got excited at the mention of a challenge. I never fight nameless people. He casually pushed Karen aside, indicating for her to stay out of the way because he was about to show off. I am the Azure Beast of Konoha. Rock Lee. Lee took an attacking stance and kicked forward. What surname? Never heard of it. Must not be from a big clan. Just a commoner, Sasuke thought, still with an air of arrogance. What name? Never heard of it. Lee's kick landed squarely on Sasuke. Sasuke spun in the air, landed on the ground, and then spun again before finally embedding himself into a tree. Chapter 134. Thank you, Sasuke. Karen likes Lee for the stable Chun Mo's extra update. That kick seemed to knock everyone present dumbfounded. No one expected such a handsome guy to be so useless. Is this really an Uchiha? Sasuke thought about how he should take this more seriously and show a more masculine side in front of girls. Stuck in the tree, Sasuke repeatedly thought about whether he had communicated well. He didn't expect his opponent to be this fast. He should have activated his Sharingan earlier. Hey, you over there, that was a bit much. I didn't take you seriously before since I saw you knew Naruto. I was careless and didn't dodge. We could have just exchanged pleasantries, but you went all out. Now it's too late for excuses. Sorry, made a fool of myself. Sharingan. Okay, you green beast. I'll take you seriously now. Sasuke stood back up. This is youth. Sasuke's Sharingan ignited Lee's fighting spirit. Lee charged at Sasuke quickly, changing direction midway. Sasuke, with his double tomo, could clearly see Lee's movements. I can see clearly. Lee circled around Sasuke, who guarded with his hands in front and kept his eyes fixed on Lee. Lee suddenly appeared under Sasuke and kicked him up with a rabbit kick. Sasuke tried to block, but was too slow. Both Lee and Sasuke had weights on, but Lee, due to his more rigorous physical training, was faster. With every kick, he sent Sasuke flying higher. Lee used the reaction force to return to the ground and instantly appeared beside Karen. I like you. Please be my girlfriend. I will protect you with my life. Karen, seeing this powerful guy for the first time, felt something beyond just looks. Her Kagaya clan Byakugan sensed he wasn't lying. Seeing Karen a daze, Lee thought he should let her think about it some more. He instantly returned to under Sasuke, who was dazed, wondering who he was and where he was. Why can't my body move? He couldn't believe Lee was still trying to win over his girl. Although he didn't want her, he couldn't let Lee take her. Lee began a series of continuous physical attacks on Sasuke. For years, I've been sparring with Niji, and with my years of training, I know exactly where to hit your body. All those places I've been hit over the years, your chakra points are temporarily sealed. Sasuke's body had been hit at his chakra points, leaving him incapacitated. Meanwhile, Sakura and Naruto waited for a long time without any sign of anyone returning. Not even a warning signal? What happened to Sasuke? Sakura worriedly urged Naruto to go find him. Naruto reluctantly followed, even though Kurama said Sasuke could handle it alone. But it should take this long to flirt with girls? When Sakura and Naruto passed through the forest, the first thing they saw was a giant python lying unconscious on one side, and then they spotted a green figure, Lee. Naruto, Sakura. Sakura immediately saw Sasuke lying next to her and rushed over to hold him in her arms, while Naruto questioned Lee about what happened. Sasuke had been hit at his chakra points and was unconscious from the pain, and Karen had given up on him to chat with Sakura about Lee. Growing up in the land of grass, Karen was not interested in a man she couldn't protect. Although she was obsessed with Lee's heroism now, she re-evaluated this beast. He really is strong. A strong man's seed was thus planted in Xiangling's heart. Xiao Li whispered to Naruto, "Your friend is really something, Uchiha Sasuke, right? So loyal. Originally, this girl liked handsome guys, but when Sasuke faced me, he was always holding back, not even using a single move. Just look at this effect." Naruto turned back to glance at the red-haired girl, who wore thick glasses and looked silly, discussing Xiao Li with Sakura, whispering and laughing. "Yeah, she's really nice. You should work hard to win her over. I said I would protect her with my life. Keep it up. If you need help, I'll get the entire Naruto faction to support you. If you can win her over, I'll provide you with various training equipment, professional chefs for meals, and even give you money. How about that? I'll send you the money as an A-rank mission so no one can say anything." After Naruto graduated, the training place was left with just those kids practicing on their own. Now he's looking for an excuse to hire a teacher. And he still has to owe me a favor. Ha ha ha. Really? That's great. I didn't expect dating would come with such good benefits. No wonder girls flock around a genius like Sasuke, being the top in overall strength. There are so many perks. The Nine-Tails watching this operation was dumbfounded. If Xiao Li and Xiangling have kids in the future, they would definitely be opening the 8 gates all day, even while sleeping. Just as the Nine-Tails was still thinking about the kids of Xiao Li and Xiangling, Naruto interrupted his thoughts. "Kurama, are you talking about her? A member of the Uzumaki clan? That's right. Don't be fooled by her being from the land of grass. Her red hair is a true Uzumaki bloodline. And the abilities of the Uzumaki clan have also awakened quite a bit." "What abilities? Does her family have abilities? How come I didn't know?" "Sensory ability, Kagura's hard eye. It seems she can even tell if you're lying or not. For something like calling for help, can you do it without any heart?" One sentence made Naruto's heart race. Fortunately, he met Hinata before Xiangling, and there's physical healing. As long as she bites in her body, any injury she receives will heal in an extremely short time. The effect is remarkable. Want to try a bite? No, I won't touch any other girls except Hinata. He firmly rejected this ridiculous proposal. Naruto looked at Kurama's mischievous smile and finally realized, Kurama, you're fishing for trouble. The only response he got was wild laughter. Returning to the topic, Naruto looked at Xiao Li and said, "She is alone right now. If you can take care of her after this exam is over, find a chance to keep her in Konoha, and then take out all the grass ninjas participating." Xiao Li understood Naruto's straightforward gesture and realized how heavy a burden Naruto was carrying for his happiness. "Thank you, Naruto." Xiao Li suddenly hugged Naruto and cried. Xiangling looked at the man crying in front of her, never thinking what could possibly bring him down. Naruto felt a bit embarrassed and sent out a lot of shadow clones to issue a death order for the exam. For this exam, male grass ninjas. Don't let them live. After that, Naruto and Sakura said goodbye to Sasuke, who was still under a jutsu, along with Xiao Li and Xiangling. Sasuke was also pondering how he ended up in this situation despite his strength. Chapter 135. The second exam, and Sasuke thought for a long time. His body had recovered, but his mind hadn't. He still had to start from the beginning. Damn it, something was wrong from the start. Naruto must have known something and didn't rush over. "Uzumaki Naruto," Sasuke shouted angrily. "You're messing with me again. What did I do to you?" On the side, Sakura also didn't understand why Sasuke was yelling so loudly. "Tell me, why did you let me go explore from the start?" The more Sasuke thought about it, the more he felt something was off. Naruto was definitely up to something. Seeing Sasuke's angry expression, Naruto thought that with Sasuke's IQ, it was really not easy for him to grow up. He had been using this excuse since first grade. Didn't we say that each enemy gets one chance? I already fought that sound ninja. Now it's your turn, and you have a Sharingan, fast speed, and good reflexes. How could you not see that facing a possible trap should be your job? One sentence made Sasuke feel that it really should be like that. Naruto casually gave Sasuke the answer he wanted. In fact, Naruto guiding Sasuke was just looking for a reason to convince himself that it wasn't his fault. But other reasons, and here Naruto made it clear to him. And after you went, you didn't send any signals, right? Naruto continued to point out Sasuke's mistake. Without signals, we couldn't rashly go over. You ended up fighting Shao Li and hadn't even finished the fight. Naruto shook his head at Sasuke. Sasuke felt this was really bullying. Could Naruto let him off? Of course not. I didn't expect that Shao Li wouldn't know ninjutsu or jinjutsu, just physical techniques left. He even told me, your team is Uchiha Sasuke is really loyal. He didn't use any moves and just kept defending. And just like that, he made the girl like him. I can give you 82 points for this assist. And the rest, I'll send you in the form of 666. The Nine Tails watched Naruto's operation. This kid was getting sharper. Sasuke's heart was already numb. I didn't Aren't you just afraid that Sakura and the others will misunderstand? I know, you did really well this time. After hearing Naruto's explanation, Sakura looked at Sasuke with even softer eyes, not expecting that Sasuke would worry about her. Sasuke, you're pretending to be weak on purpose, right? I knew it. To make the girl leave you, you really put in a lot of effort. Sakura was moved by Sasuke's actions. But only Sasuke himself clearly understood that he simply hadn't fought back. This incident would later be brought up again at a Naruto faction gathering, becoming one of the top 10 touching events that moved the Naruto faction. While Team 7 was still aimlessly taking the exam, the Sound Ninjas were also recollecting the Book of Heaven and Earth. How could Lord Orochimaru's people fall here? At the same time, teams with 2 scrolls of the Book of Heaven and Earth were rushing toward the tower, preparing to clear the challenge. In front of the tower, there were teams lying in wait to ambush the prey. Now was the real time for slaughter. After that brief exchange of gifts with the Nine Tails, Orochimaru took the Nine Tails Chakra and left the Death Forest, finding a root laboratory to begin studying the Nine Tails Chakra. After confirming there was no danger, he smoothly accepted the chakra, feeling the changes in his body. As a research genius, Orochimaru could clearly feel that after accepting the Nine Tails Chakra, his recovery ability increased and his cells strengthened. Meanwhile, many memories that he had never had before appeared in his mind. Once, the celestial visitor, Kagaya-Otsutsuki, descended to the human world, and the god tree followed, taking root. Later, Kagaya became the ruler of the country and gave birth to 2 sons. Later, Kagaya was sealed and became the moon. The Sage of 6 Paths spread the ninja way, and thus chakra became the bridge for people to communicate their hearts. Black Zetsu altered the Uchiha clan's monument, and the Uchiha and Senju established Konoha. Uchiha Madara's escape, the shell of the 10 Tails, barely surviving. The transformation of the Third Great Ninja War, the transformation of the hero Obito, Rin's death, the Nine Tails incident, his own defection. Nin exam, the soulless hands, the battle of the 3 ninjas at Shortbook Street, Sasuke's defection, Tsunade becoming Hokage, Akatsuki's plan, collecting tailed beasts, the disaster in Konoha, being killed by Sasuke, Itachi's sealing. The 4th Great Ninja War begins. Sasuke saves himself. Naruto ends the war. A greater crisis awaits in the future. In a short time, thousands of years of events flashed through Orochimaru's mind like a revolving lantern, deeply imprinted in his memory. How interesting. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect that the immortality I pursued was actually so simple. He had already seen his future self, so young, with the technology of artificial humans so advanced. Immortality through reincarnation with a good vessel. That's it. I can even customize the details. I didn't expect that what I pursued in the end was just someone else's excessive toy. In the future, as long as I have their cells, anything is possible. Uchiha, it's better to keep them alive for more materials in the future. Naruto, it turns out you wanted me to help you. After Orochimaru understood the memories attached to chakra and the meaning of the gift, he also fell asleep tiredly. In his dreams, the memories would be more deeply revisited. And at this time, there were many more stories about Naruto's teachings. The second round of the Nin exam was about to end. Naruto and the others were guarding in front of the tower, with fewer than 60 people left in total, a situation that looked like hundreds. Naruto and his group successfully completed the task. All the male grass ninjas were eaten by beasts, bitten by poisonous insects, or fell ill from eating special food. Among other reasons, everyone tacitly handled it very cleanly, without taking any scrolls. After dealing with the outer ninjas, everyone followed Naruto's footsteps into the high tower. It seems there is something to say here. If there is no sky, then wisdom is prepared for opportunities. If there is no ground, then pursue profit. If the book of heaven and earth is opened, then the path of danger returns to the correct way. This is the ultimate principle to become a leader. If the brain is empty, then one needs to learn various skills to complete tasks. If physical strength is lacking, then one must persist in exercising every day. If both brain and body are equipped, then regardless of how dangerous the task is, one can walk the right path and will definitely complete the task safely. This 5-day outdoor survival exam is to assess those who possess both wisdom and physical strength, and only such talented individuals can become CH9. Those with scrolls in the hall opened them together, and a summoning technique slowly emitted smoke. They quickly threw the scroll out, and with a bang, the messenger symbolizing the exam's passage appeared. Irika. This is also what the Book of Heaven and Earth wants to convey, the importance of people. Chapter 136. How many ranks does Naruto have? Irika looked at the many familiar faces in the hall and immediately recognized Naruto's operation. Naruto's group had banded together. It seemed that this person Naruto was using was quite good. At least he wasn't openly flaunting the fox cloak everywhere. Irika-sensei. Naruto rushed up and hugged Irika. It's so good to see you. Haha, I just happened to become the messenger for this mission. After some pleasantries, Irika addressed everyone in the hall. Next, you will participate in the preliminary round. There are still too many people. A group of people marched to the venue for the preliminary round, a huge training ground. Naruto thought to himself, perhaps he had brought too many people through. He should have reduced the number of people earlier. Those who passed included 3 sound ninjas, 3 sand ninjas, and 24 from Konoha, including 9 newly promoted genin. Wow! 3rd Hokage Kakashi-sensei, the thick-browed old teacher Irika-sensei, and other teachers are all here. Naruto excitedly started calling out names in the crowd. Kurenai-sensei, Asuma-sensei, and there seems to be Shikamaru, as everyone's strategist, began observing the teacher group in front of them. Only Sasuke saw the person behind the 3rd Hokage. Brother? Seeing Sasuke notice him, Itachi activated his Sharingan, and the two entered a small space to chat. When Itachi saw that Sasuke's neck had no curse mark, he felt relieved. Guy was very happy to see his students arrive here, but seeing Kakashi beside him with no surprise at all, he sighed. As expected of my rival. Not surprised at all. Your students are strong too. Kakashi felt that if they unleashed their full power, even ordinary jonin would struggle. This venue wouldn't recover in decades. As the examiner for the second round, Anko stepped forward to announce, "Congratulations, you have passed the second exam. Next, Hokage-sama will introduce the third exam, so please listen carefully." "Thank you, 3rd Hokage." The 3rd Hokage finally walked to the front of the crowd, pipe in mouth, looking at the number of Konoha people below, feeling very happy. Before introducing the purpose of the third exam, I want to explain why we are holding this exam with the Allied Nations. It is for the friendship of the Allied Nations and to improve the level of ninjas. This is its true significance. Misunderstanding this would be troublesome. This exam can be seen as a microcosm of battles between Allied nations. If the Allied nations fail, there will be neighboring countries with a history of war. To avoid escalating the war, this combat venue was specifically chosen, which is the origin of the CH9 exam. The feudal lords and ninja leaders will observe your battles. If the strength difference is too great, the strong nations will receive more commissions. This is also a demonstration to various countries of our combat power, which will put pressure on diplomacy. This exam is a stage for showcasing the ninja strength of your country to others. Only battles where lives are at stake can bring out the greatest strength. This is the most amicable way to resolve issues between countries. Hurry up and tell us how to compete. I can't wait any longer. Itachi instantly appeared in front of the 3rd Hokage, already dressed in jonin uniform, no longer in the umbu. 3rd Hokage, I will explain what happens next as the referee. Itachi, then it's up to you. Hello, everyone. I do not wish for anyone to violate my rules from now on. Itachi turned around, using his 3-tomo Sharingan to intimidate the entire venue. This feeling of being seen through. I, Gaara, am feeling this pressure for the first time. Even Shikaku in my body is scared. After seeing everyone quiet down, Itachi began to introduce the details of the preliminary rounds. Next, another preliminary round needs to be completed. Due to the large number of participants, the leaders of various countries cannot waste too much time watching your battles, so only the top-tier individuals will be chosen. Now, if anyone feels they have physical issues or a low chance of winning in the third exam, or cannot win in front of the guests, they can forfeit. The third exam will be individual exams, so you won't drag down your teammates. It's up to your own choice. After Itachi finished speaking, everyone hesitated, and suddenly one person raised their hand. I want to forfeit. Itachi's eyes narrowed slightly. Toby, is it? Yes. There are too many people this time. I feel I have no chance. If I participate and embarrass Konoha, then I would be a sinner. Upon hearing this, the CH9 candidates began to consider their own situations. Who wants to lose? Naruto also realized this and loudly told everyone. Those with 50 or 60 can withdraw, and those with 70 or 80 are just average. Can you win against me? I'm at 60, I forfeit. I forfeit too. I'm only in the 80s. Even 80s are forfeiting? What am I even doing here? I also choose to forfeit. Many people have successively chosen to forfeit, and Naruto's words are just to remind everyone to use their brains. Don't they know their own rankings on the Naruto list? Do I have to beat them one by one for them to remember? Suddenly, many people from Konoha have dropped out. Hinata, you should forfeit too. Naruto found Hinata and said to her, your personality 1T allow you to hurt others desperately. Naruto. Hinata felt that Naruto seemed a bit different. Listen, when your strength improves a little more, I'll train with you, okay? Just one sentence made Hinata shy. Hinata might be a good ninja, but her kindness might be her downfall. All right. Hinata slowly raised her hand. I choose to forfeit. Naruto then found Sakura. Just as Ino and Sakura were being persuaded by Sasuke to forfeit. Why don't you both forfeit too? Sasuke's reasoning was simple. Neither of them had even an A-rank ninjutsu. Just some ordinary techniques. They simply didn't have the strength. Sakura and Ino knew that with Naruto's ranking around 30, it would be pointless to compete, especially since they had seen so many strong opponents in the forest. The third exam was basically just a stepping stone for others. Fine. The two girls also raised their hands. Finally, Kankuro raised his hand for the plan, while Shikamaru felt it was troublesome and wanted to raise his hand too, but was held back by Choji. Kiba and Shino, seeing Shikamaru's troublesome personality, also got ready to prevent him from raising his hand. After some thought, Tenten also raised her hand, realizing she might not even reach 60. In the end, the three sand ninjas, Gaara, Temari, Kankuro, the three sound ninjas, Dosu, Zaku, Kin, the 10 from Konoha, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Inazuka Kiba, Yamanaka Ino, Narashikamu, Akimichi Choji, Hyuganiji, Rock Lee, Tenten, and Akatsuki. There will be a total of 8 matches, until one side is dead, falls, or concedes. Itachi looked at the group in front of him. If you don't want to die, hurry up and concede. Also, if I determine the outcome, I will intervene and stop your battle. Itachi glanced at Anko, instructing her to bring out the prepared large screen. Luck is also a part of strength. The rest is left to fate. The names of the randomly selected participants began to scroll on the large screen. Chapter 137. Sasuke versus Akatsuki, Itachi as the referee. I forgot about Orochimaru's 2 undercover agents, who were Toby's teammates. I added them back after finishing the previous chapter. The first matchup, Itachi saw that his brother was coming up to the stage. He didn't expect him to be on stage so soon. Uchiha Sasuke versus Akatsuki, no objections, let's begin. Sasuke looked at his brother beside him. He absolutely couldn't lose this match. No. Akatsuki looked at Sasuke, completely unaware that the referee in front of him was his opponent's brother. Just feeling that the spirit of the person opposite him seemed to be rising, the Nine Tails noticed that Orochimaru's undercover agent from Toby's team also seemed to forfeit. Sasuke wasn't fighting the original opponent. Looking at Orochimaru in the distance, pretending to be a sound ninja, with 8 Jonin, watching the match with interest. It was good that Sasuke didn't have the curse mark. If he did, Itachi might activate the Manjiki Sharingan right here. Sasuke's fighting spirit was clearly boosted because of his brother's presence. The Nine Tails recalled that saying, "The referees are all my people. How are you going to play with me?" Everyone present was silently cheering for Sasuke. Naruto, go for it, Sasuke. If you want to fight me, you can't lose here. Sakura, I'm watching your performance. Sasuke. Ino, Sasuke looks so cool, go for it. Lee, Sasuke, go. Niji, Uchiha, let me see your strength. Gaara, is this the person from that day? I want to kill him. Tenten, this Sasuke hasn't been cursed by Lord Orochimaru after all. I wonder how strong he really is. Uchiha. Itachi looked at the others. Now, let's start the first round. Other than the 2 combatants, please go up to the observation area. Thank you. Truly worthy of coming from a big family. Even speaking is polite. Naruto cheered for Sasuke from his side, and Kakashi walked over. Sasuke, if possible, don't kill anyone. After all, with so many Jonin from various countries present, if someone dies in the first match, it would be bad for Konoha's image. Because Chidori is a high-speed thrust, sometimes it can hurt the user. And since Sasuke is carrying weights, it's okay. If he removes the weights, that speed is hard to say. What if he can't control it? Sasuke said such words. And Kakashi felt the child had grown up and was no longer listening to advice. Well, it's fine with Itachi around. He will stop you, huh? I haven't seen Itachi scold anyone yet. After Kakashi finished speaking, he took Naruto and Sakura to the audience seat. Come on. Sasuke activated his Sharingan. Akatsuki was unimpressed. What is this Sharingan? Don't make me laugh. Itachi, as the referee, said to the two begin. Akatsuki formed hand seals, empowering his right hand with chakra-absorbing abilities, which Sasuke's Sharingan immediately detected. Should I pay attention to his right hand? Ha ha ha. There are no secret from my eyes. Sasuke felt as if he had seen through his opponent's hidden cards. Akatsuki reached into his ninja tool pouch with his left hand, pulling out several shurikens and throwing them at Sasuke. Sasuke took out a kunai, his wrist flipping elegantly as he struck the shurikens away. So cool. Sakura and Ino were thrilled to see the scene. Sasuke heard the cheers and stepped on one of the fallen shurikens, using chakra to attach to it, then performed a backflip, swinging his leg. The shuriken flew rapidly towards Akatsuki, and during its flight, it altered the trajectory of the shurikens Akatsuki had thrown into the air. Oof. Sasuke glanced at Sakura and the other's position, letting out a cold snort. This moment made Sakura and the others realize, he is looking at me. What did you say? Forehead girl. Sasuke is clearly looking at me. Ino, he is obviously looking at me. Itachi, as the referee, watched his foolish brother fighting and his foolish sisters-in-law squabbling over jealousy. This world is just as I wished. Akatsuki saw the shurikens flying towards him with incredible force and hurriedly drew his kunai to block. After all, this was thrown with a kick and a spin, and that power was several times stronger than normal. Seeing his ranged attack ineffective, Akatsuki decided to close in. Suddenly, he accelerated towards Sasuke, using his height advantage due to his age to press down on Sasuke, whose body only reached Akatsuki's waist, launching a direct punch towards Sasuke's face. This move was extremely dangerous. His face could not be hit. With chakra exploding from his feet, Sasuke instantly dodged to the side, using his kunai to plant it into the ground, performing a Thomas spin kick to strike Akatsuki's calf. Akatsuki felt pain and knelt on one knee. Sasuke seized the opportunity, wrapping his legs around Akatsuki's waist, climbing onto Akatsuki's back, locking on his arms. If Akatsuki forced it, that arm would be ruined. At this moment, Akatsuki directly infused his entire arm with chakra and used a secret technique to absorb Sasuke's chakra. Sasuke's Sharingan saw his chakra being absorbed and quickly released Akatsuki's hand to start forming hand seals. Lightning release, body flicker. Akatsuki retracted his arm and saw Sasuke forming seals, quickly performing the substitution technique. With a bang, a piece of wood took his place to endure the lightning release, Earthwalk. The people of Konoha looked at the piece of wood, lost in thought. The Konoha Ninja Technique Development Department had long instructed everyone to switch out their substitution techniques. At his age, couldn't he manage such a small detail? Getting older? The Crimson Armor still wanted to approach Sasuke, but after several failed attempts, his greatest abilities had already been seen through by Sasuke. And now it seemed he couldn't even match him in ninjutsu. Relying on his tall stature, the Crimson Armor infused both hands with the power of the West District's chakra. He swiped at Sasuke, scratching left and right, but he just couldn't catch him. Watching this strangely slow-moving enemy in front of him, Sasuke created some distance and then directly took off his shirt, revealing a weighted undershirt. Slowly, he took off the undershirt, and his bare upper body drove Sakura and the others wild. Sasuke returned his outer coat, leaving the Crimson Armor stunned by his actions. What difference did removing the weights make? Sasuke closed his Sharingan, signaling that he was going to attack. The Crimson Armor was puzzled. With your Sharingan closed, what can you do? Sasuke formed hand seals, lightning release, Earthwalk. It was like he was holding a Chidori, but without the intense lightning chakra of the Chidori. Just a weakened version that could only paralyze the enemy. Sasuke started running towards the Crimson Armor. The Crimson Armor, seeing Sasuke's suddenly increased speed, didn't act rashly. Sasuke reached the Crimson Armor and suddenly changed speed, circling around him. In an instant, he appeared under the Crimson Armor and pressed the Earthwalk against him. The Crimson Armor's body was instantly paralyzed by the lightning release. He couldn't move. Sasuke performed a rabbit kick, launching the Crimson Armor into the air. At this moment, Sasuke didn't pay attention to the Crimson Armor, but waved his hand towards Sakura and Ino, quickly running to his brother's side and saying, "Referee, I won, right? It's not over until I say it's over." Itachi looked at his excellent younger brother, but still followed the rules of the match. The crimson armor began to fall, and Sasuke ran towards the landing point again. As the crimson armor was about to hit the ground, he kicked out. The crimson armor spun 2.5 times in the air before bouncing off and spinning 3.5 times, finally embedding himself in the wall. Itachi then stepped forward to announce, "The winner is Uchiha Sasuke." Chapter 138, The Nameless Rookie. Aburame Shino, with his hands in his pockets, Sasuke's impressive combo left everyone present in awe. Lee said, "Although the moves used are mine, I didn't expect Sasuke to really make them his own. He's so strong." He started crying while hugging Guy, saying that Sasuke was just too righteous. Guy hugged Lee and gently rubbed his head, saying, "Maybe this is youth." He thought, although it seems like Sasuke copied Lee's moves. Such a level of movement can't be learned without continuous physical training. Even with the Sharingan, it can't be mastered overnight. Kakashi, this Sasuke really resembles you when you were young. Naruto looked at Sasuke, who was still in the arena, knowing exactly what Sasuke needed at that moment. He cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, "Sasuke, you're freaking awesome. What a beautiful win." Once other people reacted, they also rushed to praise Sasuke loudly. "Sasuke, you're amazing." Kakashi watched as Sasuke could play with the Earth Walk technique so skillfully, feeling a sense of admiration. The Uchiha abilities are truly enviable. Luckily, I have some as well. Well done. Gaara, looking at Sasuke, felt he had become more valuable now, and his inner killing intent was almost uncontrollable, frightening Temari and Kankuro to keep their distance. This scene made Orochimaru even more eager to obtain Uchiha blood to clone a body. When Sasuke reached the viewing platform, Itachi started the next round of battles. Sakuga versus Aburame Shino. Please step forward. The two approached Itachi, and Sakuga felt relieved that it wasn't those three. So, the second round begins. Shino looked at his opponent, whose face was still swollen, and asked, with his hands in his pockets, "Are you okay?" Sakuga looked down on Shino, thinking, who is this nameless rookie? This remark inexplicably struck a chord in Shino's heart. Nameless. Rookie. This caused a chill to run through the hearts of the little fighters present, recalling the fears they had faced in those years. He reached into his ninja tool pouch and squeezed a compressed can, feeling a bit better, looking at Sakuga in the arena as if he were a dead man. Sakuga didn't notice anything, but Shino still gave him a chance. "If you fight me like this, you won't be able to stand up again. Just forfeit." "You think I can be beaten by someone like you?" Sakuga charged at Shino. Shino remained unfazed. A man who could hold his own against Naruto's group attacks would not regard a small fry like Sakuga. All he needed was to pull his hand out of his pocket to block when necessary, and after finishing, he would put it back in. Sakuga several attacks were all defended against by Shino, standing his ground. "TCH, is that all you can do?" Shino kicked him away. "Are you asking me to attack?" Sakuga got back up. "Why are you dragging this out?" He brought his hands together towards Shino. 100 air slash. A powerful wind release. Air slash shot from Sakuga mechanism, blowing Shino far away, and the dust in the arena was kicked up, obscuring the view. Bang! Shino's figure fell to the ground, motionless. "Shino! Naruto!" Seeing Shino not moving, couldn't help but worry. Others were also calling Shino's name. Sakuga looked at his hit opponent and couldn't help but laugh. "Hey, get up. You can't be done already." Upon hearing this, Shino stopped pretending. His inverted body suddenly transformed into a swarm of flying insects. In midair, it changed into words, "I'm going to attack." Sakuga then realized that he had been attacking insects. "How disgusting. Just bluffing. I want to see how you attack now." At this moment, Sakuga legs were already covered in parasitic insects he didn't even know about. Shino revealed himself in the arena, hands still in his pockets, explaining the biological habits of the insects, taking out a parasitic insect and saying, "These little guys are parasitic insects. They move in groups and live by consuming chakra. If you're attacked by many insects, you will have no chance of winning." Sakuga opened the mechanisms in both hands. "Aren't those just bugs?" The insects on his legs began to absorb chakra, and more insects crawled towards him. "Give up. This is the best strategy. My insects were already set up when you approached me. No matter what you do, you can't win against me. Referee, you can announce the result." Itachi didn't respond to Shino, but looked at Sasuke. Sasuke also knew he had made a poor start and smiled at his brother, trying to charm his way out of it. Sakura and Ino, seeing this adorable side of Sasuke, finally understood the right way to handle him, his brother. As Sakuga saw the insects crawling towards him, he recalled Orochimaru's nurturing of him. He had once been a small-time thug, It was only after meeting Orochimaru that he escaped the life of barely getting by and being beaten daily. Orochimaru had once told him, "Follow me, become stronger, and fight for me." Sakukurange looked at his legs, 50 air slash. With a bang, his arm exploded. At this moment, Sakukurange looked at his hands, covered in insects. The mechanism was blocked, and the chakra exploded directly in the arm. At this moment, Shino looked at Sakuraji's limp body, raised his arm, and embraced him, saying, "Remember my name, I am Oil Girl Shino." Feeling like she was going to be hugged by a man, Sakuraji was a bit confused. After realizing Shino was close, she released her transformation, revealing a swarm of bugs. Everyone felt a shiver in their hearts when they saw Shino using her bug clones to disgust others again. It seems Shino takes others' negligence towards him very seriously, silently swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Naruto recalled bad memories, listening to the screams, but felt a bit grateful. Finally, he wasn't alone. Sakuraji, already covered in bugs, slowly collapsed into the pile of insects as they drained all her chakra. Shino looked at the referee, but said nothing. Itachi seemed to suddenly realize, are kids nowadays so temperamental? One could only say that the sound ninja was too weak, perfectly countered, and this bug user was incredibly calm. The winner is Oil Girl Shino. After Itachi announced, he looked at Sasuke and the others, all of whom were stunned. How had they changed so much? Itachi followed Sasuke's gaze and saw the bugs were still eating. Can you please retract the bugs? I've already announced the result. The person really didn't strike, but the bugs didn't care about that. Shino silently retracted the bugs, put his hands in his pockets, and looked at his friends in the stands. Under Shino's gaze, they finally woke up from their dream and shouted loudly, "Shino, you are amazing. Shino is awesome. Good job, Shino." After hearing these voices, Shino slowly stepped forward, walking towards the stands. Naruto quietly said to Sasuke, "He has his hands in his pockets. He doesn't know what it means to be an opponent." "Sasuke, aren't you angry? He's even more pretentious than you. Why don't you dare to fight him?" At this moment, the medical team came on stage to treat Sakuraji, who had been bitten by bugs on her legs and arms. However, Konoha still had more medical ninjas. After analysis, it was determined that it wasn't a serious injury. Nothing to worry about. Among the medical team, there were a few shorter ninjas who, after forming seals, began to glow green in their hands. They started treating Sakuraji. Only Konoha's people in the audience realized and began to pray for Sakuraji. "Hang in there. You must hang in there. Don't die." Chapter 139. Kiba vs. Shikamaru. Ultimate Technique. Summoning Technique for the stable Chinamo. An additional update. The next round of the competition. The third round, Temari vs. Kankuro. What? Temari and Kankuro both looked at the result in disbelief. How could their own people meet? I forfeit. Kankuro directly forfeited. The Konoha side was gloating. This person's luck was really, See, this is called bad luck. Amid the laughter of Konoha's people, the transition was completed at lightning speed. Kankuro muttered to Temari in the stands, "These guys from Konoha are really bullying people. I've never seen anything like this. We sand ninjas only have 3 participants, and we have to fight among ourselves, right? Stop rambling." Gaara's single sentence scared Kankuro into shutting his mouth. Kankuro felt bitter. Konoha was bullying him, and now Gaara was also bullying him. Didn't that mean he forfeited for nothing? Itachi arranged for the big screen to continue rolling, and Naruto shouted loudly, "Hurry up and get to me. Hurry up, I also want to go down and make friends with him." The fourth round, Nara Shikamaru versus Inuzuka Kiba. "It's not me." Naruto looked at Shikamaru and Kiba. "You two also need to work hard. Take down the other, and I'll give you money." The only response was a bark. The others looked at Naruto's happy demeanor and began to worry for the two combatants. A fight that could get Naruto to pay was definitely not ordinary. Ino and Choji were worried about Shikamaru, while Shino and Hinata were worried about Akamaru. Everyone had someone to care about. Kiba and Shikamaru walked to the center of the arena, and Kiba looked at the lazy Shikamaru and angrily said, "Shikamaru, you better be careful. This move is a surprise I prepare for Naruto, but now I have no choice but to use it on you." Shikamaru looked at the eager Kiba, thinking, "Where does this idiot get his energy? You don't have to, what surprise? You can use it against Naruto later." "I can't help it, I just want to fight." Woof. Akamaru also joined in the excitement. Itachi saw the two were ready and said, "Let's begin." Kiba instantly charged towards Shikamaru, and Akamaru quickly ran behind Shikamaru to prepare for a sneak attack. Kiba's movements were very agile. If Shikamaru tried to run, Kiba would quickly stick to him. Shikamaru pulled out a shuriken from his ninja tool pouch to try to block Kiba's attack, but Kiba used kunai to deflect it. Seeing this, Shikamaru took out a smoke bomb from his ninja tool pouch and threw it down with a bang. The smoke blocked Kiba's vision. But Kiba had already prepared for this situation. You use smoke bombs? I also have shadow clones. Shadow clone technique. Kiba created 2 shadow clones. Although the chakra was divided. For Kiba, who leaned towards close combat, it didn't consume much chakra. It wasn't that he didn't learn, but learning was useless. The family secret technique was just raising dogs. What was there to learn? With 2 shadow clones, the main body, and Akamaru, Shikamaru was now facing 1 against 4. Shikamaru had to rethink his strategy for this situation. Meanwhile, Kiba concentrated chakra on his nose and quickly found Shikamaru's figure. He charged straight forward. My body can't move. Ninja art. Shadow imitation technique. Success. In the smoke. Shikamaru didn't expect Kiba to rush in so quickly. The smoke blocked the light, allowing for more shadows. And Shikamaru took advantage of this to control Kiba's shadow clones and main body. At this moment, Akamaru bit Shikamaru's rear end from behind. Woof. Shikamaru didn't release the hand seal, still controlling the shadow. Knowing there was Akamaru, he had already expanded the range of his shadow around him. Anyone within 2 meters would be controlled by the shadow imitation technique. Now all 4 of them and the dog were under Shikamaru's control. Kiba didn't give up. Once, Naruto Uzumaki broke free from the shadow imitation technique, using his physical strength. I can too. Seeing this, Shikamaru formed a new hand seal, shadow strangulation technique. Kiba, just give up. Impossible. I haven't lost yet. Kiba struggled to raise his hand, while the shadows from his feet began to creep up, reaching his chest. Besides the main body, the shadows of the 2 shadow clones had already reached his neck. Bang! One of the shadow clones was crushed. Kiba roared, trying to break free from the shadow imitation technique. After eliminating 1 shadow clone, Shikamaru had more energy to strengthen his control over the others. Kiba slowly moved his hand, reaching into his ninja tool pouch, and took out a soldier pill. He threw it into Akamaru's mouth with force. Akamaru swallowed the soldier pill in 1 bite, and his body began to turn red. His strength increased. Shikamaru lost control of Akamaru's sudden burst of power. The shadow imitation technique was broken. Good job, Akamaru. Kiba bit his finger and began to form seals. Summoning technique. Bang, bang, bang. 10 dogs appeared. He formed seals again for the shadow clone technique. Another 2 shadow clones were created. With so many people, I don't believe I can't beat you. Kiba was now extremely arrogant, with each shadow clone accompanied by 2 or 3 dogs. Shikamaru was somewhat surprised. So this was the surprise. Damn, no matter how old the dogs are. At least there are plenty of them. Kiba fed each dog a soldier pill, giving them a large portion. For soldier pills together were about the size of a fist. This was specially for the dogs. What a hassle, referee. Isn't this considered cheating? Taking drugs and calling in outside help. Shikamaru is a bit at his wit's end now. What should he do? He can only use a smoke bomb to hide himself again. Last time, it was Naruto who had many ninjutsu. He's afraid of ghosts. What are dogs afraid of? Smoke bomb? Stop hiding. Shikamaru, you're just digging your own grave. Inuzuka's arrogance was becoming increasingly twisted, and the shadow clones were all mocking Shikamaru together. I can smell where you are. My nose is tens of thousands of times better than an ordinary person's. Hurry up and come out. I don't want to win against you in the smoke. It's no fun without an audience. Come out quickly. Is this smoke specially made? It really lasts a long time. Shikamaru finally thought of Inuzuka's weakness. Meanwhile, the dogs outside were waiting eagerly, saliva dripping everywhere, looking like they were waiting for food. After all, they were dogs raised together at home. Unlike Akamaru, who stayed by his side all the time, their intelligence was not quite the same. Shikamaru, are you still not coming out? My dogs are getting a bit restless. Shikamaru's voice came out from the smoke. Shino, thanks. Shikamaru took out the special ninja tool for Shino from his ninja tool pouch. Insecticide pepper spray. Aiming at Inuzuka and the dogs, he sprayed wildly. Damn, it burns. The dogs all returned to their summoner, and the shadow clones were dispelled. The pain transmitted back was double what it was originally. Inuzuka was knocked out from the pain, and the medical team rushed to the scene to treat him. This guy's shadow clones plus his real body super doubled. Akamaru also needed treatment. And then they saw that there were more people taking care of Akamaru than there were for Inuzuka, mainly because the doctors were also treating a dog for the first time. They had never done this before. The winner is Naruto Shikamaru. After Itachi announced the result, everyone congratulated Shikamaru, except for Shino, who was staring at the pressure canister in Shikamaru's hand. I didn't expect everyone to have such things. It's really heartbreaking. Naruto saw Shino's disappointed expression and said, Shino, Shikamaru is thanking you. Chapter 140. Neji vs. Kin, boasting a challenge to Naruto. The next round is Hyuga Neji vs. Kin TS. Neji stepped forward and looked at the little girl opposite him, giving her a friendly smile. Why is this person so arrogant? Doesn't he even look at me? Laughing at me. Kin said to TS, who thought to herself, it's just your illusion. The little ninjas from Konoha looked at Hyuga Neji, Konoha's second family, last year's strongest newcomer, was about to take action. Neji looked at his opponent, a foreigner, and thought, how condescending, I didn't expect her not to be from our village. There are many worthy opponents this year, but unfortunately, I haven't encountered them. Kim was still thinking about how this person looked down on their sound ninja. Rock Lee, hearing Neji's words, also sighed. Neji, you also want to be a master, right? I'm looking forward to it too, meeting a strong guy. Tintin said nervously, Neji, you also have to be careful of that woman. It seems her techniques are quite unique. Gaara looked at this Byakugan guy and felt like he might be quite strong. He had to kill him himself. He really wanted to kill. Temari and Kankuro were trembling nearby. How scary. After Neji and Kin stood in the arena, Itachi announced the 5th round, start. Kin looked at the Konoha ninja in front of her, arms crossed and looking down on her, except for Uchiha and that man. The rest can just die. She pulled out Sunban and threw them forward. Neji was quite experienced with such shuriken. As the genius of ninja tools, Tintin's shuriken never misses. How could such straightforward shuriken hit me? Clang! Upon hearing the sound, Neji suddenly twisted his body, and swish. A Sunban had already pierced his arm. A bell? Seeing her attack succeed easily, Kin sneered. Is that all there is to it? Neji felt underestimated, pulled out the Sunban, and thought he could take it more seriously now. Do you think you can defeat me with such little tricks? Among the Sunban, one had a bell and one did not. The sound of the bell would lead to a misjudgment of the Sunban without the bell, causing it to hit. What can such childish tactics do? Byakugan. Neji crossed his arms, and without needing to make hand seals, he activated Byakugan. This strength made Itachi take a closer look. Although the Hyuga family's eyes are easy to activate, a ninja wanting to exert their strength still requires high talent. Of course, the Sharingan has no such worries, as only geniuses can activate the Sharingan. Byakugan can see every move Kin makes. Its insight stronger than the Sharingan, predicting movements, giving one the belief of seeing into the future. I'll give you a chance, surrender. Neji thought, I can see your future. Your movements cannot escape my eyes. What else do you have? Kin threw several Sunban, all of which Neji dodged. Do you still want to fight fate? Why are you so long-winded? Just die. She threw out several more Sunban. Neji, seeing Kin still unaware, decided to attack proactively. Clang! What is that sound? Jinjutsu. Bell sound Sunban. Kin had steel wires connecting to the Sunban she threw. Just a slight pull on the wire could make the bell ring, confusing the enemy and creating multiple after-images in their vision. Seeing Neji caught in the Jinjutsu, Kin laughed, saying, I'm not wasting time in ninja tools. This sound wave Jinjutsu enters your brain through bone conduction, so even if you block your ears, it won't help. Neji, Tintin, and Rock Lee became anxious. Street looked at Neji and lamented, what Konoha South last first place? What a joke. Neji's perspective on the ground showed multiple figures of Kin in his Byakugan. Is this a multiple shadow clone? Neji looked at the Sunban stuck in the wall behind him through Byakugan. It seemed dozens of bells were embedded in the wall. Following the bells, 2 particularly thin lines extended to Kin's hand. So, she was controlling the bells? Kin looked at Neji, who was already dazed, and wanted to deliver a fatal blow with the Sunban. Neji pulled out a kunai and cut her steel wire in one go, thinking, you think you could defeat me with such things? Don't dream. His hands formed the starting stance for Gentle Fist, facing this seemingly capable girl. He had to use this. Gentle Fist, 128 palms. Chakra erupted from his feet, and he instantly appeared beside Kin, his hands filled with Gentle Fist chakra, accurately striking Kin's chakra points through the inside of Byakugan. Meanwhile, he silently chanted in his heart, 2 palms. For palms. 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms. 64 palms. 128 palms. After Neji finished, he felt his speed had actually increased again, thinking in his heart, no women, fighting naturally divine. This Gentle Fist technique, raising one level in difficulty, will be several levels harder. 128 palms, even in the main house, only AJ Nin could barely use it. The third Hokage took a puff of smoke, looking at Neji, thinking the Hyuga family is really good. This kid is so outstanding, and he is from the branch family. Really impressive. The Hyuga main family has requirement for missions because their Byakugan would leak out, unlike the branch family, which can send out missions just like ordinary ninjas. The third Hokage liked him more and more. Itachi looked at this Byakugan guy and felt that Sasuke had gained another enemy. However, thinking about how he is from a branch family, it doesn't matter anymore. The victor, Hyuga Neji. Neji looked up at Naruto, recalling the insults he had received in the past, and after a year since graduation, Neji was no longer the Neji who was beaten by Naruto in school. Uzumaki Naruto. Everyone has their own destiny, and I have seen through yours. Get ready to lose. What? Has Neji lost his mind after graduating? Hey, Neji, do you still remember your gentle fist? Naruto even praised him, saying, Neji, you are amazing. That gentle fist technique looks like you've remembered it well. You didn't even shout out the moves. This reminded Neji of a legend circulating in school that Neji was indeed strong, never shouting out in pain during battles. One day, I will definitely win. Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, just wait for me. Neji shot a fierce glance at Hinata, feeling angry but unable to voice it. Xiao Li and the others were also puzzled, wondering how Neji could harbor such resentment after only fighting him once over the years. Only Neji himself knew how much he had suffered in his family, enduring all these years just for a chance to prove himself. Naruto didn't take care at first. But what was that look in your eyes, looking at my Hinata as if you were going to eat her? Neji, I don't know what made you change so much this past year, but if you're feeling cocky, I'm giving you a chance to challenge me anytime. Uzumaki Naruto, accept. Chapter 141. Never surrender, truly too strong. After the two had their spat, Xiao Li and Tian were worried about Neji. And Neji himself regretted suddenly acting so impulsively. He really wasn't behaving like a ninja. Now everyone was gradually coming over to say to Hyuga Neji, safe travels. Itachi continued to calmly let the system roll randomly, and there were only a few people left. Now entering the 6th round, Uzumaki Naruto versus Ken Mizumi. As Itachi's voice fell, everyone suddenly realized. It was already the 6th round. They had almost forgotten. It progressed so quickly. Naruto, it's finally your turn. Good luck. Naruto. Go for it. Come on, Naruto. Show this senior the power of the first-year students in real combat. Oh, I almost forgot he was first in actual combat. In their 7th squad, theoretical first Haruno Sakura, actual combat, first Uzumaki Naruto, overall first Uchiha Sasuke. If this isn't the future Hokage class, then I don't know what is. Stop thinking about secretly showcasing your hobbies. No one is watching. After everyone had a good time, Naruto stepped onto the field, looking at the older Ken Mizumi, and said, So you were always a genin? No wonder. Naruto meant to ask why he didn't know who he was. Previously, he said if he wasn't strong enough, he shouldn't compete. And now look, the beatings you never took in the past are always waiting for your future. Ken Mizumi looked at Naruto, feeling a bit unsettled. He previously thought Naruto was just talk, but now seeing him, there was an inexplicable sense of pressure. This pressure did not come from Naruto or the Nine Tails, but from the gaze of all the jonin present. This kid, I didn't notice it before, but now looking at Naruto's outfit, he is just like that man. Feeling the tension from the opposite side, Naruto spoke up. We are all Konoha ninjas. I want to make it hard for you. Konoha ninjas do not bully Konoha ninjas. There was one thing Naruto didn't say. The bullying has already been done. And you're the last one left. You dare to underestimate me. Seeing the fiery atmosphere between the two, Itachi quickly announced the start. Naruto immediately formed hand seals. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Hundreds of Narutos appeared on the field. Ken Mizumi felt danger upon seeing so many shadow clones. However, being tall and with Orochimaru watching nearby, he dared not admit defeat. Even as a spy ninja from Sound, he could not simply give up when faced with difficulty. Giving up earlier was self-awareness. But now giving up would be fleeing from battle, which is a completely different matter. Ken Mizumi took a kunai in each hand and began to slash at all the shadow clones present. The shadow clones were also very happy, charging in without any ninja tools. I have hundreds of people. You only have 2 hands. Once I control your hands, how can you move? Go. Control his hands. A few people attacked from behind, quickly trying to restrain his arms, not allowing him any space to move. Good. Someone step on my shoulder. Will attack from above. I don't believe I can't overpower him. The shadow clones spontaneously organized a boss battle, automatically modifying their attack plans based on the memories of the fallen clones, charging in with just their fists without any ninja tools. Organized and disciplined, they grouped into 3s and 5s, coordinating with each other to attack Ken Mizumi in turns. Xiao Li, Naruto's shadow clones are getting more and more skilled. I can feel the passion for battle. I want to fight too. Sasuke, idiot, why use your ability like this? He said, but in his heart, he admired the coordination. Sakura, go for it, Naruto. Shikamaru, boring. Seeing this combat method, Shikamaru had already thought of hundreds of ways to use shadow clones to attack, and he wouldn't get hurt either. He was internally complaining that giving him so much chakra was a waste. To say he wasn't envious would be a lie. Naruto. Hinata was also quietly cheering for Naruto, feeling relieved watching so many Narutos attacking, but she was still saddened for the Narutos that got blown up. It must hurt. Watching this chakra-consuming fighting style, none of the ninjas present were not envious, but Gaara's eyes showed a different emotion. Here was another person worth killing, unexpectedly strong. Haha, a madman. Simply a madman. Why do I have to be on the same team as him? Temari and Kankuro were terrified of this brother. Kin Mizumi was still struggling to attack Naruto's shadow clones. As the shadow clones continued to attack, optimizing their methods, Kin Mizumi was soon on the verge of collapse. At this moment, Kin Mizumi pulled out a scroll, bit his finger, and slapped it on the scroll. With a bang, two long swords appeared. Kin Mizumi was now using his trump card ability, soft body modification. Holding a long sword in each hand, he spun his body wildly, and bam bam bam, explosions went off. The shadow clones all retreated. Kin Mizumi suddenly extended his arms. The radius of the sword's rotation suddenly increased. One swing wiped out half of the shadow clones on the field. Kin Mizumi looked at Naruto. Now, it's just beginning. Naruto, who didn't like to use body flicker technique, was simply a ninja who found it difficult to control chakra. Kin Mizumi's maneuver was still effective. The shadow clones, seeing him change weapons, decided to upgrade their own. All the shadow clones took out kunai and threw them at Kin Mizumi. Kin Mizumi erupted with chakra, dodging the attacks, then lunged toward the area with more people, his arm extending to stab a string of clones. Unexpectedly, he could play like this. Naruto also found it interesting. Like a snail's eyes. I'm going to ramp up the attack. Naruto created 10 more shadow clones, all forming hand seals together. Wind release. Great breakthrough. They all inhaled and then blew out collectively. A strong wind rushed towards Kin Mizumi, hitting the wall behind him and blowing up towards the stands. Damn it, Naruto. I'm flying. I accidentally got hurt. You did this on purpose, right? Neji was also at the stands nearby. The others immediately distanced themselves from Neji. Naruto smiled and said, sorry, the venue is limited. If I wasn't afraid of breaking the wall, I would have used vacuum sphere. Upon hearing this, everyone felt it made sense. Kin Mizumi was blown against the wall and still wanted to struggle. Naruto directly sent some people to use fire style, great fireball technique. Kin Mizumi couldn't withstand it and ultimately faced a regrettable defeat. However, this was also the most glorious moment of his life. Only Neji was complaining, damn, this is definitely revenge. Just because the stands beneath Neji were exactly where the wind blew the flames. Naruto thought to himself, although this genin hadn't heard of my name, he still wouldn't admit defeat. He's really strong. I want to learn from him in the future. Chapter 142. Lee's specialization. Everyone watched as the medical team treated Kin Mizumi, replacing him with a professional doctor, and expressed admiration for this long-time genin. After taking such a long beating, he still didn't surrender, which only Neji had managed to do. Those who knew Naruto's strength felt that he didn't respect others and didn't use his full power. But now it seemed that Naruto wanted the opponent to showcase himself, which was why he acted this way. Naruto truly lived up to his reputation as the leader of the Naruto teaching. It was beautifully done. After everyone encouraged Naruto, he returned to the stands. Kin Mizumi was carried away on a stretcher, and everyone sent their blessings, which were sincere this time. There were still 4 people who hadn't fought yet: Gaara, Toshi, Lee, and Choji. Shikamaru had already noticed Choji's situation. Choji, you're not in a good spot right now. That Gaara over there seems to be their strongest. Is it true that shorter guys are stronger? And that Sound Ninja over there also seems to be their strongest. Don't be fooled by his bandages. He seems to be calmer than the other 2. And lastly, Lee, being in the same class as last year's champion. Just look at Naruto and Sasuke to know his strength. Choji, you have to hold on. After Shikamaru's analysis, Choji felt like he couldn't beat any of them. Wah. Should I just forfeit? Choji was scared and nearly cried, sitting in the stands holding onto the railing. But if he forfeited, the promised barbecue feast would be gone, which meant the agreement of eating until full was canceled. Asuma's voice came, and Choji stopped crying. Hey, how can it be like this? This was when a teacher's level showed. Asuma squatted beside him and started to encourage Choji. It's okay. Did you see that referee? Uchiha. We want to sit back and watch. If there's a special situation, we'll come back to stop the fight. Think about the feast. At most, you'll take a beating, but you get to eat until full. And this small pain we protect you from. You know how to choose, right? I want barbecue. Barbecue. I want to eat. Until full. Seeing Choji so motivated, Team 8 also breathed a sigh of relief. Itachi rearranged the matches randomly, and in the 7th round, Gaara faced Rock Lee. Yay, safe. Choji happily looked at the screen. That Sand Ninja was finally matched against someone else, and he was facing that Sound Ninja with a swollen face. Finally, it's my turn. Gaara excitedly formed hand seals, and sand surrounded him. The arena was engulfed in sand, and Gaara appeared in the arena. Sand Shunshin. Lee was also exceptionally excited. Teacher Guy. Finally, it's my turn. Go for it, Lee. Guy gave you a thumbs up. Go. Lee. Niji crossed his arms and cheered for Lee. Be careful, Lee. Tintin was a bit worried, as the opponent didn't look simple. Gaara had pushed through the 2nd round of exams, being the first to reach the tall tower. Besides the unlucky first opponent he faced, no one had seen Gaara's strength. They were all eating and drinking in the forest, while Gaara had waited for a long time. Go, Lee. You must not lose to that guy. Naruto cheered for Lee, knowing that the opponent was very strong. Someone who could catch the attention of the Ninetales had to have some impressive traits. When the others saw Lee enter the arena, they also started to cheer for him. In school, Lee was the god of training. No matter how hard anyone worked, they would feel genuine inferiority in front of Lee. Lee's unique training methods, like water fetching training, stake training, incense training, walnut squeezing training, and core training, directly surpassed all training in the school. They made his body more flexible, his movements more precise, and he had special potions that left no scars, doubling the effects. This achieved the current Rock Lee. Lee, go for it. Lee stood in the arena, looked at Gaara, and pulled out his weapon. Nunchaku. Lee followed Naruto's advice and found his weapon, Nunchaku being one of them. Itachi saw both of them come down and felt that they probably didn't want to show off like the previous group. The 7th round began. Lee charged forward first, but Gaara remained unmoved. Ada. With a swing, the high explosive power generated a slicing sound through the nunchaku. It struck Gaara's sand. Gaara felt that this strike was about to break through his sand defense. It seemed he couldn't just stay indifferent. Lee withdrew and continued to attack with a nunchaku hit. A hit. Wah. Gaara's sand quickly defended against Lee's rapid attacks, and this reaction began to consume the sand in Gaara's gourd, which started to disintegrate. No longer remaining by Gaara's side, Lee was like a punching bag, frantically outputting with his strange shouts. Is Lee usually like this? Sakura asked Tenten, feeling even more worried about Lee. He only acts like this when using nunchaku. I'm not sure, but after getting used to it, it feels really strong. I see. Sakura thought about whether Lee had other tricks up his sleeve when Gaara moved. Gaara controlled the sand to try to grab Lee's legs, but at that moment, Lee began to step on the sand and attacked wildly, trying to break through the speed at which the sand gathered at the attack points. Naive, Gaara's defense is invincible. Kankuro watched this foolish Lee struggling in vain, wondering if his green jumpsuit was meant to be funny. Lee nearly got caught by Gaara's sand. He put away the nunchaku and did several backflips away from Gaara. Looks like nunchaku won't work. Let's try something else. Throwing away the nunchaku, he switched to using claw gloves with spikes, greatly increasing his destructive power. Naruto saw this and immediately got excited. These were the weapons that the Ninetales had given to those professionals in the movies. Lee, go for it. Oh, Lee responded with a thumbs up. Then he smiled at Gaara and said, you need to be careful with my next attack because this weapon is extremely powerful. Gaara felt a bit of pressure too. Quickly, he covered himself with sand, realizing that the kid opposite him had become stronger after putting on the claw gloves, and those spikes made him feel a little nervous. They were different from the penetrating damage of nunchaku. I'm coming. Chapter 143. Do Min Lee. The sun character punch of the finger tiger Gaara cannot let him attack so casually. Shikaku Gaara gathered sand into a ball in the air, forming a sand bullet aimed at Lee. Too slow. Lee dodged the incoming sand with a few quick movements and landed a punch on Gaara's body. Thanks to Gaara's passive defense, the sand blocked the punch. However, the power of the finger tiger was still evident, capable of breaking through the sand defense. At that moment, Gaara felt the weapon's power. Lee unleashed a flurry of punches at Gaara's face. Hinata recognized it at a glance. This was the Sun Fist. That's right. Lee was using the Sun Fist from Wing Chun. As Gaara's sand was continuously attacked and on the verge of breaking, he sent the sand around him towards Lee like Shino. Sand binding coffin. A mass of sand aimed to surround Lee, but Lee seeing that he was almost able to strike Gaara with his sun fist, had to quickly dodge back. Neither method seemed effective. This was the helplessness of taijutsu. If he used water release, the sand here wouldn't even rise. Seizing the opportunity, Gaara controlled the sand to rush at Lee, who was also removing his bandages while dodging. Lee, spotting his chance, teleported under Gaara in a flash and executed a rabbit kick, sending Gaara flying. This is my original skill. Lee didn't forget to ask Sasuke for copyright. Shadow Dance Leaf. Lee touched the ground with both hands, changed his posture, and leaped into the air. Gaara couldn't move while in the air, and Lee was right behind him, which was the meaning of Shadow Dance Leaf. The sand on Gaara rushed to chase Lee, but Lee was surprisingly fast. In mid-air, he wrapped Gaara with his bandages. He didn't even use the lotus technique and just started pummeling Gaara. The two were in the air, and Lee unleashed a barrage of punches at Gaara. Since he was tied with the bandages, after hitting him from a distance, he could pull them back easily. Eat, bang, 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 bang. Lee kept hammering away, and as they were about to fall headfirst, Lee yanked the bandages, performed a somersault, and landed on Gaara like he was stepping on a mummy. He tore off the bandages and executed a heavy drop, while Gaara's body accelerated towards the ground with a boom. He jumped into the air, flipped, and rolled safely to the ground. Lee knew that the feeling of fighting wasn't quite right. He looked around for his enemy. After watching Gaara for such a long time, how could he possibly use his real body? The person in the bandages began to turn into sand. Gaara reappeared in the arena, completely unscathed. How could this be? The spectators were astonished at how this person was so abnormal. Gaara could be said to be physically immune. His sand automatically shields him from damage, protecting his body, unrelated to his will. Kankuro, who was worried earlier, came out to explain after seeing that Gaara was fine. There isn't anyone who can hurt Gaara yet. Naruto couldn't stand their expressions any longer. What's so impressive? Lee, you can do it. Oh, Lee saw that he had used up most of his techniques and looked at Guy. Lee, I approve, you can use that. Guy knew what Lee's gaze meant. That was Lee's wish to strive against genius. Gaara looked at the slightly out-of-breath Lee, feeling extremely excited inside, wanting more of this. Lee received Guy's permission, began to remove his weights, untying the weights on his legs, which were inscribed with the word guts. That it. The people present were shocked by that word. Those who understood, understood. The foreigners were confused. Temari, seeing their surprise, casually said, "It's just weights." What's so impressive? Lee threw it to the ground, boom. The explosive dust flew high. Temari was stunned. But that wasn't all. Lee took off the bandages from his arms, and there were still weights inside. Boom. Then he took out the weights hidden in his forehead protector's belt. Boom. Then he discarded his weapon, which was unnecessary now. Boom. The foreigners were completely bewildered. How could even his weapon be weights? Is this guy crazy? The high-speed taijutsu he was performing was done by someone wearing so many weights? The spectators all knew that Lee could only use taijutsu. The foreigners didn't know. How can this guy be so arrogant? Not even using ninjutsu. He thinks he could defeat Gaara solely with taijutsu? This makes it much easier. After Lee took off all his weights, he moved his hands and feet, taking a deep breath. It's all dust. Changing to a ventilated spot, he gave praise to Gaara, who was waiting. Sorry to keep you waiting. First gate, open. Lee instantly bulged with veins. This was Guy's secret technique, the 8 gates. This is also why Guy waited a year before letting his team participate in the Chunin exams. Because Lee needed to learn the 8 gates. You even entrusted this to him. That's too dangerous. Kakashi expressed his concerns to Guy. Guy understood Kakashi's good intentions and nonchalantly replied, "Because he is a hard-working genius. Go for it." Lee. Second gate, rest gate. Open. Naruto and the others began cheering for Lee. Kurama. Is this what you meant back then? Ha. I've waited many years for this. Go for it, Lee. The Nine-Tails was excitedly wagging its tail in the spiritual space. Get him. Third gate, life gate, open. Lee's veins bulged even more on his forehead. Fourth gota, gota, open. At this point, Lee's face was flushed, and his veins were protruding. Lee's chakra astonished everyone. The third Hokage even stopped smoking. This sense of oppression, Lee, is too strong. Kakashi and Sasuke activated their Sharingan to observe Lee. This wasn't something an ordinary person could achieve. He truly is a genius, isn't he? Sasuke was so surprised he couldn't speak. That kid has something he wants to prove and protect, Guy explained to Kakashi. So I want him to become a man who can protect this goal. Sasuke felt he gained something. I got kicked by him once and didn't die. Even Temari and Kankuro were left speechless. Meanwhile, the already eliminated Karen, who had returned to Konoha, could feel Lee's immense chakra. How could this be? She felt completely weak. This chakra felt so warm and secure. Lee, Karen murmured this name, struggling to support herself, feeling she should go take a shower. At this moment, Lee didn't know, looking at Gaara, that he wanted to prove that even without ninjutsu and jinjutsu, he could still become an excellent ninja. This is my goal. 5th gate of the 8 gates, closing gate, open. A light green chakra materialized and erupted from Lee. At this moment, Gaara was already panicking, secretly injecting a large amount of chakra into his feet to create sand. He increased his sand armor and thought, I have to quickly create a shadow clone. Lee suddenly stepped out, and the entire floor shattered. The speed was so fast that it was difficult to capture with the naked eye. Only the Byakugan and Sharingan could see Lee's movements. I hit a seemingly ordinary punch. Gaara's sand was already gathered, and Lee's punch met it head-on. Bang! The sand was scattered, and Gaara's face instantly sank in. Xiaoli charged him with a punch. I hit. Da-da-da. Everyone saw Gaara's body slowly disappearing. He had already been sent airborne by a punch. Xiaoli continued to rush towards Gaara, step by step, shattering the ground. The entire arena was filled with flying rocks, and before the stones even landed, they were kicked up again. Gaara's shadow clones were quickly destroyed. In the enraged Xiao, Li searched for Gaara's figure. Not here. Up above. Not there either. Then it must be underground. Xiao Li threw a punch downwards. The ground of the entire arena was shattered by the punch. Gaara, hiding underground, was in a state of panic. Sandwave. He formed a ball of sand to wrap himself up. Seeing this tactic, Xiao Li used several body flicker techniques to reach the weighted object he had thrown and found his claw. As everyone watched, Xiao Li remained so composed. They prayed for Gaara, thinking he let you off without using claws, and now look at the situation, it's hopeless. With spiked claws, Xiao Li unleashed a flurry of punches against Gaara's absolute defense. I hit. Da-da-da. The scattered sand flew everywhere. After several punches, a hole was made. Suddenly, Xiao Li sensed he had broken through. He threw away the claw and reached inside, grabbing Gaara's clothes, pulling him out of the ball in one swift motion. Gaara had never imagined someone could defeat him in such a manner. Xiao Li placed Gaara down on the ground. Sorry. He then punched Gaara with all his might, and Itachi, watching the fight, smirked slightly. I surrender. Boom. The ground experienced another shock, and the two of them sank several meters down. Gaara looked at himself, unharmed. For the first time, he was so close to death. He turned his head to the side, seeing Xiao Li's fist hitting the ground. He sighed in relief. I survived. Memories of his past surfaced in his mind, and being so close to death made him reflect on his life for the first time. Naruto was the first to check on Xiao Li, while also transferring some Nine-Tails chakra to help alleviate the side effects. Naruto, give Gaara some chakra. Xiao Li is done. It's my turn now. Naruto complied, passing over some chakra to help Gaara recover. Stinky Raccoon, I came here to visit today. The Nine-Tails used the principle of shadow clones to check on Shikaku, but he was thinking about helping Gaara recover mentally. Chapter 144. Dingji transforms into a butterfly Stinky Fox. What are you doing here? Shikaku saw the smug Nine-Tails outside the cage and asked, Wait, how did you get here? I come and go as I please. You don't understand anything. The Nine-Tails smirked. I'm just a clone now. I can't beat you, but I can definitely annoy you. Why can't you come out? What are you doing in the cage? Come out and let's talk. The Nine-Tails leisurely wandered outside the cage. His mocking expression left Shikaku a bit stunned. Stinky Fox, didn't you hate humans the most? How come you're getting along so well now? I don't believe it. You weren't tricked, were you? Stinky Raccoon, who the hell could trick me? The Nine-Tails declared proudly. Let me tell you the truth. Do you see this silly Jinchuriki? I raised him. I'm looking down on you, Shikaku. The Nine-Tails now looked at Shikaku through his nostrils. My Jinchuriki was raised by the standards of Hokage. Let me tell you the truth. His mother was my Jinchuriki back in the day, and his father is the 4th Hokage. The Nine-Tails gave Shikaku the impression that he had trained his father, although there were some bumps along the way. It was all in the past, so it didn't matter. In the future, this kid could also become a Hokage under my training. The Nine-Tails shook his head at Shikaku. And your kid, TSK, doesn't seem like he can make it. Stinky Fox, who are you calling incapable? Shikaku seemed ready to fight. Come out. If you have the guts, come out and fight me. I'm right here. Why are you still in the cage? I'm so tired of waiting. Will you come out or not? Stinky Fox, what are you being so arrogant for? Do you believe I will destroy Konoha? Shikaku thought this was a good opportunity to help the Sand Shinobi with a plan. Hey, come on. Who is afraid of who? Stinky Raccoon, I'm telling you. This kid is going to be Hokage in the future, and I was just worrying about not having any achievements. Once you come out, I'll take the opportunity to take you down during your invasion of Konoha. Stinky Fox, do you have some kind of scheme? I'm telling you. Don't think about tricking me. Did you finally learn to be smart, you fool? Who are you calling a fool? It's just the two of us here. Do you think I would insult myself? The Ninetales looked at Shikaku with a playful expression, as if he were looking at a fool. Shikaku was stuck in the cage, and the feeling of being unable to hit back was truly satisfying. Itachi, seeing the arena so badly damaged, also regarded this martial arts master with newfound respect, keeping a close eye on him, ensuring Sasuke would not come into conflict with him. Only the last pair remained, and Itachi directly arranged for the two to be brought to the center of the arena. Finally, it was my turn to step onto the stage. Toshi sighed, realizing he was the last one. Anyway, I have to win this match. Lord Orochimaru's task cannot fail. Sasuke had no cursed seal on him, and he and his two teammates still couldn't beat that guy. And now, with both of his teammates out of commission, Konoha was truly perilous. Itachi saw the two of them come over for the final round. Akidu Dingji versus Toshi. He waited for the two to get ready. Dingji, go for it. The barbecue is waiting for you, Dingji. Naruto shouted loudly, inviting everyone to a feast. Dingji, do your best. We'll celebrate by cooking an entire cow. This directly raised the stakes on the barbecue. An entire cow. Actually, Naruto just wanted to try and see how far Hinata's extraordinary appetite could go. Dingji's eyes lit up with fire barbecue. Seeing the enemy's fighting spirit ignited by food, Toshi looked disdainful. Tisich, stupid fat pig. The crowd fell silent. And at this moment, Toshi still had no idea what he was about to face. Oh no, he actually said that word. Everyone's minds went blank for a moment. Over the years, whenever they were together, Dingji had always been about eating. And hearing that word, after they started communicating, it would be remembered. Now, hearing a foreigner bully their own, everyone couldn't stand it. Damn it, how dare you insult us? Dingji, take him down. Do you know what it means to be full? Exactly. With all those bandages and still looking swollen. How can he act like that? That's a technique. You don't understand anything. Damn it. How dare you mock us? Take him down, Dingji. Dingji, if you don't take him down, the barbecue is gone. We've never faced such humiliation. Dingji was initially quite angry, but unexpectedly, his teammates were even angrier than he was, and they cursed Toshi from head to toe, giving him a thorough scolding. Dingji, who was usually slow to react, surprisingly calmed down after everyone had finished cursing. Toshi couldn't take it anymore and looked at the referee. Can we start? Itachi looked at the one seeking death. Go ahead. As soon as the words left his mouth, Toshi charged at Dingji. And Dingji was the kind of person who had been beaten by Naruto since he was a child. Seeing the device in Toshi's hand, based on previous battles, it should be similar, a device that produces sound or airflow, so he needed to be careful. Ninja technique. Multiplication technique. Dingji transformed himself into a ball, followed by the Konoha fluid technique. Meet bullet tank. He pulled in his limbs and head, spinning rapidly while rubbing against the ground. Dingji crush him. Charging towards Toph, Dingji suddenly dodged to the side, observing the so-called meatball war machine. Doesn't he have any control over his direction? Just charging around? Dingji seems to be trying to block their attack by plugging his ears, but the effect isn't ideal. He directly crashed into the wall. Watching his attack seem less than effective, Dingji reverted to his original form. Perhaps there were some obstacles. He then unloaded the heavy weights on him. Although they weren't as heavy as Lee's super weights, they were still quite heavy. Seeing the weights again, Toph grew wary, hoping he wouldn't encounter that kind of monster again. Sweat trickled down his forehead. Much easier now. Dingji took out a small box from his pocket and smiled at Toph. Family secret technique. Sorry about this. He picked up a green spinach pill and swallowed it. Gulp. In an instant, power surged through him. Dingji took a deep breath, enduring the pain coursing through his body. No, it can't be. Ino watched in disbelief. Chakra wings formed behind Dingji. Butterfly transformation technique. Dingji had broken through his limits. He had transformed into a butterfly. The butterfly, the boar deer butterfly, had finally emerged from its cocoon. He completed his metamorphosis so quickly. The Ninetales in the mental space said this to Naruto, while the shadow clone was still arguing with Shikaku. Huh, Dingji is that strong? Of course, he is a man willing to risk his life to protect the village. Go for it, Dingji. Chapter 145. The Buddha's palm, descending from the heavens, a pair of blue chakra wings gathered behind Dingji, causing Toph to become more cautious. Are all these Konoha people crazy? Why is a mere genin working so hard? Isn't it better to do D rank and C rank missions? What is the point of getting so strong? That kind of tangible, visible chakra doesn't look fake. I need to strike first. Toph quickly threw a few shurikens to disrupt him. Dingji simply leaped. He flew up. Impossible. Toph couldn't believe his eyes. Everyone watching was stunned. How amazing. How can he do that? He can actually fly. So incredible. Dingji, you can do it. I don't believe it. What kind of secret technique allows flying? How come the Ninjutsu Development Bureau hasn't developed anything like this? Can't they just copy it? It's so cool. Dingji looked down from above at Toph. Partial multiplication technique. Dingji suddenly enlarged his foot and stomped down. Toph quickly dodged, while Dingji kept stomping. Boom, boom, boom. With each stomp, the ground trembled, and the previously shattered ground from Lee's attack sent rocks and dust flying. After a few stomps, Toph was fine, but the ground was covered in huge footprints. This isn't good, it's too exhausting. Dingji retracted his large foot, preparing to land. Toph saw this and felt it was an opportunity. He used body flicker to appear beneath Dingji, jumping up to punch him. Dingji was unfortunately hit by Toph and flew off. Flapping his wings, he soared to the top of the tower. At this moment, the Nine Tails recalled something and asked Naruto, Naruto, do you remember the technique of the Buddha's palm descending from the heavens? Naruto's eyes widened, clearly shocked by the Nine Tails' words. This is reality. Do you think you're in a movie? Are we playing Return of the King? Just say if it looks like it. It looks like it. You're talking about that long-lost Buddha's palm, right? I wonder if Dingji can use it. I'm looking forward to it, a bit excited, watching Dingji finally move. Dingji stomped on the roof, leaping high, head first down. The speed increased faster and faster. His wings flapped continuously, adjusting his landing point toward Toph's evasion. Partial multiplication technique. Dingji stretched out his hand, his palms suddenly enlarged. He slammed it down onto the ground. Boom! The ground shook, and Toph's position was pressed down by a giant hand. The surrounding floor shattered, and the ground sank significantly. After Dingji removed his hand, he found himself right in the center of a massive handprint, seeing Toph. Toph looked as small as a fly in the palm, unaware of his fate in the pit, while medical personnel rushed over with a stretcher. He had already lost his combat ability. Itachi announced the result of the match, declaring it over, with the winner being Akimichi Dingji. Wow, Dingji, you're so strong. Yeah, that last giant handprint was incredible. There was no way to dodge it. Asuma also supported Dingji's performance in battle. Great job. Dingji, you got the all-you-can-eat barbecue. Upon hearing barbecue, Dingji immediately shouted, Yay, barbecue! He retracted his power. It hurts. Seeing this, Naruto quickly went over, offering chakra. This stuff is really useful. The medical staff pulled Toph out from the ground. It seemed he could still be saved. They arranged for a graduated genin to treat him. As those who hadn't graduated were still useless, the patient's cries were too loud, and they had to personally intervene to temporarily cut the muscles in their throats to avoid commotion. After everyone was dealt with, Orochimaru left with a smirk. His initial moves were of no use, but it seemed he had gained the greatest treasure, the future, along with Naruto and Sasuke, in the transactions of the future. He hurried back to prepare and send his teacher off. Once the unrelated personnel exited the arena, Itachi called over several who had passed the exam to explain the arrangements for the third round of the Chunin exams. The winners of this exam were Round 1, Uchiha Sasuke vs. CHJR, Sasuke wins. Round 2, Shikamaru vs. Inuzuka Shino, Shino wins. Round 3, Kankuro vs. Temari, Temari wins. Round 4, Narashikaru vs. Inuzuka Kiba, Shikamaru wins. Round 5, Kinj vs. Hyuga Niji, Niji wins. Round 6, Uzumaki Naruto vs. Ken Misumi, Naruto wins. Round 7, Gaara vs. Rock Lee, Lee wins. Round 8, Toph vs. Akimichi Dingji, Dingji wins. Except for one Sand Shinobi who voluntarily forfeited, the rest were all from Konoha. The third Hokage was very satisfied with this result, leaving the remaining matters to Itachi before departing, as there were too many important matters to waste time. Here are the participants for the third round of the Chunin exams. Congratulations to you all for passing the preliminaries. The official matches will showcase your battles to the audience. I hope each of you, as representatives of your respective countries, Itachi paused, looking at Temari before continuing, will give your all to showcase your full strength. Speaking of which, he glanced at Naruto, these two guys. Therefore, to wait for the audience's arrival, the official matches will start in a month. Everyone will have a month to prepare after passing the preliminaries, whether it's to gather intelligence or improve their strength to increase their chances in the upcoming matches. And since you don't know who your opponents are, this will test your overall strength. Anticipating your opponents and being prepared is very important. Naruto heard this and asked, Is there any difficulty? How about we all have a spar tomorrow? I can let you join in. Stop the nonsense. We're not falling for that. And you promise to have a feast. When everyone thinks of fighting, it's either being kicked to death by Shao Li, slapped to death, or worn out by Naruto. The most outrageous might be being played to death by Shikamaru. They are all from Konoha, and Konoha ninjas don't fight Konoha ninjas. Itachi continued. In this month, everyone should make good use of their time. Not just indulge in eating, drinking, and having fun, but prepare well for future battles. Sasuke asked Itachi in front of everyone. So for the official match, will you be the referee? He looked at Itachi with hope. His face flushed with excitement from having his brother watch the match. The people of Konoha looked at Sasuke, thinking, is he being so blatant about it? Itachi had no choice but to answer, yes, I will be the referee for the official match. That's great. Sasuke was overjoyed. Naruto, seeing Sasuke so happy, thought to himself, it would be great if I could face him then. Sasuke suddenly became unhappy and said, stop rambling. You smelly Naruto. Do you think I'm afraid of you? I could fight Shino too. It seems like he wants to have a match with you. At this moment, Naruto recalled Shino. Upon hearing this, Shino looked up at Sasuke and nodded slightly. Sasuke started to feel a bit insecure, thinking, I should ask my brother when I get back if the Sharingan can see through sunglasses. Everyone could finally go back and have a good rest. In Shikaku's seal, the Ninetales and Shikaku exchange barbs with the Ninetale saying, what are you looking at? Come out and fight me. I'll just stand here and let you hit me. It kept bullying Shikaku until it got too far from its main body, only to be recalled, allowing the Ninetales to enjoy itself for a while. Now, there's only 1 month left until the third round of the Chunin exams officially begins. Chapter 146. My teacher is not a pervert with a month of preparation time. Naruto still wanted to find Kakashi for some special training to improve his combat ability. After seeing Shao Li's weights, Naruto felt he needed to work even harder. Shikamaru should be easy to fight. After all, he uses his brain, and I don't. However, Shao Li also doesn't use his brain, yet he can kick Gaara out of his sand armor while wearing so much weight. With high-level taijutsu like Shadow Dance Leaf, Shao Li already seems abnormal in normal condition, not to mention after the 8 gates. Sasuke and Niji's battle didn't show much since their opponents were too weak, but it was clear that both had trump cards. The most surprising was Choji. He was really impressive this time. Now able to use Butterfly, his move, the divine palm descending from the sky, is indeed hard to deal with. The opponents are quite strong. Where's Kakashi-sensei? Naruto searched for Kakashi on the street. At that moment, it just so happened that Kakashi was with Sasuke, accompanied by Itachi, looking like they had been together for a while and were going to train. Kakashi-sensei. Itachi-senpai, where are you going? How come you didn't take me along? Naruto symbolically ignored Sasuke. Sorry, Itachi's taking a break today, so we're going to do special training for Sasuke, which won't help you at all, Kakashi said apologetically to Naruto, while Itachi looked at Naruto, feeling that this world is really wonderful. The once young boy has grown so fast, but who made him have a family? Now is a good opportunity to win over Kakashi. Kakashi and Itachi are doing special training for Sasuke, and Naruto, looking at Sasuke, said disdainfully, huh? How is Sasuke better than me? Why do you have to go train him? I want to join. Huh? Who is worse than you? What's going to train my Sharingan? Why are you butting in? Sasuke retorted, also glancing at his brother. My brother has 3 tomo. Itachi looked at the earnest Naruto and realized he seemed unaware of any information about the future. In his memory, Naruto trained with Jiraiya for 3 years, became his disciple, and avoided the pursuit of tailed beasts. Since it's destined, he might as well push it a bit. Sorry, Naruto, we really are going to help Sasuke train his Sharingan, and we had no choice but to borrow Kakashi-sensei. However, if you want a really good teacher, you can go check out the Konoha bathhouse. That is all the information I can provide, so we're leaving now. Goodbye, Naruto. Itachi said this while taking the 2 away, as if afraid of something. At this moment, Naruto reacted and shouted loudly, Hey, Konoha bathhouse. Everyone on the street was looking at Naruto, making him feel particularly awkward. But who is Naruto? He quickly came up with a countermeasure. He said to the people around, Sorry, just now my shadow clone reported that there seems to be a spy at the Konoha bathhouse. I was so surprised, sorry about that. After this forced explanation, Naruto headed towards the Konoha bathhouse. The Ninetales watched this scene with amusement, not expecting the two would meet in such a way. It thought it would have to remind them. At the Konoha bathhouse, after walking for a while, Naruto arrived. Where's the teacher? Naruto looked at the entrance of the bathhouse and muttered, These people only say half of everything. It's really annoying. Naruto cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted loudly, Teacher, where are you? Teacher, come out quickly. Shoo, don't shout. At that moment, a voice came out, and Naruto turned around in circles before finally spotting Jiraiya. Hey, old man, have you seen my teacher around here? Naruto's question left Jiraiya dumbfounded. Jiraiya thought to himself that he hadn't seen any teacher during his long time at the Konoha bathhouse. What teacher? Just that kind of... Naruto hesitated, looking at the greasy old man in front of him, feeling that he couldn't explain anything to him. How could an ordinary person understand what a ninja teacher is? Ah, forget it. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand, sorry old man. After saying this, Naruto continued to shout, looking for his teacher. Jiraiya covered Naruto's mouth, saying, Stop shouting, kid. Who told you to come here to look for a teacher? Sasuke's brother, Uchiha Itachi. Why are you asking these things? Let go of me. I still need to find my teacher. Teacher, where are you? Itachi? Jiraiya felt that his peaceful life was being disturbed. Stop shouting. You little brat. The teacher you're looking for might be me. Jiraiya wasn't even sure himself, but it felt like he was sold out by Itachi. Huh? This old man is the teacher I'm looking for? Are you strong? Now someone is questioning my strength? When I reveal my name, you'll know how rude your attitude was. Jiraiya bit his finger, quickly forming seals, summoning technique. With a bang, thud, thud, thud. You asked a good question. I am the sage of Mount Myaboku, also known as the Toad Sage. Here I am. Huh? Sage? Sage? So you're my teacher? Not yet. I don't want to be disturbed while collecting materials. Collecting materials? Here, I'm a famous writer. I'm going to write a novel. Jiraiya took out his famous work, Aika Paradise, for Naruto to see. This book. This book is the one Kakashi-sensei often reads. You know this book? Seeing Naruto's reaction, Jiraiya secretly laughed, not expecting my book to be so famous. Isn't that just an improper novel? I remember they said before that books like this shouldn't be made. How is a writer like you still alive? Jiraiya didn't quite understand what he meant by saying such books shouldn't be made. What do you mean by collecting materials? It turns out you just came to peep at women bathing. Naruto sternly criticized Jiraiya, showing him no mercy, with the cape of justice billowing behind him. The women in the bathhouse heard someone outside peeping and talking so loudly, a pervert. They quickly began looking for something to cover themselves. Idiot, idiot, idiot. Don't be so loud. The peeping has been exposed. You lecherous sage. I definitely don't want a teacher like you. If you dare to peek again, don't blame me for not respecting the elderly and loving the young. What lecherous? I'm not just a pervert. I get creative inspiration from peeping to write good works. TCH, a pervert is a pervert. What is the point of being so righteous? It's still peeping. By the way, old man, you haven't had a girlfriend, have you? Is that why you resort to such methods to find inspiration? Those words shocked Jiraiya. He indeed had never been in a relationship. Naruto turned away, ignoring him, showing the word justice to Jiraiya, saying, I'm from the Konoha Guard. Don't peek anymore, or I'll catch you. He then turned back and shouted loudly, Teacher, where are you, teacher? The combination of the cape and the child's silhouette made Jiraiya serious. This kid looked so much like Minato. Hey, stop shouting. I told you I'm the teacher you're looking for. Chapter 147, The Fox Spirit's Cloak. Here's one for you. Hey, stop shouting. I told you I'm the teacher you're looking for. Jiraiya stopped Naruto, and all the lower ninjas in Konoha wore such capes. Honestly, that silhouette didn't prove much, but Jiraiya was quite curious about what Naruto had said earlier. And what you said about not letting them make this kind of book, what is that about? Hearing this, Naruto felt this old man had quite a keen observation. He pointed his thumb at himself, with simple and powerful words. Konoha Cultural Creation Group. Mine, got it? Jiraiya was completely stunned. He had been thinking about using his looks to get a collaboration, but now he encountered a brat who claimed the Konoha Cultural Creation Group was his. Yours? You are Uzumaki Naruto. This time, Naruto's name shocked Jiraiya. Jiraiya had been gathering information in Konoha and already knew that Danzo had become a worker, working at the Konoha Cultural Creation Group, with a former third Hokage and a Naruto leading the group. Uzumaki Naruto, who established a Naruto teaching group in his childhood, created various organizations in a short time, and his abilities were comparable to the second Hokage, effectively upgrading the ninja training system in Konoha several levels. There was also a dark line for external operations, which was this Konoha Cultural Creation Group. Just a few days ago, he learned its true name in a casual chat with the old man, the Ninja Technique Development Deception Bureau. No wonder they had Danzo stationed there. Reflecting on all this, Jiraiya gradually calmed down. Since that's the case, then it's easy to handle. I used to be the greatest literary master, Jiraiya the Great. Jiraiya? That sounds a bit familiar. but don't mock me for being a literary master. The Konoha Cultural Creation Group is mine, and I have more than one literary master under me, you know? That Fujimura Taro, the most popular writer in the entire ninja world, you understand? Seeing that his name didn't seem to hold much weight, Jiraiya couldn't hold back anymore. I'm Jiraiya the Great, one of the legendary three. The term one of the legendary three gave Naruto a bit of an impression, the one with Orochimaru. Recalling the fear brought by Orochimaru, it was still that old man who resolved it. This greasy, lecherous sage was on par with Orochimaru. So what were you doing with the toad sage earlier? After both were shocked by each other, they fell into silence, feeling inexplicably awkward. Finally, Naruto spoke up, I'm here to find a teacher. Oh, this isn't a place to talk. Let us change locations. Hurry up and follow me. Jiraiya jumped away. His serious demeanor made Naruto sigh. Although he's a pervert. He's so cool. Is this the charm of a middle-aged uncle? When Naruto caught up, he felt that this route seemed a bit off. Get lost. You lecherous old man. After saying that, he heard a slap sound. Naruto saw Jiraiya coming out of a dessert shop with a lady, rubbing his face. Miss, your voluptuous bosom captivated me, making me stop in my tracks, and I couldn't help but record the beauty of life on this journey. Pervert. He got slapped again and angrily walked away. Really, the women in this village are still so strong-willed. After Naruto heard Jiraiya's muttering, he seemed to see his past self. He had carelessly exposed his fear of ghosts and was used by Shikamaru. Now he felt like he had a chance. Lecherous sage, hurry up. You don't like strong-willed women, right? I have one. In my whole life, I've never seen a target so suitable for performing forbidden techniques. Jiraiya wasn't shy about being seen in such a situation and led Naruto into the forest, finding a spacious area. Jiraiya said seriously to Naruto, you little brat. I don't take on apprentices casually. He opened his arms generously and said to Naruto, I want to test your strength. Come on, attack me with all your might. Ha ha. Over the years, you're only the second person who made me go all out. You better be careful. Naruto was still contemplating whether to take him down in one move or take a few moves first. Might as well be direct. Sasuke was busy training, and he couldn't waste time. Then I'm sorry. Fox Spirit-S cloak, hand signs, multiple shadow clone technique. This move stunned Jiraiya. He could truly use Nine-Tails-Chakra freely. Boom, 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 every reverse Naruto. Super harem technique, daily gathering of beauties. In an instant, the entire world changed color, and all the Narutos were enveloped in mist, which lingered for a long time. Lord Jiraiya, take a look at me. One slender finger pointed at her mouth corner. A pair of pink lips shimmering enticingly. A delicate face looking pitiful, and a proud pair of mountains standing before him, the white peaks covered by the green clouds. Appearing noble and mysterious, deep and natural. Lord Jiraiya, how do I look? This was a playful little maid, dressed in black and white lace that seemed fashionable and substantial, with exquisite black high heels revealing delicate toes, while the voice's owner looked at him affectionately, as if waiting for a master to come home, a devout maid. No more fluff, skipping 10,000 words. The women Jiraiya had seen in his life might not compare to any of these here, except Tsunade. Ha! This scene is truly wonderful, simply a gift from heaven. Jiraiya laughed heartily, spraying blood from his nose and collapsing. What a super big pervert, Naruto commented while looking at the smiling Jiraiya. In the distance, Ebisu, assigned by Kakashi, was accidentally injured. Naruto was sent by Itachi, and Ebisu was assigned by Kakashi. However, Ebisu was still a bit unaccustomed to the fox spirit and didn't take the initiative to find Naruto. Naruto directly went to the Konoha bathhouse, and after some trouble, followed him over, only to be accidentally injured. This might be the most memorable injury of his life. When Jiraiya recovered, he changed his usual demeanor and became serious. You can now freely use Nine-Tails-Chakra? Jiraiya asked solemnly, though he didn't know how Naruto did it. He still needed to clarify things before deciding on the key issue. Of course, I could use it when I was in 3rd grade. Besides, who in Konoha doesn't know about it now? The Naruto training camp, points exchange, the Kaibai cloak, everyone has one. What's there to be surprised about? Jiraiya was a bit puzzled. The key is in my hand. How did you just use it casually? This is the 8-trigram seal. A seal created by stacking 2 4-symbol seals cannot contain half of the Nine-Tails-Chakra. It seems that Minato might have left some leeway. While Jiraiya was still pondering, Naruto handed him a ball of chakra, saying, Here, I've given you a portion of the Nine-Tails-Chakra, so you can use the Kai by cloak in critical moments. How about that? I'm amazing, right? Hee. Jiraiya, feeling the warm Nine-Tails chakra, was stunned. It seems I should teach him the summoning technique. Chapter 148. The key to the Nine-Tail Seal. Jiraiya felt the Nine-Tails chakra, realizing he could also have a one-tail kai by cloak and from his own experience. That foxtail was quite easy to control, swaying back and forth. I didn't expect you could already control the Nine-Tails chakra. I didn't expect you to control it so skillfully. It's just a giveaway from the vegetable vendor. What's so special about it? Isn't it just about having hands? Jiraiya looked at the calm Naruto and realized he must have mastered the Nine-Tails chakra. Was this Minato's ability or Kushina's? How could such a small child develop this on his own without a teacher? Truly astonishing talent. Well, next I'm going to teach you a special move. A special move? How special is it? This uncle isn't just talking nonsense, right? Is a special move without a name really a special move? Is it that embarrassing? This special move. Jiraiya was also confused. What is wrong with this kid? How'd he grow up this big? A special move is a special move. If it's useless, ask less. If you ask again, I'll hit you. You can use 2 types of chakra, so you should unleash your chakra freely. Practice using chakra and enhancing chakra. That way, the ninjutsu and special moves you can use will increase. Like what special move? Always talking about a special move. Just tell me the name. The summoning technique. One of the space-time ninjutsu that allows you to sign a contract with any living creature using blood and summon them at any time. Wow, is it that powerful? Space-time ninjutsu sounds really impressive. Hurry up and teach me, quick. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. After teasing Naruto's appetite, Jiraiya felt it was time to demonstrate and prove that this was indeed a special move. First, I will demonstrate it, so pay close attention. After saying that, he bit his right thumb, drawing a symbol on his left hand. Naruto raised his hand to interrupt Jiraiya. Can I prepare my own blood in advance? Like using a bottle similar to eye drops or something? Just to clarify, I'm not afraid of pain. Just afraid that my wound will be exploited by the enemy using poison or something. Naruto's comment brought Jiraiya back to memories of the Second Great Ninja War and the legendary Sannin, Hanzo the Salamander. That seems reasonable. But is this really the time to think about that? Any questions can wait until after. If you interrupt me again, you're dead. Now watch my hand seals. Jiraiya slowed down so Naruto could see the hand seal sequence clearly, then slapped his left hand on the ground. Summoning technique. With a bang, after a puff of smoke, a large toad wearing a round loyalty symbol around its neck appeared. Frog Z. Frog Z is the toad Jiraiya often summons, entirely yellow with green stripes, and has been hanging out with Jiraiya for years. Frog Z extended a contract scroll from its mouth and handed it to Naruto. Wow, so impressive. Naruto took the contract scroll with both hands. Looking at it, it was as big as the Book of Seals. It must be a very precious scroll. Open the scroll. That SR generation's old contract with the toads. Write your name in blood and press all your fingerprints below it. Next, concentrate chakra at the place you wish to summon it and place your hand that signed the contract. The seals are in Yu Shan Wei. Naruto slowly unfolded the scroll. Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Jiraiya, Minato. Am I the fourth? Naruto bit his finger and wrote his name on the scroll. Vortex, NAR. No more blood. Bite again. Person. Then he got blood on all 5 fingers and pressed it on the scroll. That should do it. Jiraiya watched Naruto's actions and thought about the earlier question. I shouldn't have trusted him. What is reasonable about that? With this physique, what is there to worry about poison? Just blow it away, and you might even win a prize. Naruto, worried that he didn't have enough blood, bit again and made the hand seals. Najutsu, summoning technique. With a bang, a long, large scroll toad appeared. It was Frog Tora. Seeing this, the Nine-Tails was no longer sleepy. This old man was waiting for this. Naruto, this toad is the key to this old man's seal. First, take the key, but you'll need to fully unlock it later. Naruto was a bit confused. How could the key to the Nine-Tails seal be in the hands of the perverted sage? What connection could there be? Because he had been with the Nine-Tails since he was little, Naruto knew that this seal somewhat hindered his communication with the Nine-Tails. However, the Nine-Tails had never said anything about unsealing, and Naruto didn't ask because he knew that even if he did, the Nine-Tails wouldn't say. But now the key was right in front of him. Why not just unlock it directly? Naruto kept his doubts to himself because he knew his grandfather wouldn't do anything meaningless. Hey, Jiraiya, why did you call me over? When Jiraiya saw Frog Tora, he was also stunned. Did this kid progress so quickly? Does he want to lift the Nine-Tails seal? He shouldn't know about the key, right? Could he know? The way he acted before didn't seem like someone with ulterior motives. Jiraiya's brain started to heat up. Just a coincidence. What kind of scheming could Minato's child have? Frog Tora, I didn't summon you. This kid did. When Naruto heard Jiraiya's introduction, he looked at Frog Tora and proudly introduced himself. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, the future Hokage. This time, I truly summoned you here. Naruto, are you Minato-esque kid? Oh, I'm Frog Tora. What did you summon me for? Seeing Frog Tora there, Jiraiya thought. Since he is here, let us directly try to unlock the seal. Frog Tora, Naruto is already able to use the Nine-Tails-Chakra. Since you're here, let us try unlocking the seal. Consider it future training. Unlock the seal? Frog Tora approached Naruto, exposing its belly and lifting its clothing. Naruto followed suit but said, Can you give me the key to unlock the seal? I'll unlock it myself later. You shut up first, and we'll talk after the testing is done. Frog Tora stared at Naruto's belly. Then I'll begin. With his palm against Naruto's belly, he used chakra, and the seal on Naruto's belly began to show. Frog Tora gently turned his hand, and the seal was slightly lifted. Ha, it's so itchy. The Nine-Tails Chakra actually didn't leak out. Frog Tora lifted it a bit more. A little. Hey, don't completely unlock my seal. Naruto's words finally stopped Frog Tora, who almost completely unlocked it. Jiraiya watched Naruto, who seemed unbothered. Is this half of the Nine-Tails really so easy to control? Naruto, try using the Nine-Tails power now. Chapter 149. The identity of the fourth Hokage's son. Is it time to use the Nine-Tails power now? Naruto instantly called upon the chakra of the Nine-Tails, a skill honed through years of training by his grandfather. When tired or exhausted, he would use the Nine-Tails. With more chakra, he could control more. The Nine-Tails felt that its living conditions had improved as well. The space around them had expanded, and the environment was no longer so dark. The Nine-Tails felt like its home had been upgraded. Naruto directly activated the four-tailed demon fox cloak, managing to maintain his sanity instead of losing consciousness. And he realized he could control the four tails. With four tails, Naruto transformed them into hands, smashing the ground and playing a game of rock, paper, scissors. Just as easy to control as his own hands. The four-tailed Naruto smiled slightly at Jiraiya. Hey, Jiraiya, Naruto has been possessed by the Nine-Tails, exclaimed Fukasaku, quickly hiding to avoid Naruto's gaze. Jiraiya, feeling there was no real danger, hurriedly pulled out a sealing talisman from his pocket. It's fine, don't worry, it's me. The chakra of the Nine-Tails around Naruto intensified. With his limbs on the ground, he felt like his bones had changed, though his hands had transformed into forelimbs. Having 4 extra hands felt like it made him stronger. Naruto decided to test a jutsu with his tails, multiple shadow, cloned jutsu. Nothing happened. Jiraiya watched the silly kid acting goofy and thought he needed to teach him properly. Who uses chakra to seal chakra? That's what the teacher taught. After shouting, Naruto regretted it and quietly retracted the demon fox cloak. No, it should be called the tailed beast cloak now. Who told him to become the four-tailed beast and lose his human form? Ha, so it doesn't work. Feeling relieved that the danger was over, Fukasaku returned. Now I can give you the key. My mission is complete. It's great. Fukasaku looked at Jiraiya, who stamped the scroll, and Naruto returned to his original form. The feeling of power from the tailed beast cloak finally made Naruto understand his grandfather's previous words. A real ninja doesn't seal chakra. He just uses a big tail attack, and no one should be able to block it. If they can't, he can give them another ball with his tail. Naruto, come here. Jiraiya called the dazed Naruto over to stamp the scroll. Naruto, not understanding what to do, asked how. Gather chakra in your 5 fingers and stamp it here. Isn't that simple? After following the instructions, Fukasaku prepared to give Naruto the key. Naruto, open your mouth wider. Huh, not quite understanding. Naruto hesitated, but eventually chose to comply, opening his mouth wide. Here I come. Inserting. Fukasaku dashed toward Naruto's mouth, climbing in. Huh, finally swallowed it. Naruto felt something was off. I just ate a toad. I'm going to die. He rolled on the ground, clutching his throat and stomach. Jiraiya watched Naruto's training progress so smoothly and thought it was time to prepare for the next step tomorrow. This kid was improving too quickly, throwing off his teaching plan. He had never seen anyone so outrageous. Hey, are you dead? If not, get up. Let's go soak in a hot spring. Training isn't just about hard work. Relaxation is good for your body too. Those words made Naruto feel alive, as if nothing was wrong. Oh, Naruto got up from the ground and looked at Jiraiya. What just happened? Jiraiya interrupted, as if he had known all along. It's fine, you won't die, don't worry. This kid is great, but he causes so much trouble. Such a drama queen. Naruto finally felt relieved and looked at Jiraiya, who was ready to leave. He brushed off the dirt from his clothes and followed. On the way, he thought about soaking in the hot spring, and he felt happy. It turned out this perverted sage knew how to enjoy the springs too. While soaking in a hot spring, Jiraiya drank a bit of alcohol, soaking alongside Fukasaku. He wondered if Sasuke was having such a comfortable training experience as well. That night, after parting ways with Jiraiya, Naruto returned home. Lying in bed, he reflected on the day's events and felt fulfilled. The Nine Tails called Naruto over after seeing him separate from Jiraiya. Naruto, come here. The Nine Tails used its tail to create a comfortable position for Naruto. Lying on the Nine Tails' tail, Naruto awaited the conversation. Such formal talks usually indicated significant matters. Naruto, I've raised you for many years. Are you happy? The Nine Tails' words made Naruto feel as if they were about to part. Even though it didn't say so, Naruto had a premonition. What's wrong, grandfather? Don't scare me. It's nothing. How have you been over the years? Tell me. Naruto began to recall the years with the Nine Tails. With it by his side, his life was no longer gray, no longer raining or cold, but displayed different colors, and he had more friends and bonds, gaining recognition from many people. QBI. I'm very happy. Ha, that's good, that's good. I've been planning something for many years, but haven't told you until now. I feel it's time to share this long-hidden secret with you. Naruto always knew the Nine Tails had something on its mind, but never asked. He was afraid of losing this family member. I am one of the nine-tailed beasts that have existed for thousands of years. Later, I was captured and sealed by Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha within the first Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Mito, who was the wife of the first Hokage. After Mito died, I was transferred to your mother, Uzumaki Kushina. My mother? This was the first time Naruto heard his mother's name. Yes, Naruto, your surname actually comes from your mother. The Uzumaki clan, a clan with exceptionally strong chakra, masters of the strongest sealing techniques in the ninja world. And your father is the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato. The fourth Hokage? Namake's Minato? This name seemed familiar. He had seen it in the summoning contract scroll. The fourth Hokage is my dad. Naruto's emotions were very complex. He found it hard to believe his identity and doubted the Nine Tails was telling the truth. How could he possibly be the son of the fourth Hokage? After a long while, Naruto finally accepted this fact. He was the son of the fourth Hokage. When Kushina was pregnant with you after giving birth, there was a period when the seal on the Jinchuriki was weak. During that time, bad people learned about it, forcibly unsealed me, and controlled me, causing havoc in Konoha. So now you know why I hate the Uchiha so much. Was it someone from the Uchiha who controlled you? Not from the village. However, he was once part of the village. Later, your father drove him away, and in order to reseal me, both your parents died in battle. Grandfather, you had such a tragic fate, and so did my parents. They were also hunted down by enemies. The Nine Tails looked at Naruto, seemingly pleased that this child hadn't caught on to the issues within the story. This is the whole process of what happened back then. Take a look. The Nine Tails directly gave Naruto a treasured memory with edits. Damn that masked man. Don't let me run into you again. Your father couldn't even meet him. And you're still a long way off. Just focus on your training. Didn't you promise Jiraiya? The special training continues tomorrow. Old man, I can't sleep. Hearing this, the Nine Tails used its tail to put Naruto to sleep. It gently closed Naruto's eyes with its tail. Chapter 150. Practicing special techniques after a night without incident. Naruto got up early for breakfast. Hinata had already finished her breakfast and came to find Naruto. Before the Chunin exams, Team 8's Shino needed to prepare. And since the numbers were incomplete, Kurenai didn't arrange any tasks, giving them a chance to improve themselves. Originally, Hinata had come to find Naruto yesterday, but couldn't find him after searching for a long time. So she decided to wait for him at his house today and arrived early. Naruto. Upon hearing the voice, Naruto immediately responded, Hinata, it's really you. He rushed to the door without a second thought. Coming quickly, he brought Hinata inside, and after arranging some snacks for her, he continued eating breakfast, finding it much more enjoyable with Hinata there. Why you? Don't stare at me like that, okay? Sorry, I don't know why my eyes are acting up. Can I help it? Outside, Jiraiya was waiting to take Naruto for training, but with a situation like this, it seemed that if he didn't step in, the two might end up on a date somewhere. Jiraiya had no choice but to go find Naruto and bring him out to train. After some introductions, the result was that both of them were brought out. Since Naruto had already learned the summoning technique, Jiraiya had him practice forming hand seals and continue practicing the summoning technique until he could accurately summon the toad he wanted. Summoning technique. Ribbit. A toad the size of a palm appeared. Summoning technique. Hey, a toad greeted Naruto. Summoning technique. What do you want me for? Where's this? Summoning technique. Ribbit. I'm still a kid, and now I'm being dragged in a battle? Summoning technique. Tadpole. Summoning technique, tadpole. After several attempts at summoning tadpoles, a group of toads looked at each other, then at Naruto practicing the summoning technique. They started gambling among themselves, betting on whether the next toad Naruto summoned would have hands. How did he summon us? Is he lucky, or are we just unlucky? Ribbit, ribbit. Hinata watched Naruto practice the summoning technique from the side, constantly commenting, "It must hurt to bite your fingers all the time." Hearing this, Jiraiya thought to himself, "This little girl really cares about Naruto, huh? Naruto has found a good girl." Hinata shouted at Naruto, "Stop biting your fingers. Isn't it better to cut your fingers with a kunai?" Upon hearing this, Naruto took a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and made a cut on his finger. It seemed a bit better than biting. Seeing Hinata staring at Naruto practice, Jiraiya thought that as a teacher, he couldn't just stand by. "Hinata, Naruto is training over there. You can't just keep watching him." Hinata's face turned red upon hearing this. "Jiraiya-sama, I." Seeing Hinata so shy, Jiraiya decided to redirect her attention. "How about this? 1 is teaching, and 2 are teaching. Do you want to train with Naruto under my guidance?" "Okay." Hinata obediently nodded. "All right, give it your all and attack me. Let me see your strength. Are we testing combat?" Hinata became serious. "Is Jiraiya-sama going to teach me?" "Byakugan." Veins bulged around Hinata's eyes, and Jiraiya looked at her eyes, realizing that at such a young age, she could use Byakugan, which was quite impressive. Hinata used a Tai Chi starting stance, her hands charged with chakra from Gentle Fist. Any contact would cause damage, and combined with Tai Chi's defense, it was like the strongest contradiction. Hinata stepped forward. Although it was a charge, her movements were rhythmic and not chaotic at all. A chopping palm was easily countered by Jiraiya. While the palm technique could be countered, the chakra accompanying the Gentle Fist was not so easily dismissed. Jiraiya unintentionally took a hidden hit. Not blocking, he simply dodged and stepped aside, repeatedly evading Hinata's attacks. Hinata had a 360-degree view and saw Jiraiya's movements perfectly. She changed her offensive strategy, shifting from fierce attacks to a continuous, gentle rain of strikes, maintaining a coherent and orderly attack while having backup plans for dodging. Unexpectedly, Hinata's offense changed so quickly that Jiraiya, relying on his physical techniques, found it disadvantageous to engage in direct combat with her. Any contact would cause injury, and not engaging made it impossible to attack. It seemed that Hinata's attacks could arrive first with endless variations. However, there was a significant physical gap between Hinata and Jiraiya. Jiraiya, relying on his larger body, tried to use his long arms against her shorter reach. Hinata countered with Wing Chun's intercepting fist, targeting Jiraiya's forearm or upper arm, leaving him alarmed. "Stop. All right, I admit defeat. The Gentle Fist techniques are truly profound." Jiraiya generously acknowledged that he was not as good as Hinata. Upon seeing this, Naruto lost interest in his practice, and after a long time of watching with a group of toads, he began to mock Jiraiya after Hinata's victory. "Perverted sage, haha. I didn't expect your martial arts to be lacking too." One small toad also started to mock Ribbit. Ribbit. Nearby, another toad, relishing the drama, said, "He said you've wasted your life. Your hair has turned white." Jiraiya replied, "When you learned Sage Mode, your attack method was quite similar to hers. But you don't have the finesse she has." "Exactly. Always bragging about being the Toad Sage. But the Sage was defeated." "TCH, what do you all know? I'm not a martial arts expert. My strongest point is ninjutsu. All right?" To regain face, Jiraiya directly used a Doton Earth Wall to test Hinata's attack power. "Hinata, let's continue testing. We've finished the martial arts test. Now, let's see your strongest technique. Do you have any one-hit kill special moves?" "A special move?" Hinata had a few, but if it wasn't a martial arts technique, there was only one. "8 trigrams palm." Then she lightly jumped back and performed an Iron Mountain lean against the nearly broken earth wall. In 2 rounds, the earth wall shattered into pieces. If Byakugan were here, it would see that both of Hinata's moves incorporated Gentle Fist. At the points of contact, chakra exploded against the earth wall, allowing her to control chakra freely from any point in her body, which is the Hyuga clan's ability. Looking at the pile of rubble that was once the earth wall, Hinata extended her tender hand and gathered a chakra sphere. Jiraiya was almost going crazy staring at the Rasengan in Hinata's hand. This little girl has already become this strong? Hinata flipped her palm and slammed it against the ruins. She gracefully performed a backflip and landed skillfully, releasing her Byakugan state, looking at Jiraiya. Naruto, Jiraiya, and all the toads were left with their mouths agape. The former ruins of the earth wall now left not a trace, transformed into a large pit. "Jiraiya-sensei." Just as she wanted to report that she had finished her demonstration, she felt shy under everyone's gaze. I'm done. Hinata worried that she might come off as violent and feared leaving a bad impression on Naruto. Hinata, you're amazing. Naruto said he also used his hands to create a Rasengan and smashed it down in an open area. After comparing the results, it turned out to be smaller than Hinata's. Chapter 151. The fleeting month Jiraiya was watching the two of them discussing the power of Rasengan, unable to calm down for a long time. How did you learn the Rasengan? Upon hearing this, Hinata thought Jiraiya would snatch away her technique just like the third Hokage did. She tugged at Naruto's clothes, and Naruto moved in front of Hinata, saying, "This is something we developed together, evolved from my dad Hayashi's technique. However, I once demonstrated it to Kakashi-sensei, and he said it was called Rasengan. Since you, pervy sage, know about Rasengan, does that mean you learned it from the fourth Hokage?" Naruto was already aware that the fourth Hokage was his dad, and that Rasengan was a ninjutsu developed by him, making him quite happy. After being questioned, Jiraiya also told the truth, admitting that it was indeed developed together with the fourth Hokage, but he said it was an incomplete technique. I knew it. Naruto felt proud inside, thinking this is my dad's technique. So, have you developed it? Not yet. Hearing that he hadn't developed it, Naruto calmly said, "Just watch me." Demon Fox Cloak. Rasengan. Naruto increased his chakra output, creating a big Rasengan. The sphere in his hand grew more than twice its size. Jiraiya was amazed to see that Naruto could condense such a massive amount of chakra into a high-density Rasengan. Naruto smashed it down on the ground. The moment the big Rasengan touched the ground, it expanded, boom. The ground within about 10 meters around was struck by the big Rasengan. Naruto is amazing. Hinata kept praising him, realizing that increasing the chakra in the Rasengan could make it so powerful. The other toads started croaking, feeling that this person was very strong. Jiraiya never expected that the Rasengan could become so destructive by increasing chakra output. Not finished yet. Super big Rasengan. Naruto condensed a super big Rasengan that was several times larger than the big Rasengan, looking at the toads, which scared them all, causing them to cancel their summoning and return to Mount Mayaboku. Naruto then looked at Jiraiya and said, "I won't demonstrate this one. I still need to practice my summoning technique." After seeing Naruto show off, Jiraiya finally understood why Naruto was initially so indifferent to the ultimate techniques. He didn't lack that kind of thing. The ninjutsu development department should indeed belong to this kid. How could chakra and ideas combine so wonderfully? Thinking of this, Jiraiya remembered his book and began seeking collaboration with Naruto. This was no small matter. After practicing for a while with Hinata, Naruto prepared to go back to eat as it was almost noon. As a well-known entrepreneur in Konoha, he had opened a hot pot restaurant with his friends long ago. With fresh ingredients, top-notch service, and unique flavor hot pot, it became a popular spot for merchants visiting Konoha. Previously, they sold secret recipes, but now they were directly growing and strengthening their business. He treated Jiraiya and Hinata to a meal, and in the afternoon, he arranged for Jiraiya to collaborate with the Konoha Cultural and Creative Group. With Hinata by his side, Naruto felt he couldn't waste his time like this, even though they hadn't had a proper date since morning. But it wasn't too late now. They started shopping in Konoha's commercial street, and all the shop owners looked at Naruto bringing a girl, greeting them warmly. Because you never know which foot you step out with. You might get taken away by the Konoha guard for being a spy. These merchants had the best instincts when they saw Naruto with a girl. They showered him with compliments and gifts. "Hey, Naruto, come check this out. Naruto, over here, take whatever you like, it's on me. Is this your girlfriend? What does the young lady want to try?" They spoke so much that Hinata felt dizzy from all the shopping. Hinata actually didn't like this kind of environment. She preferred to quietly stay with Naruto, enjoying the feeling of being close to each other. Even now, as long as she could be by Naruto's side, she was genuinely happy. Hinata tightly held Naruto's hand, savoring the feeling of being blessed by others. Afterward, Naruto took Hinata to watch a movie, had dinner, and finally sent her home, just as he saw Fugaku coming out of the Hyuga house. The moment Fugaku saw Naruto, he immediately recognized him. "Naruto Uzumaki? My son Sasuke has mentioned you several times." "Oh, are you Sasuke's father?" "Hello, uncle. Thank you for taking care of Sasuke at school." Naruto thought about his care and didn't dare to continue talking with Fugaku, hastily exchanging a few words before leaving. What bad luck, running into Sasuke's dad at the Hyuga house. What was he doing there? Actually, Fugaku wanted to take the opportunity of the Chunin exams to recommend Sasuke's potential to Hayashi Hyuga. With the double Sharingan, Kakashi as a mentor, and Naruto as a friend. Wouldn't it be good for the two kids to get a chance during the Chunin exams? Hayashi didn't agree, but only said he could take Hanabi to see. Fugaku was satisfied with this, and when he saw Naruto leaving, he wanted to express how Naruto's influence kept Sasuke motivated to work hard. But unexpectedly, the kid just ran off. Naruto hurried home, feeling relieved that he escaped quickly. Otherwise, if his dad found out, it might have been bad. Having tricked Sasuke too many times, what if he slipped up? The other party was still a police officer, so it was better to leave. In the following days, Naruto spent his time training ninjutsu, dating Hinata, and handling matters related to the Uzumaki clan. Watching the existing funds continuously grow, having so much money became a headache for Naruto. Money isn't always better. It's just a tool to make all Konoha ninjas stronger. Investment in training schools costs money, and the ninjutsu developed afterward also requires funding. Now Danzo was doing quite well, and the financial reports looked good. Naruto began to think about spending money, allocating some to the ninjutsu development department to research a technique similar to the butterfly technique. Why can others fly, but we can't? He also allocated some to the Konoha hospital to ensure that Uzumaki Karen was well taken care of, providing her with good food and drink while letting her learn medical ninjutsu. The food for the combat troops also needed improvement. The soldier pills would gradually be phased out. Additionally, the Konoha Guard needed a significant portion of the budget. The entire Konoha would be equipped with surveillance. The defensive capabilities need to be maximized. I don't care who you are. Unless you can turn invisible, you can't escape my surveillance. These are all one-time allocations. Spending slowly isn't enough. A sustainable spending project needs to be established to release more missions and enhance overall strength. During the preliminary rounds of the Chunin exams, seeing so many flashy ninja tools from the Sound Ninja Village, Naruto felt this was a great way to spend money on development. Ninja tools can easily elevate a low-ranked ninja's attack capabilities, providing more means to become stronger without being overly complicated. The first project would be to develop valuable ninja tools. They could look for legitimate ideas from the deception department and implement them using ninja tools. It seemed like the second Hokage's goal of the Raijin sword was lost. Publish missions, offer bounties, and legendary artifacts. As long as the ninja tools are useful, missions can be submitted. First, spend money to buy them back, then research further and produce more. Who cares about legendary artifacts? Just create them. Chapter 152, Sasuke vs. Shino. At the entrance of Konoha, as important figures from various countries arrived, sedan chairs stopped one by one for inspection, lining up to pass through. With the influx of people into the village, it began to grow increasingly lively. The third Hokage watched the sedan chairs stop in front of various stalls, observing how they spent money, feeling that Konoha was thriving. The Chunin exams were finally about to begin. In the morning, Naruto dressed in a cool outfit, donned a righteous cloak, tied on his forehead protector, and set off early to the venue. The third match of the Chunin exams took place in a circular arena, surrounded by high stands for spectators, while the central circular area was where the ninjas would battle. Naruto looked at the stands beside him, thinking that showcasing his strength in such a place would surely earn him more recognition. The third Hokage stood at the highest point of the stands, waiting for the arrival of the Kazekage. After a while, once everyone had arrived, he stood at the railing of the stands and addressed the crowd. Dear guests, I sincerely thank you for coming to Konoha to watch the Chunin selection exams. Next, we will have the 8 candidates who passed the preliminary rounds participate in the official selection matches. Please enjoy the show. The Kazekage looked down and saw only 7 ninjas from Konoha and Shino. Even Gaara had not passed the preliminaries. He wondered if coming here was a mistake. Indeed, the Sand Village's lower ninjas had embarrassed their village. However, did Konoha really need to invite him to watch the matches when they were practically monopolizing the event? After hearing the third Hokage's words, Itachi pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket, which contained the matchups. They were Sasuke versus Shino, Temari versus Shikamaru, Neji versus Naruto, and Lee versus Tenten. The rules were the same as the preliminary rounds, meaning there were no rules. Everyone except Temari shared a knowing smile. Itachi continued. The match will continue until one side is dead or concedes. However, if I believe a winner has been determined, I will end the match. No resistance will be allowed. Otherwise, I will break your legs. Understood? Then, for the first round, Uchiha Sasuke and Aburame Shino will remain. The others, please go to the waiting room. In the stands, Sakura and Ino sat together cheering for Sasuke. Hinata and Kiba cheered for Shino from the side. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Asuma chatted casually, watching their students battle below, which was also a battle among the teachers. Sasuke looked at Shino, who seemed even more arrogant than himself, recalling Naruto's past words. hands in pockets. He pondered what it meant to have a rival. Seeing Shino being so pretentious, he decided to taunt him first to disturb his mindset. Shino, I didn't expect our first match to be against each other. What bad luck. I thought the insect repellent I bought would almost go to waste. Sasuke's implication was that Shino only used bugs, and with insect repellent, he would be nothing. Shino quickly retorted, I hope you didn't buy fake insect repellent. TCH, what are you so proud of? Come on, let us start. At this moment, Sasuke seemed to hint at manipulating the referee. First round, start. Sasuke pulled out a scroll from his ninja tool pouch, opened it, found a sealing symbol, placed his hand on it to release the seal, and took out a can of insect repellent. He quietly watched Shino, who showed no fear as he raised his hands. A massive number of bugs crawled out from his sleeves and collar along his arms. Go parasitic bugs. The bugs gathered in the air and charged toward Sasuke. The sound of countless wings flapping echoed throughout the circular arena. Sasuke felt a bit scared as the swarm of bugs approached, and he sprayed the insect repellent at them. This method did not consume chakra, as Sasuke wanted to preserve his chakra for the subsequent battles, so he refrained from using fire style. The pressure he carried sprayed continuously. Meanwhile, he used the body flicker technique to keep dodging in the arena. The audience was thrilled to see the contestants using insect repellent against each other's bugs. Haha, what a kid. This is the first time I've seen insect repellent used in the Chunin exams. Sasuke continued to spray while using the shuriken technique that Itachi had taught him to attack Shino. He first threw 3 shuriken, followed by 3 kunai, which collided in the air, striking Shino from various strange angles. Unfazed, Shino summoned a large hand made of bugs from his sleeves, easily catching the projectiles. I'm not impressed. Do you really think such tricks could work against me? You underestimate me too much, Sasuke. I'm just trying to buy some time. After watching for a while, the audience realized that although Sasuke's projectiles looked flashy, none of Shino's bugs had been hit. Sasuke began to doubt his insect repellent. Had he bought a fake? Damn, did I get a counterfeit? At that moment, Shino sent a message back. Sasuke, I forgot to remind you. Where did you buy that insect repellent? It must be from Konoha.'s shopping district, right? You know, all the insect repellent there. My bugs can drink it like water now. Nanny? Sasuke had felt something was off from the beginning. There was no reason for Shino to be so calm about his insect repellent. He had to resort to another method. All-out attack. With both hands forming seals, he shouted, Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Sasuke unleashed a giant fireball toward the swarm of bugs, but the bugs were not foolish. They scattered in response to the sudden fire attack, with only a portion getting burned. Shino looked at Sasuke, finally showing your true level. He summoned more parasitic bugs, using his secret technique, Bug Sphere. Shino released more bugs, creating a sphere that expanded the bug's chakra sensing range, allowing them to locate Sasuke's position. With a single command, the bugs would immediately swarm and drain Sasuke's chakra. Seeing himself surrounded by bugs, Sasuke calmed down. Fire style might not be faster than the bugs, and the heat from the flames would help the bugs escape. Just the right technique. Sasuke covered himself with chakra and released it in an instant. Chidori stream. Crack. The bugs exploded one after another, as if struck by an electric fly swatter. Sasuke looked at the ground littered with bug corpses and glanced at Shino, as if to say, come at me again. Shino couldn't believe that his once invincible bugs were suddenly wiped out. Even the bugs underground had been electrocuted. He never expected that after Sasuke obtained the double Tomo Sharingan, he would learn Kakashi's techniques at an accelerated pace. I've mastered the Chidori series, and I have my brother. How can you compete with me? Sasuke demonstrated that he was not lying. Lightning style. Chidori, Sunban. He launched dozens of Chidori, Sunban, piercing through the parasitic bugs. Seeing this, Shino realized he truly couldn't win. His ninjutsu level had already reached S rank. Judge, I concede. After realizing the gap, he chose not to regret and directly forfeited. Winner, Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke is amazing. Uchiha Fugaku glanced awkwardly at Hinata Hayashi and Hanabi as the girls cheered loudly for Sasuke. Hayashi snorted coldly, then looked at Sasuke, who was accepting everyone's congratulations in the arena. Chapter 153. Temari vs. Shikamaru in the second round. Temari faced off against Shikamaru. Come on, you two, hurry up. Just as Shikamaru was about to forfeit, he was pushed down by Choji and Naruto again. It's finally your turn. Shikamaru, what do you want to do? Shikamaru, you have to try hard. It's too troublesome. I want to forfeit. Look, the third Hokage is watching from above. If you forfeit, won't that be disrespectful to him? If you dare to disrespect him today, what will you do when I become Hokage? You won't disrespect me, will you? Oomph. Faced with Naruto's threat, Shikamaru felt helpless. But it was just too troublesome. Arguing with someone who has no brains is just foolishness. Fine, this is really annoying. Shikamaru reluctantly agreed. That's more like it. Go for it, Shikamaru. With a cheer from Naruto, Shikamaru was pushed down. He shouted ah, and fell to the ground. Naruto, you bastard. I'm giving you face. And you still mess with me? Damn it. Naruto's antics over the years had really changed Shikamaru. Hearing Shikamaru curse at him, Naruto shouted back. In this kind of situation, you should be more civilized. Once Shikamaru reached Itachi's side, Temari spoke up. What's wrong? Are you going to admit defeat? Looking at Temari's smug expression, Shikamaru thought, my opponent is a woman. This is such a hassle. I really should have forfeited a moment ago. Asuma watched Shikamaru and thought, this guy really has no motivation. It was frustrating for his friends as well. Shikamaru had been lazy for all these years. Hey Shikamaru, you better get your act together. Shikamaru, come on. You have to defeat her, Shikamaru. That way, I can at least be on the same level as her. Don't let me look down on you. After Kiba finished speaking, everyone looked at him. Even Akamaru seemed to want to back away, but was pulled back by Kiba. Shikamaru, we can't lose to a woman. Suddenly, Shikamaru felt a surge of motivation. Temari couldn't wait any longer. If you want to make a move, then I will. Temari charged forward. Itachi observed and said, the second round hasn't even started yet. Huh? Are you going to stop me? You wouldn't want to see your Konoha ninja looking so unmotivated, would you? Itachi had no choice but to let her go. It would indeed be a bit embarrassing. Temari swung her huge fan down at Shikamaru. With a loud bang, she missed. Shikamaru stood against the wall and said, it doesn't matter whether I become a chunin or not, but a man cannot lose to a woman. With a bang, Shikamaru's figure vanished. Temari was startled. Shadow clone? He escaped really fast. Shikamaru hid behind a tree, continuing his earlier thought, and added, besides, a man shouldn't hit a woman. Of course, I don't want to be hit by her either. Holding his fan to defend his body, Temari began searching for Shikamaru in the arena. Both sides were analyzing each other's abilities. Temari had watched Shikamaru's battles, while Shikamaru had not seen Temari's abilities, which gave her an advantage. Shikamaru could only deduce Temari's abilities by analysis. Her weapon was a fan, so she probably used wind release. If wind release was her main technique, and he couldn't use fire release, it would indeed be quite tricky. The sun was still high, and the clear weather was not good news for him. The shadow in the corner was quite small, and using it for leverage was also difficult. Helpless. Shikamaru had to make a move to test Temari. In the audience, everyone praised Shikamaru's earlier determination. That kid is impressive. Shikamaru, go for it. Beat that woman to a pulp. Shikamaru hid in the woods, noticing that Temari was hesitant to attack, indicating that she indeed had information on him. Shadow imitation technique. His shadow rushed straight at Temari. Faced with such a direct attack, Temari performed several backflips to reach the farthest distance of the shadow imitation technique. Seeing that he couldn't catch her, Temari laughed. How did you even get through the selection? There's nothing special about you. At that moment, Ino and Choji, who knew Shikamaru best, felt that he was at a disadvantage. Shikamaru may not have any special techniques, but he always comes up with good strategies, which is why we are here in the preliminaries. Ino still believed that Shikamaru could come up with a good plan, especially since that scroll was obtained through wisdom. Plus, he seemed really motivated just now. Who knew that facing a woman would make him so spirited? Shikamaru remained hidden in the woods, while Temari also wanted to attack, but feared he had a trap. Raising her fan, she prepared to summon a spirit beast with the summoning technique. A spirit beast appeared, a Kamaitachi. Temari swung her fan, summoning, /dance. Countless wind blades swept through, cutting down the trees. Shikamaru quickly ran to avoid it. Facing her attempt to destroy the woods, he felt helpless. This arena was truly not friendly to him. Looking at the broken branches, a plan formed in Shikamaru's mind. He kept moving, picking up branches. His shuriken were limited, so after picking up a few branches, he began throwing them toward the open space near Temari. Temari, not understanding his intentions, tried to use her fan to blow the branches away. At this moment, Shikamaru moved forward and used the shadow imitation technique again. The black shadow became longer thanks to the shadows provided by the branches, and seeing the branches attacking her, Temari had to back away. After successfully pushing Temari back, Shikamaru took out a smoke bomb from his ninja tool pouch. After throwing a few, Temari saw her vision blocked and quickly used her fan to blow the smoke away. Wind release, Kamaitachi. With a swing of her fan, the smoke and the branches on the ground were cleared away. Just then, Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique arrived. You still want to use ninjutsu? Temari quickly spotted the shadow on the ground and was shocked at how fast it was approaching. She jumped back just in time, and as the shadow imitation technique reached its target, she drew a line on the ground. Shikamaru maintained his jutsu, and Temari's heart raced. At that moment, several kunai with parachutes fell from the sky, landing right on the trajectory of the shadow imitation technique. The technique extended again, rushing towards Temari. Temari continued to dodge backward. And finally, when the shadow imitation technique reached its limit, she breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect you to use smoke bombs as bait and use the branches on the ground to distract me. I almost lost. Is that so? Shikamaru's voice appeared behind Temari. Oh no. Temari suddenly turned around, only to find herself unable to move. What is going on? Shadow imitation technique, successful. Shikamaru slowly explained. All my previous actions were bait. Because of someone's presence, the shadow clone technique might be a mandatory graduation requirement, while the transformation technique is just something I play around with. Did you think I was just throwing shuriken? In fact, I transformed into a ninja tool and got thrown behind you, and then used the continuous attacks of the shadow clone to lure you closer. Temari stubbornly said, so what? How do you plan to defeat me? My dad is watching from above. You have to give the sand ninja some face. Is that so simple? Shikamaru controlled Temari to face the wall and turned her around to show her how safe he was beside her. Do you understand now? Shikamaru controlled Temari and slammed her head against the wall with force. Ah! Temari screamed in fear, expecting pain to come from her head, but it didn't hurt at all. At this moment, Shikamaru looked at her and said, our school has a tradition where we can't let girls get hurt. So, Shikamaru slowly raised his hand, referee. I forfeit. Chapter 154. Niji's self-destruction amidst everyone's applause. Shikamaru exited the arena. The fourth Kazekage watched clearly from the stands. Third Hokage, does your Leaf Village Ninja School have this rule? Ha, they just graduated. They shouldn't be lying, and your ninja has already advanced, right? With one sentence from the third Hokage, the corners of the Kazekage's guard's mouth slightly lifted, facing the third Hokage's shamelessness. The Kazekage chose not to continue discussing the topic and shifted his gaze back to the arena. In the next round, Hyuga Niji faced Uzumaki Naruto. Hearing his name, Naruto rushed to the arena without hesitation. Finally, it's my turn. Yay! Naruto activated his Nine-Tails chakra mode and looked at Niji. Come on, come down. Niji looked at Naruto. Finally, I can battle you again. Haha, I'm so happy. After you defeated me before, I trained every day. You made my life so miserable. How did I make your life miserable? You were the one who won. The whole school is talking about how amazing you are. If I don't work hard, how will they mock me? Do you know that? I had to keep working hard just to defeat you. Is that even a reason? Naruto was a bit confused. All the students in the school had the same goal. Why was he so special? Niji had to work hard at school and even harder at home. Taiti, Shingibagwa, Wing Chun, and he had to practice with Hinata. What a shame. Moreover, he was under the curse mark of a caged bird. The main family could summon him at will and control his life and death. Every time he saw the main family, he got angrier. Niji grew to hate Naruto. Someone who always dreams of becoming Hokage. Why are you always helping the main family? Just a regular civilian, always fantasizing about becoming Hokage. Fate cannot be changed. Lee, what is Niji doing? Is he trying to make Naruto angry? Sasuke, this guy is looking for death. Or what does he want Naruto to fight him with his true strength? Tintin, this is too much. Niji. Others looked at Niji, never having seen someone so bold. Niji is really strong. The Nine-Tails watched Niji's self-destructive behavior. Civilian? I'll show you what a civilian is. After saying that, the Nine-Tails began to gather chakra in the spiritual space. Naruto clenched his fists. Damn it, what did you say? Try saying that again. You got angry so easily. And you want to become Hokage? Not a chance. What the hell is fate? If it exists, I'll shatter it. Shikamaru shouted at Naruto, in this kind of situation, you should be civilized. Kakashi looked at Niji below and recalled how he was back then, waiting for Itachi to save him. Niji endured the ridicule from the crowd, looked at the angry Naruto, and confidently said, haha, this is interesting. I really want to see the moment you lose, the panic in your eyes when you face reality. Niji closed his eyes, then opened them, Byakugan. He then assumed a stance, first extending his fist, then changing it to a palm. Those who didn't understand might think this was gentle fist, but Naruto had already seen through it and transformed his hand into the three-body technique. The three-body technique is a unique stance of Shingi Quan, described as being round all over and stable as a horn. Niji had trained for years, and thought he could defeat me with Xingyi? Xingyi Quan is a battlefield martial art that originated from Yu Fei, transforming fists into blades. And it even incorporates the chakra of gentle fist. It was like changing the head of a gun and sharpening a knife. Seeing Niji play this way, Naruto didn't hold back either, using the shadow clone jutsu. He split into several clones, beat him up. At this moment, he wanted to test what this guy had learned. Go! A group of Narutos charged at Niji. Niji recalled the past, and thought he could use the human wave tactic to win. I am no longer the Niji from before. Niji used his fists like guns, the so-called drilling fist like a point gun, the crashing fist like a stabbing gun, the horizontal fist like a blocking gun, and the chopping fist like a chopping gun. Amidst the crowd, he didn't lose the strength of a hard punch, while also incorporating the softness of gentle fist, carrying hidden strength. Naruto watched Niji single-handedly take on the shadow clones. Thinking of countermeasures, Niji used the expansive movements of Xingyi Quan, fighting while moving, unlike before when he just stood there and let me beat him. The audience was also watching Niji's fight. Niji is so strong. Is anyone counting? Sasuke, using his Sharingan, was copying the martial arts, 36, and counting, still increasing. Do you even need to practice this martial art? Can you just watch it? Lee added, when I fought Niji before, I kept losing until I used the nunchaku. Then Niji didn't dare to continue taking my punches. His martial arts have improved a lot now. Hinata clenched her clothes tightly, staring intently at the two in the arena, unconsciously activating her Byakugan, watching Niji muttering. Would Naruto get angry if he used the martial arts I taught him to attack Naruto? Niji, how could you use the martial arts I taught you to attack Naruto-kun? Kai, watching Kakashi praise Niji, said he is very strong. It seems Naruto might lose. He can't lose because his goal is Hokage. How could he fall here? Kakashi didn't say. Naruto's true strength hasn't been revealed yet. Naruto watched Niji fight faster and faster. Continuing to use his childhood tactics, dozens of clones rushed up to try to pin Niji down. Niji looked at himself being surrounded from all sides, letting out a cold laugh of, do you think you could defeat me with such old methods? Bagua Palm, revolving heaven. Niji released a large amount of chakra, spinning to send all the shadow clones flying away. Hyuga Hizashi in the stands widened his eyes. How is this possible? Did he comprehend it himself? Naruto, seeing his shadow clones being sent flying, calmly said, you used ninjutsu first. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Niji looked at the encirclement of hundreds of people and thought, is this guy crazy? Coming again? Bagua Palm, revolving heaven. This was actually a trap. Naruto's shadow clones teamed up to throw one clone into the air. That clone executed a Rasengan from above. This is your flaw. The high-speed rotation of revolving heaven once again sent the surrounding shadow clones flying and facing the Rasengan above. That was the central axis of the rotation, the position of the eye of the storm. Rasengan. After a brief contact, the Rasengan broke through Niji's revolving heaven and smashed down onto Niji. Tenten, seeing revolving heaven being broken, clenched her fists. Is Niji going to lose? Chapter 155. Wing Chun Naruto, Hyuga Hizashi, widened his eyes. Revolving heaven can actually be broken. Hanabi, watching Niji being hit, thought to herself, I won't learn revolving heaven in the future. I'll have my sister find my brother-in-law to teach me this. Little Hanabi had long been swayed by Hinata. Seeing the Rasengan in Naruto's hand earlier, she remembered that this was a technique invented by the fourth Hokage, and she didn't expect that attacking from above would directly break it. The battle between these two had already shattered the invincible state of a technique from the Hyuga clan. This time, Naruto used shadow clones, and with the buffering of revolving heaven, the damage wasn't that great. However, this is exactly what Naruto wanted. You talked so much about fate. Look at my fate. Hasn't it changed yet? Niji struggled to get up and said, stop the nonsense, come at me. This time, Niji changed his stance to the starting position of Wing Chun. When Naruto saw this, he realized Niji was preparing for a defensive counterattack. Wing Chun, huh? I can do that too. Among the various martial arts, Naruto had trained in Wing Chun and Bagwazang, focusing mainly on these two styles. One is good for short-range defensive counterattacks, while the other has great power and can take down an opponent with one strike. As the shadow clones took their stances, Niji felt a bit flustered. It felt like a one-on-one duel. Seeing that Naruto didn't respond, he casually pointed to one of the shadow clones and said, you come. The shadow clone looked around at the others, noticing that no one else was stepping up as if they feared him. I'll go. Niji saw that the shadow clone was really coming at him, so he took his stance and extended his probing hand for Wing Chun. The shadow clone used the probing hand as well. Wing Chun, Naruto. The two immediately engaged in battle, but Niji had the advantage. His Byakugan's insight was extraordinary. He could see the flow of chakra beneath Naruto's clothes and predict Naruto's movements. Wing Chun emphasizes hitting the center line, so as Naruto attacked. His left jab was blocked by Niji's outer guard, and his right jab was intercepted by Niji's palm block. With both punches blocked, Naruto quickly threw a straight punch at Niji's center line, but Niji retreated and blocked it with a shoulder. Naruto then threw a swing punch, but Niji sidestepped and countered with a Taijikwan move, Wild Horse Parts Main. This shadow clone was directly blown away by the force and fell to the ground, bursting. At this moment, another shadow clone stepped in and continued the fight. Eventually, they disregarded the techniques, and Naruto's shadow clones began to switch up their martial arts. Using moves like Wild Horse Parts Main, Grasping the Sparrow's Tail, Sun Character Punch, Iron Mountain Lean, Elbow to the Heart, and whatever else they had learned. The spectators watching the two's intricate martial arts had a deeper understanding if they knew martial arts. While those who didn't understand martial arts couldn't grasp the dangers of the technique changes. Ino and Sakura watched as Naruto didn't defeat Niji as expected and complained, "Why aren't these two using ninjutsu?" Shikamaru analyzed. The Hyuga clan's Gentle Fist is the strongest martial art style in Konoha, and now it's innovating. Is Naruto trying to defeat Niji with martial arts? Exactly. Hinata's voice came through. It seems Naruto wants to defeat Niji with martial arts, and he intends to do it using the same style. Hinata understood Naruto's inner persistence. He wanted to defeat the fate Niji spoke of, and the martial arts Niji learned were taught to him by Naruto. Naruto must want Niji to know that fate can be changed, just like martial arts. Niji was struggling, and Naruto's martial arts were becoming increasingly exquisite. Every time he defeated a shadow clone, a stronger one would come in, and Niji was using Wing Chun even faster. Initially, he wanted to teach Naruto a lesson, but after the experiences relayed back from the shadow clones, he felt he should master a martial art style, as there would always be enemies specializing in close combat, and he used Niji as a sharpening stone. Sasuke, on the other hand, watched as the two fought for such a long time without changing their martial arts. The Sharingan had already started to see repeats, and not wanting to waste chakra, he turned off. Niji had defeated 73 opponents. Did Naruto still want to keep going? Niji has passed 70. Upon hearing this, Naruto realized Niji had grown so much without him noticing. No wonder he had such shouting power. Seeing Niji still holding on, Naruto prepared to end the fight. Things are different now, Niji. Times have changed. Naruto gathered chakra in his hand, forming a Rasengan, which kept growing larger and larger. Super large Rasengan. The Rasengan compressed in his hand was larger than Chuji's meat tank. Niji, with his Byakugan, looked at the irregularly spinning chakra ball and felt like his martial arts were a joke. Yet he had to try hard. Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams, 128 palms. Naruto and Niji charged at each other, watching who could land the final blow. Niji's movements were faster. He used body flicker technique to dodge Naruto's enormous Rasengan. Naruto couldn't see Niji's position because the Rasengan was too big and was directly hit by Niji's 128 palms. Niji silently recited the techniques of the palm strikes, not giving Naruto a chance. 2 palms for palms, 8 palms, 128 palms. After finishing the set, Niji panted. Something was wrong with his body. His fingers nearly broke. The Byakugan clearly saw the chakra, but he used his perspective a bit too recklessly and overlooked Naruto's close-fitting clothing. Staring intently at Naruto, Niji noticed that Naruto's clothes had been pierced in many places by the Gentle Fist. But he knew that many of his strikes hadn't landed, and he didn't understand why. Naruto also fell to the ground, unsure of who had won. Itachi activated his Sharingan, watching the two without announcing the result. I didn't expect your speed to be that fast. You really are Lee's match. Cough. Naruto struggled to get up, realizing his speed was not as good as Niji's, and flipped open his tattered clothing. Hey, why didn't you remind me to take off my weights for the match today? Indeed, Naruto was still wearing all of his weights, especially in various muscle areas, which also protected him. Hey, I said before, I can make mistakes 1,000 times. What about you? Naruto stood up and began to remove his weights. Boom boom. Naruto's weights were even heavier than Lee's, and they were comprehensive. Headband, clothes, vest, arm guards, wrist guards, cape, shoulder guards, belt, leg binding, shoes. Basically, anything he wore that could add weight was increased. Niji then realized that he had been deceived by his Byakugan. The hidden weight beneath the chakra became the best defense. Only then did Niji reluctantly fall down. I lost. The person he looked down upon was working harder than himself, and his ultimate techniques were all cracked. His martial arts were all converging, and after Naruto removed his weights, there would be no chance left for him. Can fate be changed? The medical team quickly came to treat Neji and Naruto. Naruto entered the spiritual space and complained to Kurama. What are you doing? Gathering chakra? Doing something meaningful. It's just the right time. Come on, Naruto, release the seal. I'm going to start a live broadcast. Chapter 156. Ninetales live broadcast highlights, huh? What seal am I releasing? Naruto was a bit dazed by Kurama's words, wondering what was happening with the seal being released. Broadcasting your dad. Straightforward. Only then did Naruto struggle to channel chakra. It hurts. After all, some of his meridians had been hit by Neji, but Naruto's willpower was still strong. Chakra ignited in his hands, and he placed it on his stomach, gently rotating it. Kurama saw the gate opening. Kurama grinned widely, gathering chakra, looking at Naruto beside him. Everyone in Konoha, including those in the village who had bought groceries for Naruto, began to ignite the Ninetales chakra. The venue was outside the village, and now the villagers had the appearance of the demon fox, completely unaware of what was happening. The third Hokage looked at the Ninetales chakra on himself, then at everyone else bursting with Ninetales chakra, and when he saw Naruto, it seemed like the seal had been released. In the spiritual space, Naruto watched this suddenly appearing man, who was staring at Kurama, as if wary, not expecting the seal to be released. Naruto looked at the man's back, wearing a fire-patterned cloak, the same style as his own. It was inscribed with 4th Hokage. This was the ceremonial robe. Could it be that this man is? At that moment, the venue erupted into chaos, unsure of what was happening. When suddenly everyone heard a voice, Naruto, is that you? In the spiritual space, Naruto instantly shed tears, his eyes wide as he stared at the man in front of him, not daring to blink for fear he would disappear. After sensing that the Ninetales was not acting strangely, Minato turned around and said, once the seal of the 8 tails is also lifted, I will appear in your consciousness. This is a little trick I've done while sealed. Although I really hoped this situation wouldn't happen, looking at you now, it seems that your relationship with the Ninetales is quite good. Minato glanced at the grinning Ninetales, feeling that this tailed beast resembled a goofy dog. He didn't understand how pleased the Ninetales felt. Of course, your son is being raised by me. After saying this, the Ninetales brought the villagers and ninjas of Konoha into the spiritual space. The live broadcast began. Minato looked at Naruto and said, but I was really looking forward to seeing what my grown-up son would be like. I didn't expect you to have just graduated. Looking at the youthful Naruto, who was still imitating himself, Minato tidied up his clothes, surprised that his son had grown up enough to handle the Ninetales. Tears streamed from Naruto's eyes as he cried out, Dad. The word Dad made Minato's eyes water as well. Did the 3rd Hokage tell you this? I didn't expect him to be so bold. I thought he would try to hide your information. The 3rd Hokage watched from the side, his toes curling tightly, his hands clenched into fists, and the people around him stepped back a few paces. It's nothing. The 3rd Hokage is very good to me, and the villagers are especially friendly. They occasionally invite me to dinner, and Ichiraka ramen is really super delicious. I even established my own organization to help Konoha train students, take care of orphans, prevent them from starving, and I even share some of the Ninetales chakra with them. Also, I made a lot of friends, and I've been working hard, striving to become stronger, hoping to be a role model for everyone. Later, I met Irika-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, and even the pervy sage. I'm really happy to become stronger. Dad, I haven't embarrassed you, have I? Naruto rushed to hug Minato, rubbing against him repeatedly, and upon hearing this, Minato's expression softened. As long as his child was living well, he could be content. Meanwhile, the villagers nearby exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. I will continue to grow stronger and become someone who can truly change the entire ninja world. I want to protect this hard-won world of mine. No one can destroy it. Kurama has always been with me, and I've been working hard to improve myself. Dad, I'm really happy to see you now. Naruto, I'm sorry that I couldn't be there to accompany you while you grew up. You don't have to pretend to be strong. I'm the Hokage. I understand the difficulties in your words. I'm really sorry. I knew you wouldn't believe me, Naruto said, extending his hand to fist bump with the 4th Hokage. Dad, this is my memory. You can take a look. At this moment, the audience was stunned. Naruto had this kind of skill, reporting to his parents. Is that not playing fair? Everyone's hands clenched tightly, as if waiting for judgment to arrive, their bodies covered in sweat. Naruto, back then, when the Ninetales attacked the village, there was a mastermind controlling it. The Ninetales told me he was manipulated, It wasn't the Uchiha clan from the village. Nanny? Not the Uchiha clan from the village? There are people from the Uchiha outside. Everyone present fixed their gaze on the Uchiha clan, trying to see which branch couldn't control themselves. It was either their father or their grandfather. The fourth Hokage was not surprised. The Akatsuki organization, a masked man. Only Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who were mixed in the crowd, had some information about the Uchiha Bido of the Akatsuki organization, but it was merely a legend. At this moment, Itachi was also shocked. It was this masked man who killed his comrades, forcing him to awaken his Manjiki Sharingan. The Akatsuki organization? Itachi took note of this grudge. The fourth Hokage recalled. At that time, he saw through all my movements. He is definitely not an ordinary person. He will surely return to attack Konoha. Why does everyone want to attack Konoha? The fourth Hokage explained. As long as there are ninjas in the world, there may never be a peaceful order. To save important people, wars will be triggered. As long as love exists, hatred will inevitably arise. Ninjas are used by this hatred. As long as the ninja system exists, hatred will breed new wars again. As ninjas, we must carry love and fight against hatred. Every ninja must resist it. I gave you half of the Nine-Tails chakra to help you find the answer to end this hatred. Dad, why do you give me a question as soon as you see me? None of the Hokages have found the answer, and now you want me to find it? I'm not even Hokage this month. Minato patted Naruto's head, saying, you will definitely find it. I believe in you. Really? I don't believe it. No matter where they were, parents always believed in their children. That's what being a parent is. After seeing Naruto stabilize his emotions, the fourth Hokage's chakra was almost depleted. At this time, the Nine-Tails said, Minato, leave Naruto to me. The Nine-Tails grinned and extended his hand, fist bumping with the fourth Hokage, and directly pulled him to the villagers, conveniently taking away some precious memories. Minato and the villagers looked at each other, unsure of what to say. Even though Minato was the Hokage, he wasn't prepared for this. Seeing that there was no one around the third Hokage, Minato finally saw a familiar face. Third Hokage, thanks to you, Naruto has been well taken care of. The third Hokage awkwardly chuckled. Chapter 157. For Naruto, seal me. At this moment, Minato saw Hisashi and was surprised to see him here. Hinata and Naruto are very good friends. Really? Minato greeted the villagers and ninjas one by one. After walking around, he saw many people who were active on the battlefield during the Third Great Ninja War, especially Ino Shikicho and Uchiha Fugaku. Fourth Hokage. My Sasuke and Naruto are now on the same team. Sasuke, come and meet the fourth Hokage. Naruto's dad. The little ones were originally standing together, and Sasuke stepped up beside Fugaku to meet the fourth Hokage. The others couldn't say anything, while Neji felt incredibly awkward. What did I say before? Naruto is a commoner? He actually has a commoner Hokage father. Is he still a commoner? Sasuke was also in a daze, realizing why Naruto was stronger than him. He looked at his dad and felt disappointed. The previously towering image of his father in Sasuke's heart collapsed instantly. Fugaku was now frantically trying to build connections, completely unaware of Sasuke's disappointment, making small talk with the fourth Hokage, seeing it as political capital, looking at his heart filled with so many people. Naruto received everyone's attention. Some were feeling low, not daring to look at Naruto, while others were sweating nervously. Some pretended to chat casually with others, but their eyes kept darting towards Naruto, feeling guilty. Naruto could tell that after that day. He didn't want to bring up the fact that his father was the fourth Hokage, as being the son of the fourth came with its own pressures. The path to becoming Hokage wouldn't always be smooth sailing. It would require continuous effort, step by step, with the help of Kakashi and Kurama, to inherit the title of Hokage. The Nine-Tails felt that the fourth Hokage was about to disappear, so he directly pulled Minato back. Minato, there's something I need your help with. I never expected you would one day ask me for help. Go ahead. Reserme. What? Why? It's to let Naruto become Hokage. Unsealing now is too early. What kind of reasoning is that? But if you want to seal me, then go ahead. I could only seal the Eight-Tails state before, but I didn't expect you to cooperate so well. It's a bit unusual, haha. At this moment, the Nine-Tails shouted loudly. It's the first time I've connected with so many people like this. My chakra is almost running out. The fourth Hokage simply operated on Naruto's belly and reconstructed a Bagua seal. Seeing the cage reappear, the Nine-Tails felt much more at ease. And this scene was also witnessed by everyone outside, especially Orochimaru, who seemed to understand something as he quietly observed the crowd. The fourth Hokage disappeared. And the Nine Tails allowed Naruto to feel his father's love. He only felt gratitude towards the Nine Tails. This elder truly lived up to his title. He really stepped up when needed. Although it was unclear how long the Nine Tails had planned this, it was evident that he had grown much more than he did as a child. Just as the Nine Tails disconnected the live stream, a huge explosion occurred in the viewing stand. The spectators, including Kakashi and Guy, saw the explosion, and the central stand was shrouded in smoke. The third Hokage. They immediately wanted to rush over, but were outpaced by the Umbu. Leave it to us. The third Hokage looked at the Wind Shadow and calmly said, "What are you doing, Lord Wind Shadow?" "Ha, I've left it to you. Don't disappoint me." The Wind Shadow watched as his guards walked away. The Umbu quickly rushed to the highest stand of the Hokage, and the captain ordered the fire squad go down to protect the feudal lords. Turning to look at the smoke, unsure of how many enemies were inside, they didn't dare to attack recklessly. The guards beside the third Hokage were quickly subdued by Orochimaru, who was playing with them as if he were just handling an ordinary jonin. "Third Hokage, run. Can I escape?" A guard grabbed the third Hokage and jumped onto the rooftop, where 4 enemies from the Sound Village were already waiting at the corners. Once they saw the two come up, they simultaneously used a barrier ninjutsu. Ninjutsu, for Purple Flames Formation. This barrier can separate the inside from the outside. Those inside cannot get out, and those outside cannot get in. The guard tore off his mask, revealing his true face, and the third Hokage thought to himself, "Not good." The Wind Shadow's guards are actually disguised by Orochimaru. "Long time no see, Sarutobi-sensei," Orochimaru said, licking his lips with his long tongue. In such a short time, a huge change had already occurred, and Naruto was stunned. After Kakashi and Guy were stopped by the Umbu, they immediately grouped up to protect the people in the stand. In the stand, Kabuto infiltrated and used Jinjutsu to put everyone to sleep. Only Guy and Kakashi remained awake in front of Kabuto and the Sound Ninjas. The Sound Ninjas and Sand Ninjas disguised themselves as Umbu and successfully released a large-scale Jinjutsu to hypnotize many spectators. Temari and Kankuro had already met up with Gaara and went to execute their battle plan. Itachi was still in the arena acting as a referee, and he chased after the fleeing Wind Shadow outside the Hidden Leaf Village. Sand Ninjas jointly used a large-scale ninjutsu to successfully summon a giant snake to attack the village. Gaara also arrived at the edge of the Leaf Village as planned, preparing to use Shikaku as the vanguard to storm into the village. Why not directly unleash Shikaku inside the Leaf Village? Because there are powerful barriers within the village, and with the vast number of people, it would be hard for just one Jinchuriki to make an impact. Now, opening a gap at the city wall is meant to allow hidden Sound Ninjas, and some black market ninjas to infiltrate the Leaf Village and cause even greater destruction. Inside the Leaf Village, spies from the Cloud, Rock, and Mist villages had long been arranged. These 3 factions sent many spies to sabotage the Leaf Village as support for this plan. Meanwhile, many troops were also dispatched to the borders of the Leaf Village to create disturbances, preventing them from returning to support. Danzo even removed many excellent jonin for filming purposes. And Shursui was still over there and hadn't returned. In the audience seats, Hinata Hizashi immediately guarded the young ones, using his Byakugan to easily perceive the Sand Ninjas' layout. The main attacking position for the Sand Village was in the east of the Leaf Village, where they had summoned beasts and Shikaku. Battles were happening all over the Leaf Village, with Kakashi and Guy fighting against the infiltrating enemies in the stands, Itachi intercepting the 4th Wind Shadow, and Orochimaru and the 3rd Hokage battling on the rooftop. As for inside the Leaf Village, the Hyuga and Uchiha clans were jointly resisting the spies. They never expected things to get so chaotic. Did they confirm that the Nine Tails was sealed before continuing with their plan? After Hizashi briefly explained the situation, Shikamaru began to devise a plan. First, eliminate all enemies in the duel arena. Those can only be dealt with by the people here. As for the spies causing destruction inside the Leaf Village, they must be cleared as soon as possible. Secondly, the summoned beasts and Shikaku need to be dealt with. Otherwise, once the main sand forces enter the city wall, it will be even harder to handle. Finally, there's the duel between Orochimaru and the 3rd Hokage. The 4 Purple Flames formation is very difficult to break through. As for the 4th Wind Shadow, they can only try to stall him. If he and Shikaku attack the Leaf Village together, who knows if the village can withstand it? Naruto, come here. Shikamaru already had a plan in mind that could save the Leaf Village. Chapter 158, I will personally deal with it. Now is not the time to hide strength. Quickly eliminate the enemies here. The 4th Wind Shadow is attacking the village, and time is of the essence. Oh, Naruto looked around at the fighting, with shuriken and kunai flying everywhere, and everyone in the stand had fallen under the genjutsu. Only Sakura was able to dispel the genjutsu that Naruto had taught everyone, allowing them to gather together. Naruto couldn't help but talk to the Nine Tails in his mental space. Kurama, do you think the village can withstand this invasion? Withstand? Do you have some misunderstanding? The Nine Tails' words left Naruto dumbfounded. He had no idea what the Nine Tails had planned. This was a scheme years in the making to counter the existence of the Uchiha clan in the Leaf Village. What do you mean, Kurama? What are you talking about? Oh, never mind. Just defeat the enemies here first. I still need to unseal you later. I want to personally beat that stinky raccoon. But I wonder if the fourth wind shadow will envy me. I'm looking forward to it. All right, form into groups of 3 and quickly clear the area. By the way, here's this for you. Naruto once again gave each person a portion of the Nine-Tails chakra. Use it up and call me. Everyone felt the powerful warmth of the Nine-Tails chakra, realizing that the enemies might not be enough to handle it. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. 12 the least skilled among them could create 5 shadow clones. And a large smoke created by the 12 young ones using the shadow clone jutsu attracted the enemies. A bunch of little brats. A few shuriken were thrown at them. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, and one shuriken he threw knocked down all of their shuriken. Everyone looked at this idiot with question marks above their heads, wondering how he could be so brave. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Fire style, Fire Dragon Bullet. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. Chidori, Sharp Spear. Seeing the enemies falling dead, they felt as if their techniques had undergone a real combat test. Did we use too much chakra? Sakura asked worriedly, and Naruto patted his chest and said, let's compare and see how many times you can use your chakra. If you use it the most, I'll give you 500,000. Naruto looked at everyone with shining eyes and said, let's go. Kiba rubbed his nose and replied, we're on it. Everyone from Team 8, over here. Kiba led the shadow clones of Team 8 over. Team 10, let's go attack the enemy. Naruto saw the two divide the battlefield and hurried to grab. Team 7, we're going to both sides. I want them all. Charge. Shino's real body stepped forward and held Naruto back, saying, my chakra is running low. Share some with me. What? You use so much chakra? So quickly? What have you been doing? Hey, bugs. Secret technique. Insect cocoon. Using chakra to create insect cocoons. Urgently hatching more bugs to participate in the battle. In an instant, Shino had several batches of parasitic bugs, releasing them to gather information. Unless controlled by Shino, the bugs wouldn't attack. They couldn't distinguish between enemies and allies. That's cheating. All right. Because of you, the monetary reward is canceled and replaced with a dining event fund. Naruto, what event requires 500,000? I'm counting on you for the money. And hurry up and give me chakra. You wouldn't want me sending bugs to collect from you, right? Shino smirked at Naruto. That's a threat. You're outright threatening me. The Nine Tails was enjoying the scene in the space. Shino is impressive. All right, you got guts. Naruto gave Shino a thumbs up. I'll give you a big portion, okay? Just don't let the bugs come over. Naruto gave Shino chakra and casually greeted the Nine Tails. All this chakra is yours. Aren't you afraid he'll drain you dry? He's draining you. What? Drain me dry? I have the 8 trigram seal. Why would I be scared? Is that why you had my dad seal you again? Naruto had reason to believe he was doing it for his own good. If the seal was released, wouldn't he become a water dispenser that anyone could take from? Not all. This is just a signal. You wouldn't understand if I told you. If you want to release it, go ahead. We could just go fight Shikaku. Just some little bugs. Under my evil chakra, they might not even survive to eat. Otherwise, how would there still be tailed beasts? We tailed beasts have dignity too. This seal has completed its task. Now it's time to handle the aftermath. In a while, all enemies of the venue were cleared. And on the outskirts of Konoha, Shikaku had appeared, wreaking havoc in the village alongside a giant snake. The ninjas of Konoha also went to battle. While the school's self-study and interrogation department strengthened prison management, simultaneously dispatching personnel to the east for support. Everyone had learned that the 4th Hokage had resealed the Nine Tails. In the face of Shikaku's appearance, they really hoped the 4th would show up. Shizun wasn't in the village. The only one who could control Shikaku was Fugaku. However, what the 4th said earlier made Fugaku a bit less confident. Would he be talked about for going out to control Shikaku? The last person who acted on their own ended up committing suicide. Fugaku was just leading the security department in capturing spies in the village. With Hinata's Byakugan, they charged in to take down the opponents one by one, then moved on to the next. In front of the double Mangeki Sharingan, All the spy's tricks were futile. After clearing the battlefield, Naruto gave a large portion of Nine-Tails' chakra to Kakashi and Guy, then took his team to protect the village. On the way, all the sand and sound shinobi were wiped out. Rock Lee and Ten, along with the fatigued Neji and Hinata, used Byakugan to observe the battlefield and report at any time. According to Shikamaru's plan, they would first return to Naruto's camp to gather supplies, various ninjutsu scrolls, explosive tags, and special medicines, then support the battlefield. Ten, upon hearing this, said, "Leave this to me. How can you carry so much by yourself?" Shikamaru didn't quite understand Ten, and Lee added, Ten is a mobile warehouse. Her space-time ninjutsu is the most powerful. Although Shikamaru didn't understand, he trusted Lee, so he assigned the task to them. With Lee as protection and both carrying Neji, there was no need to worry. Now we split into 3 groups. Naruto suggested they should first defend against Shikaku, while Shikamaru's team would support the village against the giant snake and the sound and sand ninjas, and Lee's team would gather supplies and then support the village. Scatter. With a swish, everyone dispersed. After everyone spread out, only Team 7 remained. Sakura and Sasuke looked at Naruto, who suddenly bit his finger and exclaimed, "Summoning technique." Using all his chakra for the summoning technique. Bang! The 3 of them suddenly rose up, as if flying into the sky, where the distant forest looked like little grass beneath their feet. Below them was a giant toad, Wanta, holding a large pipe, with a scarred face and a short knife at his waist. Wanta was summoned for the first time and was still trying to figure out the situation. Where is this? Naruto, thinking about what kind of toad he might summon, never expected to summon such a large toad. "I'm so awesome. I can summon a toad this big." "Ha ha." Wanta squinted and frowned, "You little brat." Suddenly moving made the 3 of them almost fall. "Do you know whose head you're shouting on?" "You're on my head, Wanta." "Quiet down." Wanta yelled, "Ah. It's been so long since I breathed the air of the world. Hey, where's Jiraiya? Why did you summon me?" Upon hearing this, the Nine-Tails didn't want to indulge him. Naruto, "Release the seal. I'll talk to him myself." Naruto heard this and thought there was gossip to be had, so he quickly released the seal. Sakura and Sasuke saw Naruto suddenly lift his shirt to reveal his belly and press down on the seal to twist it open. After the seal was released again, the Nine-Tails smiled, their chakras connected, and a voice echoed in Wanta's ear. "Wanta, right? Just a bigger toad. Huh? Now tell me, what did you want me to call you?" Chapter 159. The Golden Flash's son. Golden Flash, the Nine-Tails looked down on Wanta and said, "I've been sealed. What do you have to be so arrogant about?" Wanta felt the Nine-Tails chakra and voice, wondering why it felt so familiar. "Don't think about it. I'm a Nine-Tails. This is the 4th Hokage's son. Do you understand the relationship here?" Wanta was shocked. The Nine-Tails? The last time I was summoned to battle the Nine-Tails was 13 years ago when the 4th summoned me to fight it. What's this? Now the Nine-Tails is the summoner? Wanta didn't dare to speak anymore, thinking he shouldn't run away. Who let the tailed beast out? Naruto saw Wanta silent and said, "Wanta, we just want to go to the battlefield and fight Shikaku. Can you take us there?" Once Wanta heard this, he felt a little better, but was interrupted by the Nine-Tails, whose heartbeat quickened. "What do you mean by calling him Big Brother? You're the Big Brother. If he doesn't listen, just switch to another toad." Upon hearing that they would switch to another toad, Wanta's mood improved a bit, but he was interrupted by Naruto. The Nine-Tails controlled the chakra to create a tail, and then actively formed a supersized Rasengan, but was interrupted by Naruto. "Kai-bai, Wanta hasn't said he won't listen yet. Don't hit him, give him another chance." The 2 little foxes in the spiritual space were laughing at Wanta's awkwardness, continuously chuckling. Wanta then realized how this switch worked, and quickly said, "I was just confused because I was summoned. Don't switch me, I'm very useful." Sakura and Sasuke didn't dare to say a word, just watching the 3 negotiate back and forth. Naruto had a giant toad as a subordinate and the Nine-Tails as a bodyguard, feeling like his status as a subordinate had just risen. When I charged up for a jump, and both Sasuke and Sakura felt it. He was indeed high. With a leap, Wanta dashed over to Shikaku's side, looking at Gaara, who had already entered the technique of pretending to be asleep. Shikaku had successfully emerged and was using wind release to cause massive destruction. Shikaku was furious. He had just watched the entire live broadcast of the Nine-Tails antics. Damn it, he really turned a Jinchuriki into a family member. They say Jinchuriki are meant to seal-tailed beasts, but who would have thought that the Nine-Tails would directly make a Jinchuriki into its own family? I'm the family of that damn fox, and he even showed off to me. How arrogant can he be? ISNT this your Konoha? Today I, Shikaku, will destroy it. How did he even turn into a Hokage? Bah, damn fox, trash. Wentai dropped Naruto off and left quickly. Shikaku saw a frog approach and vanished in an instant. The main reason the Nine Tails didn't want to come out earlier at the venue was that it seemed like he deliberately avoided saving the third Hokage. What useless barrier that can't even be broken with a spit. Now he finally had an excuse. Naruto and the old man were going to stop Shikaku's destruction. Orochimaru, you don't have much time left. After Naruto breaks the seal, you can use my chakra like this. After the Nine Tails spoke, he began gathering chakra. A golden light enveloped Naruto, transforming him into the Nine Tails chakra mode. The righteous lettering, carefully crafted by the Nine Tails, sparkled with golden effects, exuding a high-class vibe. Naruto's eyes turned fox-like, his body radiating with golden chakra, filled with power. Looking at Shikaku's sand-formed body, it was the ideal sandbag. Multiple shadow, clone jutsu. Naruto instantly created dozens of shadow clones and charged at Shikaku without a second thought. The surrounding ninjas trying to stop Shikaku immediately noticed the fully golden Naruto. Who is that? The blinding golden light surged onto the battlefield like the sun, and some of the older ninjas seemed to see the fourth Hokage's silhouette in Naruto's back. That golden aura? Those with keen eyesight noticed the lettering behind him. Righteousness. In all of Konoha, there was only one person who could wear that cloak. That golden light. The golden flash. It's Naruto. Some of the upper and middle ninjas from a ninja academy teared up looking at Naruto. Naruto, you're too late. Naruto, why did it take you so long to get here? Boss, you finally made it. They weren't complaining about Naruto. They just felt that after so many years, he was finally unleashing his true power. Naruto looked at them and gave a thumbs up, saying, from now on, I'll handle the battle here. You guys go back to the village and defend. Everyone looked at Naruto's determined expression, and trust was easily established and firmly executed. Yes, everyone retreat. Evacuate in an orderly manner, clear the rear, and don't let the enemy cut off our escape route. Some wanted to stay and support or were worried about Naruto failing, but due to their lack of strength, they had to follow the main force back to defend. Naruto, we leave it to you. Be careful of their ninjas. Even a leading jonin said this, and everyone agreed to retreat. The Yellow Flash's son, the Golden Flash. Earlier, they had seen the fourth Hokage in the live stream, and now they were witnessing Naruto bathe in golden light on the battlefield. Today might witness the birth of a new star in the ninja world. Upon his appearance, Naruto took command. This battle was no longer something ordinary ninjas could handle. In the eyes of ordinary ninjas, the enemy was someone they couldn't defeat except by sacrificing their lives. In front of Naruto, they were probably just sandbags being beaten up. Dozens of shadow clones faced Shikaku, while other shadow clones protected the main force as they broke through to retreat back to Konoha. With Shikaku's appearance, Shikaku had no choice but to send ninjas out of the village to attack Shikaku. The sand ninjas also dared not approach Shikaku, staying at a distance to avoid being affected by him. They were also afraid to conduct summoning rituals under the Konoha walls for fear of being detected and interrupting Gaara. So they stayed far away to let Gaara summon Shikaku and attack Konoha, which gave Shikaku some operational space. The Sand Ninjas' plan was to open two gaps with Shikaku and the front troops, weakening Konoha's defense at those 2 points. However, they couldn't control Shikaku. They might get killed if they went near him, so they only waited for Shikaku to charge into Konoha before launching their main attack. This group was still waiting for the fourth Kazekage. Although the leading jonin was coordinating the attack, where was their Kazekage? Naruto was in a standoff with Shikaku, and upon seeing Naruto's Nine Tails chakra, Shikaku froze, remaining silent for a while as he seemed to ponder whether to attack. The fourth Kazekage, who had left the venue first, was already intercepted by Itachi, whose eyes had evolved into the Mangeki Sharingan, with blood dripping from his left eye. Looking at the fallen fourth Kazekage, he gently lifted him up. The Uchiha's political capital had increased again. Kakashi, don't let us down. Itachi disappeared into the forest with the fourth Kazekage. After a long mental struggle, Shikaku finally emerged, only to be faced with a beating. Staring at Naruto, Shikaku was so nervous that he started sweating. Damn fox, what do you want to do? Naruto looked at Shikaku, seemingly able to communicate, and replied on behalf of the Nine Tails. What are you looking at? Chapter 160. Two-tailed beast balls. Naruto looked at Shikaku, seemingly able to communicate, and replied on behalf of the Nine Tails. What are you looking at? Shikaku looked at the golden Naruto, thinking this kid was the Jinchuriki the Nine Tails used to mock him. Dambrat, I originally didn't want to participate in this battle. Being controlled by humans is utterly humiliating. But who would have thought? You damn fox have also sided with humans. Shikaku looked at Naruto and gestured with his hand, causing the surrounding sand to quickly wrap around Naruto. Damn brat. It's over. Shikaku squeezed his hand. Naruto seemed to be treading water and climbing a tree, his eyes gently closing. When he opened his eyes, suddenly, chakra exploded from his body, and Naruto shook off Shikaku's sand with sheer force. Not bad, kid. You're starting to feel like a strong one. ISNT this what you taught me, but I still need to move my eyes. This is a failure. Nanny? Shikaku was shocked. The damn fox wouldn't have given him all his chakra, right? Damn fox, damn brat, don't get too cocky too early. Shikaku raised his foot to stomp down on Naruto. Naruto's figure was still too small, so he raised his hands above his head and shouted, "Tailed beast bomb." Raising Gan. As Shikaku stomped down, boom, half of his leg was blown off by Naruto's attack, nearly causing him to fall. But he quickly used sand to repair it and stabilize his body. Naruto had been talking to Shikaku for a while, and his shadow clones were watching. Not expecting this guy, wanted to stomp him to death. Everyone, charged together, don't just stand there. Each of them held a tailed beast bomb and rushed toward Shikaku. Shikaku's foot was still recovering. Seeing so many large orbs coming at him, he had just lost half a foot to one. What to do with so many orbs? Taking a deep breath, he smacked his belly and shouted, "Wind release. Vacuum sphere." Shikaku expelled a massive wind ball into the crowd of shadow clones, and many of the shadow clones were blown apart by Shikaku's ninjutsu, while the remaining clones attacked Shikaku. Boom, boom, boom. Shikaku's body was bombarded with injuries. The Ninetales mockingly said, "Oh dear, Naruto, you're hitting too hard. This damn raccoon is my beloved friend, my brother." Naruto was taken aback. What the hell happened? The Ninetales then said, "Hit harder. Damn fox, I'm really getting angry. I'll show you my power." Shikaku controlled the sand in the sky and rushed directly towards Naruto, burying him completely. Sand waterfall, funeral. The sand instantly engulfed Naruto like water bursting from a broken dam. Kurama. Relay. In the spiritual space, Naruto reached out to the Ninetales for help, and seeing Naruto buried, the Ninetales felt it was time for him to make an appearance. So the Ninetales high-fived Naruto, saying, "You take a break." Just as the sand buried Naruto, suddenly, a surge of golden chakra shot up from the sand. The golden Ninetales burst out of the sand, roaring. The Ninetales looked at Shikaku. "You little raccoon. Looking for fight? Huh? What can he do about it? Huh? Does this lore not care about face? Have you become more and more excessive since you became a human pet? TCH, do you know what raising a child means? It's concerning. I'm arranging a broad path for him, and he can still go off course. Forget it. Talking to you, a raccoon, is pointless. Your human can't even get a good night's sleep, acting like a lunatic. Just a human, and I won't let him sleep. Humans are no good at all. Is that so? My child is meant to be the Hokage. Losing to you would greatly damage his confidence." "What? Are you going to fight me for a child?" No, I didn't. Don't say such nonsense." Shikaku just exhaled, and the Ninetales, seeing his cowardly look, gave him a tail swipe. Shikaku was dumbfounded. "We just agreed on this. Do I need a reason to hit you?" The Ninetales began to form hand seals. "Let me try this. Ninjutsu, not very familiar, but after I beat you, you'll find a better place to stay." Multiple shadow clone technique. 2 shadow clones appeared. Naruto laughed. "Haha, you called it a multiple shadow clone. Kurama, what are you doing? I was stronger than that in 1st grade." The Ninetales ignored him and used Super Tail Beast Ball. 2 shadow clones plus the main body. 3 foxes in total with 27 tails, each tail forming a Super Tail Beast Ball. Shikaku was stunned. "You shameless fox. You little raccoon. I'll hit you first, then him. Both of you are a bit cheeky." Roar. 27 super-tailed beast balls were sent towards Shikaku by the extended chakra tails. Shikaku only managed to block 3 with sand before being beaten down by Kurama, reducing his size by half. The Ninetales deliberately avoided Shikaku's mouth, not expecting it could attack. "You little fox, just wait. This lord will turn this place into a desert. Your little Hokage brat will be crying." Haha. After saying this, Shikaku wanted to dive underground to create more sand. Could the Ninetales let him escape? "Naruto, relay. Naruto was taken aback. "How the hell do I do that?" Hesitantly, he reached out, and Kurama took control. Naruto was on Kurama's head, watching as Shikaku dove into the sand. "How do I attack?" He asked, going underground. "Water release. Anything goes. Let's try water first." Kurama said anything goes, but Naruto's water jutsu was quite limited, mostly D rank, C rank, etc. "You said any water jutsu. I don't know many." Water release, waterfall technique. Worried about the effect, Naruto specifically enhanced his chakra. He saw water begin to gather in front of him. Then a powerful stream of water crashed into the sand where Shikaku had dived. The Nine Tails, seeing the waterfall, ninjutsu comparable to the Three Gorges flow, felt it was affirming and that a beating could be spared. You little fox, how dare you get me wet? I'll kill you. Just you? Naruto, hit him. I'll teach you a method. First, gather a Rasengan in my mouth, then add a little blood. Naruto easily controlled Kurama's body to create a super tailed beast ball. Then, as Kurama said, added a little blood. The blue ball instantly became sinister. The Nine Tails guided Naruto in forming the tailed beast ball, and Shikaku was dumbfounded. Just this? Who can't do that? Shikaku also formed a tailed beast ball, condensing chakra and blood into a sphere. Tailed beast ball. The Nine Tails and Shikaku simultaneously fired their tailed beast balls, and the two massive tailed beast balls collided in an instant. They pressed against each other, and after a brief contact, Shikaku's tailed beast ball was pushed back by Naruto's. Chapter 161. The two foxes have sharp tongues. What? How can a child be stronger than my tailed beast ball? I don't believe it. The tailed beast ball broke through Shikaku's tailed beast ball, carrying both toward Shikaku. Shikaku hurriedly used his tail to deflect the two tailed beast balls, looking quite heroic, huh? With his tail gone, Shikaku successfully changed the direction of the tailed beast balls. Whoosh! Boom! The two tailed beast balls exploded simultaneously, and the sunlight seemed dim compared to the light produced by the explosion. After the shock wave passed, the area where the tailed beast balls exploded became a lake. Shikaku couldn't take it. He was unwilling. You little fox, did you cheat? My tailed beast ball can't possibly be worse than yours. You uneducated fool, what do you know? It's about the rotation. I added rotation. This is called spiral tailed beast ball. And your chakra conference doesn't work. Naruto continued. If you can't win, don't fight. Stop looking for excuses. We paused. The battlefield is ever-changing. We're busy here. Can you hurry up and get defeated by me? The Nine Tails added, don't think this time I only added rotation. In the future, I'll add elemental chakra. Various elemental chakra tailed beast balls, all with rotation. Haven't seen that before, huh? Their taunts pushed Shikaku to the edge. So what if it spins? Is spinning something impressive? The Nine Tails and Naruto laughed when they heard Shikaku say such a thing, haha. Naruto looked at Shikaku like he was a bumpkin. Sorry, spinning is really impressive. Then he said to Kurama, but I think you definitely can't learn this move. Naruto looked regretful. The Nine Tails also felt pity for Shikaku, that stinky raccoon. He won't learn it. Naruto suddenly realized, hey, old man, is your friend stupid? Didn't he go to school, right? The Nine Tails laughed loudly, pounding the ground, almost crying with laughter. Haha, not go to school is really embarrassing. I'll give him some study materials later, and maybe a few sets of workbooks. Shikaku was getting depressed from the two stinky foxes having fun, and quickly thought of a way to wake Gaara. The two looked at Shikaku. What's wrong? Shikaku, are you anxious? Shikaku's form gradually disappeared, turning into a pile of sand. The Nine Tails felt this was even more satisfying than beating him, after thousands of years, finally crushing Shikaku verbally. When Gaara woke up, he was still dazed. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? My eyes haven't even opened. Was I just asleep? Naruto went up and punched Gaara. Wake up! Wake up! A flurry of punches and kicks made Gaara fall asleep again. Did you go too easy on him? Gaara was taken away by Naruto's clone. Now Naruto was going to support the village, activating his Nine Tails mode and awakening all the Nine Tails demon fox cloaks present. It's Naruto. The boss is here. Did the battle end so quickly? Naruto is here. Quick, counterattack. Each person donned a demon fox cloak, leaving the sand and sound ninjas dumbfounded. Aren't tailed beasts strategic weapons? When did they become individual units? Shadow clone technique. At this moment, Lee and Tenten also rushed over. Naruto, the supplies have arrived. Just in time, everyone throws shurikens at them. Seeing Naruto's figure and hearing such words, along with the earlier encounter with the fourth Hokage, could it be? Go. Counterattack. Everyone began to take out all their shurikens and threw them with all their might towards the sand and sound ninjas. Each Naruto was forming hand seals. Shadow clone technique, shuriken. The hundreds of ninjas present, dressed in the kitsune attire, threw out thousands of shurikens, and with Naruto's ninjutsu, the numbers surged exponentially, instantly reaching tens of thousands of shurikens. As they looked up at the sky filled with shurikens heading towards them, the sand and sound ninjas were dumbfounded. Is there really someone like this in the world? Then they were overwhelmed by the rain of shurikens. A prolonged battle was resolved by a counteroffensive led by Naruto. The spies in the village were captured or eliminated by Fugaku, leaving the rest to the intelligence department. In the arena of the Chunin exams, in Konoha, on the roof of the central spectator stand, Orochimaru, using the reanimation jutsu along with the Kusanagi sword, successfully defeated the third Hokage. But the third Hokage actually attempted to use the Shiki Fujin to take away Orochimaru's hands. The Nine-Tails had already hinted at this in a big gift, and Orochimaru let his teacher leave with dignity. His hands were sealed, and once he figured out how to resolve this issue, the rest was just research work. Orochimaru successfully escaped, and Konoha's Umbu couldn't stop his even more perfect escape plan. After seeing Gaara defeated by Naruto, Orochimaru felt that the ninja world had become even more interesting. I really don't know what Naruto-kun will make me do. I'm so looking forward to it. Will he propose some perverted requests? Thus, the Konoha collapse plan came to an end. The fourth Kazekage was captured, Itachi's solo achievements. Naruto defeated Gaara, captured Gaara, and repelled the attack from the sand and sound ninjas, achieving great merit. Kakashi trained Naruto, Itachi, Sasuke, and others, achieving great merit. Others also contributed in their own ways, and Konoha would distribute salaries according to the level of tasks. The next day, after tidying up, Konoha all wore black clothes and went to the memorial stone to commemorate the third Hokage, the great Hokage, and the heroes who died in this battle. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, created the strongest era for Konoha during his tenure. His apprentice became the turning point of the Second Ninja War. His grand student became the fourth Hokage, resolved the Third War, and sealed the Nine-Tails. He fought to the death for Konoha. He became the leaf he often spoke of, burning himself to illuminate the village. Everyone stood before the memorial stone, reminiscing about the third Hokage. At this moment, the people around Fugaku were a bit restless. Clan leader, this is a good opportunity. Clan leader, if you don't say it now, it'll be too late. Clan leader, do you want to do it like last time? Stop talking. I will report to the higher-ups, but I still need to visit the Hyuga clan. Naruto, now using his newly acquired ability, sensed everyone's malicious intent and felt that while everyone was reminiscing about their father's words, there was a strong killing intent towards war and enemies. Perhaps what his father said was right. As long as there is a ninja system, hatred will breed, hatred will lead to slaughter. And slaughter will be passed down from generation to generation along with bonds, spawning new hatred. He still didn't know how to solve this problem, but the answers to solving problems would be recorded in Naruto's heart. The Nine-Tails watched this scene and felt Fugaku was about to move, quickly letting Naruto arrange for the people from the Naruto faction to build momentum for Kakashi. The higher-ups of Konoha were overwhelmed. Chapter 162. Who becomes Hokage is not up to me with the third Hokage gone. The entire Konoha was promoting the fifth Hokage. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans nominated Kakashi. After all, with the Kitsune attire, Kakashi's strength was at least equal to if not greater than the third Hokage's. Naruto was indeed reluctant. Kurama, why should I let the Naruto faction recognize him as Hokage? Kakashi-sensei is indeed very strong, but I don't want to hand over the Hokage position. The Nine-Tails came up and swatted him with its tail. What are you thinking? You're still so young. Do you understand the documents you read all day in the house? You still need a lot of experience to become Hokage, you know? Seeing Naruto unconvinced, the Nine-Tails patiently explained, you have to understand. It's not just about being strong and recognized to become Hokage. There is a lot of knowledge you need to learn, internal village matters, external village matters, and some things that ordinary people cannot know, all of which the Hokage must bear silently. I can learn. Naruto was still a bit unconvinced. Learning these useless things is a waste of time. If you become Hokage now, your time will be filled with these matters, and you won't have time to improve your own strength. Kakashi is different. No matter how much he improves, it's still limited. Haven't you seen he is still single? Do you want to end up like that? The Sharingan limits his strength, but now with my chakra, he can progress further. You're different. Your potential is stronger than his. Give you time to develop. And Kakashi is just a grown-up Shikamaru, a particularly intelligent tool. We cooperate with him to build Konoha well. And when you grow up, you can take over. It's a win-win, and don't you think the sixth Hokage sounds better than the fifth? Whispering beside Naruto. Sixth Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki. We need you for the future development of the Naruto faction. The Naruto faction is your foundation for the future and will become a model for other nations. The future wheel has already been established in our hands. Konoha is just a dock, and in the future, we will dominate the entire ninja world. As long as my fist is big enough, I can convince people with virtue. Naruto was a bit dazed. Are we really that strong? Kurama, You're not lying to me, are you? I have special development techniques. Stop. Old man, no. Can we just do something normal? No special stuff. I'm afraid my friends can't handle it. What are you thinking about again? Forget it. I'll tell you this time. Our talent development department is already sufficient for Konoha's talent development, and the number of talents will only increase in the future. However, we do lack high-end talent. Konoha's environment is too comfortable, which limits researchers' sense of crisis. So we need to develop research institutions outside the village. Orochimaru is our ally. If he doesn't cooperate, let Itachi and Shursui go over together and conveniently give these two some first Hokage cells so they can use their eyes happily. What is that? What is all this? Stupid brat. I told you that you don't understand anything. The first Hokage cells are the active cells of the first Hokage. This thing can provide super strong physiques. I know you want to understand, but it's basically a kind of supplement. Oh, a supplement? After using it, it's particularly powerful, and if Orochimaru uses it well, it can change the entire ninja world. Plus, it's not hard for you to see your parents again. Nanny, I can really see my parents again? I haven't tried it, but theoretically, I can revive them. The fourth was quite respectful to us, and didn't even say how he died. Consider this a return gift. Really? I must revive them. Naruto was extremely happy, his big eyes fixed on the Nine Tails. First, find Orochimaru and make him cooperate. It's okay if he doesn't listen. With Itachi and Shursui working together, Orochimaru will be obedient. Then have him teach you a special jutsu, Edo Tensei, which is unique to him. Although it seems like he got the inspiration from the spiritualization technique. You can use your cells along with those of someone named Karen to clone two bodies that should be able to hold their souls. Although it's hard to understand, you can continue. How can one learn jutsu when they're dead? The most important people to resurrect aren't your parents. In my plan, saving this world requires not just Orochimaru, but also another person. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. The second? Didn't you just mention the first? And it's fine if you don't mention my parents. Kurama looked uncomfortable and wrapped him up with his fluffy tail to comfort him. It's okay. Your parents will definitely be resurrected. Keep talking about the second. You've seen his sealing scroll. This scroll is essentially the second's development diary. But there were so many forbidden techniques developed that he forcefully chose a large scroll to record them. Naruto finally gained a clear understanding. The forbidden techniques developed by the second alone were enough for the folks at the Ninja Development Bureau to revere him as their ancestor. These two together could save the ninja world, and then we can gather some materials for them. Materials? Experimental subjects. A skilled craftsman cannot make a meal without rice, you know? Combining tailed beast chakra with first Hokage cells, we aim to create a batch of future war tools. What should we do now? You've said so much that I've almost forgotten what we're supposed to do. I really have the potential to be Hokage. I'm particularly tight-lipped. What you have is a poor memory. Don't insult the word potential. What we need to do now is quietly spread the word before Danzo returns. Kakashi should be the Hokage. This matter must be set in stone. Naruto secretly gathered everyone, and looking at so many members of the Naruto faction, he realized he now had a team of hundreds, almost comparable to a Hokage, without needing to do all the work. For now, let's leave the Hokage position to Kakashi-sensei. I'll get married first and become Hokage after my child grows up. Letting them write a book titled The Year's Dad was Hokage. Just thinking about it makes me a bit excited. Our Naruto faction has been established for quite a while, and everyone knows my dream is to become Hokage of Konoha. However, I'm still too young and immature. I need time to learn and grow. I hope everyone can give me that time. I will definitely become Hokage, but not now. I, Uzumaki Naruto, support Kakashi-sensei as Hokage. No one can say otherwise. When did Konoha start being decided by you? A voice came from the crowd, and it was Tsunade. Oh no, wasn't he? I secretly gathering them just now? The higher-ups were a bit confused, pondering this matter, only to realize that all ninjas in the village, except those in important positions, had come. After inquiring, they found out that Naruto seemed to have something to announce, and they were curious to hear what this child had to say. Unexpectedly, he stole our thunder. Chapter 163. I am just a clueless big boy Uzumaki Naruto. When can a child like you manage Konoha's affairs? Naruto looked at the two elders, the old lady and the old man. Who are you two? At your age, you shouldn't be wandering around. You might need help crossing street, causing trouble for others. Tsunade and Mito's faces changed instantly. Tsunade looked at Naruto and disdainfully said, "Children are just children. All talk. We want to hold it against you." Mito directed his gaze towards the crowd, saying, "The young people today really love to show off. Does everyone want to chat here? Uchiha clan, Hyuga clan, and..." Let me see. The two looked down on Naruto, feeling that as a Jinchuriki, he had no right to speak here. Konoha's matters were not for him to decide. We, the higher-ups, are still alive. Konoha's affairs are not for you to decide. You, a Jinin, gathering so many ninjas here. Are you planning a rebellion? That remark directly defined the situation. At that moment, some people in the crowd got angry. Damn it. ISNT Konoha are home? I can't even say a word about choosing a parent, right? Just as I was about to help Naruto speak, I was pulled back. And the other party pointed at Naruto. Seeing that Naruto didn't look angry and that others were looking up to him, the situation became interesting. Their leader never disappointed in provoking anger. He was good at playing with mentalities. That's right. I, Uzumaki Naruto, am indeed just a Jinin right now. But when I was fighting against Shikaku, where were you two crossing the street? The two wanted to refute, but found no reasons after thinking about it. Where were you when I was fighting against Shikaku? Where were you when I was leading everyone to fend off external threats? Ah, you must have been crossing the street. Watching the shops across the way slowly move. Damn it, without us, how could you survive? Everyone, ISNT that right? Naruto's words stirred the crowd, and they began to curse. Yes, that's right. Without us, how could you two survive? Even the old lady who struggles to cross the street has no right to talk to us. Seeing that everyone still wanted to curse, Naruto raised his hand to calm him down, feeling he and T cursed enough himself. To the two elders, I know you only want what's best for Konoha. Everyone was stunned, but to Tsunade and Mito, it sounded like Naruto was giving them a way out, which felt a bit more comfortable compared to the earlier cursing. Tsunade and Mito instantly felt they regained their composure, raising their heads to look at Naruto. Naruto liked seeing them so high and mighty. You two are also veterans who have fought for Konoha and have merits. But if it's time to retire, then retire properly. Why worry every day? What do you want to do? Teach us young sprouts of Konoha? Don't let us turn into old wooden heads like you. We're looking out for your well-being, so you don't burn yourselves out to light up the village. But honestly, you two aren't enough to burn out. After saying that, Naruto activated the Nine Tails mode, and gasps of surprise erupted from the crowd. Wow, Golden Flash. The Yellow Flash S-Sun. Golden Flash. Minato really left behind a good seed for Konoha. Almost forgot. Naruto is the fourth son. Ah, right. People began to chatter again, and the crowd became chaotic. Naruto raised his hand again, and the noise gradually quieted down. You two, to be honest, we don't carry as much weight as you two. However, as an ordinary Genin of Konoha, I believe I should choose a Hokage who can lead Konoha to glory for my future family without having to report to you in advance. Please forgive my initial rudeness. I'm a fast talker and can't stand others speaking ill of me. After all, I'm still just a clueless big boy. And this is a good temper I've developed over the years. You can ask them, in school, who would dare speak to me like this? Naruto retracted the Nine Tails mode and smiled at everyone. As a member of Konoha, I'm just expressing my feelings because I really don't know what use your two clans have in Konoha. At Konoha School, our Naruto Academy collaborates with the school to train ninjas, specifically planning future careers and categorizing training in advance. This includes Konoha Hospital, Konoha Sealing Class, Konoha Intelligence Department, and Konoha Conventional Combat Department, where we have professional teachers for training. Moreover, our Naruto Academy invests an amount each year equivalent to the highest budget of 30 A-rank missions. The ninjutsu insights, usage methods, and ninjutsu taught that emerge from here every year are enough to help the lower-ranked ninjas grow rapidly. Ordinary Jounin leaders have not suffered losses in the graduation battle, and this is the result of our training. In the Konoha Ninjutsu Development Department, the investment from our Naruto Academy each year cannot be measured in money, but most of the upper ninjas here were once our instructors. The new ninjutsu we develop, new usage plans, and new combinations are all based on their long-term combat experience and have been successfully researched here. The research manuscripts here are enough to fill 3 houses, and as long as everyone has contribution points, they can exchange for various knowledge. Finally, there's the department led by Danzo. Although he hasn't returned from abroad, I believe he will support us, because we are people with a common ideal. We are willing to give everything for Konoha, and what about you? You only play with power here. That was the power we once entrusted to you, but it seems you really don't deserve it now. I've said my piece. Do you have anything to say? Everyone looked up to Naruto, while Shikamaru and the others in the crowd were internally complaining about how someone who usually seems so foolish could be so capable in this matter. Hinata looked at Naruto with starry eyes. Naruto-kun, so cool. Sakura smiled on the outside, but was internally hammering the ground. Naruto is really impressive. Are these two being scolded for being foolish? Keep going. Don't stop. She turned her head and saw Sasuke. Sasuke. Hee hee. Sasuke watched the others going crazy and quietly said, "That guy Naruto is still so talkative. Oof. Is talking alone useful?" Sakura, unable to hear what Sasuke was mumbling in the crowd, went up and kissed him. "Help! Brother! Save me!" Nara, Shikamaru, and Mito Gate were so furious that they lost their color and couldn't speak. There was no reason to refute, and even if they did, no one would stand on their side, which felt uncomfortable. Seeing the two about to collapse, Naruto kindly said, "Hey, these two are about to faint. Bring in 2 medical class students. They need to be particularly skilled. Don't let them die here." Naruto found 2 students with particularly poor skills, as this kind of technique is the only way to make life worse than death. In the end, the 2 were sent to Konoha Hospital in anger, with Naruto covering the medical fees. They were hooked up with all sorts of tubes, and any available medicine was used, ensuring they had the best care. 2 Jounin were stationed at the door, speaking fluently in official language. "You two, please don't move. Your bodies aren't fully recovered yet. And if there's anything you want to do, it's best not to do it. Don't give us any trouble, right? Right? This kind of treatment is something ordinary people cannot enjoy. Can money buy this kind of care? Impossible. Not to mention money. Even power 1T work." When Shursui brought Danzo back to Konoha, he saw the 5th Hokage rock being constructed, and everyone was shocked. The 3rd Hokage had only been dead for 2 days. Kakashi was pushed into the 5th Hokage's seat, and the door was locked. Chapter 164. Major inventory. After settling the high-level officials of Konoha, Naruto began to take stock of his existing forces. With Kakashi in office, the legendary 3 not in the village, and the Uchiha and Hyuga clans treating him particularly well, he needed to replan the future development direction and choose a suitable minister like Danzo. The workers are doing really well. The Naruto Academy's base is now located outside Konoha, moved to the center of the village, opposite the Hokage's office building. After all, the Hokage sometimes has to be responsible for the cooperative talks with the Naruto Academy. The profit distribution that was previously agreed upon with the 3rd Hokage can now be renegotiated with Kakashi. The Naruto Academy's plantation is no longer under the direct jurisdiction of the main base, but is instead managed jointly by Konoha Ninja School, Konoha Orphanage, and the Naruto Academy. The first 2 manage the planting, while the latter manages the sale of vegetables. There can also be multiple roles, using a point system where money, knowledge, and anything else can be exchanged. Not only has the planting area expanded, but they will also come into contact with many medicinal plants during the planting period, requiring a lot of pharmacology knowledge. After graduation, whether becoming a doctor or collecting medicinal plants in the wild after injuries, this knowledge will be useful. It will develop into a diversified planting industry base. Many villagers have built houses around here, specifically using the small house Naruto built back then as a scenic spot for children to visit for inspiration. Charging 5,000 Ryo, they can experience a night. The Naruto Academy training base is managed by the strongest student in Naruto Academy, who sends points daily. As long as they remain undefeated on the Naruto leaderboard and accept challenges, the base has moved from near the plantation to the foothills on the edge of Konoha, next to a forest with waterfalls and cliffs, making it a great training location. Climbing trees, wading through water, and climbing cliffs with weights can all be done in one go. Combat practice can take place on the cliffs, which are full of rocks, allowing for free combat. The Naruto Academy's education department has arranged a room within Konoha Ninja School, managed by outstanding students from Naruto Academy, granting them significant power. However, once they graduate, they cannot stay at the school. Generally, it is managed by senior students responsible for talent testing, training planning, and job placement for students after enrollment. Essentially, training begins the moment they step into the school, and students can exchange points for guidance from more excellent Jounin teachers, provided they have enough points. Of course, exam scores and test results can also earn points. The Naruto Academy's hospital training department is also a student club within the ninja school, taking on third-year medical ninja students, responsible for teaching herbal medicine, pharmacology, basic medicine, and preventive medicine. After graduation, each category has many books to study, led by the ninjas from the hospital. Students in the 5th grade and above can handle minor injuries in the training department. Those classified as minor injuries can treat themselves, while those judged not to be minor injuries will be accompanied by a physician for treatment. The Naruto Academy's ninjutsu development department focuses on systematic research, theoretical analysis, and application guidance for existing ninjutsu, aimed at more proficient use of ninjutsu and providing possibilities for creating new ninjutsu. This research-oriented ninjutsu development combines ideas and practice, making it a significant expenditure item but the gains are substantial. Successful projects are shared as experiences, while unsuccessful ones are handed over to brother departments as ideas. Either way, it's useful. The Naruto Academy's Ninjutsu Development Bureau has been renamed the War Deception Bureau, with Danzo as the director, and its external name is Konoha Cultural and Creative Group. Danzo believes that the battlefield has changed. From a moment the Nine Tails became controllable, the world has changed. The form of war has shifted from slaughter to cultural collision, and seizing the highest point in the cultural field can clearly control economic trends and political lines. Danzo has staked his future on the Cultural and Creative Group, and now he is making significant moves, even arranging for Jiraiya's novels to be adapted into films. Danzo's path has suddenly widened. The newly established Naruto Education Ninja Tool Development Bureau, after experiencing the Konoha collapse incident, recognized Tenen's talent and appointed her as the minister. Moreover, since Naruto had spent money, various ninja tools were constantly being created, including hand crossbows, sleeve crossbows, guns, multi-shot shuriken launchers, and single-person vehicles. Naruto also received a gift from Zabuza, the chakra armor, and prepared to research its principles and cost reduction directions. He was particularly eager for the Sword of the Thunder God, a legendary artifact that was essentially an application result of theoretical development. Until the principle was clarified, it remained an artifact. Once understood, it would just be an antique. At the same time, Naruto offered a high bounty for the 7 ninja swords of the Mist Ninja. I have money. Just bring the swords over to play with, and I'll return them. The black market was eyeing this new project. By now, the basic departments of the Naruto education had been clarified, and Naruto also organized the data of Team 7. Naruto Uzumaki, of the Uzumaki clan bloodline, son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, host of the Nine Tails. Ninjutsu, C rank and below, 5 elemental ninjutsu, wind release specialization, forbidden jutsu series seduction technique, A rank ninjutsu shadow clone technique, Rasengan, S rank giant Rasengan, super giant Rasengan, body flicker technique. 3 body technique. Jinjutsu Nun, Taijutsu, strong, summoning beast, Mount Mayaboka Toad. Special mode, Kurama mode. Advantages, abundant chakra. Sasuke Uchiha, of the Uchiha clan bloodline. Bloodline limit, Sharingan. Ninjutsu, instantly learned, lightning release specialization. Jinjutsu, can rebound with a glance. Taijutsu, can copy with a glance. Special ability, easily attracts attention. Advantages, has a good older brother. Sakura Haruno, a civilian ninja. Ninjutsu, water release specialization, general medical ninjutsu. Jinjutsu, strong but unused. Taijutsu, average. Advantages, good learner. As for the others, let's tally that later. I'm not really clear if their abilities have changed recently. Naruto and the Nine Tails reflected on the Naruto education they had built over the years, feeling emotional. When can I have my statue carved on the wall? I've been in Konoha since the time of the first Hokage. Always bullied. That's right, old man. Our fate is the same. No more talking about the past. In the future, my arrangement for you is to go train with Jiraiya, and by the way, make some money, gather people, and acquire things. Any specifics? No special plans, just the most ordinary set. Your true level is still low. You need a good teacher to guide you, and Jiraiya is just right. When the time comes, leave the village, get involved with the black market. Deal with the Akatsuki organization, and then trade with Orochimaru. Finally, investigate a few places: the Dragon Vein of the Sand Ninja, the Flying Technology of the Land of Sky, the Witches of the Land of Demons, and the Rogue Ninja by Lahu. That's all for now. And by the way, bring over a few Akatsuki members. They have something with spores that's great material to hand over to Orochimaru. Although Naruto didn't understand, he kept smiling. Chapter 165. Forced Arrangements. The Nine Tails said to Naruto, "Your teacher is Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. The other 2 are also disciples of the Sannin. Now, the Uchiha brat has a family to continue training with. When the time comes, find Danzo. He has a way to contact Orochimaru and can have him teach the brat. Once we have the materials, Orochimaru can make his own body. As for that little girl, we might have to gamble on her." As soon as he heard gamble, Naruto was engulfed in memories controlled by bugs. Gambling isn't too good, is it? No problem. She's the legendary cash cow who loses easily. The Nine Tails grinned. We won't lose. And if you try harder, I can even find you teacher's wife. Hearing this, Naruto thought it sounded beneficial. We won't lose. I will definitely work hard. Looking at his naive child, the Nine Tails felt pleased. Good energy. Jiraiya will thank you later. Thank me for what? Nothing much. Now that Danzo has just returned, Itachi and Jiraiya seem to have come back too. You can talk to Jiraiya about taking on disciples and mention Orochimaru to Itachi and Shursui. Alright, I'll arrange that right away. Naruto found it incredibly easy to locate someone in the village. He casually asked and found Jiraiya, who was collecting inspiration. Pervy Sage. Pervy Sage. Naruto shouted without restraint. Jiraiya felt that the atmosphere had been ruined. Why are you shouting so loudly? I've just returned to Konoha and haven't even relaxed yet. Don't disturb me. Isn't it because my master just returned that your disciple is here to arrange things? Hot springs my treat. Sounds good. Let's go. The two immediately headed to the hot springs, ordered some small dishes and drinks, and then enjoyed the hot springs. Pervy Sage, since I have already become your disciple, how about finding the Sannin to be teachers for my two companions? Naruto's words made Jiraiya immediately think of Tsunade. He certainly couldn't think of that rogue ninja, Orochimaru, who killed his master. She might not be interested in the Uchiha brat, and their personalities and ninjutsu don't match. Are you talking about that Uchiha brat? Tsunade might not agree. Even if she does, will the Uchiha learn medical ninjutsu? No way. That kind of ninjutsu can't just be learned by looking at it with the Sharingan. After saying that, he poured himself another glass of wine. How about this? Sasuke can receive long-distance guidance from Orochimaru, and Sakura can apprentice under Tsunade. How's that sound? Jiraiya immediately spat out the wine he had just sipped. What did you say? Orochimaru? He's an S-ranked rogue ninja from Konoha, a very dangerous person. Dangerous? Naruto's question left Jiraiya baffled. Isn't he dangerous? Naruto continued. Kurama told me that Danzo has a contact method and said that Itachi and Shursui can discuss it with him. Orochimaru will agree. Jiraiya paused. Itachi and Shursui? With two pairs of Mangekyou Sharingan, both Jiraiya and Naruto thought that Itachi and Shursui could threaten Orochimaru with their strength. While the Nine-Tails had planted the seed of knowledge in Shursui regarding the importance of his eyes, so he hadn't told anyone about the ocular techniques. If Orochimaru could cooperate, then it would be beneficial. If not, they could always take something from Danzo, and Shursui's eyes could become a treasure for the peaceful ninja world. What kind of infinite Tsukuyami? Disgusting. Then the ninja world would become united. Jiraiya fell into deep thought, mourning for his friend. He felt that after so many years of searching for Orochimaru, he never expected that Danzo could contact him. Mourning? What are you mourning for? Why should I? Jiraiya couldn't even drink anymore, his body tense, anger in his eyes. Orochimaru, you bastard. I can't even contact you. And you found a sick pervert. Speaking of sick perverts, Jiraiya thought about how Danzo could answer so many questions. It was clear that he couldn't bring back Orochimaru's heart because he wasn't perverted enough. Two sick perverts. These two are really toxic. Coming back to reality, Jiraiya thought of Kurama and asked Naruto, did Kurama tell you all this? Yes, and I've completely unsealed Kurama's seal. From my death. Naruto shared his experiences from the past few days. His malicious perception of his master told him that he truly cared for him, so he could speak without reservation. What? The fourth Hokage? Yeah, Dad left a bit of chakra in my seal, so I could chat with him for a while and even hug him. I was so happy. Jiraiya was surprised that Minato had such an ability. It was truly impressive. No, you broke the seal and your father came out. Why isn't the Nine-Tails making a move? The Nine-Tails has been with me ever since I met him when I was 4 years old. He is my closest family, my elder. Upon hearing this, the Nine-Tails seemed to have no choice but to emerge, transforming the chakra from Naruto into a fox head to look at Jiraiya. You brat. I've been training Naruto all these years. You're also one of the helpers I've designated to train him. Hearing helper in one of Jiraiya couldn't think of anyone else besides himself who could train Naruto. Kakashi? What could he do? Don't overthink it. When Orochimaru can gather the previous Hokage, we can have them each give Naruto a lesson. Edo Tensei requires living people as sacrifices. You can't let him keep using that evil forbidden technique. What if it's an artificially cultivated vessel? Just like corn growing in a field, there wouldn't be any moral burden. Your knowledge is too limited. Jiraiya was unable to rebut the Nine-Tails preaching, feeling that he really didn't quite understand it, but it somehow felt reasonable. The Nine-Tails thought the explanation was too tedious and extended a chakra fist. Brat, just look for yourself. Naruto, listening to the Nine-Tails call him brat, felt great. He wouldn't get hit for this. Jiraiya bumped fists with the Nine-Tails. Just sleep for a bit, and you'll know everything. As soon as Jiraiya heard this, he wanted to find a place to sleep. Then, he was sneak attacked by the Nine-Tails' tail. He fell asleep. Watching the Nine-Tails' skilled hypnosis method, Naruto felt too familiar. He couldn't help but ask, Elder, you let them see so many things, why didn't you tell me? You know too much. It's not good for you because it will drive you crazy. This is a form of protection for you. Maybe I'll tell you in the future, depending on your performance. The future isn't peaceful. We need to consolidate the power of the entire shinobi world to fight back. Right now, everyone is a piece on the chessboard, gambling their lives against heaven just to win that half a piece. Elder, can you talk normally? I don't know how to play chess. Chapter 166. Guiding Kakashi after a night, Jiraiya saw a vision of the future. The Otsutsuki clan would invade the entire world, which deeply impacted him. He was still gathering material? What a waste of time. Suddenly, he wanted to see Tsunade. After the war, Konoha village returned to its usual hustle and bustle, with people coming and going on the streets. Naruto, with his hands behind his back, walked towards the Hokage building. After Danzo returned to the village, he rescued 2 high-ranking officials from the hospital. After all, they were comrades from back then, and the first thing they thought of once rescued was to have either Jiraiya or Tsunade as Hokage. They sent them back to the hospital, feeling that there might be after effects and should rest for a while. When Naruto entered the office, he happened to see Kakashi-sensei and Danzo arguing about something. The two tidied up their clothes when they saw Naruto come in, and Danzo retreated. At that moment, the Nine Tails emerged, young Kakashi. Kakashi looked at the chakra-formed fox face and was momentarily stunned. What is it? You haven't forgotten the study materials I gave you before, right? The ones with a lot of teachers. The Nine Tails grinned at Kakashi, and that look made Kakashi instantly understand, recalling that night. The Nine Tails extended its fist. Come on. I have the study materials you want. Kakashi perked up, not expecting there would still be stories that didn't repeat after all these years. Exciting. This was part of the memory the Nine Tails obtained from the 4th Hokage, a patch for Kakashi to use as Hokage. It would be much simpler with this plugin, since Kakashi might not handle some matters well during his first term as Hokage. After the fist bump, the Nine Tails returned, and Naruto curiously asked the Nine Tails, what study materials? Don't you have anything serious to do? Do you want me to give you some physics and chemistry? Which subject do you want? Naruto quickly shook his head, coming back to his senses and looking at Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi was clearly still exploring the memories sent by the Nine Tails. His previously smiling expression became increasingly serious, realizing that the Nine Tails had indeed sent knowledge. If I had this earlier, why was I arguing with Danzo? I am Hokage. Being Hokage just requires Konoha to make the decision and inform the daimyo. Although the daimyo's approval is needed in name, they generally won't make things difficult. Danzo just wants a medal because Kakashi isn't Hokage yet. Can Kakashi tolerate him? With chakra, he felt more confident speaking. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto couldn't help but ask, not understanding how many twists and turns being Hokage involved. Naruto, is there something? Only then did Kakashi focus back on Naruto. Kakashi-sensei, I want to go with the pervy sage to find a teacher for Sasuke and Sakura. Teacher? Why can't I teach you? Aren't you busy being Hokage? The pervy sage can teach me just as well. After all, he's one of the legendary 3. I just want to ask Granny Tsunade and Orochimaru to teach Sakura and Sasuke respectively. Is indeed a bit busy. Lady Tsunade and, who did you say? Orochimaru? Yeah, let Itachi and Shursui go find Danzo for news about Orochimaru. Talking to Orochimaru should be simple. It is indeed simple. Those two can basically get anything done in the shinobi world now. Kakashi held his forehead, feeling that strange events were increasing. Orochimaru is an S-rank rogue ninja. After the 3rd died, he became cooperative and even let his disciple further study with others. This world is too sudden. Then it's settled. Also, since you said so, let them handle the business when the time comes. I believe in them. There won't be any problems. Itachi and Shursui are both capable kids. Are you ready to leave now? Yeah, I'm leaving this afternoon. After handing things over to Shikamaru, Naruto happily set off with Jiraiya to find Tsunade, who was now completely absorbed in novels. I am a gambling god of the shinobi world, starting as an orphan. My luck is just a little bit. I opened a casino in Konoha. Over the years, she had either been losing money or on the path of losing money, all because she had glanced at it in the crowd and never forgot to gamble. Completely captured by the book titles, Ino and Taunton breathed a sigh of relief. If this continued, there would be no place for them in the land of fire. Tsunade's obsession with novels left Jiraiya stumped in gathering information, but Naruto found the owner of a bookstore in a small town. But Naruto, big boss? The tiger covers the ground. $2.50. Imperial Jade liquid wine. Let me tell you, the code was immediately matched, big boss. Naruto looked at Jiraiya. See our information network. Ask whatever you want. Jiraiya felt that the news from the entertainment spots was no longer reliable. Was the bookstore joking? He directly asked, has the legendary fat sheep ever been to this small town? No, The last time Lady Tsunade was seen was on her way to Shortbook Street. At that time, she seemed to be captivated by her novels. Recently, there have been no reports from the casino about Lady Tsunade continuing to gamble. She should have fallen into it. The owner was very clear. The current profits from novels rivaled those of casinos. Smack! Jiraiya slapped his forehead, wondering when she would be so engrossed in reading her own novel. Now, they finally had a target, after sending off his underlings. Naruto and Jiraiya set off for Shortbook Street. When did you establish that information network? I didn't want to establish it at first. But then there were too many people coming to buy books from us, so it was organized spontaneously. They exchanged information for a lower price, so I gave in. After all, these people are simple and easy to manage. That group of merchants. Simple? Of course. They have no other demands besides money. Isn't that simple enough? They are good merchants working hard for Konoha outside. Haven't you thought about them leaking Konoha's information? What could they leak? Our Naruto, a vegetable seller, and them, booksellers. What kind of information could they have? Although the security department insisted on investigating, they had the Uchiha, Hyuga, and Yamanaka check it at midnight, using brainwashing, fate-seeing, and memory probing. There shouldn't be any issues. Jiraiya was speechless. Ever since the security department joined forces, it's really, well done. Sigh. Just those two families are strict about their novels, and they have to compete for superiority. Even a slight dip in sales won't do. But I've seen Fugaku frequently visiting the Hyuga residence. I wonder what he's doing. Ha ha. Jiraiya has heard about this too. That guy Fugaku is always trying to arrange a marriage for Sasuke, while Hyuga is guarding it tightly, saying she was blind to agree back then. And Hanabi is still too young. They have to wait until she graduates from the Ninja Academy to talk about it. Two fathers are making such a fuss over their kids. Don't worry about those two old guys. Have you gotten proficient with the summoning technique I taught you before? Jiraiya is still in the mood to mock others while at least they have kids. Chapter 167. Plan to punch out its Tsutsuki. The Ninetales looked at Jiraiya, who seemed like an old man, and thought about how he would react when he sees Orochimaru boldly appearing in front of him as a child who hasn't graduated yet. Would Jiraiya be infuriated? They promised to grow up together, but you just live back. And Tsunade still looks young while he is aging. After all, he is the legendary Jiraiya. Perhaps that's what gives him his charm. Naruto and Jiraiya were chatting and laughing as they headed towards the short booklet street. On the way, Jiraiya assessed Naruto's summoning technique, but according to Naruto, it was all about fate. When the time comes, any frog could come. Just don't summon the Toad Sage. You really should train properly. It's too dangerous like this. The Toad Sage, is he the same sage as you? Naruto still didn't quite understand why Jiraiya referred to himself as a sage. Jiraiya felt it was time to educate him. This kid is a genius in learning ninjutsu and is progressing too quickly. A sage is someone who has mastered sage mode. Natural energy exists in nature, and by mixing it with physical and mental energy, one can create sage chakra. However, natural energy can only be maintained at 1/3. Too much can be life-threatening. Is it that difficult? Kurama, can you do it? I can't, but I want to learn. Just in case a frog connects to my chakra in the future. Let us learn together sometime. I want to become a sage too. Jiraiya listened to these two talking. How could they look down on frogs like this? Ninetales. The toads of Mount Myaboku have been passed down since the Sage of Six Paths. They're much more powerful than you think. I know. It's just helping the old man out. I used to seal a lot of sage chakra. I can do that too in the future, Jiraiya didn't want to discuss matters with his fox anymore. He had lived too long and knew a bit about everything, making it hard to argue with him. Are you still going to let me teach? This. After seeing the Ninetales fall silent, Jiraiya smiled. Naruto, let us continue. As one of the 3 great sage lands, Mount Myaboku has a unique sage mode that can be cultivated using toad oil. You'll encounter this in the future. Right now, what is most important for you is to grow up quickly and lay a solid foundation. Though I don't know what the Ninetales' plans are. I feel the days ahead will be quite difficult. What are you talking about? What is so difficult? When the time comes, I'll take down each of them. The Ninetales spoke up again. That situation wouldn't work with the entire ninja world. Can you handle it? Jiraiya couldn't help but feel that the Ninetales was bragging. Looking at Naruto, the future of the ninja world is in this kid's hands, along with that Tsutsuki group. Are they going to use the technology of the ninja world to create gods? It seems Naruto and the Ninetales are acting faster. Although I don't know what you plan to do, it should be quite difficult, right? Ha ha ha. It's nothing. It's only a few decades. I don't care about that little time. For a moment, Jiraiya wanted to ask him, will you die or not? He held it back, almost causing internal injuries. Just thinking about how old the Ninetales is, it doesn't hurt to show some care. So, he changed the topic and started chatting with Naruto. The Nine Tails said he had his own plans for action. What Orochimaru and his group did was just the foundation. The main event is still on our side. When I defeat all the tailed beasts one by one, I will fuse the chakra of the other tailed beasts and become the conscious 10 Tails Chakra, Kurama. At that time, Naruto can directly evolve into the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, and he can activate the 6 Paths mode anytime he wants. This process is roughly divided into 3 steps: collecting tailed beast chakra, activating the 6 Paths mode. After mastering Yin-Yang release and grasping the power of creation, I can directly fuse part of the chakra from other tailed beasts into Kurama, becoming the 10 Tails Chakra, Kurama. Then, Naruto will become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. At that time, let us see if that ugly outer path golem can be changed, turning it into a big tree planted in the Sand Ninja area. Aren't they lacking plants? That's right. This is the entire plan of the Nine Tails. Let Orochimaru give Naruto the body of the 6 Paths, and the Nine Tails will upgrade. Both hardware and software will be upgraded. Plant some fruits in the dragon vein or something, and when the time comes, eat one and throw one. What kind of Tsutsuki comes here, and I'll take them down one by one. I definitely want to use heavy particle mode, but after becoming the 10 Tails, it should be fine to use it once. 6 Paths Naruto, plus 10 Tails Jinchuriki, plus heavy particles, fighting a bunch of aliens, even if they hide in another space. I can pull them out. Now we need to develop cautiously. As long as there is a second person in this world who knows, it's no longer a secret. Those shameless bastards might go back in time to bully people. I really don't know how the future me will deal with it. Anyway, technology is power. I now control the technology of the entire ninja world, and I even let Danzo go out to deceive people just to prevent those bastards from messing around. Oh no, it seems I forgot something. I forgot to mock after defeating Shikaku. Stinky Raccoon, remember this. Next time, I must beat him up again, mock him for an entire day, and finally take some chakra. Anyway, he is always being sealed, so it doesn't matter much, just right for me. Then arrange the order, 3 years ahead of time. Catch up with the other siblings, and exchange gifts. When the time comes, let Naruto learn Sage Mode and directly become a Sage of 6 Paths, wahaha. The Nine Tails had arranged a very clear path for Naruto. He probably didn't consider whether Hinata would accept if he changed bodies. Maybe he thought he would leave that headache to Orochimaru. Now, Shikamaru is fully in the attributes of a worker, experiencing pain and joy. The happiness of these people still requires me to take action one by one. Looking at Jiraiya, who was still chatting with Naruto, the Nine Tails was ready to give him a lesson. Hey Jiraiya, kid. Jiraiya, at this age, is still being called a kid. Kid, forget it, go ahead. Regardless of age or strength, it's hard to say. You should know your own matters. Tsunade is still single in the end. Jiraiya was left speechless, his hair standing on end, and he fell into deep thought. Oh dear, the great hero Jiraiya, in matters like this, actually acts just like a pure little boy. How do you write those textbooks every day? What kind of talk is this? That's art, although I really want to say it like that. He awkwardly chuckled. The Nine Tails once again struck at Jiraiya's heart, saying, Jiraiya, you can't keep dragging this out, can you? No matter how powerful Tsunade is, she is ultimately a girl. Why can't you handle those girls you wrote about in your books? Her last boyfriend was Kato Dan, right? Aside from not being as handsome as him, you're quite good overall. Right now, those ninja school graduates who have been out for 4 years are doing research on medical ninjutsu and beauty. Why don't you give it a try? After a few rounds of this, Jiraiya was a bit tempted. Chapter 168, Drinking Contest. Really? Although I'm quite handsome now. Who doesn't want to be even more handsome? The Nine Tails smirked and said, That's a lie. No one will like a lecherous old man like you. Just give up. I can't take it anymore. Jiraiya rolled up his sleeves, looking like he wanted to fight the Nine Tails, but the Nine Tails wouldn't indulge him. He immediately shrank back into Naruto's body, taunting, Come on, come in. Let me show you how I'll deal with you. What? Does that mean the Nine Tails is afraid? Showing this side to Naruto, his grandpa still has this side? Haha, Kurama, who would have thought? Why don't you dare come out and have a fight with him? The Nine Tails thought about it. It seems this isn't the Hidden Leaf anymore. He was afraid of what others might say about Naruto and the Hidden Leaf, so he didn't show himself much. But now, after hearing Naruto's words, Jiraiya got a bit wild too. That's right, Kurama, are you afraid of this sage? I, Jiraiya the sage, am standing right here. Come out if you dare. Say it again. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The Nine Tails' words sounded like he was backing down, although he didn't know why. But Jiraiya suddenly felt like he was standing tall. To be able to make the Nine Tails bow down brings a sense of pride, and it would excite those girls for a long time. Oof. Kurama, Jiraiya, we'll put it this way today. For a moment, it felt like a crisis was approaching. Jiraiya had lived this long in the ninja world. His instincts were quite reliable. Come out if you dare. Let me see if I one-tea drink you to death. A fight turned into a drinking contest. That's how powerful Jiraiya is. The Nine Tails, as a serious northeastern fox, could indulge him. He transformed into a fox the size of Naruto, just one tail out. The other 8 tails stayed with Naruto, who was afraid of whom. Look at this tail of mine. Naruto and Jiraiya looked at the 9 tails 1 tail, a bit confused. What does this mean? The 9 tails smiled proudly. Keep drinking. Oh, I don't believe that. You're a tailed beast and you've drunk alcohol? You want tea just pass out in one sip, right? Haha. From Jiraiya's existing information, this fox had never touched alcohol. I'm going. Naruto, hurry up. Today if I don't drink him to death, I'll tie Tsunade to his bed. Naruto's gloating expression was very reminiscent of the old 9 tails. Oh, Grandpa betting this big? Lecherous sage. What are you going to put on the table? P.S. Such a coward. He doesn't even dare to face his feelings. Kato Dan is dead, and he still can't get Tsunade. A greasy old man who writes smutty novels. Does he dare to bet? The 9 tails knew Jiraiya was a coward. But although Tsunade gambles, loses money, and doesn't pay back, and even has some ceiling tattoos on her body, she's a good girl. Let us try to match this pair of star-crossed lovers. Let us gamble. If I lose, what do you say? Ha ha. If you lose, it's simple. I'll also learn that sage mode. Jiraiya was thinking about how the 9 tails would transform into a toad when absorbing too much natural chakra. A big fox face with big toad eyes. Or the top is a fox and the bottom is a toad. Or the bottom is a fox and the top is a toad. Or left and right. Ah, fine. Whether I win or lose, I want to teach you. The more Jiraiya thought about it, the more excited he got. If he could get first-hand information and trick the Ninja Technique Development Bureau with it. The secrets that 9 tails and Great Toad must not speak would definitely sell well, as long as neither side saw it. The 9 tails looked at Jiraiya's mischievous smile. Why does his expression seem more and more off? Hurry up. Let us go. Find an izakaya. Just looking at your face, you're not holding anything good. Just like when you were tricking me. The 9 tails felt the malice. All these years it was me, Kurama, tricking others. How come it's my turn to be tricked? What level are you to think like me? I'll drink you to death. Finally, they arrived at the short booklet street. Jiraiya and Naruto quickly found a tavern. After Naruto paid, he watched the two of them drink. Come on, cheers. Jiraiya picked up the sake bottle and downed it in one go. Jiraiya was stunned. Shouldn't they use cups? But he couldn't lose momentum. He followed suit and drank. The 9 tails said, after all these years, you're the first one to drink with me. Well said, after all these years. It's also my first time drinking with a tailed beast. Fate, cheers. After clinking glasses, they drank again. The owner saw that they had a big customer today and arranged for a waiter to keep bringing them drinks. Cultivating Naruto has been so hard for me. This kid, I taught him so many principles, but he learned them all wrong. Jiraiya was quite curious about Naruto's growth and asked, what did you teach him? Medical divination, playing musical instruments, chess, calligraphy, painting, mechanical work, trade, planting, drinking songs, riddle guessing, the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, Chimanduanjia, agricultural water conservancy, economic military strategy, and so on. Jiraiya was shocked. The 9 tails could actually do so much. You taught all this to Naruto? I didn't teach him at all. Then why the hell are you saying so much? I just taught him the principles of being a person, and he learned them all wrong. How could I dare to teach him anything else? I only taught him half of the analects, just half, and he beat up everyone in the entire Hidden Leaf School. I was afraid if I taught him the other half, even the teachers would get beaten up by him. At this time, Naruto chimed in. It's not like he hasn't beaten anyone. Mizuki. Right, that guy really deserved a beating, but Mizuki has such a pretty girlfriend, oh. Forget it, cheers. Jiraiya, hearing the 9 tails words, was stunned and clinked glasses with the 9 tails. The two of them had drunk half a barrel of alcohol without eating any dishes. They were a bit tipsy and still chatting. Blushing, Jiraiya put his arm around the 9 tails' shoulder and said, back in the day, I was the bottom of the barrel in the Hidden Leaf, and later, guess what happened? What happened? Can you be more talented than Orochimaru? Why bring up that freak? I became one of the legendary 3 ninjas. TCH, what is there to brag about? Back in my day, forget it. A hero doesn't talk about past glories. The 9 tails thought about it, either being controlled by someone or destroying the Hidden Leaf, not very glorious. Cheers. The two of them drank until midnight, and because of special topic, they started arguing. The 9 tails said that Orochimaru is now a woman, and if Tsunade doesn't want him, Orochimaru will still want him. This made Jiraiya angry. What does it mean? Do Jiraiya, really like freaks that much? The 9 tails then said, the future Orochimaru already has children. Think about whose they are? At that time, I would have been dead. Impossible. How could Orochimaru? But Orochimaru doesn't care whether you're dead or not. You still don't think about why it's white-haired? The Nine-Tails drank with Jiraiya, making Jiraiya doubt his life. Did Orochimaru really covet his genes? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 169. Tsunade spectating on Short Book Street at midnight. Tsunade had spent the entire day in the inn reading novels and comics, and by midnight, she was starving and decided to go out for a drink before sleep. She called Shizune and Tonton to grab something to eat. Looking at the bustling street filled with people, it seemed like something exciting was happening, and she was surprised to see such liveliness at this late hour. She casually pulled someone over and asked, "What's going on? Why are so many people over there?" The person was a bit reluctant, but when they turned around, they felt their life was worth it. It seemed like someone was having a drinking contest with a fox and was getting rowdy. Many people were watching. "What is going on, Shizun? Hurry up." Tsunade became interested. It was quite fun at this hour, just like the adventures in novels. "Wait for me, Lady Tsunade." Shizun hurriedly followed, holding Tonton in her arms. Tsunade used her incredible strength to push through the crowd. "Excuse me, make way, please." An irresistible force pushed her aside, and just as a passerby was about to complain, they saw a beautiful woman with a cherry-like mouth and a generous demeanor pushing them aside and swallowed their words. "Why are there so many people today? Don't push me from behind." And they tried to lean closer. "Bastard, go die. You still want to take advantage of me." She swung her fist at him, and he ended up with a huge bump on his head and fainted. She lightly tapped the hearts of those wanting to turn into perverts. This rose may be beautiful, but toxic, too dangerous. Was that tofu? No, it was frozen tofu. So hard. The way she walked away felt a bit familiar. A gamble? It sounded like something she had heard before. Could it be the legendary fat sheep? The crowd parted to make way for Tsunade, who walked in to see Jiraiya and the Nine-Tails rolling on the ground fighting. The Nine-Tails? A serious look flashed in Tsunade's eyes as she saw Jiraiya next to him. Feeling furious. Bang, bang. Why is there a silly, smiling kid next to them? Wearing a Konoha headband? Bang. Tsunade brought Naruto, Jiraiya, and the Nine-Tails back to the inn, watching the two and the fox. "Speak up." Naruto, quick-tongued, exclaimed, "You old hat, what do you want? Why did you bring me here? Not cooperating, huh?" She punched Jiraiya on the head, bang. Naruto was startled and hugged the Nine-Tails tightly. The Nine-Tails, drunk, didn't dare to move, his brain wasn't working, and he even forgot to return to Naruto's body. "What do you want me to say? I don't even know. Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you." Tsunade, wanting to hit Jiraiya again, was held back by him. He had sobered up. "Stop. If you keep hitting, you'll die." "Oh, you're awake." Upon hearing that tone, Naruto thought it sounded so much like the Nine-Tails. "Do you two know each other?" "Pervy Sage. Do you know this old hag?" Tsunade clenched her fist and hit Naruto on the head. "Who are you calling an old hag? How you talk, you brat?" She waved her fist in front of Naruto's eyes. Naruto hugged his head, feeling the pain, thinking, why isn't she hitting the pervy sage? He pitifully said, "Big sister." He recalled what the Nine-Tails had taught him. A gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. Show mercy when you can. Let her go this time. That's better. Jiraiya, you explain what is going on. I don't want to say. How could he tell her about his issues with Orochimaru? How to say it to the girl he liked? Tsunade, still giving him face in front of Shizune and Naruto, said, "I just want to go out for a drink at midnight, but I heard someone was fighting with a fox." "You're impressive, Jiraiya." "Not at all." Tsunade then looked at the Nine-Tails in Naruto's arms. Softening energy, the Nine-Tails immediately felt it, his tongue from drinking still out, his mouth agape. "What is your situation?" "Old who? It's been so many years I haven't tea drunk. I'm not feeling well today. Let us postpone our fight." The Nine-Tails immediately went to sleep inside Naruto's body. Jiraiya and Naruto watched the Nine-Tails' actions. "Ah, you bastard Kurama." Suddenly, without the Nine-Tails' protection, Naruto faced a killing intent, scared to death. I didn't tea drink." "Ha ha, don't be scared, little guy. This silly child must be the Jinchuriki." Jiraiya seemed to have drunk quite a bit as well. How did he think he could compete with the Nine-Tails? How could it be realized? Ridiculous. Looking at the already drunk Jiraiya, with a big bump on his head, he fell asleep dazedly. After being frightened, Naruto was also quite tired and looked listless. Any questions would have to wait until tomorrow morning. He called Shizune to get them a room, helped them settle in, and then went back to sleep. After Tsunade left, Jiraiya finally breathed a sigh of relief. The next day, after waking up, Jiraiya quietly went to find Tsunade to discuss bringing her back to the village to teach students. Tsunade flatly refused. "Are you trying to trick me into becoming Hokage? I'm not doing that. That's not it." I just want you to educate the younger generation and improve the medical level of Konoha Hospital. The negative review rate of these medical ninjas is particularly high. Although their skills are undeniable, the negative reviews are high. What does that have to do with me? If I say I'm not going, then I'm not going. Seeing Tsunade refuse so quickly, Jiraiya felt a bit at a loss for words. At that moment, he spotted Shizen and taunted, "Oh, is this the niece I've heard about? I didn't expect her to grow up so much." Shizen immediately crossed her arms and stepped back 2 steps, hiding behind Tsunade. "Hello, Lord Jiraiya. Are you serious about stepping back those 2 steps?" Jiraiya felt heartbroken. The Nine-Tails was right. He really wasn't the type that young girls liked anymore. "Shizen, I have something to discuss with Tsunade. Could you step out for a bit?" Shizen glanced at Tsunade, and after seeing her nod, quickly left with taunting. "Am I that scary? Seriously?" After Jiraiya said this, he looked at Tsunade. "Kakashi has become the 5th Hokage. The village's higher-ups are already vacant. You can go support Kakashi and teach his disciples. You haven't returned to Konoha in so many years. And now that the teacher has passed away, you haven't even come back to take a look." "Teacher," Tsunade reminisced about the past with the 3rd Hokage. Time passed, and when Tsunade regained her spirits, she said to Jiraiya, "What is up with that brat?" Jiraiya recounted Naruto's life from childhood to now, and Tsunade listened with her mouth agape, clearly shocked. The Konoha Ninja School, founded by her great-grandfather, the Konoha Hospital she established, unexpectedly thrived and developed under Naruto. And the novels she had been reading these past few days were actually created by the organization that this brat founded. Moreover, both the Uchiha and Hyuga clans were on his side. New enemies would emerge in the future, such as Pain, Akatsuki, Kagaya, and the Otsutsuki clan. It was simply unbelievable. This conversation completely overturned her worldview. "Is this your reason for wanting me to go back?" Chapter 170. Persuading the homebody Tsunade, Jiraiya looked at Tsunade. "Konoha will face a crisis in the future. Konoha needs you, Tsunade." Jiraiya didn't understand why Tsunade's attitude remained so cold, even after he explained everything so clearly. Jiraiya took the opportunity to place both hands on Tsunade's shoulders. "Wake up, Tsunade. Konoha will face very powerful enemies in the future, and there will be great suffering ahead. The Uchiha and Hyuga will all die. You really are a writer, able to spin such tales. If they die, so be it. The people of Konoha are always talking about competing for the Hokage position, but when I go back, I'll definitely be tricked into the Hokage role by you. Just give up on that idea. I want to be fooled so easily." Tsunade turned her head to the side, looking as if she wouldn't be deceived, which left Jiraiya helpless. Was my earlier description not captivating enough? So he recounted the original history to Tsunade again, this time in more detail. Starting from the death of the 3rd Hokage, he mentioned how Orochimaru would come to find her to heal his hands, but he was interrupted right away. "Orochimaru is coming too? Is he teaming up to fool me? He wouldn't be using shadow clones and transformation techniques to trick me, right? That shouldn't be the case, so don't interrupt me." Jiraiya was also uncertain if that pervert had come or not. If he had, it would be a good chance to take revenge for the matter concerning the children. "All right, I'll listen to you continue your story. How does it feel?" "It's not bad." After Jiraiya finished speaking, he felt a killing intent. Bang! Jiraiya was nursing a big bump on his head while detailing the story to Tsunade. Tsunade listened to Jiraiya's portrayal of the future calamity, giggling. "I didn't expect you to be so good at spinning tales." The big sheep, who spent all day cooped up at home reading novels and comics, shook with laughter. Jiraiya's wild thoughts were constantly drawn to her. "What I said is true. How can you prove it? Orochimaru hasn't come. How can you prove it?" Tsunade just wouldn't believe him. So Jiraiya patiently continued telling her, eventually mentioning Naruto's return and his investigation of the Rain Village's death. "So, you're saying you'll die at the hands of your own disciple? Really, you know about my disciple having the Rinnegan, right? This novel of yours is terrible. Where do you get the idea of killing off the protagonist?" This left Jiraiya speechless. These were all real events. How could she have such a big imagination after reading so many novels? "I'll keep going. If you're dead, how would you know what happens later? I'm telling you, you're just making this up, right? Are you still drunk?" When Tsunade said this, Jiraiya remembered that all of this was told to him by that bad fox. These were all things the Nine-Tails had said. "I'm not lying to you." Tsunade extended her slender hand and gently squeezed Jiraiya's, who had felt the power of that punch before, and he sincerely said, "I absolutely did not lie. Everything I said is true, and Naruto is right next to you. You can go ask him. That guy wanted to run away after losing a drinking bet yesterday. The Nine-Tails promised him to tie you to his bed, but who knew he would be so cowardly yesterday? Trash. Tsunade and Jiraiya arrived at the previous house, where Naruto was still sleeping. The Nine Tails suddenly woke up from its dreams, sensing danger. Upon seeing Tsunade and Jiraiya, it relaxed, thinking two of the three pests. What can they do to me? After Tsunade approached and looked at the sleeping Naruto, she thought he looked a bit silly and even a little handsome. And to her surprise, he had abs. She gently placed her hand on Naruto's stomach and touched it, then closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she was already in the mental space, where the Nine Tails was still watching outside, surprised that she had entered so directly. Huh, what can a little girl do now that she's in here? Tsunade looked at the bright sky, feeling the gentle breeze, and everything around her had become so peaceful. She glanced at the Nine Tails. Is the seal gone? Tsunade charged forward. She had zero fondness for tailed beasts. What? Shoot till we talk first? Tsunade jumped high in front of the Nine Tails and kicked down. Huh, how dare you perform a minor technique before me? The Nine Tails swiftly blocked with its tail. At the moment they made contact, a sharp pain shot through the Nine Tails' tail to its backside, lower limbs, waist, chest, upper limbs, and head. After being blocked, Tsunade landed lightly and heard the Nine Tails shout, "It hurts." So painful. All the fur on the Nine Tails stood on end, and it quickly jumped to the side. Looking at Tsunade with a pitiful expression, thinking, damn it, I'm the idiot for competing in physical techniques with you. Tsunade didn't expect that the Nine Tails' tail was just trying to push her away, without any intention to harm her, so was easily overwhelmed. She walked step by step to the Nine Tails' side. Don't come over. Don't forget, I still have 8 tails. The Nine Tails, who just said it wouldn't use physical techniques, was so frightened that it forgot. I just want to ask you if what Jiraiya said about the future is true. Just one question. If you had said that earlier, I wouldn't have hit you. The Nine Tails felt the killing intent fade, and it could be arrogant again. Haha. I just didn't want to disturb Naruto's sleep. He is still a child and is growing. You should know that I've already given you face. Otherwise, I would have unleashed a tailed beast bomb, and no matter how big a mountain, it would be gone, you understand? The Nine Tails unexpectedly became so amusing, and Tsunade felt a bit envious of Naruto. Tsunade fell silent for a moment, making the Nine Tails nervous again. Damn, her killing intent changes so quickly. She really is troublesome. So what is going on? Looking at the now calm Tsunade, the Nine Tails extended its fist. You see for yourself, don't use too much strength. After specifically warning Tsunade, it finally felt relieved. Tsunade lightly tapped the fist, but felt nothing, then saw the memories the Nine Tails wanted to show her. Jiraiya waited outside for a while, thinking he should go in and check, placing his hand on Tsunade's hand as they both touched Naruto's stomach. I'm coming. Seeing the Nine Tails and Tsunade fist bumping, he realized they were sharing memories. Why don't they separate? This method allowed the Nine Tails to directly play the memories without needing to dream. So Tsunade was watching a movie, wow. She gasped, startling Jiraiya, who then stood beside Tsunade and fist bumped her. The two watched the movie together. It was showing the battle on the empty street in the short manga featuring the legendary 3 ninjas. The scene where Orochimaru was beaten up was quite entertaining for Jiraiya. Tsunade felt it was okay too. She still looked so beautiful. I didn't expect the Nine Tails to have such a function. Chapter 171. Is the life of the 5th Hokage that miserable? This child Naruto has actually learned the Rasengan. In the final battle, it was Naruto who turned the tide. Then they continued watching. I really became the 5th Hokage. Haha, don't I look especially good in the Hokage hat? Tsunade felt the thrill of being Hokage as she saw so many ninjas cheering during her promotion ceremony, especially when all the various bills were wiped clean after becoming Hokage. Konoha picked up the tab, which felt great. Next came the invasion of Pain 3 years later. The entire Konoha was devastated, and there were only 6 enemies. The Jonin fell one after another, and she summoned a part of the slug Sage for healing, but in the end, he still unleashed his ninjutsu. Let the world feel pain. Super Shinra Tensei. In an instant, Konoha was flattened. How did Konoha disappear so suddenly? Am I going to die right after becoming Hokage? The Nine Tails intentionally edited the story a bit to take revenge for the earlier tail incident. The scene switched to Naruto, who used Sage Mode to defeat Pain and save Konoha. Nine Tails, you're not here. This woman is really troublesome. The Nine Tails deliberately edited out its own appearance and only played Naruto's explosion, successfully taking down Pain. Then it continued to play about Akatsuki's ideology, Naruto's verbal battles, resolving Konoha's crisis, but Jiraiya still died. Up to this point, Tsunade had heard all the details from Jiraiya, but seeing the visuals was even more shocking. I didn't expect Naruto's future strength to be this strong. His Sage Mode is perfect. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya and asked, "Is this really possible for you?" "It's not a question of possibility. This kid's talent is indeed inherited from Minato." Ha ha ha. Jiraiya could only smile awkwardly. What else could he say? The Uzumaki clan's physique. Minato's talent. This kid will be so strong in the future. You really found a good student. Ha ha ha. Tsunade's praise instantly boosted Jiraiya's confidence, of course. Don't forget who taught him. I spent 3 years teaching him, and he even learned Sage Mode. Tsunade listened to Jiraiya's self-praise. The one who invaded Konoha was also your disciple, right? This. Tsunade struck a major artery of Jiraiya. No way. I need to come up with an excuse. I'm a writer. I can't be caught off guard like this. This behavior, this is like Orochimaru's behavior. It was the old man's influence. I inherited the tradition of the third Hokage. Jiraiya awkwardly fabricated a reason, but thinking about it carefully, it did seem to be in line with that tradition. Tsunade was stunned by this excuse. If there really was this kind of atmosphere, how could she accept disciples? She immediately punched Jiraiya lightly on the chest. Blood came out of Jiraiya's mouth, which he swallowed back. Luckily, it was just a chakra clone in the mental world. His main body was fine, but this pain felt good. What? Why are you spitting blood? Do you want me to treat you? Tsunade asked with a mischievous smile. No need. I've just been a bit hot-headed lately. I'm not saying you, but can you please behave and not always resort to violence? Jiraiya knew Tsunade had a fear of blood and didn't want her to have an episode seeing it. The Nine Tails had noticed it all. The future continued to play. First Pain, then Obito, the 5 Kage summit was defeated, and finally, all the Hokage went into battle, but 2 Genin could turn the tide. Tsunade felt the story in the visuals bit by bit, gradually empathizing from her initial disdain, realizing it was indeed real. Not long after, war would break out. Konoha would be destroyed, then rebuilt, only to be destroyed again. The 5 Kage summit would convene, the 4th Great Ninja War would begin, and those dead would come back to fight, and she would even be bisected. It must hurt a lot. Infinite Tsukuyami, Kagaya, Tsutsuki, Naruto got married, and Tsutsuki became a god. What the hell is this? What about me? What happened to me later? Tsunade eagerly asked the Nine Tails. You resigned. Kakashi became the 6th Hokage. And after more than 10 years, Kakashi resigned, and the Hokage was handed over to Naruto. By then, you would have been nowhere to be found in the ninja world. The Nine Tails said, perhaps unaware that she might be gambling somewhere, losing to the point of selling off even Shizen. Impossible, Tsunade said in disbelief. Waving her hand at the Nine Tails, how could I always lose? As if you always win, you have a wrong name, but no wrong nickname, Big Fat Sheep. Tsunade was instantly enraged. Her hand pressed against the Nine Tails' fist and made a thud sound. Crack. My finger is broken. You don't follow the rules. The Nine Tails retracted its hand, holding its own finger, and said, I told you not to use brute force, right? I just couldn't help it when I got angry. Sorry. Do you want to take a look at it? That's not necessary. It's just a broken bone. It's already healed. Since you apologized quickly, I won't hold it against you. I have plenty of means. What is this little injury worth? Patience. I'm a fox that holds grudges. If it weren't for her being able to kick Susanoo into pieces and being a girl, I wouldn't let her off so easily. Tsunade and Jiraiya had seen enough and withdrew their chakra. Tsunade saw Jiraiya take the opportunity to touch her hand, and she was furious. You old pervert. Jiraiya took off running, and Tsunade chased after him. The Nine Tails finally had a chance to lie down for a bit. When the two returned, they brought some food and also called Shizune and Taunton over. The two were eating together. Tsunade looked at Naruto. Hey, kid, can you really do the Rasengan? First of all, I don't want to be called hey. And secondly, if you're curious, you should say please. Naruto politely argued with Tsunade, then lightly placed his hand on the table. And Tsunade saw the table screaming, leaving behind traces of humiliation. Then Naruto learned his lesson. Big sister, is this what you meant? Naruto stretched out his hand and performed the Rasengan. Don't you need to use a shadow clone to practice it? Tsunade was shocked. How was he different from what she had seen before? That was in the past. By around 5th grade, I was already able to do it with one hand. Just that the system wasn't very mature. Now it's good. I can even make a bigger one. Naruto's Rasengan in his hand instantly grew larger, as if it had eaten a golden fertilizer. Big ball Rasengan. A new technique. This must be S-rank ninjutsu. As a medical ninja, Tsunade's control over chakra is extraordinary, and she didn't expect him to develop such a powerful technique. Although it does waste a lot of chakra. At this moment, the Nine Tails looked at Naruto and said, earlier, when you were sleeping, this woman actually hit me. What do you think we should do? Let me think. After fighting with Shikamaru for so long, Naruto had learned some methods. What are her weaknesses? Weaknesses? Fear of blood, younger brother, ex-boyfriend. The Ninetales listed 3 qualities, waiting for Naruto's move. So, will I get hit after the prank is over? Don't worry. The Ninetales grinned. You should be fine. Chapter 172. Naruto's arrangement. Hearing the Ninetales say this, Naruto felt relieved. In the mental space, Naruto pondered how to pull a prank. Hey, do you have any memories about Granny Tsunade and the perverted sage? Oh, do you already have a plan so soon? You're impressive. The Ninetales gave a thumbs up. Naruto humbly scratched his head, laughing out loud as inspiration struck him. The Ninetales extended its fist. You can see for yourself. Naruto now had a mature plan in mind. And with the background story provided by the Ninetales, it would definitely work. Leaving the mental space, Naruto exited the hotel and went to the street, finding the bookstore owner on Short Book Street, hiring some familiar people for 50,000 each for a day. Then, he used the multi-shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. Thousands of shadow clones appeared on the street, instantly blending into the surrounding environment. This was a trick Naruto had played when practicing transformation techniques in Konoha. All teams, pay attention. I believe everyone knows the script, so I won't say much. Pay attention to your emotions, and the performance must be on point. If the performance is poor, you'll have to accept severe punishment. From now on, you can call me Director Naruto. Disband. In an instant, thousands of people scattered across the area. Naruto's true form did not use transformation jutsu. He was just himself. Back at the inn, he saw Jiraiya still chatting with Tsunade and immediately pulled him over. Sister Tsunade, sorry, I need to talk to Teacher Jiraiya. Naruto dragged Jiraiya away. Hey. What is up? Jiraiya asked. After all, I'm richer than you, right? It's been a long time since I properly showed you how wealthy I am. I really feel a bit guilty as a neighbor, Naruto said. Jiraiya thought, is this even human talk? Just as he was about to retort, he heard Naruto say, the purpose of coming out today is to spend money, my treat. He swallowed his words back. A disciple like this should be taken on 2 more. Naruto then took Jiraiya to a barbershop. Come on, boss. Give my master the most expensive hairstyle. The kind that makes people think he is worth at least a few $100 million. Just watch. The boss enthusiastically pulled Jiraiya to sit down and began to cut his hair. Naruto happily paid and then took Jiraiya to a clothing store, picking out a brand new outfit from head to toe, discarding the previous one, and changing into a mature suit. He instantly felt much more handsome, except that the face paint was a bit of a nuisance and needed to be wiped off. He took Jiraiya to a cosmetic store, directly finding their best makeup artist, who could make Jiraiya look a bit more handsome. The money was well spent. This looks about right. Dressed in a sharp suit with no face paint. Hair styled like the 4th Hokage's spiky style, smooth long hair, and a clean face. Jiraiya looked somewhat dignified even without a smile. TCH, what a hassle. I just don't want to let down your sincerity. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to do these things at all. Am I not handsome enough? Jiraiya boasted shamelessly. Naruto was a man with a plan, hoping his master would have fun, while the Ninetales still did not know Naruto's plan. But seeing his mature methods, it seemed he had learned well. If only a pretty girl could look at him a bit more in the crowd, I wouldn't have spent so much money. Do you think I wanted to? Jiraiya suddenly felt this kid seemed to have some scheme, but seeing him pull out money looked so handsome that no matter how big the scheme was, he would happily play along. After spending a whole day, Naruto had completely transformed Jiraiya from head to toe, and even the Ninetales could not figure out what Naruto was planning. Naruto, what are you trying to do? Treating you to dinner. That evening, Naruto treated Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizen to dinner, but chose a table far away from them, saying he didn't want to drink with the 2 of them, and took Shizen to sit at a distance. Naruto looked at Jiraiya's table and lightly coughed. The show was about to start. The first act arranged by Naruto was a confession driven by attraction, just as Tsunade and Jiraiya sat down to order. At the neighboring table, a pair of parents were dining with their son, who was staring intently at a girl at another table. The girl was clean and pretty, around 10 years old. The little boy got down from his seat, shouted loudly at the girl, hello, nice to meet you. I'm you to get a... Will you be my girlfriend? After saying that, he bowed to the girl. Tsunade saw this child and laughed with Jiraiya. Haha, Jiraiya, this kid is so straightforward. Being young is great. They started laughing quietly, but then saw the girl's reaction. I want to be friends with an idiot, the little girl said, and the parents nearby all laughed. The boy's father picked him up and apologized, but the girl's father felt his child was also at fault and called the boy over. The 2 families started to become lively, though the girl looked a bit unhappy. Meanwhile, the boy kept trying to win her over. When I grow up, I'll protect you. I really like you. The more Tsunade watched the boy's straightforwardness, the more she remembered the first time she met Jiraiya when he said, "Nice to meet you, I'm Jiraiya. Just give me the love letter later. Please take care of me." Tsunade couldn't help but laugh. Are all boys this straightforward? But yes, just a fool now. Watching Jiraiya still grinning like an idiot, she said, "Come on, cheers." "Oh, all right." Bang. "Have you finished drinking? You raising fish?" Seeing that the two families were doing well, Naruto felt more at ease. As the adults stayed with the two children and left after finishing their meals. At this point, he arranged a bunch of couples. This was Naruto's second act. Humble love and dignity. A young couple came to the opposite side, ordered food and drinks, and both seemed sullen. The atmosphere was very strange. The girl couldn't hold back anymore and said, "You've always let me have my way since we were kids. Why? Why do you want to leave this country?" The boy was silent for a moment and replied, "I'm sorry, I may have lost my most important thing." After a brief silence, the girl asked, "What did you lose?" The boy took a sip of his drink and said, "The courage to love you. I'm sorry. I liked you. I could have given you everything before. I would have done anything for you, but I never won your heart." Chapter 173. Fulfilling Promises. Why? We clearly agreed that as long as you waited for me at my door for 100 days, I would be your girlfriend. The boy calmly said as he picked some food for the girl, "I used 99 days to prove I truly love you. I'm really sorry. After we finish eating, let us part ways. I will leave this country and will always think of you." "No, please don't go." The girl tightly grasped the boy's hand. "If the love I receive is just the fulfillment of your promise, everything I do is not to gain your gratitude, you know? If it's just your gratitude, doesn't that make this love feel cheap? I will keep my true feelings for you because I really loved you. But I feel I still don't deserve to have it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." The girl cried uncontrollably, while the boy, though reluctant, decisively finished eating, went to settle the bill with the waiter, and then said something to the waiter. The waiter brought a blanket and covered the girl with it. That was the boy's final gesture. "I'm leaving. You'll have to take care of yourself from now on." The girl silently ate her food, her bowl filled with tears, bitterly swallowing it down, and eventually cried uncontrollably at the table, falling asleep, only leaving late at night. After watching this scene, Tsunade was deeply shocked. That girl had ground down a man's heart. Although the man's heart had become more perfect, her place was already gone, and only the affection for the scars remained. Tsunade no longer had the mindset of drinking with Jiraiya like at the beginning. Jiraiya was also thinking about his past. From the first time he met Tsunade, he had always wanted to date her, constantly working hard to become stronger, training, accumulating his strength. And only after learning Sage Mode did he have a significant leap in power. Later, he became one of the legendary 3, and at that time, he even asked Tsunade about her dream of traveling the world. His answer back then was to protect the travel-loving Tsunade throughout the journey. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade, and coincidentally, she was looking at him too. They both reminisced about their past, resulting in one person loving someone else while the other traveled the ninja world, searching for the child of prophecy. After making eye contact, looking at each other's faces, their heartbeats seemed to synchronize. Thump, thump, thump. Kakashi shyly glanced away, while Jiraiya filled Tsunade's glass with wine and gently pushed it towards her, saying softly, "Come on, have a drink, forget the past." Tsunade picked up the glass, and in the dim light of the hotel, combined with the slight intoxication of the alcohol, it seemed hard to see the person in front of her clearly. The blurry image of Jiraiya reminded her of the childhood Jiraiya, and she recalled, "How about a bet? If I win, you have to go on a date with me." Tsunade suddenly covered her mouth, chuckling, her chest shaking uncontrollably. She said to Jiraiya, "Hey, it seems like I won the bet." "Ha, is that so?" Jiraiya chuckled, then fell silent as he started eating. How much of those childhood words and that kind of impulsiveness remain now? Tsunade. The two of them didn't say much afterward, just drank together, as if they were trying to get each other drunk. Eventually, it got really late, and Shizen could no longer watch, pulling the two away while Naruto settled the bill. "You all did well, but that girl was too loud. I could hear her from this far away." The girl shyly lowered her head, counting the money. As she left, she waved goodbye. Continue Act 3. My beloved wife is still waiting for me to marry her. Under the dark night, the four supported each other as they walked towards the inn. However, in the stillness of the night, they encountered a group of drunken samurai pushing and shoving each other. "Hey, how enviable. Otaku, you're getting married to your wife tomorrow. Congratulations." "Ha ha, you must come to drink my wedding wine tomorrow." "Definitely." At that moment, someone rushed out from behind Naruto and the others, brandishing a katana and sprinting towards Oda and his group. Hood, 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 hood. The sound of wooden clogs was very distinct in the alley, and Oda and his companions curiously turned around, just in time to see the newcomer draw his katana. First, swish. Someone beside Oda had already had their throat sliced. The words they wanted to say got drowned in blood, their eyes bulging as they stared at the enemy, dying unwillingly. This is the Drawn Blade Master. He's the Drawn Blade Master. Just as Oda wanted to draw his sword and fight back, he realized the outcome was already determined. Second, swish. Another person beside Oda fell, cut down by this Drawn Blade Master in just 2 strikes, not expecting this samurai to be so strong. I can't die, I can't die. Oda seemed to awaken, drawing his sword to clash with the enemy, the Drawn Blade Master, in a round of combat. Bang! After their blades crossed, Oda's left hand was severed. I can't die, I can't die. Oda thought of his fiancée, waiting for him to come back and marry her, as he had promised. I can't die. After another round, Oda finally knelt on the ground, propping himself up with his sword, looking at the sky. I'm sorry, I broke my promise. Finally, he fell. The Drawn Blade Master looked at the dead bodies and left the scene without a backward glance. Though unsure of what happened, Shizune and the others, having drunk, could clearly see the brief 1-minute massacre from afar, realizing how fragile human life is. Tsunade's hemophobia finally erupted, watching the blood on the ground. Her numb hands trembled uncontrollably, her mouth agape as she gasped for air like a fish out of water. Shizune tried hard to take care of Tsunade, carrying her back to the inn. After the 4 left, the bodies on the ground stood up again, wiping away the fake blood, as if nothing had happened here. Back at the inn, Tsunade's expression hadn't changed. She was still trembling, her hands shaking, her eyes wide open. Jiraiya, somewhat sobered up, held Tsunade and kept comforting her. Don't be afraid. I'm here. I'm not afraid, Tsunade said. This massacre was actually telling Tsunade and Jiraiya that life is fragile and danger could come at any moment, while love is a precious luxury. In the end, Tsunade gradually calmed down in Jiraiya's embrace. The two fell asleep in each other's arms. At this moment, Naruto introduced Act 4, the final chapter, wanting to return to the past. In the spiritual world, he called out to the Nine Tails, "Old man, it's time to work. We just need one last push to kill Jiraiya." Ha ha ha. Is that your entire plan? I didn't think too much about it, but it's really a pity for them. I feel like I need to use some heavy drugs. All right, if they wake up the next day, remember Tsunade's necklace. It's useful. What use is it? I can tell you it can seal me, you know? That thing is worth a lot. It's from the first Hokage. Oh, what? Just a valuable trinket doesn't seem like a good thing, but it could be a reference for a gift for Hinata. The Nine Tails split off a chakra clone and arrived at Jiraiya's room, looking at the two who hadn't even undressed and were embracing each other. The Nine Tails smirked. Come on, let's feel the pain together. The Nine Tails now realized how satisfying this phrase was. He replicated Jiraiya's death over a dozen times, creating a large mass of chakra and placing it on Jiraiya and Tsunade's chests, allowing the two to experience their relationship from childhood to adulthood together. In the end, Jiraiya did not survive. After going to the land of rain, he never returned. Their first meeting, "I'm Jiraiya. Nice to meet you. Please pass me your love letter later. If I win the bell-stealing challenge, how about going on a date with me?" I won. The obsession after growing up, I want to become stronger. I want to be Hokage. Constant training, all for that girl. The brutality of the battlefield. Don't die, Jiraiya. Orochimaru said on the side. You handle the healing. I'll end him, or else if the enemy catches up, we won't escape. If you dare step forward, I'll kill you. The dream after the war. I want to travel the world in the future. What about you? I want to protect you throughout the trip. Tsunade. The later reunion. Hey, Tsunade, want to go for a drink? You become even more beautiful. You haven't changed. The final death in battle. Jiraiya returned to Konoha and died in front of Tsunade after fighting pain to protect the villagers. You can't die. Tsunade couldn't believe Jiraiya had died just like that. She did everything she could to heal his wounds, sobbing, "You can't die, Jiraiya," despite her hands being covered in blood. Tsunade kept treating Jiraiya, just like she did for her brother, for Dan. She watched as Jiraiya died right in front of her. Though the Nine Tails editing and fabrication were rough, as long as the setup was enough, it could still deceive people. This was a precious memory made up of 95% truth and 5% illusion. And besides, they had all been drinking. The Nine Tails watched the changing expressions of the two with a wicked smile, saying to Jiraiya, "I keep my word. I've delivered her to your bed." After saying that, the Nine Tails returned, leaving the two holding each other tighter. Chapter 174, The Strongman Challenge. The next morning, Naruto got up early, sitting in front of Jiraiya's door daydreaming. "Shizune, who had been called away by Naruto yesterday, had already gotten up. Seeing Naruto waiting there, she suddenly remembered. How could I have left Lady Tsunade and Lord Jiraiya in the same room yesterday? Jiraiya has become so handsome, and the way Tsunade-sama is being held in his arms is so warm. Why did I have to leave at that moment? Not good. I have to, before they wake up. Under the watchful eyes of Naruto and Kurama, Shizen was still thinking of separating them into 2 rooms since neither of them had woken up. Just as Shizen was about to reach out, the door was suddenly pulled open. A figure blocked the view inside the room. It was Tsunade. Shizen, what are you doing? Tsunade's face was slightly red, but she still pretended to be calm, scolding Shizen. How could you leave me behind yesterday? You're something else. Tsunade's fists were pounding on Shizen's head. I'm sorry. Really sorry. Shizen endured the pain, wanting to sneak a peek at the scene inside. Tsunade noticed and immediately closed the door. Bang! Naruto and Kurama had been sitting on the ground, and since Shizen was blocking the fire, they'd already seen that Jiraiya was dressed and looking bored. Oh no, I completely forgot to give Jiraiya that Kakashi gift pack. Otherwise, with Jiraiya's instincts, unless Tsunade uses the 100 healings technique, he'd be seriously injured. Suddenly, Kurama sensed a killing intent. You little brat, what are you doing here? What are you looking at? After dealing with Shizen, Tsunade found Shizen obediently standing behind her, covering her head. Still lying on the ground? You little pervert. I didn't. I just can't say it or I'll die. You still want to? Here, have a punch. You two must be thinking of something bad. Tsunade took Shizen and left, leaving Naruto, who had a big bump on his head, and Kurama sighed in relief. Is that it? Hurry up. Open the door and see how Jiraiya is doing. Ah, right. The perverted sage and Granny Tsunade were hugging so tightly yesterday. Ha ha ha. I don't believe he didn't get beaten this morning. After Naruto opened the door, he saw Jiraiya had already woken up and was sitting there looking at the door. Did they leave? Naruto nodded and said they had left. Come in. Naruto stood up and entered, looking at Jiraiya, who hadn't been beaten. Jiraiya, of course, knew what was going on. That pair is really... Just thinking of that feeling made him look like a pig. Naruto disgustedly waved his hand. I spent so much money on you for nothing. I paid for you to become handsome, not to become a pervert. Perverted sage. Jiraiya suddenly returned to his senses, looking at his hands, and he also felt disgusted. He hit his left hand with his right hand, and then his right hand hit his left hand. What are you clapping for? You little brat. Hurry up and see where Tsunade and the others went. We're going back to Konoha today. Yes. After Tsunade took Shizen out of the inn, she bought breakfast for Jiraiya and Naruto, feeling a sense of happiness. Tsunade-sama, what's wrong with you? Oh no, am I that obvious? I've overcome my blood phobia. Shizen heard this and realized what was going on, then took out a kunai from her ninja tool pouch and swiftly made a cut on her thumb. Tsunade saw her action. What are you doing? Sumonin technique? There was a hint of humor in her tone. Seeing that Tsunade was really fine, Shizen became happy. Tsunade-sama, you really are okay? Your blood phobia has been cured. It's thanks to someone that it got cured. Tsunade smiled sweetly, thinking that Jiraiya hadn't died was great. Meanwhile, Shizen felt that Jiraiya-sama and Tsunade-sama spent a whole night in the same room, and her blood phobia got cured? Could it be? No way. With her years of medical experience, Shizen didn't feel anything wrong with Tsunade's walking posture. She thought to herself, Master truly deserves to be the master. Naruto came out looking for Tsunade. After all, the two were walking at the same pace, and he caught up with her in no time. Tsunade-nichan. These two calls made Tsunade turn around. You little brat, is something the matter with Jiraiya? Yeah, the perverted sage said he wants to go back to the village today. Let us set off in the morning. I see. This Jiraiya, does he really want to go back that badly? Doesn't he want to stay one more day? You tell him, today, I don't want to go back. If he wants to go back, he can go back by himself. Shizen, let us go. Tsunade took Shizen and left. Breakfast? Gone. Oh no, if Tsunade doesn't leave, what should I do? Assisting Kakashi. Finding a teacher for Sakura. All need Granny Tsunade. Naruto was a bit troubled. Kurama, what should we do? If Granny Tsunade doesn't leave, who would have thought being Hokage would require assistance? Isn't Danzo with you? He could always assist. Danzo is doing so well. I can't just return him. His movie is about to come out, and there are many jonin participating. Plus, the strategies he set have made our income multiply several times. Now the entire ninja world has our books. I didn't expect Danzo could be so persuasive. Oh no, I should call it marketing to sound professional. So how do we tell Jiraiya? Just tell him the truth. Anyway, we can't leave today. Tsunade likes to gamble. As long as we win the bet, it's fine. But what if we lose? What do you mean? It means we gamble, but we can only lose, not win. What is the point of that? If we lose, we can stay here. The stake is the reward. Bet her to teach us her secret technique, strength before tomorrow night. And we can't win. Sometimes losing is actually winning. You just have to do it and leave the rest to fate. Why? If we lose, 1T we get nothing? You still don't understand. When two people are together, only those who are willing to lose can be the true winners. Ah, I see. Oh wow. You actually understood. Huh. I didn't understand. I'll just remember it for now and see when it comes up. After Naruto went back and told Jiraiya, he thought about challenging Tsunade to a fair match, betting with her to learn her strength before tomorrow night. Granny Tsunade, you're not scared, are you? You little brat, what are you saying? Am I scared of you? It's just a bet, so let us make it bigger. How about it? Tsunade smiled. Huh, what are we betting on? Tomorrow night, I'll only use my strength for 10 minutes. As long as you can dodge my pursuit. That's it. Don't be scared. If you agree, I'll give you this necklace, how about it? Tsunade licked her lips, looking at this little brat who was like a rope tree. Uzumaki Naruto, I'm going to be Hokage in the future. I'm not scared. Naruto thought to himself, what do you have? You're even giving me a necklace. Thank you. Kurama wants that necklace. To the mountain? I will definitely win. Kurama looked at the necklace and felt relieved. This battle had nothing to do with him, and he probably wouldn't have to take any hits. Although the seal can't contain my chakra, it clearly tells me that I can't help. Damn it. She actually dared to scheme against me. Are the adults really this treacherous? Tsunade's intention is to give the necklace to Naruto and then chase after him with all her might to see if he can survive in the end. She is betting that her little brother can survive. The Ninetales is also helpless. It's not that he can't win, but participating in a bet himself would be too unfair. As the saying goes, it's as easy as spitting to resolve, provided you can spit and hit someone. Naruto thought seriously. He only needs to survive for 10 minutes. At that time, as long as he fills the battlefield with the shadow clones, it should be fine, right? She can't possibly keep battling so many shadow clones with her brute strength. Seeing Naruto in a daze, Tsunade seemed to have guessed something and smiled without saying a word. Jiraiya couldn't stand it anymore. Come on, let's go learn in the open space. He directly sold Naruto out. This kid learns very quickly. He's a genius. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade proudly, confident about this matter. Naruto was also very confident. It's just learning brute strength, nothing difficult. Learning ninjutsu is as easy as eating and drinking. Huh, I'm feeling energetic, huh? Come over and listen to my explanation. After Tsunade finished speaking, Naruto was still confused. Kurama, did she finish? Why did she talk so much? You think it's all about being a genius? Pay attention and remember well. Naruto took on a serious attitude. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Instantly, dozens of shadow clones appeared, about 1 or 2 classes worth, and everyone surrounded him, quietly listening to Tsunade explain again. Tsunade shot a fierce glare at Jiraiya. Is this what you call a genius? Then she looked at the group of Narutos and asked, Naruto, didn't you say learning ninjutsu is as easy as eating and drinking? Naruto paused, scratched his head, and said, what I said is correct. Who doesn't eat and drink every day? I just use the time everyone spends eating and drinking to practice ninjutsu. Tsunade felt she had to explain again. She was truly defeated by him. Being able to explain the concept of the early bird gets the worm in such a refreshing way. He was the first one. Tsunade had no choice but to explain again to the group of Narutos. The principle of brute strength is actually very simple. It involves precise control of chakra, concentrating it in any part of the body, and then unleashing a powerful airflow that can easily shatter walls. Tsunade just explained how to use chakra for explosive power in various parts, using some medical terms and techniques. Once the overall coordination is used with brute strength, it becomes quite difficult. So, Tsunade explained in detail how the power accumulates in the hands and how to use chakra explosively, the maximum load the human body can endure. And she discussed many acupuncture points related to practicing brute strength in medicine. After listening, Naruto felt it was like a series of powerful techniques. The names didn't matter. He didn't know them yet anyway. After dispelling the shadow clones, he gained dozens of experiences and summarized, I'm getting started. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Over 2,000. Everyone, attack. Each Naruto controlled their chakra and punched the ground. That hurts. After the first punch, there were less than 500 clones left. As a teacher, Jiraiya still needed to help Naruto. Naruto, go find a big tree over there, 3 clones around one. Hearing it sounded good, but it still hurt a lot. At this moment, the Ninetales said, practice your punches slowly in the air. Don't unleash all your power at once. Slowly feel the changes in your chakra. Then half and half it is. Jiraiya saw that Naruto had his own training method and happily took Tsunade away. You have to work hard, okay? I'll bring you food. Hearing this, hundreds of Naruto shouted, hurry up. Whoever learns gets to eat. Okay. Jiraiya and Tsunade went shopping. Their relationship getting better and better, chatting and laughing while buying snacks, comics, and alcohol. A group of people pushed and shouted in the crowd, seemingly looking for someone. Upon seeing Tsunade, they shouted loudly, That's her. The one who owes us money. The legendary fat sheep. A group of people rushed over, laughing, Huh? We finally found you. Jiraiya was present, just in time for a wave of goodwill. The arrogance of the group before was now replaced by humility. They knelt in a row, and one leader said, The legendary 3 ninjas. Lord Jiraiya, we're sorry, sir. We also have elders above and young ones below. We don't have money. We were forced to lend at high interest. But considering this lord's face, as long as you can return our principal, we won't ask for interest. What do you all think? Okay. Sure. Jiraiya didn't even look at Tsunade and took out his wallet. How much? Looking at the small wallet the man produced, his heart shattered, but he still seriously quoted the price. Not much, just 5 million. I see. Jiraiya counted out 50,000 from his wallet and handed it to the leader. Take this money. Upon seeing only 50,000, the leader hugged Jiraiya's leg, constantly pleading, We can't accept this money. Damn it. If we take the money, the debt will be settled. These ninja really. At this moment, Jiraiya took out his checkbook and wrote a check for 5 million for them. This money is your medical expenses. Take this check to the bank to cash it. Great. Thank you, Lord Jiraiya. You and Lady Tsunade are truly a perfect match. Yes. You two carry on. We'll take our leave. This debt is cleared. Thank you. After finishing, the group hurriedly ran off, eager to find a bank to see if the check was real. Tsunade instantly felt Jiraiya's financial power. He was this rich? She became even happier. What delighted her was that he spent money on her without hesitation. The last person who could spend money like this was her grandfather. Mind your own business. She wrapped her arm around Jiraiya's. Ha. I just don't like them sticking to you. However, Tsunade's debts were far from this amount, and with this betting method, Jiraiya might have to work for Naruto for the rest of his life. Unless it was the Konoha Casino. Naruto could arrange for someone to help Tsunade cheat and win a little. After all, the Konoha Casino is the fairest in the entire ninja world. Chapter 176. Prey and Hunter. In the evening, Naruto was still training. Jiraiya took Tsunade out drinking again. The two returned home tipsy. After laying Tsunade on the prepared mat, Jiraiya looked at the already sleeping Tsunade and kissed her forehead. Good night, he said as he tried to leave, but at that moment, Tsunade turned slightly, and her clothes accidentally slipped off, exposing her white shoulder. So careless. Let me help you put it back on. Leaning down, he carefully helped Tsunade put her clothes back on. Tsunade seemed to have a nightmare, her expression becoming serious. No. Don't leave me. Don't die. Jiraiya, don't leave me. Jiraiya was taken aback. I won't die. I'm right here. Hearing his voice, the dreaming Tsunade immediately wrapped her arms around Jiraiya. Don't go, she said, pouting. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade's rosy lips, and a renowned writer who had frequented the pleasure quarters countless times and made a name for himself in the ninja world fell silent. How tormented his heart was. Although he deeply liked Tsunade, he didn't want to hurt her. What if he took advantage of her vulnerability and it turned out not to be what she wanted? What if she got angry and never wanted to see him again? Even if he could have her for a moment, what would it matter? In the end, Jiraiya gave up his bold thoughts. Tsunade waited for a long time, wondering if he looked down on her. Did she lose her charm? But she couldn't reveal her true intentions yet, so she let go of his hand and kept murmuring, Jiraiya, don't go. Seeing Tsunade's expression soften, Jiraiya was about to get up when he noticed her face turning red. Jiraiya, don't. As Jiraiya looked at Tsunade's increasingly flushed face and shy demeanor, he found himself unconsciously wavering. Should he go or stay? Don't. We might have a baby. In the end, Jiraiya still stood up and left Tsunade. Tsunade felt a bit lost, not expecting Jiraiya to be such a principled person. His inner strength and steadfast were impressive. She treated him well, but what was this feeling of disappointment? Was it regret for her failed plans? While Tsunade was still in shock from Jiraiya's departure, he locked the door and returned. Although he might get killed by the sober version of her, he thought. So what if he did? From that moment on, Tsunade realized her true feelings. Perhaps she still loved him in her life. The next morning, Jiraiya woke up early. Tsunade was tired, but as a medical ninja, she had already healed her minor injuries while Jiraiya was sleeping. So she slept a little later than him and woke up later in the morning. After Tsunade woke up and saw Jiraiya beside her, she happily kissed him. Last night, she had come up with so many plans to ensnare him, almost failing. But in the end, she was victorious. Jiraiya, caught off guard by Tsunade's kiss, could no longer pretend to be asleep. The two of them only prepared to end their battle when Shizune came and knocked on the door. Shizune noticed that Tsunade's mood seemed to have improved and didn't press further. After all, the scent between the two of them said all. Tsunade had spent many years without a boyfriend because of her uncle, and now it felt like she finally owed Tsunade something, which made her happy. Jiraiya initially felt quite awkward, but his thick skin quickly overcame that, starting to think of himself as Tsunade's husband. We're not married yet. After we return to Konoha, let us have a big wedding. No problem. Kakashi is my disciple. Naruto is my student, so you can rest assured about Konoha. Kakashi felt like he had aged a decade in an instant, though he didn't know why. Tsunade was also looking forward to it after hearing that. Naruto had spent the entire night practicing ninjutsu outside, mastering the basic skill of the Rasengan with his immense strength. As his proficiency increased, his progress became quicker, and he gained better control over his power. Taking a deep breath, he faced a large tree and shouted, 1-inch punch. Boom! Crack! The tree fell. After shouting, he saw a shadow clone frozen in place, about to be crushed. Huh! A surge of powerful chakra from his punch stood the tree back up. Wow! Amazing! The shadow clones around him looked on with envy. He was so skilled. No way. We have to learn this too. Let us all gang up on him. After hearing this, the other shadow clones felt it made sense. Let us all go for it. Beat him up. Yosh, let us do it together. One of the shadow clones panicked. No, don't come over here. As a group of shadow clones charged at him, they unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, causing the clones to disappear one after another, blocking the view of the incoming clones. In a short time, Naruto received countless memories. Huh, did I learn it? He gently executed the great King Kong fist on the ground. Critic, critic, boom. The ground started to crack, and then another ring of cracks formed, ultimately shattering the entire surface. Naruto stood in the pit, with the ground around him sunken in, surrounded by rubble. He stood up, dusted off his fists, and said, Phew, Kurama, am I cool or what? He grinned, seeking praise after showing off. Cool. A guy as handsome as you is about to get beaten up. Don't worry. She is a medical ninja. She might just piece you back together. The Ninetales laughed wickedly, wondering if she would tie a bow while stitching him up. Get lost. You're scaring me. I won't easily die? Naruto asked again. Didn't you say I would lose before? Am I still going to lose? She raised the stakes. If you lose again, you'll die. Tsunade's punches are something very few can withstand. Is she that strong? Naruto thought about wanting to defeat her, but he hadn't even fully unloaded his weights yet. Why wouldn't he have a chance? Oh, here she comes. He clearly saw Tsunade and the others walking over, and Naruto felt a bit nervous. Tsunade sees. Didn't we agree on tonight? What's going on? Could Tsunade really be honest with him? I'm busy tonight, no time. Hurry up and fight. We need to get back to Konoha. It's urgent. Oh, then let us do it, Naruto said, but the Ninetales interrupted. Wait. Then he emerged from Naruto's body, holding the sealing necklace around Naruto's neck and standing to the side. This match will be judged by me. Both of you have no objections, right? No. Good. Let's start then. After the Ninetales finished speaking, Tsunade charged forward, and Naruto also used the shadow clone technique. Tsunade was playing a game, while Naruto was testing his endurance for 10 minutes, and the Ninetales noticed the changes in Jiraiya and Tsunade, specifically seeking out Jiraiya. I forgot to give you the stuff I had for Kakashi, the Ninetales said, extending his fist toward Jiraiya. Huh, what is it? Jiraiya extended his fist, and when it met the Ninetales, his expression suddenly brightened. The Ninetales continued. Will you still leave Konoha? Not leaving, not leaving. With this, why go for anything else? Hee. That village will be entrusted to you. Naruto might travel the ninja world in the future. Go ahead, he. After all, he asked the child of prophecy. My mission is complete. I even forgot to inform Myaboka Mountain. We'll talk later. The Ninetales looked at Jiraiya, clearly wanting to mess with him. By the way, Orochimaru is still a woman. Are you going to look for him? Jiraiya shook his head wildly, waving his hands. No, I don't want to see him. What are you talking about? If Tsunade hears me, I'll die. Evil Ninetales. What I mean is he has methods to extend life and slow aging. Although I have no use for it. You and T want your physical condition to deteriorate, right? It's fine. Tsunade will also help. I'll study it deeply for a few years and I'll be fine. Snakes are great tonics. Looking at Jiraiya's unfriendly expression, the Ninetales changed the subject. All right. Look, Naruto's strength is really weak. He got defeated by Tsunade's punches so quickly, and there are almost less than 1/10 of his clones left. Almost 200 shadow clones were blown up by Tsunade, and she was still counting. It's nice to move around a bit sometimes. Naruto managed to dodge for 10 minutes in the end. TCH, with this level of pursuit, I really don't care at all. Tsunade only used one taijutsu technique. If all her strength were counted, your thousands of shadow clones wouldn't be able to escape for long. The winner is Naruto Uzumaki. Yay, I won. Let's go back to Konoha. After the entire clearing was ravaged by the two, there wasn't a single good spot left. Jiraiya couldn't just leave the battlefield like this. So he used Earth-style Hell Swamp. The ground turned into a swamp, and after the jutsu passed, it would slowly recover. Time to head back to the village. Chapter 177. The strongest Hokage of Konoha, the three happily returned to Konoha, tidied up the Senja house, and began their happy lives. Kakashi felt relieved when he saw that Naruto and Jiraiya had really brought Tsunade back. You guys have worked hard. Lord Jiraiya, Naruto, seeing Kakashi's worn-out appearance. Naruto felt a bit worried, but when he looked into Kakashi's eyes, he was shocked. Kakashi-sensei, your eyes, how did your eyes turn into Byakugan? A gift from the Hyuga clan. It turns out that after Kakashi got the Kyuubi cloak, his chakra increased, and during battles, he could just use the Kyuubi cloak. So, Uchiha Fugaku told Hyuga Hayashi that the 5th Hokage is using her Sharingan, and after a long time, the villagers might say something like, the 5th Hokage's Sharingan was given by the Uchiha. Why didn't we see the Hyuga clan give any gifts? Just think about how terrifying public opinion can be. Although Hayashi felt something was off, ever since Shursui captured a white eye from the Mist Village's elite ninja, that white eye was useless in his hands. So, he did a favor and asked Kakashi to tell the 5th Hokage that the Hyuga clan is willing to offer the Byakugan as a gift to celebrate his becoming Hokage. Hayashi was a bit shy to mention the gift of the eyes to Kakashi, so he let Fugaku test the waters, and, as they tested, Kakashi ended up looking like he does now. Jiraiya looked at Kakashi's eyes, one Sharingan and one Byakugan, and was greatly shocked. I didn't expect to see a possible miracle from the combination of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans on you. Kakashi could only smile awkwardly and change the subject. The Ninetales looked at Kakashi and sent some chakra over, saying, don't just look at what I gave you every day. Hurry up and find a girlfriend. Look how thin you are. This was a requirement during the surgery period. You can't eat too much nutritious food. If you wait until we come back, Tsunade could just solve it with a single palm technique. Indeed, Konoha's medical ninjutsu still needs Tsunade to oversee it. Their level is still not that good. At this moment, Jiraiya reassured Kakashi that the Konoha Ninja Hospital would definitely get better and better. Naruto left the Hokage building, feeling a bit unreal. Kakashi actually received a Sharingan, a Byakugan, and the Kyuubi cloak as gifts. With these 3 items, even a dog could instantly become a shadow-level powerhouse. Feeling a bit frustrated, he thought, I need to find Hinata to comfort my wounded heart. Now, the 7th squad has officially started their training under the 3 legendary Sannin. Naruto learns various ninjutsu and combat techniques from Kakashi. Sakura studies medical ninjutsu under Tsunade, while Ino is also training in medical ninjutsu. Sasuke trains forbidden techniques and summoning jutsu under Orochimaru. The rest of the Konoha 11 also have their own training plans and tasks. On the other hand, after escaping from the Chunin exams, Orochimaru went straight to find a mask and easily dealt with his stomach wound using a snake shed substitution. Now he has the bodies of the 4 deceased Hokage in his hands. However, Orochimaru returned to the Sound Village to focus on his research. Until Itachi and Shursue's arrival interrupted Orochimaru's research, he didn't expect Konoha to send these 2 over. But Itachi, who knew the plot of the 4th Great Ninja War, understood that Orochimaru would eventually side with Sasuke, so he had a relatively good attitude towards him. He also informed Shursui about Orochimaru's contributions in the 4th Great Ninja War, leaving Shursui stunned. When Orochimaru heard that Naruto was looking for him to train Sasuke, he became very interested and agreed, in exchange for a few pairs of Sharingan and Uchiha blood for research. Now, with Hashirama's cells and Sharingan, mass production of powerful beings is about to be realized. Artificial humans, external cultivation, they're just a step away from breaking through the technical barrier. As long as this thing gets certified, they can boldly proceed. He wanted Itachi to arrange for Sasuke to come over, but Itachi refused, saying that he could arrange a base for research in the Land of Fire for the Uchiha clan, hoping he wouldn't refuse. After Orochimaru arranged for other matters, he left the Sound Village with Kabuto, finding it more and more interesting. What kind of status does the Uchiha clan hold? Orochimaru believed he would get the answer from Sasuke. When Itachi and Shursui returned to Konoha, they were also shocked by Kakashi's eyes. Can't Sasuke work harder? That little girl from the Hyuga clan is not bad either. They seem to be 5 years apart, but that shouldn't matter. The two brothers complained to Sasuke. Look at Kakashi, he became Hokage, and the gifts he received could make an ordinary ninja directly obtain Hokage-level power. This made the two brothers envious. The Uchiha clan has to awaken their eyes. No one else has promotion and gifts come as easily as his. Itachi silently thought, "Forgive me, Sasuke." His eyes revealed danger. He might have to conduct some love education when they return. In fact, the one who envied Kakashi the most in all of Konoha was Danzo. This little ninja, with his limited abilities, could become Hokage just by receiving gifts. Is this fate? Hiruzen, how I hate this. None of us who write fanfiction have such an impressive experience. Hiruzen, forget it, you're already dead. Cough cough. Someone, yes sir, command everyone to write about the third Hokage as invincible, however powerful he is. Create novels and comics. Once they're done, I'll enhance them. After all, Hiruzen was my companion. Consider this my gift to him. Yes. Third Hokage. The strongest Hokage of all-time ninjutsu, Dr. Third Hokage, the invincible life of Sarutobi Hiruzen twice called to action. The legendary life of the third Hokage thus. The third Hokage became known among the villagers of Konoha as the strongest Hokage. Although Danzo's intention was not to make money, he indeed earned quite a bit. It made it seem like he was enjoying the care of the third Hokage. The Ninetales looked at the newly released manga by Konoha's cultural and creative group. Third Hokage versus First and Second Hokage, which depicted the third Hokage as a godlike figure. Naruto, look at this. It's all about how powerful the third Hokage is. What's so great about it? Grandpa Third Hokage was indeed very strong. Where is he strong? I didn't feel it at all. At least he was that kind of very special. How should I put it? He was the one who bled the most from using forbidden techniques. Haha. No wonder he's the strongest Hokage. Kurama, admit it. I am willing to acknowledge that the third Hokage is the strongest Hokage. Chapter 178. Negotiation at Konoha Prison currently. Team 7's mission has been temporarily halted as everyone needs to train. Kurama has arranged for Naruto to go to Mount Mayaboku for training. After mastering Sage Mode, they can travel around the ninja world. After returning to Konoha, Naruto rested for a day and needed to deal with matters concerning Tsunagakure. After all, Konoha and Tsunagakure are allies. Tearing up the alliance like this isn't good, especially since Konoha has lost a Hokage. Kakashi was also troubled, as the higher-ups of Konoha were still recuperating in the hospital. Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hayashi were indifferent to power, saying that Kakashi could handle things as he saw fit or wait for Jiraiya and Tsunade to return. Kakashi felt helpless. He needed to change his eyes anyway, so he decided to wait until Naruto and the others returned before discussing the situation with Naruto and Jiraiya. This piqued the interest of the Ninetales. Where are they? I want to meet them now. In Konoha's prison, they all headed over to take a look. Jiraiya thought for a moment and said, I'll go get Tsunade. It's better to have more people for negotiations, right? It's just a negotiation. Do we really need so many people? It seems like I'm bullying them. Kakashi suddenly called out to the outside. Go summon Itachi and Shursui too. Yes. One of the Umbu at the door left. The group grew larger and marched toward Konoha prison. Once everyone arrived, they entered the prison together. The guard led them to Rasha's cell. This is at Hokage-sama. All right. Thank you for your hard work. You can go now. We'll call you if needed. Yes. After the guard left, there were only the Hokage Kakashi, 2 of the legendary Sannin, 2 with the Sharingan, and the Jinchuriki, the leader of the Uzumaki clan, Naruto Uzumaki. It could be said that every guard would occasionally pay attention to this place. After pushing open the door and seeing Rasha, Kakashi walked in directly, while Rasha's first glance was at the person behind Kakashi, Itachi in his green Jounin vest. I never expected a Jounin could defeat me. Has my strength declined so much since becoming Kazekage? Hearing this, Itachi sensed hostility and, not having heard Kakashi speak, thought he could say a few words. I also didn't expect you couldn't even take one move. You've truly disappointed me. You, although unwilling. He had to admit that this was the truth. At this moment, Kakashi took over the conversation. Then we can discuss the compensation. Compensation? The Kazekage is right here. How can there be any compensation? Rasha replied, feeling a bit frustrated. Kakashi was uncertain about what Konoha should ask for since the Land of Wind had nothing but sand. Jiraiya-sama, Tsunade-sama, what should Konoha ask for? Tsunade expressed that she had just returned and didn't understand anything, so they should discuss it themselves. and she would step in if something went wrong. Itachi felt puzzled. Was it really okay to negotiate in front of the hostage? Jiraiya and Tsunade were also a bit confused. Sunagakure had no money, no resources, and no people. From Konoha's perspective, it was just a group of struggling individuals. They say you eat from the mountains if you rely on the mountains, and you eat from the sea if you rely on the sea. What do you eat from the desert? Sandstorms? But soon, Jiraiya thought of something. Our cultural products have always been unfairly treated by Sunagakure. Konoha is willing to give 20 of the profits to Sunagakure, but Sunagakure must protect our rights for being violated. Upon hearing this, Rasha felt there was a scheme, but he realized they were indeed willing to offer money. What else? Rasha didn't believe Konoha would only have this one condition. After all, when they signed contracts with the third Hokage, it took a long time to negotiate unfair treaties. However, the current group had no such intentions. Making money didn't really require ninjas anymore, as it was too slow. An A-rank mission took half a month to earn just over 1 million Ryo, and it was exhausting. If conditions at home improved, they could have more children sent to Konoha's Ninja Academy, and money would come naturally. Plus, they could take on a few missions from the Uzumaki clan or cultural product tasks, whether as instructors, sparring partners, or ninjutsu development experimenters, and they wouldn't earn less. Itachi thought for a moment and looked at Kakashi, who seemed eager to try. Itachi, if you have any requests, feel free to mention them. I just want to ask if Sunagakure would consider sending some people to Konoha to learn. We only need genin. Rasha momentarily felt his mind go blank. Letting his village's genin study abroad? What could they learn? Foreign languages? Evil Uchiha. I can agree to that. Anything else? Learning Konoha's development methods would also be good. After saying this, Rasha regretted it and really wanted to give himself a slap. Seeing that everyone seemed to have no more requests, the Nine Tails emerged from Naruto's body. I still have demands. The Nine Tails' chakra-filled head scanned the surroundings. Let me show you what negotiation really means. You Sand ninjas sent so many people. Konoha suffered heavy losses and needs compensation. A maximum of 2 million Ryo in compensation for each person. We will provide a final report to Sunagakure, including photos of the damages for assessment. This money will be advanced by Konoha, and we want to ask for interest. It will be an additional 100,000 Ryo per day. Kakashi and the others realized they had forgotten about compensating the fallen heroes, and Konoha's people hadn't even caused a riot. Truly heroes of the will of fire. Although Konoha would foot this bill, they had no concept of how much it would actually cost. After all, the Nine Tails cloak was something everyone had, and it was rare for someone to die. Second, we will arrange for you to share a room with Gaara. For every extra hour you can stay, I will give you 200,000 Ryo. How about that? The people around them brightened up. Wow, the Nine Tails is ruthless. Rasha's eyes widened. No, I don't want to be locked up with him. That is not up to you. And third, bring him along. We're going to see Gaara. I want to talk to Shikaku. Itachi and Shursui directly lifted Rasha's body, forcibly dragging him out of his cell and having the guard take him to Gaara's room. At this moment, Gaara was still in a state of mental confusion, and so was Shikaku. After several days of being in a state of psychological shadow, when he saw Naruto and the others enter, the Nine Tails came out, ready to stir things up. Stinky Raccoon, I'm here. Stinky Fox, what do you want this time? Shikaku said one thing and then fell silent, as he noticed 2 pairs of Sharingan and 1 Byakugan, along with Kakashi. Jiraiya and Tsunade were subconsciously ignored. Gaara slowly snapped back to reality, looking at Naruto and wondering how he had so many friends around him. The Nine Tails laughed. Isn't this just catching up with you? Ha ha ha. The people around him were seeing this side of the Nine Tails for the first time. After all, you are my beloved friends and brothers. Give me a portion of your chakra. It will be very useful. What? Chapter 179. Supporting Sunagakure, the old man gave you so much chakra back then, and now you want my share? You're mistaken. I only have half my chakra now. After saying this, the Nine Tails left Naruto a bit confused. How were tailed beasts born? Why did Kurama say he only had half? Shikaku felt even worse hearing this. Without the Jinchuriki, even if you were complete, I could still seal you away. So what are you so arrogant about? If you don't want to get hit, hurry up. Oh, I almost forgot. With that, he made Gaara fall asleep. The people around looked at the Nine Tails sleeping maneuver and couldn't help but feel their scalp tingle. All right, he has to sleep now. Come out and talk to me, old man. Stinky Fox. Stinky Fox. Stinky Fox. The Nine Tails doesn't care about being insulted. What is the fun in messing with the mentality? It must be uncomfortable to be stuck in that trash seal every day. My space right now is big and comfortable. Also, let me introduce you. this is Tsunade Senju, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, and this is Jiraiya, the master of the fourth Hokage, and Kakashi Hatake, the son of Konoha's White Fang, and a disciple of the fourth Hokage, the fifth Hokage. Those two Jonin, Uchiha. I am the Jinchuriki, Naruto, Uzumaki. My mother is from the Uzumaki clan. My father is the fourth Hokage. I was taught by the fifth Hokage and the legendary Sannin Jiraiya. What do you think? TCH, didn't I mention it before? What is there to show off? What does it have to do with you? At this moment, the Nine-Tails maliciously said, Naruto, what do you call me? Master. Shocked. Everyone was stunned by Naruto's shout of master. Shikaku quickly asked, Stinky Fox, what is going on? He is the person the old man was talking about. You don't understand, right? The Nine-Tails then directly said a few words, reincarnation of Uchiha.Chakra. Shikaku's mouth dropped open, unable to calm down for a long time. The others also listened to the secrets between the tailed beasts, tacitly not interrupting, but seriously remembering every word spoken. Could it be? Could he be the person the old man was talking about? That's right. Shikaku's attitude also improved. This is something only they tailed beasts know. And the Nine-Tails wouldn't lie about this. There's no need to. Not understanding after being beaten is called foolishness. Anyway, Shikaku has already recognized the situation. Quickly gave a portion of chakra. This is for my nephew. Just storing it for you. Don't misunderstand. What the hell, your nephew? Don't try to get close. Useless. A group of people watched the two-tailed beasts argue over a nephew. Ridiculous. With chakra in hand, I'll also give you a gift. Let us call it even. This is a collection of moments I've spent with Naruto over the years. Take a look at the story. The Nine-Tails fist-bumped Shikaku and prepared to leave. Let us go. Reikage remained behind. Woo! Reikage's mouth was stuffed with a large wad of tissue by sure sway. No matter how unwilling Reikage was, he had to go in. Watching Shikaku still in a small-tailed beast state, Reikage's chakra was still sealed. Feeling like he was done for. If I die, I die. Reikage closed his eyes. What a shame. You still call yourself a wind shadow. Huh. Trash. Shikaku finally had someone to vent to. He wanted to express all the pain he had suffered. What kind of life does a Jinchuriki have? What kind of life does your Jinchuriki have? He is still your son, and he is worse off than one without a father. And this seal, what a trash seal. The living environment is terrible. You should just be a team leader for digging gold. Being wind shadow is too much for you. Without strength, you don't understand human relationships, coming in with threats. If you had lured me, even just a little, wouldn't I have surrendered? What a waste. This kid Gaara still has potential. You should just resign. Don't force me to take action myself. Everyone returned to the Hokage building. Itachi and Shursui also left. The remaining matters they couldn't get involved in. Kakashi then summarized what had happened to the Nine-Tails and Naruto, saying Itachi was actually right. It would be very good if this sand ninja sent a batch of genin to exchange experiences. There would be many difficulties in the future, and internationally. Konoha needs such an ally. The Nine-Tails saw Itachi and was unclear about his intentions, but agreed to the request. Indeed, future wars would be even more troublesome. But it still felt like Itachi's request wasn't as simple as it seemed. Fortunately, he is one of us. One of us? That guy Itachi is definitely doing it for Sasuke. The Uchiha really treat their own well. Kakashi and the Nine-Tails were surprised. Naruto has a good eye. Uchiha's little guy is still so lovable. Haha. Jiraiya laughed loudly, causing Tsunade to change her expression, knowing he was talking about others. Jiraiya immediately felt a crisis and said to Kakashi, Hey Kakashi, Tsunade and I are getting married. When will you be promoted to Hokage? We'll announce the wedding date then, and you can arrange the wedding for us. Really? That's great. Kakashi became happy. Does this mean the Sannin will announce their marriage during his promotion ceremony? Naruto then said, The pervy sage is going to marry Sister Tsunade? That's awesome. I'll arrange the manpower. This wedding has to be especially grand. The Nine-Tails asked in Naruto's mind, Naruto, why are you so happy about Jiraiya's marriage? Why are you so invested? I want to familiarize myself with the process before I get married. Why not use this opportunity to practice? I'm set. As expected of you. Always maintaining a humble attitude, continuously learning and improving. Look at my Jinchuriki. Jiraiya looked at Naruto with satisfaction, seeing that my disciple is so capable. Just let me know once the time is set. Kakashi sent off Jiraiya, and Naruto was still waiting for him. The three still had many matters to discuss, especially with the Nine-Tails. Should we contact the envoys sent from the Sand Village for negotiations? I haven't had enough fun yet. Let Gaara and his father stay a few more days before sending them back. We can see the situation then. We can let them send some genin to Konoha for training. The worse their quality, the better. The more obvious their feelings when they're sent back to the Sand Village. After the Nine Tails explained, Kakashi felt the Nine Tails had deeper intentions. Do you want to undermine the Sand Village from within? Of course not. I want the higher-ups and ordinary ninjas from the Sand Village to attack simultaneously. The Wind Shadow and the next generation of Wind Shadows are no longer a threat. The ordinary ninjas from the Sand Village must follow Konoha's orders. The future enemies are very powerful, and their current development only serves as cannon fodder. We need to slowly cultivate them so they can have some usefulness. Remembering Raikage's bloodline limit, the Nine Tails added, at least that magnetism has some use for Orochimaru's research in the future. I see. Then after dealing with the Sand Village matter, I'll submit an application for Konoha's Hokage position to the daimyo. These sand ninjas have wasted too much time. The Nine Tails said forcefully, what application? Does the daimyo understand what economic development is? Let Danzo send someone with a message. Let him stamp it. If the mission isn't completed, it can be disbanded. At this time, Naruto said, Danzo is very reliable in handling things. After all, Danzo had previously obstructed Kakashi's promotion. Now it's better. If it's not completed, even better. Disband the route, and then let Shursui deal with the daimyo. That works too. Kakashi was actually also thinking about announcing his wedding date with Hanabi during the promotion ceremony. They definitely didn't expect the most popular actress was about to get married. Chapter 180. National Celebration Konoha Hokage Building. Danzo, my Byakugan is not for show. I am a Hokage. Danzo cursed as he walked out of the office. Using Byakugan recklessly, there will be no secrets in the future. Danzo covered his arm as he walked out. Kakashi felt that the Hokage knowledge given by the Nine Tails was really useful. Even someone as strong as Lord Danzo has to listen. Within 3 days, Danzo had returned with the daimyo's approval for the 5th Hokage position to be given to Kakashi Hitaki. Kakashi could finally officially become the 5th Hokage. Gather all the ninjas and villagers in front of the Hokage building. Behind Kakashi are Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the silent Danzo. Jiraiya hands the Hokage hat to Kakashi. Kakashi is not wearing his forehead protector. Thanks to the enormous chakra provided by the Nine Tails, he no longer needs to cover his eye. His left eye has been fully developed and has turned into a Mangekyou Sharingan, while his right eye is a Byakugan. Kakashi puts on the Hokage hat and steps to the railing of the Hokage building, looking at the ninjas below, including his predecessors, Hiruzen, Fugaku, Kakashi, and his juniors, all of whom are eagerly watching him. From today onwards, I am the 5th Hokage of Konoha. I will cherish all my companions in the village and protect them with my life. Those who break the rules of the ninja world were once called trash, but now, I declare, those who do not cherish their companions are even worse than trash. Dad, I can now stand in front of you and say these words. Can you hear me? Obito, I have become Hokage, and I can set the rules for the ninja world. In the distance, a masked figure quietly leaves the crowd. The villagers erupt in excitement. Our 5th Hokage has united the 2 strongest clans of Konoha and is also the mentor of the 4th child. So strong. Just those 2 dojutsu eyes alone bring a sense of security to ordinary villagers. Truly, he is the grandson of the 3rd Hokage. Villagers who had such thoughts were all credited by Danzo to the 3rd Hokage. Naruto is chatting with Hinata about Kakashi-sensei's eyes, feeling envious. What are you envious of? His pair of dojutsu eyes are enough for him to handle. If his chakra runs low, those eyes could drain him dry. Still, it's something to be envious of. Didn't you see Guy-sensei over there? The Nine Tails looks over and sees Guy, Kurenai, and Asuma all looking quite sour. The Nine Tails thinks it can't be helped. Following their gaze, Kakashi is now standing together with FK and Koyuki. It turns out they are envious that Kakashi has secretly gotten a girlfriend. Haha. Kakashi pulls FK and Koyuki close. We're getting married. Guy, with tears in his eyes, says from below, Kakashi, when did you start dating? You actually surpassed me. The others quickly distance themselves from Guy, feeling embarrassed. Jiraiya, holding Tsunade's hand, walks to the railing and shouts below. We're getting married too. Tsunade and Jiraiya are finally getting married. I can't believe I get to see Jiraiya and Tsunade get married in my lifetime. I'm so happy. After Kakashi announced his wedding date, even Jiraiya and Tsunade came over to announce theirs, and everyone in Konoha went wild with joy. Kakashi felt that his spotlight had been stolen, but it didn't matter. His own wedding was still in his hands. In the following days, Konoha underwent a massive change. Konoha welcomed a promotional season, with 2 weddings on the horizon. The whole village fell into a frenzy. Major stores began their sales, leading to a village-wide promotion sparked by gift buying. From daily necessities and exquisite gifts to hot springs and barbecue hot pot. Ichiraka Ramen also launched a big promotion, the second bowl half price. A nationwide celebration slowly unfolded. Naruto took Hinata out shopping. Hinata, how about we go eat ramen? Naruto. Hinata blushed as she held Naruto's hand and walked to Ichiraka Ramen. Even before they got close, they could already hear the recorded voice. Women are really troublesome. Hey, what are you saying, you little brat? It was Temari. Naruto walked over and saw Shikamaru and Temari eating noodles together. Hey, Shikamaru. ISN Tishi from Sunagakure? Shikamaru casually replied after recognizing Naruto's voice. Yeah, she is staying in Konoha as a Kunoichi exchange student. The Hokage asked me to accompany her. It's really troublesome. Hey, clarify who is troublesome here. Haha, you two seem to get along well. Naruto teased as he pulled Hinata aside. This guy who hates trouble really has had enough. With such high intelligence. Why doesn't he use his brain more often? Temari complained as she quickly finished her noodles. Because of him, there are too many tasks to deal with. Tasks? Temari immediately became interested. What kind of tasks could make Shikamaru not want to think? He is a man with secrets. I'm done, Shikamaru. Naruto, we're leaving. Hey, what a hassle. Where are you headed next? Watching Shikamaru walk away, Naruto and Hinata laughed. Ha, this guy will definitely get tied down in the future, just like Sasuke. Tochi looked at Naruto and Shikamaru talking and didn't he interrupt until now. Naruto, did you bring your girlfriend? What do you want to eat today? The second bowl is half price. Tonko ramen with all the toppings and a large serving. Hinata, what do you want? Just want to be fine. 2 bowls. Uncle, we might need a few more bowls later. All flavors. I want to try everything. Haha, what an excellent customer. Please wait a moment. Tochi loves Naruto's personality. The happier he eats, the happier he becomes. At this moment, Jiraiya and Tsunade also arrived. Naruto, you're here. Kakashi is looking for you. What is up? Probably a mission. Boss, a large serving of special ramen, 2 bowls with extra toppings. Tsunade noticed Hinata and asked, is she from the Hyuga clan? Your girlfriend? Naruto quickly slurped some noodles and replied, yeah, she is Hinata Hyuga. After Naruto's answer, Hinata's face turned red. Hello, Lady Tsunade. Hello, Lord Jiraiya. Ha, no need to be polite. Jiraiya, your student seems to be quite excellent. Just you. What could Jiraiya do? Minato was impressive, and his son. And then there was Nagato. Let's eat. In the Hokage building, FK and Koyuki were still waiting with Kakashi for Naruto. Sasuke and Sakura had been waiting there for quite a while. But as long as Sakura was with Sasuke, she didn't mind waiting a bit longer. At the entrance, the Umbu member, Tenzo, felt the sour smell inside and was envious. After so many years in the Umbu, the Hokage actually has a girlfriend. How frustrating. Another Umbu member on duty was Yuzuki Yugao. Haha, the Hokage has first-hand information. When I go back and tell them, they'll be so jealous. I never thought Kakashi actually likes girls. What a surprise. Chapter 181. A war triggered by identity after Naruto and Hinata finished eating at Ichiraka Ramen. The shop closed. The ingredients were exhausted, and the owner was too tired. After saying goodbye to Hinata, Naruto arrived at the Hokage building. Kakashi-sensei, what is the matter? As soon as Naruto entered, he noticed Sasuke and Sakura were also there. Is there a mission? Naruto was a bit confused. What was going on that required Team 7 to assemble? Well, there's a special client who needs our help, mainly because I'm not too sure about sending others. I see, leave it to me. Kakashi called out to the door, come in. FK and Koyuki walked in, and Naruto's eyes widened. Fuji Kazahana. Kakashi introduced. That's right. Her artistic name is Fuji Kazahana. Her real name is FK Koyuki, the daughter of the former lord of the Land of Snow. Your mission is to help Koyuki reclaim the throne of the Land of Snow and restore her identity as the queen of the Land of Snow. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke were all stunned. They never expected this woman to have such a high status. Originally, I wanted to wait until after the wedding to talk about this. But upon hearing that Tsunade next to me is actually older than her, yet looks so young, and is still the princess of the Land of Fire, I feel unworthy of Kakashi's gentle affection. For the first time, the thought of restoring the country arose in my mind, as if no one else is a princess. Once women start comparing, it's destined to be a fierce battle. So, I arranged for someone to lead Team 7 to complete this mission. Tenzo. At this moment, Tenzo walked in. The Umbu Tenzo, now you're guiding Jonin. You've left Umbu, so you don't need that code anymore. Do you have a name? At this point, the Nine Tails appeared and said, you can call him Yamato. Ah, The gentle breeze clearly startled Yamato, who hid in Kakashi's embrace. From now on, your name is Yamato. Do you have any objections? And no objections. Seeing the nine tails manifesting freely, Yamato secretly swallowed, cold sweat slowly seeping from his forehead. If you have any objections, feel free to speak up. Young people shouldn't be so reserved. If not, I can just switch to someone else. The nine tails' mouth began to curl up. Yamato opened his eyes wide. Is the nine tails really that easy to talk to? Ah, can I really switch people? Yamato felt a bit relieved. This is great. That way, he wouldn't have to go himself. He wondered who the next unlucky person would be. The nine tails was even happier at this moment, showing its big teeth. Although it looked quite scary. But what if they see my old self? What should I do? What kind of question is that? I'm an elite umbu who has worked for many years. He said loudly, I will definitely keep it a secret. Ha ha ha. I believe that only the dead can keep secrets. What do you think? Lord Okage, I'm sorry. I believe I am fully capable of handling this mission. Please give it to me. I firmly request to execute this mission. Please give me another chance. Ha ha ha. Everyone in the room began to laugh. Naruto finally spoke up. Kurama, why are you scaring him? Ha ha. He looks so serious. It's really funny. The nine tails laughed happily, leaving only the embarrassed Yamato. This person can use would release. He works cautiously. He likes to tell ghost stories. He is a successful experimental subject of the transplanted Hashirama cells. Orochimaru would be interested in him. Then it's decided, Yamato will lead you to complete this mission. Speed is essential. When Naruto heard this, he knew it was a big deal. They were deploying a strategic level weapon. So they would definitely go and return quickly. He believed that with his disciples and half of the nine tails, they should be able to handle a country like the land of snow. If they couldn't, it would be the nine tails' fault. But there's another mission. Danzo arranged for a director and a gentle breeze to return to shoot a new movie. So Sasuke, please support them. Understood. Except for Sasuke, no one else understood. In fact, Kakashi had been training Sasuke for a long time and taught him many jutsu. The director's visuals would likely depend on Sasuke alone. Previously, Shursui also talked to Sasuke about this when they visited the film set. The special effects require large-scale jutsu and various explosions. So, Lord Danzo's film crew is in your hands now. Yamato, Naruto, yes. Team 7, gather at the village entrance in the afternoon. Dismissed. The gentle breeze returned to take revenge. Although Kakashi couldn't personally bring her back to this country, he is still the Hokage of Konoha and cannot easily intervene. Now that he has his subordinates, it's not bad. She knows how strong the people involved are. If not for bringing so many people, perhaps sending just one person could have reclaimed the land of snow. In the afternoon, upon reaching the Konoha gate, Naruto, along with Sakura and Sasuke, watched the busy film crew and found Yamato. After everything was ready, they finally set off for the land of snow with a lot of filming equipment. The land of snow. Naruto seemed to remember sending someone there to sell fish. After all, it was a legitimate business and under a false identity. He generally wouldn't be hunted down by the umbu of the land of water. After a long boat ride, the air gradually cooled, the water began to freeze, and their breath turned into white mist. When they disembarked, everyone finally set foot on the land of snow. The director, seeing this scene, couldn't wait to shoot. Just a random iceberg or a bit of snow scenery could inspire him. Truly, a blessing from the god of cinema. Props and makeup ready. We're shooting scene 6. Everyone hurry up and get ready. Naruto stepped on the snow, making crunching sounds. He didn't expect that in this season. There would be a country with snow. Watching the film crew, Naruto felt so happy. Ha ha, classmates, it's snowing heavily. Naruto called out to Sasuke and Sakura. Hurry over here to the open space. They cleared an area for the film crew to shoot while they went to play on the side. Yamato watched the lively Team 7 from the boat and finally understood Kakashi-senpai's feelings. It was quite nice. Sasuke, let's have a snowball fight. Idiot Naruto, can I really have a snowball fight with you? Don't joke around. Smack. A snowball hit Sasuke on the head. Damn Naruto. Ha ha ha. Naruto laughed happily, while Sakura looked at the two of them and thought they were still the same as before. Smack. A snowball was thrown at Naruto's head by Sasuke, covering him in snow. Ha ha ha. Smack, 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 smack. Both Naruto and Sasuke were covered in snow. It was Kurama throwing snowballs with its 9 tails. Ha ha. You too. Want to have a snowball fight? With 2 hands, it's like a machine gun. Sakura looked at the snow on the two of them and felt something was a bit off. Sasuke, don't be angry. You two, you're nothing. I'm not bragging. I've never lost a snowball fight. Naruto and Sasuke were stunned. Did Kurama really want to have a snowball fight? What are you angry about? Are you angry, Naruto? Not angry, not angry. Sasuke glanced at Naruto and Naruto instantly understood, sorry sir. Sharingan. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. A dozen clones, not too many. In an instant, the atmosphere became tense. The ninja army faces the Nine Tails in a snowball fight version, starting now. I'm gonna hit. Snowball Towing Technique. Snowball Shadow Clone Jutsu. You two are cheating. Have you ever had a snowball fight? Chapter 182. Chakra Armor in Hand. Naruto and Sasuke teamed up against the Nine Tails. The two were even using ninjutsu to cheat. The Nine Tails quickly dodged this wave of attacks, relying on its four legs. It moved in the snow with an advantage, faster and more stable. The Nine Tails held 9 snowballs and ran over to one of the shadow clones, smashing them one after another. The snowball splattered on its face, puff, 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 puff. They kept exploding the shadow clone. Who would have thought a shadow clone could withstand so many snowballs? Or was it that the Nine Tails attacks were just too fast? Ha! You two will never defeat me. Sakura watched from the side, realizing that Sasuke was being bullied, and quickly joined the snowball battle. Even if your Team 7 comes together, I'm not scared. The film crew was filming nearby, while the ninjas were having a great time. However, since this was on the land of snow, the snow ninjas had long set up an ambush, waiting for the Jonin's command to launch a surprise attack. Their mission target was Princess Snow. As long as they could capture her, obtaining the key would be enough. In the distance, Wolf, Fong, and Avalanche watched the Nine Tails, never daring to give the order to attack. Something fell off. Didn't Konoha just send 3 Chunin? Why was there also a small summoning beast? The more they looked, the more it resembled the Nine Tails, a moment they would never forget from that explosive time with Kakashi. The Nine Tails had come to the land of snow? No, they needed to find more help. There was a fish seller in the land of snow known as a wealthy man who had established a multinational trading organization. It seemed that the Snow Ninja Village could only seek help from them. They had heard that there were some dirty dealings in the past. They couldn't act rashly. They had to endure. The 3 Snow Ninjas waited until the filming was done and Naruto and the others had left, covered in snow, before they emerged from the snow. The other 2 were still wondering why their leader hadn't made a move, but upon seeing the presence of the Nine Tails, they realized it was not something a few people could handle, so they understood their leader had his own considerations. The 3 gathered together, and Shui asked, what now, boss? The plan has changed. You go contact that company from the Land of Waves. We can pay them to send people to help us settle a matter. Okay, boss. Konoha ninjas, the next time we meet will be your death. When they first heard the news, people were still confused. They thought the Snow Ninjas had come to deal with them, but unexpectedly, they were there to discuss cooperation. Zabuza had changed his name and had been hiding in the land of snow, now called Zabuza the Poor, a fish dealer. There's a lucrative mission that requires your help. Mr. Zabuza. Although it sounded quite polite, Zabuza was not using his real name here, which was clearly a threat. Zabuza had no choice but to agree. During the conversation, the Snow Ninjas kept talking about how simple the mission was. 3 kids, one with yellow hair and abundant chakra, another in blue clothes who was skilled with shurikens, and a girl who was a medical ninja and hadn't really fought, along with a seemingly foolish Jonin from Konoha who had a pet. Snowball fights, hundreds of shadow clones, and the Sharingan. Zoom, zoom, zoom. And there's a pet too. It seems they want to play in the snow, just like a summoning beast. Konoha ninjas consist of these kids, and that Jonin. We want to capture them all. Zabuza already knew who the visitors were and readily agreed. Alright, but I need more detailed information. Watching Wolf, Fong, Avalanche passionately describe how despicable the Konoha ninjas were. A bunch of kids daring to do whatever. Haku was struggling to hold back laughter. Uffed. Mr. Zabuza, is he mocking us? Sorry, that's not the case. Haku, step back, you disgraceful guy. Zabuza shot him a look, and Haku pretended to be scolded as he left, unable to hold back any longer. They followed the Snow Ninjas to the designated mission location. Naruto and the others were too busy having snowball fights to remember anything else. Even Kazuhana and Yuki Gaze didn't expect their schedule to go so smoothly. The footage shot was excellent, especially with the few ninjas they invited. Even a snowball fight could be captured as a war scene, showcasing tactical maneuvers and cooperation, all with a rhythm of battle. It was truly a blessing from the god of ninjas. The director used a little filming trick to capture their snowball fight, spy shots. That night, the crew found a place to eat and play, tidied up for the next day's project, while Naruto and his team took turns keeping watch. Whoosh. Enemies. Sasuke activated his Sharingan instantly. His excellent dynamic vision saw the enemy's attack methods, Thousand Needles. Then a mirror appeared in front of him, and Haku stepped out from inside. Truly impressive, Sasuke. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for almost 2 months, Your strength has increased so much. Haku flattered Sasuke while searching for Naruto's location. What can I say? My bloodline limit is just too strong. I can't help it. Uchiha really is annoying. If it weren't for their strength, they might have been exterminated long ago. When Naruto woke up, he learned that Haku and Zabuza had been living in the Land of Snow. But their fish business had expanded to several surrounding countries, and the Land of Snow was their seafood storage base, a clear advantage. The Snow Country ninjas found Mr. Zabuza and asked for help to intercept the Konoha ninjas. I came to see, but I didn't expect it to be you guys. Zabuza the poor? We are now, after all, merchants, and Mr. Zabuza has grown tired of fighting, so he changed his name. Hearing this was quite shocking. But did the Mist Ninja Village really let Zabuza's beheading sword continue to circulate? That couldn't be possible. The Ninetales was quite pleased to hear this. He actually changed his name. I feel like he gave up the ninja life for you, don't you think, Haku? After the Ninetales said this, Haku's face turned red. Well, maybe, although I was just a tool before, I felt happy being able to do something for Mr. Zabuza. Now he feels more like family to me. I'm sorry if I've been disrespectful. The more Haku spoke, the redder his face became. Naruto felt this vibe too. Family? You want to call him dad? Naruto, what are you saying? Haku suddenly felt less shy, but instead more embarrassed, as if he had been seen through. But just like Naruto said, because Kurama was also like family to him, but that was his uncle. The Snow Ninjas were set to launch an attack the next morning, and their unique chakra armor was quite difficult to deal with. However, since Zabuza and I had been here for so long, we had also gathered intel about the chakra armor. According to the amplification types, they were divided into shield armor, ninjutsu armor, and all-purpose armor, and each piece of armor was quite expensive. They were not sold to outsiders. Naruto shrugged it off, mimicking the Ninetales way of speaking. It's fine, no need to worry. I have special skills for procurement. So the next day, Team 7 set up traps, waiting for the Snow Ninjas' attack. And they also had an insider. There was no way they would lose this chapter. Facing the sudden attack of the Snow Ninjas, Naruto charged forward, using the body technique Wing Chun's Sun Punch super strength, easily smashing through the bear-like snow armor. Sasuke faced off against Wolf Fang Avalanche, easily seeing through the opponent's ninjutsu, attempting a surprise attack with Chidori Sharp Spear, but unexpectedly, his ninjutsu was blocked by the opponent's armor, feeling a bit embarrassed. Sakura was still cheering for Naruto and Sasuke. Haku and Zabuza easily subdued Shui. Their battle hardly even counted as a warm-up. Sasuke always encountered opponents who were either not particularly strong or just happened to counter him. One could say his luck over the years was all in the wrong place. He then took out the Kusanagi sword given to him by Orochimaru and infused it with Chidori Blade. After a few moves, he shattered the opponent's armor into pieces. Kakashi sent a message that he had become Hokage and Wu Ti personally come and deal with them. By the way, they were just his subordinate Chunin from a year ago. They easily dealt with the Snow Ninja trio. Since the enemy had already made a move, Team 7, along with Yamato, Zabuza, and Haku, charged into all the military facilities of the Snow Ninja Village, and after finding Kazuhana, they didn't waste any time, finishing everything off with a massive Rasengan. The whole thing was captured on film by the director using his little tricks. Fenghua Xiaoxue successfully became the queen, and Janbu became the village chief of the Snow Ninja Village. After taking over the governance of the Land of Snow, Naruto and the others returned to Konoha with the design blueprints for chakra armor and several snow ninjas. Kakashi never expected to meet his enemy again. I really didn't think my subordinates could do so well, bringing you to me. But that's all in the past. I'm not that narrow-minded. Let's take them to the Konoha hospital for treatment, lest they can't withstand the interrogation. Kakashi looked at the footage of Fenghua Xiaoxue and finally thought, you can finally get married. You've worked hard. What about us? Naruto and the others came to deliver a mission, not to watch him flaunt his relationship. You all have worked hard too, but I won't count this extra credit as mission rewards. Upon hearing this, Naruto said, all right then, let's consider the chakra armor as the property of my Naruto Academy. You'll have to pay for it later. Kakashi was stunned. I was just joking. You didn't catch that? Kurama, did all Hokages become this cunning? You'll also become like this. What? I'm already quite cunning. All right? Maybe not enough. Chapter 183. Wedding and exposure. Kakashi and Jiraiya's wedding proceeded as scheduled. Both Kakashi and Jiraiya were dressed in handsome suits, waiting for their wives to make a grand entrance. The first to appear was Fenghua Xiaoxue, walking gracefully in a queen's outfit. Only then did everyone in Konoha realize that Fujike's Yukiwi was actually the daimyo of the Land of Snow, Fenghua Xiaoxue. Her entrance astonished everyone. Her expression was indifferent, adorned with a complex and historically rich headpiece symbolizing the daimyo. She wore a pure white wedding dress, and only upon seeing Kakashi did her frosty demeanor melt away, like the ice and snow on a high mountain thawing, bringing forth the breath of spring with blooming flowers. Truly, she was an actress. To others, she was a daimyo. But to Kakashi, she was his wife, her temperament shifting so naturally. Gently taking Kakashi's hand, she asked, "Why are you still wearing a mask?" The entire Konoha craned their necks, eager to see how Kakashi would address this long-standing mystery. What does Kakashi actually look like? Everyone was looking forward to Kakashi providing an answer. However, Kakashi, being as clever as Shikamaru, used a Sharingan to cast an illusion on Fenghua Xiaoxue, making her feel as if he had removed his mask and revealed his usual face, perfectly resolving the issue. Upon seeing this, Fenghua Xiaoxue's attitude softened. "I've been a bit willful, my Hokage." Jiraiya had been waiting for a long time, wondering why Tsunade hadn't shown up yet. He only saw Shizen walking over, while Tsunade appeared shy. Many of the village's elders had watched Tsunade grow up and were surprised that the little girl who only knew gambling back then was finally getting married at nearly 50. Little Tsunade still looked so young. A group of elderly women watched Tsunade finally getting married. Many Konoha ninjas, who had experienced the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars, shed tears of joy seeing Tsunade and Jiraiya finally together. Jiraiya took Tsunade's hand, saying, "You're finally marrying me. Ha ha ha, I told you you would marry me." At this moment, Kakashi stepped forward as the officiant, announcing that the two were now husband and wife, bound together forever. Everyone presented gifts. Hokage-sama, Jiraiya-sama, Tsunade-sama, Hokage-sama, Jiraiya-sama, Tsunade-sama. This was a wedding for a pair of newlyweds, but a celebration for the entire village. Konoha's men, women, and children were all happy for their wedding. However, footage from the trip to the Land of Snow was brought out by the director as a fun anecdote for others to watch. Some observant individuals noticed the nine tails in it, and soon, copies of the footage were made and traded to spies. In just half a month, the perfect human-tail-beast combination of the nine tails spread throughout the ninja world. The Tsuchikage of the Land of Earth, Inoki, was the first to obtain this intelligence. He was surprised that Konoha could produce such a perfect Jinchuriki and even interact with ninjas. No wonder the people I sent out before were all in vain. Konoha's strength is unprecedented and formidable. He ordered, "Bring all the high-ranking officials here. It seems we need to negotiate with Konoha now." Seeing this intelligence, the elder of the Land of Water, Genkai, also recognized Konoha's strength. "Bring Terumi Mei here. I need you to go to Konoha to carry out a mission and sign a peace treaty. Konoha is very powerful now. We need a few more years to recover from the Blood Mist country. This task is entrusted to you." Shikaku, from Sunagakure, was also quite angry after watching this footage. "That damn fox went out to play. I wanted to. Shikaku, stop making a fuss. Hurry and let your father give you the position. That way, when you become Kazekage, you'll be stronger than that fox's Jinchuriki." Is that so? After discussing with his father, Gaara gradually overcame his mental shadows. And Shikaku wanted to nurture a Jinchuriki, but they had long missed the best nurturing opportunity. Their attitudes had changed to what they were now. Reikage AI from Kumogakure smashed his fist on the table upon seeing the intelligence. They actually produced a perfect Jinchuriki. Damn it, Konoha is really impressive. Mabui had long known this situation. The table will cost us, and we don't need to fear them. Oof, am I scared? In the Akatsuki's base in Amigakure, White Zetsu received the new intelligence and handed it to Nagato. A perfect Jinchuriki, huh? This might pose some difficulties for our plan. I'll handle this tailed beast myself. Conan was also shocked. I never expected the Nine Tails could become friends with humans. Only through suffering can we bring peace to the world. Where'd Madara go? In the aftermath of this wedding, the entire ninja world superficially began to ally for peace, but behind the scenes, minor and major events continued to unfold. True peace had not yet arrived. After the wedding, Naruto began his sage training, while Sasuke and Sakura started their training under the Three Sannin. The Nine Tails was completely unaware that it had become famous in the ninja world, being hailed as the tailed beast that loved snowball fights. When Naruto arrived at Mayaboka Mountain, he met Sage Shima and Sage Fukasaku and inquired about the qualifications for training in Mayaboku's sage arts, receiving their approval. Naruto and the Nine Tails began learning sage arts together, though this training was still quite advantageous for the tailed beast. The first step was to absorb natural chakra with the aid of toad oil. The second step was to calm down and absorb natural chakra without the toad oil. The Nine Tails was now appearing in a body about the size of a human, following Naruto in training and enhancing itself. It felt that this method of chakra blending was even simpler than the tailed beast bomb. Physical energy plus mental energy equaled chakra. The tailed beast itself was a conglomerate of chakra, and refining chakra was an instinct of being alive. Now, adding a portion of natural chakra, just 1/3, could form sage chakra, as long as it calmed down with toad oil applied to the Nine Tails. Drawing a natural chakra would immediately allow it to feel the gathering of natural energy. However, it initially cautiously created sage chakra, but later felt that the absorption of sage chakra was a bit slow. The chakra of the Nine Tails is too immense. It takes half an hour of accumulation to barely be able to use sage mode for about an hour. In battle, this time would be even shorter. However, Naruto's training is quite difficult. If he absorbs too much, he turns into a frog, and he needs someone to watch over him. As the Nine Tails continues to practice, it seems that the absorption of natural energy has increased. Kid's father, Sage Fukasaku, swings a big stick and hits the Nine Tails on the head. That hurts. It turns out that absorbing too much chakra can also turn a tailed beast into a frog. Chapter 184. Naruto's temporary proxy. The Nine Tails and Naruto are practicing sage techniques. Konoha begins to regain its former busyness, with ninjas taking on missions, while Naruto continues to cultivate talent for Konoha. The lower-ranked sand ninjas are gradually brought to Konoha to learn its advanced techniques. This is also part of Kakashi's intention to allow them to learn, reducing the daily focus on war. The useful things have long been hidden away. What can these lower-ranked ninjas understand? Among them, only one can understand the 5-element seal or the 4-symbol seal. Otherwise, Shikaku wouldn't be so arrogant. Aside from being able to understand some ninjutsu, they can learn some medical knowledge, but it's largely useless. The Wind Country, located in the desert, spent a lot of money to learn some pharmacological knowledge. And there are adults they're specifically caring for and training them. The others are just practicing on injured people. By letting them learn Konoha's way of cultivating talent and providing a means to create wealth, they won't be so pinned up as to want to attack Konoha every day. These kids can slowly influence that. With his Byakugan, Kakashi can see the actions of everyone in Konoha from his office. His keen insight allows him to analyze and understand people's thoughts, which is simply terrifying. After being called by Kakashi last time, Danzo has not appeared before him again. Clearly frightened by the Byakugan, he is still busy with his own Black Ops organization, but from the people around him, it seems that Danzo has been doing increasingly well with cultural infiltration. His achievements change roughly every 2 weeks, and the results are impressive. He has already understood what kind of products people in this world need, indicating how well he has gauged human nature. Wherever there are people in the ninja world, there will be novels and comics published by the Konoha Cultural Creative Group. They even used a form of hunger marketing, splitting a book that was originally one into 2 volumes, and specially hired someone to create illustrations, beautifully and elegantly deceiving people into spending money, which doubled the sales and made it even more expensive. Orochimaru has now obtained a Sharingan and blood samples of the Uchiha clan from Itachi during the 2nd and 3rd Shinobi Wars and has begun researching human cloning, though the failure rate is still quite high. Every day, he spends either in the lab or reading comics and novels related to the Uchiha clan. No one can truly resist the temptation of those eyes. Orochimaru is also looking for inspiration in novels, developing one idea after another. There is always a useful place for them. Such novel ideas must come from endless imagination, and novels and comics provide a convenient source for such whimsical thoughts. As he gets deeper into his experiments, Kabuto, watching from the side, feels a sense of fear and starts trembling. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans now hold a very high status in Konoha, although they are still the 1st and 2nd largest clans like in the 3rd Hokage's time. They are now wealthy. In casinos, restaurants, and Konoha's teaching staff, the presence of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans can be felt. Especially the teachers hired by Naruto are mostly from the Uchiha clan, while the Hyuga clan is in charge of taijutsu. These 2 clans dominate the expenses. After continuously teaching students, people now greet each other proactively, reflecting their elevated social status. Shikamaru is temporarily handling Naruto's affairs, but he is troubled by the increasing amount of money, unsure how to spend it. If he doesn't spend it, the money is just waste paper. Naruto once said, "Money is useful when spent. If not, it's waste." It seems he has someone understood now. Spending money is really troublesome. He arranges for a 1-month loan at Naruto's office, which can be secured with points at a 1:10,000 ratio. After a month, The loan will be collected back without interest. Yes, Shikamaru has set up a limited time, 1-month interest-free loan. The goal is to spend this money within a month and collect it back afterward. If it can't be collected back, that will be a place to spend money in the future. At that time, investment can be increased. After learning about this, Lee processed a large number of loans as he wanted to take Sakura around Konoha. How could he do that without money? Managing the Ninja Tool Development Bureau is also a significant expense. As various countries come to sign peace treaties, his ninja tool development has become a joke. He borrowed a large sum to send Jonin on the black market to collect special ninja tools. Simultaneously, he is doing his utmost to analyze the principles of chakra armor. If this works out, it could be very valuable in the future. Danzo, on his side, has also borrowed a lot of money to stimulate consumption, and this economic stimulation method began to spread. Once Danzo found out, he immediately saw it as a good opportunity and quickly promoted the benefits of interest-free loans, leading other countries to fall into the trap of consumption. Spending money without making a profit will lead to an ever-increasing backlog of products that will eventually result in bankruptcy. However, with Shikamaru overseeing things at Naruto S, he will ask what the money is for and approve it based on intelligence and understanding of the other party. After all, this batch of money 1T leave the village. It's all going to be spent here anyway, and Shikamaru is completely unbothered. Tsunade learned of this and immediately took out a loan, then rushed into the Konoha casino. To her surprise, she actually made a profit. After so many years of losing, she had lost confidence, but making money in Konoha was something she hadn't expected. It must be those guys outside who tricked her for money. They must have cheated. What a bunch of despicable people. The casino even sent someone to follow Tsunade and bet against her, but they intervened very little. As long as they acted, the dealer wouldn't cheat, which allowed her to recoup some of her capital. Tsunade was very happy to gamble. Go to the hospital every day, felt incredibly joyful, until one day she ran into a woman on the street. What is a mist ninja doing in Konoha? Never mind. I'm not the Hokage. Ha ha ha. I must win big after work. Terumi May finally arrived in Konoha and spotted Kakashi immediately. Being captivated by this Hokage with one Byakugan and one Sharingan. He was simply super handsome. When they talked about just getting married, Terumi May lowered her head, realizing that in a few years she would be a big girl. Kakashi's Byakugan can't be turned off from Terumi May's movements, expressions, and even heartbeat. He has already analyzed her state. Terumi May, please wait a moment. I'll find someone to accompany you on a tour of Konoha. He said, Kai, come here. I have a mission for you. Yes. Anumbu received the order and left. Upon hearing that someone would accompany her, Terumi May felt a bit happy and said, I'm sorry for the trouble, Hokage-sama. Looking at Terumi May and thinking about Kai's strengths and weaknesses, Kakashi thought, as a brother, I can only help you this much. Terumi May, em shori. Kai arrived shortly after. What is the matter, Kakashi? Who is this? This is an elite ninja from the Mist Village, Terumi May. Chapter 185. Kurama. One more serving at Sage Fukasaku's home in Mount Mayaboku, Naruto. You're at a stage of growth, so you must eat more. The Nine Tails also chimed in internally. Yeah, stop eating that junk food every day. We should have some of this green stuff. It pointed at the big green caterpillar wriggling in the bowl. That's right. The Nine Tails had long guessed that there was an issue with the food. Luckily, it didn't have to eat. Kurama, stop messing around. I'm going to starve to death here. Naruto looked at the increasingly disgusting green caterpillar and thought of his childhood trauma, Shino. Ugh. The more I think about it, the more I want to vomit. After he finished throwing up, he just wanted to throw up again. The Nine Tails didn't have anything to do, but seeing something alive was still a bit unsettling. If only it could be deep-fried first, then sprinkled with some chili powder and cumin for dipping. This was a delicacy with 6 times the protein content of beef. Unfortunately, the oil was also frog oil, and after frying, who knows if it could even be eaten? The two of them stared at the caterpillar and fell silent. The sage of Jiraiya and the sage of Fukasaku felt very uncomfortable seeing Naruto's conflicted expression. Is it that Naruto doesn't like the food I make? No, he probably just isn't used to it. As long as he gives it some time, he'll eventually get over it. Just needs to get used to it. No, we need to go back to the village. There's something urgent, Naruto said as he turned to leave. The caterpillar was simply challenging his psychological limits. After seeing Naruto, the two sages also gave up. Let the kid go back. If he throws up anymore, he might even bring up his gallbladder. Looking at Naruto, who was about to foam at the mouth, the sage of Jiraiya felt a bit guilty. The kid might be allergic to insects, so he had to start forming seals. Slapping his hands on the ground, summoning technique. With a bang, Naruto returned to the Hidden Leaf Village. Standing on a street, he finally didn't see any caterpillars anymore. Food. I want to eat. He hurried to find a restaurant to wash his eyes. After choosing for a long time, he finally settled on Ichiraka ramen. Uncle, 1 bowl of special ramen, and make sure to load it up with toppings. Also 1 bottle of cola. Naruto kept eating while still thinking about a solution. He couldn't keep running around like this every day. Although he could, it was quite troublesome for others. The sages of Jiraiya and Fukusaku had specially prepared so many meals for him. He couldn't keep avoiding things. When faced with a problem, he needed to consult someone wise. In a spiritual space, Naruto was shaking Kurama's tail while wearing a wronged expression. Kurama, is there something that can store a lot of food? You can't just watch me eat poorly every day. It will affect my physical development. Kurama flicked his tail, pulling it away from Naruto's hands. Naruto, you're not a 3-year-old anymore. You're not as cute as you used to be. Don't you realize that? Stop trying to act cute. It won't work on me. You think you can fool me with your words? Just tell me if you can help or not. Even the wise and all-knowing Kurama has times when he can't help. You're testing me, huh? Let me tell you, no one understands how to stockpile food better than I do. As a northeastern fox, Kurama was most afraid not of being cute, but of being looked down upon. This kind of provocation always worked like a charm. Go find 1010. She serves as a mobile warehouse. There's plenty of ways. TCH, aren't you just going to find someone else? Useless. What I'm teaching you is how to utilize resources. If I told you the method, wouldn't you still have to cultivate slowly? If you find her, you could buy ready-made stuff. Kurama simply stated this, and Naruto felt it made sense. He hurried to find 1010 and ran straight to the Ninja Tools Development Bureau. When he found 1010 and explained his intentions, she said, "Isn't this simple? You just need a sealing scroll to seal the food and take it out when you need it. Is it really that simple? Just seal it up and that's it?" Seeing Naruto still hesitating, 1010 took out a scroll from her ninja tool bag. "Let me demonstrate for you. This scroll contains food I've sealed in advance. Now find the seal. See this character for noodle? Bite your finger and form this seal. Release." A bowl of steaming noodles appeared on top of the scroll. In Naruto's eyes, it was just about taking out the scroll and doing this and that, and the noodles would come out. 1010 wasn't hungry yet, so she casually demonstrated the sealing process. "Watch closely. Place the noodles on the empty seal. Then form a seal. Seal." The noodles disappeared from the seal, and the originally blank seal reappeared with the character for noodle. Naruto seemed to understand. "So that's how it works. Do you have any blank sealing scrolls? I want to stockpile food too." 1010 then took out 2 scrolls. "These 2 are both blank, but they're quite expensive and hard to come by. I'll sell them to you for a cheaper price. How about 500,000? Okay, I'll go to the base to settle the bill with Shikamaru later, so I'm off." Naruto hurriedly ran away. 1010 looked satisfied, having made a profit of 400,000. Then Naruto took the scrolls and started trying to seal noodles at Ichiraka Ramen. It was very simple, and he sealed a lot of bowls of noodles. The chef was a bit dazed. Even if the noodles were sold, there were almost not enough bowls. Naruto had to apologize and started sweeping the streets, buying things, sealing them, and leaving on credit. Whether it was beef hot pot, snacks, ice cream, or fried skewers, he chose several portions of each and sealed them into the scrolls. After finally filling the scrolls, Naruto returned to Mayaboka Mountain to continue his training. Naruto left happily, and while Shikamaru was still unclear about what had happened, some people returned a portion of their loans. Shikamaru looked at the business owners returning loans, holding Naruto's credit note, and tentatively asked, "Did Naruto come back?" "Yeah, he bought a lot of food and sealed it with scrolls. He probably wants to stockpile food for the long term. And it's not just from one place. He bought a lot of sweets from my shop. My shop sells grilled meat. My shop sells roasted ducks. He bought 3. One by one, they showed Shikamaru Naruto's credit notes, leaving him with a headache. What on earth happened, Naruto? This is really troublesome. Back at Mayaboka Mountain, after Naruto had a lot of food, he started training again. At mealtime, Naruto took out the sealing scroll and wondered what to eat. He opened the scroll and looked at the characters he had sealed, but it was really a hassle to find what he wanted. He had bought too much and had to open the scrolls one by one. With a sealing scroll over 10 meters long, Naruto checked each item to decide what to eat. Still, Ichiraka ramen sounds good. Let's have some side dishes, and roasted duck will do. He took out a kunai, made a cut on his hand, and formed the seal. Release. Ichiraka ramen and roasted duck were taken out by Naruto. At this moment, Kurama couldn't stand it anymore and directly came out from the sealing space. I want to eat too. Give me a portion. Chapter 186. Training is copying homework. The Sage Mode. Training quickly entered the second stage. At the spiky forest of Mayaboka Mountain, training involved absorbing natural energy without using frog oil, keeping calm. Naruto and Kurama were competing against each other to see who could successfully cultivate faster. The two stood on wobbling wooden boards at the top of the spikes. And Naruto was still being stubborn, mocking Kurama. "Old man, you can't do it, can you?" The title was very important at this moment. It had to be respectful, but delivered with a mocking tone for perfect effect. "Oomph, do you think I can't do it?" The nine tails swayed while supporting its body. All its energy focused on maintaining balance, and being stubborn was instinctual, not needing any thought. "Then why are you swaying? Are you afraid of heights? Stop talking nonsense. The wind is strong here. Just keep blowing," Naruto said as he held onto the nearby spike, unable to even place the wooden board down. This kind of training is the first time for Kurama since he was born, so it's quite unfamiliar, although there has been a lot of progress. Thinking about absorbing natural energy without the aid of toad oil to achieve inner peace is very difficult. Naruto feels like he is facing some difficulties in his training now. Back on the ground, he shouted at Kurama, "Multiple shadow clone jutsu." Instantly, several hundred shadow clones appeared. Naruto shouted, "Come over here. Everyone gets a wooden board. Pick your spike and don't let anyone steal it." For those who didn't get a board, they would have one soon. "Let's go. Charge." Once everyone climbed to a height, their legs started to tremble involuntarily. At this moment, Kurama began to mock, "You little brat. Laugh at your grandpa? Go ahead and laugh." The shadow clones concentrated on maintaining their balance, but they still laughed seriously, huh? Their brains were already at 120% trying to keep balance, and they couldn't even laugh coherently. "Oomph, can't do any more, huh? If you dare to laugh at me again, be careful not to fall." "Fall? I'll just come back again." They lost their balance immediately, but still tried to act tough. Boom! Naruto stood on the ground and shouted, "Next." Meanwhile, the shadow clones on the ground who hadn't gone up yet were eager to try. Was that guy stupid? Arguing with Grandpa? What was he thinking? "Watch me." Then they shakily climbed up. "Kurama, didn't T hold back? Didn't T you just fall down? How'd you come back?" Didn't T finish my sentence before falling?" Boom. Next. Kurama was relying on his own talent to train up there, while Naruto was using his chakra to train on the ground, and surprisingly, their progress was about the same. Sage Jiraiya watched their training and remarked, "The last person to practice sage techniques was that kid Minato, right?" Shikaku was taken aback and said, "Now it's also that kid Minato." "You mean his dad? That makes sense." "Of course." Quack. Shikaku felt proud for a moment, looking in the direction of the nine tails, and said, "This should be the first-tailed beast training in Mayaboka Mountain." Indeed, the nine tails, since the Sage of Six Paths, had been in the ninja world, and it was unexpected that it would also train in Mayaboka Mountain one day. I wonder if the Great Toad Sage foresaw this situation. But the Great Toad Sage has been sleeping for a long time now. If there were new prophecies, he would definitely inform us, so there is no need to worry. Reflecting on the first stage of their training, Shikaku sighed. He never expected they would pass the first stage so quickly. The vast chakra really does reduce the difficulty of training. You mean it's because Naruto has a good foundation? His chakra control is really high. With the aid of toad oil, as long as his body absorbs natural energy, he can produce sage chakra. That's impressive. Kurama is also quite remarkable. I thought Tailed Beast would be very proud, but unexpectedly, he is so entertaining, like a child who loves to argue. Ha ha ha. Yes, maybe he has lived too long, and finally has someone to keep him company. That is why he is so happy. Since the Nine Tails left the Sage of Six Paths 1,000 years ago, he has never had a friend to chat with. After the Sage of Six Paths found a place for him to settle down, he passed away. Who could imagine the loneliness in the heart of the tailed beasts? If Naruto's loneliness was just a few short years, being excluded and isolated, then for the tailed beasts, it has been this way for thousands of years. The pain in their hearts may only be known by the 9 of them. They bear a loneliness that even Jinchuriki cannot withstand, a cold that can completely freeze the heart. Facing outsiders, they don't want to engage, understand, or even say a single word. Due to countless years of human fear, slaughter, or manipulation, the tailed beasts have hidden their hearts. Perhaps only someone like Killer Bee, with his neurotic optimism, could influence the Eight Tails, or someone like Fukasaku, who has a certain moral cultivation in Buddhism, could maintain a friendly relationship with Shikaku. Although Naruto is also a Jinchuriki, he is different from the above two. Naruto is the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra. Although it's unclear how much influence it has on Naruto, from the perspective of previous reincarnations, perhaps Naruto's talent will flourish later, uniting companions, a clear trait of Ashura. In contrast, Sasuke's innate genius and cold pride are traits of Indra. The fate ended with the battle at the Valley of the End between Sasuke and Naruto. But Naruto inherited Ashura's Naruto's character of not abandoning or giving up, while Sasuke embodies Indra's belief in self-reliance to change everything. Nothing has changed. Naruto can understand the pain of the tailed beasts, as if it was arranged by the sage of six paths. He knows that one day his son, the reincarnation of Ashura-Chakra, will be able to unite the nine-tailed beasts. However, from the current situation, the world has become chaotic again because of Kurama's existence, returning from fate. Chaos has endless changes and possibilities, which is also one of the reasons why the Great Toad Sage cannot see the future. Naruto stood on the ground, cheering for each shadow clone one by one. How could someone who couldn't convince himself convince others? Each shadow clone that had been fooled by the original body was also training hard. Naruto's training was on par with Kurama's. Although he couldn't pinpoint what the problem was, the Nine Tails was indeed very pleased. I live in your heart, delivering chakra to you every day. Now borrowing it back to copy homework isn't too much, right? Seeing the honest person continuously deceiving himself to let the shadow clones come up to train, Kurama felt a bit guilty. Arranging the clones in the spiritual space to be quiet and not let him find out. Kurama was quite skilled at taking notes, unable to suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 187. Naruto's spending strategy. Naruto was practicing sage techniques with Kurama, and it had been almost a week since Shikamaru took over the affairs of Konoha. When Danzo's financial weekly report was delivered to Shikamaru's desk, he felt a headache looking at the report. They had made so much money again, it was really troublesome. Spending money had become a significant problem for this smart person. Previously, with Naruto around, he didn't have to think about strategic issues. Naruto would handle the problems himself. Now, facing this strategic issue of spending money, he hadn't done anything. He immediately sought out Jiraiya and went to Tsunade's place, which was a house with a small courtyard. Shikamaru had to stand at the door and call out, "Hey, is Jiraiya-sama there?" "It's Shikamaru." To earn more royalties. Jiraiya had been writing novels at home every day for inspiration. He didn't care about anything else, just wanted to have some literary accomplishment, whether it was about money or not. Tsunade could make money from gambling. He was not afraid of anything. Putting down his pen, he walked to the door and looked outside Shikamaru come in. After Shikamaru entered the house, Jiraiya made him a cup of tea and asked, "What is up, Shikamaru?" "Well, Naruto left a rule that if we earn too much money, we must spend it. Now Lord Danzo has made a particularly large amount of money this week, and I don't know how to spend it, so I wanted to ask if you have any way to contact him." "Spending money? That's easy. How about using it for the cultural and creative group? That has been spent. What about dining? Konoha has many shares." "Well, it seems there are shares in the casino and tavern too. Moreover, we also provide the raw materials for the brewery." With a few moves, Jiraiya couldn't figure it out. How come he has invested in everything? I also have my difficulties. I'm really running out of ways to spend money. I've invested in all the industries of Konoha, so I thought I'd ask Naruto if he has any good ways to spend money. It's really troublesome. This is the first time Jiraiya has seen a kid who finds spending money annoying. What about other regions? The Land of Fire is so big. There must be places to spend money, right? I can't decide that. Jiraiya thought about it and realized that Naruto's development strategies have evolved under Naruto and Kurama's arrangements. So making decisions on his own wouldn't be good. He might as well ask them. Jiraiya bit his finger and formed a seal, summoning jutsu. Bang! Lord Shinsaku was summoned by Jiraiya. "Little Jiraiya, what do you need?" "I'm still training with Naruto and Kurama." "Ah, sorry for the interruption. Here's the thing." After some back and forth, he finally explained the situation. "You can't spend all the money, right? You wanted to ask Naruto, right? Then I'll head back. You all wait a moment." Bang! A puff of white mist later, Shinsaku returned to Mayabokum Mountain, canceling the summoning technique. "Bring a shadow clone here, little Naruto. Your original is looking for you. Hurry over." Upon hearing this, the shadow clone immediately dispelled itself and transmitted its memories back to the original. Naruto was still on the ground, mocking those who couldn't stand, saying this was a way to train his mental resilience. He soon received a message from Lord Shinsaku and directly found Shinsaku's location. "Little Naruto, you should be the original, right? Little Jiraiya sent me to relay a message." Shinsaku said. When Naruto thought about spending money, it was not that difficult. He found a piece of paper and began to write. "I, Naruto Uzumaki, will strive to improve Konoha's basic public facilities, enhance technological innovation and cultural innovation, and then pursue the path of scientific god-slaying." He vaguely remembered using high-frequency walkie-talkies when catching cats, but hadn't used them since on later missions. Buying walkie-talkies, every Konoha ninja should have one, even for D-rank missions. It would look professional. Then, connect the main roads between villages. Current transport greatly affects logistics, making it hard to even get fish. It should be possible to catch fish in the land of snow in the morning and have it on the dinner table by evening. A good meal isn't enough. There should also be TV programs. Let Danzo develop a TV station and create TV shows. I've even thought of the first show, a big eating contest. Bet all of Naruto's assets on it. A total gamble. There's no way such a program won't be popular. Future shows should ideally cover the 5 great nations. So cultural output could be even stronger. By then, we could have more contestants, and any family could participate. Different kinds of food, starting with a group point system, then elimination, and finally the ultimate big eating challenge. Doing these 3 segments in 1 month shouldn't be too hard. The big eating aspect is just a gimmick. And the food preparation is also a highlight. Set up the first telephone line from Sunagakure to Konoha, allowing those Sand Ninja kids to contact home anytime. This way, when they run out of money in Konoha, we can provide them with a points for money exchange scheme, which they should gladly accept. Who would refuse points for money, for ninjutsu, or for a demon fox outfit? Record the whole process. I don't believe these old-timers in Sunagakure will still want to stay in the land of wind after it airs. By then, we just need to face the grateful Sand Ninja, and those who want to join Konoha can be exploited for a few more years, especially some valuable targets. Writing this, Naruto felt a bit emotional. Kurama said, "I wasn't cunning enough. Look at how I'm treating our allies now. It's all kindness from start." After quickly jotting down his ideas, Naruto felt like something was missing. Almost forgot, revive my dad. Give Orochimaru some money. Just 1/10 of the TV program's budget should be enough for him. Finally, he thought to add a note. If there are new funds, prioritize giving money to Orochimaru. After finishing, he handed the note to Shinsaku, saying, "Thank you." This is the attitude of someone who needs help. Looking at Naruto's smirking mouth while he wrote, Shinsaku still wanted to forget the earlier scene. This kid is definitely not a good person. Shinsaku took the note and performed the reverse summoning technique, returning to Jiraiya's home. Jiraiya and Shikamaru were also curious about how Naruto spent money. It seemed to be quite successful every time, making a lot of profit. After unfolding the paper, the 3 read through it line by line. First, talking about scientific god-slaying, then you suddenly want to buy walkie-talkies? What's going on? Just after mentioning technology, you're onto road construction. And what's with the TV station? Is there a necessary connection? Why spend so much on a lousy TV program? Looking at the increasingly absurd details. The last funding for Orochimaru still somewhat related to the initial technology. What a joke. Orochimaru is playing with cloning now. It seems he can replicate Uchiha blood now. Who knows how long it will take to replicate an entire body. Just allocate 100 million Ryo. Shikamaru really looks down on the finances of that sound village. As for Danzo's side, allocate a little less. Let's see how 50 million Ryo goes first. Shikamaru thought that a TV program wouldn't need so much as a prize. What does that guy Chuji need to earn all that money for? Chapter 188. Kurama's sage mode as the days passed. Naruto and Kurama's training gradually progressed. At least now, they could stay on the spiked wooden boards for a while. The calm state was neither dazed nor thoughtless. It was a psychological attitude that harmonized with nature. Kurama once told him a passage from the Great Learning. He who wishes to cultivate his person must first rectify his heart. He who wishes to rectify his heart must first be sincere in his intentions. This means that those who wish to cultivate their bodies should first regulate their inner selves. And those who want to regulate their inner selves should first feel sincere. What does sincerity mean? It means not deceiving others and not deceiving oneself. So when Naruto spoke to the shadow clones on the ground, he became the way he is now. Our goal is not to prove how fast or good our training is. It is not to prove how talented we are. I just want everyone to unite and complete the training before Kurama. After hearing this, Kurama pretended to be angry. Humph, I won't bother with a child. He casually used his tail to knock one of the shadow clones' boards, throwing it off balance. Perhaps that tail has its own thoughts. Naruto rolled his eyes at him and continued brainwashing. And for our parents, that's why we need to complete the training quickly. Oh, with all this experience accumulated, Naruto felt it was time to give it a try. He took out a board and climbed to a high place, clearing his mind of distractions. With a focused heart and body, he sat cross-legged and motionless on the wooden board. Kurama, seeing Naruto's scene, felt that this kid might have suddenly figured it out. No wonder he is my nephew. If his talent grows up, it will be impressive. Naruto gradually entered a good state, attracting natural energy. Sage Shima and Lord Shinsaku, standing on the ground, were stunned to see Naruto maintaining such balance so steadily. It's only been a little over a week, right? The kid's father. Little Naruto can actually sit there so steadily. In 3 days, he will reach 2 weeks. Unexpectedly, in less than a month, Naruto will have completed the second stage of Sage Mode training. I remember little Jiraiya took 10 years to learn Sage Mode. It seems there's no mistake. Thinking back to little Jiraiya, it feels like it was just yesterday. I didn't expect that now his disciple is already learning Sage Mode. Yes, I need to tell this to the Great Toad Sage. I'm going now. You stay here and watch over them. Okay, but the Great Toad Sage is sleeping. Is that okay? It's fine if I finish talking. The Great Toad Sage will wake up when he hears it. After finishing, Senjutsu went to find the Great Toad Sage to explain the situation. Arriving at the Great Toad Sage's residence, a tall house with a gigantic orange toad in the middle. Eyes closed as if asleep, wearing a string of Buddhist beads around its neck, with a light purple cat's eye stone in the center, inscribed with oil characters. It wore a doctoral hat on its head. This is the oldest toad in Mayaboka Mountain, the Great Toad Sage Fukasaku. He has existed since the Six Paths era, signed a contract with the Sage of Six Paths, has the ability of prophecy, and once appointed Jiraiya to find the child of prophecy. Senjutsu came to the side of the Great Toad Sage and began to talk about Naruto's progress in training. Jiraiya's disciple is really amazing. The Sage Mode he practiced for 10 years without much success is now something Naruto can absorb natural energy on his own in less than a month. Senjutsu felt quite emotional. Having a human disciple who practices sage art so effortlessly means there are not so many petrified toads over there in the training area. Looking up at the Great Toad Sage, who still showed no signs of waking, he glanced at the sake beside the Great Toad Sage. Did he drink too much again? In that case, I'm leaving. After saying that, he turned to leave, and just then, the Great Toad Sage opened his eyes and asked, "Who is there?" Every time he hears this, Senjutsu finds it amusing. "It's me, Senjutsu, Great Toad Sage." "Oh, Senjutsu, so it's you." Senjutsu felt like he was playing a game with a little tadpole, recalling the past. "What brings you here?" Naruto is almost finished with the second phase of Sage Mode training, and Kurama is also progressing quickly. "I see, that's normal. They both train quite fast, so there's no need to worry. The future is a bit chaotic." Senjutsu couldn't keep up with that line of thought. "What does chaos mean?" "I don't quite understand what you mean, Great Toad Sage." "Ah, well." This pause made Senjutsu curious. "What does it mean?" "I'm not dreaming." Knowing there wasn't any serious explanation, Senjutsu nodded and said, "That's reasonable." "Well, I'm leaving now." Great Toad Sage. Senjutsu was about to say goodbye again, but got no response. "Great Toad Sage." Senjutsu called out again, and the Great Toad Sage fell asleep. Senjutsu had no choice but to leave. And the Great Toad Sage suddenly opened his eyes. "Who is there? I see the dead returning?" Naruto is now able to absorb natural energy and create Sage Chakra with his piercing attacks. When he absorbed enough, Naruto suddenly opened his eyes, a unique sage face appearing, with orange eyeshadow and yellow frog-like pupils with a horizontal slit. Naruto succeeded in his training. "Kurama, I did it." Kurama was still wobbling, trying to maintain balance, quickly arranging for Naruto to copy the answers within him. After remembering Naruto's feeling, Kurama hurriedly tried it out himself. Calm down, maintain the body. Correct heart and body training, correct heart and body training? Shouldn't it be training the body and heart? Anyway, it's copying homework. I should do as others do. Copying homework isn't shameful. Kurama also began to correct his attitude, re-entering the state. At first, it was hard to get into the state, as his playful heart was too chaotic. However, after gradually finding the trick, he also started to absorb natural energy. Natural energy began to surge like a tide. A massive suction flow formed, creating a spectacle in the thorny woods. This was the first time that Senjutsu, who had taught Sage Mode for so many years, saw such a scene. Naruto looked at this imagery, thinking Kurama was truly amazing. He didn't expect that Kurama.Chakra could attract natural energy to create imagery during Sage Mode. It was simply incredible. Kurama also sensed the unusualness around him. "Humph, I'm only at half power now. You haven't seen my full strength yet." Although he had never seen it himself, that didn't stop him from being proud. Chapter 189. Intercom Channel Senjutsu and Jiraiya wanted to practice cooperative ninjutsu with Naruto. Casting Sage Art, twin birth technique to connect themselves with Naruto and create Sage Chakra, but they were firmly rejected by the Nine Tails. Kurama directly condensed the Sage Chakra for Naruto, allowing him to use Sage Art, multiple shadow clone technique. They could directly create thousands of shadow clones. To speed up adapting to Sage Mode, Kurama was really looking forward to the upcoming adventures. Go! Charge! Under Sage Mode, Thousands of shadow clones began to practice taijutsu, testing how much their physical quality had improved. It was all about fist-to-flesh combat, and since they learned a mix of techniques, they used a variety of moves. Naruto's mind was extraordinary. After thousands of people started fighting, there was no order at all. Everyone was a protagonist, and the fighting was particularly fierce. Look at my powerful Vajra leg. One kick went flying. The people here were not afraid. I'll just use a light push to move 1,000 pounds. Once all the taijutsu were integrated, there would always be corresponding techniques to counter them, which was a bit annoying. Whoever struck first would easily fall behind. Naruto's taijutsu is not the speed type. If it were Sasuke, he could probably carry out a combo for half a day with no problem. However, Naruto's traditional martial arts were all lethal techniques. In most cases, a few moves would determine the outcome. The counters were too obvious. Once a big move was countered, it would be particularly difficult to change tactics. After eliminating 2 batches in the chaotic battle of thousands, they entered the elite showdown phase. In the end, Naruto successfully defeated all the shadow clones, successfully defending the authority of his true body. Wing Chun's diagonal punch, powerful Vajra punch frog hand technique combined the control of physical chakra within and natural energy outside, creating astonishing destructive power. Exceptionally fierce. It could turn a big tree into sawdust without even touching it with a fist. A punch could break a tree as thick as Dingy's waist. After mastering Sage Mode, Naruto left Mayaboka Mountain and returned to Konoha Village. I'm finally back. Naruto, you're back. Just in time, he ran into Dingy, who was going from house to house on the street, eating delicious food. Yeah, I'm done. I'm going home to take a shower. Oh, after greeting, Dingy continued looking for food. Naruto arranged for Danzo to hold a TV contest, a Big Eater Challenge. And Kakashi assigned Dingy to find delicious food in all of Konoha that could be featured on TV. Such a daunting task could only be handled by him. After seeing Naruto leave, Dingy's eyes kept searching for food on the street, while his hand reached into his ninja tool pouch to take out the intercom. Setting the channel to number 1, he pressed the intercom and said, Lord Hokage, this is Dingy on a mission. I saw Naruto return to the village. Over. Got it. Dingy, continue the mission. Over. Just as Naruto returned home, he found some Umbu waiting there. What's going on? Naruto wondered why there were Umbu here. Is there something from Kakashi-sensei? Jin and Naruto, here are your ninja benefits. Lord Hokage specifically asked me to deliver this to you. Channel 1 is for Lord Hokage's exclusive use. Channel 2 is for all village ninjas. Channel 3 is for the security department, and channels 4 and above are for temporary mission channels. You can apply for usage time in Channel 1. After Naruto got the walkie-talkie, the Umbu left. What did he just say? I didn't remember anything. It's nothing much. You'll get the hang of it after a while. Naruto fiddled with it, turned it on, and switched to Channel 1. This is Channel 1. Just in time to hear someone speaking. Lord Hokage, this is the village entrance. A truckload of seafood from the land of snow has arrived. It's said to be a gift for Lord Hokage. Kakashi, hearing about this in the office, was thrilled. Deliver it to Naruto's restaurant. Notify everyone to come for seafood tonight. Yes. Gonzi directly arranged for a truck of seafood to head to the restaurant. Naruto was dumbfounded. When did Naruto's restaurant open? Never mind that. Let us just go home first. A voice came through about a reward. Lord Hokage, Team 16 has completed their mission. The wild boar at the owner's house has been taken care of. We have brought back the spoils. Good work. Eat well tonight. Yes. Before Naruto could even take a shower, several incidents came up, all looking for the Hokage, which was quite annoying. He quickly adjusted the channel to Channel 2. A truckload of seafood was just delivered. Those going on missions tonight can't blame us. Such is life. I heard Naruto is back in the village. Yeah, the boss is back. Naruto is back. Was that Hinata's voice? Naruto immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie. I'm back, Hinata. Hinata, who was out on a mission, blushed at Naruto calling her name in front of so many people. After waiting for a while, Naruto noticed Hinata didn't say anything more and decided to take a shower first. News of Naruto's return quickly spread throughout the ninja community, and soon the whole village knew he was back. We really need to thank Naruto. After Naruto finished a shower, he took the walkie-talkie and asked, Hinata, where are you? Hi. I'm almost done with my mission. I'll come find you. All right. Haha, this feels great. After seeing how to use this channel, Naruto wanted to play around with Channel 3. There is a disturbance at the east end of the village, requesting backup. Hearing that childish voice, it was clear it was from the security department reserves. Fortunately, a small team was nearby, and the Hyuga clan ninja in the team immediately activated their Byakugan to locate the troublemaker. Over here, the walkie-talkie said. We'll be there soon. Since they spotted the target, they couldn't let them escape. They discovered Tsunade was on her way to the casino, so they prepared themselves. Hearing this, Naruto quickly turned down the volume and decided to switch channels. Channel 4, Unit 1 ready. Unit 2 ready. Unit 3 ready. Prepare to apprehend in 3, 2, 1, go. Why does this sound so familiar? Gotcha. Haha, you can't run now. Meow. The voice did sound familiar. Wasn't this the final D-rank mission? This team should be ready for their first C-rank mission soon. Naruto switched the channel back to Channel 2. The supermarket is having a sale today. A big bag of grilled sausages is only 2,000 Ryo. I didn't expect someone to use the opportunity to promote cheap prices. That's really nice. I should find someone to continue researching this, as it seems a bit crowded with everyone using this channel. But it's really useful. Chapter 190, setting off to find White Zetsu. That evening, everyone gathered for dinner. Thank you, Boss Naruto. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Cheers. Cheers. Everyone enjoyed the delicious food and drinks, especially since there were many kids under 18. Everyone was very happy. Naruto found Hinata in Naruto's restaurant and asked about the changes during this time. Shikamaru, who wanted to talk to Naruto, was preempted by Hinata, so he turned to find Choji for a drink. Naruto-kun. Hearing this title felt strangely distant to Naruto. Hinata, let's go talk about your training progress. Sasuke originally wanted to challenge Naruto, but after being hugged by Ino, he tried to struggle, but failed. Sakura wanted to pull Ino away, eventually gave up and also went in. Itachi was eating sweets from the same plate as Izumi, Dango. Watching Sasuke's chaos, Itachi felt a bit embarrassed. Sorry, Izumi. I'm not like my brother. Izumi smiled and looked into Itachi's eyes and no. With that simple sentence, Itachi understood something, put his food aside, and asked, Have you eaten enough? Let us go outside and look at the stars. The next day, Naruto got up and went to the Hokage building to find Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, what are Sasuke and Sakura doing? Naruto, they are both learning from the legendary 3, and Sakura needs to learn her medical ninjutsu properly. Think about those people at the hospital. Those people at the hospital? That's chilling. The first technique they learn isn't a fire release, but a chakra scalpel. First cutting the vocal cords and then treating them. That's ridiculous. Well, I'm going out of the village to train. The village can't offer much anymore. Going out? What about the development of Naruto's teachings? Development? If we have money, we can give it to Orochimaru to research fully. I don't believe that throwing money at research won't speed things up. Kakashi didn't understand much about research, but he understood Naruto's arrangements. Who would want to revive their parents? Alright, how long will you be gone? How long? I'm not sure. Kurama, how long do we need to go out? If we're looking for White Zetsu, let us take a month off first. If it's not enough, we can ask for more. Kurama thought about it and agreed. Then Naruto turned to Kakashi and said, Let us apply for a month off first. Let Danzo set the TV program to go according to 4 episodes. If there are more people, we can split it into 2 episodes. I'll participate in the finals when I come back. That's fine. You're the investor. So it's up to you. I see Danzo is quite free now. Hearing this, Naruto knew Kakashi's Byakugan was probably observing Danzo, so he didn't chat much and prepared to leave. What was Danzo doing in Kakashi's eyes? Danzo felt that the production cycle of novels and movies was not as simple as that of television programs. You just need to find a few people to shoot something, and it can be aired, and the impact directly reaches the homes of commoners, achieving high cultural output. Therefore, Lord Danzo personally invested in the establishment of the Konoha Dango TV station, specifically supporting the entire village's entertainment activities. As long as I appear on TV every day, my prestige will surely be high in the future, and also among the political figures of various countries. I'm playing with something very new now. The battlefield has changed. Danzo's ninjutsu lectures, talks about secret techniques, and historical discussions are now in preparation. A group of writers is writing scripts for Danzo every day. Knowledgeable people are referred to as Z, and from now on, I am the Konoha Dango. After another round of shopping, Naruto simply handled the recent unfinished matters, handing over what he could to Shikamaru, and continuing to assign several heavyweight tasks to others to prevent them from being idle. This is called a reasonable arrangement of work content. Naruto finally took Kakashi's exit permit and arrived at the village entrance, handing it over to Steel. After that, he followed the main road to his first target location, the Kanabi Bridge. The final battlefield of the Third Great Ninja War, Kanabi Bridge, was where Obito was killed by the Rock Ninja and fell into Uchiha Madara's tunnel. First, he would check near Kanabi Bridge to see if there was anything. If not, he would go to the Land of Frost in the northern part of the Hidden Leaf Village which should be the battlefield of the Fourth War. Naruto set off, using the summoning technique. With a bang, a giant toad appeared. "I am Toad Hero, what do you need?" "Hee, I'm in a hurry, that's why I summoned you." "I see, then hold on tight." Toad Hero jumped far into the distance. Naruto attached his chakra to Toad Hero's head. Using a summoning beast for travel was indeed convenient. This type of toad was unfamiliar to Kurama, but with so many toads in Mayaboka Mountain, Naruto's random summoning method was like gambling. However, what could he say with a mount? Now, when Naruto was thirsty or hungry, he had food from his scrolls. When tired, he had a sleeping bag, and for traveling, he rode a giant toad, relying on Kurama for battles. It was all for convenience. When he arrived near Kanabi Bridge in the Land of Grass, Kurama sensed nothing, which was useless. They had to use other methods. Kurama and Naruto began to gather Sage Chakra together. Sage Mode. Sage Art. Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. Bang bang. Thousands of shadow clones appeared. "Everyone, we are looking for a living being underground, a humanoid creature with a pure white body." Everyone spread out. Go. Whoosh. All the Narutos began to run toward deserted areas. The duration of Sage Mode was still relatively short. Moreover, Kurama was only with the main body and hadn't given himself much Sage Chakra, so they had to hurry and disperse, using all their abilities to sense underground. It would be great if they could find it quickly. Just after Kurama had given Naruto the gathered chakra, he began to contemplate the probability of White Zetsu's existence here. First, White Zetsu is a product formed after the God Tree absorbed humans or created through infinite Tsukuyami. The early White Zetsu should have existed during Kagaya-Otsutsuki's time. If Obito used 100,000 White Zetsu during the Fourth War, it seemed like a bit too many. So if later Obito relied on the Outer Path's Golem to produce some spore White Zetsu, they could possibly appear in the Land of Rain at the junction of the Land of Earth, the Land of Fire, and the Land of Wind, and later in the battlefield of the Fourth War, the Land of Frost. The Land of Rain is adjacent to the Land of Grass, to the south, while the Land of Frost is to the north of the Land of Grass, with the Land of Waterfall in between. They should avoid the Land of Rain, as it would be quite difficult for Obito to produce White Zetsu under Nagato's watch. Now that Nagato controlled the Outer Path's Golem, it should be that Kagaya-Otsutsuki made more White Zetsu, so it must be in the Land of Frost. If they couldn't find 1 or 2 White Zetsu here, they would go to the Land of Frost. Chapter 191. The Shadow Clone is too excellent, quite awkward. The highest tower of the Rain Village. White Zetsu slowly emerged from the 3rd level, looking at Pain, and said, "The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki seems to have left the village." "Oh, the Nine-Tails? Our primary goal at Akatsuki right now is to gather wealth. Don't worry about the rest." After hearing Pain's words, White Zetsu could only reply yes. But now Kakuzu and the others aren't interested in doing black market missions. It seems writing novels is more profitable. Pain felt a headache upon hearing this. He initially wanted to destroy the ninja system through war, controlling the number of missions and rewards, but before the plan was even implemented, even Kakuzu started making money outside of being a ninja. We need to hurry to incite war. Only by occupying cities can people feel pain, grow from that pain, and then they will fear war. Only then can we achieve a brief peace. On the surface, this world seems calm, but as long as ninjas exist, new wars will arise. White Zetsu didn't want to disturb his self-brainwashing and quietly left. Working with conviction is truly reassuring. Zetsu quietly observed the positions of other members. They were either on missions or thinking of ways to make money. Naruto spent a week searching through most of the Land of Grass, but he found no traces of where Madara had been. After all, over 10 years had passed, and everyone was a ninja, so it wasn't easy to discover someone else's tracks. Kurama then directed Naruto to head north toward the Land of Frost. The Land of Frost concealed a massive underground structure and hundreds of thousands of White Zetsu, which were once protected by Kagaya-Otsutsuki, prepared to combat high-level Otsutsuki. However, in terms of strength, it looked more like chakra pills prepared for someone else. To the east of the Land of Frost is the Land of Rice, which is the territory of the Sound Ninja Village, Orochimaru's domain. After finding the White Zetsu, it would be to try to send them there. Naruto walked and stopped along the way, wondering where the White Zetsu might be. Ugh, I'm so tired. I should have brought Hinata along. The sensing ability of Sage Mode was pretty good, but it couldn't compare to Hinata. Why the hell am I learning sensing ninjutsu? Indeed, in Naruto's eyes, this was just a sensing ninjutsu. As for the power of Sage Art, he really didn't feel much. White Zetsu had been following closely behind, and it was obvious that Naruto's route was to find the 100,000 White Zetsu, so he couldn't let him discover it. What does this kid want to do? Has Obito not come yet? White Zetsu had already notified Obito to hurry over, as Naruto was close to discovering the secret. Naruto was still sensing underground using Sage Mode, and now he had some clues. It was clear he could sense a vast space below, likely an underground cave. With a target, it became easier. Multiple shadow clone technique. Dozens of shadow clones appeared, and Naruto said, "We need to find a way to enter underground. Everyone, let's go." Sage Art, Rasen Shuriken. Sage Art, Super Strength Fist. Sage Art, Big Ball Rasen Shuriken. Watching the other shadow clones start to attack downward, Naruto felt quite pleased. With such action capabilities, who else could compare? Suddenly, he saw one shadow clone standing aside, doing nothing, and Naruto walked over. "What are you doing?" Naruto asked, sounding a bit like a coal boss. "Main body, can I ask you a question? Could you answer yes or no? Is this a riddle? I love riddles." The shadow clone looked at the other shadow clones and said to the main body, "It seems we spent years practicing 5 types of chakra, and although we aren't proficient, we can perform techniques like Earth Style, Underground Submarine, right?" Hearing this, Naruto was taken aback. Wow, that's actually a good point. Upon hearing this, the other shadow clones seemed petrified, still spinning their Rasen Shuriken in their hands, but completely frozen. With crooked thoughts, "You want to be a professor?" Then he slapped that shadow clone, causing it to explode. Facing any difficulty, use the appropriate ninjutsu. It was the ultimate technique of Konoha's strongest ninja, Professor Sarutobi Hiruzen. Watching that shadow clone explode, everyone continued to work as if nothing had happened. At this point, the main body provided an excuse, saying they needed to open a hole. Otherwise, there would be no oxygen underground, and they would die. One shadow clone thought for a moment and said, "Aren't we looking for living beings?" Bang! The shadow clone exploded. The main body put down the Rasen Shuriken in his hand, and everyone continued. "No one mentions why we should dig holes anymore. We just do it." Ju watched Naruto continuously digging and felt quite anxious. Where was Obito? Finally, Ju sensed Obito's presence. He quickly found Obito and relayed Naruto's situation, which finally put Obito at ease. As long as he wasn't discovered, it was fine. He didn't expect Naruto to find this place and try to sabotage their plan. It was truly detestable. Since it was like this, there was no other choice. He could have lived for a few more years. Obito merged with Ju, sensing Naruto's continuous pounding on the ground from afar, and rushed over. As soon as he stepped into Naruto's perception range, all the shadow clones stopped. Did someone come from Obito's direction? This intense killing intent was something Kurama could clearly feel. The incoming person should be quite powerful. Who is it? Show yourself. Have you been discovered? Ha ha ha. Truly worthy of being the 4th son. Very impressive. Kurama looked at the masked Obito and felt something was off. Could it be that without Itachi and Akatsuki, there was no such person as Tobi? Uzumaki Naruto, never kill nameless people. Who exactly are you? Naruto now firmly questioned him. You can call me Uchiha Obito. Don't play tricks with me. If Obito could live until now, would the 3rd have remained in power for so many years? So tell me, who are you really? Obito was momentarily taken aback. This kid wasn't as foolish as the intelligence suggested. My unbeatable excuse has never raised any doubts. Okay? The name is not important. You're a dying man. What do you need to know so much for? After saying that, Obito charged towards Naruto. Seeing him so reckless, Naruto looked around at his Sage Mode shadow clones, pointed towards Obito, and shouted 2 words, "Beat him." Everyone joined in to take him down. Charge. Everyone finally didn't have to endure the awkwardness of digging anymore, and quickly switched to attacking him. Each person wielded an oversized Rasen Shuriken. Sage Art, Super Huge Rasen Shuriken. This was the super large Rasen Shuriken of the dual-handed Sage Mode, and it was a prime opportunity to hit Obito. In Obito's Sharingan, he could clearly see how strong the chakra in Naruto's Rasen Shuriken was. Just a graze, and he could be done for. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead. HMPF. Both sides were on the verge of confrontation. Chapter 192. Battle with Obito. Naruto and Obito finally met. Obito's speed didn't falter at all as he swiftly dodged the attacks from a dozen shadow clones. All the shadow clones were dumbfounded. Was my ninjutsu fake? Obito didn't stop at all and charged directly towards Naruto's real body, aiming to stab him with a kunai. Naruto was also taken aback. He was the first to see someone so reckless able to charge through a dozen shadow clones while executing major jutsu. He took a serious stance, confident that no body technique could defeat him under his Wing Chun. At this moment, the earliest shadow clone that had used chakra ran out of chakra and dispelled the jutsu. Memories and experiences instantly returned to Naruto's real body. Naruto suddenly abandoned his physical attack and quickly leaned back to dodge Obito's attack. What? Obito didn't expect Naruto to dodge after that strike. He felt like he needed to get serious. Naruto also felt a bit scared. If he had been stabbed, he would be done for. The memories from the Shadow Clone indicated he had run all the way through the ninjutsu, prompting Naruto to change his strategy from defense to evasion. This person's ability is so strange. Sage Art, multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu. He instantly created hundreds of Shadow Clones. Kurama also released his chakra from the condensed Sage Chakra state and cheered him on. This person is the murderer who killed your father. Take him down. Take him down. Nanny, everyone go. The numerous Shadow Clones began to use various ninjutsu, but none could inflict even a scratch on him. Obito grew smug. HMPF, ignorant. This is a space-time ninjutsu. Your ninjutsu can't hit me. Watching the masked man standing amidst the ninjutsu pile, Naruto grew anxious. How can this be? He is in a half-plane, projecting in our time and space, but his body is in another space. This is a type of space-time ninjutsu, very difficult to deal with. Then, can he hit me? As long as he isn't harmed, he should choose his own plane, but if he is in danger, he can hide in the half-plane. Such a cheating ninjutsu? But that's a Mangeki Sharingan. How can it not be cheating? Naruto began to carefully observe the only eye that the masked man revealed. It turned out to be a Mangeki Sharingan. Who exactly are you? After Naruto said this, he felt the other side wouldn't answer him, so he asked Kurama. Who is he? The hero of Konoha, the sunny boy who once aspired to be Hokage, Uchiha, Obito. Ah, Naruto was startled. You are the one with the same eye as Kakashi-sensei, Uchiha Obito. Obito was a bit frantic. I just revealed one eye, and you recognize me? Damn, was my disguise that bad? He was still just a genin. How did he have so much information? Kakashi-sensei sees the same Sharingan pattern as yours every day while grading papers in the office. Are you really Uchiha Obito? I said the name is not important to me. Whether I have a name or not is irrelevant. Call me whatever you want. Soon you'll be able to die. Obito pulled out a scroll from his ninja tool pouch, pricked his finger on it, and shouted, release. A Death God scythe, chains, and Uchiha fan appeared in Obito's hand. Obito began to form seals towards Naruto, fire style, exploding wind dance. The surrounding space warped, triggering a preceding airflow whirlwind. And the flames spewed forth by Obito were driven by the airflow, forming an enormous vortex. This ninjutsu, accompanied by strong winds and heat waves, rushed towards Naruto. Naruto had no choice but to launch his Sage Art, Great Rasen Shuriken. The Great Rasen Shuriken exploded in front of Naruto, shielding several Shadow Clones behind him. The strong winds and heat waves were blocked to the sides, and seeing it was effective, several Shadow Clones and Naruto's real body maintained the Great Rasen Shuriken and pushed forward. Naive. Obito took the Uchiha fan and pushed back against Naruto's incoming ninjutsu with a single swipe, Uchiha rebound. When the fan made contact with Naruto's ninjutsu, the chakra within Obito's body was wildly absorbed by the fan. How could this be? Why is this happening? The fan in his hand couldn't be released. Chakra was continuously being absorbed. Even Ju's chakra was absorbed by the fan as well, and after a brief stalemate, the fan was filled with chakra. Uchiha rebound. This barely sent Naruto's Sage Art back, but with a dozen Shadow Clones pushing together, they were immediately forced back by the rebound strength. Bang, bang, bang. The Shadow Clones all burst, and only Naruto was sent flying far before landing on the ground. My Sage Art was actually sent back? If I can't even beat him, then isn't my Sage mode all for nothing? Charge. If one doesn't work, then try another. Naruto began to gather chakra in his hands. Sage Art. Super Huge Rasen Shuriken. Obito saw that this kid was still coming. He quickly phased out to dodge. Naruto charged straight through. The super huge Rasen Shuriken exploded on the ground. Rocks crumbled, and dirt began to continuously fall into the hole, eventually forming an enormous opening. Naruto, well done. Obito watched as his chakra was almost depleted from that earlier encounter. This ninja tool is not very useful after all. Under normal circumstances, it only takes a small amount of chakra to rebound ninjutsu. Similar to using a feather to lift 1,000 pounds, as long as you have that 40 pounds when facing 1,000. Obito felt that his chakra was a bit insufficient. According to the intel, this kid's taijutsu was also quite impressive, and his barehanded strikes were not much worse than ninjutsu. In the end, he decided to use intangibility to determine the outcome. After a brief moment of contemplation, Obito launched his attack. Naruto, without hesitation, jumped into the hole. Wow, it's so dark here, I'm scared. It's okay. Kurama suddenly surged forth with a large amount of chakra. Ninetales chakra mode. At that moment, Kurama asked Naruto, is it bright? Bright. You're amazing. The golden light emitted by the chakra illuminated the dark surroundings. Obito came down from above. Adjusting to the brightness, he saw something extremely bright. What is that so bright? After his Sharingan adapted, he realized it was Naruto Uzumaki. What'd I just come down for? Naruto waved his hand, and 3 or 4 golden chakra claws reached toward Obito, who quickly used intangibility. Naruto kept trying to grab him, and Obito just let him. Hey, have you had enough fun yet? Although Obito used intangibility, the sight before him resembled a cat constantly scratching at him. Ha ha ha, sorry, I haven't played much before. Naruto scratched his head and smiled shyly. Chapter 193. Mushroom picking. In this mode, Obito felt that his current abilities seemed a bit lacking. He only had 1 Sharingan, and his movements didn't seem as fast as Naruto's. He needed to try again, so he mustered up his courage and charged forward. Naruto, seeing Obito charging at him, didn't understand what he was trying to do, and kept using his claws in Obito's path as Obito maintained intangibility. Naruto noticed that there seemed to be a chain behind Obito. Isn't this the leftover technique from those unlucky guys on my first C-rank mission? Naruto aimed his chakra claws at the iron chain behind Obito. Obito's main body seemed unresponsive, and in a flash, he sidestepped Naruto. Got you. Just as Obito's voice fell, he had already grabbed Naruto's hand. He wanted to use Kimui to pull Naruto into his space, but Naruto thought he was going to use the chain. Mighty Guy Fist. Let go of me. The sudden, overwhelming force made Obito helplessly release his grip and enter intangibility. How is he so strong? Is he really just a genin? His control over Tailed Beast Chakra is incredible. Tailed Beast? That's right. I still have Wood Release. Wood Release, cutting technique. A small wooden stick shot out toward Naruto. A golden claw extended and swatted it away. What is this? Haha, I found a method. Wood Release is the nemesis of this little brat. Wood Release, Thorn Kill Technique. Several thorny vines suddenly spiraled upward from beneath Naruto's feet, trying to bind him. What? Naruto, caught off guard by the Wood Release, was quickly bound by Obito, who absorbed Naruto's chakra. I can't move. Naruto struggled, twisting his body, but couldn't move at all. Help me, I'm gonna get beaten. After Naruto said that, golden chakra surged from his body, gradually forming the head, body, arms, legs, and tail of the Nine Tails. Roar. As Kurama appeared, he instantly broke through the Wood Release, lowering his head to look at Obito, trying to intimidate him. Nine Tails? No wonder he's the perfect Jinchuriki. Obito remained unfazed. Inside Kurama's head, Naruto and Kurama were united, wanting to defeat Obito. Here we go. Kurama gathered tailed beast balls in his mouth toward Obito. He formed a tailed beast ball the size of Kurama's head and further compressed the chakra until it was fist-sized. Kurama swallowed it. The heavy chakra caused the ground around him to sink significantly. Kurama's body suddenly swelled, and the Nine Tails compressed the chakra, aiming at Obito's position. Void Dog Cannon. Kurama unleashed a powerful stream of chakra toward Obito. Obito didn't expect to receive such treatment. A tailed beast ball turned into a cannonball. The chakra stream broke through all obstacles, causing the ground to sink 3 meters under its immense pressure, following the direction of the attack. A ravine was forcefully carved out by the aftermath of the Void Dog Cannon. Obito broke out in a cold sweat. Oomph. His figure was engulfed in the Void Dog Cannon, and the entire cave was turned upside down, sunlight streaming back into the cavern. The broken stones and the lingering dust looked bright under the sunlight. Naruto and Kurama used their sensory abilities to probe the results. There was no one left. When the smoke cleared, Obito's figure had also vanished. Is he dead? Naruto asked, unsure if this strike had any effect on the space-time ninjutsu. He should have run away. I just wanted to scare him off. Space-time ninjutsu is too troublesome. Huh? Can't you do anything about him? He can't do anything to us either. His Wood Release isn't perfected yet, and with just 1 Sharingan, it's a bit of a joke to think he could control both of us. In fact, none of this was important. The most crucial point was that Obito's chakra was nearly depleted from start, and a technique like the Void Dog Cannon would be ineffective if it only grazed someone. The ground was so solid that it couldn't withstand the released power, and it had already sunk 3 meters without any contact, so how could he fight back? Black Zetsu watched from the side and followed after Obito left. What do we do now? You follow him first and see what he intends to do. I didn't expect the Nine Tails Jinchuriki to be so difficult to deal with. That bizarre taijutsu and monstrous strength, along with overwhelming chakra, can easily unleash big moves, and even my ordinary would release can't subdue him. Obito felt a bit hurt, mentally. He initially thought he was no longer at the bottom, but now he couldn't even compare to a child. He needed to find a place to recover his chakra. Kurama led Naruto as they sprinted wildly from the cavern, using his tail to sweep away obstacles. As they delved deeper, neither of them knew how long they had been running underground until they finally sensed life. This feeling must be Black Zetsu. It was also the first time Kurama sensed such a vast amount of chakra. Upon reaching, they saw life forms wrapped in vines both in the air and on the ground. Is this Black Zetsu? Let's just take a few. Like picking grapes, they took several cocoons. Absorbed into Kurama's body, they were still quite far from the surface, which explained the good concealment. They retraced their steps and finally saw the sun again. Zetsu informed Obito of what had just happened, explaining that he had left the village to find Black Zetsu. How could he have known it would be here? Obito was unclear why things had turned out this way, but it was too late now. Naruto had already obtained Black Zetsu. However, it seemed that Naruto had no further intention of destruction in a place with 100,000 Black Zetsus, which was one of the few things that made Obito feel somewhat happy. In Kurama's eyes, this was just like mushroom picking. They couldn't uproot it, or they would have to change locations. Anyway, he had already preserved it, and if they were to come back for mushroom picking in the future, it would be up to Orochimaru to deal with it, or he could plan it himself. That was no longer something the Nine Tails needed to worry about. After figuring out the directions, Naruto ran towards the land of rice. It's better not to bring things like selling vegetables to Konoha. Upon entering the land of rice, he was discovered by Sound Ninja, but now, who doesn't know the fourth Hokage's son, the golden flash of the ninja world, and the nine-tailed fox who loves snowball fights? After delivering the items, Naruto instructed them to hand them over to Orochimaru and didn't care about the rest. Kurama simply left the land of rice. There are still 2 weeks of vacation left, and there are many things to do. Having grown up, he had never been to the black market, so he wanted to see if there were any interesting tasks, and perhaps he could meet some fun people. Chapter 194. The black market is spread throughout the ninja world. There could be an entrance in a restroom, a temple, or even a graveyard. After leaving the land of rice, Naruto was taken by Kurama to explore the black market. Should he wear a mask? The most he had heard about the black market was how dangerous it was, with people ready to scheme against others. The old man thought it wasn't necessary. That would take away a lot of fun. Naruto found some seemingly professional people in a small village to ask about the black market. One man, tattooed and with a large knife at his waist, scarred face, and half a bottle of alcohol in hand, was stopped by Naruto. Big brother, can you tell me how to get to the black market? Although he had been drinking, the seasoned man quickly realized this kid was different. He was clean and polite, wearing a Konoha headband and a pure white cloak, looking innocent. Are you a genin from Konoha? He asked cautiously, wanting to confirm. Uh-huh. Big brother, where's the black market? Did you just accept that? This kid still looked like a kid. Isn't it a bit too early for you to be exposed to the black market? It definitely didn't seem like he was using any transformation jutsu or illusions. And it wasn't like he would use it against me. Yeah, it is a bit. Looking at the kid's eager expression, age clearly wasn't a problem. But he'll let you be from Konoha. Haha, this is interesting. Surprisingly, without using a friendship approach, he made a friend who led him to the black market. The entrance looked similar to a normal one, located in a graveyard. They found the central gravestone, pushed it gently, and it slid back, revealing a staircase leading underground. This was the entrance to the black market. Inside the black market, everyone wore black cloaks that concealed their bodies, with masks or scarves covering their faces, eyeing the strangers carefully. The dim lights, dampness underground, and stagnant air made the place feel very uncomfortable and somewhat oppressive. The thugs led Naruto deeper into the market. Once inside, Naruto found the head of the black market, a man wrapped in a black cloak, with a mask covering his head, revealing only his bony, skinny hands. A hoarse and eerie voice came from the man. I didn't expect a ninja from Konoha to come here for a mission. Haha, I also didn't expect the people here to be so interesting, and their attitude quite friendly. The earlier uncle left a good impression on Naruto. Although the others weren't very friendly, Naruto didn't mind making a friend. If you want to understand the rules of the black market, take this, and here's a bounty notice. Black market guide, bounty amount. Keep it safe, kid. Explore here by yourself. They'll tell you the rules of the black market. I have to get busy. A group of people with fierce looks and Naruto's innocent smile made the space feel divided. Naruto approached them and whispered in a volume only they could hear. Isn't killing prohibited in the black market? Little brat, don't get cocky. Once you go out, what can Konoha's little brat do? Haha, well if I don't go out, what can you do to me? Go ahead, make a move. I'm right here. Wanted to stick my neck out? Do you dare to act? As he said this, Naruto stretched his neck out. 3, 2, 1. Idiot, you had your chance and you're useless. He glanced at those people. You guys look tough, but to me, you're just a bunch of useless trash. What are you saying, brat? Damn it, if it weren't for the black market, you would have been dead by now, you know? A kid dares to talk big? Tired of living, huh? Naruto smiled without rebutting them. After they finished cursing, he slowly said, sounds like a pack of dogs barking. Are the dogs done barking? Little brat, if you have the ability, don't go out. I'll just stay here with you. Yeah, damn it. This little brat is looking for death. I really want to kill him. Seeing their angry expressions, Naruto reached into his ninja tool pouch. What are you going to do, little brat? Everyone wondered if this Konoha kid was going to pull out a weapon. Swish, clang. They all drew their knives, watching Naruto with keen eyes. But no one dared to act first. Naruto pulled out a scroll from his ninja tool pouch. Seeing it wasn't a weapon, the group sighed in relief. It was good that it wasn't a weapon, as fighting in the black market was bad for everyone. Naruto opened the scroll, placed it on the ground, bit his finger, and began to make hand signs. Hey, what is he going to do? Little brat, are you going to act here? I tell you, the black market will send people to hunt you down. You won't survive long enough to return to Konoha. You will definitely die. After finishing the signs, Naruto shouted, release. With a bang, a bowl of noodles appeared on the scroll. Everyone was on high alert, watching him perform his signs, and he just produced a bowl of noodles. It was steaming, complete with a pair of chopsticks. Naruto sat down unceremoniously. I'm starting. He picked up the chopsticks and began to eat without a care in the world. A group of thugs looked at each other, unsure of what to do. Seeing the disheveled black market thugs, Naruto felt quite disdainful. What is so fun about this? Seriously, you guys are just a bunch of useless trash. What fun is there? Of course it's fun. Just think about it. With these people, what kind of bounty could they possibly take down? Kurama commented, and Naruto felt the same. It was clear these people lacked strength. But why did they come here? The black market has always been gathering wealth, possessing great military force, yet only maintaining the rules of the black market without using it externally. So who is its master? Who in the ninja world needs such a large amount of money? And for what purpose? Naruto thought about his own training. The most expensive parts being the ninjutsu development department and the ninja tool development department, which usually involve a lot of investment with little return. Research? Are you saying they're using money for continuous technological development? Just an old man's guess. It might be related to a special organization. But those are not things you need to consider right now. Right now, just enjoy your meal and make some friends. Oh, Naruto had gotten used to such matters. Thinking was truly exhausting. He found himself a position. All he needed to focus on was how to obtain better things and continue with Kurama as plans. It could be considered a worker's mentality. All right, I'm done eating. Surrounding him were 3 bowls of noodles, a fish, a roasted duck, and a plate of dried tofu with green onions. All cleared out. Chapter 195. What is hidden? These people surrounded him, watching him eat, unable to resist, drooling. I'm full. Anyone wants to chop me? Gather in the little forest outside. Naruto finished speaking and walked outside. The group of black market thugs also headed out. When Naruto arrived at the small forest, he looked at them. I'm not going to beat around the bush. I came here to make friends with everyone. You little brat. You don't have the qualification to talk to us like that. One of the older guys with a knife said, you see, I'm really annoyed, but I'm the same. I was actually quite curious about the black market, but seeing you guys being so useless, I'm disappointed. Others say the black market is so powerful, but it's nothing at all. Brothers, why are we talking so much with this little brat? Just beat him up. With that, some took out their knives, while others prepared to draw their swords. Naruto watched them and directly used ninjutsu. Is it because there are more of you? Shadow clone jutsu. Let's go, everyone. Rasengan. Strong Vajra leg. Strong Vajra fist. I hit. After a dazzling display of techniques, a group of black market thugs was taken down by Naruto. When I do things, I keep my word. That is my ninja way. I really wanted to make friends with you guys, but since you don't understand, I had to teach you a lesson. ISNT that how things are. Ah, yes, that's right. Yeah, we're friends, haha. We also wanted to be friends with the ninjas of Konoha, but never had the chance. We just wanted to deepen our relationship. When Naruto heard this person speak so interestingly, he said, hey, what's your name? The black market people instantly knew what to do when they encountered someone stronger. And that was to submit. Sir, my name is Wu Lang. Wu Lang was in his 30s, wearing shabby clothes, with a dark face, rough fabric, wooden clogs on his feet, and only a sword on him. Naruto smiled at the teary-eyed Wu Lang, not wanting to look at his wrinkled face. So you're the leader of this group? First, I'll give you 1 million Ryo to help me with something. What do you need, sir? Find all the locations of the black markets in the Land of Fire. Then go to other countries and find out about their black markets. I don't care how you do it. I just want results. Understood, sir. Seeing their attitude was good, Naruto continued. If you find one location, I'll give you 100,000 Rio. For every 10, I'll give you an extra 500,000 Rio. And then draw me a map and come to Konoha to find me. Remember, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. This name sound familiar? A group of people looked at each other with wide eyes, having some impression. I think I've heard it somewhere. The Uzumaki clan from Konoha? Could it be? There's no mistake. You're the perfect Jinchuriki from Konoha. Ha ha ha, being called that felt really good, unlike in the movies where it was so dull. He took out a scroll to give them money, treating it as a way to make friends. He bit his finger, formed a hand seal, and slapped the scroll with the golden character, release. Boom! A stack of money appeared in front of them. Take it and split it. If you want more money, you know what to do, right? MHM, we know. Looking at the money, they could forget all their worries. What black market? Isn't it just for money that they take on such jobs? Now that they had more money, they wouldn't feel guilty about being greedy. Naruto left the small forest, and Wu Lang became their leader, starting to search for black markets within the Land of Fire. Since the black market exists, as Kurama said, someone must be managing its daily operations. Kurama should know who they are, but why doesn't he tell me? Now that Naruto was gradually becoming mature, he started to think more comprehensively. He was learning to question everything. As Kurama's key student, under the influence of various novels and films, Naruto had matured. Faced with the things Kurama didn't tell him, he began to have his own thoughts. It was like Kurama posed a question, but couldn't tell him the answer, only guiding him to do things correctly. In the past, Naruto wouldn't think about why he did things. He just followed Kurama's methods. Now Naruto began to have his own independent thoughts. When did this start? Perhaps it was after he met the fourth Hokage. Naruto, from being a child, accepted the task his father gave him and began searching for answers in the world, changing the answers to this ninja world. Everything was for peace. And the fourth Hokage once said that as long as the ninja system exists, wars will arise. Naruto learned a lot from this. Just like this incident, searching for White Zetsu was to resurrect his parents, while the black market, Kurama said, had a mysterious organization. This organization should not be the same as the masked man from before. Naruto had been living and growing up with Kurama for over 10 years. But there was one thing Kurama was willing to tell others, but not willing to tell Naruto. That was the future. In the future, there would be a group of enemies and what they would do, causing Kurama to be so reluctant to speak of that future. Naruto couldn't figure out what in the world could threaten his big brother Kurama, and yet he avoided the topic. Big brother, what are you hiding? Chapter 196. Shikamaru seems off with questions in mind. Naruto returned to Konoha. It was now the end of August, the hottest time of the year. By September, autumn would soon arrive, and the weather would cool down. Naruto greeted everyone on the street. During the time, since his graduation from the Konoha Ninja Academy, he had experienced so many things. Looking back now, he realized how foolish he had been as a student. Naruto returned to the spiritual space and saw Kurama, who loved to sleep, and said, "Kurama, you'll always be with me, right?" He knew Kurama was pretending to be asleep. Suddenly, this sentence made Kurama fall into deep thought, and he even stopped pretending to breathe. He couldn't guarantee it. Perhaps he would. However, the old man had existed for thousands of years. Would he continue to live like this in the future? Naruto first tried to probe Kurama with feelings of affection, and it seemed to have some effect. Kurama hesitated. So, Kurama, what do you think I will be like in the future? The future you? It should be a very beautiful picture. Naruto was somewhat dissatisfied with this answer. Kurama hadn't said anything. What exactly happened in the future? As soon as Naruto returned, the news had already spread throughout the village via the intercom. The first person to find Naruto was 1010 from the Ninja Tool Development Department. Naruto, we developed a new ninjutsu scroll. What is it? Didn't I ask you to develop weapons? I thought you'd have some swords or something, but now you're starting to develop scrolls? Wasn't that already researched? 1010 directly took out the latest research result. This is a secretary scroll. Secret technique scroll? It's not from the Naruto clan, right? Of course not. It's from the Uchiha clan. What else do they have besides fire style? Genjutsu? Naruto didn't believe that Uchiha could produce any particularly effective scrolls. That's right. It's Genjutsu. They can now seal a Sharingan Genjutsu into the scroll, and when used, it can be taken out. This Genjutsu can be cast on the opponent's eyes, so the range is very wide. But what if the opponent closes their eyes? Then it's useless. If they close their eyes, just use another fireball jutsu. 1010 looked at Naruto as if he didn't understand anything. This can be considered a breakthrough. This thing can allow the children of the Uchiha clan to open their eyes, turning the experiences of every awakened individual into illusions, letting the younger Uchiha experience the feeling of losing a loved one, helping them to evoke emotions. Only an Uchiha filled with love for those around them can have strong emotional fluctuations when faced with loss. Therefore, awakening should happen early. Once they grow up, they will realize that there are no good people in this world. Thinking of the Uchiha, Naruto is sure that Sasuke's brother, Itachi Uchiha, must know something. Because every time he looks at himself, it's with those narrowed eyes. Those narrowed eyes are not the eyes of a good person. Looking at the information given by Kurama, Naruto thinks that there's always a narrowed-eye person beside the big villain, strategizing. "Naruto, are you here?" Shikamaru's voice came, and Naruto turned his head. Seeing Shikamaru's exhausted expression made him feel a bit distressed. "What's wrong, Shikamaru? Didn't you ask Lord Danzo to host a television station? One program isn't enough. So I approved a few." "A few?" "Television programs are still a relatively new thing." "What are they?" "There's the eating challenge you set, and 3 new lectures from Lord Danzo, aimed at spreading Konoha's military strength to the entire ninja world. I feel like there's a scheme here." Lord Danzo is not the type to be open-minded. As soon as Shikamaru thought of Danzo, his eyes narrowed. Danzo must have other schemes. Did he not understand what he was trying to do? Naruto wondered if Shikamaru also had narrowed eyes. "No way. Shikamaru, don't worry about Lord Danzo. If you could figure it out, you would have tested it out in the pervert exam long ago." Shikamaru thought about it and seemed to agree. He could never outsmart Danzo. "Then we need a few more programs. There's no plan yet. This is simple. Everyone in Konoha can participate. We can look for excellent project proposals. As long as the ideas are outrageous enough, they will be adopted." Shikamaru thought of these 2 words, outrageous? It should have some gimmick. Then it's settled. "I'll handle it." Naruto nodded with a smile, feeling something was a bit off with Shikamaru. He actually didn't mind the trouble. Is Shikamaru pretending? "Kurama, can you sense if Shikamaru has any hostility?" Kurama listened and carefully sensed Shikamaru. "No, I don't feel anything wrong." "Are you overreacting?" "Impossible. He actually didn't mind the trouble." "How could that be?" Shikamaru happily left and returned to Naruto's office to start arranging plans. "There's a mission. Temari, I have an important task for you. Konoha TV needs some new proposals. You can participate in this TV program proposal. You can notify your Sand Ninja subordinates. They can prepare plans, and will pay you according to B-rank missions." After hearing this news, Temari inquired about the details of the proposal and then left. Shikamaru finally let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he could get this woman out of here. He was running out of secrets. A man with secrets is cool. Women are too troublesome. It's hard to be a man. And being an excellent man is even harder. Chapter 197. Conversation. After Naruto finished dealing with Shikamaru's matters, he quickly returned home, rested briefly, and thought about going out to dinner with Hinata in the evening. Before dinner, Naruto put on a clean outfit and went to the Hyuga household. He knocked on the door, and an old lady came out. "Hello, may I ask what you need?" "I'm looking for Hinata. The young lady is not home. She went out on a mission and may not be back for a few days." "Okay." Naruto felt a bit disappointed and was about to leave. "Naruto?" It was Hinata's father, Hayashi, who called him. In fact, he had already seen Naruto knocking on the door with his Byakugan from inside. He didn't intend to come out, but seeing Naruto's disappointed expression, he wanted to have a serious talk with him. "Lord Hayashi, were you calling me?" This was the first time Naruto was called by Hayashi to talk. Come in and we can talk." Hayashi still had a cold expression. He probably treated everyone the same way. Naruto felt a bit scared looking at him and followed Hayashi to the reception room. The pressure from his Byakugan was no joke. "Naruto, is there something you want to see Hinata for?" I want to take her out for dinner." "Ha ha ha, don't be nervous. I want to stop you young people's romance. I'm just an old man. However, as long as I feel Hinata might get hurt, then it's not just a matter of stopping. I will never let Hinata get hurt," Naruto loudly assured Hayashi, and this shout was overheard by Hanabi. "So this is the boy my sister likes? He looks a bit silly. Does being a bit silly mean he will genuinely like my sister? Every night, when my sister smiles, she actually looks quite silly. 2 silly people. Hey hey hey." Hanabi laughed and ran away, not wanting to listen anymore. Inside the house, Naruto still felt a bit scared looking at Hayashi. "I hope my future daughter can find true happiness. I hope you could do that." "I will. I promise Hinata will always be happy." Looking at Naruto, he didn't seem to be lying, so it seemed genuine. Only then did Hayashi release his Byakugan. "Well, how about having dinner with me tonight?" Hayashi extended an invitation, but Naruto felt it was quite scary. Maybe not. Naruto wanted to say he wasn't mentally prepared yet. "Then let it be. Hayashi stood up, and Naruto thought, finally finished chatting. And he just wanted me to make a promise? Hayashi finally felt relieved. He didn't even know where he lost. He had been jealous of Naruto since Hinata was a few years old, and after so many years, he had given up. He was truly lying flat, willing to hand Hinata over to this kid. Not because of his Naruto organization, not because he was wealthy, and definitely not because Naruto's father was the fourth Hokage, but simply because Naruto had always treated Hinata genuinely well. Hayashi comforted himself. Speaking of which, the fourth Hokage seemed to have also fallen in love with Kushina right after graduation. I guess this can be considered a father doing what he should do for his daughter, who is particularly shy. After leaving the Hyuga household, Naruto recalled Hayashi's words and his expression. The look he gave really felt scary and offensive. Who told him he was Hinata's father? Forget it. Chapter 198. Testing strength. Naruto was idle in Konoha village, occasionally being sent out on missions arranged by Kakashi. Jiraiya also had nothing much to teach Naruto now, so he just taught him a few of his ninjutsu techniques. Lion's main technique, fire release, fireball, fire release, great fireball, fire release, toad oil flame bullet, etc. Since Kurama could also enter sage mode, as long as he summoned 2 sages to assist, forming the 4 sages, he would have a great chance of winning against anyone. Naruto then went to the training ground to practice fire release and ran into Itachi Uchiha. Itachi was happily explaining ninjutsu knowledge to the students at the ninja school. The third Hokage had long allowed Itachi to return to the light, transitioning from the Umbu to a regular jounin. Now, Itachi was living a happy life, doing some missions, guiding Sasuke, and buying sweets. Naruto approached to greet him. Itachi, have you taken on a training task? Itachi finally had time to talk to Naruto. Sasuke isn't in Konoha, so I wanted to relax a bit. Naruto bowed to Itachi. Sasuke really troubles you. Itachi was taken aback, then smiled at Naruto. Not all, haha. Naruto is really interesting. I'm Sasuke's older brother. Itachi is really interesting too. Once Sasuke left, he came here to train his girlfriend. When Sasuke was around, he must have been a really annoying third wheel. Plus, I had to pay him a train. That's right, Itachi came here with a personal agenda. Izumi Uchiha is also studying at the Konoha Ninja Academy, which is why Itachi took the initiative to come here to guide her. With the atmosphere set, Naruto looked at Itachi, who was showing off with Kurama, and wanted to test his own strength. Itachi, how about we have a match? I want to know my current strength. Itachi felt it was a bit interesting and turned to Sasuke to talk about how strong Naruto had become, hoping Sasuke would be motivated to train harder instead of always relying on him. He should go find Orochimaru for extra training. Although Sasuke was right there. It's always good to prepare for the future. All right, I accept your challenge, but there are too many people here. Let's go to training ground 13. Naruto didn't expect the challenge to be accepted so easily, but looking at the flowers nearby, he felt a bit embarrassed. Everyone sorry, but your coach has been taken by me. Go find another training partner. Naruto and Itachi went to the training ground, while the students found a new coach. Hello, everyone. I'm Yamato, your new coach. Looking at Itachi's standard vest, Naruto thought he looked really cool and couldn't help but ask, is big brother Itachi a jonin? Yeah, I've been one for a while, but not as fast as Lord Hokage. I should be the second fastest, Itachi modestly replied. Let's get started. Wait. As soon as Naruto finished speaking, he started taking off his clothes and placing his weights on the ground, one by one. Itachi watched as Naruto gently placed the weights on the ground, which even caused the ground to sink a bit. This kid is a bit dangerous. Once Naruto was ready, Itachi said, Naruto, it's about to begin. I'm ready too. Come on. Multiple shadow, clone, jutsu. In an instant, all the space around Itachi was occupied by Naruto. Everyone, attack together. Sharingan. Itachi observed Naruto as shadow clones. This multiple shadow clone jutsu was indeed used quite skillfully. It seemed like his fists were infused with powerful chakra. I can't take it head on, and there are too many of them. I need to break out of the encirclement. In an instant, Itachi devised a tactical arrangement, and Naruto's shadow clones rushed in. Some tried to use a powerful strike to hit Itachi, while others directly used ninjutsu, Rasengan. Numerous attacks hit Itachi, and Naruto instantly felt something was off. Quick retreat. Itachi transformed into crows and scattered, obscuring Naruto's view. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Itachi had already moved to the outside of the encirclement. Forming the tiger seal, he opened his mouth and unleashed a rain of fire that accurately struck the shadow clones. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions from the shadow clones being defeated. There were so many shadow clones, so only about 1/3 were eliminated. Naruto began to escalate his attacks. Earth style, Yellow Spring Swamp. The ground beneath Itachi instantly turned into a swamp, trying to engulf him. From smoke came the sound of shurikens slicing through the air. Dozens of shurikens shot out from the smoke, along with a few shadow clones jutsu. Multiple shuriken jutsu. The shurikens immediately split, multiplying rapidly. They came crashing down like a wall of shurikens towards Itachi. Boom, boom, boom. The shurikens completely covered Itachi's position. Itachi, who was standing there, suddenly turned into a piece of wood. Did Itachi use the substitution technique that quickly? Missing the previous fire style was considered a mistake. But I didn't see the 3 seals for the substitution technique either. Itachi hid to the side, analyzing Naruto's strength. These 2 ninjutsu could basically defeat many chunin. But it wasn't enough to defeat a jonin. Itachi pulled out some ninja tools from his backpack. Using the body flicker technique, he threw shurikens at Naruto from multiple directions simultaneously. You think shurikens can defeat me? Naruto and his clones quickly took out kunai to defend, but unexpectedly, the shurikens thrown by Itachi collided in midair, changing their original flight paths with explosive sounds. One by one, Naruto's shadow clones were defeated by Itachi. Only a few of Naruto's shadow clones successfully knocked down the shurikens. Is this the Uchiha's shuriken manipulation? Itachi felt pleased to hear this. Thinking back, it seems I've already trained Sasuke. Why is this the first time Naruto is seeing it? Did Sasuke not learn well? Naruto still had a few shadow clones left. Don't just stand there. Attack. Use ninjutsu. Wind style, great breakthrough. One shadow clone began to inhale, preparing to unleash a powerful wind. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Another shadow clone began to inhale, preparing to unleash a massive fire. When both techniques were aimed in the same direction, the fire would assist the wind. Combined ninjutsu, great blue fire jutsu. The fireball, enhanced by the strong wind, turned bright blue due to the extreme temperature. The blue fireball, carrying a hurricane, sped towards Itachi, scorching the ground black from the intense heat. Itachi's figure was instantly hit by the ninjutsu. Itachi, big brother. Naruto shouted in worry. Did I really just kill Itachi? Kurama, unable to watch any longer, reminded him, you're just trapped in an illusion. Release. Naruto woke up, realizing his shadow clones were right beside him. It turned out that the combined technique hadn't been executed, and it was all an illusion. In an instant, Itachi unleashed a massive illusion, pulling Naruto's clones into it after the first wave of attacks. Naruto, the Sage Chakra I created should last for 10 minutes. Give it a try. Hee Sage Mode. This way, I won't be affected by ordinary illusions, not even a Sharingan. Naruto felt proud. With Sage Chakra, his sensory abilities were enhanced, and ordinary illusions wouldn't work on him. Itachi felt a tremendous pressure and had no choice but to display all his abilities. Mangeki Sharingan. Chapter 199, The Book of Seals. Itachi's eyes instantly transformed from the 3-tomo shape into that of a shuriken. Bro, let us call this a draw. I suddenly remembered I have something to do at home. Last time, just fighting the masked man with 1 Mangeki was exhausting enough. Now I have to deal with 2. Itachi also felt something was off. Well then, see you. Naruto bid farewell to Itachi while in Sage Mode, pulled out a scroll, and sealed all his weights inside to relax a bit. Itachi sensed a powerful pressure from Naruto. His strength was not to be underestimated. What was Sasuke doing? Regarding Naruto's actions, Itachi felt a sense of approval. It wasn't that he couldn't fight, but there was no need to let Itachi exhaust his eyesight in such a test. Naruto now felt that his strength had hit a bottleneck. His only strong forms were Sage Mode and Kurama Mode, which felt utterly inadequate. Is there any way to enhance his normal state as strength? Naruto pondered. For a student who had just graduated for a year, this might be a bit early. This was indeed Naruto's dilemma, because Kurama had laid a solid foundation for him. His chakra control was incredibly strong, his stamina was exceptional, and he had an abundance of chakra. Training was just repetitive actions, and he could strengthen it 1,000 times over. He learned too quickly. No more ideas. Naruto thought of his uncle. He only thought of him when he had problems, usually calling him Kurama. Uncle, how can I improve my strength now? Kurama thought for a moment, looking down at Naruto, thinking, this little brat has nothing to be proud of. You only know 1 sealing technique in space ninjutsu, which is nothing much. You haven't learned your father's flashy flying thunder god technique at all, and you haven't learned your mother's sealing techniques either. Now you can choose one. When Naruto heard this, he realized there were so many things to learn. Can I learn both together? That way, my massive shadow clones won't go to waste. Do you remember the knowledge gift package I gave you when you were young? Kurama suddenly mentioned this gift package, making Naruto feel a bit like avoiding the topic. What is that? The knowledge gift package. Knowledge? Oh, is it that math thing? Come on. These shouldn't have anything to do with ninjutsu, right? Naruto carefully asked Kurama, feeling like a bucket of cold water was thrown on his enthusiasm for learning. Space-time ninjutsu requires a lot of knowledge, and sealing techniques even more. I'm afraid your head will fry like it did back then. Your not-so-smart brain will just be further burdened. Just thinking about the massive amount of knowledge to learn, Naruto still admitted defeat, wondering which one is easier to learn. Your father's relies on talent. Go learn from Kakashi. Your mother's relies on both talent and knowledge. Go learn from Kakashi and Jiraiya. The Flying Thunder God requires sealing scrolls. Go find Kakashi for that. And you'll need to use Konoha's sealing technique data for sealing techniques. So ask Kakashi for that too. And then have Jiraiya teach you. Simple. When Naruto heard he needed to find Kakashi for everything, his goal became clear. He would go find Kakashi-sensei. He went straight to Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, I want to learn my father's ninjutsu and my mother's sealing techniques. Kakashi thought Naruto was up to something again, like with a TV station or something. But he didn't expect it was for learning ninjutsu. The Book of Seals once recorded the Flying Thunder God technique of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. But the fourth Hokage modified this ninjutsu, so there isn't much documentation. You could try learning it first, because this ninjutsu is really difficult. I want to learn. Naruto seemed eager. Kakashi also put down his work and took Naruto to a special storage room, which was used for storing important items. The Book of Seals was in the center. Just look here, you can't take it out. After saying that, Kakashi left, arranging for an umbu to bring some paper and pens for Naruto. The first page was the multi-shadow clone technique. Skip that for now. Spiritualization technique. Soul binding technique. Chakra perception. Flying Thunder God technique formula. Flying Thunder God technique. Eight-headed technique. Impure world reincarnation. Mutual exploding tax. 8 gates. After flipping through the scrolls, Naruto didn't expect there to be so many ninjutsu. So many? Which one is my dad's technique? Come on. The Flying Thunder God technique. You won't understand the others anyway. But you can try learning chakra perception. Kurama felt that the Book of Seals was practically a diary of Tobirama's development of ninjutsu. He first developed a technique for transmitting memories, which began to touch on the relationship between the human brain and the soul, and thus started developing brain functions. Then he developed the spiritualization technique, allowing the soul to leave the body. For safety, he specifically developed the corresponding soul binding technique. After achieving soul detachment and perception capabilities, Tobirama then developed the ninjutsu that allows both body and soul to traverse the Flying Thunder God technique. It should have first developed the Flying Thunder God technique formula, allowing one's chakra perception to have spatial anchor points, and then began developing the Flying Thunder God technique, which leaves one's mark in space, allowing for traversal. This represents a further development of the brain's new capabilities. After researching his own soul, he then began developing techniques for other souls and created the summoning technique to call back the souls of the deceased from the Pure Land, the Impure World Reincarnation. Utilizing the ability of the Impure World Reincarnation, he developed the mutual exploding tags, but when Tobirama was alive, using mutual exploding tags could kill the caster. So they were all sealed by the first Hokage. After all, the first Hokage had already stabilized the ninja world at that time, and it wasn't good for Tobirama to be messing around with such forbidden techniques. Kurama speculated that the research on forbidden techniques likely stopped before Tobirama took office. Once he became Hokage, he had no time to enhance his power. Although this is all Kurama's speculation, looking at these sequences, the guesses should be pretty close. The last technique, the 8 gates, is unexpectedly at the end of the sealing scroll, which seems to be Tobirama's masterpiece after taking office. Tobirama established the Konoha Ninja Academy and created the Konoha Fluid technique. Thus, the Konoha Fluid Fist should have been developed by Tobirama. Considering the legendary underdog Might Guy, it could be confirmed that Might Guy was recognized for his talent and hard work by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, who specially created a set of taijutsu for him to become a ninja. However, Might Guy spent 20 years to open the 8th gate, so one could say his talent was average. It's also possible that the living conditions were harsh at that time. Might Guy had to take on missions to ensure his basic needs before he could train. After all, taijutsu consumes a lot of energy. The final opening of the 8th gate might have been limited by his age, making it hard to achieve a significant boost. However, The contents recorded in the Book of Seals can truly prove that Senju Tobarama was a talent for scientific research. One word, absolute. Chapter 200, You Have No In Attribute. What are you learning Flying Thunder God for? During the day, Naruto copied the sealing scroll for a long time. Although Kakashi seemed to have left on the surface, he was secretly observing Naruto with his Byakugan. With the Byakugan, Kakashi could see everything within a 1-kilometer radius of the Hokage building. Beyond that, he would need to increase his chakra. He could also use the intercom to watch Naruto, who was indeed only copying the Flying Thunder God technique and its formula, not paying much attention to the others, which made him feel quite emotional. First, he felt appreciation, thinking that Naruto was indeed a good kid, without any evil thoughts. Second, he felt a bit disappointed that as Naruto's teacher, he had no ambition at all. Third, he felt somewhat relieved that after becoming Hokage, his subordinates had no ambition for progress either. Shouldn't you secretly learn something else? Watching Naruto go home, Kakashi continued his work with mixed feelings. Why are Jiraiya and Tsunade in the village, while he is the one working? One is slacking off in the hospital, going to the casino after work, and drinking at night. The other writes novels during the day, then takes people to the casino and drinks with them at night. How enviable they are, sigh. During this time, Naruto began studying the Flying Thunder God technique, starting with the Flying Thunder God technique formula. He needed to use his chakra to form a specific formula, and he could change the pattern himself. Naruto decided to use the Uzumaki clan's emblem. The group was chosen, but figuring out how to turn his chakra into a formula was very difficult. No matter how Naruto tried, he failed, and he began complaining to Kurama, saying, "Come on, how come I can't get this formula out?" After secretly trying it himself, Kurama also couldn't produce it. After all, he had the 4th training memories. Yet he couldn't even practice that broken chakra formula. How much chakra could he use? He still wanted to establish an image in front of Naruto, but even Kurama was dumbfounded, unable to get it right despite having the answers. Both of them were at a loss now. Let's go find Jiraiya. After finding Jiraiya and explaining everything clearly, Jiraiya began to analyze. Naruto, you mean you're currently learning the Flying Thunder God technique formula, and you don't understand it at all, right? Naruto nodded vigorously, feeling like this ninjutsu had nothing to do with him at all. I see. Naruto, can you cast Jinjutsu? Even a most basic Jinjutsu will do. Jiraiya immediately hit the nail on the head about Naruto's pain point, and Naruto felt as if he had been doused with a bucket of cold water, saying, I can't use any Jinjutsu. At this point, Jiraiya understood. Logically, Naruto's ninjutsu development department should have had basic Jinjutsu by now, and Jiraiya had specifically looked into Naruto's achievements at the Ninja Academy. It became very clear. Naruto, the real reason you can't learn the Flying Thunder God technique should be your physique. You lack the In chakra nature. Without the In nature, how can you learn the Flying Thunder God technique? There are 5 basic chakra natures: fire, wind, water, earth, and lightning, plus 2 special natures, Yin and Yang. You should lack the In chakra nature. Upon hearing this, Naruto anxiously grabbed Jiraiya's arm. Huh? Does that mean I'll never be able to learn this type of ninjutsu? Jiraiya gently patted Naruto's head, saying, You probably won't be able to, and you likely won't be able to learn sealing techniques either. Kurama, hearing this, realized he had forgotten that both he and Naruto lacked the In chakra nature. Don't be discouraged, Naruto. You have other techniques you could develop. Don't forget, the Rasengan is just an A-rank ninjutsu. It still has potential for development. Oh, but that doesn't replace the fact that I can't learn my dad's signature ninjutsu, Naruto said. Wanted to find a quiet place to rest. Kurama, does Sasuke have the In nature? He should. After all, without the In nature, the Sharingan can't use Jinjutsu, Kurama replied. It was obvious Kurama was hinting at whether Naruto wanted to pass the Flying Thunder God technique to Sasuke. I can't learn it, but I want to find someone to inherit this ninjutsu. What do you think about Sasuke? Sasuke? Kurama thought about what Sasuke might become in the future. A complete body, Susanoo, wielding a chakra sword taller than a small mountain dog, and the Flying Thunder God slash? He might get stabbed. That might not be good. He still has Orochimaru teaching him. What's wrong? My dad's ninjutsu is definitely stronger than the Sanin's. Otherwise, why aren't they Hokage? Kurama silently complained that they didn't want it. Gambling and drugs consumed a lot of their time, so they had no time to manage Konoha. This was something he couldn't say to Naruto. It would be too discouraging. Actually, this ninjutsu was created by the 2nd Hokage, Senju Tobarama, not your dad. Huh. Naruto suddenly didn't want Sasuke to inherit it anymore. Does my dad have any other ninjutsu? The Rasengan, which he developed over 3 years. It was inspired by my tailed beast bomb. although I also took over 3 years. So we're about even. I'll continue developing the Rasengan for him. Naruto gradually perked up. Kurama thought. He spent 3 years developing it. You just learned it from a guide for 3 years. How can they be the same? Naruto handed the scroll for the Flying Thunder God technique back to Kakashi and then went to the training ground to develop the Rasengan. At Training Ground 7, Naruto had already arranged for the Ninjutsu Development Department to come over. Everyone, I've gathered you all here today because I want to continue developing a ninjutsu. Naruto extended his hand to demonstrate the Rasengan. Chakra gathered in his palm, rotating and forming a blue chakra sphere compressed to the extreme. This is the Rasengan. Although it's just an A-rank ninjutsu, its power is very strong. It's a ninjutsu developed by my dad, but I've heard it's an incomplete jutsu. Today, I called everyone here to get ideas on the direction of this ninjutsu's development and the specific training process. After Naruto finished speaking, he went to arrange meals for everyone, saying no one could leave until the plans were clear. Then everyone began to discuss. There are no hand seals, and it seems to only have a change in form. Although the hand seals were omitted, the compressed chakra was astonishing and could certainly cause greater damage. It's a spherical ninjutsu. There are 2 directions for its form development: miniaturization and gigantification. Therefore, the nature change direction should also incorporate the chakra attributes, but the spherical shape should not change. In the end, a group of people helped Naruto come up with a set of chakra attribute change Rasengan, another set of form change Rasengan, and finally a Rasengan that combined the 2. Is that it? The enlarged version is already there, and we could try the smaller one. But how do we guarantee its power? How do we add the nature change into the Rasengan, combining both the size and nature? You all did well. Hearing the praise, everyone thought it was about to end and they could finally go home, but then Naruto said, just give me a training plan and we're good. Holding the report, Naruto complained to Kurama, isn't it just that the Rasengan now only has a form change and no attribute change? I really don't understand how my dad didn't develop this. You're still amazing. Chapter 201, Itachi, why don't you go? Naruto started practicing the new Rasengan every day. According to their design, under the same amount of chakra, compressing the Rasengan's volume could further increase its power. Additionally, he could increase the amount of chakra output while compressing the volume, which would also double the Rasengan's power. After adding the chakra nature change, it would further enhance the Rasengan's power. Naruto was still preparing to practice adding the nature change. Sage mode, that's right. First, he would enter Sage mode to comprehensively enhance his intellect, physical ability, aesthetics, and labor, which would double the training effect. Chakra control would instantly reach a new level thanks to Sage mode. Sage art, Rasengan. Naruto carefully began to infuse wind chakra into it, slowly and steadily adding it in. The Rasengan, which was originally rotating quietly, suddenly became irregular. Boom! The Rasengan exploded, and Naruto was thrown far away by the powerful explosion, sliding on the ground for 10 meters before stopping. Cough, cough, cough. Naruto was blown away, but was fine since he was in Sage mode. This ninjutsu development comes with risks. Multi-shadow clone technique. First, he created 100 shadow clones. Then Naruto instructed everyone to practice integrating nature changes in pairs. One of the shadow clones suggested, how about we form groups of 3? One person can use both hands for the Rasengan, so it won't be a problem. The other shadow clones thought he had a point. Excluding the original, there were exactly 99 clones, which would make 33 groups. All right, let's get started. With a command, the shadow clones began their daily routine of being summoned, utilized, and accidentally blown up repeatedly. Due to the dangerous training, Naruto brought in several Jonin to guide them, Itachi, Yamato, and Asuma. The first 2 were fine, but Asuma's presence surprised Kurama. Aren't Shikamaru and the others training? Naruto asked Asuma. Upon hearing this, Asuma got a bit angry. Shikamaru has been with you, responsible for teaching you, and now he's doing something with the TV station. Choji has gone to train, and Ino is with Sakura at Lady Tsunade's training. That's great. Naruto didn't understand why Asuma was angry. Choji's training is for the big eater competition. Realizing this, Naruto understood that none of Asuma's 3 subordinates were seriously training in secret techniques or executing missions, which explained Asuma's frustration. Hey, what's wrong? Do you have so much time now and aren't with teacher Hong? Hong seems to have gone to the Satomi Hill Villa. Ninetales exclaimed, what the hell? Naruto, they're in danger. What? How did it suddenly become dangerous? At the Satomi Hill Villa, the Kurama clan's Kurama Yakumo has the ability to deprive the 5 senses, turning illusions into reality, and she has a heart demon in her mind. Naruto exclaimed, what the hell? Quickly retract the shadow clones. Hinata is in danger. Kakashi-sensei, how could you arrange for Itachi to handle something like this? Itachi looked at Naruto with a puzzled expression. Everyone, there's no time to explain. We need to go save Hinata and the others. Naruto was very proactive. Fox Cloak, for he directly supplied the Nine Tails chakra, allowing the three of them to resonate and directly enter the Fox Cloak mode. The three of them saw that this was a big move, and without time to ask questions, the four of them ran towards the village exit. Naruto picked up the walkie-talkie and switched to Channel 1. Kakashi-sensei, what's going on, Naruto? Kakashi heard Naruto's anxious tone through the walkie-talkie, knowing something special must have happened to make Naruto so worried. We need to find Teacher Hong. They're in danger. Have Pakken come lead us. We're heading to the gate of Konoha. Got it. Kakashi bit his finger and performed the summoning technique. Joe, Kakashi. Pakken greeted Kakashi with his paw raised. Go to the Konoha gate and find Naruto. Then follow their instructions. Hurry. As soon as Pakken heard it was an urgent matter, he immediately took action. Both parties quickly rushed towards the Konoha gate, and upon arrival, Gongzi Tai and Shingitsu Izumi let them pass without saying much. Naruto hugged Pakken, and the four of them, along with the dog, charged out in their Fox Cloak mode. They set off toward the Satomi Hill Villa with all their might. Only then did Naruto have time to ask the Nine Tails for specific information. The Nine Tails did not privately chat with Naruto in the spiritual space, but directly transformed into a chakra big head and spoke about Kurama Yakumo. Itachi, you should know about the Kurama clan, right? Hearing the Nine Tails ask him, Itachi wondered if this was a test. The Kurama clan is an ancient family in Konoha, skilled in illusion techniques, but they have gradually declined due to the few who can inherit their bloodline limit. However, their illusions should be the strongest in Konoha. As the son of the third Hokage, Asuma has also heard of them. Those who awaken the bloodline limit in the Kurama clan often have poor health, possibly due to the rain. Their clan has dwindled, and most of them no longer become ninjas, with only a few families scattered across Konoha. And this Kurama Yakumo seems to have been a disciple of Hong. Yamato smiled. It's my first time executing a mission without a mask with you guys. Although he had been with Itachi for many years, Yamato could never see through him. Or rather, Itachi was indeed superior to Yamato. The third Hokage's son, Sarutobi Asuma, made Yamato feel both strange and familiar, as if the third Hokage were alive, always so fond of smoking. After hearing the information from the two, the Nine Tails said, their clan is skilled in illusion techniques, capable of creating illusionary worlds, and everything that happens in the illusion can be turned into reality by their will, distorting the reality with their illusionary power. Upon hearing this, Itachi thought, isn't this a Izanagi? It seems to also be a bloodline limit. If you have chakra, you can use it. Could it be that the ancestors once lived in the Warring States period and referenced the Kurama clan's bloodline limit, trading away light for a few minutes of this bloodline limit? This was too outrageous. After rushing to the Satomi Hill Villa, it looked as if it had experienced a great battle. The ground was scorched with signs of lightning strikes and fire everywhere. Pakken, can you find the location of the others? Pakken stepped forward and sniffed the air. The scent is very chaotic. I can't determine the direction. They probably haven't returned. After checking several places at a fork in the road, he finally caught a hint of a scent. This way. Then he ran down the leftmost path. Seeing this, Naruto followed. Hinata, please don't be in trouble. Chapter 202. Confession at the mountaintop. The Satomi Hill Villa was in ruins. Naruto and his group followed the traces of the battle to the fork in the road, and Pakken chose the leftmost path. The path wound around, leading to a high mountain. Pakken followed the scent and found cave. Hinata, are you there? This is Naruto's voice. I'm here. Hinata shouted from inside. The four of them and the dog hurried into the cave. Seeing her tired but unharmed appearance, they finally felt relieved. They began to inquire about what had happened. Originally, Hong wanted to handle the monster inside Kurama Yakumo alone, wanted to take care of Yakumo for a while. So she applied to Kakashi to let Team 8 switch to another J-Nin. It seemed fine, but Team 8 found out, after all, they were quite capable of sensing things in Konoha, and worried about Teacher Hong. They begged Kakashi, so he arranged for Team 8 to come along as well. Tracking someone several kilometers away was not particularly difficult. The four of them arrived at the Satomi Hill Villa one after another, and then it became a teaching phase. Hong looked at Yakumo and said, you listen to me. Kurama Yakumo said, I won't listen, and then triggered her hard demon, and you all must die? After a fierce battle, it resulted in the current situation. After hearing Hong's explanation, everyone had their own understanding of the matter. Itachi immediately realized why he had been asked to take on this task. It was related to the heart demon of the illusion techniques. Why not let Shursui do it? He could even subdue heart demons. Asuma was particularly glad he came along. Hon must have a special fondness for him now. Yamato said, "Are you trying to trick us into killing now?" Looking at Naruto and Hinata, Hon, and Asuma, Yamato decided to leave and go outside to calm down and keep watch. Naruto took Hinata's hand and walked outside. Seeing Yamato out there, he thought it would be better to go a little further away. He brought Hinata to the top of the mountain, found a comfortable spot to sit down, and asked Hinata, "Are you hurt?" Holding Hinata's hand, he embraced her, letting her comfortably lean on his shoulder. "Do you know how worried I was? When the Nine Tails told me that Kurama was very dangerous. I wished I could fly over, but unfortunately, I can't." Naruto-kun. Hinata blushed, lowering her head. It was the first time Naruto confessed to her like this. Previously, it was all excuses. "I met your father." "What?" Hinata's eyes widened, her whole body tensed, extremely nervous. She didn't want to hear anything that would make her sad. She absolutely didn't want to hear it. "Ha ha ha, don't be nervous." Naruto looked down at Hinata. Her nervous appearance was really cute. Her hands unconsciously clenched in front of her chest, her whole body tense. Her eyes were dreamy, and her breathing became rapid. Naruto tightened his embrace around Hinata, bringing her back to her senses. The night wind was quite noisy, and Hinata's face turned red all at once. She quietly protested, "Naruto." At that moment, sensing Hinata's temperature rising, he finally released her from his forehead. "If I had kissed you just now, would you have fainted?" Hinata's face turned even redder, and she didn't want to speak at all. Naruto leaned close to Hinata's ear and softly said, "I promised your father that I would make you happy from now on and would never let you get hurt. How about I take care of you from now on?" He then hugged Hinata tightly, giving her time and courage to feel shy. Seeing that Hinata didn't move, Naruto felt a bit chilly at the mountaintop. The Fox Spirit Cloak, a fiery red chakra, appeared around both Naruto and Hinata, with a pair of chakra-formed ears on their heads, making them feel a bit more comfortable. Feeling warmth again, Hinata was still not ready to respond to him. She had already agreed in her heart, but was too shy to say it out loud. Just leaning against Naruto's shoulder felt so comfortable. She didn't have to think about missions, family, or strength. Only stability and her own gentle kindness. Being a ninja is a profession with a very high mortality rate. No one can say when they will die. The previous battle left a terrifying memory in Hinata's heart. Her entire set of techniques was crushed by Kurama-Yakumo's bloodline limit. She was deprived of her 5 senses, unable to see through it even with her Byakugan, only able to be struck by lightning and burned by fire while running away. Hinata thought that if one day she agreed to Naruto and something happened, Naruto would definitely be very painful, right? It would be better not to agree to him. Just being able to see him was already very satisfying. Moreover, he was right next to her, able to hold her, hug her, and even kiss her. What more could she want? Death was not frightening. Hinata was afraid that one day, after she died, Naruto would be sad. Naruto kept holding Hinata and saw that she had fallen asleep in his arms. It seemed that Hinata had really gone through a lot during the day, and a good sleep would help. He carried Hinata into the cave, and the others, seeing the two of them wrapped in the fox spirit cloak, became tense, thinking there was some danger. "Naruto, is there an enemy?" "Well, it's a bit cold." Naruto smiled shyly. Hearing this, Yamato felt that they were somewhat looking down on him, and casually chose an open space. He quickly formed hand seals, clapped his hands, and performed wood release, 4 pillars house technique. Thick wooden pillars rose from the ground, intricately growing into a wooden house in an instant. Moreover, it was built on the mountaintop, with the load-bearing pillars a meter off the ground, creating a unified height for the house. Seeing the big house, Naruto happily exclaimed, "Wood release is really convenient." Then everyone began to enter the house to rest. This also made Kiba and Shino feel the warmth of support. Since there were many people and they were not executing a special mission, Yamato prepared several rooms, enough for everyone to have their own. Naruto woke Hinata. "Hinata, wake up." After a short sleep, Hinata felt much more refreshed. To seal Kurama-Yakumo's acupuncture points to avoid problems at night, Naruto planned to take her back to Tsunade to improve her constitution, and if that didn't work, he would take her to Snake Uncle for improvement. This ability seemed quite strong. Okay, Hinata walked to Kurama-Yakumo's side, her eyes surrounded by veins, and performed gentle fist, 8 trigrams 32 palms. She struck a series of 8 trigrams palms at the unconscious Kurama-Yakumo, sealing up as much chakra as she could. Naruto watched this and noticed that Hinata had grown to the point where she could activate her Byakugan without forming hand seals. Everyone was making progress. Turning his head to look at Kiba, still a single dog. No, Akamaru has a partner now. Looking over at Shino, he thought it was better not to look, in case he noticed something. Shino watched Naruto look at Kiba for several seconds, but only glanced at him before looking away. Just like that. Chapter 203. The cost of not going to school after resting for a night. Everyone woke up early the next day. After tidying themselves up, they prepared to take Kurama Yakumo back to Konoha, as she had nearly destroyed her own home. Kurama emerged from Naruto's body, interrupting their return to the village. Itachi, can you show her that heart demon? Can you kill it, or can you control it? Kurama wanted Itachi to take a look. Others couldn't use ninjutsu in Yakumo's world, but the Sharingan should be able to break that limitation, right? This was a challenge, and Itachi immediately activated his Manjiki Sharingan without hesitation. Kurama Yakumo was quite happy about returning to Konoha, but upon hearing Kurama's words, her inner unease nourished the heart demon, Ito. The chakra in her entire body was sealed, leaving Ito helpless. As Itachi approached Yakumo, she began to struggle violently, fear showing on her face. It was Ito controlling Yakumo's body. Let me see your heart demon. Itachi projected his mental energy through his Manjiki Sharingan into Kurama Yakumo's body, while the others could do nothing but wait. Yakumo cried out in pain, and everyone was unaware of what was happening. What's your name? Itachi asked awkwardly, looking at the terrified Yakumo. I just failed. TCH. The others were somewhat disbelieving. Can your Manjiki Sharingan really fail? Yakumo thought she was in danger because of Itachi, and she cried out in fear. Itachi angrily said, Hinata, please release her acupuncture points. Otherwise my illusion won't affect her chakra. Upon hearing Itachi's words, everyone finally agreed that the Hyuga clan was the strongest in Konoha. Hinata stepped forward to start releasing Yakumo's acupuncture points, making it seem like she was tickling her, causing Kurama Yakumo to laugh uncontrollably. Ha! At this moment, Ito was overjoyed, laughing so hard he couldn't lift his head off the ground. After the acupuncture points were released, he could protect her again. Manjiki Sharingan. Itachi glanced over and had already arrived in Kurama Yakumo's mental space. He saw an incredibly ugly monster laughing wildly over there. Hey dude, what's so funny? Tell me about it. Ito was still very happy. Haha, that person outside is going to release my acupuncture points. I can use chakra again and control Yakumo to kill them all. Oh dude, how do you plan to kill them? I want to hear your thoughts. Isn't that simple? I'll pull them all into the illusion world, strike one with lightning, burn one with fire, drown one with water, stab one with a sword, and I won't even blink, and I won't repeat any of them. That's great. What a fantastic idea. But won't your eyes get tired? Huh, I'm killing people. And you ask if my eyes are tired? Ha ha ha. This is really interesting. You talk so interestingly. Ito was still happy when he suddenly felt something was off. Where did you come from? Looking up, he saw Itachi wearing a Janine vest, looking down at Ito with a playful expression, which made Ito feel disdain. He realized he had been played. Go to hell. After saying that, he attempted to attack Itachi. In the midst of Ito's attack, Itachi transformed into countless crows, cawing around his ears. Aho, fool, idiot. Outside, Yakumo's companions watched as the corner of Itachi's mouth kept rising. What had this guy done inside? Fire release. Great fireball technique. After a great fireball was spat out, it was absorbed by the monster. Shurikens were ineffective, and all attacks on Ito had no effect. Was he rewriting the damage he received using Yakumo's bloodline limit? Truly impressive. Illusion. Chains of punishment. Using the Sharingan to cast an illusion, large iron nails were created and inserted into Ito's body, pinning him in place. Having never attended ninja school, Yakumo didn't know how to dispel illusions. While Ito was just a monster, what could he understand? After controlling Ito, Itachi couldn't kill it either. To untie the bell. The one who tied it must be the one to untie it. It seemed that only its creator could kill it. This little girl has a monster inside her. Just like Naruto. How could she possibly kill this monster with her own hands? In an instant, Itachi had a unique thought. This guy can use the ability to deprive the five senses to create a world of illusions, and can even affect the real world. It would be great if he could raise it as a pet. Shadow Clone Technique. With a bang, a Kurama Yakumo appeared beside Itachi. With Itachi's speed, creating a shadow clone while using transformation jutsu was very simple, and the two of them looked at Ito with mischievous smiles. Ito was moaning in pain because the person who could kill her had appeared. Itachi saw that this was effective, magical hell vision technique. It could make people feel deep-seated fear, turning into Kurama Yakumo along with the illusion overlay, making the transformation technique harder to see through. Kuruma Yakumo walked in front of Ito, wanting to stab her with a kunai. Wait. Itachi suddenly stopped her, walked over, and said to Ito, although you look ugly, you still have some use, so I'll give you a chance to live. I wonder if you'll agree. Ito moaned in pain. If you say I'm ugly, how can I agree? You should entice me a bit. Just kill her. She doesn't understand human language. Itachi expressed that he couldn't help it and had forgotten the happy discussion they had just had. Wait, I have a condition. I want to eat some mental energy. Ito suddenly spoke, but Kuruma Yakumo seemed to ignore it and continued to step closer. The psychological pressure caused by Ito was like a flood beast, and she was no longer the child who needed protection. I agree. Ito shed painful tears. All she wanted was to protect her. Then come to my side. You can do it. Ito was essentially a form of chakra, yin-yang release creation, just not so perfect. If she died, there would be nothing left. But she was still a collectible monster, and keeping her would definitely be useful. Ito followed the chakra, guided by Itachi, and transferred into his body, still thinking about food. As Ito wanted to have a buffet in Itachi's mental space, Itachi stretched out his hand, quickly formed seals, and then patted his stomach for Symbol's seal. At this moment, Kuruma Yakumo also woke up, and everyone around was staring blankly at Itachi's actions. What exactly did he do? And why did he use the 4-symbol seal on himself, like a Jinchuriki? Everyone was confused. Even Kurama couldn't figure out what Itachi was trying to do. The plot was no longer useful, and besides the property, the rest was impossible to guess. Naruto was still very curious about Itachi's actions. Itachi, brother, what were you doing just now? Why did you use the 4-symbol seal on your own stomach? Itachi looked at the people around him, proudly saying, I'll take it back for research. So let us hurry back to Konoha. Naruto suggested they return to Konoha first, and Yakumo, do you have any family left? There were quite a few relatives initially, but now it has all turned into ruins. Hong explained, I came here to seal Ito and take care of Yakumo for a while, but I didn't expect Ito to suddenly explode. Her family all went to Konoha to make money, and only a few of us are here. Everyone then felt relieved. Naruto asked Yakumo to bow to Yamato. Captain Yamato, you'll have to take extra care in rebuilding this place in the future. Everyone looked at Yamato with admiration in their eyes. The house-building boss. Chapter 204. Strategic Toolman. Hearing what Naruto said, Yamato had no choice but to agree. Only then did they return to Konoha, before they even entered the office. Naruto started shouting, Hey Kakashi-sensei, is the mission complete? Is everyone okay? Almost because of your decision, Teacher Hong and the others almost died. Kuruma Yakumo approached Kakashi and bowed, truly sorry for the trouble. Although Naruto seemed to be complaining, he was actually learning. A single bad decision from the Hokage could cost the lives of subordinates. This time, letting Hong and the others go seal Ito was indeed my oversight. I'm sorry. Kakashi stood up to apologize to them, knowing the illusion strength of the Kurama clan, but still making the wrong decision. This matter was arranged by the 3rd Hokage in the past. When the 3rd was alive, he handled Yakumo by sending Hong. Who would have thought that that child, who had never attended a single class, could easily take down a small team? Now that the problem has been completely resolved, this child should stay in Konoha. Her family members should have their own clan land in Konoha, right? The monster inside her has been taken care of by Itachi. Kuruma Yakumo should be fine now. When the time comes, let Tsunade take care of her for a while and see if her condition can improve a bit. When Kakashi heard about nurturing her health, it meant that Konoha would increase its training efforts. So should we send her to Konoha Ninja School first? To be honest, this child has quite high potential. This bloodline limit is indeed impressive. After explaining everything, Naruto took Hinata home and invited her out for dinner that night. The next morning, Naruto's training resumed. When he arrived at the training ground, the 3 were already there. Captain Yamato, Itachi, brother, Asuma-sensei, you all came early. Itachi waved to Naruto. We just got here too. You're doing quite well. Asuma and Yamato also waved at Naruto. When Naruto got closer, Asuma lit a cigarette and asked, Naruto, what do you want to develop today? It feels like the 3rd is back to life. After a long period of reflection, Naruto realized that his previous training methods were outdated. Hiring people to develop ninjutsu should yield direct results, right? Shadow clone technique. You all know it, right? The 3 frowned. Are you looking down on us? Just kidding. Itachi brother will use Rasengan, and then Asuma-sensei will inject wind release chakra into Itachi brother's Rasengan. We'll develop the advanced ninjutsu of Rasengan. Yamato didn't hear his task and couldn't help but ask, Naruto, they both have something to do. What about me? You can't just leave me here to watch, right? To test the power, so Naruto started to say, but Yamato interrupted him. Then you can't make me a target. Clones 1T work either. Naruto quickly waved his hands. I wanted you to create a few targets. And it would be even better to use some houses as targets. Besides, as long as your targets can hold up, you can help the Kurama clan rebuild the Kisaragi Hill Valley. Isn't that just a tool? But he had already promised Naruto and accepted the task payment. And he was still the captain, so he had to be magnanimous. Would release. 4-pillar prison technique. In an instant, a wooden single-person prison rose up in the field. Captain Yamato, can't you make something simpler? Just one thick pillar would be fine. Hearing that the employer had other requirements, it was changed. Would release. Multiple wooden pillars. Then square wooden pillars rose from the ground one after another, and only then was Naruto satisfied. Although it didn't have much structural defense, it could still test the new ninjutsu's capability. More, Captain Yamato. Yamato helplessly continued to release ninjutsu, and Itachi and Asuma were very happy watching Yamato. After Naruto became the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, it seemed that the effect of wood release wasn't as high as before. TSK. Huh. After blowing a smoke ring, Asuma nodded, agreeing with Itachi's statement, and even being used to make a target and build a house. Really? Itachi added. Isn't it just too interesting? The two exchanged smiles, haha. The laughter caught Naruto's attention. What are you two doing? I paid for this. Don't think you can trick me just because we're familiar. You're not developing ninjutsu just for me. It's for the development of Konoha, a little sacrifice. Hurry up and start. Wasting life is the greatest cruelty to oneself. Asuma threw the cigarette, but on the ground, stomped it out, clapped his hands, and looked at Itachi. Itachi, come on. I'm ready. Oh, okay. Itachi extended his hand. His previous experience as a referee allowed him to replicate the Rasengan effortlessly. Rasengan. Itachi maintained the Rasengan, while Asuma placed his hands around it, injecting wind-release chakra into it. Be careful. The two were developing ninjutsu here, and Naruto stopped to watch, discussing in his mind with Kurama. Kurama, why aren't they using shadow clone jutsu while developing ninjutsu? What if something goes wrong? No worries. Tsunade is in Konoha. She'll step in. I don't want to rack up medical bills just to develop a ninjutsu. The cost is too high. Do you think they're confident? Have they worked together before? Probably not. I think it was your off-topic chat with Yamato that made them forget about using shadow clones. Hey, don't say that. They're Jonin. How could they forget something that even I, a Chunin, know? As Asuma injected a large amount of chakra, their cooperation faltered, disrupting the balance. Be careful. It's going to explode. Itachi released the chakra supply from the half-finished Rasengan and threw it far away. After being thrown, the Rasengan suddenly exploded on the ground, the compressed chakra rapidly expanding. Both had injected a lot of chakra, and it transformed into a big ball Rasengan, incorporating wind-release nature transformation, sending wind blades slicing through everything within a 5-meter radius. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of slicing air continued for several seconds before stopping. Dust filled the air, and once the ninjutsu dissipated, a large pit formed on the ground, with several wooden pillars caught in the blast, reduced to wood powder by the wind blades. Itachi couldn't believe this was the ninjutsu he had just created. It was amazing. He calculated the chakra consumption in his mind. Based on his chakra amount, it was about 4 times. Chapter 205, Kurama, I accidentally leveled up. Naruto walked over to cheer for the two. Wow. You guys are amazing. Just now, there was a bang, and then this happened. It's really impressive. He patted the shoulders of both, his body radiating red chakra. Demon Fox Cloak. Excitedly, Naruto said beside them. Keep going. Didn't you forget to use Shadow Clone Jutsu earlier? Don't hold back. Keep going. Let me calculate how many times I can give you chakra. Keep going. Don't hold back. Naruto was eager to see how many shadow clones the two could create while developing this ninjutsu. Upon hearing this, Itachi and Asuma felt they couldn't avoid it, and they both formed hand seals. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Itachi created 15 clones, not want to push it too far and starting with the lowest tier. Asuma, on the other hand, created 30 clones, more than Itachi. Itachi went directly to Naruto and bowed to the shadow clones. From here on out, it's all on you. Then he turned to Naruto. I want to buy something to eat. Do you like sweets? Naruto wouldn't let Itachi treat him, quickly saying, let's go together. I know a few places that are really delicious. Asuma-sensei, are you coming? Really? After Itachi finished speaking, the two started chatting and laughing as they walked off. Asuma felt a bit awkward with the extra 15 clones, wondering if it was too much. He dismissed 15 clones and hurried to catch up with the two shopping. The remaining clones found that Itachi's clones had a better idea. Let's pair up. This way, we can accumulate experience for the others. Asuma could only agree, since he didn't know how to use Rasengan. Alright, a new round of ninjutsu development begins. Kurama now had a new skill, besides transferring chakra. He could absorb the original Demon Fox cloak. This means that the cloaks left on others, after multiple uses, could carry a portion of the user's experience, as it was meant to connect their powers. After years of development, the seeds Kurama planted back then were now ready for harvest. From the chakra he just supplied to Itachi and Asuma, Kurama could clearly feel his understanding of ninjutsu had increased. Taking a deep breath, he placed his hand to his mouth. Fire release. Great fireball jutsu. With a strong blow, a fireball 2 or 3 times larger than Kurama was expelled. Naruto instantly felt a heat in his stomach. Oh, so hot, so hot. He quickly lifted his shirt, which was turning red from the heat. He rushed into the spiritual space, looking at the raging fire. Multiple shadow, clone, jutsu. 200, he created several rows surrounding the fireball. Water release. Waterfall jutsu. Instantly, 200 Narutos generated a waterfall to pour out water. Although not as much as the Great Waterfall technique, this technique was easier. One more time. Water release. Waterfall jutsu. Creating a large amount of water out of thin air, with chakra, finally extinguished the fireball. Looking at the stunned Kurama, Naruto complained, "What are you doing, old man? I'm almost cooked. Can you not play with fire at home?" Sorry. I didn't expect it to be this powerful." Kurama knew he was wrong, lowering his head as Naruto scolded him. After all, it was his home, and he should take care of it. Hearing this, Naruto felt like Kurama was showing off. Who would have thought? This could burn down half of Konoha. No problem, it won't kill anyone. What? I felt like I almost died. Don't worry, worst case. I can give you some chakra, and you'll be fine. Old man, let's change the subject, otherwise, you'll end up getting me killed. Relax. I just discovered a new way to make money. What method? Naruto called back all the shadow clones, fearing they would eavesdrop and take a share, rubbing his hands eagerly. Old man, what method is it? Selling vegetables. That doesn't seem right. Naruto was confused. Aren't you always selling? Kurama repeated, selling lessons. Look for yourself. Kurama extended a fist, and Naruto bumped fists with him. After the chakra transferred, Naruto felt his fire release and wind release ninjutsu had become a bit more proficient. Old man, what is this? This is the Demon Fox cloak I distributed back then. They have been wearing it, leaving behind their ninjutsu experience information. Once this accumulates, we can harvest it. What you just did was great. Naruto felt confused but couldn't show it now. So that's how it is. Old man, you're amazing. You can do this. You really are the most powerful of the tailed beasts. Truly a super amazing old man who can do anything. After a round of flattery, Kurama, who was initially reserved, slowly raised his head, a smile spreading across his face, slowly revealing his large canine teeth. Ah, with just one move, I become this powerful. I'm really helpless. It's all because I'm too strong. There's nothing I can do. Haha, exactly. You're the strongest. So what should we do next? Everyone in the entire Konoha, give me clothing. 1 Demon Fox cloak for each person. If you don't have enough chakra, I'll give it to you for free. Everyone work for me. And then, collect money to sell ninjutsu knowledge. No matter what type. Even if you want to improve your secret ninjutsu abilities, I can get you experience. The corner of the big fox's mouth couldn't be controlled anymore. Haha. By then I want everyone in Konoha, even a low-ranking ninja, to only know the body replacement technique. As long as he has enough chakra for the body replacement technique, the enemy won't be able to kill him. Oh. My lord is the strongest. I want to learn Flying Thunder God. Kurama's face changed instantly. Where did that child's previous keen insight go? Getting too carried away has made him lose his composure. He needs to be taught a lesson. With a swipe of his tail, he knocked Naruto away. Go away. When Naruto came to his senses, Itachi and Asuma had been waiting for a while, not knowing what had happened to Naruto. Naruto looked at the two of them. Brother Itachi, teacher Asuma, I seem to have become stronger. He stretched out both hands, with his left hand using Wind Blade, and his right hand emitting a small flame. This meant that Naruto's nature transformation had reached the level of being able to control it at will. Itachi, shocked, activated his Sharingan to look at Naruto. Are you still Naruto? Asuma was almost dumbfounded. Did someone really reach such a high level of proficiency so easily after practicing for 2.5 years? This is cheating. Chapter 206. Big Eater challenged Naruto enjoyed the envious gazes of the two while eating sweets with them. Life is really beautiful now. Naruto took out a walkie-talkie and switched to channel 2. preparing to tell them this good news. Attention everyone, attention everyone. This is Naruto, this is Naruto. I have developed a new ability that concerns everyone. Come to the exchange place tomorrow morning. Come to the exchange place tomorrow morning. Points exchange. First come, first served. After Naruto finished speaking, he turned off the walkie-talkie, and all the ninjas in Konoha had no idea what Naruto was doing. Some went to ask Shikamaru, who didn't know. Some went to the Hokage, who also didn't know. At this moment, information was particularly important. Itachi and Asuma, being among the first to know what Naruto was up to, Itachi decided to send a shadow clone to explain the situation to the Hokage, to prevent Kakashi from worrying. The batch of shadow clones were still training in pairs, and both Itachi and Asuma were seasoned experts. Developing a ninjutsu that only required cooperation seemed quite simple. Itachi's Sharingan could clearly see how much chakra Asuma released each time, and they communicated to improve. Once the chakra was exhausted and the technique was lifted, they would bring experience to the next batch. Truly a well-calculated training session. Naruto just waited for them to finish developing the skills so he could use shadow clones for batch training, while redistributing a large amount of Nine Tails chakra to each ninja. He also collected their previous experiences. He also had the shadow clones train new ninjutsu. Finally, the day of the Big Eater finals arrived. In the broadcasting hall on the third floor of the Konoha Village TV station, the professional team was ready, and the host, Ebisu, walked onto the stage with a microphone. Welcome everyone to tune in to the #1 variety show sponsored exclusively by the Konoha Cultural Creative Group, the Big Eater Challenge. I am your host, Ebisu. The audience erupted in applause, and after everyone calmed down a bit, Ebisu took out his little card. Today is our Big Eater Finals. The first segment is different from the past. Our investors will personally come down to compete with the contestants. So, who will it be? Please welcome our ace challenger. Suddenly, a dozen figures appeared in the arena, engaging in fierce combat. After a flurry of strikes, one person finally appeared in the center of the stage, facing away from the audience. Ebisu wiped his sweat. No one told me he would use shadow clones for an opening act. Can someone who got beaten up by his own shadow clone really turn around? After waiting for a moment and seeing Naruto not moving, Ebisu had no choice but to announce his name. He is. At this moment, the musicians cooperatively played a tense drum beat. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto used Nine Tails chakra to heal his injuries, but he still felt a bit off. Transformation technique. Everyone saw a cloud of smoke around Naruto, and he transformed from facing away from the audience to facing them. The director didn't expect an accident to happen right at the start, and Naruto's face twitched a bit due to the pain. The audience erupted in applause, and people in front of their TVs were also watching. It's Naruto. He paid to directly participate in the finals. Wow, that's impressive. He's really rich. Of course, the prize money he invested is several hundred million. Wasn't it only 20 million at first? It was changed later. You didn't know that? There can't be any foul play, right? Impossible. The Hokage is present, using the transformation technique to disguise himself while slowly recovering chakra. Naruto finally completed the opening act. Ebisu also breathed a sigh of relief. Now, let's introduce our contestants. The first contestant, ranked #1 in popularity, the Hokage. Kakashi. A group of girls screamed at the sight of the Hokage. No one knows what method the Hokage used to eat while wearing a mask, which has become the biggest controversy of the show since it began. It really is the Hokage. Why do you always add hey when you speak? That mask is obviously the Hokage's. I almost didn't recognize him without his mask on Hokage Rock. Has Hokage Rock been completed? The second contestant, also a popular professional contestant on our show, Akimichi Choji. As a member of the Akimichi clan, he relied on his professional advantages to clear the rounds and gained a lot of fans. That's the result of special training. Akimichi Choji sat in the audience watching his son, feeling very happy. Go for it. The Akimichi clan in front of the TV cheered for Choji. Go Choji. The third contestant is Jiraiya. As one of the legendary three, he managed to clear the rounds, truly deserving of being one of the legendary three. Jiraiya. Tsunade below felt that this host should stop mentioning the legendary three, her fists cracking. The fourth contestant, Tetsu. As a great gatekeeper of Konoha, he has steadfastly held his position day after day, surprising everyone with his incredible potential. The fifth contestant, Uchiha Sasuke. The talented brother of Uchiha Itachi, a subordinate of the Hokage, and a companion of Naruto. Hearing Ebisu's introduction, Sasuke felt a bit angry. Why is he always living in someone else's shadow? Sasuke finally appeared. The Uchiha clan members were all cheering for Sasuke in front of the TV. If they were at the scene, their aloof demeanor would not be present. Ebisu, still oblivious, continued introducing. Next up, Hinata Hyuga. As the young lady of the Hyuga clan, she has excellent taijutsu skills and is great at cooking. This is also her first time showcasing her talents outside of being a ninja. From previous confrontations, it's clear that she hasn't used her full strength yet. My daughter. Ha ha. Hinata was happily drinking alone in front of the television, one cup after another. The seventh contestant, Kankuro from a sand village. No one can understand how he, a puppet master with a weak physique, made it to the finals of the eating competition. He must be the one who supports the sand village. He is the biggest dark horse in this competition. The entire sand village was excited, cheering for Kankuro. Truly impressive, being the son of the fourth Kazekage. But for Rasha, what is so impressive about an eating competition? It's just about being able to eat a lot. The eighth contestant is impressive too, Shino Aburame. The Aburame clan quietly cheered for Shino from the audience. Looking at Hebe, why isn't he saying anything? Is it so unprofessional here? After introducing Shino's name, Hebe was stunned. Suddenly, a voice from the director came through his earpiece. Hurry up and say your lines. We have bugs in the control room. His greatest ability is being low-key. Yes, that's right. He is so low-key that no one knows how he got here. Let's invite the 9 contestants to decide today as first champion of the Konoha Big Eater Challenge. Who will ultimately win the title of Big Eater? Who will take home the grand prize of 300 million Ryo? Let's wait and see. This program is exclusively sponsored by Konoha Cultural Group. For novels, comics, anime, and films, trust Konoha Cultural Group. Thanks to Ice Boiled Lamb Hot Pot for their strong support of this program. For Hot Pot, go to Ice Boiled Lamb Hot Pot. And if you're worried about heat, drink Vortex Herbal Tea. Thanks to Konoha Casino for safeguarding the prize money. Konoha Casino, the fairest casino in the universe. During the program, members enjoy a 50% discount on fees, and points are doubled. Next, let us move on to our first segment. Invincible Fried Pork Chop. A group of staff quickly came up to set the scene. Each contestant had their own seat and dining table. Then, professional hostesses came up with a large plate covered with a lid for the contestants. After seeing that everything was ready, Hebe began to introduce the contestants. The Invincible Fried Pork Chop is made from thick-cut pork that has been marinated in advance, and then cooked slowly at low temperatures to ensure the pork absorbs the flavor of the seasonings without losing its juices. This creates a rich and profound flavor. And then it is coated in breadcrumbs and deep-fried to make a supersized fried pork chop, which will definitely surprise the contestants. Hostesses, please place your hands on the lids. When I count to 1, you will uncover the lids, and then our contestants will start eating. The one who takes the least time will advance to the next round. 3 contestants will be eliminated in this round. Please get ready. 3, 2, 1. The competition begins. The hostesses quickly lifted the lids, revealing a supersized fried pork chop that was 5 centimeters thick and 10 centimeters in diameter. The others quickly picked up their pork chops and began to feast. Our Hokage is skillfully wielding his knife and fork over the pork chop. We can only see its size decreasing steadily, with only small pieces being cut off each time. Yet we can't see the mask being lifted. It's simply unbelievable. What amazing knife skills the Hokage has. How is he eating the food so effortlessly, like magic? Truly impressive. The audience gasped. Were they witnessing? It's Jiraiya. Jiraiya also cut his pork chop into thick pieces and swallowed them whole like a frog. But this isn't the only competition. I wonder if his method will affect the upcoming rounds. Look quickly. What is Sasuke Uchiha doing? He is actually crossing his arms and not moving. What is he doing? Everyone can only see Sasuke with his arms crossed and his eyes slightly closed. Hebe suddenly shouted. He is letting the other contestants go. Contestant Sasuke truly has a big heart. He is being so humble at a time like this. Truly worthy of the Uchiha. The remaining contestants started cutting and eating their thick pork chops with knives and forks, slowly enjoying them. According to Hebe's rules, this competition is not about who finishes first, but rather about who finishes among the last 3. So, one needs information about everyone to gain an advantage by knowing how fast others eat. Naruto participated in the competition based on his own ability, focusing on the spirit of participation. As long as he can eat everything, he will be satisfied. The audience on site and those in front of the television were cheering for the contestants, and the atmosphere gradually became tense. The Hokage was the first to finish. His speed was truly incredible. Is this the Hokage's strategy? Finishing early means resting early, allowing for more digestion time. Jiraiya also finished. Truly impressive. Both of them. Who will be the third? The third to finish is Choji Akimichi. Choji Akimichi, The power of the Akimichi clan is not to be underestimated. Their strength is truly profound. The fourth is Naruto Uzumaki. The fifth is Hinata Hyuga. The sixth is Shino Aburame. The seventh is Sasuke Uchiha. The eighth is Kankuro. And the ninth is Tetsu Tetsu. Truly worthy of being the gatekeeper of Konoha, Tetsu Tetsu took ninth place, but anyone who made it this far has strength. That is already impressive. Since this is a speed round, it's not yet a true test of raw strength. With 3 contestants eliminated, we are left with 6 contestants. They still seem to have energy left, who will ultimately win the grand prize. Our second round is Giant Fragrant Barbecue. While Hebe explained, the hostesses came up to clear the plates from earlier, clean the tables, and prepared for the next segment, bringing out a large platter of new food. This time our barbecue uses a special cow that loves to listen to music, and we invited the super skilled barbecue master, Tigarashi, to prepare it live for everyone. Let us welcome Tigarashi to the stage. Naruto thought the name sounded familiar. Isn't that the chubby kid? Hello everyone. I'm Tigarashi, and today I'm here to prepare top quality barbecue. After introducing himself, Hebe invited Tigarashi to a spot next to the cooking area, and at that moment, a hostess came up with a scroll and with a bang, set up a complete set of barbecue utensils. The audience was instantly impressed by the hostess who could use ninjutsu. Only Niji widened his eyes. It's 10-10. Lee rubbed his eyes. It really is 10-10. When did she become a hostess? 10-10 clapped the scroll and summoned over 10 pounds of prep beef, handing it to Tigarashi. She then pulled out several small scrolls from her ninja tool pouch, and with a fireball jutsu, lit the charcoal that was already prepared. Once Hebe saw everything was ready, he returned to the center of the stage. Next, the contestants can customize their barbecue flavors, decide whether to add lettuce, and choose their dipping sauces. They can mix and match as they please, with the requirement to finish everything to advance to the next elimination round. In this round, there are no elimination quotas. As long as they finish eating, they are good. Please open the dishes in front of the contestants. After the hostesses lifted the lids from the contestants' plates, there was a supersized barbecue platter containing pre-cut beef and special marinated secret beef, as well as seafood, shrimp, shellfish, and a large fish. The weight of the beef reached 3 pounds, and the seafood also weighed 3 pounds, with the requirement to finish it all. Let us begin. The hostesses all lifted the platters in front of the contestants and handed them to Tigarashi. It is very easy for Fujiwataro to grill food for 6 people at the same time. Shadow clone technique. In an instant, 6 shadow clones appeared, while he walked over to the etiquette lady to arrange their actions. The contestants soon saw the etiquette ladies asking about the doneness of the grilled meat, sauce choices, and whether to add vegetables. There is a lot of knowledge involved here. Some sauces can be quite rich and may make the contestants thirsty. Additionally, certain cuts can be greasy, so the etiquette ladies would inform the contestants, emphasizing that it's all about using their brains. A big eater not only needs to be able to eat, but also needs to know how to eat. As the Hokage, Kakashi has a natural advantage. With his Byakugan and Sharingan, he can see all of Fujiwataro's movements and the doneness of the meat, allowing him to choose the most advantageous parts for himself. Chapter 207, The Gluttonous Nine Tails. Kakashi can manage his time and select the best grilled meat for himself. Meat grilled for a long time becomes tough, loses moisture, and is hard to chew, but is smaller in size. Meat grilled for a short time retains more moisture, is juicier, and is larger in size. When faced with 3 pounds of meat and 3 pounds of seafood, the difference becomes significant. Ebisu stands at the center of the stage with Gyotaro. Each etiquette lady in front of the contestants records their requests and communicates them to the respective shadow clone, who completes the final dishes for Fujiwataro. Besides grilling meat, are you doing anything else? The microphone was handed to Gyotaro. I used to manage the Konoha Cultural and Creative Group with Lord Danzo. I was one of the earliest members, and many of Itachi's works were created by me. Oh, so you're a writer. What is your pen name? Can you introduce it to everyone? My pen name is I Love Eating Cilantro, and my representative works include the world's richest man who can't use ninjutsu in the world of the wealthy, among others. After this revelation, the Konoha ninjas re-evaluated this chubby guy, and the news spread quickly. Ninjas from various countries and commoners alike came to know of Konoha's little chubby guy's prowess, and even the Akatsuki organization had its eyes on him. The audience below exclaimed, "Wow, so this book was written by him. No wonder he doesn't treat money like money. Do you know who his father is? The king of beef noodles. Your information is outdated. Naruto has already invested. Do you know about that boiled lamb dish at the start? Naruto and his dad partnered on that. Wow, Does Naruto really have such an investment eye? Impressive. Naruto was still waiting for the grilled meat, unable to hear the chaotic noise below when he was training and had left the money matters to Shikamaru. Unintentionally, he had invested. Half of Konoha's industries had his shares, which is why the bosses were so enthusiastic when Naruto went to steal food in the scrolls. The bosses turned their loans into shares in one move. No need to repay the money, and they could also join Naruto's benefit system, which accelerated the construction of Konoha's card system. I also want to eat Naruto. The Ninetales looked at the grilled meat and seafood, unable to resist wanting to eat a bit. Old man, if you go on stage, doesn't that mean we lose? Are you stupid? The TV station is yours. The big eater competition is also yours. You bought the meat and the seafood. If Zabuza doesn't sell it, isn't it also yours? The director will handle it. Trust their professionalism. Why is it taking so long, etiquette lady? Can you let him grill some seafood for me first? All right, please wait a moment. She went to arrange for Naruto to grill seafood first. Ebisu noticed Naruto's change and loudly explained, "What is contestant Naruto doing? He's grilling seafood. Is there a purpose to this, Mr. Fujiwataro?" To be honest, seafood is easier to digest than grilled meat, and seafood mainly consists of protein, which is more tender than meat. So, Naruto's approach might be aimed at aiding digestion sooner. Look, he asked for some lemon. Yes, adding lemon to it. This enhances the seafood's freshness and sweetness and aids digestion. Truly impressive. Naruto. Before Fujiwataro could finish speaking, red chakra emerged from Naruto's body. It transformed into a fox head, then formed a body, and the entire Ninetales appeared beside Naruto. Fujiwataro's mind went blank. Naruto, he actually did it. The Ninetales glanced at him, releasing an ominous chakra that sent chills down everyone's spine. My life is over. The director's room sensed something was off and quickly prompted Ebisu. Why are you just standing there? Say something. This is turning into a production accident. The Ninetales retracted his evil aura, transforming back into a small fox that spreads light and love, smiling at the camera. Big fox smile. The director just informed that due to a signal failure, the image stopped, but it has now been repaired. Fujiwataro didn't dare to breathe, fearing for his life, wondering if he had made a mistake and needing to make up for it. Now, we can see contestant Naruto sharing our grilled meat and seafood with the Ninetales, showcasing just how good the ingredients and cooking skills are, earning the appearance of the Ninetales. Ebisu was stunned. This could be turned into a special program. No way. Our cooking level could actually earn the Ninetales recognition. His appearance is the biggest acknowledgement of this competition. The audience felt their spirits revived. They quickly applauded, clapping. According to the competition rules, as long as the contestants can finish the grilled meat within the allotted time, they succeed. The Ninetales felt that Ebisu was a bit out of touch, glancing at him while taking a bit of time from eating grilled meat and seafood. However, the fact that this competition could attract the Ninetales to share food led the director's team to decide to add an extra seat as a taster for the audience. Fujiwataro also sent out a shadow clone to prepare dishes specifically for the Ninetales. The etiquette lady watched the Ninetales eat quickly, serving him the previously unbeatable fried pork chop once more. It was gone in just a few bites. Not bad. The Ninetales actually said not bad. He said it was not bad. It looked so delicious. This scene began to spread throughout Konoha via television, reaching Sunagakure. Gaara and Shikaku were watching TV together, and this scene angered Shikaku. That stinky fox actually went to participate in your human program and ate delicious food. Shikaku's saliva began to flow, turning into quicksand along his body. This is hopeless. Shikaku mocked the Ninetales, saliva continuously dripping down. Gaara, can you also host such a TV program? Or we can go to Konoha for a meal. I just don't want to lose to that stinky fox. Next time, he'll definitely mock me, laughing at me for not having eaten grilled meat properly. Gaara lowered his head, looking at Kankaro's determined eating and feeling a bit envious. All right. The commoners in Sunagakure watched the Ninetales eating on TV, finding it very cute. A little girl drooled, pointing at the TV and saying to her mother, "The little fox is so cute when it eats. I want a pet like that." Yeah, it seems like that Ninetales who liked snowball fights before. I didn't expect it to be so cute when eating. Now it has become the gluttonous Ninetales. The way Kurama eats has been widely spread, and even other tail beasts have started to improve in human Shinjo. Chapter 208, Hinata's Champion. Ebisu breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing he had prepared some extra ingredients. Now our contestants have started to enjoy the delicious grilled meat and seafood, and influenced by Naruto, some contestants have also adopted the method of starting with seafood. Kakashi, For a long time, unable to see his hands, had shadows flying over the grilled meat. And the grilled meat brought by the hostess with good sauces and lettuce was disappearing bit by bit. Truly worthy of the Hokage. His technique is still so crisp and neat. Jiraiya was feeling a bit overwhelmed, but still wanted to eat more seafood. And in front of him were all grilled oysters. Choji was still eating grilled meat at a leisurely pace, while Shino had started with seafood. Hinata was alternating between grilled meat and seafood, enjoying the changing tastes and flavors, and was having a great time eating. All the contestants were eating diligently, and it was now obvious that Lord Jiraiya might not be able to eat anymore. Jiraiya had to gather his hands and said, "I forfeit." The first contestant to be complete in this round, Lord Jiraiya. Let us give him a round of applause. At this moment, Kurama said to the hostess, "Grill all his meat. I don't have enough to eat here." After a while, once all the meat was grilled, the Nine Tails dragged the plate of grilled meat with 3 tails to the edge of the audience. Do you want to eat grilled meat? Yes. Do you want to eat seafood? Yes. Those who want to eat, raise your hands. Let me see where you are. A flurry of hands went up. The Nine Tails directly transformed his tails into hands, delivering grilled meat to the audience. The first audience member took a bite and was flushed with delight. So delicious. Give me one. Give me one. The atmosphere on site got increasingly lively. The director cleverly broadcasted this, making the people in front of the TV furious. Our Kurama is sharing the food that the contestants can't finish with the audience. We will not waste anything, please rest assured. After saying this, it only made those not present even angrier. Most of the kids pointed at the TV, "I want to eat too." The adults had no choice but to agree. The atmosphere on site was explosive. Even the host was fed a piece of grilled meat by Kurama, and this grilled meat was really delicious. As the competition progressed, contestants finished eating one after another, and our Hokage finished eating. Congratulations to Kakashi for being the first to finish. Who will be the second to finish? Let's discuss enthusiastically below. This program is brought to you by, after reading the advertisement again, the second contestant to finish is Choji. He is now in second place. One by one, Naruto, Shino, and Hinata also finished eating, and to be fair, the portion that Kurama snatched from Naruto was replenished by the hostess. So, except for contestant Jiraiya, the other contestants have entered our final round, the ramen challenge. At this moment, a group of people came to remove the barbecue grill and replaced it with new cooking utensils. Every 5 minutes, the hostess would bring a bowl of noodles, and if they didn't finish in the allotted time, they would be eliminated. This time, they used Ichiraku ramen, and contestants could choose their flavors according to their preferences. Now, please let the hostess ask about the types of the first 10 bowls of noodles, and let the owner and his daughter Ayam prepare for everyone. Naruto was quite happy to see the handmade uncle, not expecting the finals to be with Uncle Ichiraku. Their S actually Ichiraku ramen. That S awesome. So, are we going to compete in the number of bowls now? I didn't expect it to be ramen. When the hostess came to ask, everyone started ordering according to their preferences. Ebisu took advantage of the free time to take over the process. Okay, now the final dish is starting to be prepared. Because our store owner is an ordinary person, he can't use shadow clones like T-Katar. Please wait a moment while we check on the contestants. Ebisu first approached Kakashi and asked, "How does it feel now that the competition has reached this point, Hokage?" It's really delicious. I didn't expect there to be seafood. That was unexpected. Is the Hokage so interested in seafood? Let's see what other contestants have to say. Choji, you've been in the top 3 throughout this competition. How do you feel now? Choji's eyes were lit with fire. The competition is awesome. I can eat more. He made a gesture with his hand. Our contestants are quite satisfied with the competition. Let us see what other contestants think. Hinata, as the only girl in this competition, what are your thoughts? Hinata thought for a moment. Everyone is really amazing. Let us all do our best together. All right. Hinata is still prioritizing friendship over competition. It's not easy to get this far in the competition. Let us give Hinata a round of applause. Taking advantage of everyone's attention being drawn away, Kurama moved, getting up from his seat to watch the ramen being made. So, Shino, what do you think of this competition? Shino looked up at Ebisu, then turned to the camera. Did you catch me? Although Ebisu's voice was there, the camera was currently focused on Kurama, who was lying on the counter at Ichiraku, waiting for the food to be ready. This mischievous scene was captured by the camera, stealing the spotlight from Shino. Kurama really likes Ichiraku ramen, doesn't he? Truly the gluttonous Nine Tails. Now, let us bring our focus back to you, Shino. What are your thoughts on this competition? When the camera returned to Shino, he felt a bit shy under everyone's gaze. Not bad. Well said. Now, let us interview the last contestant, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto, say a few words. When a microphone was handed over, Naruto wasn't ready yet. And since the host asked me to say a few words, then I'll just say a few words. Ebisu regretted it and slapped himself. When Naruto asked, "What's wrong?" Ebisu grabbed the microphone. "All right, thank you, Naruto, for your ramblings, truly worthy of the founder of the Konoha Cultural and Creative Group. Let us express our gratitude to Danzo." Kurama's wait was rewarded. Now he was eating the special ramen. Our hostess also began to bring the contestants their first bowl of ramen, the finals of this big eater challenge. Round 3. Now it begins. You can see the contestants eating quite fast. After the challenges of the first 2 rounds, they are now competing with their final strength. No one will lose. They have already surpassed most contestants to stand on this stage, and they are eating very quickly. The sound of everyone eating ramen was very loud, reaching every ear in the venue, and resonating in the hearts of everyone in front of the television. So delicious, this ramen is better than the previous ones. Looking at their expressions, it was simply the ultimate enjoyment. Incredible. They have eaten so much yet still have an appetite for ramen. How delicious must this ramen be? Suddenly, there was a commotion watching the contestants eat, hearing the sounds of them slurping noodles, and the rich broth made everyone involuntarily drool. The side dishes for this ramen were specially prepared in advance by Fujicho Taro, featuring grilled meat and seafood snacks. If there are any leftover ingredients, they will also be shared with the audience present. So please be patient and watch the competition. The control from Ebisu kept the audience calm. The contestants received a bowl every 5 minutes, continuing to eat bowl after bowl. The empty bowls beside them slowly piled up. Now everyone has reached their 5th bowl. Having previously consumed a 1-pound giant fried pork cutlet, 3 pounds of special grilled meat, and 3 pounds of seafood barbecue. Although there was some moisture loss during the grilling process, the contestants managed to get through these challenges. This is the final challenge. They're not just competing for the championship, but also challenging themselves. Finally, the first contestant couldn't hold on anymore. Shino has reached his limit. Medical team. Shino has already started to vomit noodles. The scene is too brutal to broadcast. Shino's collapse also had an impact on the other contestants. Who will be the next to fall? Kakashi looked at the endless noodles and realized he couldn't eat anymore. He raised his hand to signal his withdrawal. Ebisu, I can't eat anymore. Oh, Kakashi can't eat anymore. He is going to forfeit. Here, Ebisu did not refer to him as Hokage, but simply used his name, avoiding any public pressure on Konoha. All right, Kakashi has stood up to leave the stage, and the competition continues. Now, it's the 8th bowl. Everyone is still eating, but it's becoming a struggle. Naruto is starting to feel full. The previous meat was quite a burden for him. He had no choice but to raise his hand. Host, I can't eat anymore. Naruto raised his hand after reaching the 8th bowl, forfeiting. Now we have 2 contestants left, a Kimichi Choji and another contestant, Hyuga Hinata. The 2 contestants are in the final showdown. Who will be this eating champion? Let us take a commercial break, and we'll be back with more excitement. Kurama had eaten enough and returned to Naruto's side, wondering why he couldn't continue. It's foolish to compete knowing you can't win. The competition continues. Hinata is elegantly eating her bowls of noodles at a steady pace of 1 every 5 minutes, bowl after bowl. Choji, on the other hand, is looking increasingly unwell. Ebisu noticed Choji's condition and called for the medical team. The medical team rushed over and got ready while Choji and Hinata continued eating bowl after bowl. Bowl 12, bowl 14, bowl 15. And then Choji suddenly collapsed and started vomiting noodles. The medical team was very skilled. They quickly stabilized Niji first. Then they carried him away for treatment, as it wouldn't be good if the patient suddenly woke up and it got out. Choji collapsed while eating his 15th bowl of noodles. So now I announce that the champion of the first Konoha Great Eating Challenge is Hinata Hyuga. Hinata is the champion. Hinata is the champion. Hinata is the champion. The grand prize for this competition is 300 million Ryo. Now our guest will present the grand prize and medal to contestant Hinata. At that moment, Danzo emerged from the shadows, handing Hinata an oversized check and a trophy. Congratulations to contestant Hinata for overcoming all obstacles to win this competition. After all the contestants recover, they will come on stage for a group photo. The previous chefs quickly took the stage, removing the contestant seats to set up cooking stations to prepare noodles, barbecue, and fried pork cutlets for the audience, who enjoyed the food, and the entire event was live-streamed. 300 million. Amazing. Truly deserving of the title of Eating Champion. I'm sure her strength is not just limited to this. Ebisu watched as everyone began to play around, losing any sense of order, while Itachi read through the advertisements. Welcome to this program. If you at home also want to win the grand prize, you can check out other shows. Thank you all for your support. This competition has come to a successful conclusion. The directors also breathed a sigh of relief and began to join in on grabbing some delicious food from the chefs. Naruto and Kurama rushed to the venue exit to block people. When the audience came out, everyone changed into a fox spirit outfit. Chapter 209. Fox Sage Mode. Naruto looked at Kurama and asked, "Isn't it a bit disrespectful to still call it a fox spirit outfit?" Kurama tilted his head. "I don't mind. Why do you care?" "Well, I care a lot. Calling it a fox spirit outfit feels like it's talking about me. I've been called that since I was little. It's so annoying. Then let us call it Fox Sage Mode. I'm a sage now." "Fox Sage Mode? Sounds pretty good. It feels like my status just got elevated. Really nice." Naruto picked up the intercom and started promoting that the Fox Spirit outfit is officially renamed to Fox Sage Mode. At the Exchange Center, the upgraded mode can now reach 2 tails of Fox Sage Mode. "Did I say I'd give you 2 tails? The kid has grown up and is making his own decisions now. Hey, you have so much chakra. Just let them grow up on their own." As soon as Naruto said this, Kurama remembered the monk that was a pseudo-Jinchuriki at the Fire Temple and thought he should hurry to befriend him. "It's up to you. Manage your chakra however you want." I suddenly remembered something happy. He decided not to bother with Naruto's charging rules. He had watched so many excellent financial movies and should know what to do. Orochimaru should be checked out. As long as he can figure out how to use the white Zetsu, even a harmless use of Hashirama SLs would be fine to give to Sure Sway once every 2 hours without using the Heavenly God and not having to worry about blindness. Orochimaru must have lifted the seal on his hands by now. The snake shedding technique is just playing with a godlike bug skill, so he could summon previous Hokage to ask about some things, and attending classes would be good too. Then he would go to the Fire Temple to continue spreading light and love while conveniently taking care of some of the black market. The Shell Organization sounds like a money-making organization, and it's even more professional than Akatsuki. Such a professional organization has been controlled by Otsutsuki Ishiki since the Otsutsuki era, claiming to do research. But to do research, they need money, so the black market fits all these characteristics, continuously existing, making money, and secretly plotting. First, secretly figure out the black market, and then swiftly take them down while also worrying about Akatsuki and Obito's countermeasures, which is quite troublesome. Orochimaru's technology is still needed. Whether it's Hashirama cells or researchers, they all require Orochimaru. I should also communicate more with my other siblings. I have Chakra now. I haven't really talked with him. I wonder if he can feel it. The 2 tails is still in the land of lightning, together with the 8 tails Gyuki. The 3 tails Isabu will soon revive in 2 years, and the 4 tails Son Goku is with the wandering ninja in the Earth Village. The 5 tails Kokuo is with Han. The 6 tails Saiken is with the Mist Village SF, and the 7 tails CH Mei is with the Takigakure Kage. They're all quite easy to find. Collecting their chakras, I can open a chat space myself, and then find a way to give Naruto the power of Yang. The D-Jutsu represents the method of use, not the source of power. Although Naruto has Yang attributes, it doesn't mean he has Yang power. Sage Mode represents Sage power. When I can use the 10 tails mode, perhaps I can bring Yang and Yin power to Naruto to enhance Naruto's strength and also improve his own power, then strengthen Konoha and finally elevate the entire ninja world. They will naturally become stronger after being beaten up. The United States does this, and the results are remarkable. Threats are very useful, provided they understand our might. There are still 2 years left, and the original plot starts capturing tailed beasts before the resurrection of the 3 tails, so it should be the same now. It's impossible to capture Shikaku early because it would alert the enemy. Now that Akatsuki has lost the rogue ninja Itachi, Obito might not exist either. Obito should be directly controlling things behind the scenes using Madar's name. There are still 2 or 3 years left. Time is passing so slowly. During this period, the tasks to be done include Orochimaru's research, Naruto's jutsu development, and the overall training of Naruto and Konoha. The external combat plan to obtain the Grial Stone should trigger soon, aiming to acquire the technological power of the entire mobile fortress and a whole vein of Grial Stone. Then there's the hero water from Takigakure combined with the Jinchuriki, Fu. We need to find traces of the Sky Country and get our hands on the 0 tails and the 8 gates of Duinjia. The flying devices of the Sky Country can greatly enhance the strength of Konoha ninjas. By then, we can equip them all, and then connect the communication stations and lines of other small countries, so they can call for help if anything happens, allowing us to ask for more rewards later. We need to find Buha. This kid will take 3 to 4 years to develop the Oni-Yara technique, which is too slow. We should catch him, make friends, and have him inherit the will of fire to avoid causing trouble later. After these tasks, we can collect the blood of all the bloodline limit ninjas in the ninja world for research material. Additionally, we need to investigate the power of the dragon veins in the ancient country of Lulon and Sunagakure. This wave of attacks from Akatsuki can basically be dealt with. Then, gathering the research capabilities of Orochimaru, Tobirama, Kabuto, and Buha, along with collecting more research talent from the ninja world, I can gather all the talents in the ninja world. With Orochimaru and Shursui, it seems like anything is possible. The steps should be detailed in the plan. Thinking too much suddenly can make one confused, and taking big strides can easily lead to setbacks. A towering building rises from the ground. Orochimaru should first acquire Hashirama cells to improve the Uchiha clan and enhance overall strength. Soon, there will be incidents involving the Grial Stone and the Hero Water. I almost forgot a key ninjutsu, the peacock technique from the Star Ninja Village. Although it's worse than the flying ninja tools from the Sky Country, it can actually fly, which is pretty good. Then there's the formation of the second batch of researchers to continue developing ninjutsu. Incorporating Jiraiya's travels and my 10 Tails plan, we still lack the chakra of the 3 Tails, which we need to wait for. Then, we will travel to various countries to gain experience. At least we need to eliminate the black market within these 2 years. We need to find the ruins of the Sky Country and take Team 8 and Team 10 to eliminate the Sky Country, absorbing all its technological power and obtaining the 0 Tails and 8 Gates of Duinjia. The remaining tasks will be related to Naruto's growth and the events of Shippuden. By then, there will still be many things to deal with. The Akatsuki organization hasn't emerged yet, and I have no need to confront them. I hope they won't be scared and will show their strength to fight with my little brothers. The chakra armor, made from the Grial Stone, provides defense. The flying ninja tools from the Sky Country are unbeatable. Konoha's ninjutsu scrolls provide long-range attacks, and my Fox Age mode serves as chakra supply. Even newly graduated kids can defeat them. Hey. Chapter 210. A year ago, Naruto was still training, updating his Fox Age mode. Now Naruto has applied for his own dedicated channel and released Shikamaru, allowing Team 10 to carry out missions. Every day, there are things for Naruto to do. So he opens Channel 12 to communicate directly with him. The weather is getting colder, and it seems this year is coming to an end. Time passes day by day. With the help of Kurama, Itachi and Asuma are improving their understanding of ninjutsu and assisting Naruto in developing techniques. Those who are smart should use their brains more. Most of what Naruto collects are the understandings of ordinary ninjas. Trading knowledge has become popular, but even if you receive it, your brain remembers it, and at critical moments. You need to recall it and successfully use it with your body, which is still quite a gap. Many people are still trading ninjutsu knowledge every day, but later Naruto found it annoying and changed it to Sundays. The first new year after graduation is approaching. Snowflakes have unknowingly covered Konoha, dressing the earth in silver. Naruto, get up. Naruto wanted to sleep a little longer. Is someone looking for him so early? Who is it? He walked to the window and opened it, finding his classmates. Hinata. Naruto quickly changed his clothes and rushed out. Wow, look at how fast Naruto came down. It seems he only saw Hinata, someone teased, making both of them a little embarrassed. Woof, woof woof. Akamaru seemed to suggest that Kiba should say less since he is still single. Kiba was scolded by his own dog. Is being single a crime? Sasuke was flanked by Sakura and Ino, with the two on either side of him. Shikamaru and CHG were on one side eating chips, and Niji, Lee, and Tenten were also there. Everyone has come. Yeah, we were just waiting for you. Today we are going shopping to prepare for the new year. Oh, that's great. Let's go eat at the Hot Pot restaurant today. Everyone has worked hard this year. My treat. Yay. CHG instantly felt that the chips in his hand weren't tasty anymore. That's awesome. Sasuke nodded, and Sakura and Ino also agreed. Yeah, that's great. Sounds good. Tenten thought it was good. As the director of the Ninja Tool Development Bureau, her living conditions now are much better than Lee and Niji's. Lee and Niji nodded too. Lee said, we can't drink. We absolutely can't drink. Tenten and Niji nodded seriously, and everyone secretly asked about the situation. Then talked about Lee causing a scene while drunk. Every year we gather for a meal, and every year is different. Our lives are getting better and better. Of course, Kurama's recipes have never disappointed. He used to guide me in my mind, and now he can eat with us. Thank you, Kurama. Thank you, Kurama. At the dining table, Kurama had dinner with everyone and mentioned some follow-up tasks, also putting forward many new requirements for the young ones. Strength continues to be high. You can directly ask Naruto for ninjutsu and just practice it yourself. Then enhance your physical condition and increase your chakra for future preparations. The enemies will become stronger. After this gathering, Kurama took the opportunity to communicate with Naruto about future plans that night. Naruto, I have some plans for the future. You can take a look. After speaking, he extended a fist. Naruto understood what Kurama was trying to do after bumping fists with him, and Kurama proudly showcased his plans. Raising his head high, you can ask anything about what I want to arrange. Naruto, upon hearing that he could ask anything, thought, how can I resurrect my parents? Kurama felt a bit awkward and asked Orochimaru. Next question then, how to find that Burhua? Kurama's head began to lower as he looked at Naruto. Find Orochimaru. How can? I told you to find Orochimaru. Naruto was suddenly brought out by Kurama. Old man, you asked me to ask. I'll let you ask. But I didn't say I would tell you. Just asking things I don't know. I originally wanted to show off, but what's the point? After being refused, Naruto felt quite happy. After all, Kurama was genuinely thinking about him. Kurama had even prepared training techniques, development plans, and plans for the next 3 years. Naruto lay in bed feeling happy. What more could he want? As long as he made friends with some people, he would be fine, and this was something he was good at. Although the New Year's celebrations have been similar over the years, this year was different. Kurama could now become a physical being, cooking and eating together, playing cards, and watching TV, especially the entertainment programs, which were all arranged by Kurama and were quite enjoyable. Kurama, isn't this the variety show I learned about seduction techniques from, Bravely Charging Forward? Yes, this was filmed in a land of soup, and all the participants were civilians. Quite interesting, right? Very nice. What about the taste of the ninja world? When did that idea come about? This one is a bit urgent. I had TJ Taro mobilize their family's influence to film it. ISNT great? Very nice. Oh man, what about Danzo's Toward Science? Why does it seem to drift further away from science? Well, that program he made has nothing to do with me. Oh, really nice. Naruto and Kurama watched TV together, occasionally flipping through amusing things, and their night had companionship. Before going to bed at night, Naruto had a special intercom. Turning it on, Hinata, my daughter is asleep. Is there something? Suddenly, Hisashi's voice came through, startling Naruto. Father-in-law, I just, if Hinata is asleep, let's talk tomorrow. Really, in the Hyuga household, if they wanted to find something, there was nowhere to hide. Naruto felt helpless. He had requested a special pair of intercoms with a unique channel, and now it had been taken by Hyuga Hisashi. So Naruto had no choice but to go to bed. Hinata in the Hyuga household smiled slightly at the intercom in her father's hand, feeling happy that Naruto was thinking of her. Hisashi left after asking her to rest well and returned the intercom to Hinata. He had wanted to have a heart-to-heart with his daughter, but it seemed Hinata's heart wasn't here at all. The new year was approaching. Chapter 211. Work arrangements for Orochimaru. It was New Year. Naruto was cleaning his house as usual, using the multiple shadow clone technique. He created a dozen shadow clones to do housework. Naruto and Kurama were preparing the New Year's Eve dinner at home, making dumplings. They simply celebrated the new year, marking another year of life. In the days following the new year, Kurama was working with Kakashi to arrange the distribution of forces in Konoha. Kakashi had become familiar with the Hokage's duties over the past few months, and to properly allocate task members. He tried to send as many people as possible for each mission. The number of ninjas graduating from Konoha each year was setting new records, and their quality improved with each graduating class. With more people, there were fewer tasks, so they deliberately sent more out to greatly increase the task completion rate. Now, Kurama requested to send people to explore the ruins of the Land of Sky. At the same time, they closely monitored the small countries near the Land of Wind. If there were casualties, they would immediately dispatch troops to the Land of Wind to seize an item called the Grail Stone from history, hoping to find a vein and secure the area. Kakashi found the location of the ruins in the documents and arranged for 2 elite ninja teams to investigate, sending people to scout the surrounding countries of the Land of Wind for information about the Grail Stone. There was also a special escort mission with a client named Shimoku to send him back to the Land of Waterfall. This person required powerful ninjas for protection and to bring back Hero's Water. Kakashi later arranged for the Uchiha Fugaka team to take on this task. The young new leader of Takigakure, Shimoku, was stunned to see 4 Uchiha ninjas. He was getting so many Uchiha for a C-rank task. It was a huge win. He even specifically asked Kakashi to use the Byakugan to check his heart for any puppet curse, and if there was time, to have the sealing team lift it, or else go find Orochimaru to remove it. Kakashi was startled, realizing he had never noticed anything in his heart. The name Baryu had also crossed Kakashi's mind. With everything more or less arranged, they prepared to take the new ninjas to Orochimaru's base. So, Naruto called Itachi to go to Orochimaru's experimental base and check on Sasuke. Itachi's eyes changed at the mention of Sasuke. The two arrived at the entrance of Orochimaru's base, which was a well-maintained underground entrance, specifically designed to have a ceremonial feel. Naruto complained to Kurama, "Old man, is his snake cave this ostentatious? Does he fear others don't know their SA base here? The three ninjas' reputation, others aren't foolish." Itachi had been there before and took the lead to guide Naruto down. Naruto followed, but the dim environment underground made him uncomfortable, so he gathered fire chakra in his hand. Fire. A ball of fire appeared in Naruto's hand, and he felt quite proud, thinking he didn't need his old man's help. Itachi said nothing but took a couple of steps forward, and flames began to illuminate the walls around them, lighting the way further inside. Naruto slowly retracted his hand. Kurama raised an eyebrow, a bit pleased. Upon meeting Orochimaru, they were told to catch up, while Kurama stood out to discuss future arrangements with Orochimaru. Orochimaru looked at Kurama and clearly knew about his situation. Perhaps Orochimaru had just realized that everything behind Naruto was orchestrated by Kurama. Anyway, there were secrets everywhere in the ninja world, and Orochimaru wasn't particularly interested. He was more curious about Kurama's thoughts. "I wonder how your research on Hashirama cells is going. What should I teach you, Kurama?" "I have a name, Kurama. It's a name given by the sage of 6 paths. You can call me old man like Naruto does. I don't care about these superficial titles." Orochimaru licked his lips, finding it quite interesting. "Then let's call you Kurama. As for Hashirama cells, after acquiring the white Zetsu and the ninja cells from a person named Dei, I can now smoothly transplant some of the cells gradually. Not bad. This means I can transplant Hashirama cells to Shursui and Itachi. At least for a short time. They won't go blind." "Oh, so they are already prepared?" "Not yet, but they will agree for the future of Konoha." "Ha ha ha. Kurama, you're really interesting. Do you think the Uchiha would easily accept modifications?" Kurama hasn't thought about that. Maybe I should increase the dosage of the big gift package when I go back. The will of fire isn't enough yet. No worries, you prepare first. They should accept it. How is your research on Edo Tensei coming along? With the white Zetsu sent by Naruto, I upgraded Edo Tensei with Kabuto, and now it has stronger control effects. Orochimaru was quite proud, and Kurama was very happy to see him showing off. "Do you know the drawbacks of Edo Tensei?" As soon as Orochimaru heard about the drawbacks of the Edo Tensei from Kurama, he couldn't help but laugh. "You a tailed beast. What do you know about ninjutsu and hand seals?" TSK, so ignorant. Yet, he still wore a smile and asked Kurama, "What drawbacks?" Kurama could sense Orochimaru's malice. Looking at his small figure, he truly resembled a venomous snake. Kurama was also a 1,000-year-old fox, and his status was not inferior. "I don't know if you've heard, but as long as you know the hand seals for Edo Tensei, you can reverse the control of the technique." Orochimaru's eyes suddenly widened. "How could that be?" "Edo Tensei is a forbidden technique with great risks. If the reincarnated person actively breaks free from the caster's control, they would become a monster with infinite chakra and the ability to heal from injuries. You need to be careful." "Thank you so much, Kurama. Do you have any requests?" "Once your hands are returned, the souls of the first and second Hokage sealed by the third should also return to the Pure Land. You can summon the second Hokage again to help you with the development of forbidden techniques. To combat the Otsutsuki, we need his intellect. Is that so? The second Hokage probably won't believe us." "Believe? As long as Shursui has the first cells when you summon the second. The evil Uchiha will teach him how to be human again." "Haha, this truly sounds like an anticipated scene. That classmate of yours, Obito, will also need Shursui to invite him back. He is also a talent in research, and I hope you can teach him well. He is a high-achieving student who can fuse bloodline limits. Later, I will help you gather some bloodline limit ninjas, or you can cultivate some yourself. Remember, sustainable development is key." "Haha, I will make good use of these materials." A snake and a fox laughed happily underground. Chapter 212. Increasing payment is impossible now that most of the work had been arranged. Itachi happened to be there, and they directly scheduled the transplant surgery for him. Unexpectedly, the Hashirama cells were so obedient. Orochimaru chatted with Kurama while working, and Itachi didn't dare to say a word. Their ancestors were descendants of the 2 sons of the Sage of 6 Paths, one inheriting the Yang release and the other the Yin release. And they fought fiercely against each other. Before the Warring States period, their 2 clans fought the hardest. When Kurama mentioned the Sage of 6 Paths, It was as if he was talking about a good elder brother, making Orochimaru feel like he was nothing in terms of seniority. He decisively avoided mentioning the hierarchy. So that's how it is. No wonder the arm I made for Danzo had to use the Sharingan. Oh, don't mention him. 1-3 Tomo was enough to waste. Why practice as an Aji? He even wanted to annihilate the Uchiha clan and implant a row of eyes on his arm just to casually use as an Aji. Don't you think there's something wrong with him? Kurama said this to see Orochimaru's reaction. To his surprise, Orochimaru calmly performed surgery on Itachi, though Itachi was sweating profusely. Haha. How does Itachi view Danzo? When Itachi heard he was being taught, he had to harden his resolve and say, Lord Danzo is a good friend of the Uchiha. It was hard to say. Ha. Danzo suddenly sneezed at the TV station. One should pay attention to keeping warm in winter. After Naruto returned to Konoha, he was informed that someone from outside the village wanted to see him by name. Naruto thought to himself that it should be that little Wulong. When the person brought him over, he was indeed right. Sir, it's me. Have you figured it out? Yes, it's this money. Right off the bat. He was asking for money. Truly a talent from the black market. You won't be shortchanged, Naruto replied. And only then did Wulong take out the black market map he made. They had already searched the entire land of fire for it. And everyone had even worked through the new year. Upon hearing this, Naruto realized they wanted to increase the payment. Increasing payment is absolutely impossible. This kid is getting a bit carried away. He needs to be reminded. Is that so? We can call everyone to Konoha for a spending spree. I have many membership cards that can give you discounts. Wulong had no choice but to pull out the location map of the black market. He saw many black market locations appear in the land of fire, and there were many in surrounding countries too. He didn't expect the black market's influence to be so vast. You go out and collect 100 membership cards. You can enjoy some benefits in Konoha. Go have fun for a couple of days. I need to verify the money. Wulong wanted to say something else, but Naruto's imposing aura immediately silenced him. All right, as you wish, sir. Wulong hurriedly ran out, and Naruto's voice came. Recharge 100,000 into your card. Enjoy yourself in Konoha for a few days, and you'll understand how to spend money. Wulong, initially dejected, suddenly felt as if sunlight had shone on him, becoming radiant. Money, once experienced in Konoha, one would know how enjoyable it is to have money. Kurama and Naruto looked at the black market map and felt they should still consult Kakashi. If they wanted to eliminate the black market and retrieve the money accumulated over the years, it would still be somewhat challenging. The Shell Organization's current level of development was unknown, and they had to be wary of the Akatsuki's tasks. Kakashi believed they should continue with Konoha's development plan, further investigate all black market locations, and later remove all the nails. Naruto was still wary of this black market guy and decided to test the authenticity of the map to be prepared and not be caught off guard by these guys. Upon hearing this, Kakashi thought it was very simple. Just right, the Konoha interrogation department was idle. Giving them some tasks would be good. There were too few spies in Konoha, and the relationships between the countries were still quite good. They were all bored to death. Kakashi smiled as he recalled how those guys looked when they came home, in pain every day. Let's find an excuse to have them interrogate. Don't forget to do some memory handling. We in Konoha are especially warm to outsiders. They do things very orderly and won't act recklessly. After saying this, Kakashi glanced over at the interrogation department, wondering if they had taken the prisoners out for interrogation again. No wonder the prison staff reacted. Every day, they took prisoners out and brought them back, and the prisoners didn't even know what they did that day. A bunch of perverts. Well, Kakashi-sensei, I'm going back to train. MHM, I still have a lot of documents to review here. It's really tiring. The former Hokage also felt that for such daily tasks, a consultant team should be established to handle them. How could a single Hokage manage all of this? Goodbye, Kakashi-sensei. After Naruto finished complaining, he left, and Kakashi's eyes lit up with a spark of hope. Naruto was right. Daily tasks for the Hokage should be delegated to others, and then arrange for someone to create a weekly report, handling things like Naruto does. That way, wouldn't it be easier to focus on the big issues? How did I not think of this? The more Kakashi thought about it, the more excited he became. He would finally have time to do other things. Quickly arrange for someone among the heads of the families in Konoha to have someone participate in the daily management of Konoha. If they don't do well, replace them. Not every family has the potential to be a secretary. Let's leave this matter to Jiku to handle. I just want results. Looking at the mountain of documents in front of him, Kakashi felt truly pleased. After Naruto left the Hokage building, he and Kurama arrived at the training ground to continue practicing the preliminary modified ninjutsu developed by Itachi and Asuma. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. A thick cloud of smoke erupted at the training ground, and over 2,000 Narutos appeared. Let's start practicing. Wind release. Rasengan. 2000 began to train hard. As a precursor ninjutsu to the wind release Rasen Shuriken, Naruto, who had already mastered the wind nature transformation, found it easy to practice. Kurama, seeing the wind nature transformation, remembered Shikaku's chakra. If Naruto used this chakra, shouldn't he have directly mastered the wind nature? But doesn't he matter now? Stinky Raccoon Cat, can you hear me? Stinky Raccoon Cat, can you hear me? Stinky Raccoon Cat, can you hear me? Far away in Sunagakure, Shikaku seemed to have heard something. How could the voice of that stinky fox appear? Stinky Raccoon Cat, I am currently communicating with your chakra. Can you feel it? Stinky Fox, if you forcibly take my chakra, don't think you can easily defeat me just because you have my chakra. Humph. Kurama felt even happier. He liked your rebellious attitude. I currently only have half of my chakra, but I don't need your little bit of chakra. It's not enough for anything. Hee. I will establish a chat space in the future, and you'll be the first one. Stinky Fox, what are you going to do? I'm too lonely. Our brothers and sisters should get together. Let us have a gathering. Chapter 213. Invite people over. Naruto's training is now on the agenda. Kurama always felt something was missing and asked Kakashi about the progress of the Sky Country ruins. Have you found the ruins? I'm still waiting for the flying ninja tools to take Naruto out into the world. Using the term explore seems a bit humble, but it seems that there are people in Konoha who have the ability to fly. Kakashi searched his mind for flying talents. Choji? Don't even think about it. It's just Choji and Sai, not very useful. Kurama mentioned a special name that made Kakashi pause. Does Konoha have this person? Kurama-senpai. Is there no other way? The Sky Country was once destroyed by Konoha, and its location is indeed hard to find. Kakashi said somewhat awkwardly. After all, it was a country that had already been destroyed by Konoha during the Second Shinobi World War, and now there isn't much information in the archives. Moreover, the surviving elders are all very old, and the Konoha higher-ups are still teaching students. ISNT there, Danzo. His information is definitely more detailed than yours. You're still too young. Learn to use Danzo, and you can truly grow. Kakashi suddenly realized, so that is how it is. Danzo is now the head of a TV station, making Kakashi almost forget that he was once the shadow who stirred up the ninja world. Thank you very much. I will learn to communicate with Danzo. There's one more thing. The Land of Bears has a star ninja village. They have a meteorite that allows them to practice a special ninjutsu, Peacock Mystical Method, which can fly. Kurama grinned wickedly and said, the Star Ninja Village calls itself Kage. Let us find more people to take them out and bring everyone back, inviting them to join Konoha. Kakashi had to take it seriously. Kurama wanted these people to join Konoha, and that wicked smile somehow seemed exciting. I will send a powerful ninja team to handle it. 2 teams, and take medical ninjas with them to invite them to Konoha. Our Konoha needs to expand rapidly in these 2 years. And don't touch the remaining major countries. The useless countries should just have their people incorporated into the Land of Fire. Kakashi had never thought of provoking war. He was stunned by Kurama's idea. You don't need to look at me so surprised. You can ask Jiraiya and Tsunade. They will tell you the reason. Suddenly, a voice came from the intercom on the table. Hokage-sama. Hokage-sama. This is the Konoha Gate. The Umbu has captured a female spy. Female spy? Wait a moment. Let me check. Kakashi replied, using chakra, while Kurama curiously asked, what kind of spy would dare to come to Konoha? What does she look like? I want to see. Byakugan. The vision extended from the Konoha office to the entrance of Konoha. As the chakra increased, the vision became clearer, and he finally saw the spy walking in from the Konoha Gate. Female, dressed as an entertainer, with long flowing hair and a tear mole under her right eye. Because he couldn't see the color with Byakugan, Kakashi could only describe it vaguely. Who is this woman? Kurama immediately recognized who it was from the description. Kakashi's little fangirl, the woman who stole Kakashi's first kiss. Ah, so it's her. Kakashi, your little secretary might be coming. Then I'll leave, Kakashi. Take your time to look. By the way, a country like the Land of Locks and a Land of Keys should just be destroyed. Kakashi was dumbfounded. What's going on? Bring her to me. I'll interrogate her personally. Not understanding, he chose not to think about it. No one could have secrets in front of the Sharingan. The steel gate at the entrance heard the order and replied, yes. After speaking, he told the Umbu. Hokage-sama orders to bring the person to the Hokage building. The Umbu team captured so many spies. This is the first time. Just because she dressed up as a beautiful female entertainer? Such a beautiful woman walked towards the Hokage building on the streets of Konoha, and everyone was watching, discussing it. After Kurama returned to Naruto's side, He began to tell Naruto about this incident. Naruto, Kakashi's little fangirl has appeared. Do you want to go take a look? She is a very beautiful entertainer. What? Kakashi-sensei's little fangirl? What does that mean? When Kakashi was young, he encountered a little girl during a mission. This girl never forgot Kakashi as she grew up. What do you think? Wow, no way. Does that mean she has been waiting for 15 or 16 years? But you just said that woman is an entertainer? Kurama didn't catch the meaning. What is wrong with being a female entertainer? You forgot that the most popular female entertainer is Kakashi-sensei's wife. Ah, this seems even more interesting. Exactly. So let's hurry up and set off. Multiple shadow cloned jutsu. Kurama watched Naruto use shadow clone, wondering what he was going to do. Everyone, I'll leave the training to you. I'll share with you all when I come back. Kurama was stunned. It could be done like this? All right, you go, we'll take care of this. Leaving the shadow clones to train, Naruto rushed towards the Hokage building. Konoha's internal information system is still very fast. It can spread throughout Konoha in minutes without using intercoms. They are somewhat curious about the gossip regarding their Kage. 7 or 8 people surrounded a Hyuga clan member watching a live broadcast, following a member of the Yamanaka clan to include several people in a chat group. In the midst of it, an internal communication system was born. It can only be said that the Konoha security department is full of talent. And this is also a new model that various clans have sent their members to the Konoha security department. Naruto on the side activated Sage mode along with Kurama mode, but still couldn't hear what the two people inside were saying. However, he learned of Jiraiya's arrival. Perverted Sage, you're also curious, right? Can I be like you? I'm just gathering material for my next book, gathering material. But what if we can't hear anything? Jiraiya felt you still have a lot to learn. There is still much to grasp. He bit his finger and formed the hand seals, summoning jutsu. A small toad appeared in front of Jiraiya, and Naruto looked at the toad, which was smaller than a fist, wondering what it could do. Jiraiya explained, "This is a reconnaissance toad from Mount Mayaboku, specifically used for scouting. It can transmit what it hears and sees to our minds. It's very useful." Naruto watched as the toad quietly infiltrated the Hokage's office and found a corner to hide. Unexpectedly, "You don't remember me. Where have we met? Although you've changed, I recognized you at a glance. I never expected to see you again in such a way. Who are you, miss? Could you untie me first? S. Do you want me to untie you?" Chapter 214. Kurama is right. Do you really need to tie me up to talk? The female artist looked at Kakashi in front of her, her gaze becoming more alluring. Kakashi stared at her face, realizing she knew how to utilize her advantages. And her eyes were fluttering, occasionally shy. The quality of female spies these days is really high. You still have to explain your identity, which is quite helpless. Why don't you just state your purpose? If you do, I'll let you go. Jiraiya and Naruto listened eagerly to Kakashi's word from outside, excited beyond measure, even ignoring the Umbu that appeared behind them. The Umbu was Yuzuki Yugogo, who noticed Jiraiya and Naruto for a moment, but was also very curious about the situation inside the office, so she listened in. Kakashi is really good at this. Jiraiya took a pen and started recording their conversation, briefly describing their actions and expressions, turning it into a draft for his new book. The three of them in the corner were getting more and more excited. "My name is Ali, and I'm a spy, here to gather intelligence in Konoha." She really said it. Kakashi moved closer to her and began to untie the ropes, slowly loosening them from Ali's body. It felt like such a pity. Why couldn't she be a bit tougher? The interrogation continued on Kakashi's side. "I don't remember you. When did we meet? You're such an idiot. You let me go so easily. Do you really think I want to hurt you? I don't want to break my promise. After all, I am the Hokage. Besides, I didn't expect a country to send someone who is so obviously a spy to Konoha to gather information. It's clearly suspicious, and your behavior is equally suspicious." Kakashi gently pushed the door open and walked out of the Hokage building with her. Kakashi remembered what Kurama had said to him. This person claims to be a secretary? He took Ali to stroll around Konoha village. "I didn't expect Konoha to be so prosperous. It seems your hometown is doing well under your governance. Villages are all the same. There is nothing different. Konoha is just doing okay." The two walked side by side on the street, observing the villagers and surrounding shops. Konoha had changed greatly from before. At this moment, a drunken man stumbled out of a restaurant, his face flushed, squinting his eyes and drooling, holding a bottle of wine that was only half full. "Ha ha! Konoha's food is really delicious." Just then, the unruly Xiaoling bumped into Kakashi and Ali, and upon seeing Ali for the first time, he immediately took a liking to her. Who would have thought there would be such a beauty? Isn't that even better than food? He walked up to Ali and said, "Hey, how about you follow me? I'll treat you to good food and drink." "Huh?" Naruto, seeing Xiaoling from behind, felt that things were taking a turn for the worse. Was there really only one ruffian in all of Konoha? And he had to run into Kakashi-sensei's female companion? Kakashi watched the drunken man flirt with Ollie and instantly stepped in front of her. "My friend, I advise you to stop." Kakashi spoke politely to Xiaolang, not out of respect, but because he didn't want to appear as a hero saving the damsel in distress without any context. "What? Who asked you to meddle? Can't you see I'm busy?" Xiaolang was so high on spending that he had forgotten he was in Konoha, not some remote town where he could act recklessly. "Get out of my way, or I'll have my hundreds of black market thugs take care of you." Upon hearing the words black market, Kakashi finally understood why this scum could swagger around the streets of Konoha. "Ollie, I'm sorry." This sentence made Ollie think Kakashi would let the drunkard flirt with her. But then she saw Kakashi kick Xiaolang in the stomach. Ah! Xiaolang was kicked away, sliding along the street for several meters before crashing against a wall. Yet he didn't spill any of the wine in his hand. Ollie was astonished to see Kakashi's strength. Why did he say sorry? "It's my fault for not managing things well. There are still people in Konoha who would flirt with women. That's really a failure." The security department saw Kakashi take action and quickly sent people to handle the situation. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 ninjas appeared, kneeling on one knee. "We apologize. Hokage-sama, this area is under our jurisdiction. We're really sorry for the trouble. Do better next time. You may go." "Yes." With a swish, the 4 figures disappeared in an instant, along with Xiaolang by the wall. Naruto and the others looked at the security department, thinking how well they understood what their leader wanted. Isn't it's just about saving the beauty and showing off in front of others? Ollie smiled happily and chatted with Kakashi as they walked. "How will you handle me?" "I don't know. I'm just following what Kurama said." "To act as a secretary?" Ollie looked up at the sky, thinking she would be interrogated by Konoha's interrogation department. But unexpectedly, she directly encountered this person, which was quite nice. "Since I was a child, I have never seen my parents. In difficult and sad times, I would look at the clouds in the sky and imagine their faces, imagine the village's appearance." Gazing up at the sky, she began to fantasize about the village. Having never seen her parents and not knowing where her hometown was, her fate was merely to be born to gather intelligence. "But I don't really understand the village. To avoid being captured and leaking village information." Kakashi looked up at the sky, listening for the first time to a girl talk about so many things. Although he didn't fully understand, he knew this girl had too much helplessness and loneliness. "Until now, I have grown up in other places for a village I have never met, sacrificing my life and desperately completing missions. So I really need my hometown and those who encourage me." "Then you can stay in Konoha. Konoha is your home. I can make that decision." Kakashi looked sincerely at Ollie, and he could see her heart wavering in her eyes. "In the past, you told me that when you felt lonely, you should look at the clouds as they change shape. Are you going to be my cloud now?" Kakashi thought back to the time when he comforted a crying little girl. Suddenly being confessed to, he was unprepared and blushed. "I'm already married." He thought of Fenghua Xiaoxue. Would she find out about this? Really? I didn't expect to arrive late. Ollie brushed her wind-blown hair, which reflected her scattered heart. "Actually, that's not impossible." Kakashi decided to lay it all out. The excitement of the few people watching this scene could be heard in their racing heartbeats. "Since your village has put so much pressure on you, I can invite them all over. Konoha is still quite strong now." Ollie's mind began to race. What exactly was he talking about? As Ollie remained silent, Kakashi added, "I remember you now, from Lockfront Village in the Land of Keys. You are free now, because you no longer have to sacrifice your life to complete missions for some village. I have decided that the name Lockfront Village can now be consigned to history." Ollie was completely stunned. She had come to be a spy, but it felt like the enemy had already discovered a name, and now the entire village was going to be gone. The 3 Sannin and 1 fox watching from a distance couldn't hold back their amusement. Kakashi was too entertaining. Jiraiya was overly excited. "Wow, Kakashi is actually abusing his power. Why didn't I choose to be Hokage back then? You are too lecherous." "No way," Naruto retorted. "With your kind of attitude, can you withstand a punch from Tsunade Baba while considering other issues? Look how well Kakashi-sensei picked an ordinary person." Only Kurama could see the real development of the situation, truly a disciple of Jiraiya, one of the 3 Sannin. Kakashi looked down at the bewildered Alia and whispered in her ear, "From now on, you will stay in Konoha and be my secretary." Kakashi realized why Kurama had told him that some countries could just be wiped out. It felt great. Alia nodded gently, unable to refuse. Kakashi was pleased. Kurama was right. Now he had a secretary, a consulting team, and being Hokage was truly comfortable. You, Kakashi called out, and a member of the Umbu appeared in front of him. Passed the order to invite everyone from Lockfront Village in the Land of Keys over, and arrange for the Uchiha and Hyuga clans to assign tasks themselves. Tentatively set for 2 weeks. Yes. After the Umbu left, Kakashi took Alia to handle the paperwork. Jiraiya's little essay was almost complete. Naruto had enjoyed the commotion, and Kurama was satisfied. Chapter 215. Like a fox gaining wings, time passed unknowingly for over half a year. Kurama's arrangements began to yield results. Orochimaru had implanted Hashirama's cells into Itachi, Shursui, and Fugaku. After a period of adaptation, they were sent out on missions by Kakashi. Konoha was mobilized, waging war in the ninja world. Although not aimed at the other 4 great nations, it still alarmed them. What exactly happened in Konoha was unknown to them, and obtaining crucial intelligence was too difficult. Currently, Konoha's stance on unimportant information was semi-public, which also served as a show of military might. Although Akatsuki was eager to capture the tailed beasts, the 3 tails had not yet revived, and they were in a dilemma. Konoha had become too powerful. However, as mercenaries, they soon found someone looking for them, Tsuchikage. Meanwhile, an unidentified ship finally landed on the coast of the Land of Wind, slaughtering over a dozen villages. Raza sought Kakashi's assistance to jointly resolve this tricky issue. Kakashi directly refused cooperation, saying, "Raza, you should step down. You are nothing. We don't need you, Sand Ninja. Konoha will take action." Over the past 6 months, Konoha obtained the Peacock mystical art from the Star Ninja Village in the Land of Bears. After multiple layers of deconstruction, the Konoha Ninja Techniques Development Department recreated a flying ninjutsu that did not require minerals, named by Naruto as like a fox gaining wings. Facing several ambitious individuals who wanted to obtain the Grell Stone through external means, Kakashi requested Sai from Danzo. With flying abilities, Sai led a J-Nin team into Fox Sage mode, combined with like a fox gaining wings, carrying hundreds of ninjutsu scrolls to directly dismantle Lord Hade's conspiracy. The ambitious Lord Hade watched as the attacks from the Grell Stone and Hade's hand hit his Fox Sage mode chakra armor without causing any pain, and with one stroke, he eliminated Hade, saying, "You know nothing about power." They successfully controlled the entire Grell Stone vein and continuously mined Grell, or through the extraction technology of the Land of Snow. Simultaneously, they utilized sealing scrolls to send scrolls back to Konoha. One scroll could summon enough or to build a whole building. Konoha had completely entered an era of technological explosion. With absolute power, Konoha Village was now feared by various nations, who continually sent spies to test them. While also learning an astonishing piece of news, Kakashi had actually taken a female spy as his secretary. "Send beautiful women. I refuse to believe our village's beauties can't secure a position." Similar thoughts circulated among the nations, so Konoha Security Department, Umbu, and even ordinary teams frequently encountered various reasons for beautiful women to join. Help! This month had already seen the 12th occurrence. It was truly annoying. He then pulled out his phone to call home. "Honey, I'll be working late tonight." Even though Konoha was busy, Kakashi now had time to train. With both Byakugan and Sharingan, Kakashi had successfully unlocked the Manjiki Sharingan. He had obtained the ability of Kamui. Fox Sage mode allowed Kakashi to no longer worry about chakra consumption. At most, he could perform it dozens of times, but beyond that, he would have to use his own chakra, which could only support 2 or 3 uses at most. The issues in his heart had not been smoothly resolved. The puppet curse still existed. Kakashi went to Orochimaru's base, and after coming out, he obtained Hashirama's cells. Manjiki Sharingan, main family Byakugan Hashirama's cells, tailed beast chakra. Kakashi could now be said to walk horizontally in the ninja world. The long-range vision of Byakugan had been developed by Kakashi to a terrifying 10 kilometers. Within 10 kilometers, Kamui could see everything, placing him in an invincible position. When Itachi and Shursui brought back Obito was still confused. Kakashi had become Hokage. The 3 Sannin were shining in Konoha, and the ideology modified by Shursui was particularly that of the will of fire. "I also want to burn myself for Konoha." He was sent to Orochimaru's research base to study forbidden techniques with Tobirama. After Tobirama finished reviewing Obito's research, he put down his proud demeanor, saying, "Not bad, kid." Not everyone could gain Tobirama's recognition, which made Obito feel like a child receiving praise from his parents for acing a test. He liked it here even more. Orochimaru smiled and licked his lips, laughing wildly inside while maintaining a calm exterior. "Shursui's eyes are really interesting. Haha." The ruins of the Land of Sky were successfully found, and Kakashi sent people to retrieve all the spoils. Orochimaru instructed Sasuke to find Shinnon and bring him back. The 8 Gates of Death, medical ninja, Shinnon, with Hashirama's cells. Sasuke now saw everyone as little Kurama, recklessly beating Shinnon to near death, sealing the Zero Tails, and successfully bringing him back to the lab as material. Tobirama was surprised by Shinnon's physique. Thus, they began researching physical activation and regeneration, aiming to create an undamaged version of the 8 Gates of Death. Konoha's Ninja Tool Development Bureau also acquired various technologies from the Land of Sky and could now relocate some research facilities to the sky. The flying ninja tools from the Land of Sky were equipped to Konoha ninjas, allowing for better chakra consumption during flights. For extra money, they could even exchange for a cooler set of flying ninja tools. Konoha underwent tremendous changes, and various nations were clearly struggling to keep up. The cooperation between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans ensured that the borders of the Land of Fire were well defended. Once large-scale battles broke out, as long as one of Itachi, Shursui, or Fugaka was present, they could activate the complete Susanoo to fight 100 alone, especially since they had Fox Sage mode to disregard chakra consumption. After several battles, Kakashi's invincible stance had not even been used. He couldn't even reach the enemies within 10 kilometers of Konoha, and there weren't enough enemies to divide. Once Naruto successfully learned various S-rank ninjutsu, he could finally roam the ninja world, wearing the variable chakra armor, which is already fused with the flying ninja tools from the Land of Sky. The seals on the cuffs can summon ninja scrolls, allowing for the instant summoning of various items and ninja tools. It utilizes a miniaturization method to carry more scrolls. Even the fox's wings are well connected, enabling long-duration flight. After entering Sage mode and Ninetales mode, the wings grow larger, allowing for faster flight, making it very suitable for travel. After reluctantly parting ways with Hinata, Naruto's first destination is Orochimaru's research base. Orochimaru, can my dad and the others be resurrected? Looking at Orochimaru, who is shorter than him, Naruto wonders if he has turned into a child. Don't worry, Naruto-kun. In about half a year, I feel it will be about time. Right now, Lord Tobirama is interested in other matters, and I can't do anything about it. Half a year? Seriously? Well, I'm leaving. You must keep your promise after half a year. Waving goodbye to Orochimaru, he sets off on a journey to search for tailed beasts across the nations. The first target is the Land of Lightning's YN Ninja Village. Chapter 216, The Obedient Cat YN. The Land of Lightning is located northeast of the Land of Fire, with terrain that rises sharply, where the clouds are halfway up the mountains, resembling a skirt. Did I forget something? Naruto thought as he looked at the mountains without any defenses. When he stopped at the mountaintop, he posed a soul-searching question to Kurama. Hey, I'm not familiar with the Land of Lightning. With your thousands of years of experience, you must know the way, right? Kurama was taken aback. I know nothing. I feel like I forgot something when I left Konoha. Did I leave Jiraiya behind? This is a test of your abilities as the future Hokage. Do you remember the first lesson of school? Upon hearing the words future Hokage, Naruto perked up and loudly replied to Kurama. Information. Why are you shouting so loudly? This is someone else's territory. We need to sneak into the village, beat up that YN guy, and then leave without taking anything from the villagers, got it? I understand. They're also poor, so there's nothing worth paying attention to, right? Naruto thought that he couldn't return empty-handed. He had to bring back some local specialties. Hey, that can't be said. They have several pieces of the sage tools left by the old man, and I'm still a bit interested in the lightning-style chakra mode they have. If you had said that earlier, I would have understood. Right now, we might still be flying too low. I need to go higher. As long as I enter her territory, that YN guy will feel me. Thinking that the YN ninja is a female ninja who can be used to seal the tailed beasts, she must not be a simple character. She has blonde hair, and I haven't heard of anyone with the surname YN in the story. So Kurama has enough reason to suspect if the Senju did something. No one knows the Senju better than I do. Suddenly, the Two Tails YN felt a familiar chakra. SHT? What is he doing in the Land of Lightning? Hey, YN, want to go out and take a look? YN could sense the chakra of an old friend and felt a bit excited. Though she has reconciled with the YN ninja, and they are now in a partnership, YN's chakra control is clearly not as good as the dedicated Kurama, and she can't use the shadow clone technique. So she had to tempt the YN ninja to go out and see what was going on. The YN ninja thought about whether to report to the village, but given Reikich's character, it would definitely lead to a big battle. However, she could secretly go out to play. If she couldn't win, she could run away, and the village would provide support. With this thought, the YN ninja was led astray by YN. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. When Naruto was in the dense forest in the distance, asking Kurama to release chakra to attract YN. He felt this tactic was unreliable. How could someone leave the village so easily? As they got closer, YN clearly sensed another type of chakra, which was Kurama's, and realized she had been tricked. Kurama, why is it you? Where's SHT? What? Can it be me? This is what you're looking for, right? Kurama emitted SHT's chakra, and YN was startled. How do you have a chakra? Did you eat him? What nonsense are you talking about? That stinky raccoon is just a pile of sand. What is so delicious about it? The two-tailed beast talked, and the Jinch Riki couldn't interject. Naruto waved his hand to express friendliness, and the YN ninja awkwardly waved back. YN thought for a moment, but couldn't figure it out. Then where's SHT? Wait a moment. Returning to the spiritual space, Stinky Raccoon. Stinky Raccoon. Stinky Raccoon. Stinky Fox, what are you doing? Kurama punched the YN ninja. I called you here. YN also extended her fist to bump Kurama's, and they both entered the spiritual space together. SHT, how are you here? YN didn't know that SHT had been beaten. SHT also felt embarrassed to mention his defeat. Feeling ashamed and awkward, he patted his stomach and gave Kurama a fierce look. This stinky fox said to gather. So I let him have some chakra, so we can keep in touch. YN rolled her eyes, huh? SHT, I don't believe you. Do you think this reason is credible? Haha. YN was laughing not at SHT, but at the fool Kurama had just mentioned. Since that's the case, then I'll give you some, right? YN generously sent chakra to Kurama. SHT looked at everyone who hadn't been beaten and felt a bit unhappy. So he just left. Haha. The laughter of the two-tailed beasts echoed in the space. When SHT returned, he told Gaara, can't you be a bit braver? Take some responsibility and become the Kazekage of your village? Your dad is useless. The best thing he ever did was give birth to you. One day, let's pull off a big one and take back the position that originally belongs to you. What strength does he have? What can he do? I stayed up late last night reading that book magnet release. Sand Iron Giant crushes the Nine Tails, and the ninjutsu in it is pretty good. Let's practice and make a giant with sand. In chapter 89, it appeared, Kurama and YN chatted together while Naruto conversed with the YN ninja, discussing the changes in the village. Once the excitement kicked in, he began boasting, Konoha now communicates with mobile phones, and we travel by flying. We hardly do missions to earn money anymore. It takes too long. Plus, we have food, drinks, and fun all in one place in Konoha. And most importantly, our strength is very strong. The YN ninja politely nodded, but didn't believe it. How could development be so fast? When Naruto saw the recognition from others, he began to talk more. We built a road from Konoha to the seaside, and we use trains to transport seafood. It's really fast. The YN ninja nodded. This child's storytelling ability is quite amusing. All the restaurants in Konoha now have fresh seafood to eat, and the ice is transported from the land of snow. Nodding. Now, Konoha ninjas can all fly, and even a genin can easily destroy a small mountain. How impressive. Nodding. This kid is telling such outrageous lies. Has he read too many comics? In the spiritual space, Kurama asked YN, what is your relationship with this person? She's alright. Her personality is good. Although her childhood was miserable, she got through it. Now she is a J-nin in the village, with average skills and limited abilities. Besides being my container, she has not much use. YN analyzed fairly objectively, providing a very fair assessment of her caretaker. The old man came here wanting to have some contact with Gyuki, but you should know that Gyuki's Jinchuriki is not like your Jinchuriki. It will definitely alert the Reikage, right? Is there any way for the old man to make contact? After thinking for a moment, it seems there really is. Killer Bee is a very strange person. He occasionally holds concerts, and the scene is very chaotic at those times. He sometimes even sneaks out of the village. He is quite an interesting person. Do you, as a Jinchuriki, know about lightning release chakra mode? Yoru shook his head, clearly not knowing it. Kurama still liked Yoru's personality, which is better than Shikaku's. Let Yoru leave here, and then Kurama will test if he can connect to the call. Preparing to withdraw. Naruto, let's go and find time to meet this singer and dancer, our bee and music contestant. Chapter 217. Conspiracy under peace when Naruto found Killer Bee. Gyuki clearly sensed Shikaku's chakra, prompting Killer Bee to lure Naruto outside the village. Unexpectedly, you little brat, just like me, are also a Jinchuriki. Idiot. Bastard. Upon hearing this RB, Naruto realized there was no pretense involved. I actually didn't want to come here and be with you. I just want to make a friend. Mountain Cannon. Big Mountain Cannon. Killer Bee raised an eyebrow, as it was the first time someone could match his rap skills like this, preparing to compete. Seeing that these two were endless, Gyuki interrupted Killer Bee's flow. Come out. I guess it was you long ago. What do you want from me? Kurama jumped out from Naruto's body, surprised that he couldn't hide from Gyuki. Gyuki was shocked. It was Kurama, not Shikaku. Pretending to be calm, a chakra face also jumped out from Killer Bee's body. Gyuki watched the two chatting like ghosts and asked Kurama, "Isn't it inappropriate for us to chat like this? Shouldn't you come to me, or I go to you? Come to my side. I can also call Shikaku and Yuru over. Stinky Raccoon. Stinky Raccoon. Yuru, come out to meet guests." Naruto initially thought about fighting them, but he didn't expect the tailed beast to be so easy to talk to, which made him very happy. Killer Bee looked at Naruto, who was much younger than him, and curiously asked, "You just graduated and came out to run around the world. Don't you feel scared? Idiot. Bastard. I have nothing left to improve. That's why I came out to help the elder and make a friend. Mountain Cannon. Big Mountain Cannon." Naruto and Killer Bee friendly sparred, while the tailed beast happily chatted in the space. Rain Ninja Village, Nagato's room. The only part of White Zetsu exposed was his head as he said, "Uzumaki Naruto has left the village and gone to the Cloud Ninja Village." What is he going to the Cloud Ninja Village for? I don't know. That guy seems to know everything. And I feel like I'm being seen through from a long distance. What? He discovered you? No, but he can enter Sage Mode, which greatly enhances his perception ability. Sage Mode? Does he already have Jiraiya-sensei's ability? That's impressive, but our plan cannot start early. The Three Tails is not yet revived, and we cannot attract the attention of the various nations too soon. Konoha is too powerful right now. It will be especially difficult for us to capture the Nine Tails in the future, and we might not be able to execute the plan at all. Currently, Akatsuki, under Nagato's leadership, is following a different path of peace from Yahiko. Having experienced pain, Nagato believes that only by making the world feel pain can people understand each other out of fear of pain, leading to peace. Akatsuki's plan is divided into 3 steps. The first step is to amass wealth. The second step is to collect tailed beasts to incite war. And the third step is to control the war through the power of the tailed beasts, making the world feel pain and becoming the world's enemy. As a mercenary, Akatsuki can guide the course of war through wealth and power, making all nations feel pain. However, the biggest problem now is that they do not have enough capital. Konoha is already becoming a dominant force, making the world feel crisis. Nagato feels that the peaceful path he has long upheld seems to have been preemptively used by others. But he is unhappy that the various nations have not felt pain. Previously, the Tsuchikage also came to discuss cooperation. It seems he has no choice but to accept. Black Zetsu also felt as if he had eaten something unpleasant, after spending 1,000 years finally making some progress. He didn't expect to deviate from his original plan again. Now it's not just about deceiving Obito. The issue is how to deceive when he can't even win. Akatsuki's strength is not strong enough, and Konoha continues to grow stronger. Should they start a war early? But they do not meet the conditions to revive the Ten Tails. Black Zetsu was dumbfounded, discussing countermeasures with Obito, as Nagato planned to start a war to deplete Konoha's strength, then secretly collect tailed beasts and gradually control the war's direction. This means the war could last for several years. Obito, however, is indifferent, as long as the Eye of the Moon plan succeeds. He can create a world where Rin exists and others can die. After all, he can also revive them in his own world. Black Zetsu expressed great agreement, feeling that he didn't need to worry too much, as it seems that what the criminal said wouldn't affect his revival of his mother. He supports Nagato's approach. After Naruto left the Cloud Ninja Village, he returned to Konoha. Perverted Sage. After saying his name, Naruto felt it was a bit inappropriate, as he was already married. Saying this might be impolite. Jiraiya-sensei, how come I find you? Jiraiya, busy writing his novel in the room, put down his pen upon seeing Naruto enter. Where have you been? You took so long to think of coming to see me. Haha, you've grown a bit taller. Jiraiya walked over and ruffled Naruto's hair, sizing him up after such a long time. Not bad, not bad. You got your father's good looks. What? I don't need to be too handsome. Having Hinata is enough for me. I came to find you for something. We need to find a Jinchuriki from various ninja villages, but the remaining few have either gone wandering or are hiding. So we need you, the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, to take action. Flattering Jiraiya made him quite pleased. Well, let us wait a few days before leaving. I can't go now. I don't know why we have to wait a few days to leave, but Naruto happily agreed. Good. Jiraiya and Naruto went out to buy groceries. Chives, kidney, oysters. Naruto also bought some of Hinata's favorite vegetables to cook dinner, splitting off a shadow clone to call Hinata for dinner. This counts as a peaceful time carved out of his busy schedule. Every time he sees Hinata, his heart feels calm, not like the cold room of his childhood. nor does he feel loneliness and solitude. A Jinchuriki's heart has love. Even if only a little, then the sky will change color. After Hinata arrived, the two had dinner together, and Naruto shared stories about the customs of the Land of Lightning during this time, which made Hinata yearn for it. Her father had already informed Kakashi that no clansman could be sent to the Land of Lightning. Kakashi, knowing what happened back then, agreed. Hinata quietly listened to Naruto boast, while Naruto happily enjoyed their time together. Perhaps it was a plain dinner, a story without any waves. But the two could sit together and enjoy each other's company without feeling bored. Is this love? Neither Hinata nor Naruto knew, but they liked it this way. Chapter 218. Kurama, agree with Danzo's viewpoint. With Jiraiya's help, Naruto searched for tailed beasts across the nations. The tailed beasts were originally very friendly, and the circumstances of the Jinchuriki varied greatly across different countries. They were very happy to see someone who could befriend them. Kurama quickly gathered the chakra of all the tailed beasts except for the three-tailed beast. Now, in Naruto's mental space, the tailed beasts could chat at any time. On their way back to the village, Naruto and Jiraiya also noticed the war preparations of various countries against Konoha, and espionage activities were becoming increasingly frequent. They hurried back to Konoha without stopping. Kakashi, after reviewing the reports from his advisory team over a long period, realized that the countries bordering the Land of Fire had been infiltrated almost to their faces. Was it time to initiate the Fourth Great Ninja War? Or should they use the Sharingan? It was a difficult choice, but the stockpiled supplies and enemies at the border were leaving Konoha little time. If they launched a large-scale invasion of Konoha, all the previous investments Konoha made in the Land of Fire would turn to ruins. After Naruto returned to Konoha, an emergency meeting was quickly convened overnight, and Naruto was left on a sofa outside the meeting hall. Kurama attended the meeting on Naruto's behalf, and it felt surreal to discuss how to protect Konoha with a fox spirit that had once been a demon fox over a decade ago. Many veteran ninjas had a sense of DJVU. However, they weren't too surprised, as most of the younger generation of ninjas who could participate in the meeting were trained by Kurama and Naruto, and they felt a sense of familiarity with Kurama. They greeted the veteran ninjas warmly, but the priority was still to discuss how to protect Konoha. Danzo sat to one side, gently tapping the table, suggesting they take the initiative and not wait for others to attack, as it would be too late to counterattack then. Agreed. Kurama was the first to stand up and express his support, which left Danzo a bit incredulous. Instantly, more than 30% of the ninjas in the meeting room expressed clear support, while the remaining 20% were hesitant and another 20% were waiting for Kakashi's decision. The last few insisted on a defensive strategy. After thinking it over, Kakashi resolved the issues with his own puppet technique and chakra deficiency. With the Byakugan and Sharingan, along with Hashirama's cells, he felt that Konoha had the strength, capability, and support from ninjas to win this war. With the undercurrents stirring in various countries and different forces secretly eyeing Konoha, if they showed any sign of weakness, they would surely be seen as a bleeding prey for wild dogs. Therefore, Kakashi, under the orders of the Hokage, declared that Konoha would take the initiative and fight against the four countries. Kakashi's voice was like a thunderclap, exploding in the meeting room. He gently raised his hand, and in the dim light, the glow of Raikiri seemed to pierce everyone's heart, igniting their strength. We will shatter the darkness with the thunder in our hands. Shatter the darkness with thunder. Shatter the darkness with thunder. The entire Konoha entered a state of high alert. All Jonin abandoned their missions to return to the village. All strategic resources were under Konoha's unified control, and all villagers had to support unconditionally, while outsiders had to undergo intelligence monitoring or leave. All ninjas, except for those who had not graduated, entered a standby state. Allies, such as Orochimaru's Sound Village and the Sand Village of the Wind Country, would not participate in the war, which was the biggest support for Konoha. They would fully manufacture chakra armor, and besides the special edition of the Grell Stone, they would also reserve some ordinary versions as resources. Ninjas must accept Kurama's chakra sharing, learn to freely release Kurama's chakra within them, and learn the Fox Sage mode and Fox Wing Edition techniques. Additionally, they would receive specialized knowledge sharing according to their individual levels, allowing a lower-ranked ninja to instantly become a master of ninjutsu, although they might lack practical experience. In the face of overwhelming strength, killing a Jonin wouldn't be too difficult. After being fully equipped, lower-ranked ninjas would specialize in chakra ninjutsu related to their own attributes. Even without S-rank skills, as long as their bodies possessed such attributes, they could directly gain all ninjutsu experience below A rank, and the same applied to secret technique clans. Wearing chakra armor, whether ordinary or special edition, was mandatory, and they had to skillfully use the power of the Grellstone. Ninjas without Grellstone chakra armor would wear ordinary chakra armor made from mind materials and be equipped with a piece of Grellstone. For Jonin and medical ninjas, there would be limited supplies of Hashirama Cell Serum to improve their physical condition, prioritizing the Uchiha clan members who had awakened their Sharingan and the Hyuga clan members who had activated their Byakugan. Itachi, after half a year of training, was able to let Izumi play a role. Any ninja with Uchiha blood who wanted to become a ninja could take Izumi's eye-opening course, as it was a matter of their closest relatives facing misfortune, which was the thing they feared most in their hearts. The eye-opening efficiency greatly increased. The entire Konoha began to hustle and bustle. Materials were continuously transported from various places in the Land of Fire for manufacturing, production, and distribution. It was no longer the entertainment manufacturing base it used to be, but a military machine aimed at protecting the country and its people. Konoha, as a military machine, showed the world its sharp blade for the first time. Konoha had a total of 18,957 ninjas, with all but those stationed at the border returning. They had a total of 124 sets of chakra armor, regardless of quality, and the number was still increasing at a rate of 10 sets per day. Ninjutsu scrolls and sealing scrolls were being produced in large quantities, and it was expected that there would be 1 million copies within a week. Would they need to increase that number? How could there be so many? Now, with Kurama, this repetitive work would accumulate a lot of experience. Once he distributed it, everyone would learn it, and they could now create supersized explosive tags at home. Kakashi, just produce for a week, no need to produce later. Kurama's chakra combined with experience meant they could easily create ninjutsu scrolls. Kakashi was genuinely worried about how many ninjutsu scrolls each country would soon consume for 3 seconds. The Uchiha clan had 349 ninjas who could participate in the war, with 253 having activated their Sharingan, including 114 with 1 Tomo, 87 with 2 Tomo, and 52 with 3 Tomo. The Hyuga clan had 486 ninjas who could participate, with 459 having activated their Byakugan. In comparison, the number of activated Byakugan without regard to rank was quite awkward. The Sarutobi clan had, with the majority being civilian ninjas. Konoha's speed in preparing for battle was rapid, and various countries sensed the changes in Konoha, deciding to send out advanced troops to test their offensive capabilities. The goal of the 4 countries was to destroy Konoha village. Chapter 219. You know nothing about power. The 4 countries knew nothing about Konoha's strength. The leader of the IWA Ninja Village's surprise attack team was Kuratsuchi, who, along with many Jonin, quietly infiltrated Konoha from underground, only to be clearly seen by the Hyuga's Byakugan. The leader of the Kumo Ninja Village's surprise attack team was Darui, who openly charged into Konoha under the cover of the moonlight, also clearly seen by the Byakugan. The leader of the Kirigakure surprise attack team was Terumi Mei, attacking Konoha from a sea. The Akatsuki organization from the AIM Ninja Village was hired by the Tsuchikage, with the first surprise team being Sasori and Deidara. They believed that against any small team, Sasori and Deidara would be invincible. In terms of numbers, they could create a large force. In terms of strength, Sasori had the strongest Kazekage, and Deidara had his massive explosions. In terms of speed, they also had flying capabilities. Even if they couldn't defeat the two, under their absolute cooperation, they would not lose to any of the surprise attack teams from the 3 countries above. The surprise attack teams invaded Konoha in different places, each fighting their own battles on their respective battlefields, targeting Konoha village to test its military strength and combat power, while also trying to uncover more of Konoha's secrets. Then the various countries divided their ordinary ninjas into 3 parts. The first echelon was responsible for supporting the surprise attack troops and could maintain high-intensity pursuits and combat. The second unit was for medium-range combat, and they did not follow the same attack route as the first 2, but took a different path, effectively doubling the battlefield division. The third unit was a firefighting team, ready to step in whenever the frontline troops were unable to continue and always prepared to retreat. Their goal was to preserve their village against the pursuing forces from Konoha and to restrict the pursuers within Konoha. If they could fight back, they would take a few bites, but if not, they would just clean up. In Konoha, at the Hokage building, someone said, "Hey, this is the IWA Ninja Observation Station. The surprise attack unit of IWA has entered Konoha. Please pay close attention to the points along the way." Shikaka drew the possible attack routes of the IWA ninjas on the map and summarized the intelligence along the way to launch surprise attacks at key locations. Finally, they found a relatively narrow section of road. Although it was 67 meters wide, given the number of ninjutsu scrolls Konoha had now. Arranging 9 squads to bombard in batches without interruption for 2 hours would definitely tire them out. After all, as the captain of a Konoha Jonin team, once the tactics were arranged, he could directly issue combat orders. He commanded teams 55, 56, and 57 to carry out a 2-hour bombardment on the target location according to the plan. Then he unloaded the mission intelligence into scrolls and handed them over to the Umbu responsible for issuing missions. Constantly, intelligence was being summarized here, and the final operational plan was as follows. For the IWA ninjas, carpet bombing in a narrow terrain, they would infiltrate from underground, as they would need to recover their chakra. For the Cloud ninjas, it would be the 3-man Susanoo of the Uchiha clan, fighting for revenge for the Hyuga clan, with Fugaku wanting to do a favor. And for the Mist ninjas, it would be a confrontation with a large force, taking advantage of the Mist village's blood mist policy, which lacked bloodline limit ninjas, with Guy leading the team and Kakashi being quite clever. Thus, many ninjas had yet to reach the front lines, preparing to support at any time through flying ninja tools, focusing on rapid support, since only Shikamaru from the 12 young ninjas could participate in combat. While the others were still genin, Naruto and his comrades were infuriated by the mocking faces of their fellow students. At the headquarters of the 12 young ninjas, Umbu guards were at the entrance, and Shikamaru, wearing the green vest symbolizing a chunin, lay on the sofa staring at the ceiling, listening to Naruto's complaints. Feeling that time was passing really slowly. The situation was that many of Naruto's subordinates had participated in the Chunin and Jonin exams and passed. Although it wasn't as tough as Naruto's year, they were still recognized as Chunin and Jonin. Seeing their leader still being a genin unable to go to battle, their mouths couldn't help but curve into smirks. This mocking smile in front of Naruto was simply a crime. Naruto was extremely upset. All talk of combat command and protecting Konoha was thrown aside. Konoha was so strong. What was there to protect? The genin were enough to handle it. Naruto insisted on going to the battlefield, but was stopped by advisors and higher-ups, temporarily kept at the 12 young ninjas headquarters on standby. I've worked hard to train them for so many years just so they can defeat me. Now, these guys who fight with me every day in school can go to battle, and I have to stay in Konoha. Shikamaru had been listening to Naruto complain for a long time, feeling it was really troublesome. I took on a task to persuade you not to participate in the war. They say if you are sealed, it will lead to a sharp decline in Konoha's strength. How about you spend some money to bribe me? I feel like I could be corrupted by money for a moment. Or you could gently hit me, and I could faint. That works too. If I fail my mission, it's just an A-rank mission's money lost. No, I, Uzumaki Naruto, am upright and above board, destined to be the future Hokage. How could I do such a despicable thing? Then there is no choice. They just need to take advantage of your inattention for a surprise attack, and the entire Konoha's Fox spirit mode will be affected, turning into rootless water. Konoha cannot afford losses in this battle. After all, you are the leader of the 12 young ninjas. They finally have a chance to surpass you. So just be pleased. With such strong subordinates, once you become Hokage, you 1T have much work left, and they can all stand on their own. Isn't that great? Shikamaru saw that Naruto seemed to be swayed, realizing that the Hokage's approach worked well. He sat up from the sofa, staring at Naruto. They are nothing. They only have the option of going to battle for a glimmer of success. But you are the son of the 4th Hokage. And now you have the 12 young ninjas, with your influence spread throughout Konoha. Every industry in Konoha has a share belonging to you. To put it bluntly, they are Hokage. But in terms of protecting Konoha, what are they? Were they? It seemed to ignite something. Everyone watched as Shikamaru rallied Naruto, feeling their own emotions being influenced. How could his mind work so well? Shikamaru raised his arm and called out, "Who will be the Hokage in the future?" "Me." The calmness in Naruto's eyes revealed determination. Shikamaru grabbed Naruto's shoulders and asked, "Who is the future of Konoha?" A flame ignited in Naruto's eyes. "Still me." Releasing his grip on Naruto's shoulders, Shikamaru let him make his own choice. "Now what will you do?" Naruto looked at his hands, gently clenched them. "I want to give them a chance to catch up to me." "Nice, congratulations, you got it right." Shikamaru looked proudly at Naruto, who was looking down at his hands, then turned to see the other young ninjas. Unexpectedly, they were shocked, mouths agape. Was this the power of intelligence? Chapter 220. Let them feel the war between the ninja villages was no longer at the scale of ordinary teams. Various secret techniques and military types were involved. It was no longer as simple as Naruto going to various villages to find tailed beasts, so in light of the village's concerns, they really should comply with the arrangements. Kurama had great confidence in his arrangements over the years. The previous state of isolation where the whole world waited for Naruto to save it had been rewritten. Now, Konoha had ninjas as capable as Naruto, each possessing considerable combat strength in the ninja world. Indeed, technology and the Sharingan were the most powerful forces for changing the world. If Konoha ninjas wanted to continue making breakthroughs in the future, the ordinary Hashirama cells would no longer satisfy Kurama. The only existence that could surpass the Hashirama cells was the Otsutsuki descendants on the moon, obtaining the cells of the true Otsutsuki clan, although not as perverse as the true Otsutsuki clan's abilities, would suffice as long as these cells could promote bloodline return or ocular technique evolution. This battle lasted less than 2 weeks, and Konoha simultaneously resolved the attacks from various major forces with thunderous momentum. The only troublesome ones were the Akatsuki duo. Orochimaru took action. After all, it was an organization he had once been part of. His strikes were quite ruthless, having already transplanted Hashirama cells and cloned Sharingan. Using the Earth Jutsu Seal, Curse Mark II, along with Konoha's standard equipment, making him arguably more formidable than Konoha's ordinary Jonin, especially Kagaya Kimimaro. After injecting Hashirama cells and wearing specially made chakra armor, activated both Fox Spirit Mode and Curse Mark II. Facing Sasori's puppets was like cutting through vegetables, effortlessly solving hundreds of Sasori's puppets. He showed no fear against the strongest wind shadow, as he had learned the wind shadow's intelligence and had long prepared calcium from the earth, using the corpse bone pulse, early fern dance to render the wind shadow's magnet release ineffective, ultimately obtaining Sasori's life box. As for Deidara's clay, the Sound Four finally had their chance to take the stage. Maki's puppet acted as a tank at the front, while Kadamaru activated Curse Mark II to shoot arrows from behind. Sakan and Yukon lured the enemy head-on, allowing Yukon to turn into particles and infiltrate Deidara's body, ultimately capturing him. All countries suffered defeats on the battlefield, becoming vulnerable under Konoha's attack, and thousands of elite ninjas were captured. Konoha had completely become the strongest ninja village. At this time, the Ninetales took the opportunity to approach Kakashi while the troops were outside, presenting him with the latest black market map. This was something he and Naruto had previously commissioned, the most comprehensive black market map, and the Ninetales intended to retrieve their wealth to benefit the people. After carefully examining it, Kakashi passed it to the advisory group to make it disappear. He knew that his own head was worth a lot on the black market, but he had never considered such matters before. Now was a good opportunity to uproot it with just a few words. After receiving the order, the advisory group studied it carefully. Ending the battle too quickly against the elite of various villages meant that the villagers hardly felt the atmosphere of war, which was not ideal. Moreover, the lower-ranked ninjas had not received any training. Now, the black market thugs could serve as an outlet for the lower ninjas to vent their frustrations, and it would also be a good opportunity to clean up the bandits. After all, tasks would not be worth much in the future. In the following days, Konoha successfully cleaned up the black market and the remnants of the bandits in the ninja world. Konoha did not simply end the war. Instead, they engaged in daily skirmishes. They maintained a state of combat, treating it as a training exercise, while other countries nearly faced annihilation. Damn, why are these guys getting younger and looking down on others? It didn't matter. They had also obtained their flying ninja tools, although they were not very useful due to high chakra consumption. The consequence of long-distance raids was that people could disappear mid-flight. Meanwhile, the Ninetales had already communicated with the tailed beasts in the spiritual space. If you dare to share that little chakra of yours, I won't hold back. We are brothers. We cannot harm our harmony, right? Everyone cooperate with me, and we can gather a few more times. After all, Isabu hasn't revived yet, and I don't want to one day not see you. Such an overt threat was understood by everyone present, and even Shikaku was subdued by the Ninetales. This was also the reason why the perfect Jinchuriki of various countries did not share their chakra. Otherwise, even though they did not have as much chakra as the Ninetales, it would not be a problem to share some with a few squads. Under the macro control of the Ninetales and the joint command of Konoha's high-ranking officials, and with the continuous efforts of the combat ninjas, the war finally came to an end. Konoha had spent 2 months on external operations to thoroughly deal with the troublesome elements in the ninja world. The complete Susanoo of the 3 shinobi became legendary. The flying bombing tactics became stories in history textbooks. Although they were in a hostile position, the willingness to let her go for love became the representation of love that year. Each battlefield had its own legends, and unknowingly, Konoha restored its former prosperity. Fugaku was busy talking to Hisashi about how to beat up the Cloud Ninjas. Shursui was busy glaring, Itachi was busy eating dumplings with Izumi, and Sasuke was busy training. Still with his 3 Tomo Sharingan, worthless. The 12 small strong ones also resumed their training plans and began to work hard to become stronger while selecting bloodline limits. The results of the experiments from Hiruzen came out, and with a large number of elite enemy ninjas as materials. Orochimaru and Hiruzen were experimenting with combinations to create the strongest bloodline limit. Tobirama promised Naruto to continue researching the impure world reincarnation. But truly reviving the dead was still a challenge, especially without the Rinnegan and its high-level goods. The Nine Tails agreed to take Naruto to the moon to gather some materials. Based on the information provided by the Hyuga clan regarding the Tsutsuki clan and the crucial theatrical memories, they found a pond leading to the moon. Upon quietly arriving on the moon, they were quickly discovered by the Byakugan. The Nine Tails activated his multiple shadow clones and unleashed a barrage of attacks on the moon. As the outer path golem was long gone, and he did not understand what these people were guarding. The descendants of the village without Rinnegan were easy prey. After being knocked unconscious by the Nine Tails, they were sent back to Earth through a transfer. At this point, the moon was left with craters everywhere. The Tsutsuki clan merged into the Hyuga clan, with no distinction between the main and branch families. Orochimaru obtained materials from the Tsutsuki clan and prepared to experiment with merging Hashirama cells. Because the descendants of the village were not sage of 6 paths bodies, only the feathered garments became the sage of 6 paths bodies that the Ten Tails Jinchuriki possessed and passed down. However, neither of them had truly consumed the fruit of the God Tree. This was merely the greatest enhancement made from the existing materials. The Nine Tails was waiting for the revival of the Three Tails, still unaware of how the Shell organization would appear, truly looking forward to their arrival. Chapter 221, Planting Trees, and the Akatsuki, as one of the parties involved, was dealt with by Orochimaru's people. Scorpion and Daidar's mission failed, and Nagato felt a sense of unease. All Akatsuki members were outside, making it difficult to support the Land of Rain. Because the Nine Tails needed to confront the Shell organization, it was best to retrieve the Rinnegan, considering that Madara was once a Konoha member and his eyes should be brought back. The 3 ninjas plus the 3 Susanoo strength were dispatched to recover the Rinnegan. With the Nine Tails intelligence, everyone would not be suppressed in terms of information, making it a perfect 6 against 6 matchup. 6 people could easily defeat any of the pain bodies in one-on-one combat. After dealing with the 6 paths of pain, Jiraiya used Sage Mode, mimicking Naruto's actions to stab himself with a black rod, successfully bringing back this traitor to Konoha, and Konan followed along. Seeing the peaceful village created by his master, he exchanged a pair of ordinary eyes. This pair of Rinnegan was given to Naruto, as others did not have enough chakra to use it, and the Fox Age mode was also ineffective. As the reincarnation of Indra's chakra, Sasuke was shocked to see a pair of Rinnegan on Naruto, the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra, and instantly activated his Manjiki Sharingan. This demonstrated how significant the impact was on Indra. After the leader of Akatsuki, Nagato, was eliminated, Obito gathered the remnants of Akatsuki. Kagaya was now going crazy. 1,000 years of planning had just vanished. Without the Rinnegan, Akatsuki could no longer collect tailed beasts, and he and Obito planned to incite division among the Uchiha clan, considering Kagaya had already manipulated many people and was skilled at it. However, Konoha's internal communication system had become very sophisticated, and as soon as Kagaya showed her head, she was reported throughout the village. Konoha's barrier seal had strengthened. The sealing team collaborated with the Hyuga clan, and Kagaya attempted to resist using would release. But Kakashi's Byakugan combined with his Sharingan directly cast a Genjutsu on Kagaya, easily capturing her. While Obito was outside waiting for Kagaya's intelligence, he was approached by Kakashi, who used Byakugan and Kamui, along with the genius Kakashi, to confront a darkened Obito. Seeing the situation was not good, Obito attempted to flee, but Kakashi used Kamui to bring himself into the Kamui space. Obito had nowhere to escape and began battling Kakashi. Kakashi activated Fox Sage mode, and Obito, looking down, said, "You think you can rely on a Nine Tails power to blow me up?" The Uchiha fan and the Scythe of Death were summoned, but Obito showed no hesitation. Seeing this, Kakashi activated Lightning Release Chakra mode, and under Shirsue's gaze, there were no secrets left. He had long since figured it out with the Nine Tails. The external red chakra was released, and the internal Lightning Release Chakra mode was enhanced, opening the first 3 gates of the 8 gates. Kakashi had the ability, not lacking in blue chakra, and in an instant his powerful aura shattered Obito's mask, revealing his true face. "Come on, Obito," Kakashi said, Then, without caring about Obito's shocked body, he unleashed a lightning cutter with unparalleled speed, a speed that even Obito with his Mangeki Sharingan could not see clearly. Kakashi struck in an instant, rushing behind Obito. Obito didn't even feel the pain. His arm had already been severed. Kakashi, now unmatched in power and speed, was the strongest in the ninja world, even faster than the former Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. The Byakugan's exceptional insight gave Kakashi more maneuverability. And in the face of such speed that was about to break through dimensions, the Byakugan displayed its full strength. With a few leaps, Kakashi tore Obito's body apart, claiming his Mangeki Sharingan. Rest in peace, Obito. As a former friend, both had perished at Kakashi's hands, plunging him into a sorrowful reminiscence. He wept uncontrollably in the void, mourning his past impotence and the deaths of two friends who had taken irreversible paths. As Hokage, he could never speak of what happened here after leaving, for after all, Obito Uchiha of Konoha was a hero. 2 years later, the Three Tails was revived, and Kurama successfully merged the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts, becoming a being similar to the 10 tails, gaining an additional fox tail. Kurama had successfully fused chakra, becoming the 10 tails. In that moment, Naruto became the 10 tails Jinchuriki, turning in a sage body and acquiring yin-yang release, able to create the truth-seeking balls. Originally, the yin-yang release of Yui and the Feather Village was incomplete, but after Yui became the 10 tails Jinchuriki, he gained the ability to master yin-yang release. Thus, Naruto's Rinnegan truly became a part of his body, and the ability to create all things with yin-yang release allowed him to develop Sasuke's Sharingan, which might take a long time for Sasuke's eyes to evolve into Rinnegan. Naruto spent a long time at Orochimaru's base, helping him create a body that could revive his parents. After the financial resources of the Shell organization were cut off, Ishiki had to accelerate the reincarnation process. Kurama now faced the Outer Path demonic statue, as if it were his sports car parked outside. He could either use it or leave it. To help the God Tree grow better, the Lulan Ruins became the first choice. After encountering the fourth Hokage there, he solved the spatial issues of Lulan, planted the God Tree, and commanded people to take care of it. Once the Lulan Ruins were drained of energy, they would discuss it again. The God Tree grew from the desert, altering the climate of the Wind Country, which gradually began to develop trees and vegetation, forming a basic ecosystem. Many years later, when Ishiki arrived, Naruto's Rinnegan and Sage Body were already sufficient to crush Ishiki. Not to mention Konoha had so many people. The Tsutsuki clan on the moon had successfully cultivated Tsutsuki serum through Orochimaru, which worked instantly. The Uchiha and High-GA became the biggest beneficiaries, especially the High-GA, whose pure-blooded clan could unlock the Rebirth Eye. Others could also become stronger. Naruto activated his Sage of Six Paths mode, Six Paths Kurama mode, and 10 Tails Heavy Particle mode, easily defeating Ishiki with a single punch. As for the later Tsutsuki, Naruto didn't even need to intervene. Others had to draw lots to participate in the battle. The Tsutsuki alive would be killed for great merit and could participate in Orochimaru's real Tsutsuki serum experiment. Finally, when Naruto planted the God Tree, the Lulan Dragon Vein was almost depleted. I feel embarrassed to eat just one fruit. Then let's plant a few more. Do you have any methods? After I disperse so much chakra, once the world is peaceful, I should take it back. All the people in the world who mastered the Fox Sage mode. I need to reclaim the chakra. All the chakra from Konoha ninjas transformed into fiery chakra orbs and flew toward Lulan. Kurama approached the roots of the God Tree, delivering the massive chakra orbs to the tree and adding some nutrients. 1 fruit, 2 fruits, 3 fruits. How could I possibly have so many? Naruto thought this tree must be fake. There were fruits of all sizes. How could there be so many? Old man, this isn't scientific. Kurama produced the results of Orochimaru's research, a mass-produced version of Hero's Water, taking all of his stock from Orochimaru to plant trees. Hero's Water, the strongest catalyst for chakra, could instantly enhance effects by 10 times, making it perfect for planting trees. Kurama smirked, thinking that consuming this would make one a god. Naruto still found it unbelievable that the fruits could grow so quickly. The descendants of the Tsutsuki clan on the moon and those earlier Tsutsuki who had jumped out were all reclaimed by the God Tree. Unexpectedly, this was the greatest nourishment. After harvesting the fruits, Naruto pondered how to distribute them, feeling troubled. Years later, after the higher-ups of the Tsutsuki sent people and received no response, they completely designated this place as a forbidden zone. Thank you all for your companionship. After all, this is my first novel, and there are many areas that I did not write well. I'm very grateful for everyone's tolerance and support. There is no banquet that does not end, and there are no legends that cannot be told. See you in my next book. Extra. Although I don't know what I want, I know what I don't want. New book, Naruto, Rebirth in Naruto's second round. 30 years later, in Naruto's Grand Mansion courtyard, a gathering is taking place between the Naruto and Sasuke families. Wives and children are happily playing, while the ladies are having an outdoor barbecue in the courtyard. Naruto and Sasuke sit on the sofa chatting, with a table full of delicious food in front of them. Naruto, why do you look so unhappy? Sai, it's hard to explain. Upon hearing this, Sasuke said nothing and raised his drink. His silence made Naruto, who wanted to vent, feel even worse. With a clink, Naruto raised his glass and took a sip. The refreshing beer only deepened his discomfort. Let me keep it short. You don't have to say. Sasuke wanted to say something to comfort him, but was glared at by Naruto. Sitting up straight, he tilted his ear and said, "You say. Actually, it's a long story." Sasuke, I knew it. Why did I become Hokage? Isn't it to gain others' recognition? How could I do something so boring? My teachings, with tens of thousands under my command, even Kakashi, that Hokage, was pushed up by us. Then what are you doing it for? Sasuke's agreement clearly improved, perhaps due to the alcohol. Naruto quietly told Sasuke, I actually want to become a hero. Naruto's desire stemmed from the movies his uncle had instilled in him. Gather grain, build high walls, and wait to claim the throne. Cultivate oneself, manage the family, govern the country, and bring peace to the world. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. I waited 3 years. I don't want to prove I'm better than others, but to prove that I must personally reclaim what I lost. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. I am Iron Man. I am here to play ball. He killed my dog. So much. Sasuke saw Naruto lost in memories and frowned. And then, Naruto, can you pause your memories for a moment? What's wrong? You're already Hokage. Isn't that enough to be a hero? Huh, a hero? Naruto chuckled self-deprecatingly and took another sip of his drink. What kind of hero am I? Do you remember how we fought against the Rain Village back then? Of course I remember. In that battle, Konoha exhausted a large amount of stock, and we didn't even have a place to put the explosive tags. What other flying ninja tools are really useful? And the Fox Spirit mode is just so exhilarating to use. Even those freshly graduated genin can go to the battlefield. Every inch of land in the Land of Rain has been bombed at least 3 times. Naruto waved his hand, interrupting Sasuke. I'm not talking about the large-scale battlefield, but those high-end wars. It seems it's all Kakashi-sensei and my brother and the others. Indeed, Naruto wasn't involved in much. There are other kinds of battles like Sasuke thought for a moment. During Kakashi's tenure, there really weren't any special threats to Konoha. Mainly because after Kakashi-sensei gained the infinite Nine-Tails-Chakra, his strength became overwhelming. The double Manjiki Sharingan, although it can't be closed, being able to switch to Manjiki anytime with the 3 Tomo is already very powerful. Not to mention there is also a Byakugan in the center, with Hashirama cells and 2 types of dojutsu. That is a total of 3 bloodline limits. His inherent strength is not to be mentioned, plus the help from my brothers. Battles often involve complete body Susanoo. It's like 3 towering mountains, making the opponent unable to lift their head. Naruto, didn't you have many wars after becoming Hokage? Sai, when I became Hokage, my dad, in order to teach me to be a good Hokage, was a bit overprotective. He handled everything himself under the guise of doing it for my good. From capturing spies to organizing defenses, tactical drills, and even personally facing the enemy. Not to mention my uncle was more than willing to fight alongside him. I felt like he was just taking over my job. You know? Sasuke, that Suki. That group of people, I was the last to know when they died, claiming it was to protect my safety. Am I using them to protect me? Sasuke was a bit speechless. Kurama's protection over Naruto was indeed excessive. Having such formidable power, yet having no place to use it, it would be hard for anyone. But you're already a god now. What is there to be unhappy about? Living without joy, even immortality, would mean nothing. Naruto took a large sip of his drink. Sasuke had no choice but to take a sip as well. Now you have a happy family, a harmonious marriage, and even children. What more do you want? Hinata is indeed wonderful, but I always feel a bit regretful. If only I could travel through time. Naruto, what are you thinking? Are you going to abandon the whole of Konoha and your family? Well, we do. Say you died to the outside world? You haven't thought about anything. Don't get excited, Sasuke. I was just saying. It's just. Naruto stood up and sat next to Sasuke, softly saying, I finally waited for Kakashi to step down, became Hokage, and I still have to stay in Konoha, go home on time, and read their battle reports. Am I just lying down to be Hokage? If you say it like that, it really is quite enviable. How many people want to be Hokage, but don't even have that chance? Sasuke watched as Naruto cast an illusion, and in the illusion, Naruto saw Kiba and his hundreds of dogs. This made Naruto laugh out loud. Sasuke still wanted to change the subject, as it seemed he was still single. Haha, who told him to raise so many dogs? Your illusion technique is quite impressive now. Sasuke proudly lifted his head, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curling up, mainly because Sakura's illusion technique was just too good. He unconsciously learned it. Oh, does she often use illusions on you? Naruto seemed to think of something, grinning as he looked at Sasuke. Sasuke was unbothered, confidently saying, "You have no idea how enjoyable forbidden techniques combined with illusions can be. Every day is different. From 1 to 99, let us not even go there. Are you even human? What is human? Even snakes, ghosts, monsters, and legends. Sakura can't handle." Naruto was speechless. No wonder this kid used to be so compliant, always accepting blind dates, and, in the end, he was still taken down by Sakura. It turns out Sakura was more skilled. Naruto, what about you? You already have 2 kids. I'm not the kind of person who thinks about that all day. TCH. You're already Hokage and still pretending with me. What's wrong with being Hokage? Can't a Hokage be a good person? Yes. You're right. You're absolutely right. Sasuke picked up his drink. Cheers. Clink. Summary. Silly Naruto and scheming Kurama. After Kurama's heavy particle mode was activated, he died and his soul reincarnated as a modern otaku. After dying from spewing for 30 hours about Boruto, he reincarnated again. Thus Naruto gained an outspoken Kurama in his heart. Training, farming, making friends, fighting, establishing the Naruto religion, and co-creating Konoha.Chakra friendships, saving the Uchiha.